Introduction asterisk. Reno Blackthorn, a noble bastard, finds himself unjustly exiled to the perilous Crimson Chasm due to a sordid conspiracy. This cursed land, shrouded in gray mist and teeming with decay, is a realm so accursed that even the divine shun it. At the outset, he is met by a crumbling fortress, accompanied only by a few emaciated slaves and a feeble old servant. His territory's prosperity stands at a dismal 0, with a survival countdown of merely 3 days. In this desperate hour, the Lord Development System is forcibly activated, yet instead of granting him divine artifacts, it provides a depleted Obsidian Heart core and a precarious fog-dispelling field. Just as Reynold contemplates his hellish predicament, he stumbles upon an even greater surprise in the corner of the castle. The body of a young girl, on the verge of being fed to the undead, unexpectedly stirs. With silvery hair and enchanting azure eyes, she possesses a terrifying power capable of driving corrupted beings to madness. Ding. Natural chosen one, deeply corrupted detected. Status, near death. Value, unknown. Risk, extremely high. Should he seize her alluring natural divine power while she is weakened, or take the perilous route of rescuing her, transforming her into a formidable weapon against this desolate realm? Reynold makes his choice. Release the girl. Allow me to intervene. Thus begins a tumultuous journey of survival and lordship development, starting from the depths of despair. Chapter 1 Exile. A hellish beginning asterisk asterisk. Cold, hard, and imbued with the scent of aged wax and decaying wood. Reynold's consciousness wrestles its way from the depths of chaos, first registering the sharp pain radiating from his knees. He opens his heavy eyelids to behold a frigid, smooth expanse of black marble flooring, intricately etched with thorny motifs. As his gaze ascends, he notices several pairs of polished leather boots adorned with golden trim, and higher still, the sumptuous hem of a velvet robe, marred by the unmistakable marks of time. Reno Blackthorn, your family bears you as a disgrace. The piercing, venomous voice of a woman slices through the air, striking his eardrums like a poisoned icicle, piercing the remnants of confusion in his mind. Fragments of memories not his own flood his consciousness like a torrential wave. Reno Blackthorn, the illegitimate son of Count Augustine Blackthorn, a pitiful creature who existed in the shadows of his family, constantly subjected to disdain and cruelty. And now, he kneels in the heart of the family council chamber, awaiting judgment. With great effort, he lifts his gaze toward the source of the voice. At the head of the table sits Countess Isabella Blackthorn, a stunning yet venomous woman, her meticulously painted eyes fixed upon him, crimson nails poised as if to pierce his very flesh. Her well-preserved visage contorts with rage. As a noble of Blackthorn blood, how dare you commit such a vile act? You have sullied the honor of our house by tainting the betrothed of your brother, Miss Emilia. You have brought shame upon Blackthorn. Reynold, swiftly accepting his new identity, feels his heart constrict. The memories vividly reveal this as a meticulously orchestrated trap. The original owner of this body, a timid fool, had been lured into the garden's secluded chamber under the pretense of Miss Emilia requests your presence, only to stumble upon Emilia in the bath. Subsequently, Carlos and Isabella conveniently appeared. The original owner, in a panic, had fainted, and upon awakening, his soul had been exchanged for Reynolds. Mother, I implore you to temper your wrath. A gentle yet subtly self-satisfied voice interjects. Reynold knows without looking that it belongs to his half-brother, Carlos Blackthorn, the heir to the family fortune. Clad in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, with golden locks meticulously arranged, his handsome face bears the marks of heartache and forbearance. Brother Reynold. Perhaps he was merely momentarily confused. The Crimson Chasm is a place of certain death. Why not allow him to reflect in the Emerald Manor of the Southern Territory? The climate is mild, and it is safer there. Emerald Manor? Isabella hisses, her voice rising sharply as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. Carlos, restrain your unwarranted compassion. Such a base-born, impure wretch is unworthy of our family's prosperous lands. He would only bring disgrace to the Blackthorn crest. She turns to the silent man at the head of the table. Augustine, what hesitation plagues you? Do you wish for the entirety of Golden Glow City to witness the ridicule of the Blackthorn family? How shall we explain to her family and the royal court that a bastard has sullied Miss Emilia's reputation? Count Augustine Blackthorn, once a formidable figure, now a weary man bearing the pallor of illness with deep-set eyes, wearily rubs his brow. He gazes at the kneeling Reynold, his expression a complex tapestry of disappointment, disdain, and perhaps a hint of unspoken guilt. Yet, in the end, this flicker of emotion is drowned by the weight of family interests and long-standing indifference. Enough. His voice, hoarse and feeble, yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonates through the chamber. Reno Blackthorn, your actions have brought shame upon our family. As punishment, the territory of Blackstone Castle in the Crimson Chasm is now yours. Take your belongings and depart from Golden Glow City tonight. The Crimson Chasm? Blackstone Castle? Oh heavens, isn't that? Lord Augustine has condemned him to death. A wave of suppressed gasps and whispers fills the council chamber. Relatives, stewards, and even the standing servants cast glances at Reynold filled with schadenfreude and unabashed contempt. The Crimson Chasm, the source of the Crimson Calamity a decade prior. It is a realm long consumed by horrific, corrupting mists. The Empire's elite Griffin Knights had once attempted to reclaim it, only to have 3,000 of their finest, along with 3 chosen ones, perish without a trace. On the Imperial map, that area is marked as a death zone. Where's the lordship in that? It is akin to willingly marching into a furnace. Reynold's heart plummets to the depths, ice-cold fury surging from within as it nearly bursts from his chest. The Emerald Manor? That is one of the wealthiest territories of the Blackthorn family, with an annual income exceeding 100,000 gold coins. But Blackstone Castle? In the recesses of the original owner's memories, he finds only a vague recollection of a dilapidated fortress perched upon a cliff, nothing more. 500 gold coins? In the face of fog-dispelling lamps that cost hundreds of gold coins each, such an amount is utterly insufficient. This is not mere exile. It is a lethal maneuver, a grandiloquent guise to eliminate this unsightly blemish. He grits his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, using the pain to suppress the fury and murderous intent threatening to erupt. He must not explode. To do so now would lead to immediate execution or worse, the stripping of his surname, resulting in a fate far more lamentable. He must endure, lurk like a viper. Drawing a deep breath, he forces himself to lower his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, mimicking the original owner's timorous and fearful tone. Thank you, Father, Mother, for your magnanimity. His voice carries just the right amount of quivering and dread. Oof. Isabella's satisfied scoff drives away the metaphorical fly that repulses her. Carlos's smirk nearly spills over as he feigns a sigh, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of a victor. Old Bart, the ever-serious steward, with a gaze sharp as a vulture's, approaches, cradling a heavy purse and a scroll. His actions betray an unmistakable contempt. Young Master Reynold, here is your land grant and 500 gold coins. Your slaves and guards are awaiting you outside the city. He almost tosses the purse and scroll onto the ground before Reynold. Reno silently picked up the pouch of coins and the scroll. The pouch felt cold and heavy in his hand, yet it brought him no warmth. The scroll, made of parchment, bore the wax seal of the Blackthorn family, inscribed in cursive with the words Crimson Chasm, Blackstone Fortress, and nothing more. It was a cruel twist of fate, this land grant. He rose to his feet, his knees aching from prolonged kneeling. He cast a final glance at his aloof father, the cruel stepmother, the hypocritical brother, and the indifferent relatives who observed him with varying degrees of disdain, pity, or mere curiosity. He memorized their faces one by one. Turning away, he dragged his numbed legs through the throng of eyes, some scornful, some sympathetic, and others merely entertained, as he walked out of the grand hall of the Blackthorn Castle, which symbolized power and glory, yet was rife with coldness and cunning. Behind him, he faintly heard Carlos's deliberately hushed but unmistakably mocking voice. A bastard is a bastard. Even the land grant reeks of decay. I hope those corpses hasten your demise, my dear brother. Reno's steps did not falter. It was as if he had not heard. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids, a chilling intent simmered like a gathering storm. Carlos, Isabella, Augustine, he silently recited their names in his heart, each syllable laced with venom. Enjoy your fleeting glory. When I return from the Crimson Chasm, you shall witness what a bastard forced into the depths of hell looks like when he rises again. As he stepped beyond the castle gates, a biting wind struck him, and suddenly, without warning, a translucent golden panel appeared in his field of vision, shimmering with lines of text. Detecting strong will to survive and territorial claim. Lordship infrastructure system activating. Binding host, Reno Blackthorn. Initial territory, Blackstone Fortress in Crimson Chasm, unreached. Newbie quest issued. Reach Blackstone Fortress, 0/1. Quest reward. Core cornerstone of territory, beginner. Newbie gift issued. Corrupted creature detection. Minimap radius 500 meters. Basic resource scanning radius 100 meters. Tip: survival is the foremost priority. Construction is the foundation of ascendance. Good luck, my lord. A golden opportunity. Reno's heart raced wildly within his chest, overwhelming surprise momentarily eclipsing his anger and coldness. He suppressed the urge to laugh aloud, gripping the pouch and scroll tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force. A hellish beginning? No, this is the dawn of rebirth. Crimson Chasm, Blackstone Fortress. I am coming. Chapter 2. The Slave Market and the Guiding Green Dot. To the north of Goldflower City lay the slave market. This was one of the dirtiest, most chaotic, and yet vibrant corners of the city. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, excrement, rancid olive oil, and a faint hint of blood. The cacophony of shouts, curses, the crack of whips, and the laments of slaves melded into a symphony that sent chills down the spine. Reno sat astride a relatively sturdy nag, accompanied by his butler, Old John, the impatient knight Captain Breno, and two equally disheartened guards. Breno was sent by the family to escort him to his demise, a burly third-tier knight with a fierce gaze, allegedly a former mercenary leader on the border, stained with blood and showing no respect for Reno, the useless young master. My lord, what are we wasting time here for? Breno's voice was gruff, dripping with disdain. The corpses of the Crimson Chasm won't show mercy just because you buy a few trinkets. The sooner we depart, the sooner you'll find relief. His two guards snickered softly behind him. Reno ignored him, his sharp gaze scanning the tumultuous market. In his vision, a faint golden mini-map covered the entire area, most of it marked in gray, indicating neutrality or the unknown. However, in the farthest corner of the market, a flickering green dot pulsed like a heartbeat, standing out against the chaos. A system prompt appeared once more. Contractable unit detected. Strongly recommended for acquisition. Purchase some necessities, Reno replied in a flat tone, devoid of emotion, as he urged his horse toward the green. On either side of the path were crowded stalls and iron cages. The cages were stuffed with a variety of slaves, emaciated, hollow-eyed human farmers, towering, muscle-bound half-orc laborers shackled with heavy chains, ragged, half-breeds with pointed ears deliberately mutilated to conceal their elven heritage, and even a few small, filthy, sly-eyed goblins. Vendors boasted loudly about their merchandise, akin to showcasing livestock for slaughter. Buyers inspected the slaves as if selecting livestock, prying open mouths to check teeth and brazenly examining female slaves with impunity. Old John, stooped and weary, followed alongside the horse, his murky eyes filled with worry and fear. He had been exiled to serve Reno for uncovering the affair between Lady Isabella and a certain court guard, leaving his future bleak. The green that ultimately led to a dilapidated stall in the market's far corner. A sharp-featured, beady-eyed merchant was yawning in boredom. In front of his stall was a rickety wooden cage, within which curled a small, frail figure. Reno reined in his horse, his gaze falling upon the captive. It was a girl. Her silver hair flowed like moonlight, and even caked in filth, it could not conceal its luster. Pointed ears peeked out from her locks, revealing her half-elven lineage. Her skin was unnaturally pale, nearly translucent, with blue veins visible beneath. She wore nothing but a tattered gray linen skirt, and her bare arms and legs were marred by old and new whip scars and bruises. Most haunting were her eyes, clear green orbs reminiscent of a spring forest, now filled with wariness, despair, and a hint of hidden resilience and defiance. Heavy iron shackles bound her hands and feet, her delicate ankles raw and bloody. Name: Ilya, Moon Elven/Human Hybrid. Status: extremely weak, hungry, dehydrated, wounded infection, soul contamination, mild corruption. Potential: natural chosen, awakening imminent. Talent: nature affinity, weak, elemental perception, weak. Tip: extremely rare unit. Soul contamination can be purified. Strongly recommended for immediate acquisition and treatment. A natural chosen. Reno's heart skipped a beat. In the melding of memories, chosen ones were the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, a rarity among thousands. They were favored by the divine, possessing extraordinary powers, and were central to kingdom rivalries and territorial defense. An unawakened natural chosen was invaluable beyond measure in gold. He suppressed his excitement, maintaining an impassive expression as he pointed to the cage. How much for her? The sharp-featured merchant, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up at the inquiry, especially regarding this nearly lifeless defective item. His beady eyes sparkled, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. "Ah, my lord, you truly possess discerning taste. This is a rare moon-elven hybrid. Just look at her face, her figure. Once cleaned up, she will undoubtedly be a beauty. Though she's a bit thin now, with proper care, I assure you, you'll be satisfied. A flat price of 50 gold coins. No deceit here, 50 gold coins." Old John exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. "My lord, this is exorbitant. 50 gold coins could purchase 20 robust slaves. She seems on the brink of death." Old John gazed anxiously at the ailing girl in the cage, panic gripping his heart. Reno, arms crossed, stood to the side, smirking, eager to witness Reno's folly. Reno's icy gaze swept over the merchant, causing the man to instinctively shrink back. 10 gold coins, he stated with an air of finality, and an additional 5 silver coins. "Hand me the key to her shackles." The merchant's eyes darted, his mind racing. This half-elf was a find he had salvaged from a nearly obliterated tribe, initially hoping to sell her at a premium due to her rarity. However, her fiery temperament had rendered her nearly unmanageable after only a few days in his possession, and he now faced imminent loss. 10 gold coins? Though far below his expectations, it was better than nothing. No, he must raise the price. "My lord, you're cutting the price too severely." The merchant lamented, his face contorted in despair. "This is a half-elf. Just look at her quality. 15 gold coins. I cannot go lower, any less, and I'll lose everything." A cold smile crept across Reno's lips as he ceased the banter and turned his horse around. "Reno, I recall that the Bloodhoof tribe has recently acquired a new batch of Orcish female slaves. Lead the way. Let's take a look." "Yes, my lord," Reno replied. Though reluctant, he feigned enthusiasm, loudly declaring his intent to guide him. Wait, my lord, please." The merchant was frantic. If Reno truly departed, this worthless asset would remain forever unsold. 12 gold coins. I'll throw in clothing and bread as a gesture of friendship." Reno halted his horse, but did not turn back, extending his hand instead. With a grimace, the merchant reluctantly unclipped a greasy bunch of keys from his waist, along with 12 gleaming gold coins, and thrust them into Old John's hands. "Here, consider it my misfortune. This girl has a fierce temperament. My lord, please be understanding." He added a last-minute kind warning. Trembling, Old John accepted the coins and keys, hastily rushing to the cage. The heavy iron lock clicked open with a harsh sound. As Old John reached to assist the girl, she recoiled sharply, her emerald eyes fixed on Reno with the wariness of a frightened creature, emitting a low, menacing whimper from her throat. Reno dismounted and approached the cage, ignoring the girl's fierce gaze. He took the rough black bread from Old John's hands, broke off a large piece, and extended it towards her. "Eat," he said, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar, calming authority. The girl eyed him warily, then glanced at the coarse bread, emitting a faint aroma of wheat. Her throat involuntarily convulsed. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over fear and suspicion. She lunged forward, seizing the bread and devouring it ravenously, choking yet refusing to cease. Reno removed his relatively thick woolen cloak, and in the girl's astonished gaze, gently draped it over her frail and battered form, wrapping her securely. "What's your name?" he inquired. The girl's movement stilled, her mouth full of bread. She raised her head, her green eyes peering through disheveled silver hair, observing the unfamiliar young noble before her. His gaze lacked the avarice and lewdness typical of merchants or buyers. Instead, it conveyed a sense of tranquility, perhaps even a hint of gentleness she could not fathom. "Ilya," she replied, her voice hoarse from thirst and weakness, yet surprisingly clear, akin to a mountain spring cascading over stones. Reno noticed a faint, leaf-shaped mark on her hand, nearly obscured by dirt, and a genuine smile blossomed on his face for the first time since arriving in this realm. He extended his hand, not as a command, but as an invitation. "Ilya, come with me. From this day forth, no one shall confine you to a cage again." Ilya's body stiffened suddenly, gripping the remaining piece of bread tightly, her emerald eyes trembling violently. The world outside the cage brimmed with uncertainty and peril, yet within the cage, only despair lingered. She gazed at his clean, bony hand, then lifted her gaze to Reno's dark eyes, where a rare warmth and resolve resided. After a moment of silence, her dirty little hand, hesitant and slightly trembling, gently entered Reno's palm. All right. At the instant their hands made contact, the dull leaf-shaped mark on Ilya's hand flickered faintly, as if a dormant life had been stirred awake. Reno observed this scene with furrowed brows, his usual disdain replaced by an inexplicable gravity. This useless young master seemed to have changed in some regard. Chapter 3. The Path of Corruption and the Light of Awakening upon departing from the city of the Golden Finch. The scenery transformed drastically within a mere half-day's journey northward. The sky was no longer a clear azure. It was shrouded beneath a heavy, leaden haze, through which the sun struggled to penetrate, appearing feeble and wan. The once lush fields and woodlands that flanked the road were now reduced to lifeless trunks and grotesque, twisted black tendrils, resembling ghastly claws reaching forth from the abyss. The air was thick with an indescribable miasma, a noxious blend of rust and decaying sweetness, intermingled with the acrid scent of sulfur and some form of mold, igniting a mild burn in the lungs upon inhalation. This was the essence of the edge of corruption. A pall of death hung like a sentient being in the distance, undulating and writhing, the grayish-white fog obscuring the distant mountains, reminiscent of a monstrous, primordial beast lying in wait to devour its prey. The crimson chasm lay hidden within the depths of that oppressive mist. Reynold and his retinue trudged laboriously along the rugged and dilapidated path. 2 fog lamps, procured at exorbitant prices from the church, hung from the carts at the front and rear of the procession, emanating a soft, milky glow that barely dispelled the surrounding gray fog, creating a fragile zone of safety. The oil within burned at a visible rate, with old John anxiously calculating the remaining supply, each precious drop signifying a glimmer of hope for survival. 20 slaves were crammed into 2 rickety flatbed carts, their faces ashen, their eyes vacant, yet brimming with profound fear. Most were frail, elderly, or afflicted, selected by their families to accompany them in death. Knight Captain Breno rode on horseback, accompanied by his mere 5 guards, including himself, vigilantly patrolling the front and rear of the convoy. His countenance was darker than the bottom of a pot, his lips incessantly cursing the damned task and the accursed weather. The knights under his command were similarly disheartened, their palms slick with cold sweat as they gripped their weapons tightly. Reynolds sat astride his mount, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. In his view, the pale golden map displayed a green dot representing his party, akin to a solitary vessel amidst a raging sea. Surrounding them were red skull markers, indicative of corrupted creatures, beginning to materialize with the scent of blood, rapidly closing in on the convoy. Steady yourselves. This accursed place feels awry. Breno sensed the impending danger and barked, drawing his longsword. A faint earthy glow enveloped him, revealing his prowess as a third-tier Earth Knight. No sooner had his words left his lips than a chilling, inhuman roar erupted from the left side of the fog. Instantly, 3 shadowy figures burst forth like arrows released from a bow, lunging toward the caravan. They were 3 monstrous entities, retaining a vague semblance to canines. Their bodies were grotesquely decomposed, exposing stark white bones and writhing, dark red flesh. Their eyes were a murky gray, devoid of pupils, filled solely with madness and hunger. Saliva dripped from their gaping maws, revealing jagged, glimmering teeth. Most bizarrely, their forms were riddled with tumors of varying sizes, some pulsating as if imbued with life. Corrupted cadaverous hounds. Enemy attack. Protect the carts. Breno let out a fierce roar, unleashing his inner energy as he swung his sword to confront the foremost of the decaying canine corpses. The blade, enveloped in a hue of earthen energy, descended with a powerful strike. With a sickening squelch, half of the creature's head was severed, sending putrid blood and brain matter splattering. Yet, astonishingly, the remaining half of its body did not collapse immediately. Instead, propelled by inertia, it lunged toward Breno's horse, gaping its foul maw to bite at the steed's leg. Beast! Breno shouted in shock and fury, flicking his wrist as the sword's gleams swept across, cleaving the creature cleanly in 2. Meanwhile, 2 other decaying hounds charged at the flanks of the formation. A knight, caught off guard, hastily raised his shield to block. The impact was thunderous as the creature slammed against the ironwood shield, the force nearly toppling both knight and steed. Another hound, cunningly flanking from the side, seized the knight's unprotected calf with its jaws. A piercing scream shattered the mist. The knight, racked with pain, lost grip of his sword. The hound thrashed its head violently, dragging the knight from his mount. Nearby, a fellow guard rushed to assist, only to be ensnared by the hound that had just collided with the shield. "Help me! Captain, save me!" The dismounted knight cried out in terror and despair, his hands desperately clawing at the ground. From the depths of the fog, rotting arms suddenly emerged, grasping at his limbs and hair, swiftly pulling him into the thick mist. The cries abruptly ceased, leaving only the chilling sounds of gnawing and tearing. Damn it! Form ranks! Form ranks, you useless lot! Reno cursed vehemently, attempting to rally the remaining guards into a defensive formation. Yet fear had already shattered the spirits of these non-elite protectors. They floundered in disarray, their formation collapsing. Amidst the chaos, the initially shield-colliding hound, having knocked back a guard, suddenly locked its crimson gaze upon the center of the formation, where the seemingly frail Reno sat atop his horse. It emitted a low, ominous growl, its hind legs propelling its decayed body like a cannonball, a foul wind trailing behind as it lunged directly at Reno's face. Its cavernous maw opened wide, rancid drool nearly dripping onto Reno's countenance. "Master, be careful!" Old John screamed in despair, shutting his eyes. Reno and the other guards were too late to intervene, their faces betraying a cold indifference as if they had anticipated this fate. The scent of death loomed ominously. Reno's pupils constricted, his muscles tensing instinctively as he reached for his sword. But the hound's velocity was overwhelming. He could even glimpse the rotting flesh writhing within its throat. In that critical moment, a diminutive figure surged forth from the cart behind Reno, propelled by an aura of resolute determination. It was Ilya. Having somehow freed herself from old John's constraints, she seized a splintered yoke from the ground, a thick piece of hardwood with a jagged edge. "Get away!" The girl's voice, hoarse yet powerful, rang out. With both hands gripping the yoke tightly, she summoned every ounce of strength, wielding it like a colossal hammer as she brought it crashing down upon the oncoming hound's skull. Crack! A sickening thud echoed, as splinters of wood mingled with putrid flesh, shattered bone, and foul blood, erupting in a chaotic spray. The cadaverous hound was struck with such tremendous force that its skull became deformed, its entire body sent sprawling and crashing to the ground, emitting a mournful whimper. Roar! The cadaverous hound was utterly enraged. It shook its nearly shattered head and struggled to rise, its murky gray-white eyes fixated on the one who thwarted its malevolent intentions, Ilya. The muscles in its hind legs tensed, and with a ferocious vigor, it lunged once more, targeting this audaciously defiant prey. Ilya. Reno's eyes widened in horror. In that moment, all notions of restraint and strategy were cast aside. He let out a furious roar, drawing his sword with reckless abandon, ready to charge forward. However, just as he unsheathed his blade and surged ahead, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz! An indescribable wave of energy erupted around Ilya, a cataclysmic explosion of pure life force. It was not mere sound but a pulsation of vitality, a verdant light, like the rising sun piercing through the darkness, instantaneously illuminated the surrounding mist for dozens of meters. This light was warm, pure, and brimming with life, starkly contrasting the surrounding decay and desolation. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, countless ethereal tendrils, composed of pure luminescent energy, burst forth from the earth. They coiled around the advancing cadaverous hound like serpents imbued with life. On these tendrils, immaculate white blossoms unfurled at a visible pace, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of fresh foliage. Sizzle! The areas of the cadaverous hound ensnared by the tendrils reacted as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting a deafening corrosive sound. The dark red flesh rapidly turned black, carbonized, and flaked away. This was not a physical assault, but rather an absolute purification of death and decay through life energy. The hound let out an unprecedented, heart-rending wail, thrashing wildly, yet unable to budge the seemingly fragile green tendrils even a fraction. Its body swiftly dissolved and disintegrated in the pure light of life. Contract Unit Ilya awakens. Name, Ilya. Class, Chosen of Nature, Tier 1. Divine Skill, Life Entwining, summons natural vines to bind targets and releases life energy to purify decay, inflicting significant damage to corrupted beings. Talent, Nature Affinity, accelerates plant growth, weakly purifies corrupted land. Status, Divine Power exhausted, weakened. The brilliance arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly. As the verdant glow faded and the vines and flowers transformed into specks of luminescence, all that remained was a small patch of foul-smelling black ash. The fierce cadaverous hound had been entirely purified, leaving no trace behind. Ilya's petite form swayed slightly, the light in her emerald eyes dimming, her face pale as a sheet, as if all her strength had been drained, and she softly began to topple backward. Reno dashed forward, catching her in his arms before she could hit the ground. The girl's body felt as light as a feather, cold and trembling slightly. He gazed down at her tightly closed eyes and colorless lips, feeling her faint yet resilient breath. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Fear, relief, shock, and an intense, burning flame. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the surroundings. The battlefield lay in utter silence. The slaves, forgetting their fear, gaped in astonishment. Old John was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his weathered face. The remaining 2 Knight Protectors stood in stunned silence, their hands trembling around their weapons. Even Reno, who was usually arrogant and disdainful, was now completely frozen atop his steed. He fixed his eyes intently on the unconscious maiden in Rainer's arms, then abruptly turned to Rainer, his expression a mixture of disbelief, profound trepidation, and an unmistakable glimmer of greed and fear. The chosen one. Reno's voice was hoarse and dry, as if it had been squeezed from his throat. She is the chosen one. How could this be possible? Rainer, cradling the unconscious Elia, slowly straightened his posture. He disregarded Reno's shock, his gaze traversing the chaotic battlefield, focusing on the depths of the crimson chasm, shrouded in a miasma of death, directing his attention toward the unknown realm known as Blackstone Fortress. A cold, ambitious smile crept across his lips. The crimson chasm? The forbidden zone of death? No. With Elia by his side, this accursed land of decay would become the launching point for Rainer's rise, like the Blackthorn dragon soaring into the heavens. Carlos, Isabella, Augustine, and those who regarded him as nothing more than a pawn. Prepare your necks for the reckoning. The flames of revenge from the Crimson Chasm will ultimately consume the city of Golden Glow. Chapter 4. Blackstone Fortress, the despairing bastion of corruption after departing from the bloody conflict. The group journeyed in silence for 2 whole days. The deeper they ventured into the Crimson Chasm, the more desolate the surroundings became. The sky was completely cloaked in heavy, leaden clouds, resembling a massive, filthy shroud. Sunshine had long become a mere legend. Only a sickly, twilight-like dimness barely outlined the grotesque contours of the environment. The air was thick and viscous, akin to congealed grease, each breath laden with a pungent stench of decay and sulfur, searing the throat and lungs. The ground was charred black, enshrouded in a thick, grease-like substance that emitted a nauseating, squelching sound with every step. Occasionally, resilient plants could be seen. Yet all were twisted and deformed, sprouting tumor-like blisters or dripping foul juices from their tendrils, emanating an ominous violet or deep green glow. The light from the mist-repelling lanterns appeared feeble amidst the oppressive aura of death, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, barely illuminating a radius of 10 meters. The lantern oil was depleting at an alarming rate, and old John reported with concern that the remaining oil would last no more than a day and a half. The slaves huddled in the jolting cart, their eyes vacant, resembling mere shells of humanity. Even fear seemed to have been worn down by despair. Reno and his 2 remaining Knight Protectors bore strained expressions, their eyes filled with exhaustion and deep-seated vigilance. Reno's gaze toward Rainer was increasingly complex, tinged with a mixture of apprehension and unmasked greed. A worthless young master, possessing a chosen one. This was nothing short of a grotesque waste. He pondered countless times in his heart how to possess this secret and treasure for himself. Yet the terrifying power of Elia's purifying corpse hound temporarily restrained him from acting recklessly. Most of the time, Rainer remained within the carriage where Elia lay. The girl had been in a deep coma since awakening her divine abilities, her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath faint. Rainer cautiously fed her water, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and tended to her gruesome whip marks with the scarce healing salves he had brought from Golden Gorse. He noticed that the leaf-shaped mark on the back of Elia's hand had transformed into a gentle emerald green after her awakening, akin to exquisite jade, emanating a faint yet pure essence of life. This essence seemed to exert a slight repulsive force against the surrounding corruption, rendering the air around her carriage a touch fresher. "Sir, it appears we are nearing Blackstone Fortress." Old John's hoarse voice trembled from outside the carriage. Rainer's spirits lifted as he lifted the curtain to gaze outside. On the small map, the marker denoting Blackstone Fortress was alarmingly close. In the dim light, a colossal and menacing black silhouette loomed ahead, akin to the skeletal remains of a giant beast, perched atop a steep cliff that seemed to have been cleaved by a titanic axe. That was Blackstone Fortress. It was constructed in accordance with the perilous mountain's contours, its main structure built from massive black stones that shimmered with a metallic sheen, exuding a rugged and weighty aura reminiscent of a primitive era-s oppression. The castle's walls were tall and dilapidated, with numerous sections having collapsed, revealing gaping wounds akin to those inflicted upon a colossal beast. Several towering spires leaned precariously, as if they might topple at any moment. Below the fortress lay an unfathomable chasm, swirling with grayish-white mists that bubbled like boiling milk, completely engulfing the lower half of the castle. A narrow and steep mountain path, strewn with loose stones and immense fissures, served as the sole route to the fortress. On either side of the path loomed bottomless cliffs, where the howling winds carried a biting chill and a stench of decay, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. The entire castle was shrouded in an oppressive stillness, devoid of light or signs of life, a realm of endless desolation and suffocating weight. It resembled not a sanctuary, but rather a colossal tomb perched upon the brink of an abyss. Is this truly Blackstone Fortress? Captain Reno halted the horse, gazing at the treacherous terrain and the crumbling castle, his expression one of utmost dismay. Can anyone reside in this cursed place? One misstep, and one would be reduced to nothingness. The lamp oil is running low, sir. Old John's voice trembled with despair. Do we truly intend to ascend? Raynor inhaled deeply, the cold, putrid air sharpening his senses. He had no retreat. Golden Gorse was a den of dragons, the Crimson Ravine a lair of wolves, but Blackstone Fortress, at least for the time being, was his domain. Up we go. Raynor's voice rang with determination. Captain Breno, lead the way. Remain vigilant. Breno cursed under his breath but steeled himself, summoning his protective aura, and cautiously set foot upon that path of death. The sound of hooves crunching on the loose stones echoed ominously. Two armored knights closely trailed behind, gripping their weapons with palpable tension. Following them was Renaud's carriage, with a terrified driver gripping the reins, struggling to control the equally frightened horses. The slave's cart brought up the rear, every jolt eliciting stifled gasps. As they ascended, the wind grew fiercer and the fog thickened. The beams of the fog lights struggled to pierce through the dense mist, revealing only the narrow road beneath and the unfathomable abyss beside them. Amidst the howling wind, faint whispers and cries seemed to mingle, akin to the curses of vengeful spirits, incessantly tugging at the frayed nerves of the group. Suddenly, a spine-chilling sound, reminiscent of twisting metal, reverberated from above. Watch out, Breno shouted. A section of the already crumbling castle wall, battered by the tempest, could no longer withstand the assault. A massive black boulder, the size of a grinding stone and with razor-sharp edges, hurtled downward, accompanied by a torrent of debris and dust, like a meteor targeting the carriage occupied by Reynaud and Illyria. My lord, old John cried out in despair. Breno's eyes flickered. Instinctively, he pulled back on the reins, showing no intent to assist. The two knights stood frozen in shock. The driver, in a panic, attempted to turn the horses, but the narrow mountain path offered no escape. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Reynaud's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He could even discern the rough texture of the boulder and the glinting edge. He lunged towards the unconscious Illyria in the carriage, trying to shield her with his body. Yet, reason told him this was futile. Before such a colossal stone, flesh and blood were as fragile as paper. At this critical moment, a surge of invisible power suddenly descended. The space around Reynaud, within a radius of 10 meters, seemed to be pressed on pause. The howling wind, the falling debris, and even the swirling fog became instantly frozen. The deadly boulder hovered less than half a meter above the carriage's roof, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Time appeared to stand still for a fleeting moment. Then, Reynaud's vision was illuminated by an unprecedented radiant golden light emanating from the system interface. Detected Lord's arrival at the core territory. Initiating Core Foundation Activation Program. Binding territory, Crimson Rift Blackstone Fortress. Scanning Core Foundation, warning. High-intensity corrosion detected. Core Foundation, Heart of Obsidian, is in deep sleep mode. Activating task. Purify Core Foundation, 01. Task reward. Unlocking core territory functions. Fog Dispelling Force Field, Basic Defense Matrix. Opening Territory Construction Module. Note, the Core Foundation is the heart of the territory. Purification is the first step to revival. Please complete it as soon as possible. The golden light flickered and the invisible force that had solidified the space dissipated. Boom. The suspended boulder crashed down violently. Yet, deprived of that supporting force, its trajectory of descent subtly altered. The massive boulder grazed the edge of the cart, crashing violently against the adjacent mountainside. Debris erupted, and dust enveloped the air. The tremendous impact sent tremors through the very mountain. The cart shook violently, and the horses, startled, reared up and emitted piercing whinnies. Steady. Hold on tight. Reno gripped the side of the cart, shielding Elia, and shouted fervently. The driver, tumbling and scrambling, seized the reins, while old John and the slaves collapsed in fear. As the dust settled, the group, still in shock, gazed at the colossal stone embedded deep in the mountainside. alongside the massive rock face that had been shattered, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The miraculous moment they had just witnessed filled their eyes with awe and dread as they looked at Reno, especially Reno, who had clearly observed that it was not Elias' power. What hidden secrets does this useless young master possess? Reno's heart raced, the life-and-death sensation leaving his back drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the system panel, where the purification core keystone task flickered with red light, then raised his gaze to the dilapidated gates of the Blackstone castle, gaping like the maw of a colossal beast. The core keystone, the Obsidian Heart. It was the key to the revival of the territory. And to purify it, Reno's gaze fell upon the still unconscious Elia, her hand bearing a leaf imprint that faintly glimmered. Hope lies within her. Forward. Reno suppressed the tumultuous emotions, his voice imbued with unwavering determination, targeting the main fortress of Blackstone Castle. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere and fear, the team finally arrived, with great difficulty, at the enormous, heavy, yet already dilapidated metal gate of the castle. The gate stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness within, as if it were the very entrance to hell. However, just as Reno's cart entered the relatively open courtyard of the castle, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ground beneath their feet violently shook. It felt as if some colossal entity was awakening from the depths below. The center of the courtyard, covered in a thick, viscous black substance, heaved and bubbled like boiling mire. Crack, crack. The hard black rock's surface fractured inch by inch. A gigantic, suffocating claw, encased in dark purple chitin, burst forth from the earth, followed by another. Then emerged a terrifying head, the size of a small house, adorned with compound eyes and a grotesque mandible. The corrupted giant scorpion, a creature whose exposed portion exceeded 10 meters in length, radiating a nauseating aura of terror, tore through the ground, revealing itself to all. Its myriad of compound eyes glimmered with a cold, ravenous light, locking onto the intruders, Reno and his team, who had just stepped into its lair. Roar! A deafening roar, filled with boundless savagery and hunger, swept through the entire courtyard of Blackstone Castle, accompanied by a foul wind. The slaves instantly crumbled, crying out and fleeing in all directions. Old John collapsed in terror. Reno and his two knightly guards turned pale, their horses and bodies compelled to retreat under the oppressive weight of an unfathomable terror. Just as they arrived at their domain, they were met with such a horrifying welcoming ceremony. Rainer, cradling Ilya, stood upon the violently swaying carriage, facing the colossal, corrupted giant scorpion that loomed like a mountain before him, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Yet within his gaze, there was no hint of retreat, only a steely resolve and fierce determination. The battle for survival at Blackstone Castle had commenced the moment they stepped through the gates. Chapter 5. Desperation. The corrupted giant scorpion and the wrath of the chosen one. The emergence of the corrupted giant scorpion was akin to the very gates of hell flinging open. Its enormous form had fully extricated itself from the earth, its dark purple exoskeleton glistening with a viscous, foul-smelling black substance, while pulsating. Dark red flesh sprouted from the crevices like grotesque veins. Two massive pincers resembled siege hammers, adorned with menacing barbs and serrations, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its elongated tail was raised high, its tip not bearing a venomous stinger, but rather a horrific maw, continuously opening and closing, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Dripping with a noxious green corrosive saliva, countless compound eyes glimmered like wicked lanterns, fixating intently on the minuscule beings in the square, exuding an aura of pure, destructive malice. Roar! Another deafening bellow erupted. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing the crumbling walls to shed debris in a shower of stones. The horses pulling the carriage were utterly terrified, rearing up and desperately trying to break free from their reins to flee. The coachman was flung away, crashing violently against the remnants of the wall, his fate uncertain. Steady! Stay calm! Reno shouted hoarsely, attempting to regain control of the situation. Yet his own warhorse spun in terror, tossing him around in utter disarray. His eyes were wide with horror. The creature's aura far surpassed that of a third-tier being. It was at least a fourth-tier, possibly even a fifth-tier corrupted lord. This was not an entity they could hope to contend with. The slaves had long since descended into chaos, wailing and scattering in all directions. But in this enclosed forecourt, where could they possibly escape? They flailed about like headless flies, some colliding with the crumbling walls and suffering grievous injuries, others tripping over protruding stones, only to be trampled by those behind them. Despairing cries and screams filled the air. Master, be careful. Old John tumbled and crawled to Rainer's carriage, using his frail body to shield the front, though it was a futile gesture. Raynor stood upon the violently swaying carriage, cradling the unconscious Ilya, confronting the monstrous, corrupted giant scorpion that resembled an ancient behemoth. The oppressive aura bore down upon him like a physical weight, making each breath a struggle. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing. To confront it head-on? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Even Reno, a third-tier knight, was rendered pale with fear. They were not even sufficient to fill the creature's teeth. Fleeing? The only exit was firmly blocked by the scorpion's massive form. Moreover, the interior of the castle was an unknown peril. Recklessly venturing deeper could lead to swifter demise. What to do? His gaze instinctively fell upon the unconscious Ilya in his arms. She was their sole hope. The power of the Chosen One against the forces of corruption is formidable. Yet, she remains in a state of unconsciousness. Moreover, even if she awakens, will her strength suffice to confront such a terrifying beast? At that moment, a sharp hiss pierced the air. The corrupted giant scorpion, seemingly losing patience with the chaotic scene, emitted a piercing shriek. Its colossal pincers rose abruptly, cutting through the air with a whistling sound as they descended violently upon the most densely packed area of the crowd. Where Raynor's carriage stood, the immense shadow enveloped everything below in an instant. No, old John cried out in despair. A flicker of ruthlessness and relief crossed Reno's eyes as he fiercely urged his horse, channeling his fighting spirit to flee frantically towards a corner, far from the giant scorpion. He had given up. He sought only to escape alone. As for Raynor and the Chosen One, it would be better if they perished. The secret would remain buried here forever. The two night guards hesitated for a moment before promptly turning their horses to follow Reno in a frantic escape. Death descends. Raynor's pupils constricted. He could even discern the vicious barbs and the dripping black ichor upon the pincers. He clutched Ilya tightly to his chest, bracing his back against the impending doom of the colossal claw. This was all he could do. At that critical moment, a familiar, warm, and vibrant energy suddenly erupted from Raynor's embrace. Ilya, even in her unconscious state, she seemed to sense the lethal threat, awakening her body's instincts. A flood of emerald light surged forth from within her, as if a dam had burst. This time, the radiance was more solid and dazzling than before. Countless green motes danced around her, forming a thin veil of light that enveloped both her and Raynor. Bang! The enormous pincers struck down upon the emerald veil. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull thud, akin to a heavy hammer striking leather. The veil quivered violently, concaving as though it would shatter at any moment. Ilya's body trembled sharply. Even in her unconsciousness, she emitted a pained groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The leaf mark on her hand erupted with blinding green light. Yet the veil, ultimately, did not break. The corrupted giant scorpion seemed incensed by this sudden resistance. It unleashed an even more ferocious roar, raising its other pincer high, imbued with greater power, and struck down once more. Simultaneously, its serrated tail opened wide, unleashing a noxious, dark green corrosive venom that sprayed forth like a high-pressure water jet, aimed directly at Raynor and Ilya behind the veil. A dual execution. Under the second blow from the pincers, the emerald veil finally let out a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, shattering as if it were fragile glass. The remaining green motes scattered and were quickly consumed by the surrounding miasma of corruption. The corrosive venom followed, cascading down like a torrent of death, engulfing them. A glimmer of despair flickered in Raynor's eyes. He held Ilya tightly, bracing himself for the corrosive embrace of death. However, at the very moment the venom was about to make contact, a cacophony of alarms blared. Warning! A lethal attack detected. Core territory under siege. The Lord's life is in jeopardy. Emergency protocol initiated. Consuming reserve energy. Activating the foundational defensive mist barrier of the core, temporary. Buzz. A beam of light, far more radiant than the mist-dispersing lamp, and as tangible as substance itself, shot up from the ground beneath Reno's feet. The light instantly expanded, forming a colossal dome of soft golden hue, approximately 20 meters in diameter, enveloping Reno, Ilya, Old John, and several nearby carriages. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark green corrosive venom splashed violently against the golden dome, producing a sound akin to a searing iron plunging into cold water. The venom was firmly repelled by the dome, unable to penetrate even the slightest bit, flowing along the dome's curved surface, sliding down and corroding the charred ground beneath, which emitted hissing sounds and thick plumes of white smoke. The pincers of the corrupted giant scorpion crashed against the dome, only to be rebuffed by a gentle yet extraordinarily resilient force causing violent ripples to race across the surface of the shield. Safe. For the moment. Reno gazed in disbelief at the golden shield above him, akin to a divine miracle, then looked down at Ilya, whose breath was growing weaker, blood staining her lips. A torrent of rage and icy murderous intent surged forth, overpowering his reason. He abruptly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the grotesque, roaring corrupted scorpion outside the dome, as well as on Reno, who stood in a distant corner, watching this miracle with an astonished and flickering gaze. Beast! Reno's roar echoed through the entire courtyard like a wounded beast. And you too, Reno. You coward. Traitor. Clutching Ilya, he stepped toward the edge of the dome. Disregarding the frenzied attacks of the corrupted scorpion, his icy gaze piercing like a sword directed at Reno. Do you wish to flee? To watch us perish? Do you believe you can escape the Scarlet Chasm? Do you think the Blackthorn family will spare you, the inept knight captain? Reno's voice resonated with the chill of the abyss, each word laced with profound frost. I tell you, Reno, today, either you die here, becoming a morsel for this beast, or Reno's gaze swept over the terrifying corrupted scorpion before returning to Reno. A frenzied and cruel smile curving his lips. You shall take up your sword, and like a true knight, sever the head of this creature. Otherwise, Reno's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable authority and chilling intent. I declare, in the name of the Lord of Blackstone Fortress, those who flee in battle shall perish. The soft golden dome swirled behind him, illuminating his cold and resolute visage, resembling a god of judgment descended upon the mortal realm. Reno's expression turned ashen in an instant. He gazed upon the indomitable barrier of light, observing the unconscious yet divinely radiant Ilya in Reno's arms. His eyes shifted to the terrifying, monstrous scorpion that relentlessly assaulted the shield, each impact sending a chilling wave from his soles to the crown of his head. He found himself devoid of choices. Chapter 6, Blood Battle. The life and death gamble under the mist-dispelling force field. Reno's cold and murderous declaration struck Reno's heart like a heavy hammer. The pale golden mist-dispelling force field shimmered behind Reno, resembling a sanctuary bestowed by the deities, enveloping him. The unconscious Ilya, the incapacitated old John, and several trembling carriages within its protective embrace. Outside the barrier, the corrupted scorpion frantically swung its pincers, each violent strike causing the shield to ripple violently, sending forth rapid waves that resonated with a dull thud, akin to the beating of war drums. The dark green corrosive venom fell in torrents upon the barrier, emitting a nauseating hissing sound and rising into acrid white smoke. Yet it could not breach the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably resilient golden shield. Reno's complexion turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat soaking through his lining. He beheld Reno's blood-red eyes, burning with fury and resolve, and glanced at the mountainous terror of the corrupted scorpion outside the barrier, his heart racing as if it might burst. Reno's words slithered into his ears like a venomous serpent. Escape? In the depths of the Crimson Rift. Devoid of mist lamps and supplies, how long could a third-tier knight like him survive against an endless tide of corrupted creatures? Even if he miraculously returned to Golden Glow City, would the Blackthorn's family spare him, the captain of the knights whose inadequate escort led to the demise of their young master, albeit an illegitimate son? Lady Isabella would undoubtedly have him torn to pieces and fed to the dogs. Fight! That was a suspected fifth-tier corrupted lord. Although Reno held a sense of pride, he was acutely aware that his third-tier prowess was no more significant than that of an ant in the face of such a monster. Charging forth would be akin to courting death. Master Reno, you are mad. Reno's voice twisted with terror. That is a corrupted lord. We stand no chance against it. How long can this barrier hold? Once it shatters, we are doomed. And what then? Reno's voice was as sharp as an ice-forged blade. Do you choose to die now? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing towards a knight attempting to crawl away from the shadow of the scorpion towards a distant crumbling wall. Cowards die. Before his words could settle, a beam of pale gold light, like a spear of judgment, shot forth from the apex of the barrier, striking with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, it pierced through the head of the retreating knight. The knight had no time for a scream. His head exploded like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. The headless corpse convulsed twice before collapsing. An eerie silence enveloped the entire courtyard. The cries of the slaves ceased abruptly, as if silenced by an invisible hand. Old John covered his mouth in horror. The remaining knight, paralyzed by fear, tumbled from his horse, collapsing to the ground. His trousers instantly soaked. Reno's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. This barrier not only offered defense, but could also attack. What kind of power was this? Reno lowered his hand, his gaze icy as it swept over Reno, and the remaining guards. My patience is finite, Reno. Choose. Will you perish like him, or will you, like a knight, draw your sword and fight for your lord? At the very least, die like a man. Reno's teeth chattered, veins bulging on his forehead. Fear, anger, humiliation, and a flicker of desperation intertwined in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Reno, then glanced at the terrifying giant scorpion and the headless corpse of his comrade on the ground. Ultimately, a fierce determination replaced all hesitation. Damn it! Reno let out a beastly roar, abruptly drawing his two-handed sword from his waist. The earthy aura of fighting spirit erupted like flames, enveloping the blade. To hell with it. I'm coming for you, brothers. He cast a glance at the terrified guard on the ground. If you don't want to die, follow me. Let us chop off this beast's legs. No longer looking at Reno, he poured all his fear and fury into the creature before him. He fiercely urged his steed, which neighed in response as they charged toward the relatively vulnerable joint connecting the scorpion's pincers to its body. The corrupted giant scorpion's attention was instantly drawn to this audacious little insect that dared to challenge it. It emitted an enraged hiss, its massive pincers abandoning their assault on the shield, striking down at Reno like swatting a fly. The gust of wind from its strike nearly knocked the distant slaves off their feet. Come on, you beast, Reno roared, his eyes shimmering with frenzied combat spirit. He did not confront it head-on. Instead, at the moment the pincers were about to strike, he yanked the reins fiercely. The warhorse reared up, narrowly evading the deadly blow. The pincers crashed to the ground beside him, sending shards of stone flying. Harnessing the momentum of the horse's descent, Reno swung his two-handed sword down with the force of a mountain-splitting strike, aiming for the joint of the scorpion's pincers. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed. Sparks flew. Reno's hands bled from the impact, and his sword was flung high into the air. The scorpion's shell bore only a faint white mark. The recoil nearly tossed him from the saddle, his blood surging in fury. Damn it! Too hard, Reno thought, astonished. A full-force strike with third-tier fighting spirit could not breach its defenses. The corrupted giant scorpion, thoroughly enraged by the attack, swung its other claw around. While its tail rose high, the terrifying mandibles at the tip opening wide, dark green venom brewing once more. Reno's soul seemed to leave his body. He was on the verge of being smashed into a pulp by the pincers and corroded into sludge by the venom. Cover him. Reno's voice echoed within the shield. Chillingly calm. The last remaining knight, faced with the threat of death and Reno's imposing presence, summoned his final courage. He scrambled to his feet, picked up a spear from the ground, and with all his might hurled it toward the relatively soft underbelly exposed as the giant scorpion raised its tail. The spear, gleaming faintly with fighting spirit, shot forth like a moth to a flame. Thud! The spear successfully pierced the soft flesh of the giant scorpion's abdomen. Though only a small part had penetrated, the pain caused the giant scorpion's movements to come to an abrupt halt. The direction of the venom it had been conjuring also shifted. What a splendid opportunity. Reno's eyes sparkled with determination. He leapt from his steed with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, targeting one of the scorpion's limbs that had slightly lifted in response to its agony. With both hands, he raised his great sword high above his head, infusing it with a torrent of earthy energy. Sever it. Crack. Accompanied by Reno's furious roar and the sickening sound of splintering bone, his third-tier energy, imbued with tremendous force, finally severed one of the scorpion's relatively slender supporting legs. Hiss! The corrupted scorpion emitted a shrill, unprecedented cry of excruciating pain. Its massive form stumbled, losing balance. The sweeping pincers veered off course, crashing violently against a nearby crumbling wall, causing half of it to collapse. The tremendous recoil sent Reno sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his great sword slipping from his grasp. Well done. A glint of brilliance flickered in Reno's eyes. The moment had arrived. With the scorpion now unsteady, it was the perfect opportunity to strike at its vulnerable points. Yet, he could not abandon the protective barrier. Ilya needed safeguarding. Everyone. Reno's voice thundered across the courtyard like a clap of thunder. Gather stones. Strike at its eyes. Attack its wounded joints. Quickly. The slaves, momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, found their instinct for survival overpowering their fear. Witnessing the giant scorpion's agonized struggles and recalling the fate of the guard, someone took the lead, picking up the debris from the ground and hurling it frantically at the scorpion. Crush it. Fight it to the bitter end. For survival. In an instant, stones rained down upon the corrupted scorpion. Although most struck harmlessly against its hardened shell, a few found their mark, hitting the scorpion's belly where it had been impaled by a spear, as well as its multitude of compound eyes. Hiss hiss hiss. The compound eyes, struck with force, did not inflict substantial damage, yet the sharp pain and disruption sent the scorpion into a frenzy. It wildly flailed its pincers and tail in a desperate attempt to swat away these pesky flies, its massive body becoming increasingly difficult to control in its unsteady state, crashing into the surrounding ruins and scattering debris everywhere. Within the protective barrier, Reno held Ilya tightly, his gaze scanning the battlefield like a hawk. He noticed that as the scorpion thrashed in distress from its severed leg and the incessant disturbances, a section of its armored back, near the head, appeared darker than the rest, subtly emanating a foreboding dark purple glow that pulsed with its fury. Is that its weakness? A thought stirred within Reno. Yet, he could not leave the barrier. Breno lay gravely injured on the ground, and the remaining night guards were paralyzed with fear. The slave stones could only buy time, not deliver a fatal blow. The core foundation must be purified. Reno's gaze darted towards the castle keep. The system task distinctly marked: purify the core foundation 01. Only by activating the heart of Obsidian and harnessing the true power of the territory can one hope to conquer this monstrous beast. He cast his gaze downward at Ilya, still in a state of unconsciousness, yet the leaf mark upon her hand emitted a faint green glow. Ilya, awaken. We need you, he whispered, striving to rouse her dormant strength. At that moment, a sudden vibration coursed through the fog-dispelling energy shield. The brilliance of the shield dimmed significantly, and its coverage shrank considerably. Warning: insufficient energy in the fog-dispelling energy field. Remaining energy, 15. Please replenish energy or deactivate the field. Otherwise, it will collapse in 5 minutes. The chilling notification echoed like a death knell. Reno's heart sank heavily. 5 minutes. They had only 5 minutes. Chapter 7. Purification. The heart of Obsidian and the wrath of nature energy is running low. The shield is on the verge of failure. Old John cried out in despair as he observed the visibly dimming barrier. Outside, the corrupted giant scorpion seemed to sense the shield's weakening and grew increasingly frenzied. It disregarded the slave's harassment, focusing all its might, its pincers and tail striking the shield with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Bang, 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 hiss. Each powerful blow caused the shield to tremble violently, ripples forming as if the surface of boiling water. Each droplet of venom splashed upon the shield, eliciting groans of strain from its structure. The shield's perimeter diminished at a visible pace, its edges becoming blurred and thin. My lord, what shall we do? The remaining night guards scrambled to the shield's edge, their faces drained of color. The slaves ceased their stone throwing, staring in terror at the precarious shield. The specter of death looming once more. Breno struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed upon the increasingly violent scorpion and the imminent collapse of the shield, his eyes filled with despair and defiance. He exerted all his strength to sever one of its legs, yet it only served to enrage the beast further. Were they truly to perish here? Clutching Ilya, Reno's heart raced, though his mind remained unervingly calm. 5 minutes. They must purify the core stone before the shield crumbled. Old John, Reno commanded sharply, the main fortress. The core stone must be located within the main fortress. Lead the way. Immediately. The main fortress? Old John trembled as he gazed at the grotesque scorpion outside the shield and the dark, broken archway leading to the depths of the fortress, reminiscent of a giant's gullet. My lord, the shield can last a few more minutes. Now is the time. Reno's voice brooked no argument. Lead on. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Old John, upon witnessing the resolute determination in Reno's eyes and glancing at the unconscious Ilya in his arms, gritted his teeth. His frail body surged with an unprecedented strength. Yes. My lord, follow me. He dashed out from the relatively safe section at the edge of the shield towards the archway of the main fortress. Without hesitation, Reno followed closely behind, cradling Ilya. The remaining night guards hesitated for a moment, eyeing the menacing scorpion outside the shield. Then glancing at Reno and Old John who had rushed forward. With a firm resolve, they decided to join. For remaining within the shield meant certain death. Better to take a chance. Roar. The corrupted giant scorpion immediately detected their movements. It let out an enraged roar, abandoning its assault on the light barrier, and its massive pincers, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, came crashing down towards Reno's back. It seemed to instinctively sense that the girl in his embrace exuded a presence that filled it with profound aversion and dread. Be careful, my lord. Old John turned, witnessing the scene with terror coursing through him. Reno felt the terrifying pressure of the wind approaching from behind, causing his scalp to tingle. He swiftly turned, shielding Ilya against his chest, with his back braced for the giant pincers. At the same time, he desperately channeled the faint first-level fighting spirit within him. attempting a final stand, though he was fully aware of its futility. In that critical moment, a resounding hum erupted. A far more magnificent and purer emerald light suddenly burst forth from Ilya, who lay in Reno's arms. Ilya, she had awakened, or rather, under the stimulation of life and death peril. And through Reno's unwavering protection, the dormant divine power within her had finally been ignited. The girl's tightly shut eyes flew open. Her emerald pupils now resembled two burning emerald stars. The radiant light nearly pierced through the surrounding gloom. The leaf-shaped mark on her hand radiated an unprecedented brilliance. In the name of nature, Ilya's voice, no longer frail, resonated with an ethereal and commanding divinity, purifying the filth around them. She raised her slender arm, pointing towards the descending giant pincers. Boom! Countless emerald vines, 10 times thicker and 100 times denser than before, erupted from the earth like ancient serpents emerging from the void. These vines were no longer mere illusions, but were entwined with tangible life energy, flowing with mysterious green runes. They swiftly ensnared the giant pincers of the corrupted scorpion, the sweeping scorpion tail, and even clung to its massive body. Sizzle! The sound of intense corrosion intensified. The pristine white flowers blooming on the vines emitted an overwhelmingly rich scent of life, clashing violently with the deathly aura emanating from the corrupted scorpion, annihilating it. The scorpion's carapace produced a nauseating crackling sound, its dark purple sheen rapidly dimming and peeling away. It let out an agonized scream, struggling desperately, yet unable to break free from the bindings infused with the power of nature's laws. Go! Reno's heart soared at the sight. Without hesitation, he cradled the weakened Ilya, who had once again succumbed to fatigue due to the eruption of divine power, but was not unconscious, and, under old John's guidance, dashed into the dark archway of the main fortress. Inside, the main fortress was enveloped in darkness, the air thick with a more pungent stench of mildew and decay. Crumbling murals, toppled statues, and scattered bones told tales of past horrors. Relying on faint light and memory, old John stumbled forward as their guide. Turn left, down the stairs. Watch your step. Old John's voice trembled as it echoed through the darkness. Reno held Ilya close, with the guard trailing behind them, as the three descended rapidly along the spiraling stone steps. Behind them, the terrifying roars of the giant scorpion and the sound of snapping vines resonated, indicating that even Ilya's divine abilities could not indefinitely restrain such a fearsome creature. Finally, they descended the last flight of stairs, arriving at a vast subterranean space. This appeared to be the castle's cellar, yet its scale far exceeded the ordinary. In the center of the space stood an altar, constructed from pitch-black stones that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Atop the altar floated a diamond-shaped crystal, as large as a grinding stone, entirely black, the heart of Obsidian. However, at this moment, the heart of Obsidian was no longer the pure entity it once was. The surface of the crystal was marred with spiderweb-like dark purple fissures, from which oozed a viscous, almost sentient black substance, exuding a nauseatingly potent aura of decay. A chilling, lifeless energy pulsed from the crystal, causing the temperature of the entire cellar to plummet. Core keystone discovered. Heart of Obsidian, deep corruption. Purification task activated. Please purify the corruption promptly. The system prompts flickered urgently. This is it. Reno gently laid the weakened Ilya on the ground, allowing her to lean against the cold stone wall of the altar. Ilya, can you purify it? This is our only hope. Ilya's emerald eyes gazed at the corrupted heart of Obsidian, flickering with a mix of revulsion and an odd sense of familiarity. She struggled to raise her hand, pointing at the heart of Obsidian. It shall not be tainted, she declared weakly but resolutely. A verdant light surged from within her, albeit significantly diminished compared to before, yet imbued with an indomitable spirit. It flowed slowly towards the heart of Obsidian. However, just as the green light was about to touch the heart of Obsidian, a thunderous roar erupted from above, filled with boundless brutality and anguish. The entire cellar shook violently. Debris rained down. Clearly, the corrupted scorpion had broken free from its vine restraints. It seemed to sense the commotion below and became even more frenzied. Then, with a resounding crash, the entrance of the cellar was violently torn apart by a tremendous force. A colossal claw, enveloped in shattered carapace and oozing black slime, smashed through like a demonic hand reaching from hell. Stones fell like torrential rain. The corrupted scorpion. It had directly torn through the ground, pursuing them. It's over. Old John and the night guards turned ashen. The claw, carrying the weight of annihilation, crashed directly toward the altar, aiming at Ilya and Reno, who were attempting to purify. No. Reno's eyes widened in despair. He lunged toward Ilya. trying to shield her with his body. In this final moment of desperation, the green light in Aaliyah's eyes surged dramatically. She ceased her slow attempts at purification, instead pressing both hands firmly against the fissured surface of the heart of Obsidian. In my name, wrath of nature, purification, buzz, an indescribable, vast torrent of emerald energy surged forth, centered around Ilya, crashing into the heart of Obsidian. The entire altar was instantly engulfed in blinding green light. The heart of Obsidian trembled violently. From the dark purple fissures on its surface, a viscous black substance emitted a piercing scream, as if encountering its nemesis, writhing and evaporating in frenzied agony. Hiss! The pincers of the corrupted scorpion recoiled sharply upon contact with the radiant green glow erupting around the altar, as if seared by a branding iron. Billowing black smoke erupted from its carapace. It emitted a shrill cry of pure terror, its massive form thrashing at the entrance of the cellar, yet daring not to approach even a fraction closer. The entire cellar was suffused with pure, life-giving light. The remnants of corruption on the walls and ground melted away like snow. The foul stench in the air was replaced by the refreshing fragrance of flora. Under the cleansing torrent of green light, the fissures on the heart of Obsidian healed at a visibly rapid pace. The dark purple filth was entirely purified and expelled. Within the pitch-black crystal, a pure, profound light, akin to the cosmic stars, slowly began to glow. It grew ever brighter. Ultimately, the entire crystal radiated a warm, rich, earthy-hued aura. Purification successful. Core keystone, Heart of Obsidian, activated. Territory core functions unlocked. Fog dispelling force field, permanent. Basic defense matrix, activated. Territory construction module initiated. Congratulations, Lord Reno Blackthorn, on officially taking control of the Crimson Rift's Blackstone Fortress. As the system notification refreshed, an invisible, vast wave surged from the heart of Obsidian, sweeping across the entirety of Blackstone Fortress and spreading further into the Crimson Rift. Outside the castle, the wavering fog-dispelling force field stabilized instantly, its brilliance intensified, expanding rapidly to envelop the entire forecourt. The lingering traces of corruption were swiftly dispelled. The enslaved individuals basked in the warm, golden light, collapsing to the ground in shock. Inside the cellar, the corrupted scorpion let out one final, fear-laden scream, its massive body stiffening as if struck by an invisible hammer. The once glossy surface of its corrupted carapace dulled, becoming ashen and cracked. That frenzied vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. Thud! The immense pincers fell helplessly to the ground, and the colossal form of the corrupted scorpion crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. In its multitude of compound eyes, the last flicker of ghostly light extinguished completely. Blackstone Fortress welcomed its new master. Reno, cradling the exhausted and unconscious Ilya, stood before the altar radiating a gentle black light, gazing at the corpse of the giant scorpion. Feeling the mysterious connection established between his being and the earth beneath him, a surge of unprecedented ambition welling up within him. The dark era of the Crimson Rift would be brought to a definitive end by his own hand. Chapter 8, Reckoning. The fury of the fortress and the rising dawn. The massive form of the corrupted scorpion collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust, heralding the end of the most terrifying threat to Blackstone Fortress. In the depths of the cellar, the pervasive stench of decay was entirely supplanted by a rich fragrance of life, as the residual chill of death in the air was replaced by a warm, profound wave of energy. Reno, cradling the exhausted yet serene Ilya, stood before the altar, attuned to the unprecedented pulsation emanating from the very earth beneath his feet. It was a deep, steadfast rhythm, akin to the heartbeat of Mother Earth herself. He distinctly felt a visceral connection forming between himself and the battered fortress, as well as the cursed land surrounding it. Core Foundation, Heart of Obsidian, activated. Veil of Mist Force Field, permanent, covered the core area of Blackstone Fortress, main keep and front square. Force Field Strength, low, can be enhanced with territorial prosperity. Basic Defense Matrix, activated, can expend energy to resist physical energy attacks. Strength limit, Tier 3. Energy reserves, 10, recovering slowly. Territorial Construction Module activated. Can plan residential areas, agricultural zones, fortifications, resource collection points. Territorial status, severely damaged, 0-1. Prosperity, 0. Notification, my lord, congratulations on taking your first step. Survival is the foundation, construction is the future. The flickering information on the system panel resonated within Reno like a triumphant anthem. He had triumphed. In the face of despair, he had emerged victorious. The heart of Obsidian had been purified, the core of the territory activated, signifying that he had finally established a foothold in this land of death. My lord, have we truly won? Old John sat wearily on the cold stone steps of the altar, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with emotion. He gazed at the crystal radiating a gentle black light atop the altar, then at the massive scorpion carcass resembling a small mountain on the ground. Feeling as though he were in a dream. Just moments ago, they had been on the brink of annihilation. The last remaining night guard fell to his knees, bowing fervently before the altar and Reno, exclaiming, "Long live the Lord! Your might is unparalleled." His voice was filled with exuberance from surviving the ordeal and a deep-seated reverence. The purifying light, the activated fortress's power, and Reno's decisive strength in the face of adversity had completely conquered him. Reno inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration. The battle had concluded, yet troubles remained. He cast a cold glance toward the cellar entrance, where Breno struggled to rise from the rubble, his face a mixture of shock, fear, and a flicker of hope. Captain Breno, the night guard, also spotted Breno, his earlier joy instantly freezing, replaced by tension and unease. Breno spat out blood and dust, his gaze complex as it flitted between Reno and the altar's ominous heart of obsidian, ultimately resting on the unconscious Ilya in Reno's arms. A tumult of greed, jealousy, fear, and resentment swirled in his eyes. He had just witnessed the terrifying power of the Chosen One and felt the pressure brought forth by the fortress's revival. Yet, the flame of his unyielding ambition remained unextinguished. Young Master Breno forced an unsightly smile, attempting to ease the tension. "Congratulations on activating the fortress core. Truly a miracle." As he spoke, he subtly moved his injured arm, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the bulging pouch at Reno's waist and the elegantly crafted longsword by his side. Reno observed his furtive actions, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently handed Ilya over to Old John, instructing, "Take good care of her." Then he slowly turned to face Breno, each step resonating firmly against the ground. "Breno, your voice is calm and unwavering, yet it bears the weight of 1,000 burdens. The recent battle was quite splendid." Breno's heart tightened, and he hastily replied, "I merely fulfilled my duty. For my lord, I would gladly face death 1,000 times." "Is that so?" Reno stepped closer to Breno, their distance shrinking to less than a meter. His dark eyes, resembling a profound abyss, locked onto Breno's flickering gaze. "Who was it that first turned tail and fled when the giant scorpion attacked? Who stood idly by when the boulder fell? And who hesitated when I commanded you to fight to the death?" Each question struck Breno like a heavy hammer, causing his smile to freeze in place. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "My lord, I was merely," he stammered, searching for a defense. "Enough," Reno interrupted sharply, his voice rising with a chilling intensity that echoed throughout the cellar. "Breno, do you think I cannot see through your thoughts? Do you believe that the Blackthorn family sent you merely to escort me?" Breno's face turned ashen, his greatest secret laid bare. "From the very beginning. You were Isabella's spy planted beside me, perhaps even an assassin." Reno's voice, cold as the winds from the abyss, continued, "The task is quite simple, isn't it? To watch me perish in the crimson abyss or to orchestrate an accident, then return with my possessions to claim your glory? Perhaps even to seize the Chosen One I unexpectedly acquired?" Breno trembled, the last vestige of hope extinguished, replaced by sheer savagery and madness. With his identity exposed and plans unraveled, he found himself with no retreat in this isolated dead end. "So what if it is?" Breno retorted, taking a step back and seizing the two-handed sword that lay nearby. The earthy-colored aura surged once more, though much dimmer than before, imbued with the ferocity of a cornered beast. "Do you think activating this wretched stone guarantees your victory? I am a third-tier Earth Knight. Slaying a mere first-tier waste like you is child's play. Once I eliminate you, the fortress and the Chosen One will all be mine." His eyes glinted with greed and madness as he swung his sword, the wind howling in response, aiming a devastating blow toward Reno's head. He calculated perfectly. Reno had just emerged from battle, his energy nearly depleted. Ilya lay unconscious. Old John and the knight were worthless. If he could kill Reno, he would seize control of everything. "Watch out, my lord!" Old John and the knight screamed in terror. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Reno stood firm, motionless. A faint, mocking smile flickered across his face. "Fool," Reno uttered softly, just as Breno's massive sword was about to cleave through Reno's skull. A tremor shook the entire cellar. The obsidian heart upon the altar erupted with blinding black light. An invisible force field descended instantaneously. Basic defense matrix activated. Malicious attack detected. Target locked. Breno, third stage Earth Knight. Defense mode, Energy rebound. Bang! A profoundly resounding thud echoed. Reno felt as though his sword had struck a mountain forged of steel. An irresistible, overwhelming force surged back through the blade. Crack! His finely crafted steel sword shattered like fragile glass. Gush! Reno was struck as if by lightning, blood spewing forth. He was hurled backward like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing violently against the hard stone wall, the sound of splintering bones was distinctly audible. He slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. His bones surely broken in countless places, his fighting spirit shattered, his gaze vacant, filled only with endless terror and disbelief. No, it's impossible. He sputtered through blood froth. Gasping for breath, he could not comprehend how his full-force strike had been instantaneously dismantled by an unseen power, nor could he fathom the horrific backlash he had suffered. Reno slowly approached him, looking down from a height with a gaze as frigid as that reserved for an insect. Did you think the Obsidian Heart is merely a stone? Did you think the title of Lord is just a name? Here, I am the law. I am the sovereign. The voice of the traitor Reno rang like the final judgment. Die? He lifted his foot, infused with a trace of fighting spirit. His military boot exuding a chilling intent as it descended upon Breno's throat. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Breno's eyes bulged with disbelief and despair. Before they lost all light, to his dying breath, he could not comprehend how this bastard he deemed worthless could wield such terrifying power in such a brief span of time. Silence enveloped the cellar. Old John and the night guards gazed at Breno's lifeless body, then at Reno standing beside it, as cold and merciless as a demonic deity, trembling with awe. Scarcely daring to breathe, Reno withdrew his foot, inhaling deeply, casting his gaze toward the faint golden light streaming in from the cellar entrance. It was the glow of the mist-repelling force field, enveloping the entire forecourt. He approached Old John, gently taking the unconscious Ilya into his arms. The girl's breathing was steady, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she might awaken at any moment. Reno's gaze fell upon her pale, yet exquisite face, and his icy demeanor finally softened. Old John, Reno's voice regained its calm, yet bore an undeniable authority. Have the courtyard cleared. Dispose of the giant scorpion's body, retaining any useful materials. Calm the slaves and assure them that from this day forth, Blackstone Fortress shall be their home. As long as they toil diligently, sustenance and shelter shall be theirs. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Old John replied with a tremor in his voice, a mixture of relief and hope for the future. You, Reynaud, turned to the last remaining knight of the guard. What is your name? My lord. I am called Hammer. The knight promptly straightened his back and responded nervously. Hammer, Reynaud nodded. From today onward, you shall serve as the captain of the guard at Blackstone Fortress, responsible for the vigilance and order of the front courtyard. Work well, and I shall not neglect you. Hammer was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. An ordinary guard, suddenly elevated to captain. Thank you, my lord. I vow to serve you faithfully and protect Blackstone Fortress with my life, he exclaimed, dropping to one knee, his voice resonant. Reynaud waved his hand, signaling him to rise. Embracing Ilya, he slowly ascended the stone steps leading out of the cellar. As he emerged from the archway of the main fortress and stood once again in the courtyard square, the sight before him invigorated his spirit. A pale golden mist-dispelling field loomed above like a vast bowl, sheltering the entire courtyard square. Beyond the field, the gray-white death fog continued to churn ominously. But within the field, the air was fresh and the light bright. Though still marred by remnants of decay, the suffocating stench of corruption had vanished. The slaves gathered in a corner of the square, still shaken but no longer engulfed in utter despair. Instead, their faces bore a trace of confusion and faint hope. They gazed at Reynaud as he emerged, their expressions a tapestry of reverence, fear, and a hint of anticipation. Old John had begun directing several relatively strong slaves to cautiously approach the carcass of the giant scorpion. Hammer stood tall, gripping a salvaged spear, patrolling the perimeter of the square with vigilance, striving to fulfill his role as captain of the guard. There was no sunlight here, but the radiance of the mist-dispelling field pierced through the eternal gloom of the Crimson Chasm, casting its light upon the crumbling walls of Blackstone Fortress and upon Reynaud himself. He looked down at Ilya, whose eyelashes fluttered as if on the verge of awakening, then lifted his gaze towards the boundless depths of gray mist beyond the field. Blackstone Fortress had come to life, and his journey had merely begun. Ilya, Reynaud whispered softly, his voice imbued with an unprecedented resolve and strength. Welcome to our domain. Here, we shall embark upon our new beginning. Are those who have cast us into the mire prepared to face the storm? He held the girl close and stepped forward toward the center of the square. enveloped in the pale golden light that symbolized hope and rebirth. The ground beneath him pulsed with a solid and warm rhythm, as if responding to its new master. Chapter 9. Revival. The pulsation of obsidian and the breath of nature. The pale golden mist-dispelling field enveloped the courtyard square of Blackstone Fortress like a vast, warm dome. Outside the field, the gray-white death fog continued to surge restlessly, akin to a blizzard trapped beyond glass, bearing a silent threat. Within the force field, the air was unusually fresh, imbued with a slight chill reminiscent of damp earth after rain and the fragrant aroma of verdant foliage. This was the result of the residual natural divine power of Ilya and the mist-dispelling force field working in concert. Although the light remained dim, it had transformed from a stifling leaden gray to a gentle, pale gold, akin to the soft glow of dawn. Reynold cradled Ilya in his arms. Standing at the center of the square, beneath his feet, the ground was charred and covered in a viscous, decaying substance, which, under the continuous purification of the mist-dispelling field, emitted a faint sizzling sound. Thin, almost invisible wisps of black smoke rose, only to be extinguished by the force field. Though the progress was slow, it undoubtedly signified a positive turn. This cursed land was being forcibly redeemed. "Sir, look," old John exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the castle's main keep. Reynold lifted his gaze and beheld the crumbling black stone walls of the keep, where thick moss and decaying slime had begun to visibly wither, dry, and peel away, revealing below it the glimmering, metallic sheen of the massive black stones beneath. Most exhilaratingly, atop the castle loomed a precarious tower, at its pinnacle a colossal obsidian. Once dull and lifeless, now radiating a gentle and profound black luminescence. This aura flickered like breath, and with each illumination, an invisible, steady pulse swept across the entire castle, dispelling the lingering chill and silence of the corners. This was the manifestation of the power of the heart of obsidian. It heralded the revival of this ancient fortress. The captain of the guard, Hammer, leaned on his spear, gazing up at the tower's peak, murmuring in awe. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. This was no longer a mere inanimate object. It had come alive. The slaves were also drawn to this wondrous sight, momentarily forgetting their fears, gathering in small groups, pointing and discussing the tower's pinnacle. In their once numb eyes, a flicker of light ignited for the first time. Could it be that life could truly flourish here? Reynold felt the increasingly distinct pulse emanating from the earth beneath him. This pulse was steady and powerful, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. Each throb bringing forth a warm energy that gradually seeped into his body, rejuvenating his weary limbs and exhausted vigor. He clearly observed the system panel where the territory status section had quietly shifted from extremely damaged 01 to severely damaged 05. Though still insignificant, it marked a beginning, a transition from death to rebirth. A faint whimper escaped from his embrace. Reynold looked down to find Ilya slowly opening her emerald green eyes. Those eyes sparkled like jade washed clean by rain, clear and bright, tinged with the confusion and fragility of awakening. "You're awake?" Reynold's voice softened instinctively as he gently set her down, steadying her. The girl's frame remained delicate, yet the verdant leaf imprint on the back of her hand radiated vibrant life. Ilya surveyed her surroundings, her green pupils reflecting the pale golden glow of the force field and the dark aura of the tower's pinnacle, her small face alight with wonder. "It's different here," she inhaled deeply, the lingering essence of life in the air enveloping her in comfort. "Is it that Blackstone?" "It is the heart of obsidian." Reno nodded, gesturing towards the tower's pinnacle. "You have purified it. It now stands as the core of our domain." He briefly recounted the events that transpired following the purification, including Breno's betrayal and its grim conclusion. Upon hearing the news of Breno's demise, a flicker of complexity flashed in Ilya's eyes, soon replaced by curiosity. She approached the edge of the square, crouched down, and delicately extended her slender fingers to lightly touch a small remnant of viscous black substance on the ground. With a soft hiss, her fingertips glimmered with a faint emerald light. The repulsive corruption recoiled as if struck by a nemesis, swiftly withering, drying up, and ultimately transforming into a small heap of ashes, carried away by the breeze. The ground was left with a patch of clean, slightly moist black soil. "Wow!" A low gasp escaped from one of the slaves. They bore witness to this miraculous scene. This seemingly delicate girl possessed such incredible power. Ilya lifted her gaze to Reno, her verdant eyes sparkling with exhilaration. "My lord, I sense that although this land is severely tainted, there remains a faint trace of vitality deep within the earth. My power can aid in its restoration." A stir of excitement coursed through Reno. On the system panel, The option 4, Agricultural Zone, within the Territorial Development module, flickered gently. He had been troubled about how to cultivate crops in the corrupted land. Ilya's abilities were indeed a timely boon. Splendid, Ilya. Reno's eyes shone with enthusiasm. Your strength is the key to our territory's revival. He pointed to a relatively clear area at the edge of the square, yet still covered in the black viscous substance. Let us begin there, clearing a patch of land to attempt planting some resilient crops, perhaps rye? Indeed. Ilya nodded vigorously, a smile of anticipation gracing her face. The thought of using her power to aid this land and assist her benevolent lord filled her with genuine joy. Old John, Reno immediately commanded, organizing a team to clear that area. Remove all the rubble, refuse, and those repugnant remnants. Hammer, lead a watch to prevent any lurking corrupted creatures from approaching. Yes, my lord. Old John and Hammer replied in unison, their voices brimming with vigor. Hope, akin to a radiant force dispelling fog, lifted the shadows from their hearts. The slaves were mobilized as well. Under Hammer's supervision, they wielded rudimentary tools, mostly fragments collected from the road or wooden sticks dismantled from carts, to commence the clearing of that area. Though their movements were clumsy and their efficiency lacking, each face bore a trace of a long-lost sentiment called hope. They were no longer burdens awaiting demise, but rather contributors to their own survival. Reno accompanied Ilya to the edge of the clearing zone. Ilya closed her eyes, gently placing her hands on the charred earth. An emerald light rippled from her palms like water, slowly infiltrating the ground. Reno could distinctly observe on the mini-map that the gray area representing corruption surrounding Ilya's green light point was receding at an incredibly slow pace, gradually replaced by a soft green signifying purification. Though the scope is modest and the pace slow, it is undoubtedly a marvel. The moment arrived as Ilya opened her eyes. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her delicate visage slightly pallid, yet her gaze remained bright. This place is suitable. Although still barren, it is time to attempt sowing. Reno promptly retrieved a small cloth pouch from the system repository, a temporary storage space conjured by the power of the Obsidian Heart. Within it lay one of the few precious seeds he had brought from the city of Golden Blossom, a small bag of hardy, drought-resistant rye seeds. Old John, bring it here. Reno called out. Old John hurriedly approached, cradling a cracked ceramic pot. Reno carefully poured the seeds into the vessel, adding a small amount of precious clean water. This was transported from the road, as the well deep within the castle had been corrupted and was temporarily unusable. Ilya, it's your turn, Reno said, handing the pot to her. Ilya nodded, cradling the pot in her hands as a vibrant green glow began to emanate, enveloping both the pot and its contents. She softly chanted an ancient, ethereal melody, reminiscent of the whispers of the forest. The seeds trembled gently in the verdant light, as if infused with the essence of life itself. Moments later, the green luminescence faded. Ilya passed the pot back to Old John. It's ready, Grandfather John. Scatter them across this land, but do so evenly. Old John accepted the pot with palpable excitement, as if cradling a rare treasure. He cautiously approached the area that Ilya had purified, an expanse roughly the size of half a basketball court, and with trembling hands, he evenly scattered the plump, glimmering rye seeds across the slightly damp black soil. The slaves gathered around, holding their breath in anticipation. This act of sowing, so commonplace in their homeland, took on a sacred significance in this land of desolation. Each seed that fell seemed to carry with it their hopes for survival. Reno stood by, observing Old John's stooped figure, the glimmers of hope in the slave's eyes, and Ilya's pale, yet contented smile. Finally, his gaze settled on the pulsing obsidian light atop the tower. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged within him. This land, these people, were entrusted to his care. He was no longer the abandoned, illegitimate child, vulnerable to the whims of fate. He was Reno Blackthorn. He was the Lord of Blackstone Keep. His dominion would take root and flourish from this purified soil. In his heart, Reno silently commanded, System, develop the agricultural zone. Location, east side of the forecourt. Area, initially purified region. Crop, rye. Responsible parties, Ilya, technical guidance. Old John, execution. The agricultural zone has been successfully planned. Region, east side of the vestibule square, miniature, status, under cultivation, 0, crop, rye, unsprouted, expected harvest, unknown, affected by soil fertility, purification level, and natural divine power, prosperity level 0-1, slight increase. Gazing at the minute fluctuations on the panel, Reno felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. A prosperity level of 0-1 marked a breakthrough from 0. It was the seed of hope. It represented the first glimmer of light ignited by Blackstone Castle amidst the darkness of the Crimson Rift. At that moment, Hammer rushed over. A trace of urgency etched upon his face. My lord, there's movement at the edge of the force field. Something seems to be colliding with it. Reno's expression sharpened instantly as he turned his attention to the minimap. There, at the very edge of the mist-repelling force field, near the castle's crumbling outer wall, several Crimson Skull icons were flashing wildly, repeatedly striking against the pale golden boundary that represented the force field. Chapter 10, A Glimpse. The corrupted claws at the edge of the force field and New Hope Hammer's report fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited in the square. The slaves gazed in terror at the edge of the force field, Old John, poised to sow seeds, froze in midair, while Elia anxiously clutched Reno's sleeve. Reno's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he swiftly called up the minimap. There, at the junction of the mist-repelling force field, pale gold, and the external gray mist, dark gray, near a collapsed section of the castle wall, several Crimson Skull icons were frantically battering the pale golden boundary. Each impact caused a slight tremor in the energy bar representing the stability of the force field on the minimap. Though minimal, the fluctuations were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Hammer, hold the breach. Everyone else, continue working. Do not halt. Reno's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with undeniable authority. Panic would only breed chaos. He must stabilize the situation. Yes. Hammer gritted his teeth, gripping his spear tightly, and rallied the remaining two slaves who still had some courage, the ones who had previously assisted in hurling stones at the giant scorpion, towards the breach. They bore only rudimentary weapons, sharpened wooden sticks, and salvaged rusted metal scraps. Reno, accompanied by Elia and Old John, swiftly made his way to a slightly elevated, dilapidated arrow tower near the breach. Here, the view was relatively unobstructed, allowing them to observe the circumstances outside the force field. Standing atop the broken wall of the arrow tower, Reno inhaled sharply at the sight before him. The mist-repelling force field resembled an immense soap bubble, with its pale golden membrane isolating the interior from the exterior. Outside, thick gray mist churned and roiled, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Yet at the boundary of the light membrane, the gray mist was pushed aside by the force field, forming a relatively clear demarcation. At this moment, just beyond this boundary, several distorted figures writhed obscurely. Those were corpses, but they were starkly different from the ordinary corpses encountered previously. Their bodies were larger, more twisted, with skin exhibiting a morbid purplish-black hue, covered in a thick, bark-like carapace, and sharp bone spurs protruding from their joints. Their claws are abnormally large and sharp, glimmering with an eerie cerulean light. Each impact against the force field's luminous membrane produces a piercing sound, leaving faint corrosive marks upon its surface. Even more unsettling are the two flickering emerald flames burning within their hollow eye sockets, brimming with ferocity and hunger. Name: Corrupted Claw Beast, Mutant. Level: Second-tier Corrupted Creature. Traits: Acidic Claws, slightly corrosive to energy shields. Corrupted Skin, enhanced physical defense. Collective Consciousness, threat level: Moderate to ordinary soldiers. Second tier, a mutant, no less, and appearing in swarms. A sense of dread enveloped Raynor. These creatures had clearly been lured by the radiance of the fog-disrupting force field and the energy fluctuations emanating from the fortress. They are more formidable and aggressive than ordinary corpses, and they seem to possess a degree of intelligence. They do not charge blindly, but instead concentrate their attacks on the relatively weak breach in the force field. Bang! ZZZ. Another corrupted claw beast collided fiercely with the membrane at the breach, its sharp claws leaving a distinct mark, as if corroded by a potent acid. The membrane quivered violently, visibly diminishing the energy reserve. Steady yourself. Hammer and the two slaves stood guard inside the breach, facing the grotesque monsters beyond the pale golden membrane. His palms were slick with cold sweat as he felt the vibrations from the membrane and the nauseating stench of decay wafting in. If the membrane were to break, they would be torn apart in an instant. Master, they are weakening the force field. Old John's voice trembled. Raynor furrowed his brow. The system panel displayed fog-disrupting force field energy reserve, 92. Each impact and corrosive attack consumes energy, though the depletion is minimal. If the monsters persist in their assault or their numbers increase, the force field will inevitably be breached. Moreover, although the basic defense matrix is activated, it only has an energy reserve of 10, and its energy rebound function appears effective only against attacks entering the force field, rendering it ineffective against external assaults. Passive defense is not a sustainable strategy. We must take the initiative. Ilya, Raynor turned to the girl beside him. How is your strength recovering? Can you restrain these creatures outside as you did with the giant scorpion? Ilya gazed at the menacing claw beasts beyond the force field, her face pale. Yet she resolutely nodded. I can try, but my vines might not reach them from out there. Her natural divine power seemed to have a diminished sensitivity to the corrupted creatures outside the force field. Raynor's mind raced with thoughts. To risk Ilya going outside? Absolutely not. The force field is their only barrier. Utilizing the defense matrix? The energy is insufficient, and there are rules to consider. Sending the slaves into melee combat. That would be a death sentence. Hammer. Raynor suddenly shouted, find stones. Large stones. Smash them. Smash those beasts' claws. Huh. Yes. Master. Hammer paused for a moment. Then quickly understood. Indeed. The force field is one way. They cannot enter from outside, but they can strike outward. Quick. Find stones. Big ones. Crush those wretched beasts. The hammer promptly summoned 2 slaves, and the trio began to search for suitable stones near the breach. Before long, a black stone, roughly the size of a basin, was grasped by the hammer. With a furious roar, he exerted all his strength and hurled it through the pale golden energy barrier at a corrupted claw beast that was frantically scratching at the force field. Bang! The stone struck accurately against the beast's massive claw, which glimmered with an eerie blue light. A howl of agony erupted from the corrupted claw beast, as its once proud claw was reduced to a gruesome mess, revealing shattered bone beneath the flesh. An eerie green flame flickered in its eye sockets, brimming with pain and rage. Splendid. Well done, old John exclaimed in excitement. The slaves, inspired by this display, began to seek out stones to join in the onslaught. Although their aim was poor and their strength lacking, the barrage of stones caused the beasts outside to falter, disrupting their rhythm of attack. Effective. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ranger's eyes. While the blows were not lethal, the disturbance was sufficient, as long as they could hold them off. The energy of the force field would gradually recover. Ilya, Raynor turned to the young girl. Can your power enhance the accuracy or potency of these stones? He recalled Ilya's affinity with nature. Ilya's emerald eyes sparkled. She approached a stone that a slave had picked up, preparing to throw, and gently placed her small hand upon it. A verdant light flowed into the stone like a gentle stream. Instantly, delicate green patterns, reminiscent of leaf veins, emerged upon the surface of the ordinary black stone. Give it to the big guy? Ilya pointed at the hammer. The hammer took the enchanted stone, feeling its warmth, as if imbued with a breath of life. With a mighty shout, he hurled it once more. Whoosh! The stone, now emanating a faint green glow, flew with uncanny precision towards another claw beast's head. Thud! This time, the result was dramatically different. The stone possessed a newfound penetrating power, shattering the beast's keratin-covered skull. Dark red blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The beast did not even have time to scream before it collapsed to the ground. My heavens! A miracle! The slaves were left in stunned disbelief. The hammer gazed at his hand, then at Ilya, his eyes filled with awe and fervor. This girl was nothing short of a goddess descended to earth. With Ilya's enchantment, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The slaves eagerly rushed to hand stones to Ilya for enchantment, while the hammer and 2 other strong slaves took charge of the throwing. Each stone, now glowing green, struck true against the vital points of the claw beasts. Though not every strike was fatal, the damage inflicted far exceeded that of ordinary stones. The horde of claw beasts outside was thrown into chaos. They emitted furious and terrified howls, abandoning their relentless assault on the breach to evade the lethal green glowing stones. Soon, after leaving several corpses behind, the remaining beasts, unwilling to concede, retreated into the swirling gray mist, vanishing from sight. The crisis has been temporarily averted. We have triumphed. The slaves erupted with joyous cheers of survival. Their gazes towards Ilya were filled with gratitude and veneration, while their looks at Reno brimmed with awe and trust. Hammer leaned on his spear, panting heavily, yet a victorious smile adorned his face. For the first time, he felt the exhilarating thrill of defending their homeland. Reno also exhaled in relief as he turned his gaze towards Ilya. The girl, having exerted her powers continuously, appeared even paler, her body swaying slightly. Reno quickly steadied her. Thank you, Ilya, Reno said sincerely. Without her strength, this crisis would never have been resolved so smoothly. Ilya weakly shook her head, yet a satisfied smile graced her face. It feels wonderful to help everyone. Her emerald eyes gazed longingly at the freshly sown land, filled with anticipation. Would the seeds sprout? They will, Reno assured confidently, his gaze sweeping over the jubilant slaves, the vigilant hammer, the emotionally overwhelmed old John, and finally resting on the warm yet steadfast glow of obsidian light atop the tower. They certainly will. At that moment, old John seemed to discover something, pointing outside the breach, near the corpse of the claw beast, exclaiming, "My lord, look, what is that?" Reno followed his direction and beheld, under the radiant glow of the force field, several resilient blades of tender green grass bravely breaking through the charred earth stained by the blood of the claw beasts. Though merely the size of a fingernail, their delicate leaves stood out vibrantly amidst the surrounding desolation, a striking symbol of life. Life flourishing defiantly in a land of death. Was it the residual power of Ilia's purification, or the awakening influence of the Obsidian Heart? Regardless, this was an immensely uplifting omen. Look, grass, green grass. The slaves, too, noticed and rushed to the edge of the force field, peering greedily at the few tender shoots beyond the luminous membrane. By the gods, something can truly grow here. We are saved. Blackstone Fortress is saved. Hope, akin to those tender sprouts breaking through the earth, quietly took root in the hearts of each individual. Reno gazed at that vibrant green, then looked down at the frail yet bright-eyed Ilia in his arms, a determined smile gracing his lips. The path to the revival of Blackstone Fortress, though fraught with thorns, had already sown the seeds of hope, and they would nurture it with their own hands until it grew into a towering tree. The darkness of the Crimson Rift would ultimately be torn apart by their own hands. Chapter 11. Germination. The contest of rye and decayed grass. The retreat of the decayed claw beasts was as fleeting as the ebbing tide. The courtyard square fell silent once more, save for the faint scorch marks on the mist-dissipating force field, silently narrating the perils that had just transpired. The air was thick with the stench of claw beast corpses and a hint of blood, but soon it was purified and dispersed by the power of the force field. The slaves slumped onto the cleared land where rye seeds had been sown, gasping for breath. The recent retaliatory strike had drained their already feeble strength. Yet each face radiated an unprecedented expression, a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. They had triumphed. They had repelled those terrifying monsters with stones. It felt like a dream. By the gods, we truly achieved it. A gaunt old slave murmured, tears glistening in his murky eyes. It is the Lord, and that green-eyed lady. Another younger slave excitedly pointed towards Elia, supported by Reno. Her power was nothing short of miraculous. Those stones seemed to possess eyes. Indeed, it was the Lord who led us. Hammer stood tall, wiping the sweat and blood from a cut sustained while moving stones from his face, and bellowed, henceforth, whoever dares to claim that Blackstone Fortress is a graveyard, I shall be the first to smash their dog's head with a stone. His words elicited a chorus of laughter and agreement, as the slaves gazed at Reno and Elia with eyes filled with awe and reliance. Reno felt this subtle shift. Fear had not vanished, but something known as hope and belonging was quietly blossoming within these forsaken souls. He gently patted Elia's shoulder, saying, "Rest now. You have expended too much energy." The girl's complexion was pale to the point of transparency, her emerald eyes dimmed considerably. The recent enchantment had evidently drained her strength. Elia weakly nodded, allowing old John to assist her as they made their way to a relatively clean corner of the main fortress, where a few thick burlap sacks had been laid down, serving as a makeshift bed. Reno then approached the patch of soil where seeds had been sown. The charred earth remained barren, covered by a thin layer of ashes left behind after Elia's divine purification. He crouched down, gently brushing aside the surface dust. A faint, almost imperceptible shade of tender green met his gaze. It was no illusion. At the spot where a few rye seeds were buried, the soil had been ever so slightly disturbed, and a slender sprout, thinner than a hair, was valiantly striving to break through the surface, although only a few were visible, and so fragile they seemed to be blown away by a single breath. This green hue was akin to a thunderclap piercing through a decade of darkness that had dominated this land. It sprouted. It truly sprouted. Observant slaves also noticed it, erupting into excited exclamations. A miracle. This is the blessing of the goddess of nature. It is the vitality brought by the Lord and the green-eyed lady. The crowd stirred once more, this time with pure joy and excitement. They cautiously gathered around, afraid to come too close lest they trample on this delicate hope. Each face shone with a nearly reverent glow. A warm current surged within Reno's heart. He gently caressed the barely perceptible green, feeling the faint pulse of life through his fingertips. This was not merely a few wheat sprouts. It was a symbol of the resurrection of Blackstone Fortress. It was their battle flag declaring war against this decayed land. Old John, standing tall, spoke with a calm yet commanding authority. From this day forth, this land shall be our field of hope. You shall oversee its care, inspecting it thrice daily, morning, noon, and night. No one is permitted to approach or trample upon it. When it requires watering, use the water we have brought, but be frugal. Yes, my lord, old John replied, his voice filled with fervor. I vow with my life to ensure that these precious seedlings suffer no harm. His excitement was palpable, his beard quivering as if he had received a sacred mission. Iron Hammer, Reno turned to the captain of the guard. Heighten our vigilance. The clawed beasts were merely testing us. They will not relent. Station guards and shifts along the perimeter of the force field, especially at the breaches and collapsed sections of the wall. If anything unusual occurs, raise the alarm immediately. Understood. My lord. Iron Hammer responded, his chest swelling with pride, his eyes glinting with the sharpness of a warrior. My men will patrol day and night. Not a single rotting claw shall breach our defenses. As Reno's gaze swept over the remaining slaves, he commanded, continue the cleanup. Remove all debris, rubble, and the carcasses of those clawed beasts from the square and transport them to the edge of the force field. We shall construct a low wall from them. Though it may not withstand the monsters, it will afford us precious moments to react. Yes, my lord. The slaves chorused, their voices brimming with vigor. No longer were they resigned to a fate of despair. They had transformed into warriors fighting for survival and their homeland. In the ensuing days, Blackstone Fortress entered a phase of tense, yet orderly revival. Under the continuous nourishment of Aaliyah's natural divine power, albeit only capable of purifying small patches of land at a time and requiring prolonged rest, the area of the Field of Hope gradually expanded to the size of half a basketball court. The tender green rye sprouts multiplied, still slender yet defiantly standing, stretching their leaves beneath the soft golden glow of the force field. Eagerly absorbing the scant life energy in the air, old John tended to them with the care one reserves for precious jewels, meticulously watering, aerating the soil, and even crafting a humble fence from branches to encircle them. Under Iron Hammer's leadership, the slaves constructed a haphazard yet half-height wall from rubble, shattered bones of the clawed beasts, and hardened clumps of decaying slime, positioning it at the breaches of the force field and several collapsed sections of the wall. Though unsightly, it provided a modicum of psychological comfort and a physical barrier. They also cleared portions of the main hall on the ground floor of the fortress, using broken planks and tattered cloth to create makeshift rooms that offered at least some shelter from the wind and rain, though there was neither wind nor rain. Only the stench of decay. Reno dedicated much of his energy to studying the system functions and planning the territory. The territory construction module presented detailed planning options: residential area, ground floor of the main fortress, under cleanup, capacity, 20, crowded. Upgrade requirements: timber, stone, labor. Agricultural area, east side of the forecourt, miniature, crops, rye, seedling stage. Status: barren, slowly improving. Upgrade requirements: expand purification area, fertilizer, none available. Irrigation facilities, none available. Defensive works, rubble wall, temporary. Defensive strength, negligible. Upgrade requirements: timber, for crafting wooden fences, stone, for repairing walls, metal, none at present. Resource gathering points, not discovered. Exploration of the surroundings required. Special structure, core altar, heart of obsidian. Status: activated, low power. Functions: fog dispersion field, core area. Basic defense matrix, low energy. Upgrade needs: energy core, none at present. Rare minerals, none at present. Prosperity has laboriously ascended from 0.5 to 0.8, although gradual. Every step is firmly grounded. The primary concerns remain food and water. The supply of black bread has been utterly depleted, leaving only thin gruel to sustain daily existence. The well has succumbed to deep corruption, rendering it unusable, and the remaining clean water is also on the verge of running out. The rye sprouts require considerable time to mature. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. It is imperative to locate a water source or engage in hunting. Reno stood atop the arrow tower, gazing at the swirling gray mist beyond the force field, his brow furrowed. Hunt corrupted creatures? Could such beings be consumed? The system warned that the flesh of corrupted beings harbors toxins and madness, leading ordinary individuals to swiftly mutate into new corpses. My lord, Ilya had appeared at his side. Her complexion still somewhat pale, yet her spirit had markedly improved. Her emerald eyes scanned the depths of the gray mist, imbued with a peculiar instinct. I sense water in that direction, along with an abundance of green life. She pointed toward the chasm behind the castle, shrouded in gray mist, steep and profound. Water? Green life? Reno felt a stir of hope. Ilya's innate perception of nature might provide guidance. How far? Is it dangerous? Ilya closed her eyes, concentrating intently. a hint of confusion crossing her delicate features. The water is near, but seems to be obstructed by something. The green life is vague, like a dream. There are many dangers, marked by red lights. On the minimap, in the direction Ilya indicated, a few scattered red skull icons emerged amidst the gray mist. And further away lay a vague, dark red area representing an unknown threat. Exploring the unknown region in search of water and food sources has become imperative. However, given their current strength, venturing beyond the safety of the fog dispersion field into the gray mist would be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. It appears that the issue of the gatekeepers must first be resolved. Reno's gaze landed on the minimap, fixating on the red skulls lingering at the edge of the force field, corrupted claw beasts roaming nearby, occasionally colliding with the barrier. They resembled hyenas scenting blood, unwilling to depart. Hammer. Reno's voice bore a chilling intent. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall venture forth to hunt. Chapter 12. The Hunt. The wails of corrupted claws and the purifying campfire, the mere mention of hunting sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Hunting in the Crimson Chasm? What prey? Those fearsome corrupted claw beasts? It was tantamount to delivering a feast to monsters. Yet, Reno's command was indisputable. By the following dawn, as the pale golden light of the fog dispersion field illuminated the courtyard, a small hunting party had assembled. Reno took the lead personally. He donned a relatively light set of leather armor, unearthed from Breno's belongings. With a finely tempered longsword hanging at his waist and a sturdy wooden shield in his left hand. His fighting spirit, rejuvenated after several days of rest and nourished by the Obsidian Heart, had returned to its peak condition. Although he was merely at the first level, it was better than nothing. The hammer was the main force, clad in half a chainmail salvaged from a deceased guard. He wielded a brilliantly polished spear and bore a hand axe at his side, his expression tense yet exhilarated. As the newly appointed captain of the guard, he felt compelled to prove his worth. Ilya insisted on accompanying them. She had changed into a relatively clean linen dress, fashioned from old clothes by old John, and wore a woolen cloak gifted by Reno. Her delicate face still lacked color, yet her emerald eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. My strength can help you find them and ensure that the stones fly more accurately, she whispered, her voice resolute. Additionally, there were two relatively bold and sturdy slaves selected by the hammer, named Big Hammer and Stone, names bestowed by the hammer himself. Armed with rudimentary weapons, a wooden stick bound with sharp stones, and a makeshift shield crafted from cart planks, they bore expressions etched with fear. Yet deep within their eyes flickered a sense of chosen, almost tragic glory. Listen, Reno's gaze swept over the group, his voice low and powerful. Our target is the few wandering claw beasts outside the force field. They are isolated. This is our opportunity. Ilya will guide the way, the hammer will lead the assault. And Big Hammer and Stone will provide cover and distraction with thrown stones. I will support from the center. He paused, emphasizing his next words. Remember, do not stray more than 50 paces from the edge of the force field. If anything goes awry, retreat immediately. Your lives are worth far more than a few claw beasts. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. The hammer responded proudly. Certainly. Big Hammer and Stone stammered. Yet they nodded vigorously. Good. Reno inhaled deeply, feeling the chilling stillness of the gray mist outside the force field. Let us proceed. He stepped forward first, followed closely by the hammer, then Ilya, and lastly Big Hammer and Stone. As they passed through the pale golden membrane of light, a bone-chilling cold and a strong stench enveloped them instantaneously. The gray mist thickened like viscous liquid, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. A stifling silence and a palpable sense of malevolence surged from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. 30 paces to the left, Ilya's voice resonated through the mist, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Her green pupils glimmered faintly in the fog, like guiding green lights. Reno promptly summoned a small map and indeed spotted two crimson skull icons flickering in the left foreground. Hammer, prepare, he bellowed. A low growl echoed through the mist. Seemingly aware of the approaching prey, suddenly, two distorted shadows burst through the thick fog, charging forth. They were two corrupted claw beasts. Hungry flames burned in their ghostly green eye sockets, and their sharp claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Throw the stones, Reno commanded fiercely. Hey! With unwavering courage, the hammer and the stone resolutely hurled the rocks in their hands towards the oncoming clawed beasts. The stones struck the hardened carapace of the creatures, producing a dull thud. Although they inflicted no harm, they successfully captured the beast's attention. You vile creatures, look here, Iron Hammer bellowed. As his spear lunged forth like a venomous serpent, targeting one of the clawed beast's comparatively vulnerable eyes. Clang! The beast reacted with astonishing speed, its massive claw deftly swatting the spear aside, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force jolted Iron Hammer's hand, nearly causing him to lose grip on the spear. In that moment, another clawed beast lunged towards Iron Hammer's side. Get away! Reno sprang into action, his form a blur as he thrust his shield forward. Bang! The shield collided forcefully with the beast's side, and Reno felt an immense power surge through him, his arm tingling as he was knocked back unsteadily. Yet, this impact successfully diverted the beast's attack, its sharp claws grazing Iron Hammer's chainmail, igniting a shower of sparks. That was close, Iron Hammer exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, as he roared and thrust the spear once more, pushing back the beast before him. Ilya, Reno shouted. Yes, Ilya waved her small hand, enveloping several fragments of stone on the ground in a verdant glow. The surfaces of the stones instantaneously bore intricate vein-like patterns. With a mighty heave, Reno seized an enchanted stone and hurled it with all his might towards the beast lunging at Iron Hammer. Whoosh! Thump! The enchanted stone struck true against the beast's scapula. This time, the force was far greater than before. The stone seemed to possess an armor-piercing quality, shattering the tough carapace and embedding itself deep within the rotting flesh. Dark crimson ichor spurted forth. A howl of anguish erupted from the clawed beast, its movements faltering momentarily. Now is our chance. A fierce glint flashed in Iron Hammer's eyes, as he seized the fleeting opportunity to thrust his spear with lightning speed, again aiming for the eye. Thud! The spear pierced the murky green eye socket, and a torrent of foul blood and viscous fluid gushed forth. The beast let out an even more harrowing scream, thrashing wildly as it swept Iron Hammer, spear and all, through the air. Iron Hammer! Reno gasped in alarm, rushing forward to provide cover. Seeing its companion grievously wounded, another clawed beast became even more frenzied, recklessly lunging towards the fallen Iron Hammer. Smash it! Quickly smash it! The hammer and the stone were terrified, yet upon witnessing their captain in peril, they summoned their last vestiges of courage, picking up the enchanted stones scattered on the ground and hurling them desperately at the beast. Thud, thud, thud! The enchanted stones rained down upon the beast. Although they could not deliver a fatal blow, the pain contorted its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Reno charged to Iron Hammer's side, resolutely using his shield to block the beast's lethal claws. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp claws scraped violently against the shield, producing a cacophony of screeching sounds. Wood splintered. The iron-wrapped edges were deeply gouged. The tremendous force numbed Reno's arms, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip on the shield. My lord! Iron Hammer struggled to rise, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his eyes blazed with a fervent madness, yearning to fight back. He retrieved the fallen hand axe, roaring as he lunged forth, striking down fiercely at the joint of the beast's leg. Crack! The battle axe, imbued with fighting spirit, unleashed astonishing power. With a fierce determination, the claw beast's leg was severed. A roar echoed as the creature lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Raynor plunged his sword deep into its remaining eye, as if it were a venomous serpent striking its prey. Dark blood gushed forth. The claw beast convulsed violently for a few moments before falling utterly still. Meanwhile, the other claw beast, blinded and disoriented, succumbed to the relentless assault of the hammer and stone. The Iron Hammer found its chance, cleaving the beast's skull in a single stroke. The battle concluded. Two second-tier corrupted claw beasts lay lifeless upon the ground. The Iron Hammer leaned heavily on his battle axe, gasping for breath, his chainmail torn in several places, blood seeping profusely. The hammer and stone collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of water. Raynor too felt the fatigue in his arms, having expended a significant amount of his energy. Have we triumphed? Stone murmured in disbelief as he gazed at the fallen monstrosities. Indeed, we have vanquished too, the hammer exclaimed, his fists raised in exhilaration. Ilya approached at a brisk pace, a verdant glow enveloping the Iron Hammer's wounds. While immediate healing was not possible, the bleeding swiftly ceased, and the pain was significantly alleviated. Thank you, my lady, the hammer expressed gratefully. Raynor surveyed the fallen claw beasts before casting his gaze into the depths of the gray mist. On the small map, several red dots seemed to have been stirred by the commotion, slowly drawing nearer. This place is no longer safe. Gather the spoils. We must retreat, Raynor commanded decisively. Spoils. The hammer was momentarily taken aback. The claws cut off their sharpest pair. Raynor pointed to the claw beast's forelimbs, which shimmered with an eerie azure light. and check if there are any luminous stones within their heads. He recalled that Field had once discovered a magic core within a corrupted creature. The hammer and the stone immediately set to work. The claws of the beast were remarkably hard, and it took considerable effort to sever 4 of the most intact ones. As the hammer split open one of the claw beast's skulls, he joyfully exclaimed, "My lord, there's something." He produced a murky crystal the size of a pigeon egg, emanating a faint dark red glow, its surface adorned with bizarre patterns. Item: inferior corrupted magic core. Type: material energy source. Effect: contains weak corrupted energy, unstable. Can be used for low-level enchantments, high risk, or to power certain magical devices. Requires purification. Value: low. A remarkable find. Rainer's eyes brightened. Despite its low quality, it was still a magic core. Let us take it all. Retreat. The group, weary yet determined, hastily retreated back into the pale golden mist barrier. As they passed through the shimmering membrane, the suffocating stench and chill dissipated, replaced by warmth and freshness. All collapsed to the ground, gasping for the clean air. Count the spoils, Rainer commanded. The 4 sharp claws of the claw beasts resembled natural curved blades, gleaming with an eerie azure light, far superior to the makeshift spears and wooden sticks crafted by the slaves. An inferior corrupted magic core, though its energy was chaotic, was still a valuable acquisition. Hammer. Find a sturdy stick and bind these claws to create spearheads. Distribute them to the hammer and stone. Rainer instructed. Yes, my lord. The hammer responded enthusiastically. With this weapon in hand, the next battle shall be imbued with newfound confidence. As for the dark red magic core that Reno lifted, he could feel the turbulent and malevolent energy pulsating within. To utilize it directly? The risks are too great. To discard it? Such an action would be a waste. Elia. Reno turned to the young girl. Is your power capable of purifying it? Much like how you cleanse the land. Elia, intrigued, took the magic core and examined it closely with her emerald eyes. She attempted to inject a faint green light into it. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the surface of the core. The dark red radiance flickered violently, as if resisting her efforts. A chilling and brutal psychic backlash surged back through the green light. "Ah!" Elia exclaimed, her small hand trembling, nearly dropping the magic core. Her face paled further, a flicker of pain crossing her features. "No." Reno quickly steadied her, realizing the peril of the object. "It is far too wicked. Do not force it." He gazed at Elia with concern, silently chiding himself for his impatience. "It's all right." Elia shook her head, still apprehensive as she regarded the magic core, which seemed to brim with malevolence, as if it were alive and resistant. "Let's put it away for now." Reno stored the magic core in the system's repository, severing its ominous aura. There would be time to address it later. As night descended, though the sky remained shrouded in gray, the light within the force field naturally dimmed. The central square was illuminated by a bonfire. The fuel consisted of decayed wood and the dried hides of claw beasts cleared during the day. The flames dispelled the darkness and brought a touch of warmth. The slaves gathered around the fire, sharing thin bowls of wheat porridge. Though still unsated, the atmosphere was markedly lighter than before. They watched as the trio of blacksmiths animatedly demonstrated their newly crafted claw spears, excitedly recounting the day's battles. Their faces no longer wore the mask of numb despair, but rather reflected a glimmer of vitality and hope. Seated beside the bonfire, Reno observed the flickering flames, then glanced at the tranquil fields of hope slumbering beneath the night sky. The tender green rye sprouts cast elongated shadows in the firelight, resilient and unwavering. He picked up a stick and stirred the embers, the crackling flames illuminating his profound gaze. Hunting claw beasts was merely the first step, purifying the magic core, discovering a water source, expanding the farmland, and restoring the castle lay ahead, a path still fraught with peril and uncertainty. Yet, at the very least, the bonfire had been ignited. Hope was defiantly taking root in this accursed land. He believed that one day, this spark would ignite a conflagration that would engulf the entire Crimson Rift. Chapter 13. The Rift. Whispers from the depths and uninvited guests' life at Blackstone Fortress unfolded in a taut, gradually awakening rhythm. The pale golden force field resembled a fragile shell, safeguarding the faint yet tenacious life within. The rye sprouts in the fields of hope had grown another inch, their delicate green leaves unfurling under the glow of the force field. Though still feeble, they evoked genuine joy in every slave who beheld them. Old John vigilantly tended to this patch of land, carefully watering it with precious clean water, which was nearly depleted, each day, even sleeping beside the furrows at night, fearful of any misstep. The hammer, accompanied by a hefty mallet and a stone, alongside 2 newly emboldened slaves, patrolled day and night at the periphery of the force field. Armed with newly crafted beast claw spears and rudimentary wooden shields, they cleared the remnants of clawed beasts from the breach, reinforced the low stone walls, and even attempted to fashion a makeshift gate from stout wooden stakes and vines scavenged from the wreckage of a cart, offering at least a semblance of security despite its crude construction. Most of the time, Rayner remained in the cleared hall on the first floor of the castle's keep, which had become a temporary command center and residence. He meticulously studied the system panel, contemplating the future of the territory, his brow furrowing increasingly. The gravest threat did not stem from the roving, corrupted creatures outside, but rather from within. Water was running perilously low. The last of the clean water would suffice for only 2 more days of thin gruel. Without water, survival beyond 3 days was impossible. Without water, the rye sprouts would wither rapidly, and the flickering hope would be extinguished in an instant. A source of water must be found. Rayner's fingers tapped against the rough stone table, constructed from rubble, his gaze shifting once more to the well deep within the castle, marked as heavily corrupted. It was the only known water source, yet it posed the most perilous option. "Aaliyah," he called, looking at the girl seated in the corner, her eyes closed in recovery. "Can you sense anything from that well?" Aaliyah opened her verdant eyes and gazed towards the shadowy, foul-smelling passage leading to the underground well. She concentrated for a moment, a hint of confusion and unease crossing her delicate features. "There is water, much water," she murmured, her brow furrowed, "but it is black, like ink, filled with malice and agony. There are many, many voices weeping below." Her description sent a shiver down the spines of both Old John and the Hammer. The corrupted well sounded like an entrance to hell. Rayner's heart sank. Purifying the entire well? Given Aaliyah's current state of recovery, it seemed a formidable task. Furthermore, the unknown conditions below posed a significant risk for a hasty descent. "Master," at that moment, the slave Stone, tasked with watching from the heights of the castle, came tumbling in, panic etched across his face. "There is something outside the force field. It's not a monster. It's a person. Person." Startled, everyone reacted in shock. In the depths of the crimson chasm, how could there be any living soul besides them? Rayner immediately rose, hastily exiting the keep and ascending the crumbling watchtower, with the Hammer and Aaliyah trailing closely behind. From atop the tower, Rayner gazed beyond the force field. Gray mist swirled, shrouding visibility. Yet, on the minimap, an exceedingly faint light, wavering between gray and white, was slowly moving at the edge of the force field. It was neither a hostile red nor a friendly green. There, the Hammer, with keen eyes, pointed towards the direction of a collapsed section of the city wall. Approximately 100 meters away, amidst the obscuring fog, a frail, staggering figure was laboriously making its way towards the Blackstone fortress, taking hesitant steps in a perilous dance between deep and shallow footing. The figure before them was clad in tattered, filthy leather armor. Draped beneath a cloak so faded its original hue was nearly indiscernible. The hood was pulled low, obscuring the features of the individual. Their gait was unsteady, as if they might collapse at any moment, and they appeared to lean upon a gnarled wooden staff. A solitary person? Reynolds furrowed his brow in concern. How could one possibly survive in the depths of the Crimson Rift, and fortuitously stumble upon Blackstone Fortress? "My lord, exercise caution. There may be treachery afoot." Hammer gripped his spear tightly, wary of a potential ruse by a corrupted creature or an agent of another lord. Reynolds remained silent, fixated on the shadowy figure. The glowing dot on the minimap had not turned red, indicating a lack of immediate hostility. The figure seemed to have noticed the fortress and the faint golden shimmer of the protective barrier. They paused momentarily, as if assessing the situation, before laboriously continuing towards the energy field. Closer they drew, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Finally, within 20 meters of the barrier, the figure appeared to exhaust their last vestige of strength, faltering and collapsing to the ground, the staff rolling away. They struggled to rise, but seemed utterly defeated. "Is he beyond saving?" A flicker of compassion crossed Ilya's verdant gaze. Reynolds' eyes flickered with uncertainty. Was this a trap or a genuine victim of misfortune? "Hammer, take 2 men and accompany me outside. Remain vigilant," Reynolds commanded decisively. He could not stand idly by while someone perished. Yet he could not jeopardize the safety of his entire domain. "Yes," Hammer replied, tension etched across his features as he summoned the anxious Stone and Big Hammer. The trio donned rudimentary protective gear, reinforced with additional layers of fabric, grasped their weapons, and cautiously traversed the shimmering barrier. Once again, they were enveloped by a haze of decay and miasma. Reynolds gestured for Hammer and the others to spread out in a fan shape, maintaining a watchful guard, while he approached the fallen figure with deliberate caution. Pausing within 10 paces, he leveled his sword towards the ground and in a commanding tone, demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The figure stirred slightly, emitting a weak, rasping cough reminiscent of a deflating bellows. They struggled to lift their head. The hood slipped away, revealing a visage both shocking and haunting. It appeared to be a youthful face, yet marred by filth and profound weariness. Most striking was the left side of their cheek and neck, marred by an eerie, dark purple scar, akin to a burn that had become infected and rotten. The edges of the scar oozed a viscous black liquid, exuding a faint stench of decay. However, the right side of their face remained relatively unscathed, with deep-set eyes like obsidian, now fixated on Reynolds through disheveled strands of hair, brimming with profound anguish, despair, and a faint, imploring glimmer of disbelief. "Water, I beg you." Just a drop of water. The voice emerged hoarsely, nearly unrecognizable. "I escaped from the nest of rot." The mention of the nest of rot sent a jolt through Reynolds' mind. He had never encountered such a name, yet it resonated with an ominous foreboding. Moreover, the corruption scars upon this individual bear a resemblance to those of the corrupted creatures, yet they exhibit notable differences. "Have you been injured? Corrupted?" Reynolds maintained a cautious distance, his tone laced with vigilance. The person nodded weakly before shaking their head, their eyes brimming with terror. "No, it is their breeder. They use us for experiments." As if recollecting a profoundly horrifying experience, their body trembled violently, and they abruptly tore open their tattered garments. What lay beneath was a chest, an abdomen riddled with even more ghastly, stitch-like dark purple scars. In certain areas, tiny shards of black crystals, glimmering with an eerie light, were embedded within. A potent aura of corruption surged forth. The three behind him gasped in shock, instinctively retreating a step while gripping their weapons tightly. The sight was utterly horrifying. Reynolds felt a chill run down his spine. Experiments? Breeder? Could there be even more sinister forces lurking within the depths of this crimson rift? "Help me." The individual extended a frail, scarred hand toward Reynolds, their eyes pleading with desperation. "I know how to find the pure water. There is a hidden river beneath." Pure water. Hidden river. These two phrases struck Reynolds like a bolt of lightning. They were precisely what they so desperately needed. Was it mere coincidence or a sinister plot? Reynolds fixed his gaze intently upon the person's eyes. Within those obsidian depths lay a profound agony and despair, an overwhelming fear that seemed to emanate from the very soul. Unmistakably genuine. Moreover, the light spots on the small map remained unchanged, not turning red. "Let us take a gamble." Reynolds inhaled deeply, sheathing his sword as he stepped forward. He gestured for his companions to assist. "Bring him in. Be cautious, do not touch his wounds," Reynolds commanded, regardless of who this person was. The information they possessed could prove crucial. Hammer and Big Hammer, suppressing their nausea and fear, carefully lifted the almost weightless body. Upon contact, they could distinctly feel the coldness and slight tremors of the individual. The group swiftly retreated within the fog dispersal force field. As they passed through the shimmering membrane of light, the gravely wounded person seemed to sense the relatively pure aura within the force field, emitting a faint, sigh-like groan before their head tilted, and they fell into complete unconsciousness. "Old John, bring some water." "The last bit," Reynolds called out, meticulously examining the unexpected guest. Upon closer inspection, the scars were even more harrowing. The dark purple flesh appeared to writhe slightly, emanating an unsettling aura. The embedded black crystal fragments pulsed with faint waves of corrupt energy. "Sir," Old John arrived, trembling as he carried the last small bowl of clear water, his hands shaking at the sight. He won't turn into a monster, will he?" "Ilya," Reynolds turned to the young girl. "Can you sense anything?" Ilya stepped forward, her emerald eyes scrutinizing the scars upon the unconscious individual, her delicate face etched with gravity and a hint of sorrow. She extended her hand, a verdant light slowly enveloping one of the relatively minor scars. As the green light made contact with the scar, a faint sound reminiscent of corrosion resonated in the air. The scar twitched violently, as if it possessed a will of its own, resisting purification. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the victim emitted pained groans. Ilya quickly withdrew her hand, her complexion paling, eyes wide with terror. "No, my lord, his body has been deeply eroded by corruptive forces. Unlike the land, his flesh seems to have intertwined with these powers. Forcing purification might be fatal to him." "Deeply eroded? Intertwined with flesh?" A sense of foreboding enveloped Reynolds. This indicated that the survivor was not only a significant source of pollution, but also an exceedingly fragile existence. "First, give him some water to preserve his life," Reynolds commanded in a grave tone. "Hammer, find a sturdy rope and bind him securely. Confine him to that corner where debris is piled." No one shall approach without my command. Understood. Though a chill ran through Hammer, he complied with the order diligently. Watching the unconscious figure being carried away, Renaud's heart felt unbearably heavy. A clue to the water source had emerged, accompanied by an immense trouble and unknown peril. The nest of decay, the breeder, human experimentation, profound corruption. The darkness of the Crimson Rift was far more profound and terrifying than he had imagined. Was this unwelcome guest a beacon of hope amid despair, or a Pandora's box ushering in deeper calamities? Chapter 14, Whispers. Syra's memories and the map of the Dark River. The unwelcome guest was placed in a secluded corner of the main fortress's first floor, a repository for discarded stones and rotten wood. Hammer securely bound the individual's hands and feet with robust hemp rope, additionally fastening them to several stone stalagmites in the corner. Despite this, the guards, terrified by the sight of the person's subtly writhing, grotesque scar, dared not approach, casting only furtive glances from a distance. Old John cautiously dripped the last bit of fresh water onto the parched, cracked lips of the individual. The water seemed to have some effect. The unconscious person's throat moved slightly, producing a faint swallowing sound, yet they did not awaken. Renaud stood not far off, his brow furrowed. Ilia stood beside him, her emerald eyes reflecting a blend of worry and sorrow as she gazed upon the tormented figure. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Old John asked anxiously. "The water has completely run out, and this person is—" "Wait until he awakens," Renaud replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "We need the information within his mind." He glanced at the system panel. The territory status remained at 08, and prosperity had slightly fluctuated due to the depletion of fresh water and the emergence of this uncertain factor. Time dragged on in a suffocating silence. The gray mist outside the force field continued to swirl, occasionally revealing one or two red skull insignias hovering at the edges. Yet perhaps due to the prior hunting's intimidation, they did not attempt to breach the force field again. Several hours later, as the light within the force field dimmed to its gloomiest, simulating night, the figure in the corner finally emitted a painful groan and slowly opened their eyes. What a pair of eyes they were, deep set in their sockets. The obsidian-like pupils initially brimmed with confusion and fear, before abruptly sharpening into focus, scanning the surroundings with a watchful gaze. Upon catching sight of the faint golden force field dome and sensing the relatively pure air, a fleeting glimmer of disbelief washed over them. Ultimately, their gaze fixed upon Reno, who stood a short distance away. The voice from Blackstone Keep remained hoarse, yet clearer than before, imbued with a peculiar, almost unfamiliar hesitance as if it had not spoken in ages. "Are you the new lord?" "I am Reno Blackthorn, the lord of Blackstone Keep," he replied, stepping closer while maintaining a safe distance, his eyes calmly scrutinizing the figure before him. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What are the rotting nest and the breeders? And what of the pure water and the dark river you mentioned?" A barrage of questions unleashed a fresh wave of pain and fear in the person's eyes, causing their body to instinctively curl inwards, as if the very words bore a dreadful enchantment. They remained silent for a moment, seemingly gathering strength, or perhaps grappling with the decision to recall those horrific memories. "My name is Syra," they finally uttered, their voice deep and despairing, devoid of a surname or perhaps forgotten. "I come from the rotting nest, a place deep within the rift. The breeders, they are monsters, madmen. They capture the living and experiment on us with corrupted power." Syra's voice trembled, laden with anguish. "They seek to create a new species capable of controlling corruption or even coexisting with it. Those deemed failures, like me, are discarded or turned into fodder." They lifted their bound hands, laboriously pointing to the terrifying scars and embedded black crystals on their chest. "These are fragments of corrupted biological organs sewn onto me. They are slowly consuming me, yet they also allow me to vaguely sense the emotions of some corrupted beings. Human experimentation, creating controllable corrupted monsters." A chill crawled up Renaud's spine. This was even more deranged and malevolent than he had imagined. "How did you escape?" he pressed. "Revolt." A flicker of a rebellious light danced in Syra's dark eyes. A new batch of materials was brought in, and among them was a powerful individual. They incited chaos, and I seized the opportunity to crawl out and hide. I don't know how long I wandered, but when I saw light, their account was simple. Yet the despair and peril embedded within it left all present feeling their hearts race. "What of the pure water and the dark river?" Reno posed the pivotal question. Syra inhaled deeply, as if summoning immense courage to recall the memory. "In the nest, I was forced to participate in excavation. I overheard the breeders mention a dark river deep beneath Blackstone Keep that has not been entirely polluted, but they could not locate a safe entrance. There are dangerous entities guarding the area around the dark river. Below Blackstone Keep, There is a dark river. Reno's heart leapt. This corroborated Ilya's perception. Where is the entrance? How can we find it? Reno's voice took on a note of urgency. Syra shook her head with difficulty. I am unaware of the specific entrance. But I overheard them mention a location beneath the cliffs on the western side of the castle, where an ancient crevice, blocked by massive stones, may lead down below. However, I have never been there, so I cannot ascertain its authenticity. The cliffs on the western side of the castle. Reno immediately pulled up a small map. The area representing the western side of the castle was depicted as a deep gray unknown region, its edges marked by a steep drop line indicating the cliffs, which exceeded the coverage of the current mist-repelling force field, teeming with peril. As for the pure water, Cyrus' gaze dimmed. I can faintly sense the water vein, but I must be very close to it. The clues had emerged, albeit still vague, pointing towards an even more dangerous area. Reno fell silent for a moment, observing Cyrus' tormented body and pleading eyes. This individual was a tragedy in themselves, a survivor who had clawed their way out of hell. The information they provided was crucial, yet they also posed a significant risk. Old John, give him some porridge, Reno finally commanded. Keep him bound and under watch for now. Yes, my lord. Old John hurried to comply. Reno stepped aside, and Ilya followed closely. My lord, do you trust him? Ilya asked softly, her emerald eyes filled with sympathy and concern. The information is likely true. One cannot feign such suffering, Reno replied quietly, but his condition is highly unstable. The corrupted fragments embedded in his body are a ticking time bomb. We must locate the water source swiftly before deciding how to deal with him. He gazed towards the western cliffs, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The ancient crevice beneath the cliffs was guarded by dangerous sentinels, and a new challenge was already upon them. Hammer. Reno's voice regained its firmness. Prepare the ropes and torches. Tomorrow morning, we shall investigate the western cliffs. The quest for the hidden river was about to commence. Cyrus' arrival was like a stone cast into still waters, destined to stir new ripples across this recently tranquil territory. What impact would the horrific memories of the rotting nest and the nurturers have on Blackstone Castle? Chapter 15. The Precipice. The lethal teeth beneath the rock shell and Cyrus' mutation, the dawn light, simulated within the force field, pierced through the gloom, casting a delicate golden hue over the forecourt of Blackstone Castle. The air still bore the chilling silence characteristic of the corrupted lands. Yet the fragrant aroma of flora, residuals of Ilya's divine power, valiantly countered it. Reno stood at the edge of the collapsed western wall of the main fortress, with an unfathomable chasm yawning beneath his feet. The swirling gray mist resembled boiling milk, obscuring his vision. He could only hear the heart-pounding rush of wind below and a faint, deep growl akin to the grinding of rocks. On the small map, the area beneath the cliffs was represented by a disconcerting deep gray, with sporadic flickers of crimson skull icons at its edges. My lord, the ropes are secured. Ironhammer's voice carried a hint of tension. He, along with De Chue and Shur united their efforts to securely bind several crude ropes, fashioned from horse reins, vines, and tattered cloth strips, to the massive stone spikes embedded in the city wall's foundation. The other end of the ropes dangled into the swirling gray mist below, vanishing beyond the horizon of sight. Check your gear, Raynor commanded in a low voice. At his waist hung a finely crafted steel sword. His left hand grasped a sturdy ironwood shield, and his right hand wielded a sharpened hardwood spear, hastily fashioned. Ironhammer held a beast-claw spear and a short-handled battle-axe, while De Chue and Shur carried wooden sticks affixed with sharp stones and rudimentary wooden shields. Ilya stood behind Raynor, her small face taut, her emerald eyes vigilantly scanning the abyss. She carried a small pouch, sewn from tattered cloth, containing several stones she had enchanted in advance. Most peculiar was Syra, whose wrists remained bound by a length of twine. The rope at her ankles had been temporarily loosened, and was personally overseen by Ironhammer. Her face was obscured by grime and fatigue, yet her obsidian-like eyes were intensely focused on the depths of the abyss, her body trembling ever so slightly. Whether from fear or some instinctual perception remained uncertain. Syra, Raynor inquired, are you certain the entrance lies below? Can you sense anything? Syra inhaled deeply, her hoarse voice tinged with uncertainty. It feels hazy. There are many living things below, and the ripples of water are faint, obstructed by stone. My lord, it is too perilous. Old John interjected anxiously. There are monsters down there. Moreover, this rope. Raynor interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The water has receded. We must either descend in search of survival or await our demise here. Old John, you stay behind with your men, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Ilya, stay close to me. Ilya nodded vigorously, her small hand clutching Rainer's garment tightly. Iron Hammer. You take Syra in the middle. Dechue, sure too, you bring up the rear. Remain vigilant and look out for one another. With that, Rainer seized the rope first, took a deep breath, and slid down. The frigid gray mist enveloped him instantly, the stench assaulting his nostrils. The rope felt coarse, chafing against his palms with a stinging pain. Below lay an endless darkness accompanied by the howling wind, as if a monstrous maw awaited to consume him. Rainer gritted his teeth, steadying his form, controlling his descent. Iron Hammer followed closely, one hand gripping the rope while the other held his beast claw spear, all the while keeping an eye on Syra, who was tied to him by the rope around her waist. Syra's body felt unusually light, nearly weightless as she slid down. But her eyes remained fixed on the abyss below, a suppressed, beast-like growl emanating from her throat. Dechue and Shirtu also gritted their teeth as they descended, their faces pale, yet imbued with a fierce determination. After sliding approximately 30 meters, the gray mist thinned somewhat, utilizing the faint glow filtering down from above. Rainer surveyed his surroundings. The steep black rock walls were coated with slick moss and twisted vines, many areas covered in a thick, dark red viscous substance reminiscent of dried blood. The rock face was riddled with cracks and holes of various sizes, some of which glimmered with eerie green or red lights, resembling the eyes of lurking monsters. Stop! Reno suddenly let out a low shout, his body tensing abruptly. Not far below, a massive black rock platform emerged into view. At the edge of this platform, where it connected to the rock wall, there lay a deep chasm, approximately 2 persons wide, choked with countless fragments of stone and enormous bones. This was the ancient fissure entrance that Selah had spoken of. However, just as they were about to reach the platform, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack, crack. A series of excruciatingly grating sounds of rocks splintering echoed from within the cliff. Immediately after, several enormous boulders at the edge of the platform were violently thrust aside. Shadows, dark red and enveloped in thick chitinous armor, burst forth from the earth. They were a type of corrupted creature never before witnessed. Resembling colossal pangolins, yet the size of calves, they were entirely covered in a dark red shell, akin to the thick armor formed by cooling lava, with serrated, sharp, bony spikes sprouting from the edges. Their triangular heads bore no eyes, only a gaping maw filled with spiraled, razor-like teeth. Their stout limbs ended in enormous claws that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Name: Rockshell Burrowing Worm, Corrupted Mutant. Level: Tier 2, Swarm. Traits: Heavy Armor, Extremely High Physical Defense, Burrowing Puncture, Capable of Rapid Excavation of Rock, Acid Spray, Corrosive. Resonance Perception, Extremely Sensitive to Vibrations. Threat Level: High. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from the foremost burrowing worm, its spiral maw opening wide as a stream of dark green. Pungent, acidic slime shot forth like a high-pressure water jet towards the sliding Reno and his companions. Be careful. Reno's pupils constricted sharply as he forcefully kicked off the rock wall, twisting his body midair while shielding himself with his shield. Sizzle. The acid splashed violently against the shield, eliciting a horrific sound of corrosion. The ironclad wooden shield instantly erupted in thick white smoke as the resilient wood charred and carbonized at a visible rate. Reno felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, leaving it numb, nearly causing him to lose grip. The stones behind him were unable to evade in time, and the acid splattered onto his wooden shield, instantly burning a large hole through it. A few drops of acid splashed onto his arm, producing a hissing sound as his skin reddened and ulcerated instantaneously. He let out a piercing scream of agony. Throw stones. Crush them, Iron Hammer bellowed, steadying the rope with one hand while fiercely hurling the beast claw spear towards one of the burrowing worms. Simultaneously, the hammer, suppressing his fear, seized an enchanted stone and brought it down with all his might. Clang! The beast claw spear struck the burrowing worm's heavy shell, leaving merely a faint white mark. The enchanted stone crashed against another burrowing worm's carapace, causing a flicker of green light and a small explosion of debris, yet the shell remained unscathed. Damn it! It's too hard. Iron Hammer cursed. The burrowing worms appeared enraged, spewing forth more acidic liquid. At the same time, their colossal claws scraped violently against the rock wall, sending fragments flying. The entire platform trembled. Ilya, bind their legs, Reno shouted while desperately dodging the acid, his descent accelerating as he attempted to reach the platform as swiftly as possible. All right. Ilya's face turned pale, yet her gaze remained resolute. She pressed her hands against the rocky wall as an emerald glow surged violently into her. Countless ethereal vines burst forth from the moss-covered surface, entwining themselves around the limbs and joints of the burrowing worm. Roar! The worm, ensnared by the vines, faltered and emitted an enraged shriek. It thrashed wildly, the vines tearing apart inch by inch. Yet, Elias' strength afforded Reno precious time. Bang! Reno finally landed heavily on the platform. He rolled to evade a spray of acidic liquid, drawing his sword with force, and struck fiercely at the relatively vulnerable junction of the worm's abdomen, which was momentarily bound by the vines. Clang! Sparks flew. The sword only left a deep gash on the exoskeleton, failing to penetrate. The tremendous recoil caused Reno's hands to bleed. The weak points lie at the joints and beneath the abdomen. Sarah's hoarse voice suddenly echoed, imbued with a peculiar resonant sharpness, urging him to deliver a heavy blow. Shatter them. Reno's heart stirred. A heavy strike? His gaze swept across the platform, landing upon a black rock the size of a grinding stone. A hammer. A great hammer. Help me. Reno roared, charging towards the massive stone. The hammer and the great hammer immediately understood, and the three of them combined their strength, using spears and wooden rods as levers, bellowing as they pried the colossal rock. Rumbling, the stone rolled, crashing down with tremendous force upon a burrowing worm that was spewing acid. Bang crack! A deafening thud resounded. The boulder struck precisely on the worm's back. The terrifying impact instantly crushed its heavy shell. Dark red shards of exoskeleton and dark green viscera splattered everywhere. The worm was reduced to a pulp without even a scream escaping its lips. Effective. The hammer rejoiced. Again, a fierce light flickered in Reno's eyes as he sought another target. However, the death of their companion enraged the remaining burrowing worms completely. They ceased their acid sprays, instead emitting even higher, shrill screeches. The cacophony resonated with a peculiar frequency. Buzz. The entire rocky wall began to tremble violently. Debris fell from the platform's edge. Larger fissures spread across the rock face. Not good. They are summoning reinforcements. Quickly, into the crevice. Reno's expression changed dramatically. Just then, Sarah, sheltered behind the hammer, began to convulse violently. She, let out a cry that was far from human, filled with agony. The dark purple scars on her chest and abdomen writhed frantically. The embedded black crystal shards erupted with a blinding dark red light. A turbulent, chaotic, and malevolent wave of corrupt energy surged forth from her body like a storm. Sarah's eyes were instantly filled with the dark red glow. She violently broke free from the hammer's restraints, the ropes snapping inch by inch under the force of the energy, lunging madly towards the nearest burrowing worm. The speed was astonishing. Sarah! Reno gasped in horror. The worm, feeling threatened, let out a terrified screech, its massive claws striking fiercely at Sarah. Thud! The sharp, clawed appendages effortlessly tore through Sarah's tattered leather armor, inflicting 3 horrific wounds upon his frail chest, exposing the bone beneath. Dark crimson blood, mingled with viscous black fluid, gushed forth. Yet, astonishingly, Sarah seemed impervious to pain. His scarred hands gripped the seams of the burrowing worm's carapace with unwavering resolve. The undulating scars and black crystals upon his chest writhed as if alive, desperately burrowing into the worm's wounds. A piercing shriek erupted from the burrowing worm, unprecedented in its sheer anguish. Its massive body thrashed violently, convulsing uncontrollably. The dark red shell visibly dulled and cracked, as though its very vitality had been instantaneously siphoned away. In mere moments, the once ferocious burrowing worm had transformed into a desiccated husk, its shell now a pallid shell of despair, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sarah stood beside the carcass, the wounds on his chest still oozing blood, yet the dark crimson radiance emanating from him burned even more fiercely. He slowly turned his head, his eyes suffused with dark red light, emotionlessly sweeping over Raynor and the others. Chapter 16, Undercurrents. The roar of the Guardian and the radiance of sacrifice Sarah's eyes, filled with dark crimson light, cast a cold, hollow gaze over Raynor and his companions, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. The tumultuous energy of decay radiating from him crashed upon their nerves like a palpable tide. The lifeless shell of the burrowing worm lay beneath his feet, silently conveying a terrifying threat. Sarah, wake up! Raynor barked sharply, his sword raised defensively across his chest, every ounce of his fighting spirit coalescing as if facing a formidable foe. He dared not act rashly. Sarah's current state was too bizarre, his power far surpassing that of the previous second-tier burrowing worm. Hammer and mace tightened their grips on their weapons, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Stone pressed his hand against the acid-corroded wound on his arm, stepping back in fear. Elia's face turned pale, her emerald eyes fixated on Sarah, her hands instinctively gathering a faint green light, yet she was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the depths of the rock wall, growing denser and more frantic. The entire platform trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. More debris rained down from above. The flickering lights within the crevices of the rock wall danced erratically. Crack! Boom! At the edge of the platform, massive bones and rubble were violently expelled by an overwhelming force from within the fissures. Amidst the swirling dust, a towering, grotesque figure slowly emerged from the depths of the crack. What manner of monster was this? Its upper body retained a vague semblance of a humanoid form, yet was shrouded in a heavy exoskeleton, glimmering with an eerie, obsidian sheen. The shell was adorned with sharp, bony protrusions and orifices oozing dark green mucus. Its arms were extraordinarily robust, ending not in hands but in two colossal, scythe-like bone blades, their edges shimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Its lower half was grotesquely contorted, merging with the characteristics of a colossal worm, shrouded in a viscous, writhing dark purple membrane. Beneath this membrane lay a multitude of suction cup-like orifices. Most chilling was its head, a triangular structure encased in a heavy, bone-like helmet, devoid of eyes, featuring a gaping maw filled with spiral fangs that dominated much of its cranium. Deep within this cavernous mouth flickered 2 points of unfathomable dark crimson light. Name: Guardian of the Corrupted Nest, Ancient Aberration. Level: Tier 3, Elite. Attributes: Abyssal Exoskeleton, extremely high physical and magical resistance. Earth-shattering Scythe Strike, Scythe Attacks. Corrupting Breath, Area Corrosion. Mental Shriek, Area Mental Shock. Unknown. Threat Level: Extremely high. Hint: A strong source of corruption detected. Suspected Dark River Guardian. Tier 3 Elite. Ancient Aberration. Reno's heart plummeted into despair. This was an entity far beyond their capacity to confront. The glaringly high threat level on the system panel felt like a death sentence. Screech. The Guardian emitted a piercing shriek, so shrill it seemed capable of tearing the soul asunder. An invisible wave of psychic shock rippled outward instantaneously. The hammer and stone were the first to suffer. Clutching their heads and issuing pained cries, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Iron Hammer groaned, his head pounding, vision darkening. Nearly unable to grasp his weapon, Reno, bolstered by a stronger will and the protection of his fighting spirit, barely managed to stabilize his mind, though his blood surged tumultuously. Ilya swayed violently, her verdant protective aura flickering erratically, her petite face contorted in agony, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Just then, roar! The previously uncontrollable Sela, seemingly incensed by the Guardian's shriek, surged with a dark crimson radiance. Her blood-red eyes locked onto the Guardian with fierce intensity. She let out a more frenzied, inhuman roar and charged toward the terrifying creature. Her speed was so rapid that she left a dark crimson afterimage in her wake. Sela, come back. Reno was horrified. This was tantamount to a death wish. The Guardian seemed to sense the chaotic, corruptive power emanating from Sela, its massive scythe-like arm raised abruptly, slicing through the air with a shriek, and struck fiercely toward the charging Sela. Splurt! Dark crimson blood mixed with black viscous fluid sprayed forth like a fountain. Sela's diminutive body was cleaved nearly in two from her left shoulder to her right abdomen by the gigantic bony scythe. The horrific wound exposed bone, revealing writhing innards and fragments of black crystals glimmering with dark red light. Ugh! Sela emitted an indescribably anguished wail. Her body was flung back like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the rocky wall near Reno's feet. Blood instantly stained the cold stone crimson. Yet, in that moment of devastating injury, a strange transformation began to unfold. Within the gaping wounds of her chest and abdomen, the jagged black crystal fragments, embedded within the flesh, erupted with a blinding dark red radiance, akin to detonated explosives. A chaotic and utterly destructive energy, teeming with corruption, surged forth like a deluge breaching its banks, rushing towards the Guardian of the Nest. The searing dark red energy collided violently with the abyssal carapace of the Guardian, emitting a cacophony of corrosive sounds. The seemingly indestructible armor was mercilessly ravaged, yielding to vast pits and fissures. Viscous, dark green ichor gushed forth from the cracks. The Guardian let out a tortured shriek, its colossal form shaken for the first time, staggering back a step. Now is the moment. Enter the fissure. A brilliant glint sparked in Raynor's eyes. The singular opportunity created by Sela's sacrifice. He swiftly grasped the faltering Ilya beside him, simultaneously bellowing at Hammer, "Bring the hammer and stones." Quickly, Hammer, battling through pain and fear, roared, seizing the heavy hammer and stones with the ease of lifting a chick, stumbling towards the gaping fissure's entrance. Raynor dragged Ilya closely behind him. As they passed Sela, he instinctively cast a glance. Sela's body lay like a shattered doll amidst the pool of blood, the light of life flickering weakly like a candle in the wind. The gaping wound in her chest was a horrific sight, the dark red glow fading rapidly, while the black crystal fragments dulled, turning ashen. Yet, in this dying moment, Sela's eyes, once filled with dark red, struggled to turn toward Raynor, the light retreating to reveal obsidian-like pupils. Within those eyes dwelled profound agony, liberation, and a nearly imperceptible plea. With one final surge of strength, Sela rasped out fragmented syllables. Bloodied fingers trembled, pointing toward the largest, now dulled black crystal fragment embedded in the chest wound. Deep within, a faint, wavering blue luminescence flickered like ripples upon water. Then, the light in her eyes extinguished completely, the head drooping lifelessly. Raynor's heart seized in anguish. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Ilya and plunged into the pitch-black fissure, permeated with a nauseating stench of decay. Boom! The enraged roar of the Guardian echoed behind them. The immense scythe struck the rocky entrance of the fissure, sending debris flying. Yet, its colossal form could not immediately squeeze into the narrow crevice. Raynor's team fled desperately into the darkness. Beneath their feet lay treacherous, slippery rocks coated in slime, while the air was thick with a stifling miasma. Behind them, the frenzied sound of the Guardian's assault and roars reverberated, causing the entire fissure to tremble. "Master, there is light ahead." Hammer's voice rang with a hint of elation. Indeed, deep within the winding crevice, a faint but steady azure glow emerged, shining like a guiding beacon. The foul stench in the air seemed to lessen, replaced by a hint of moist vapor. Quickly, Raynor felt invigorated. They stumbled towards that point of azure light. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer behind them, as the Nest Guardians seemed on the verge of breaking in. At last, they burst forth from the narrow passage, and the vista before them opened up magnificently. It was a colossal, naturally formed cavern. Countless stalactites, exuding a soft azure glow, hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space like a dreamlike starry sky. In the center of the cave, a dark river, wide as a dozen meters, flowed quietly. The water was not the imagined murky black, but rather a peculiar, translucent deep blue, emitting a faint yet pure chill. The riverbed was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles beneath. A refreshing, pure vapor filled with the essence of life enveloped them. The dark river, an untainted dark river, the pure water that Ilya had sensed before. Oh, divine presence! It is water, pristine water. The hammer trembled with excitement in its voice. The great hammer and stone struggled to raise their heads, gazing at the flowing blue river, their eyes brimming with incredulous ecstasy. However, this euphoria was fleeting. Boom! The rock wall behind them exploded violently. The fearsome head and massive scythe-like arms of the Guardian forcefully intruded into the cavern. Its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, prepared to unleash a breath of dark green, reeking of terrifying corrosive energy. Caution! Reno shielded Ilya behind him, gazing desperately at the monstrous terror. They had fled to the riverbank, yet found themselves cornered. Though the cavern was vast, there was but one exit. Blocked. At that moment, Buzz, Ilya, who had been weak and in sorrow, looked towards the direction of Syra's sacrifice and then at the pure dark river, as an unprecedented brilliance erupted from her emerald eyes. An immense, pure, life-infused natural divine power erupted forth like a slumbering volcano. In the name of nature, Ilya's voice resonated ethereally and authoritatively throughout the cavern, purifying the filth, protecting the source of life. She pressed her hands firmly against the damp, rocky ground. Boom! The entire cavern trembled violently. Countless thick vines, as robust as giant pythons and shimmering with dazzling emerald light, burst forth from the rocks and soil, growing wildly. These vines were thicker and denser than ever before, their surfaces flowing with golden natural runes. They seemed alive, instantly coiling around the massive form of the Nest Guardian. The clash of emerald light against the dark green slime of its shell produced a sizzling sound of corrosion and the cracking of its exoskeleton. Hiss! The Guardian let out a pained roar, its brewing breath interrupted. It thrashed wildly, its scythe-like arms severing the vines, yet more vines ensnared it. The emerald light even began to erode the corrupting force upon its shell. Meanwhile, Ilya's gaze turned towards the deep blue river. She extended her delicate finger, pointing at the water. Purification. A gentle, moonlight-like emerald beam shot forth from her fingertip, plunging into the dark river. Splash. The tranquil river surface suddenly erupted. Countless tiny bubbles churned forth. The deep blue radiance within the water became increasingly pure and luminous. A refreshing, invigorating mist, alive with vitality, rose swiftly, enveloping the entire cavern. The lingering stench in the air was entirely dispelled. Even the weariness and pain that burdened everyone seemed to be soothed, alleviating their discomfort. Discovery of a pure water source, an untainted tributary of the dark river, slight purification occurring. Water quality. Drinkable, slight natural divine purification effect. Status. Stable, temporarily. Territory status update. Water crisis resolved. Prosperity level, 5. The system prompt resonated like celestial music. However, after unleashing this earth-shattering power, Ilya's body swayed violently, her delicate face instantly drained of color. Fragile as fine porcelain, the emerald glow surrounding her receded like a tide, and her body slumped backward. Ilya, Reno, quick as lightning, caught her in his arms. The girl's body was icy, her breath faint, plunged into deep unconsciousness. The recent outburst had evidently exhausted all her strength, even overextending her life force. Roar! The guardian of the lair roared in fury. The vines entwined upon it snapped under its violent strength. The verdant glow was dimming. It was only a matter of time before it broke free. Hammer! Quickly! Draw water. Take as much as you can. Reno shouted at the hammer while cradling the unconscious Ilya, then sought a path. We must leave this place immediately. Hope was within reach. Yet the deadly threat still loomed ominously. Would the path illuminated by Sarah's sacrifice and the water purified by Ilya's life truly become the salvation of Blackstone Fortress? And deep within the cavern, were there indeed more than one guardian, as Sarah had foretold in her final moments? Along the bank of the dark river, the race against life and death continued unabated. Chapter 17. The Return. The blessing of the dark river and the shadow of the decaying nest within the cavern. The emerald vines shattered under the guardian's frenzied struggles, snapping like broken strings of a harp, emitting an unsettling sound of rupture. In the pockmarked abyssal shell, dark green slime writhed frantically, attempting to mend the damage. Two dim crimson lights fixated menacingly on Reno and the unconscious Ilya in his arms, brimming with malevolent intent. Hammer! Quickly! Reno's voice echoed through the vast cavern, laced with unwavering determination. He held Ilya's icy body, feeling her life force flicker like a candle in the wind. Each breath almost imperceptible. Hammer's eyes blazed crimson. He understood this was an opportunity bought with their lives. With a fierce shout, he plunged 2 water pouches, crudely stitched from animal hides and intestines, into the frigid, dark river. The deep blue waters instantly filled the pouches. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly unfastened another smaller pouch from his waist and filled it again. The entire process was as swift as lightning. Sir, let us go. Hammer hoisted the 3 heavy water pouches securely onto his back, one in each hand, and seized the limp hammer and stone as if they were mere sacks. His final gaze swept across the dim corners of the cavern, the very direction pointed out by Sarah before her demise. There seemed to be an even larger shadow writhing beneath the eerie blue glow, more than one guardian. Boom. Another robust vine was severed by the scythe-like arm of the den's sentinel. The creature's colossal body surged forward, breaking free from most of its restraints. Its gargantuan maw, lined with spiraled fangs, gaped wide, a wave of dark green corruption coalescing deep within its throat. Run! Raynor clutched Ilya and turned, racing desperately back towards the fissure from whence they came. Hammer followed closely, his heavy footsteps stumbling on the slick rock, yet unleashing incredible force. Hisses! The dark green corruption spewed forth like a high-pressure water jet, crashing violently into the spot where Raynor and the others had just stood. The hard stone ground was instantly eroded into a deep pit, emitting acrid white smoke. Venom splattered, a few drops striking Hammer's chainmail, sizzling as they corroded the metal. Hammer stifled a groan, feeling a searing pain in his back, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to falter. The group bolted like frightened hounds into the narrow, shadowy fissure. Behind them, the furious roars and impacts of the den's guardian echoed like thunder, shaking the very mountains. Debris tumbled down, striking them on the head and body, causing pain. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Raynor's mind was consumed with a singular thought. Ilya needed healing. The dark river was their only hope. They clawed their way up the treacherous, slippery passage. What had been a descent now transformed into a grueling ascent. Hammer bore the weight of 3 people and the water pouches, each step a monumental effort. Sweat mingling with blood soaking his clothes. The hammer and stones groaned in agony from the jostling, yet he bit down hard, silencing any sounds that might hinder their escape. Time stretched, perhaps only a few minutes had passed, yet it felt like a century. At last, a faint golden light emerged ahead. It was the edge of the fog-clearing force field. "Old John, help us!" Raynor shouted hoarsely. At the force field's boundary, Old John, accompanied by a few brave slaves, anxiously scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing the cry, they immediately tossed down the prepared ropes. "Grab on." Old John's voice trembled with urgency. Raynor secured Elia with one arm while grasping the rope with the other. Hammer nudged the hammer and stones towards the rope, encouraging them to hold on. Then summoned his last reserves of strength to hurl the 3 water pouches upward with all his might. "Pull!" Old John and the slaves shouted in unison, straining to draw the rope. Raynor, cradling Elia, and Hammer shielding the hammer and stones, were pulled like fish out of water by the rope towards the luminous barrier of the force field. As they passed through that warm veil, all collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air, an overwhelming sense of survival washing over them. "My lord, miss." Old John rushed to Raynor's side, gazing at Elia's pallid face, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Water, give her water." Raynor's voice was hoarse as he gently laid Elia down. Old John trembled as he opened a water pouch. The deep blue river water shimmered under the force field's glow, exuding a faint chill, pure as a gemstone. He cautiously pried open Elia's lips, gently allowing the cool river water to drip in. A miracle occurred. As a few drops of the dark river water flowed in, Elia's breath, which had been faint to the point of nearly vanishing, seemed to stabilize slightly. The furrowed lines on her forehead relaxed just a bit, though still unconscious. The heart-wrenching sensation of impending death seemed to be momentarily dispelled by this pure elixir of life. It worked, truly effective. Old John trembled with excitement. "Quickly, let everyone have a share. Savor it." Reno struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed on the 3 life-saving water pouches, his eyes brimming with elation and relief. He seized another pouch and took a hearty swig. Chilling, refreshing, with an extraordinary purity that seemed to cleanse the soul. A wave of cool energy coursed down his throat, revitalizing his weary body and soothing his pain. This was not merely water. It was the very essence of life. Divine water. This was indeed divine water. The slaves, receiving even a mere sip of the dark river water, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Their parched throats were quenched, and their despairing hearts filled with hope. The gratitude and reverence reflected in their gazes towards Reno and Ilya were profoundly heartfelt. "Hammer, your wound." Reno's attention shifted to Hammer's back, marred by corrosion. "I'm fine, my lord." Hammer grinned. Despite the pain causing him to grimace, his spirit invigorated. "Just surface wounds. I want to die?" "This water is invigorating." He took a large gulp, feeling the searing pain in his back lessen considerably. After a fleeting moment of joy, Reno's expression turned serious once more. He gazed toward the fissured entrance of the force field. The roars of the Den Guardian had faded, but on the small map, several Crimson Skull icons continued to flicker within the deep gray area representing the cave. One of them was particularly large. They had not pursued, seemingly guarding something. "Sela," Reno silently mused, recalling the figure that had clawed its way from hell and descended into the abyss to guide them. Its corpse still lingered in that desolate place. "My lord." The lookout, Stone, suddenly shouted in terror, "Sela's body is moving." "What?" Everyone gasped, rushing to the edge of the cliff to gaze down at the platform below. There, amidst the swirling gray mist, Sela's body, almost cleaved in two, was undergoing a bizarre transformation. The jagged wounds on its chest and abdomen were emitting fragments of dull black crystals that began to twitch as if alive. Dark red tendrils, reminiscent of veins, spread forth from the crystals, piercing into the remains of the surrounding burrowing worms and rocky shells. A chilling sucking sound faintly echoed. The bodies of the burrowing worms visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Those ravenous tendrils greedily siphoned the residual life energy and decaying matter from the corrupted remains. Sela's body was being controlled by those crystal fragments, engaging in some nefarious form of feeding. Heavens, what on earth is that? Hammer gasped in shock. The voice of old John, the caregiver, trembled with trepidation as he recalled Selah's warning about the crystals that would devour them. Reno's heart sank into despair. Selah had perished, yet the corrupted entity within her thrived and began to evolve autonomously. This posed an immense threat. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, more profound and fearsome than before. Unlike the sharp cries of the den's guardians, this roar emanated an ancient, heavy, and insatiable hunger. As the roar reverberated, the entire cliff quaked violently. On the minimap, the enormous crimson skull symbol within the cavern lit up with a blinding crimson glow. There was more than one guardian. Reno recalled Selah's final admonition. Clearly, a far more terrifying presence lurked deep within the cavern. The mutations on Selah's corpse seemed to be drawing its attention. Defense must be fortified. Without hesitation, Reno commanded, "Hammer. Immediately gather everyone and seal that breach with everything we can find. Stones, mud, fire. It must be sealed. We cannot allow whatever lies below to ascend." "Yes, my lord." Hammer recognized the gravity of the situation, disregarding his own injuries, and quickly rallied the troops. "Old John, take care of Ilya. Use the dark river water. Be frugal, but ensure her recovery." Reno gazed at the unconscious girl in his arms. His eyes filled with worry and determination. "Do not fret, my lord. This old servant will do everything in his power to care for the young lady." Old John nodded vigorously. Reno rose and approached the edge of the cliff. Casting one last glance at the horrifying scene of the creature feeding in the gray mist below and the chilling roars echoing from the depths of the cavern, the dark river water brought a glimmer of hope for life, yet also beckoned forth deeper shadows. The specter of the rotting nest loomed over Blackstone Fortress like a palpable shroud. Selah had exchanged her life not merely for a source of water, but for a harsh truth and an imminent horrific threat. The struggle for survival at Blackstone Fortress was far from over. A new storm brewed within the abyss of the Crimson Rift. They must grow stronger before this tempest arrived. Chapter 18. Slumber. The seed of nature and the cocoon of corruption. The cool, refreshing dark river water, akin to the tears of the goddess of life, momentarily nourished the parched despair of Blackstone Fortress. The slaves, receiving their meager share of the divine water, ignited long-dormant hope in their eyes like sparks in a vast wilderness. They greedily licked the droplets clinging to the edges of their clay bowls, feeling the pure vitality coursing through their parched throats and weary limbs. Dispelling the pervasive stench of decay, their strength seemed to revive slightly, and the once numb gazes rekindled with a yearning for survival. However, this hard-won hope was smothered by two heavy shadows. The first shadow was Ilya. She had been placed in the cleanest corner of the main fortress, relative to the rest, laid upon thick straw and burlap. Old John cautiously fed her the precious dark river water with a wooden spoon, gently offering it to her pale lips. The cool river water indeed soothed her furrowed brow, allowing her barely perceptible breaths to stabilize slightly. Yet, her complexion remained as pale as parchment. Her body cold as if she were an ethereal being slumbering within a frozen casket. Her emerald eyes were tightly shut, and her long lashes cast fragile shadows in the dim light. It seemed as though the natural divine energy within her had been entirely depleted. Even the leaf-shaped mark upon her hand dulled and lifeless, resembling a tarnished jade. "Miss, you must awaken," Old John implored, clutching Elia's icy hand. His murky tears falling onto the hay beneath them. He gently dabbed her forehead and arms with a soft cloth soaked in the dark river water, hoping for a miracle. Yet the young woman remained in her deep slumber, her life force flickering like a candle in the wind, weak enough to shatter hearts. Reynolds stood nearby. His brow knotted in a tight frown. The status panel indicated deep coma, natural divine power depleted, life essence overdrawn. The dark river water could alleviate her symptoms, but could not awaken her dormant powers nor mend the overdrawn essence of her life. She resembled a seedling uprooted and exposed to the scorching sun, wilting bit by bit. "Sir, this cannot continue." Old John's voice trembled with despair. "The young lady's condition is too frail. Relying solely on water is likely insufficient." Reynolds felt a heavy weight in his heart. Elia was the key to the territory's revival, the sole hope for purifying the corruption. Should she fail to awaken or wither away, the future of Blackstone Castle would plunge into unfathomable darkness once more. He had to devise a solution. The second shadow loomed from beneath the cliff. Under the guidance of the hammer, all able-bodied slaves had been mobilized. They frantically blocked the gaping hole leading to hell with everything they could find: massive boulders, crumbled bricks from the walls, even the hardened shells left behind by burrowing worms and claw beasts. Mud mixed with a small amount of dark river water was stuffed into the gaps, then dried with torches, attempting to create a seal. The courtyard was filled with dust and noise, a strange odor of charred and decaying matter permeating the air. "Push harder. Seal it tight. Not a single gap must remain." The hammer, bare-chested with his back crudely bandaged from corrosive wounds, stained with dark red blood, roared with hoarse yet powerful cries as he personally lifted the heaviest stones. The hammer and stones gritted their teeth, enduring pain as they desperately moved the rubble. The threat of death squeezed out their last reserves of strength. However, the sounds emerging from beyond the force field sent a chill down everyone's spine. A faint, grating gnawing noise, like maggots burrowing into bone, faintly echoed through the thick barricades. Accompanying this was the grotesque sound of flesh being sucked and bones being crushed. The slave assigned to monitor through a specially left peephole returned with a ghostly pallor, exclaiming, "Sir, Captain Hammer, below that Sela." He is nearly engulfed by those black tendrils. Like a cocoon, Reynolds and the Hammer rushed to the peephole. Through the narrow slit, the hazy platform revealed a sight that would haunt even the bravest warrior's dreams. Sailor's corpse had nearly vanished from sight, replaced instead by a colossal cocoon woven from countless dark red filaments, writhing like veins. This cocoon stood at least half a man's height, its surface uneven and pulsating continuously, as though a living entity resided within. Those dark red threads delved deeply into the remains of the surrounding burrowing worms and rock shells, voraciously siphoning nutrients. The remnants withered, crumbled, and ultimately transformed into ashes at an observable rate. Meanwhile, the cocoon expanded in its gluttonous feast, solidifying and emanating an increasingly nauseating scent of decay, coupled with an eerie, nascent vitality. Warning: high-intensity corruption energy conglomerate detected. Name: corruption aberration gestating. Status: rapid evolution, energy absorption 80. Threat level: extremely high, projected peak stage 3. Note: its energy fluctuations are highly correlated with the decaying nest. Suspected runaway evolution of a breeder's experimental product. Peak stage 3. A creation of the decaying nest. Reynolds' pupils constricted sharply. Sailor's final words about there being more than one guardian likely referred not only to the depths of the cave, but also to himself. His body was being transformed into an entirely new, more terrifying monster by the corruption crystal within. Quick, reinforce it. Use fire. Burn it. Hammer roared, his eyes filled with fury as he urged the slaves. He seized a burning branch and forcefully shoved it into the observation hole, attempting to ignite the cocoon below. However, the moment the branch made contact with the writhing dark red filaments, it was instantly ensnared and consumed. Even the flames were extinguished by the viscous, corrupt substance, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke. Damn it, it won't burn. Hammer fumed, slamming his fist against the wall. Boom. At that moment, a deep and unsettling roar echoed from within the depths of the cave once more. This time, the roar seemed to carry a hint of excitement, akin to a hungry beast catching the scent of blood. The entire cliff trembled violently again, and debris from the blocked opening cascaded down. It was responding. Reynolds' face turned ashen. The guardian in the depths of the cave was lured by the potent, corrupt energy emanating from Sailor's transformed corpse. Once that cocoon completed its hatching, or if the creature in the depths of the cave breached the blockade, Blackstone Fortress would face obliteration. Time. They were in dire need of time. Reynolds abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto the unconscious Ilya. There could be no more waiting. Conventional methods would not save her. A risk must be taken. Old John. Reynolds' voice bore a resolute finality. Carry Ilya to the fields of hope. Place her among the seedlings. Huh, my lord. Old John was taken aback. Quick. Reynolds insisted without room for debate. Hammer, you continue to reinforce the opening. Block it with everything you have. I will return shortly. He offered no further explanation. Hastening towards the storage of dark river water, seizing a water pouch, and rummaging through a corner to retrieve a small cloth bag, his last and most precious seeds. 3 magical plant seeds known as moonlight moss, which he had brought from the city of Gilded Flower. It is said that this moss possesses an extraordinary resilience, thriving even in the harshest of environments, exuding a faint purifying energy. He has been reluctant to use it until now, but the time has come to take a gamble. In the fields, the sparse rice seedlings stretched their tender leaves resiliently under the radiance of the force field. Old John carefully placed Aaliyah amidst the young rye. The girl lay upon the dark earth, her pale visage starkly contrasting with the tender green of the seedlings. Reno knelt beside Aaliyah, gently placing 3 luminescent moonlight moss seeds on the faint leaf-shaped imprint on her hand. He then opened the water pouch and slowly, evenly poured the precious dark river water over the seeds and Aaliyah's hand. Reno's voice resonated low and powerful, as though he sought to impart his will to her. You are the beloved of nature, the goddess of life. This land needs you. We need you. Awaken. With your strength, purify the filth and let life flourish. As the dark river water soaked in, the 3 moonlight moss seeds seemed to pulse with vitality, their surfaces beginning to emit a soft, silvery glow akin to moonlight. This radiance, though faint, carried an essence of pure life. Then, a marvel occurred. The faint leaf-shaped imprint on Aaliyah's hand flickered weakly upon contact with the glow of the moonlight moss seeds and the nourishing dark river water. Though it was but a fleeting glimmer, like a mere illusion, Reno captured it distinctly. There was a response. Reno's heart raced. Without hesitation, he poured the remaining dark river water around Aaliyah upon the black soil. The deep blue river water seeped into the scorched earth, carrying with it a pure vitality. A subtle, yet undeniably real, wave of natural energy began to ripple outward from Aaliyah. The rye seedlings beneath her seemed to respond to some unseen call, their tender leaves unfurling slightly, radiating an even brighter vitality than before. Territory status updated. Weak resonance of natural divine power. Field of hope. Prosperity level 01. Slight increase. The system notification confirmed Reno's perception. Though Aaliyah remained in a coma, her body, her source of strength, was generating a faint resonance with the land she had purified and sown with hope. The moonlight moss seeds acted as a medium, while the dark river water served as a catalyst, awakening the dormant seeds of nature. This was a gradual process, akin to igniting a match amidst a snowstorm. Yet, at the very least, the flicker of hope had been rekindled. Reno clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He must buy time for Aaliyah. Before she awakens, before the cocoon of Selah hatches, before the monsters in the depths of the cave break through, he must defend Blackstone Fortress. He suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping towards the cliff's edge. Hammer. His voice clanged like cold iron. From this moment, the chasm will be our line of life and death. Nail it shut. Not a single creature is to enter. Yes, my lord. The roar of the hammer echoed with a resolute determination to face death. Unless I perish, they shall not advance a single step. The battle for the survival of Blackstone Fortress had entered its most brutal countdown. On one side lay the arduous resurgence of the natural species, teetering on the brink of life and death. On the other, the horrifying gestation of the corrupt cocoon, ravenously consuming everything in its path. The brief respite offered by the dark river was swiftly devoured by the encroaching shadows of death. Reno stood by the field of hope, akin to a warrior safeguarding the last flicker of flame, his gaze unwavering as he faced the darkness roaring from the abyss. Chapter 19. Revival. The awakening of the nature maiden and the ambitions of the Lord. The fleeting ecstasy brought by the dark river was soon shattered by the ominous gnawing sounds from below the cliff and the muffled roars emanating from the depths of the cave. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew taut once more, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Block it. Seal it tightly. Use mud to patch the gaps. Yes. Just like that. Hey, you there, Stone. Don't tremble. That thing hasn't even hatched yet, and you're shaking more than it is. The hammer, bare-chested, felt the searing pain of his gnarled back wound pulsating with each shout, yet he remained unfazed, spitting orders at the slaves to reinforce the breach. He felt he had never engaged in such construction work in his life. A trembling slave timidly presented a crooked brick, actually a fragment of a claw beast shell captain. Can this thing hold? It feels like even a fart from that creature could blow it apart. The hammer glared, his palm, as large as a fan, nearly swung at the slave. Nonsense. The Lord has decreed, even a mosquito's leg is meat. A shell fragment is still a brick. Hurry up and patch it. Speak another word and I'll toss you down to feed that cocoon. The slave shuddered in fear, scrambling away to apply the mud. The hammer spat in frustration, his heart also racing with anxiety. What on earth is this? I used to be a butcher, and now I'm building walls, hoping this wretched barrier holds. Otherwise, we all become fodder. Deluxe package, no less. He cast a furtive glance down the cliff, noticing that the writhing dark red cocoon seemed to have expanded further, intensifying the ache in his back. Meanwhile, beside the field of hope, the atmosphere was decidedly eerie. Reno knelt, gazing at the unconscious Elia, who lay amidst a few pitiful rye seedlings, feeling like a fool making wishes to the earth deity. Old John paced anxiously nearby, muttering as if possessed by the spirit of a lamenting soul. "Oh my lady, you must awaken. The water has been poured, the seeds sown. Yet there is no sign of movement. Is it insufficient? My lord, perhaps we should conserve the last bit of water." Reno interrupted him, exasperated, mentally berating. System, give me a hint. How on earth do I hatch this natural seed? Waiting online, quite urgent. If this girl dies, I fear I will be relegated to a mere figurehead and a graveyard dancer. Hint, the revival of natural divine power is progressing slowly. It is advised to provide more pure life energy or homogeneous catalysts. The system interface remained devoid of emotion. Pure life energy? Homogeneous catalysts? Reno's mouth twitched. Where on earth am I supposed to find such things? Am I to dismantle that massive cocoon below to see if there is a natural essence gift package within? He let out a sigh, his gaze settling upon Ilya's pale visage, her delicate features appearing so fragile that it tugged at his heartstrings. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. He reached out, gently grasping Ilya's icy little hand, attempting to impart a modicum of warmth, or perhaps a flicker of defiance, despite being merely at the first level. Come on, girl, muster some strength. If you don't wake up soon, our novice village will be besieged by the dungeon boss. It wouldn't be worth it for us all to perish together. Just as his thoughts spiraled, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The dim leaf-shaped mark on Ilya's hand flickered ever so faintly. Immediately, the nearby rye seedlings, nourished by the dark river, seemed to receive some unseen command. Their tender green leaves swayed gently, emitting an almost imperceptible glimmer of emerald light. These luminous specks, as if drawn by an invisible force, gradually drifted toward Ilya and merged with her being. Simultaneously, the 3 moonlight moss seeds resting on her hand began to shine more brightly, their silvery glow pulsating like a breath, as pure natural energy was slowly infused into the mark. Natural resonance intensified. The life energy absorption process accelerated by 12. There's hope. Reno's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly leaping from his position. The system is incredible. He hurriedly maintained his stance, fearing he might disrupt this miraculous charging process. Old John's eyes widened, his beard trembling with exhilaration. The goddess of nature has manifested. The young lady is saved. This process was slow yet steady. Moments crept by, the sounds of gnawing and roaring from the cliff below fading into mere background noise. Reno felt his legs growing numb, his thoughts oscillating from, come on, girl, to, why is this taking so long? And finally to, my legs are going numb, should I change positions? Before settling into a state of numb acceptance. Well, if it's numb, so be it, as long as she awakens. Time slipped away. Perhaps half an hour passed, or maybe longer. Then, a faint sound emerged, akin to the mewl of a kitten. Reno jolted, nearly releasing Ilya's hand. Goodness, she is alive. Truly alive. Ilya's long eyelashes fluttered violently before she managed to pry her eyes open, just a crack. Her emerald irises, initially clouded with confusion and frailty, resembled dull gemstones. Instinctively, she attempted to raise her hand, but felt it being held. Her gaze gradually focused, landing on Reno's face, which was etched with a mixture of relief and the discomfort of numbness. Sir? Her voice was hoarse, almost inaudible, laden with bewilderment. What has happened to me? I feel so weary. You overexerted yourself and needed rest, Reno replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, as though having spent half a day in this position was entirely ordinary. How do you feel? Quickly say you feel much better. Say you can rise and face 10 foes. Ilya stirred slightly, attempting to gauge her body, her small face contorting in discomfort. Everything hurts. It feels as if I have been hollowed out. Her verdant gaze met Reno's, tinged with a hint of grievance and trepidation. That monstrous creature was terrifying. The beast has been vanquished, for now. Reynolds succinctly adjusted her damp silver hair, offering reassurance. Do not worry. You are safe now. Safe? Nonsense. There's a soon-to-hatch Godzilla blocking the entrance. But could she voice such thoughts? No, she could not. Ilya appeared somewhat reassured, her gaze wandering around until it fell upon several rye seedlings emitting a faint green glow, nodding in her direction, alongside the 3 luminous seeds on the back of her hand. What is this? You acquired them while you were unconscious. They seem to be of some use, Reynolds explained. The seeds of moonlight moss, combined with dark river water, appear to aid in your recovery. Ilya's eyes brightened at the mention of the dark river, seemingly recalling something. Do we have the water? Indeed, we do. If you ration it, it should last a few days. Reynolds indicated the nearby water pouch. You have done remarkably well. A faint, yet genuine smile emerged on Ilya's pale visage, reminiscent of snow melting in spring. That's wonderful, she murmured, then wearily closed her eyes again, though her breathing was noticeably steadier and stronger than before. Notification, Ilya's status updated, deeply weakened, recovering slowly. Old John. Reynolds exhaled in relief, gently releasing Ilya's hand. Finally able to move, he stood up, stretching his numb legs. Take good care of her. Offer her some water gradually. I will check on the wall's progress. Yes, yes, my lord, do not worry. Old John exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes as he hurried to Ilya's side, carefully beginning to feed her water. Reynolds approached the gap in the wall, observing the barricade constructed from rubble, mud, beast bones, and despair, a veritable piece of abstract art, alongside a group of exhausted slaves resembling dead dogs and the snarling hammer. How is the situation? Reynolds inquired. his gaze sweeping over the tightly blocked breach. The gnawing sounds below seemed to have lessened, yet the unsettling sensation of concentrated energy became increasingly palpable. We temporarily obstructed it, the hammer panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. But my lord, that thing below seems to be charging up. It feels more terrifying by the moment. Reynolds glanced at the small map. The red representing the cocoon had transformed into a small sun, its brightness blinding. While the adjacent label had changed too. Corrupted aberration, 98 gestation complete. The progress bar for 98 is quite rapid, Reynolds thought to himself. Yet externally remained composed as a rock. Understood. Maintain vigilance. It won't emerge anytime soon. He paused, surveying the weary crowd, and raised his voice. Everyone has worked hard today. There will be ample millet porridge tonight. Each of you shall receive an additional serving of dark river water. Oh, long live the Lord. The previously morose slaves erupted into cheers. A sip of divine water. This was an immense blessing. Their fatigue seemed to lift significantly. Whose pie-in-the-sky techniques are unmatched. Seek Reynolds in the Scarlet Rift. Reynolds felt a swell of pride within. The hammer grinned widely, leaning closer to whisper, my lord. Can this truly hold? Reynolds shot him a quick glance, lowering his voice even further. Even if it cannot hold, it must. Ilya has just awakened and is quite fragile. Before she recovers, we must breach that gap, even if it means gnawing at it with our teeth. The hammer's expression turned serious, nodding emphatically, understood. You can rest assured. At that moment, the slave who had been assigned to guard Syra, now reduced to a mere bundle of ropes, stumbled over in a panic. His face as pale as one who had been dead for 3 days. My lord, something terrible has happened. The ropes are moving. They're writhing on their own. And they've turned black. Both Rainer and Hammer's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed towards the scene. Before them, the thick hemp ropes binding Syra's wrists were now undulating as if possessed by a life of their own. The color of the ropes had morphed into a glossy black, with eerie, dark red patterns resembling veins emerging on the surface. A faint, putrid aura began to emanate from the ropes. Damn it, can this thing spread? Hammer felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively raised his battle axe. Rainer's gaze turned icy. What a nightmare, a parasitic effect. The abomination created by that breeder is truly diabolical. He spoke in a low voice. Do not touch it. Hammer, ignite it. Burn this entire heap, ropes and ground included. Clean it thoroughly. Understood. Hammer promptly retrieved a torch, approaching with caution. As the flames ignited, the mutated ropes writhed violently in the fire, emitting a sizzle that resembled a mournful wail, ultimately reducing to a small pile of foul-smelling black ash. Gazing at the flickering flames, Rainer's heart grew heavier. The corrupting power within Syra was far more bizarre and troublesome than he had anticipated. A peak-level third-tier monster was about to hatch at their doorstep, and a formidable creature lurked deep within the cave. While Ilya lay in a weakened state, their defenses rendered utterly futile. Isn't the difficulty of this beginning a bit excessive? Rainer rubbed his temples, feeling that his path as a lord was fraught with peril. However, as his eyes fell upon old John, who was cautiously offering water to Ilya, he noticed the slaves cheering with joy over a mere sip, and Hammer, despite his fears, steadfastly guarding the breach. Well then, the pit is one I willingly jumped into. And the demise is a gift from the system. What can I do about teammates drawn from a card? I shall endure. He took a deep breath, a renewed fire igniting within his eyes. System, he silently commanded in his mind, open the construction panel. Let us see what can be salvaged from this dilapidated fortress. Territory construction module has been activated. Available resources: wood extremely scarce, stone plentiful in ruins, metal none, magic core 1 low quality. Constructible, rudimentary shelter requires wood. Reinforced low walls requires stone and wood. Basic purification array requires magic core and Ilya. As he surveyed the pitifully meager options before him, Rainer stroked his chin. I must find a way to gather some wood, even if the trees outside grow as thick as sugar from the heavens. Only 1 low-quality magic core remains, and it relies on Ilya to activate the array. Oh, how I wish for her swift recovery. And as for metal, well, that is merely a dream. Hammer, he suddenly called out. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, select a few bold and nimble individuals to accompany me on an outing. Huh, outing? Where to, my lord? Rainer cast his gaze towards the warped and eerie grove of dead trees beyond the force field, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To gather some firewood. Chapter 20, Logging. The passionate reception of the Crimson Forest on the following day. As the simulated morning light broke through the pallid haze created by the mist-dispelling force field, The atmosphere in the courtyard of Blackstone Fortress was even more somber than during the previous day's unsettling events surrounding Selah's demise. Reno stood before a pile of weapons, his expression grave as he conducted a pre-battle assembly. Comrades, he cleared his throat, attempting to emulate the fervent oratory of the generals from his memory. Today, we embark on a noble yet formidable quest for the sustainable development of Blackstone Fortress. Our mission is to seek out precious lumber resources. In front of him stood the hammer, the mace, stone, and two unfortunate souls, recently liberated from the throngs of slavery by the hammer, who appeared relatively sturdy. Named Stump and Bark, a naming style inherited from the hammer. Together, they formed the first logging death squad of Blackstone Fortress. The team gazed at Reno with mixed expressions. Noble? Formidable? It sounded more like a consolation prize before facing certain doom. The hammer, shouldering his newly crafted spear adorned with the sharp claws of a beast, grinned widely and interjected, "My lord, just say we're going to chop down some trees. Why all the pomp? It sounds eerie. As if we were to erect a monument." Reno's eye twitched in irritation. Damn it, this fool, a destroyer of morale. He forced himself to maintain an air of authority. Ahem, our target lies to the southeast of the force field, in that relatively sparse grove of dead trees. Our task is to fell as much intact timber as possible, avoiding any that has been thoroughly corrupted. Remember, safety first. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. Hammer, you are responsible for leading and keeping watch. Understood. The hammer thumped his chest, the chainmail clanking. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us go loosen the joints of those crooked trees. The mace, stone, stump, and Bark brandished an array of logging tools, a rusty axe unearthed from the ruins, a sharpened flint affixed to a wooden handle as a stone axe, and even a stout beast's leg bone, an assembly so pitiable it could evoke tears. Reno himself bore a relatively intact longbow, a legacy from Breno, a long sword at his hip, and a small round shield of iron in hand, giving him a somewhat respectable appearance. He cast a glance at the system panel. Territory status, severely damaged, 09. With the addition of 01. It must be the result of that dark river water from yesterday. Come on, system. Give me a boost. If we can bring back some wood today, will the prosperity rise to 1? Elia, Reno approached the young girl lying on a pile of hay, her complexion still pale, and softened his voice. How are you feeling? Can you sense the situation outside? Elia blinked her emerald eyes, concentrating intently, her small face scrunching in concern. It's chaotic outside. Many unsettling feelings. Some trees seem to be sleeping. Others are very hungry. She drew a weak breath. My lord, be cautious. The green ones move. The green ones move? Reno's heart sank. Goodness, is this a limited edition of Plants vs. Zombies in the Crimson Rift? He nodded, understanding her concerns. Rest well. Regaining your strength is paramount. Old John, please take good care of her. Rest assured, my lord. Old John stood guard nearby like a hen protecting her chicks. A group of individuals traversed the faintly golden force field, immediately enveloped by the familiar stench of decay and chill. Damn, it reeks. Hammer spat, tightening his grip on the spear. Stay close. Keep your eyes sharp. If you see any moving trees, regardless of their hue, stab a hole in them first. The sounds of wooden stumps and bark quivered as they pressed together. Raynor walked in the center of the formation, a small map unfurling within his field of vision. The green dot representing them moved slowly, surrounded by swirling, deep gray mist, sporadically adorned with crimson skulls, corrupted beings, and peculiar, sluggish light green dots. System. What are those green dots? Detected weak life energy response. Target, corrupted symbiote, plant corruption hybrid. Threat level, low, individual. Cluster threat, medium. Corrupted symbiote, a blend of plant and decay. Raynor felt a churn in his stomach. This place's ecosystem is truly punk. They advanced cautiously towards the southeast. The ground beneath them was coated in a viscous black substance, making a squelching sound with each step. The trees around had long lost their original forms, contorting into grotesque and menacing shapes. Some resembled clawing specters, while others appeared as coiled serpents, their trunks draped in thick, purulent dark purple moss that occasionally dripped with foul-smelling slime. Shall we chop this one? Stone pointed to a relatively straight, thin dead tree, its trunk festooned with tumors and pustules. What else? You expect to chop down a golden silkwood for furniture? Hammer shot him an irritated glare. This one will do. It looks sturdy enough. Big Hammer, go ahead. Test your ancestral stone axe. Big Hammer swallowed hard, raised the wooden stick bound with stone shards, and struck the trunk with all his might. Clang. A sharp sound echoed. The stone shards flew off. The wooden stick broke in two. The trunk was left with merely a faint white mark. Big Hammer. Hammer. The others. What the hell? It's that hard. Raynor's eyelids twitched. Is this tree grown from stone? Useless. Hammer cursed, rolling up his sleeves. Watch me. He swung his beast claw spear, channeling his energy, and thrust it into the trunk with force. Thud. The sharp claw tip finally penetrated. However, it only went in an inch before getting lodged. Hammer's face reddened as he strained to twist it free, eventually managing to pull it out, bringing with it a small patch of dark wood shavings and foul liquid. Damn it. Harder than iron. Hammer panted. How long will this take? Raynor furrowed his brow. This won't do. Too inefficient. And too noisy. It might attract unwanted attention. He scanned the surroundings for softer targets. Suddenly, the wooden stump pointed to a relatively short tree nearby, its trunk exhibiting an eerie gray-green hue. Captain, sir, look at that one. It looks different. Perhaps softer? That tree indeed stood out from the rest. The trunk is a muted greenish-gray, its surface relatively smooth, devoid of the numerous galls and tumors typically found on trees. A few drooping leaves, similarly colored, cling to the branches, appearing particularly alluring in the desolate surroundings. Oh, how pleasing to the eye! The hammer's eyes glimmer with excitement. Let us try that one. The group approaches the unassuming gray-green tree. As they draw nearer, Reno senses something amiss. This tree is eerily silent. While the surrounding decaying flora exudes a disquieting aura, this one remains as still as death. Allow me. The bark volunteers, raising its beastly bone club and striking the trunk. Thud. To everyone's astonishment, the trunk dents inward upon impact, soft and yielding, oozing a viscous dark green sap. Huh, how squishy. The bark exclaims joyfully, delivering another blow. Just then, a rustling sound emerges. The gray-green tree suddenly shudders, its smooth bark erupting with countless tiny fissures. From these crevices, numerous slender, serpent-like greenish tendrils spring forth, each tipped with sharp spines, lunging toward the nearest bark. The bark, terrified, drops its bone club. Be careful. Reno reacts swiftly, drawing his longbow and releasing an arrow imbued with a faint aura of combat energy, expertly severing several of the tendrils. By the gods! The tree has come to life. The hammer bellows furiously, sweeping his beast claw spear to slice through other advancing tendrils. The severed vines writhe on the ground like dismembered worms, spraying foul-smelling sap. The gray-green tree reveals its true, grotesque form. Its trunk splits open, exposing writhing, dark red flesh reminiscent of decaying entrails. Countless tendrils surge forth from the gash, dancing like a swarm of serpents. At the top of the trunk, the previously drooping leaves unfurl violently, revealing a mass of jagged teeth resembling insect mandibles, emitting a hissing, monstrous shriek. Name: Mimetic Corrupting Tree. Level: First Tier, Corrupted Plant. Traits: Camouflage, imitating harmless plants. Venomous tendrils, paralysis, devouring mandibles, digestion. Threat level: Moderate, single target. Damn it. How dare it ambush us? The hammer shouts, incensed. Brothers, let us chop it down. We feast tonight. The group rushes forward, brandishing their beast claw spears, stone axes, bone clubs, and even picking up loose rocks from the ground, attacking the exposed monstrosity with fervor. Thud, crack, sizzle. Though the creature is bizarre, its defenses are evidently weaker than those of the previous tough tree. Under the relentless assault of the hammer's spear, it soon becomes riddled with wounds, with the tendrils severed in droves, and the writhing flesh thoroughly mangled. Finally, the hammer thrusts his spear deep into the gaping maw filled with teeth, and gives it a fierce twist. A piercing scream erupts from the creature, convulsing a few times before falling still, transforming into a puddle of foul-smelling muck. Huh, is that all? The hammer withdraws his spear, shaking off the viscous residue with disdain. Looks good but lacks substance. Reno gazed at the muddy expanse before him, his eyes drifting to the surrounding grotesque and decaying trees, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. If felling a mere soft persimmon tree is this laborious, how can one hope to construct a dwelling? Even a doghouse would be a challenge. He kicked at the relatively intact gray-green branches remaining from the bizarre tree, which were, in fact, the roots of the main vine, discovering them to be surprisingly resilient. Let us take these branches with us, Reno commanded. After all, they could be considered timber, which was certainly better than nothing. Hammer and the others immediately transformed into scavengers, beginning to sever the relatively sound vine roots. Although the scent was far from pleasant, at least they were manageable. Just as they were engrossed in their labor, Sure-Tu, who was on lookout duty, suddenly let out a terrified shriek. Sir, Captain, quick look, up there. The group abruptly looked up, only to behold several colossal, grayish-white cloud formations drifting through the dim sky, resembling rotting cotton. These clouds slowly descended, drawing nearer to the ground. What in the world are those? The voice of the wooden stump shifted in pitch. Reno's pupils constricted sharply. On the minimap, the positions of those clouds were marked by enormous, pulsating crimson skull icons. Threat level high. Name, corrupted spore cloud, swarm. Level, Tier 2, corrupted flying organisms. Traits, floating, acidic spore ejection, corrosive range, swarm attack. Threat level, high. Run. Quick run. Reno shouted, his scalp prickling with alarm. Force field. Now. Retreat. 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 Hammer reacted swiftly, snatching a few recently cut logs, and kicked the dazed individuals in the rear. Exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die?" The group scrambled to their feet, racing desperately towards the direction of the force field. Behind them, the enormous spore clouds had descended to treetop height, and within the grayish-white fluff, countless grotesque flying insects, the size of a fist, with transparent wings and sharp mandibles, were faintly visible. They emitted a dense, buzzing sound, akin to the whispers of death. Uft, uft, uft. The noise of high-pressure water jets erupted. Countless dark green spores, exuding a pungent, acrid odor, rained down from the spore clouds, saturating the very spot where the group had just been. Sizzle. The ground was instantly corroded into a pockmarked landscape, billowing white smoke. A few unfortunate corrupted trees that could not evade were struck by the spores, emitting agonized hisses as they rapidly withered and dissolved. My God, the last one in line, Bark, felt a chill run down his spine as a corner of his clothing was splattered by the spores, instantly transforming into wisps of blue smoke. Terrified, he surged forward with unprecedented speed. Faster. We must go faster, Reno urged, sprinting while turning back to shoot arrows, attempting to disrupt the pursuit of the spore clouds. The arrows struck the clouds, creating barely a ripple, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Finally, the pale golden force field shimmered just ahead. Jump! Reno bellowed. Everyone tumbled into the force field. Almost the moment they landed, a torrential downpour of spores crashed against the surface of the force field. Hisses. The luminous membrane quivered violently, sending forth a cascade of ripples. The dark green acidic liquid was firmly obstructed, releasing a pungent white vapor. The energy bar visibly diminished by a fraction. Gasping for breath, the crowd collapsed to the ground, their eyes fixed on the surging spore clouds and the incessantly dripping acid. Filled with trepidation, Iron Hammer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Glancing at the handful of grayish-green timber smeared with viscous substance, he sighed ruefully, "My lord, the cost of this firewood is rather steep." Reynolds observed the hard-earned spoils and then glanced at the unyielding prosperity level on the system panel, feeling a lump of frustration lodged in his throat, having set out for victory only to face demise. With scarcely a few logs to show for it, and nearly turned into a sieve by the spores, the future of this logging endeavor seems bleak. He sighed helplessly, directing his gaze towards the main fortress. "Oh, Sister Ilya, please recover swiftly. Without your divine powers, our infrastructure progress may well wait until the Scarlet Abyss transforms into an oasis." Chapter 21, Moonlight. The miracle of moss and new hopes beyond the force field. The corrupt spore clouds clung like parasites, while the dark green acidic spores splattered against the pale golden membrane, causing disquieting clouds of white vapor and ripples. The membrane valiantly resisted, yet the energy bar visibly waned, causing Reynolds' eyelids to twitch. "System, hold firm. If that breaks, our supper tonight might just be acid-stewed human flesh." Goodness, is this ordeal never-ending? Iron Hammer lay prostrate on the ground, watching the rolling cotton-like masses and the multitude of flying insect shadows outside the membrane. Forgetting the pain in his back. How long must this continue? Don't they tire? Perhaps they find us more appetizing? Stone cradled his head, his voice tinged with despair. He had nearly been drenched in the spore rain, and now everything seemed to ooze acid. Wooden stump and bark clutched tightly to the few pieces of gray-green timber harvested from the mimetic rotting trees, sticky with ichor, as though clinging to a lifeline or a ticking time bomb. Can this truly serve as firewood? Wooden stump lamented. Reynolds cast a glance at the peculiar timber emanating an eerie aura, his lips twitching. Burn? Lighting this might well summon the Count. He feigned calmness. Let us hold on to it for now. Perhaps it could ward off evil. System, scan this wretched thing. Item, corrupted vine roots, mildly contaminated. Type, material, inferior wood. Traits, resilient. Flammable, mildly corrosive, weak mental disruption. Value, extremely low, not recommended for construction or burning. Tip, perhaps an attempt at purification could be made. Purification? That's easier said than done. Purify with my head. Reynolds lamented internally. Ilya is still bedridden. Wait, Ilya? He suddenly recalled the moonlight moss seeds forgotten in the corner. Those seemed to possess some purifying properties. Old John. Reynolds sprang up with a start, though his legs had gone numb. Quickly. Fetch the 3 moonlight moss seeds from Ilya's wrist. Old John hurried back to the main fortress, soon returning with 3 seeds that emanated a faint silvery glow. Master. The seeds. They're still glowing. Reno received the seeds, feeling their warm texture, and noticed that the silvery light seemed even brighter than before. This is promising. He carefully picked up 1 seed and approached a gray-green vine's root. Master, are you going to plant flowers in the wood? Hammer looked utterly bewildered. Be quiet. Just watch. Reno replied tersely, gently pressing the moonlight moss seed against the sticky, severed end of the vine's root. A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the moonlight moss seed made contact with the vine's root, the silvery light blazed forth. It was like a droplet falling into hot oil. The layer of gray-green, foul-smelling slime on the vine's root hissed as if encountering its nemesis, rapidly fading, drying, and peeling away, revealing a relatively clean, ash-gray wood beneath, its grain distinct. Incredible. It actually works? Hammer's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Item: Purifying Vine Root. Status: Lightly contaminated, purifying. Purification progress: 1520. Hint: The moonlight moss seed is absorbing and transforming the corrupt energy. Quick, bring over the others. Reno exclaimed with exhilaration. He proceeded to press the other 2 moonlight moss seeds onto the remaining vine roots. The same radiant light ignited, and the identical purification process commenced. The 3 seeds became like miniature purification lamps, steadfastly absorbing the corrupt energy, their silvery glow intensifying. Although the purified roots remained gray, the nauseating stench significantly diminished, even revealing a hint of wood's refreshing fragrance. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Old John excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming how splendid the lady's seeds were. Master, you are wise. The stump and bark were awestruck, suddenly perceiving that they were not clutching refuse, but treasures. Reno observed the slowly yet steadily advancing purification progress bar, feeling a weight lift from his heart. At last, it wasn't in vain. Though I nearly got sprayed to bits, at least I managed to bring back something useful. He glanced at the relentless spore clouds beyond the light barrier, and then at the slowly recovering force field energy on the system panel, feeling a slight relief. Let them spray all they want. I have purification moss. I am not worried. He walked over to Ilya, who still lay weakly. Though her complexion seemed a tad more vibrant than before, Old John was diligently feeding her diluted dark river water with a small wooden spoon. How do you feel? Reno asked softly. Ilya slightly opened her eyes, her emerald gaze weary yet more spirited than before. I feel a bit better, she replied in a faint whisper. Her eyes curiously fixed on the 3 vine roots being purified and the flickering silver light. The moonlight moss, they seemed quite happy. Happy? Reno paused, bewildered. Does this moss have emotions? He followed Ilya's gaze and discovered that the 3 moonlight moss seeds seemed to grow while purifying the vines. Amidst the silvery radiance, he could faintly discern extremely fine moss, akin to soft down, gradually spreading. Name: Moonlight Moss, growing. Status: Energy absorption, purifying corruption, slow proliferation effect, weak purification, range. Weak life nourishment, range. Hint: Its growth can accelerate the purification process and slightly enhance the vitality of the surrounding environment. It can proliferate. Buy one get in free. Renowned exhilaration surged within him. This is a win. Profitable. He immediately devised a plan. Old John. Go find a few shallow stone basins or broken clay pots. Fill them with clean soil. Let's plant these purifying vine roots along with the moonlight moss seeds into them. Place them beside the field of hope. Planting them, Old John appeared somewhat bewildered but promptly complied. Soon, 3 broken ceramic pots, unearthed from the ruins, were filled with relatively clean soil, washed with dark river water. The roots of the purifying vines were slanted into the pots, and the moonlight moss seeds were carefully nestled at the base of the roots and the soil surface. The silvery glow of the moonlight moss enveloped the vine roots, gently illuminating a small patch of the surrounding earth. To Renown's astonishment, the wilted rice seedlings in the field of hope appeared to perk up a bit under the silvery light. Group buff. Sir, look, miss. Old John exclaimed suddenly with delight. There lay Ilya on the haystack, her breathing becoming more steady and prolonged under the radiance of the moonlight moss. A faint blush appearing on her pallid face. The leaf-shaped mark on her hand flickered very faintly. Ilya's status: deeply weakened, recovery accelerating, effective. Renowned clenched his fist. Indeed, nature's powers of the same origin can nourish one another. The moonlight moss is Ilya's power bank. Just then, the spore cloud outside the light membrane seemed to have exhausted itself, or its energy depleted, and the acidic spore rain gradually thinned, eventually ceasing its spray. The few enormous cotton-like formations slowly rose, reintegrating into the swirling gray mist, vanishing from sight. Finally, it's gone. Hammer let out a long sigh of relief. Plopping down on the ground, terrified to death, the crisis was temporarily averted. The group gazed at the three pots emanating a soft silver glow, then at Ilya, whose complexion had improved, and reflected on their near-miss experience of being sprayed to pieces. Their emotions were complex, but primarily filled with gratitude for having survived and a glimmer of hope for the future. Hammer, brushing off the dust from his clothes, although it wouldn't come off, fixed his intense gaze, instructing his companions to reinforce the breach. Seal it with mud. Leave no crevice. I do not wish to be touched by whatever hatches from that cocoon in the dead of night. Understood. Hammer struggled to rise. Brothers, move. Seal the wall. Make it watertight. Though the slaves were exhausted, the sight of hope and those glowing treasures invigorated them, and they began working with the mud. Reno approached the three pots of moonlight moss purifiers, observing them with great attention. The purification progress bar had advanced to purification progress 6,570, and the withered, grayish roots had shed much of their lifelessness, revealing a profound, metallic sheen to the dark gray wood grain that appeared surprisingly refined. Item: purified iron vine wood, mild. Type: material, premium wood. Attributes: resilient, corrosion-resistant, weak energy affinity. Value: moderate, suitable for construction, weapon handles, and basic magical item carriers. Hint: moonlight moss is continually purifying. Quality may further improve. Premium wood. Iron vine wood. Reno's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a windfall. Such hardness, such attributes. It can serve as weapon handles, beams for structures, or even components for wands. He envisioned the wooden cabins of Blackstone Fortress rising from the ground, albeit currently only 3 logs. Old John, take good care of these 3 treasures. Reno's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. And Ilya, once the vines have completed their purification and the moonlight moss flourishes, we shall have a steady supply of purified wood. A steady supply? Old John gazed skeptically at the 3 logs adorned with the moss-like growth. Indeed, Reno exclaimed, overflowing with confidence. As long as the moss thrives, the wood will not be scarce. Do you understand the concept of sustainable development? He waved his hand grandly, stating that once Ilya recovered, he would have her enhance the moonlight moss with a buff for accelerated growth. At that point, Blackstone Fortress could achieve, with self-sufficiency. The crowd murmured, self-sufficiency? My lord, your expectations are rather modest. Yet, regardless, the flicker of hope seemed genuinely ignited by these 3 small pots of moonlight moss. The unsettling gnawing sounds from below the cliff appeared to have diminished somewhat. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, and the roars from the depths of the cave had temporarily quieted. Reno gazed at the 3 pots exuding a silvery glow of hope, then glanced at Ilya's serene sleeping face in the dim light, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Starting with a vine, all equipment depends on cultivation. Brother or sister, sailor, thank you. Although you are no longer with us, your legacy is truly remarkable. As for that large cocoon below, take your time hatching. There is no rush. Once I attain wood freedom, I shall craft you a luxurious coffin, or perhaps a cage. The logging enterprise of Blackstone Fortress had taken an oddly auspicious first step towards success. Chapter 22. Sprouting. The gift of moonlight moss and the quivering of the corruption cocoon. The acidic deluge of the corruption spore cloud had finally subsided. The ripples on the force field membrane gradually calming, leaving behind mottled corrosive marks and acrid white smoke. In the front square of Blackstone Fortress, the survivors, having narrowly escaped disaster, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, their gazes irresistibly drawn to the 3 pots in the corner, radiating a gentle silver light. Old John, water. Quickly. Water the moss. Use the dark river water. Diluted. Reno, resembling an explorer who had stumbled upon a new land, circled the 3 cracked clay pots, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Moonlight moss. My treasure. You must endure. The prosperity and well-being of Blackstone Fortress rests upon you. Old John hurriedly rushed to fetch water, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, my little ancestors, I must take good care of this. It is our lifeline." He carefully scooped the diluted dark river water with a wooden spoon, evenly sprinkling it over the surface of the soil in the ceramic pot. His motions as gentle as if tending to a postpartum mother. The silvery moonlight moss, nourished by the cool river water, seemed to thrive even more. The fine, hair-like moss spread at a pace that, while barely perceptible to the naked eye, could be detected by Reno's keen gaze, covering more of the vine's roots and the edges of the pot. The shimmering silver light flowed like moonlit water, casting a hazy and dreamlike illumination over a small area. The nauseating stench in the air seemed to dissipate significantly under this pure radiance. "Sir, look!" exclaimed Wood Stump, pointing at one of the vine's roots in delight. "It's changing color." Indeed, beneath the continuous glow of the silver light, the last stubborn gray-green slime on a vine's root completely dried and flaked off, revealing a deep, smooth, and metallic glossed gray-black wooden texture beneath. The entire piece of wood surprisingly exuded an air of elegance, resembling a premium wood offcut. Item: purified iron vine wood, mild. Type: material, quality wood. Attributes: toughness, corrosion resistance, weak energy affinity. Status: purification complete. Value: moderate, can be used for construction, weapon handles. Simple magical item carriers. Success! Reno exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. System brother, this attribute is simply tailor-made for our Blackstone Fortress's infrastructural needs. He reached out to touch the iron vine wood, feeling its cold hardness and excellent texture, completely devoid of the previous sticky and foul odor. Good, 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 he repeated thrice, unable to hide the smile on his face. Hammer, come and see. Our hope wood. Hammer approached, tapping the iron vine wood with his rough fingers, producing a crisp sound. His eyes sparkled. Wow, this hardness. It's sturdier than iron. What a fine item, my lord. If we make this into spear shafts, it could definitely pierce the thick hides of those beasts. Not just spear shafts, Reno declared grandly. Beams, pillars, furniture. We can create it all. Our Blackstone Fortress is finally on the brink of leaving the era of ruins behind. Although there were only 3 pieces at present, this marked a breakthrough from 0. A milestone. My lord is wise. The slaves joined in the cheer, though they did not fully comprehend what furniture was. They could tell from their lord's joy that it must be something good. Don't just revel in joy, Reno urged, suppressing his excitement as he pointed to the other 2 vines still undergoing purification. Old John, focus on these 2. Don't stop the water. Let the moonlight moss absorb to its fullest. Let us aim to purify them all tonight. Yes, my lord. I guarantee the task will be completed. Old John straightened his hunched back, feeling that he bore a sacred mission. Reno's gaze then turned to Elia, lying on the haystack. The young girl, enveloped in the silvery glow of the moonlight moss, breathed evenly and deeply. The pallor of her cheeks was finally tinged with a noticeable flush, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she might awaken at any moment. The leaf-shaped imprint on the back of his hand glimmered with an exceedingly faint, yet steady emerald light. Ilya's condition, deeply weakened, recovery accelerating. Natural divine energy recovery, 12, gradually increasing. Power bank effect outstanding. Reno felt a surge of confidence. Once the girl awakens, I shall have her bestow a buff upon the moonlight moss. Doubling its yield is not merely a dream. At that point, the freedom of timber is but a matter of time. Brother or sister, Sarah, you have perished nobly. I shall burn some paper for you later. Or perhaps purify some rotten flesh as an offering. Just then, the stone assigned to monitor the cliff below came tumbling and scrambling back. Its face paler than the moonlight moss. Great one. Captain, it's terrible. The large cocoon down there is glowing. It's moving. What? Reno and the hammer's expressions shifted instantly, rushing to the opening. Through the narrow crevice of the lookout, they beheld a platform shrouded in gray mist, where the enormous cocoon woven from dark red, vein-like threads emanated a heart-stopping, molten crimson glow. The entire cocoon pulsated rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. Each throb was accompanied by a gurgling sound, reminiscent of viscous blood coursing through veins. The writhing threads upon the cocoon's surface grew thicker and more menacing, as if accumulating a dreadful power. Corrupted aberration, nurturing completed 99. Status, energy saturated. Hatching imminent. Threat level, extremely high, peak of tier 3. Warning, its energy fluctuations resonate violently with an unknown entity deep within the caverns. 99. Just a hair's breadth from completion. Reno felt a shiver run down his spine. System, could you not be more precise with that progress bar? 999 would suffice. Could you grant a moment of buffer time? Damn it, this cursed thing is about to emerge. The hammer tightened his grip on the beast claw spear, the wound on his back flaring with pain once more. My lord, what should we do? Should we strike first while it remains unhatched? Charge down and pierce it? Down. Reno cast a glance at the dark, pulsating cocoon, then surveyed his frail companions, including himself, his lips twitching. Shall we deliver takeout? Perhaps a deluxe package? He resolutely shook his head. No. Too perilous. We shall wait until it emerges. Hammer. Gather the others. Pile every movable object at the opening. Stones. Mud. Rotted wood. Block it up. Reinforce. Reinforce again. Weld it shut inside. Yes. The hammer understood that descending now would be tantamount to suicide, promptly rallying the team. Brothers. Move. Fortify that opening into an impenetrable wall. Not a single fly shall escape. The slaves transformed once more into diligent worker ants, transporting stones, mud, and debris, desperately constructing a wall of despair within the opening. Though they knew this barrier might not withstand a claw from a peak tier 3 monster, it was better than nothing. Psychological comfort is still comfort. Reno fixated intently on the pulsating cocoon, his heart racing in sync with its rhythm. Hatching countdown initiated, 32:15. He felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. Suddenly, a hum, a low, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the earth, reverberated through the air. The entire cliff trembled violently. An invisible wave of energy, imbued with a sense of brutality and destruction, surged forth from the depths of the cavern like a tsunami. Roar. The ancient roar from the depths of the cavern resounded once more. This time, it was no longer the previous dullness, but rather filled with excitement, yearning, and a hint of command. It was as if it had received an order. The dark red cocoon upon the cliff platform suddenly ceased its pulsation. Immediately thereafter, a crisp sound, akin to the cracking of an eggshell, penetrated the gray mist and obstructions, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The dark red light surged instantly, blindingly bright. An even richer, more malevolent aura of corruption ascended. It has emerged. The stones fell limp to the ground, their voices tinged with despair. Reno's heart raced to his throat. It is here. He tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his gaze fixated intently on the opening. Iron Hammer raised his beastly spear, positioning it protectively in front of Reno, his muscles taut as iron. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated scene of the monster breaking free and wreaking havoc did not unfold. The dark red light gradually receded. Through the gray mist, a humanoid silhouette became faintly visible. A slender, frail, curled figure stood silently amidst the shattered cocoon. Corrupted aberration, hatching complete. Name? Unknown. Level? Peak of Tier 3, energy fluctuation. Status? Weak, newborn. Extremely unstable, energy chaos. Unknown. Threat level? Extremely high, fluctuating, decreasing. Reno? Iron Hammer. Everyone. What is happening? Difficult birth? Or has it shrunk? Reno wore a bewildered expression. This figure is almost the same as Syra. This is the peak of Tier 3. Concentration is essence. The humanoid silhouette slowly lifted its head. In the gray mist, a face that belonged to Syra emerged. Yet those eyes were no longer the pure obsidian, but had transformed into a dark red, swirling like molten lava, filled with chaos, anguish, and a hint of vacant confusion. She seemed to gaze in bewilderment at its slender hands, covered in a dark red carapace, then glanced at the surrounding shattered cocoon and the desiccated remains of the burrowing worms. Then, it slowly raised its hand, pointing towards the opening of the Blackstone fortress. A hoarse, dry voice, reminiscent of 2 rusted iron plates scraping against one another, intermittently broke the silence, piercing through the gray mist and obstructions, echoing clearly within the force field. Hungry, so hungry, give me food. Chapter 23, Awakening. The Nature Girl's charging request, and the corrupted phantom's hunger. The sound of the dark red cocoon shattering echoed like a death knell in the hearts of everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the force field, even halting their breaths. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the gaping void, as the beastly claws of the hammer tightened with a creaking sound. The wound on the back throbbed faintly, as if anticipating the excruciating pain from the claws of that pinnacle Tier 3 monster. Yet, amidst the gray mist, the slender, curled figure merely stood there in a daze. The dark crimson pupils, if they could still be called pupils, slowly scanned the fog, ultimately fixing on the direction of the gap. The face, vaguely resembling that of Sela, bore no signs of ferocity or brutality, only an emptiness akin to the bewilderment of an infant. Hungry, so hungry, the hoarse, dry voice, akin to rusty metal scraping against bone, pierced through the obstruction, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Hungry? The hammer's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, forgetting to raise the spear in hand. Did it just say hungry? Shouldn't it be screaming to annihilate humanity or demand a feast of flesh? This script is all wrong. Reynolds was equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? The first thing it does after hatching is order takeout? Where's the grandeur of a pinnacle Tier 3? He feigned calmness, lowering his voice. Everyone, Stay still. Let us see what it intends to do. The figure, tentatively referred to as the new Sela, slowly raised its arm, covered in a dark crimson carapace, pointing towards the gap and repeating, hungry, food. Then, seemingly losing interest in the desiccated remains of the digging worms surrounding it, or perhaps finding them unpalatable, it gradually sat down, curling into a ball, the dark red glow flickering softly, resembling a petulant child. Corrupted aberration, hatching complete. Name? Unknown. Level? Pinnacle Tier 3, energy fluctuation. Status? Weak, neonate. Extremely unstable, energy disruption, starving, severe. Threat level? Extremely high, fluctuating, decreasing, due to hunger weakness? Weakness from hunger. Reynolds nearly chuckled aloud. This setup seems rather hasty. His anxious heart eased slightly, but his vigilance remained unwavering. Hungry? Who knows what it desires to eat? What if it craves human flesh? It doesn't seem inclined to charge at us, does it? Stone quivered nervously. Not at the moment. Reynolds squinted, pondering the implications of its hunger. Who knows what it might do when desperate? Hammer. Reinforcement cannot cease. Block it up. Block it thoroughly. Perhaps we should find some rotting flesh to throw down? Let's see if it consumes it. Rotting flesh. The hammer grimaced in distaste. We wouldn't even eat that ourselves. But perhaps we should give it a try? He promptly summoned others to rummage through the previously collected remnants, prepared as fertilizer or bait. Reynolds then swiftly approached Elia. Under the nurturing silver glow of the moonlight moss, the girl's complexion had regained much of its vitality, her breathing steady and deep. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she gradually opened her eyes. Her emerald gaze resembled a forest after rain, clear and bright, imbued with a newfound bewilderment, which soon focused on Reynolds' face. My lord, her voice, though still somewhat frail, carried a sweet, soft tone. How long have I been asleep? Not long. Just enough time for that fellow down there to hatch and place an order. Reno knelt down, naturally brushing aside her damp silver hair, his fingertips inadvertently gliding across her smooth forehead, the sensation warm and delicate. The texture is pleasant. He remarked with a light cough. How do you feel? Do you still feel drained? Ilya's small face flushed, seemingly shy from Reno's touch, her emerald eyes glistening. Much better. Though I still lack strength, she replied, shifting slightly. The loose neckline of her linen gown slipped a bit, revealing a small expanse of her exquisite, pale collarbone. I feel so weak all over. Reno's gaze was irresistibly drawn to that delicate whiteness, and he swallowed hard. Wow. This girl has an unconscious charm that's off the charts. He quickly averted his eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. Having exhausted your divine power, it's only natural to feel weak. Here, have some more water. He picked up the water pouch and gently brought it to her lips. Ilya took small sips of the cool, dark river water, the sweet liquid soothing her parched throat and restoring the rosy hue to her pale lips. She sighed contentedly, her gaze shifting to the three-potted moonlight mosses radiating a soft silver glow, her emerald eyes brightening. The moonlight moss is growing so quickly. How delightful. Indeed. Thanks to them, he managed to procure some solid materials. Reno pointed to the 3 iron vine woods that had been purified, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Sturdy enough to serve as beams for a house. We'll build you a beautiful big house. Really? Ilya's eyes curved into crescent moons. But then her brow furrowed slightly as her small hand pressed gently against her flat stomach. This action drew Reno's gaze once more. I feel the power of the moonlight moss is quite pleasant, but it seems insufficient. Insufficient? Reno was taken aback. What else do you need? More dark river water? Ilya shook her head, her emerald eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness and anticipation as she looked at Reno. Not water, but something more direct. Her voice dwindled, her cheeks flushed. Could you hold my hand again, like before? Your warmth seems to help me recover faster. Reno. What a request. A rush of warmth surged to his head. Girl, you're playing with fire. He suppressed the turmoil within and cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. Ahem. Well, recovering divine power requires a bit of a catalyst? All right. For the sake of territory development, for the early realization of timber freedom, I suppose I can make this sacrifice. He extended his hand, gently grasping the delicate hand Ilya had placed on her abdomen. It felt cool and slippery, akin to fine silk. He instinctively rubbed her smooth hand with his thumb. Truly smooth. Ilya let out a soft sound, reminiscent of a little kitten's mewl, her body shivering slightly, her emerald eyes misting over, and her cheeks reddening. Your hand is so warm. Of course, I'm burning up all over. Reno inwardly roared. But on the surface, he maintained a facade of decorum. Stay focused. Concentrate. Feel my warmth. Guide it. As he spoke, He subtly increased the pressure and range of his fingers, gently gliding from the back of her hand to the delicate skin on the inner wrist. Ilya's body tensed. Her breath quickened, and her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly, as if enduring a sweet torment. The leaf mark on the back of her hand began to emit an even brighter emerald glow under Renaud's warm stimulation. A faint natural divine power began to flow within her. Accelerated recovery of natural divine power 56. Tip: the faint aura of the Lord, a weak life energy, has a slight nurturing effect on the chosen of nature. Physical contact can slightly enhance the effect. Physical contact enhancement slight. Renaud watched the system notification, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, you speak a human language. He diligently continued to guide, his fingers beginning to restlessly trace circles on her inner forearm. Ilya could no longer contain herself and let out a short, delicate moan, swiftly retracting her hand, her face flushed like a ripe apple. With emerald eyes, she shot Renaud an admonishing glance. Sir, you're making it impossible for me to concentrate. Oh, my apologies. Renaud exclaimed innocently, retracting his hand, his fingertips still lingering with that slick sensation, having gotten a bit too engrossed. It's all to help you recover. You see, I isn't it much better now? Ilya bit her lower lip, too shy to meet his gaze, merely responding with a soft Her bashful demeanor stirred a yearning within Renaud. This girl is dangerously captivating. At that moment, the stone responsible for surveillance scurried over, its expression peculiar. Sir, Captain, down below, that thing, it doesn't eat rotting flesh. When we threw meat in front of it, it sniffed and then crushed it underfoot. Then it pointed upwards and shouted, hungry. Doesn't he eat rotting flesh? What does it want then? Iron Hammer scratched his head in confusion. It can't possibly want to eat vegetables, right? Renaud approached the lookout hole, peering down. There. The new Scylla remained curled in place, its dark red eyes fixated above, its cracked lips, if that keratinized covering could still be called lips, moving. Repeating a monotonous phrase, hungry, food. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, its dark red gaze abruptly turning towards the moonlight moss-potted plant. Despite the thick barriers and force fields, it appeared to see that pure silvery glow. It sprang up, pointing towards the moonlight moss, its voice tinged with urgency and desire. That light, hungry for light. Light? Renaud was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, it wanted to consume the moonlight moss. What? Eat moss? Iron Hammer looked bewildered. Does this monster have such a bland palate? Or is it starving mad? No, not moss. Ilya's weak yet urgent voice interjected. It desires the pure life energy contained within the moonlight moss. The corrupting power within it yearns to be purified, or perhaps filled. Yearning to be purified? Renaud's gaze flickered with intrigue. Now this is fascinating. A corrupted creature craving purifying energy? Isn't it afraid of indigestion and exploding on the spot? He gazed at the three precious moonlight moss pots, then glanced down at the ravenous three-tiered monster below. A daring and reckless thought surfaced. Hammer, Reno said, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What do you think would happen if we fed it a bit of light? Feed it. Hammer's eyes nearly bulged out. My lord, are you out of your mind? This creature, when starved, could easily devour us as a snack. Starvation is even more perilous. Reno pointed below. It's weakened now because it's hungry. Do you really think this crumbling wall can withstand it once it goes mad with hunger? Why not give it a try? What if it consumes the light and transforms into a giant of radiance, or explodes on the spot? Hammer hesitated. Let us give it a shot. Ilya whispered, her emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity. It seems to be in agony. Perhaps the power of the moonlight moss could aid it? Help it? Hammer looked at her incredulously. My lady, you are far too kind-hearted. It is a monster. Whether it is a monster or not, we will only know by trying. Reno's eyes glinted with determination. Old John, go. Snap off a small piece of the moonlight moss. Just a scrap. Don't harm the roots. Trembling, Old John complied, cautiously scraping off a small tuft of silvery moss with a bone shard. Reno used a slender beast bone as chopsticks to grasp the tuft radiating a faint silver glow and approach the lookout hole. Hey, down there. He shouted into the gray mist, look closely. This is a fine delicacy. Eat it, and I promise you will feel invigorated. He carefully pushed the tuft of moss through the lookout hole, tossing it towards the platform below. In the gray mist, the creature's deep crimson eyes instantly locked onto the drifting silver light. It lunged forward, extending its hand, or claw, precisely snatching the tuft of moss. Without a moment's hesitation, it shoved it into its mouth. A gulp echoed through the air. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The creature suddenly stiffened. The dark red glow flickered violently. It emitted a muffled groan of pain, collapsing onto one knee. Beneath its dark red carapace, it seemed as if silver light coursed through its veins, clashing violently. It's going to explode. Hammer tightened his grip on the spear, bracing for the impact. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The dark red glow and the silver light clashed intensely for a moment, before the silver light gradually dimmed and dissipated. The dark red glow regained dominance, but it appeared somewhat subdued. It slowly rose, its crimson gaze directed towards the lookout, and in its hollow stare, there seemed to be a trace of faint satisfaction and desire. It raised its hand once more, pointing toward the moonlight moss, its voice still hoarse, but lacking the previous ferocity, now tinged with a hint of grievance. I still want light. Reno, Hammer, everyone, is it addicted to eating now? Reno looked at the begging creature below, then at the precious moonlight moss in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. What is this? A corrupted specter begging for food? Or have we taken on a three-tiered pinnacle glutton? Chapter 24. The temptation of moonlight moss and the rising temperature of charging New Solana's plaintive voice echoed. I'm still hungry. Like a silent bomb dropped into the force field, causing an explosion that left everyone both charred and tender. Still hungry. The beast claw spear in Iron Hammer's hand nearly tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he consider this a mere appetizer? Was he expecting a little more after finishing the last morsel? Reno glanced at the eager figure of New Solana below, whose molten eyes betrayed no sign of impatience as they fixated on the moonlight moss. His lips twitched in disbelief. Good heavens. Does he truly think I am a delivery service? Or perhaps a moonlight moss exclusive courier? He stole a glance at old John, who cradled a pitiful handful of moss trimmings, and felt his heart bleed. This stuff is worth more than gold. Feed the monster? Should we really keep feeding it? Old John trembled while holding the glimmering treasure. If we keep feeding it, our supply will dwindle. Feed it? Nonsense. Iron Hammer retorted, puffing out his chest. Let it starve. If it dies, good riddance. Better than letting it wreak havoc. Starve to death? Reno rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe it won't go mad with hunger and gnaw on our walls like cookies? He stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. To nurture or not to nurture this peak-tier glutton? That is the question. His eyes drifted over the 3 pots of vibrant moonlight moss, then settled on the recovering rosy face of Ilya. With a determined bite, he declared, feed it. Just break off a small piece. Old John, be gentle. We don't want to deplete it. Old John winced as he carefully scraped off a morsel the size of a fingernail with a bone shard. Reno deftly grasped it with bone chopsticks and pushed it through the observation hole. New Solana's reflexes were astonishing as she caught it with precision and popped it into her mouth. This time, there was no struggle. Her body merely trembled slightly. The dark red glow flowing steadily, and a satisfied purr emanated from her throat, reminiscent of a contented cat. Corruption aberration status update. Name? Moonlight moss dependent. Level? Peak tier 3. Energy fluctuation stable. Status? Weak. Neophyte. Energy stable. Moonlight moss energy supplement. Hunger, mitigating? Unknown. Threat level? High, fluctuating, decreasing, due to energy satisfaction. Note: moonlight moss energy can temporarily stabilize its corrupted core, reducing aggressiveness. Long-term feeding effects unknown. Dependent type? With addictive properties? Reno's eyelids twitched. What is this? A corrupted version of an electronic cigarette? He observed the now calm, even somewhat obedient New Solana, and felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. Iron Hammer. Did you see that? Knowledge is power. Moonlight moss acts as a taming rod. From now on, if it misbehaves, let it starve. If it behaves, it shall receive a morsel of moss. Iron Hammer replied. My lord, is this taming method not a bit too wild? For now, the situation was stabilized. Reno breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ilya. The girl, illuminated by the silver glow of the moonlight moss and Reno's earlier warmth, appeared much better and was attempting to sit up. Don't move. Reno dashed over, his large hand securely supporting her slender back, feeling the warmth and softness beneath his touch. The young girl was clad in a sheer linen gown, through which the elasticity and warmth of her skin were distinctly perceptible. A surge of emotion coursed through him as he instinctively grazed her waist with his fingers. Oh! Ilya let out a soft, sensitive hum, her body quivering slightly, and her emerald eyes glistened as they shot him a glance filled with playful reproach and shyness. Sir, your hand, cough. I shall assist you to a sitting position. Do not overthink it. Reno quickly composed himself, earnestly ensuring she was stable. Yet his hand lingered at her lower back, savoring the alluring curve. How do you feel? Can you manage a few steps? Ilya's cheeks flushed, acutely aware of the warmth of his hand on her waist, her heartbeat quickening. She tentatively moved her legs, her brows knitting together. My legs still lack strength. They feel like they are walking on cotton. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly back, seeking support, unconsciously drawing closer to Reno's arm. Reno was enveloped by a delicate fragrance, the softness of her form against his arm palpable even through the thin fabric. And he could even sense the subtle rise and fall of her chest. This is unbearable, he thought, swallowing hard as his voice grew a touch hoarse. And no worries. Take your time. Recovery cannot be rushed. Shall I recharge you again? He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Ilya's ears flushed crimson, her body softening, almost collapsing into his embrace. Biting her lip, she murmured, I am so sorry to trouble you, my lord. Reno's heart soared with joy. Oh yes. The charging mode is activated. He adjusted his position, allowing Ilya to lean against him, one arm securely around her delicate waist, under the pretext of preventing her from falling, while the other gently clasped her cool little hand. This time, he was even more diligent, his thumb tracing circles on her smooth hand, occasionally brushing against the sensitive skin on her inner wrist. A muffled sound escaped Ilya, her body writhing slightly as if trying to escape the irritating tickle, yet seemingly unwilling to break free. Her emerald eyes clouded with a mist, her breathing becoming rapid, the rise and fall of her chest more pronounced. Sir, please do not scratch there. Scratch? Where? Reno feigned innocence, yet his fingers grew bolder, slowly exploring the inner side of her forearm, gliding over her porcelain-like skin. Feeling her slight tremors. Is it here or here? His voice was low, laced with a hint of temptation. Ah, it tickles everywhere. Ilya, embarrassed, buried her face against his chest, her flushed cheeks pressed against his firm torso, where she could hear his heart racing as well. You are wicked. Isn't it said that a bad man is loved by a good woman? Reno reveled in his triumph, his hands continuing their exploration, relishing the sensation of the fragrant softness in his arms, the unique aroma of the young girl enveloping him, utterly lost in bliss. System, check quickly. Is the recovery effect remarkable? The natural divine power is recovering rapidly. A prompt indicates that the effects of intimate physical contact and moonlight moss nurturing have significantly enhanced. Ilya's condition is moderately weakened but recovering swiftly. The results are remarkable. Reno feels invigorated, exclaiming that he must recharge more often for the development of the territory. What's the harm in sacrificing a bit of charm? He becomes increasingly focused on guiding Ilya, his fingers nearly gliding to the bend of her arm. Sir, sir, the booming voice of Hammer abruptly interrupts. That fellow below seems to be up to something. Reno's good mood is instantly shattered, and he snaps. What is going on? Can't you see I'm busy treating Miss Ilya? Hammer points toward the lookout hole, his expression a mix of urgency and confusion. It's standing up. It's pointing at our moss pot. It seems dissatisfied with the amount we provided. It even jumped a couple of times like a child asking for candy. Reno is taken aback. This glutton is picky. Reluctantly, he releases Ilya, who is softly leaning against him, her gaze dreamy and breathing shallowly, and approaches the opening to take a look. Indeed, New Syra stands on the platform, its dark red eyes fixed intently on the moonlight moss pot. One finger, encased in a keratinous layer, points at the ceramic pot, while the other hand strangely pats its own belly. Though the movements are stiff and bizarre, the message is clear. It is still hungry. Damn it, it wants more. Reno grumbles, irritated. Hammer, reduce the amount to half of what we just gave it. Let it understand the meaning of limited supply. All right. Hammer replies, looking pained as he goes to scrape more moss. He tosses a smaller handful into the pot. New Syra catches it, chews, if it had a mouth, and appears somewhat dissatisfied but quietly returns to sit with its knees hugged, resembling a scapegoat. Is this considered taming? Hammer scratches his head, feeling his worldview crumbling. Taming? My foot. It's merely been temporarily fed. Reno scoffs, his gaze returning to Ilya, softening instantly. Ilya, do you feel better? Can you try to stand? With a flushed face, Ilya attempts to rise with Reno's assistance. Her legs are still somewhat weak, and she stumbles, falling directly into Reno's embrace. Their bodies collide, and they both gasp in surprise. Reno is overwhelmed by the sensation of two astonishingly soft and elastic forms pressing against his chest, the warmth permeating through the thin fabric, igniting a fervent rush of blood throughout his body. By heavens, this is too good. Instinctively, he tightens his embrace, holding the delicate figure close. Ilya, equally stunned, feels her face turn crimson, rendered motionless in Reno's arms. She senses his strong, warm embrace and the masculine scent mingling with sweat and a hint of blood, leaving her mind blank. I am sorry, sir, she stammers weakly, struggling to pull away but finding herself utterly powerless. And no worries. Reno's voice is husky, his grip on her arm unwavering, even tightening slightly. If you can't stand, I'll support you. Take your time. He lowered his head, nearly brushing against her smooth forehead, their breaths intertwining. Murmured Ilya, her voice as delicate as a whisper, surrendering her struggle as she buried her flushed face in Rainer's neck, allowing him to embrace her. She could distinctly feel the drumming heartbeat within his chest, along with the searing warmth of his large hand on her waist, an unprecedented sensation that tingled and electrified her entire being. Rainer observed the system notification while savoring the fragrant softness of Ilya in his arms, laughing inwardly. System, at last, you comprehend me. This charging method is remarkably scientific. Please arrange more of this in the future. He held Ilya close, relishing this painful yet pleasurable healing process, his gaze sweeping over the 3 pots of moonlight moss and the new Celera. The moonlight moss must be expanded. We need to find a safer place to cultivate it. He mused. As for Celera, this glutton must be suspended. We cannot allow her to be overfed nor starved. Ilya's recovery speed also needs to hasten. It seems we should increase the frequency and depth of the charging sessions. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Old John. Rainer gently caressed Ilya's waist, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Tomorrow, bring people. Clear out the cleanest, safest, and most private room in the main fortress. It must be spacious, well-ventilated, and preferably lockable. My lord, are you asking for? Old John paused. To cultivate moss, Rainer declared boldly. The moonlight moss is our lifeline. It can no longer be exposed to the elements. From now on, we shall grow it indoors. We need a moss cultivation greenhouse. Ilya's recovery also requires a tranquil environment. Yes, that has settled. He lowered his gaze to Ilya, who was too shy to lift her head, and a meaningful smile graced his lips. Ilya, we must also change our charging sessions to a more comfortable setting, don't you think? Ilya's cheeks flushed deeper, her body growing softer. Chapter 25, The Game. The prisoner of moonlight moss and shadows beneath the dark river Celera curled up on the mist-laden platform, resembling a tamed, or perhaps accustomed, beast. Her dark red eyes no longer filled with savage hunger, but instead exuding a near-submissive anticipation. She had even learned to tap her keratin-covered fingers rhythmically against the ground, producing a soft sound as if to remind those above, it's time to eat. Rainer stood behind the observation hole, gazing down with a complex expression. It has become too quiet, like a starving dog dangled by a bone. Yet a satiated dog would wag its tail. What of it? The peak power within it lies dormant, like a slumbering volcano. The moonlight moss is both its shackles and source of strength. This balance is as fragile as a sheet of paper. He cast a glance at the meager scraps of moss in Old John's hands. Though the moonlight moss flourishes rapidly, its capacity to purify the iron vines and sustain the sustenance of new Sarah has nearly depleted its meager yield. The silvery fuzz along the edge of the clay pot has grown sparse. The moonlight moss serves as both a lifeline and a vulnerability. New Sarah may remain tranquil for the moment, but what if it knew the moonlight moss was right above, within those few decrepit pots? If it were driven to madness by hunger, could this crumbling wall withstand an assault from a peak-tier adversary? Is the master still feeding it? Old John's voice trembled with a hint of despair, his hands shaking as he cradled the moss, the pot's edges nearly barren. Reno inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising agitation and unease. Feed it. It must be sustained. We must buy time. Ilya is recovering. The moonlight moss is growing. As long as we can delay until Ilya can nurture more moonlight moss, until we have sufficient iron vines to reinforce our defenses. Feed it. Just a little more. He urged in a low voice. Hammer, stay vigilant. If it shows any sign of unrest, sound the alarm. A small handful of silver glimmer was tossed down. New Sarah caught it with precision, stuffing it into its mouth with a satisfied low hum, curling back up, the rhythm of its movements becoming somewhat lighter. For now, we have stabilized it, but this dependence is akin to poison. The more it relies on us, the greater its appetite will grow. Can the moonlight moss's growth keep pace? Reno turned and ventured deeper into the main fortress. Old John was directing the slaves to clear a relatively intact stone chamber, which would become a greenhouse for the moonlight moss and a special care room for the Lord. The air was thick with dust and mildew. Yet Reno's thoughts were far removed from this setting. He pushed open another door. Ilya was reclining on a makeshift bed of hay and animal skins, sipping the dark river water. Her complexion had improved significantly, her emerald eyes sparkling with vitality. Upon seeing Reno enter, a flush of color rose to her cheeks. My lord. Her voice was soft, tinged with an imperceptible shyness. Reno approached the bedside, naturally taking a seat and placing his large hand over her cool little one. This time, He refrained from overt teasing, instead regarding her with an air of scrutiny and inquiry. Her recovery is quicker than anticipated. The divine essence within her is reawakening, and the mark on her hand has brightened slightly. Is it the nourishment from the moonlight moss, or could it be that my rejuvenating effect is indeed that potent? What is the principle behind the system's prompt for deep intimacy? How do you feel? He inquired, gently stroking her smooth hand. Feeling the faint rhythm of life beneath her skin, Ilya trembled slightly but did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she returned the gesture with a gentle squeeze. I feel much better. I have regained some strength. She lifted her emerald gaze, laced with concern. My lord, it seems to be in great pain. Reno's expression sharpened. Pain? You can sense it? Ilya nodded, closing her eyes, her brow furrowed slightly. Its power is chaotic, like countless burning needles racing within its body. The light from the moonlight moss is like cool water, temporarily soothing those needles, but there is too little water. The needles remain. Chaotic? Painful? The moonlight moss acts as a pain reliever? It is not food? A thought stirred within Reno. What has the caretaker done to it? The embedded crystals revealed a resonant blue light emanating from the depths of the cavern, all leading towards that decaying nest. Could the new Sarah be the key? Or perhaps a greater trap? Is there something else within it? Reno pressed on, his fingers tightening unconsciously. Something not belonging to corruption? Or a certain connection? Ilya struggled to sense it, her small face paling slightly. It is deep and dark, as if submerged in ink. A cold, massive entity is watching it, and in turn, watching us. She suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of fear flashing through her emerald pupils. It is calling. The entity's whisper was faint, yet the luminescent moss seemed capable of interfering with it. Indeed, the guardian of the cavern is peering at us through the new Sarah. Can the moonlight moss disrupt this connection? Reno's heart raced. This was both an opportunity and a peril. If I could sever this connection, would the new Sarah be wholly weaned, becoming a controllable force? Or would it provoke that unfathomable existence? How effective is the interference? Reno's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Very weak. Ilya shook her head, as if a leaf could only obscure a fraction of sunlight. A leaf blocking sunlight is better than nothing, but it at least proves the direction is correct. The moonlight moss is the key. We must amplify its scale. Reno's gaze sharpened. Ilya, his voice brooked no dissent. Your recovery is paramount. I need you to heal swiftly. Your strength is vital to nurture the moonlight moss. The more, the better. He leaned closer, their breaths intertwining. This time, his gaze held no mockery, only burning ambition and urgency. For territory, for survival, and to uncover the true nature of that entity below. Help me. Ilya gazed at the aggressive and determined face so near, her heartbeat faltering. She sensed Reno's urgency and the weight of the responsibility upon her. Her emerald eyes sparkled with resolute light. Yes, I will do my best. My lord, help me. A smile curved Reno's lips. No longer hesitating, he cradled her small face in his hands, causing Ilya to stiffen. He gently pressed his forehead against hers. System prompt. Try deep intimate contact. A warm, faintly combative energy, infused with Reno's will, began to flow through their point of contact. It was no longer mere teasing, but a purer, more direct channeling of energy. Ilya let out a soft hum, her body trembling slightly. This time it was not tingling, but a soothing warmth washing through her meridians. The leaf imprint on her hand suddenly glowed. The verdant light shone brighter than ever before. A pure essence of nature's divine power awakened, accelerating its flow within her. Natural divine power recovery accelerating 4045. Tip. Deep mental energy resonance. Effects significantly enhanced. Ilya's status, mildly weakened, recovering rapidly. Recovery in progress. Natural divine power active. Effective. And the results are astounding. Reno's heart swelled with joy. It turned out that deep charging was not mere trickery, but a profound science. The brother system had not deceived him. He maintained his position, feeling the vigorous resurgence of power within Ilya, and his plan became increasingly vivid. To ensnare the new Selah with moonlight moss, severing its connection to the depths of the cavern. Transform it into our weapon. Ilya's strength was the key. She must be empowered swiftly. How do you feel? He murmured, his breath brushing against her nose. Ilya's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her gaze sparkled with an unprecedented sense of strength. Warmth flooded back, and she even attempted to summon a hint of divine power, a faint green glow swirling around her fingertips. Excellent. Reno released her, his eyes alight with fervor. Old John, is the greenhouse ready? Move the moonlight moss in immediately. Ilya, you too. From this day forth, that will be your training room. Whatever you require. Speak directly to old John. I want you to cover the entire room with moonlight moss in the shortest time possible. Yes, my lord. Old John responded with palpable excitement. Ilya nodded vigorously, her verdant eyes ablaze with determination. Reno approached the window, casting his gaze once more towards the precipice below. The new Sela seemed to sense something, its dark red eyes lifting, colliding with Reno's gaze through the mist and obstruction. Are you hungry? Reno scoffed inwardly. Just wait. Soon. You shall not subsist solely on moss. Perhaps we could discuss a more delectable arrangement, like settling accounts with the nurturer? He turned, watching the moonlight moss being cautiously transported into the greenhouse, its silvery sheen vibrant with life. The moonlight moss is bait, the new Sela is the fish. The depths of the cavern conceal the lurking crocodile, and I am the fisherman holding the rod. This game has only just begun. Beneath the dark river, in the rotting nest, the secrets you conceal, I have already unearthed. He clenched his fists, knuckles widening. The path to survival for Blackstone Castle had never been so clear, nor had it ever been so fraught with peril. Chapter 26. The Greenhouse. The cage of moonlight moss and the whispers of corruption deep within the main fortress. The chamber designated as the Moonlight Greenhouse had become the most sacred and bizarre sanctum of Blackstone Castle. The rough stone walls had been scrubbed repeatedly by the slaves with water from the dark river, while the floor was laid with the cleanest gravel and hay that could be procured. 3 pots of moonlight moss were positioned at the center of the stone chamber, resembling 3 fallen stars, emitting a soft and pure silvery glow that bathed the entire space in a hazy, dreamlike light. The air was infused with a subtle, refreshing scent of flora, a stark contrast to the heavy stench prevailing outside. Ilya sat cross-legged beside the moss pots, her emerald eyes closed, long lashes casting delicate shadows in the silvery light. She pressed her hands gently above the largest pot of moonlight moss, a faint green aura swirling around her fingertips. With each breath, the emerald glow flickered in rhythm, intertwining with the silver light of the moonlight moss, resonating in harmony. The moss's velvety tendrils spread at a visible yet languorous pace, gradually enveloping the edges of the ceramic pots and beginning to seep into the surrounding stone walls and ground, leaving intricate silver patterns in their wake. The light warms like a mother's hand. Ilya's spirit was immersed in a wondrous connection. She could distinctly hear the faint whispers of joy from the moonlight moss and sense their yearning for pure life energy. With each infusion of natural divine power, the moss would reciprocate with a refreshing, nurturing energy akin to a gentle stream, mending her depleted veins. Grow faster, hurry, it is in pain. It is waiting. A vision of new Sarah curled within the gray mist flashed through her mind, its molten eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of anguish and desire, piercing her soul like icy needles. Reno stood at the doorway of the stone chamber, refraining from intruding, leaning against the cold stone wall. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, observing everything within through the crack of the door. His perception reached out like invisible tendrils, cautiously probing the area bathed in silver light. Ilya's power is recovering at an astonishing rate. The enhancement effect of the moonlight moss exceeds all expectations. This symbiotic relationship is akin to a bespoke power bank for her. He felt a surge of joy within, quickly overshadowed by deeper worries. But her heart is too soft. She empathizes with that monster. It is in pain? Huh. The power within it is enough to tear us all apart. Sympathy is poison. He forced himself to harden. This connection must be utilized wisely. The moonlight moss is both a chain and bait. New Sarah, you are the key. The key to unlocking the rotten nest. He concentrated, shifting his perceptive focus away from Ilya, delicately probing downward like a needle towards the platform shrouded in gray mist. Hungry for light, still wanting more. New Sarah's hoarse, chaotic fragments of thoughts surged into Reno's consciousness like erratic currents. Intertwined within were indescribable pain, brutal hunger, and a faint, chilling gaze as if emerging from the abyss. The entity deep within the cave. It is indeed observing us through New Sarah's eyes. A shiver ran through Reno. He immediately entwined his perception with the pure silver light emanating from the moonlight moss, donning it like a disguise, cautiously approaching the chaotic core of New Sarah's consciousness. So much pain, needles burning. New Sarah's thoughts writhed in agony. The light is cool and comfortable, but not enough, still wanting more. As Reno's perception, carrying a hint of the moonlight moss's essence, neared, the chaotic thoughts wrapped around him like a drowning person grasping for driftwood. A wave of greed and desire surged forth. Now is the moment. A flicker of cold light flashed in Reno's eyes. He abruptly severed the thread of the moonlight moss's essence from his perception, as if wrenching the driftwood from the drowning person's grasp. A silent, yet soul-shattering roar erupted from below. New Sarah's curled body sprang up violently. Its dark red eyes erupted with a fierce, molten glare. It pounded the ground frantically, the hard rock fracturing like spiderwebs beneath its blows. The chaotic power, which had been subdued, surged again. It suddenly lifted its head, its molten gaze fixated on the direction of the moonlit greenhouse. Hunger, fury, and a frenzied sense of betrayal surged like palpable shockwaves, violently colliding with the force field barrier. Inside the stone chamber, Ilya let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently. The silvery light of the moonlight moss flickered chaotically. She abruptly opened her eyes, her emerald orbs filled with terror and anguish. Master, it's gone mad. It hurts, it's tearing the connection. Steady yourself, Reno commanded, stepping into the stone chamber and placing a firm hand on Ilya's slightly trembling shoulder. A warm surge of battle energy, or perhaps life force, flooded into her, forcibly stabilizing her tumultuous blood flow. Such a fierce reaction? It seems the cessation of the painkillers has immediate effects. It also confirms my suspicion that the moonlight moss is its sole remedy. Old John, the moss. Reno barked. Trembling, Old John scraped off a smaller tuft of moss than the last time with a bone shard. Reno took it and approached the stone chamber's only narrow ventilation opening facing the cliff. He did not immediately offer it, but instead pinched the small tuft between his fingers, allowing the essence of the moonlight moss to radiate clearly. Below, New Cyrus' frenzied movements abruptly halted. Its molten eyes fixated on the faint silvery light, emitting a low, beast-like rasping sound from its throat. Extreme hunger and furious rage clashed wildly in its gaze. Light, give me light. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, a faint trace of Cyrus' personality seemed to struggle. No, I cannot be controlled. But soon it was overwhelmed by a more powerful hunger and pain. Hungry, pain, light. Give me light. A cold smile crept upon Reno's lips. The game has begun, monster. He slowly extended the tuft of moss through the ventilation opening, but did not immediately release it. Listen. His voice, though not loud, possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, as if it could reach into the very soul, mingling with the battle energy and the essence of the moonlight moss, directly striking at New Cyrus' chaotic consciousness. Want light? Very well, but at a price. New Cyrus' body tensed abruptly. Its molten gaze locked onto Reno, a flicker of confusion passing through its violent thoughts. Quiet. Reno's voice was like a cold iron block. Do not move. Not at all. The pounding of New Cyrus against the ground ceased instantly. It emitted a suppressed whimper, akin to a wounded beast, its body slightly trembling as if struggling to contain the urge for destruction. Effective. It understands. Or rather, the instinct within it fears the severed supply more than its madness. Reno's heart raced as he pressed on. Tell me, deep within the cave, what is the thing that watches you? New Cyrus fell silent. Its molten eyes flickered violently, chaotic thoughts stirring up a tempest within. I cannot say. The pain will consume me. A wave of primal fear surged from the depths of its soul, overwhelming it in an instant. It clutched its head, emitting a silent scream. Not going to speak? Reno's gaze sharpened, feigning the action of retracting the moss. Then you shall continue to endure the pain. No. A storm of mixed fear and pleading thoughts swept over him. Fragments of disjointed information surged forth from the chaotic consciousness of New Cyrus, akin to forcibly torn memories. A stone? So large, capable of movement, consuming everything, fearing light? Reno swiftly grasped the critical details. The guardian of the cavern's depths is some kind of living rock giant? It feeds on corrupted energy? It is averse to pure light? Moonlight moss can restrain it. This revelation sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Excellent. Reno released his grip, allowing the clump of moss to drift down. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, New Cyrus caught it and greedily swallowed it whole. The ferocity of its demeanor quickly subsided. It curled up once more, its molten gaze losing its menacing glint, replaced by an almost numbing satisfaction and profound fatigue. The faint vestige of Cyrus' personality seemed to sink into silence following the torrent of distressing information. Leaning against the stone wall, Reno felt cold sweat saturate his back. That brief mental duel resembled a perilous tightrope walk over an abyss, depleting his spirit far beyond that of a fierce battle. I have succeeded. Yet merely pried open a narrow crevice. He gazed at the now tranquil figure below, his expression laced with complexity. It fears the moonlight moss. It can disrupt or even overpower the stone. This is our breakthrough. He turned to face Ilya, whose complexion was pale, but whose gaze radiated an astonishing brightness. Ilya. Reno's voice bore a subtle blend of excitement and fatigue. Do you hear me? The moonlight moss is the key. It is also a weapon. Ilya nodded vigorously. her emerald eyes ablaze with steadfast resolve. Yes, I will make it grow more and brighter. It is not enough. Reno approached her, crouching down, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. I need you to deepen your connection with the moonlight moss. I need you to look through it, to perceive the stone, to sense its weaknesses, even to disrupt it. Ilia's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her youthful face, quickly supplanted by determination. I will try. Not try. Reno grasped her hand with a force that elicited a wince of pain from her. It is imperative. To survive. To uncover what has transpired with Syra. To obliterate that decaying nest. His voice was deep and compelling. I will assist you. I will guide you with my strength. Ilia met Reno's gaze, seeing the burning ambition and unyielding resolve in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she firmly clasped his hand in return. All right, help me. Reno's eyes sparkled with determination. The plan is set. Without hesitation, he pressed his forehead against Ilia's once more. This time, it was not merely nourishment, but a more forceful and direct invasion of will. His fighting spirit intertwined with powerful mental intent, acting as a guiding rein, forcefully drawing Ilia's innate divine power deeper into the life network of the moonlight moss. Ugh! Ilia emitted a muffled groan of anguish, her body trembling violently. The mental shock of deepening the connection exceeded her capacity. Countless chaotic fragments of thought belonging to the moonlight moss and new Syra surged like a torrent against her consciousness. She felt as if she were a fragile boat tossed amid turbulent waves. Hold on. Reno's voice resonated like thunder within her consciousness. He tightly embraced her trembling form, fortifying a fragile barrier with his willpower. Feel the moonlight moss. Sense its roots. Acknowledge the energy it absorbs. Follow that thread of disturbance to its source. Ilia gritted her teeth, the emerald gleam in her eyes intensifying. She compelled herself to disregard the agony, immersing her entire being into that silvery ocean of life. Her perception extended along the roots of the moonlight moss, like tendrils reaching downward, penetrating stone walls and shrouded mists until, at last, she made contact. A chilling, silent, suffocatingly heavy will of terror awaited her. It resembled a slumbering, primordial mountain. Merely a faint brush of awareness sent tremors through her soul. Deep within the core of that profound silence, she glimpsed a faint, yet voracious and ruthless, dark crimson glow, like a pulsating, decayed heart nestled within the mountains. This is it. Reno's thoughts struck like a blade. Use the light of the moonlight moss. Pierce it. With her last vestige of strength, Ilia summoned the pure silver light accumulated within the moonlight moss, transforming it into an invisible needle that fiercely stabbed towards that dark crimson glow. Buzz! The entire Blackstone fortress, no, the entire cliff, suddenly trembled violently. A deep, muffled roar, echoing as if from the depths of a hellish abyss, filled with anguish and wrath, rolled forth from the bowels of the earth like distant thunder. Puff! Ilia, struck as if by a heavy blow, expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Reno's embrace. Losing consciousness entirely, the silver light of the moonlight moss instantly dimmed. Outside the stone chamber, the terrified cries of the iron hammer and the wails of the slaves filled the air. Below the cliff, New Sarah emitted a terrified shriek. Reno cradled the unconscious Ilia, gazing at the dim moonlight moss while listening to the heart-stopping roar from the depths below, a manic and chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In pain. Angered. Good. You have finally noticed us. This game of darkness has only just begun. Chapter 27. Aftershocks. The whisper of shadows and the Lord's urgency, the roar from the depths, laden with torment and fury, resonated like the thunderous eruption of a hellish furnace, shaking the entire Blackstone fortress with trepidation. Debris cascaded down, the force field shimmering violently, pale golden ripples flashing erratically, and energy visibly waning. Good heavens! The earth dragon has turned. The iron hammer stumbled, nearly losing his balance, the beast claw spear clattering to the ground as he scrambled toward the breach, reinforcing. Reinforce. The walls are about to collapse. Move, for heaven's sake. Do you wish to be buried alive? The slaves cried out in despair, scurrying like frightened rabbits, clutching their heads and retreating to corners. Old John, terrified, plopped onto the ground, desperately shielding a pod of moonlight moss in his arms. His face ashen. May the goddess protect us. May the goddess protect us. As for Reno, cradling the utterly incapacitated Ilia, the crimson stain at the corner of her mouth pierced his pupils with alarm. The reckless act of forcibly guiding her mental assault now morphed into a chilling dread that seized his heart. Damn, I've messed up. His heart raced with frustration. System. What happened to her? Stop playing dead. Scan her now. Warning. Contracted entity Ilya is experiencing a mental backlash. Status: deep coma, mental exhaustion. Soul tremor, vital signs: weak, rapidly deteriorating. Natural divine power, on the verge of collapse. Alert: immediate deep energy guidance required. Failure to do so may result in permanent soul damage. Risk of death high. Permanent damage. Death. A chilling wave surged through Reno as his mind buzzed with panic. I just nurtured this energy source. I haven't even unlocked more abilities yet. I cannot falter here. He abruptly lowered his gaze to the pale face of the girl cradled in his arms. The bloodstain appeared like a burning iron branding itself into his vision. Ilya, wake up, he bellowed, his voice trembling with unrecognized fear, fingers pressing forcefully against her acupoint, his actions rough and devoid of tenderness. Damn it, wake up, I command you. Ilya remained unresponsive, her breath faint to the point of near disappearance, long eyelashes resting on her eyelids, fragile like glass poised to shatter. Deep energy guidance required. Reno's expression hardened. I can't afford to dwell on this. System, how do I proceed with the guidance? Recommendation, high-intensity life energy infusion. Guide the chaotic divine power. Optimal plan, deep life link, requires extensive physical contact and high energy resonance. Risk, high, may trigger unknown chain reactions. Success rate, unknown deep life link, extensive contact, energy resonance. Reno's gaze involuntarily swept over Ilya's delicate form beneath her thin garment, the slender waist, and the slightly open neckline revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin. Damn it, this wretched system. I'm a respectable lord, not a predator taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. He mentally berated himself. Yet his hands moved swiftly to unfasten the two obstructive buttons of her collar. Old John, get out. Seal the door. No one is allowed in without my command. Not even the king of heaven. Reno barked without looking back, his voice laden with an unmistakable menace. Yes, yes. Old John scurried out of the stone chamber, bracing his back against the heavy door, heart racing. Is the master going to administer artificial respiration to the young lady, or engage in dual cultivation for healing? Inside the stone chamber, the silvery light dimmed. Reno laid Ilya gently onto the pile of hay covered with animal skins, his movements surprisingly tender. He took a deep breath, suppressing all distractions, primarily certain inappropriate images, and pressed his hands forcefully against her flat yet soft abdomen. System, guide me. What do I do? Focus. Channel your fighting spirit, life energy. Ascend through the meridians. Strike the heart meridian. Forcefully awaken the flame of life. Warning, the process will be excruciating. Risks involved for both parties. Pain? I fear no pain. Reno's gaze sharpened, unleashing every ounce of his meager first-tier fighting spirit with reckless abandon. The searing air surged through Ilya's palm, violently invading her frigid body. Ack! The unconscious Ilya suddenly arched her back, emitting a piercing cry of anguish. Her delicate face contorted in agony, her body convulsing like a fish out of water. Damn it! Hold on. Reno's forehead pulsed with veins as he recklessly intensified the energy output. The scorching combat aura surged through her slender meridians like a red-hot iron rod, wreaking havoc wherever it traveled, forcing the chaotic natural divine power to swirl and condense. He could sense that within her. A tumultuous mass was being ruthlessly torn apart by a tempest. Countless silver strands of moonlight moss, verdant threads of natural divine energy, and dark red remnants of backlash entangled and clashed with one another. His combat aura acted like a fiery, stabilizing needle, forcefully piercing the eye of the storm. Stabilize. Reno roared inwardly. The combat aura violently collided with the chaotic core, located at Ilya's heart. Puff. Ilya spat out another mouthful of blood, splattering Reno's face. Yet this time, beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs rolled fervently. Though her body continued to tremble, the sense of impending death seemed to stagnate. Warning. Energy counteraction intensifying. Ilya's life signs, stable, extremely weakened. Natural divine power. Disbandment halted. Weak condensation in progress. Tip. Maintain energy input. Guide divine power to return flow. There's hope. Reno's spirit soared. Ignoring the blood on his face, he pressed his hands firmly against her abdomen. The sensation was truly remarkable. No. It was about saving her. Continuously delivering combat aura, cautiously guiding the scattered emerald light points back toward the leaf imprint on her hand like a shepherd herding sheep. The process was slow and excruciating. Ilya's body alternated between being taut as a bow and limp as mud, her pained groans intermittent. Sweat soaked her garments, outlining her youthful yet alluring curves. Reno forced himself to avert his gaze, All right, he stole a few glances, concentrating all his energy on the guiding process. This task is more exhausting than battling a corpse. He felt his combat aura nearly depleting, and his vision began to darken. System, is she all right yet? I'm about to collapse. Natural divine power condensation level, 1520, life signs, stable, slowly rising. Tip, deep link maintenance showing significant effects. It is advised to increase contact area for enhanced efficiency. Increase contact area? Reno glanced at his hands pressed against her abdomen, then at her pale, sweat-drenched face and slightly open collar. Is this system even legitimate? He wrestled internally. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The stone door was pounded with a resounding crash. The voice of a hammer, grating and panicked, cried out, "My lord, it's bad. That ancestor downstairs. It's gone mad again. It's banging against the walls. The walls are going to collapse. Reno, damn it, just when I thought things couldn't get worse." He abruptly lost focus, causing a slight disruption in his energy input. Ilya furrowed her brow in pain, the divine power she had just gathered showing signs of dispersal. Damn it, enough of this. Reno's gaze hardened. Amidst the anguished cries of the wall is crumbling. He suddenly bent down, not to kiss her, but to press his forehead forcefully against Ilya's. He pressed his chest tightly against hers, maximizing the contact area. System, absorb this. Even if it costs my life, bring her back. He squeezed out the last remnants of his fighting spirit, even calling upon the faint essence of his life force, transforming it into a searing torrent that surged unreservedly into Ilya's body. Boom. It was as if a great sound echoed on the level of the soul. The two forces, his unruly fighting spirit and the pure natural divine power, created a mysterious resonance under such intimate contact. Reno felt his consciousness being drawn into a swirling emerald vortex, where countless fragments of Ilya's memories, emotional fluctuations, and even some indistinct whispers regarding nature and decay surged wildly into his mind. Ugh! Reno let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from his orifices, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, guiding the tumultuous resonance like a mighty hammer striking the chaotic core of energy. Buzz! Ilya's body suddenly stiffened, the leaf mark on her hand erupting with an unprecedented brilliant green light. A gentle yet resilient natural divine power began to flow slowly within her, akin to a waking stream. The tension in her brow relaxed. Her breathing became steady and elongated. Though still unconscious, the deathly pallor had thoroughly dissipated. Deep link established. Energy resonance achieved. Ilya's condition, deep coma, natural divine power stabilizing recovery. Vital signs stable. Tip, the Lord has gained a faint natural affinity trait, temporary, side effect, extreme mental fatigue. Recommendation, deep sleep. Did we succeed? Reno's vision darkened. His body weakened, collapsing onto Ilya like a lifeless dog, his head resting in the softness of her neck. The sweet fragrance of the girl, mingled with the scent of blood, filled his nostrils. So soft, so fragrant, though a bit uncomfortable, was his last thought before losing consciousness. Outside, the hammer continued to frantically pound on the door. My lord, the wall has truly collapsed. Those red-eyed creatures are climbing up. Please respond. With a creak, the stone door opened a crack. Old John, trembling, poked his half-head inside, and upon seeing the scene, his face turned a deep shade of purplish red. There lay their illustrious lord, in a most unseemly and possessive posture, pressing his entire being against the disheveled and unconscious Miss Ilya, their foreheads touching, breaths entwined. With blood smeared across the lord's face, it resembled the scene of some nefarious ritual. My lord, Mississippi. Old John's tongue stumbled over the words. Close your mouth. Reynolds' weak, yet icy voice emanated from the nape of Ilya's neck, murmuring about the moss needing watering and instructing the hammer to prop up with those iron vines. After uttering these words, his head tilted, and he succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Yet, his hand remained tightly clasped around Ilya's slender waist, as if that were his last lifeline. Old John exclaimed, My lord, your first aid is rather intense. Chapter 28, A Shocking Turn. The roar of the corrupted rock beast and the descent of the silver moon Reynolds was jolted awake, not by the gentle echoes of a tranquil haven, but by the violent tremors shaking the entire Blackstone fortress. Debris fell like torrential rain, and the force field's luminous membrane emitted a groan under the overwhelming strain, flickering in a pale golden hue, unstable and erratic. A thunderous roar erupted, far more terrifying than any prior sound, as if the very earth were being rent asunder from deep within. Accompanying this was the agonizing sound of rocks fracturing from below the cliff. My lord, we can't hold on. The hammer's desperate cries pierced through the stone walls. The wall has collapsed. A creature of stone is emerging from below. It is gnawing at the walls. Reynold abruptly raised his head from Ilya's soft neck. The sensations of dizziness and weakness instantly replaced by a chilling sense of impending doom. He glanced down to find the girl still unconscious, yet her breathing was steady. And the leaf mark on the back of her hand emitted a stable emerald glow. Thank goodness she is unharmed for the moment, he thought, but was soon engulfed by a greater fear. The wall has fallen, a stone monster gnawing at the walls. That thing from the depths of the cave has emerged. He struggled to rise, staggering towards the sole vent in the stone chamber, peering outside. Beyond the force field, the gray mist was violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. At the breach, debris and barriers were tossed aside as if they were mere toys. A colossal, suffocatingly terrifying figure was slowly ascending from below the cliff. It was no mere stone monster. It was a living mountain. Its form was composed of countless twisted, fused black rocks, oozing a dark red, viscous substance reminiscent of lava, exuding searing heat and a noxious, sulfurous stench. There was no distinct head, only a massive, jagged maw splitting the upper part of its torso, lined with serrated fangs. Inside that gaping mouth, 2 points glimmered with a dark red glow, reminiscent of abyssal whirlpools. It lacked limbs. Beneath its enormous body writhed countless serpentine rock tendrils, each undulation causing the earth to tremble. Most horrifying of all, from the crevices of its rocky form, a corrosive, ink-green slime dripped incessantly, eroding the stone ground it touched, sending up clouds of white smoke and creating deep pits. Name: Corrupted Rock Devourer, Ancient Aberration. Level: Tier 4, Corruption Lord. Traits: Abyssal Rock Body, highly resistant to physical and magical attacks. Corruption Molten Flow, High Temperature Area Corrosion. Geomantic Tremor, Area Control. Unknown. Threat Level: Catastrophic. Warning: A strong source of corruption detected. Core energy fluctuations are identical to those of the Nest of Decay. Extremely dangerous. Tier 4. Corruption Lord? Reno felt darkness closing in, nearly succumbing once more to unconsciousness. System bro, are you toying with me? A mere 3rd-tier fool remains unresolved, and you throw me into a 4th-tier challenge. Is this truly the kind of boss one encounters in a novice village? He roared. The corrupted stone devourer unleashed a deafening roar, its massive maw gaping open, releasing a noxious, dark green corrosive flow that surged forth like a breached dam, crashing violently against the precarious force field barrier. With a resounding hiss and boom, the force field twisted violently, akin to thin ice thrown into a furnace, as a massive gap was instantly corroded into its surface. The terrifying flow continued unabated, violently inundating the recently constructed stone barricade within the breach. A chilling scream erupted as several hapless slaves were instantly engulfed by the flow, their cries cut short, dissolving into wisps of smoke and bone. The barricade melted away like butter. Hold firm. Hold firm. Iron Hammer's eyes bulged with desperation as he wielded his beast claw spear, desperately hurling stones alongside the few remaining slaves, including Big Hammer and Stone, attempting to thwart the horrific flow, yet it was like a feeble effort against an unstoppable force. Despair coiled around their hearts like a cold, venomous serpent. It's over, it's all over, Reno lamented, gazing at the unstoppable corrupted beast. Witnessing the collapse of their defenses, and looking down at the still unconscious Ilya in his arms, an unprecedented sense of helplessness engulfed him. The heart of Obsidian. The fog-driving force field, moonlight moss all rendered mere jest in the face of absolute power. At this critical juncture, an unexpected transformation occurred. A cold, piercing voice, as if capable of freezing souls, resonated within the minds of all present, seemingly without warning. The voice, though not loud, carried an authority that pierced through everything, tinged with a hint of mockery. How irritating. The descendants of the Ross family, hiding in this forsaken place, playing in the mud, have truly regressed. Accompanying the voice, a blinding silver light, like lightning tearing through the night, descended abruptly from the roiling gray mist above. With a hum, the silver light struck precisely upon the corrosive flow emitted by the corrupted stone devourer. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie sensation, as if space itself had been frozen. The frenzied dark green flow, upon contact with the silver light, appeared to pause in midair, as if time had stopped. Subsequently, the silver light spread like mercury. Wherever it passed, the flow quickly faded, solidified, and disintegrated, transforming into a cascade of gray stone dust that drifted down like gentle rain. A furious roar erupted from the abyssal maw of the corrupted stone devourer, its dark red glow flickering wildly, locking onto the descending silver light with fierce intensity. As the silver light dissipated, a tall, austere figure emerged, like an ethereal being descended from the moon, silently hovering between the corrupted stone devourer and the Blackstone fortress. Clad in a sharply tailored, silver-gray combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves, she exuded an aura of chilling detachment, warning others to keep their distance. A cascade of silver hair, cascading like flowing moonlight, sways gracefully in the mist without a breath of wind. Her visage is partially obscured by a shimmering silver-gray mask, revealing only the elegantly sculpted line of her jaw and a pair of silver eyes, deep and cold as an abyss. Within those eyes lies an unsettling stillness, a detached indifference towards the world, and a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. In her grasp, she wields an unconventional weapon, neither sword nor knife, but a long-handled scythe, approximately 4 feet in length, radiating a liquid silver brilliance. The blade curves like a crescent moon, its edge crackling with fine silver arcs that seem capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. Warning: detection of a high-energy individual intervention. Name: insufficient permissions. Level: estimated above level 4. Energy attribute: spatial cutting, high-dimensional annihilation. Threat level: extremely high to hostile targets. Unknown to allies. Suggestion: extreme danger. Immediate evasion recommended. What on earth is this? Reynolds' pupils dilated in shock. The corrupted rock devourer, evidently enraged by this sudden intruder, abandoned its assault on the Blackstone fortress. Its massive, rocky form slowly pivoted towards the silver-haired woman suspended in the air, its abyssal maw opening once more, preparing to unleash an even more ferocious and viscous torrent of dark green molten material from deep within. The surrounding air warped from the intense heat. A slight, disdainful curve appeared at the corner of the silver-haired woman's mouth beneath her mask. Ugly stone. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the liquid silver scythe traced an arc of profound mystery in her hand. There was no grandiose display, only a slender beam of silver light, seemingly capable of cleaving space itself, silently darting toward the corrupted rock devourer. A faint sound echoed. The molten flow, having reached its apex, along with a vast expanse of space in front of its gaping maw, was as if sliced by an invisible blade. The flow abruptly ceased, annihilated. A smooth, mirror-like gash appeared on its indomitable abyssal body. Dark crimson, lava-like material erupted from the wound. A howl erupted from the corrupted rock devourer, a sound of unparalleled agony. Its colossal form trembled violently, stones splintering. For the first time, fear flickered in its abyssal eyes. Suspended in midair, with her silver hair billowing and scythe poised at an angle, she resembled a harbinger of death beneath the moonlight. Her icy, silver gaze swept over the chaotic scene of the Blackstone fortress, momentarily pausing on the curled, dark red figure, New Syra, at the breach in the direction of the main fortress, where Reynolds stood, before returning to the furious, corrupted rock devourer. Return to your lair. Her voice remained cold, yet imbued with an undeniable will to obliterate. Another outburst, and I shall sever your core. The colossal form of the corrupted rock devourer stiffened abruptly. The dark red glow within it flickered wildly, as if weighing its options. Ultimately, under the formidable presence of the silver-haired woman wielding a scythe that flowed with the light of annihilation, it emitted a low, unwilling roar, its massive form gradually sinking, accompanied by shattered rocks and flowing lava, disappearing once more into the gray mist beneath the cliff. The tremors of the earth slowly subsided. Was the crisis averted, albeit temporarily? The entire Blackstone fortress fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood as if petrified, gazing blankly at the ethereal figure in the sky, with hair like silver and a scythe stained in blood. The elation of surviving the calamity had yet to rise when it was abruptly frozen by an overwhelming aura of indifference and pressure. The silver-haired woman descended gracefully, her toes lightly touching the edge of the chasm strewn with debris and remnants of lava. She did not glance at the incapacitated hammer and the others. Her silver eyes, akin to searchlights, pierced through the shattered stone wall, locking onto the pale-faced Raynor, who leaned against the door frame of the stone chamber deep within the main fortress. Their eyes met. Raynor felt a chilling gaze, as if it could penetrate his very soul, piercing into his mind. His inner energy instantly stagnated, and even his thoughts seemed to freeze. Is she looking at me? Raynor's heart raced. What does she intend to do? The red lips beneath her mask seemed to move slightly, and a cold voice resonated directly in Raynor's mind, laced with a hint of amusement and scrutiny. The little scion of the Ross family, playing lord of the manor with 2 half-dead, chosen ones in the lair of corruption? Quite bold, albeit somewhat foolish. She tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder, her gaze sweeping across the unconscious Ilya, and the faintly glowing moonlight moss in the corner. Naturally, the chosen one, moonlight moss, and that failed key below, what a heap of trouble. Nevertheless, it piqued her interest. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Raynor, the coldness in her silver eyes seemingly melting into a trace of exceedingly faint curiosity. I shall give you 3 days. Clean up your mess. Then come with me, or I can assist you in tidying up. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered, merging with the moonlight, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only chaos and an eerie silence. Raynor, Hammer, the others. Go with her? Raynor's hand, which grasped the door frame, trembled. Who is she? Is this a kidnapping? A 3-day ultimatum? Is this a notification or a command? He gazed towards the direction in which the silver-haired woman had vanished, then glanced down at the unconscious Ilya, and finally towards the indistinct dark red figure, New Sarah, writhing in the gray mist beneath the cliff. His eyes ultimately settled on the 3 resilient pots of moonlight moss. She isn't wrong about the heap of trouble, but to go with her? Is this sudden appearance of the silver-haired harbinger of doom a savior or a greater calamity? The crisis of the Blackstone fortress seemed, for the moment, to have been averted. Yet, a more enigmatic, powerful, and uncontrollable existence loomed like a sword suspended over their heads, already descending. Chapter 29, Countdown. The Edict of the Silver Moon and the Lord's Dilemma, the suffocating terror of the corrupted rock devourer, slowly receded into the abyss of the Crimson Chasm. Much like the retreating tide, leaving only the chaotic remnants of molten rock, fractured stones, and the lingering stench of sulfur in the air upon the cliff's precipice. The courtyard of Blackstone Keep lay in utter silence. The surviving slaves sprawled on the ground, their eyes vacant, their fleeting joy of survival eclipsed by the deeper dread instilled by the silver-haired harbinger descending from the heavens. Reynard leaned against the frigid stone doorframe, his fingertips turning pale from exertion. The chilling voice of the silver-haired woman resonated in his mind, each word imbued with an undeniable will for destruction. You have 3 days. Clean up your mess. Then come with me, or I shall assist you in your tidying. The phrase 3 days seared into his nerves like a molten iron brand. Go with her? Where? For what purpose? To be a test subject? Or mere cannon fodder? His gaze swept over to the platform below, where New Syra curled at the edge of the mist, her dark red eyes scanning the direction from which the silver-haired woman had vanished. Imbued with a hint of confusion and lingering desire as she gazed towards the moonlit greenhouse atop the main keep. A mess, indeed, an apt description. Lord, Hammer is limping over, came a voice, its owner leaning heavily on a beast-clawed spear, his back wound reopening from the recent tremors, oozing dark crimson blood. His complexion was ashen, voice hoarse. That woman, she has left? Who is she? Where does she intend to take you? Reynard inhaled deeply, the acrid scent of sulfur mingling with the metallic tang of blood, stirring nausea within him. He forced himself to maintain composure, his gaze sharp as it scanned the disarray of the breached defenses and the shaken crowd. I am the Lord, their steadfast anchor. I must not falter. The identity of the woman was of little consequence. Reynard's voice, though deliberately calm, could not mask the weariness and gravity beneath. What matters is that she has granted us 3 days. Within this time, we must transform Blackstone Keep into a semblance of a habitable place, rather than a mere pile of refuse awaiting disposal. He paused, his eyes settling on Hammer's bleeding wound. Old John, fetch some diluted dark river water. Tend to Hammer's injury. Everyone else, immediately clear the breach. Remove all rubble and remnants of bodies. Use mud and any stones you can find to barricade the breach. At the very least, make it look presentable. Yes, my lord. Old John, roused from his stupor, hurried off to retrieve water. The slaves, spurred by Hammer's admonitions, forced themselves to rise and began to mechanically transport debris, clearing the charred traces of lava. An atmosphere of despair and oppression permeated the air. Reynard turned, stepping into the moonlit greenhouse. Inside the stone chamber, the silver light had dimmed considerably. Elia lay unconscious upon the animal hide, her complexion pallid, yet her breathing steady. Old John carefully dabbed a cloth in the diluted dark river water, gently wiping the cold sweat from her brow. How is she? Reynard knelt, his fingers lightly resting on Elia's wrist. It was cold to the touch, yet her pulse was steady and strong, a marked improvement from before. The natural divine power is slowly restoring. The depth link effect of the system prompt remains intact. As Mrs. Breath steadied, yet she remained unresponsive. Old John was consumed with worry. Would the silver-haired gentleman truly take her away? What would become of Blackstone Castle? What would happen to Miss? What shall we do? I too wish to know. Reynard's heart was in turmoil, yet his face remained impassive. She requires time to recover. Old John, your duty is to remain here. steadfast and unwavering. Nourish the moonlight moss with the waters from the dark river. Employ every means possible to ensure their growth. The more abundant and radiant, the better. This is our sole bargaining chip. Indeed, my lord. Old John nodded vigorously, his murky old eyes filled with determination. Renaud's gaze settled upon Ilia's serene visage, her emerald lashes casting delicate shadows in the silvery light. Will you awaken in 3 days? I require your strength to stabilize that glutton, new Syra, and even more so, to elucidate the true intentions of that silver-haired fiend. He extended his hand, hesitated, and ultimately only brushed aside a damp strand of silver hair from her forehead. His fingertips grazed her cool skin, eliciting an unexpected flutter within him. The profound connection of souls intertwining. He shook his head, suppressing the inopportune thoughts. Now is not the time for such musings. He rose and approached the air vent, gazing down towards the precipice. It seemed new Syra sensed his scrutiny. Her dark red eyes lifted, meeting his gaze through the mist. In those eyes, the wild hunger was momentarily subdued, replaced by an almost plaintive accusation and a hint of indescribable dependence. Starvation, fragmented, chaotic thoughts surged once more, clearer than before. Hungry? Endure. Renaud scoffed internally. The moonlight moss is now more precious than your life. Yet he understood the necessity of not allowing it to starve. If it went mad from hunger, Blackstone Castle would be the first to suffer. Old John, he commanded without turning, every 2 hours. Scrape a small handful of moss trimmings and cast them down the air vent. Remember, only a small handful, smaller than a fingernail, just enough to keep it alive. Yes, my lord. Old John gazed at the meager moss that had finally begun to grow in the jar, his heart aching. Renaud's eyes wandered toward the roiling gray mist deep within the cavern. Though the corrupt rock devourer had receded, the palpable, unsettling pressure, akin to a slumbering behemoth, still lingered in the air. On the small map, the crimson skull symbol representing it had not vanished, merely dimmed, lurking in the depths of the dark gray fog, like a shadow waiting to prey. Will it return in 3 days? Can that silver-haired woman truly keep it at bay? Doubt not at him. Are the 3 days she granted me an act of mercy, or a mere game of cat and mouse? He exited the greenhouse, stepping onto the dilapidated terrace of the main castle. The night wind, infused with decay and coolness, tousled the strands of hair on his forehead. On the pale golden fog-dispelling energy membrane, the edges of a massive corroded gap slowly writhed and repaired, like a wounded beast licking its wounds. The energy bar displayed fog-dispelling energy reserves, 35, recovering slowly. This number seemed pathetically fragile in the presence of the corrupt rock devourer. 3 days, he silently repeated to himself. To repair the wall, to soothe new Selah, to nurture the moonlight moss, to await Ilia's awakening, and to guard against the monsters lurking in the depths of the cavern. A heavy weight bore down upon him, as if invisible mountains pressed against his chest, nearly suffocating him. He glanced down at the slaves toiling below, busy, or perhaps numbly laboring, at the gap, directing the hammer with gritted teeth, and at the faint yet resilient silver glow within the greenhouse. Give up? Follow that demon? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it could lead to survival, even a power? But it was swiftly extinguished with fierce resolve. Nonsense. Leave Ilia, the moonlight moss, and even new Selah, this ticking time bomb here? Allow the hammer and the others to fend for themselves? What kind of lord would I be? A flame of defiance ignited within his chest. Blackstone Fortress is my domain. It is the territory I seized back from hell. No one shall take it from me. Not even the silver-haired demon. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Hammer, he called down. My lord. Hammer looked up. Once the gap is sealed, take your men to the castle ruins. Gather every usable stone, wood, and metal scrap. Pile it all in the center of the square. We have 3 days. I want to see a wall that can withstand at least the onslaught of second-tier monsters. Hammer hesitated for a moment. Then a fierce light ignited in his eyes. Yes, my lord. I will build it with all my might. Old John. Reno turned towards the greenhouse. Moonlight moss. 3 days. I want to see silver light cover half the stone chamber. Whatever it takes. Water it, sing to it, tell stories. Coax it to grow. Old John exclaimed, Tell stories? But he responded with determination, Yes, my lord. I will spare no effort. Renaud's gaze finally fell upon new Selah, shrouded in the gray mist below the cliff. His expression complex. And you, glutton, he thought to himself, for these 3 days, you will remain obedient. Dare to cause trouble, and I shall let you starve. The countdown of 3 days officially began. Blackstone Fortress resembled a dilapidated machine forcibly started, emitting a heavy and stubborn rumble under the shadow of death and the threat of the unknown. Everyone fought desperately, for survival, and for that faint glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Reno stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing into the depths of the chasm swirling with gray mist. Feeling the exhaustion of his fighting spirit and the oppressive weight upon him, with only one thought lingering in his mind. In 3 days, I shall see what this wretched mess can become. You wish to help me tidy it up, silver-haired demon? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Chapter 30, Resurrection. The whisper of nature's tongue and the shadow of corruption, the first day passed amidst oppressive toil and silent fear. At that gap, a crooked, ramshackle low wall, hastily constructed from rubble, mud, beast bones, and despair, finally stood trembling. This unsightly wall, battered as if by a tempest, swayed precariously, as though it could collapse at any moment. Yet it stood like an impregnable fortress, sealing off the gaping hole that led to hell. The hammer, smeared with mud and blood, resembled a war deity returning from the battlefield, standing resolutely behind the wall, propped up by a spear like a guardian spirit. His bloodshot eyes blazed like burning flames, fixated on the depths of the gray mist, as if countless monstrous jaws were lurking in the infinite darkness, ready to pounce on him like famished tigers. The cleanup of the castle ruins progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to a snail's crawl. The slaves, armed with rudimentary tools resembling mere toys, struggled to chip away at the iron-hard stones and transport the heavy, mountainous beams. Their efficiency was astonishingly low, and now and then, someone would suffer a cut from the sharp debris, emitting a pained groan that echoed like the wails of tormented souls trapped in hell. The air was thick with the acrid scent of dust and sweat, reminiscent of death's breath, suffocating all who breathed it. Reno personally oversaw this grim task, his countenance as dark as the sky before a tempest. He required materials, an abundance of materials, like a parched traveler yearning for a source of water. He craved a steady stream of resources to quench his withered spirit. He aimed to fortify the fragile defenses, as delicate as parchment, and to construct something that at least resembled dignity, to breathe new life into this once glorious castle. Within the moonlight greenhouse, the atmosphere was relatively serene. Old John stood vigil like a devoted gardener, never straying from the 3 pots of moonlight moss. He not only watered them on schedule with diluted dark river water, but also began to murmur to the moss, invoking blessings from the goddess and extolling the Lord's wisdom, even humming off-key rustic tunes. Perhaps his heartfelt devotion moved the heavens, or perhaps it was the unconscious natural magic emanating from Elia as she slept, nurturing the moss. The soft fibers indeed spread more rapidly than before, their silvery sheen stabilizing, casting a hazy, sacred light in one corner of the stone chamber. Elia remained in slumber, her breaths long and steady, her complexion rosy, and the leaf-like markings on her hand glimmering with a gentle emerald hue. Reno visited her several times daily, sometimes merely gazing at her quietly, other times holding her hand, attempting to channel a faint trickle of fighting energy to guide her. With each touch, he could sense the pulsation of her natural magic intensifying within her, akin to a slumbering stream awakening. Awaken quickly. I need you, he silently urged in his heart. At the cliff's edge, Zinsela had become the most subdued presence. Old John adhered strictly to Reynaud's orders, trembling as he dropped a small handful of moss fragments, smaller than a fingernail, through the vent every 2 hours. Zinsela would expertly catch each morsel, consume it, and then curl up contentedly, its dark red eyes half closed. Resembling a dangerous pet being fed, it no longer exhibited fury nor attempted to breach the force field. It merely lifted its head occasionally, its lava-like gaze piercing through the gray mist, fixated on the greenhouse, letting out a low, yearning whimper from its throat. It's waiting for its next dose, Reynaud thought, standing on the terrace and gazing below with a frigid expression. The chaos within it is temporarily subdued by the moonlight moss, but the gaze of that stone is still present. He could sense the slumbering, terrifying will deep within the cave, like a cold tide, waxing and waning in strength. The new sailor serves as the beacon of the tide. Each time it becomes agitated due to the lack of sustenance, the fluctuation of its will becomes palpably evident. On the following dawn, an unexpected calamity unfolds. Old John, tasked with feeding the new sailor, had just shakily tossed a small handful of moss through the ventilation hole when an uncharacteristically sharp and anguished shriek echoed from below. Ah! The sound pierced the very soul, imbued with an indescribable agony and terror. Old John, startled, fell to the ground in shock. Reno and Hammer immediately rushed to the ventilation opening. Below, instead of catching the moss as usual, the new sailor curled into a ball, clutching its head, its body convulsing violently. Beneath its dark red carapace, it appeared as though countless worms writhed in frenzy. It emitted a series of intermittent, beast-like wails. It hurts, it burns, so much pain. Fragments of chaotic thoughts shattered like glass shards, violently battering Reno's consciousness, more intensely than ever before. What is happening? Hammer gripped his spear tightly. His face ashen. Had something gone awry with his stomach? Reno's pupils constricted sharply. He suddenly glanced at the minimap. The crimson skull symbol representing the corrupted rock devourer deep within the cave was now flashing with fervor. A cold, brutal will, imbued with a commanding presence, pierced the new sailor's chaotic mind like invisible tendrils. It is forcibly awakening it, or punishing it. Reno understood instantly. The new sailor's dependency on the moonlight moss has interfered with its loyalty to the corrupted rock devourer. That entity is reclaiming control. Old John, more moss. Quickly, Reno shouted with urgency. He had to stabilize the new sailor. Otherwise, if it were completely subjugated, the first to be attacked would be the Blackstone fortress. Old John scrambled to gather a significantly larger handful of moss than usual and tossed it down through the ventilation hole. The shimmering moss landed beside the new sailor. It struggled, its molten gaze flickering wildly between excruciating pain and a desperate yearning for light. It lunged forward, seizing the moss and hastily stuffing it into its mouth. With a resounding burst, pure silver light erupted from within, instantly dispelling part of the dark red chaos. The chilling will from the depths of the cave seemed to recoil from this sudden surge of pure energy, issuing a silent roar as it withdrew. The new sailor's convulsions gradually ceased, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, its dark red eyes filled with fatigue from its narrow escape and a deeper sense of confusion. It gazed at the remnants of moss scattered on the ground, then looked up towards the greenhouse, emitting a low, whimpering sound. Light saves. The crisis was temporarily averted. Yet Reno's back was drenched in cold sweat. The balance is more fragile than imagined. The corrupted rock devourer could strike again at any moment. The consumption of moonlight moss exceeds expectations. He glanced at the 3 pots of moss within the greenhouse, noticing that the silver light seemed to have dimmed slightly. Ilya, how much longer will you sleep? Perhaps sensing his anxious call, or perhaps the nourishment of the moonlight moss had finally reached a critical point. On that evening, as Reno re-entered the greenhouse and grasped Ilya's hand, attempting to channel his fighting spirit, the young girl's long eyelashes fluttered gently like the wings of a butterfly. Chapter 31, Awakening. The rift between the eye of nature and the cocoon of decay. Reno's fingers rested upon Ilya's wrist, and a faint surge of fighting spirit delicately flowed into her cool veins. He could distinctly sense that the dormant power of nature was awakening, flowing more vigorously and abundantly than before, akin to a stream thawing in spring. The leaf-shaped mark on the back of his hand glowed with a soothing and steady emerald light. Suddenly, he felt Ilya's fingers subtly flex. Reno's heart raced. He held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on Ilya's face. The girl's porcelain-like skin, smooth and radiant, displayed a vigorous tremor in her long eyelashes once more, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Her breathing pattern shifted. It was no longer the prolonged tranquility of sleep, but rather a hurried rhythm, heralding awakening. Ilya? Reno's voice quivered imperceptibly, instinctively tightening his grip on her hand. Can you hear me? A soft murmur, as faint as a whisper, escaped the girl's lips. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if battling the weight of sleep. Her emerald eyes rolled rapidly beneath her closed eyelids. Old John, water. Quickly, Reno urged, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Old John hurriedly brought forth diluted water from the dark river. Reno cautiously scooped a small amount with a wooden spoon, gently moistening her parched lips. The cool touch seemed to rouse her. Ilya's eyelids struggled, finally parting to reveal a narrow slit. Emerald, like the clear, ice-broken waters of an early spring lake, bright and lucid, imbued with the confusion of awakening and a hint of gentle radiance, they met Reno's gaze. My lord? Her voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping, yet it reached Reno's ears with clarity. It is I? Reno felt as if a great weight had suddenly lifted from his heart. He endeavored to keep his voice steady. You are awake? How do you feel? Ilya's green eyes slowly adjusted to the light. She beheld Reno's face, filled with concern and fatigue, witnessed old John's tearful excitement, and noticed the 3 pots of moonlight moss radiating a gentle silver glow at the center of the stone chamber. So tired, she weakly uttered, attempting to move her fingers but feeling utterly drained, as if her very essence had been siphoned away, akin to running for an interminable distance, exhausting her divine power. Reno exhaled in relief, his tone softening. Do not rush to move. Rest first. Old John, feed her water slowly. Old John promptly and cautiously offered her water. The refreshing spring quenched her throat, and Ilya sighed contentedly, her emerald gaze gradually regaining its luster. She looked at Reno, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear and gratitude. "My lord, I think I had a terrifying dream where there were enormous stones calling." It was not a dream. Reno's heart jolted. She sensed the corrupted rock devourer. He grasped her hand and spoke in a hushed tone. "This is no dream. While you were unconscious, the stone below nearly crawled up. For now, it has been repelled." Ilya's delicate face paled, a glimmer of fear flashing in her verdant eyes. It is very hungry and furious." "I know," Raynor replied, his expression grave, "but we now face a greater peril." He succinctly recounted the appearance of the silver-haired woman, the repulsion of the corrupted rock devourer, and the ultimatum they had received. 3 days to follow her. Ilya exclaimed, her face etched with shock and concern. "Who is she? Where is she taking you?" "I do not know." Raynor shook his head, his gaze sharp upon her. "But I understand that we cannot remain passive. Ilya, I require your strength. Immediately. Right away." He pointed towards the 3 pots of moonlight moss. "The moonlight moss. They are our only hope at this moment. New Syra clings to life by them. The stone below seems to fear their light. That silver-haired woman appears intrigued by them as well. I need you to make them flourish throughout this chamber. The more, the better. The brighter, the more effective." Ilya followed his pointed finger, her emerald eyes settling on the moonlight moss. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, as if attuning to something. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a resolute light shimmering within them. "They are calling to me. They are frightened, yet yearn to grow." She struggled to sit up, but found herself weak. Raynor quickly supported her, allowing her to lean against him, an awkward position for both, yet the urgency of the moment overshadowed any embarrassment. A faint flush graced Ilya's pale cheeks, but she offered no resistance. She extended her trembling hand and gently pressed it upon the largest pot of moonlight moss. Buzz, verdant natural energy flowed from her fingertips, akin to a gentle stream, infusing the moonlight moss. The previously languid silver-white fibers seemed to receive a potent stimulant, growing at a visible pace. The dense moss spread like a silver carpet, swiftly covering the surface of the pot and extending to the surrounding stone walls and ground. The silvery light within the chamber became dazzling at an astonishing rate. The fragrant aroma of plants and earth thickened in the air. Moonlight moss growth accelerated. 500. Natural energy guidance. Efficient resonance. Ilya's condition. Mild weakness. Rapid recovery in progress. "Excellent. Remarkable," Raynor exclaimed with delight. "Power bank fully revived. Exceptional effectiveness." However, just as the silvery light within the chamber reached its zenith, a chilling roar erupted from below the cliff. The anguished cry of New Syra resonated with unfathomable pain, accompanied by the sound of something shattering. Raynor and Ilya's expressions shifted in unison. "What is happening?" Raynor rushed to the ventilation hole. Below, on the platform, New Syra was no longer curled up, but kneeling upon the ground. It clutched its head with both hands, and beneath the dark crimson carapace, countless vascular-like patterns throbbed wildly. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, appeared on the areas covered by its dark red armor. A faint, pure silver light emanated from the crack, barely perceptible. The delicate sound of cracking, akin to the breaking of an eggshell, resonated distinctly in the suffocating silence of the gray mist. New Syra abruptly lifted her head. Her lava-like eyes, no longer a mere dark red, flickered with a glimmer of clarity, a fleeting glimpse of Syra amidst the tumult of agony and chaos. "Do not control me," a hoarse, parched voice, familiar and distinctly human, intermittently emerged from her throat. Deep within the cavern, the silent will of the corrupted rock devourer surged like an enraged volcano, erupting violently. A frigid command, laced with brutal fury, bore down upon New Syra. With a splatter, she expelled a viscous, dark red blood, interspersed with silver specks, her body convulsing violently. The moment of clarity in her eyes was swiftly engulfed by deeper pain and confusion. Yet the fissures on her exterior remained unsealed. Corrupted aberration, status update. Name, Syra, consciousness awakening. Level, peak tier 3, severe energy fluctuation. Status, deeply chaotic, consciousness conflict. Corrupted shell, cracked, moonlight moss energy erosion, in progress. Threat level, extremely high, on the brink of losing control. Warning, the corrupted core and moonlight moss purification energy are in violent conflict. Shell breached. Unknown evolution in collapse. The shell is broken. Syra's consciousness is awakening. The moonlight moss is purifying her. Reynolds' pupils trembled. Is this an opportunity or a greater calamity? 3 days countdown, day 2. Ilya awakens. The moonlight moss erupts. New Syra undergoes a transformation, the cocoon of corruption shattering. The fate of Blackstone Fortress is once again thrust into the unknown abyss. The 3-day pact of the silvery-haired woman looms like the sword of Damocles overhead, while the ground beneath begins to fracture. Chapter 32. The Rift. The struggle of awakening and the Lord's gamble New Cyrus roar, mingled with pain and a hint of humanity, pierced through the brief tranquility of Blackstone Fortress like a poisoned icicle. In the stone chamber, silver light overflowed and the fragrance of grass and wood filled the air. The faint warmth brought by Ilya's recent awakening was instantly frozen by the chilling despair rising from the abyss. Reynold rushed to the air vent, his heart racing as if it would shatter his ribs. He fixed his gaze on the roiling gray mist below. New Syra was no longer the curled, dark red specter. She knelt on the ground, her body violently convulsing and twisting, as if being torn by invisible hands. The dark red carapace enveloping her body was crazily spreading with spiderweb-like cracks, emitting a bone-chilling crunching sound. Deep within the fissures, no longer was there writhing carrion, but rather an extraordinarily faint, yet pure and blinding silver light. Like moonlight forcibly injected into a murky swamp, it relentlessly sought to break free from the shackles of darkness. Another heart-wrenching roar erupted. This time, the voice was clearer, interwoven with a heart-rending struggle amidst the torment. The new Sarah abruptly lifted her head, her lava-like eyes flickering wildly. The dark red and silver light clashed violently within, tearing at each other. Her cracked hands dug fiercely into the hard, rocky ground. Her nails, perhaps better described as talons, shattering and oozing a viscous blood interwoven with dark red and silver. Get out of my head. A hoarse, fragmented thought, imbued with deep-seated hatred, pierced into Reno's consciousness like a sharp blade. Was that Sarah's voice? The true Sarah? Lowly insect, submit to annihilation. Immediately after, an even colder, more brutal torrent of destructive will surged forth. It was the corrupted rock devourer. It was forcefully suppressing this sudden rebellion. Two wills clashed violently within the shattered shell of the new Sarah. Her body alternated between rigid tension, emitting inhuman howls, and trembling in a curled-up posture, stifled sobs escaping her throat like weeping. The dark red carapace continuously cracked and peeled away under the assault of silver light, revealing the pale, dark purple-scarred human skin beneath. Yet, it was quickly shrouded again by the oozing dark red fluid, a cycle of restoration and destruction. It was akin to purgatorial torment. Heavenly mercy. Ilya, with Reno's support, struggled to move towards the ventilation shaft. Her emerald eyes filled with tears at the sight of the horrific scene below. She covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly. Sarah was in there. She was crying. It hurt so much. Reno could distinctly feel Ilya's fingers gripping his arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Her body was cold, not from weakness, but from the shared agony. The natural chosen are so sensitive to the pains of life. His heart was a tumult of emotions. My lord, what should we do? Hammer rushed forward, his face ashen, veins bulging in his hand that clutched a beast-claw spear. This cursed thing was about to explode. Should they seize the moment and end its life? A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes, clearly intent on resolving this ticking time bomb once and for all. No. Ilya suddenly raised her head, her emerald eyes filled with unprecedented determination and pleading as she gazed at Reno. We cannot kill her. My lord. She is calling for help. The moonlight moss is aiding her. We can save her. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet rang clear. She pointed towards the silver light continuously seeping through the cracks below. Look. The power of moonlight moss is purifying those vile things. It is protecting Sister Sarah's soul. We can prevail. Reno's heart felt as if it were being roasted over a fire. Hammer's suggestion was straightforward and brutally effective, with minimal risk. Ilya's plea, however, was fraught with uncertainty and immense peril. If they failed, the new Sarah would spiral out of control, or the corrupted rock devourer could become utterly enraged, leading to unimaginable consequences. He lowered his head to meet Ilya's tear-filled eyes, which burned with a stubborn fire. Her gaze was as clear as mountain spring water, imbued with a near-holy compassion and an undeniable resolve. Is she imploring me to wager everything to save a former foe? A current monster? An inexplicable irritation surged within him. Feminine compassion, he nearly blurted out. Yet, witnessing Solana's agonizing struggle below, caught in a shimmering silver and dark crimson embrace, her face momentarily reflecting a human-like anguish. Despite being marred by cracks and a hardened exterior, the reprimand lodged in his throat. He recalled the moment Solana was dragged into the fortress, the despair and plea shimmering in her obsidian-like eyes. He remembered her trembling finger pointing to the faint blue light deep within her crystalline chest as she neared her end. He remembered the vital information she imparted concerning the Dark River. She was not a mere monster, at least not entirely. Hammer! Reynolds exclaimed, abruptly turning. His voice hoarse, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Gather the men. To the greenhouse. Scrape down half of the remaining moonlight moss. Quickly, my lord. Both Hammer and Ilya cried out in unison. Hammer was astonished by the seemingly mad wastefulness, while Ilya's surprise was tinged with concern. Execute the command. Reynolds bellowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Old John, you too. Use the cleanest bone shard to scrape. Do not damage the roots. Yes, yes. Old John and Hammer dared not question further, scrambling towards the greenhouse in haste. Reynolds cast his gaze downward once more. Solana's struggle seemed to reach a pivotal moment. She suddenly lifted her head, emitting a sound that was hardly human, a piercing shriek. The dark crimson carapace covering the left side of her face cracked with a resounding snap, breaking away to reveal a pale visage, marred by purple scars, yet faintly reminiscent of her once delicate features. One eye, no longer the molten dark red, regained the lustrous sheen of obsidian. Yet within that pupil lay an overwhelming agony and a faint glimmer of a plea, akin to a drowning soul's cry for help. Save me, Reynolds. A clear and heart-wrenching thought surged into Reynolds's mind. It was Selena. Her consciousness was in command. But in the next instant, roar! The wrathful will of the corrupted rock devourer descended like a tsunami. Selena's body stiffened abruptly. That once clear black eye was instantly submerged in dark crimson. The shattered carapace began to frantically regenerate under the movement of the crimson sludge. The silver light was suppressed. Selena's half-exposed face was once again shrouded in dark crimson. No, Ilya wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She grasped Reynolds's arm with astonishing strength. My lord, quickly, the moonlight moss. Give it to her. She needs the light. At that moment, Hammer and Old John rushed back, breathless, cradling a small mound of moss emitting a rich silver glow. It was nearly half the remaining stock of moonlight moss. The silver light flowed, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Reynolds seized the precious handful of silver light without a moment's hesitation. He forcefully pushed aside the reinforced wooden grate covering the vent, previously installed to prevent spore clouds, and with all his might, hurled the bundle of moonlight moss towards the struggling Selena below. Selena, catch! He shouted hoarsely. The shimmering moss descended like fallen stars, cutting through the gray mist. Selena, or rather, the new Selena, seemed to sense it. The eye covered in dark crimson erupted with a fierce light of struggle. She reached out recklessly, her body lunging forward. The dark crimson tendrils intertwined and tore at her arm as she grasped for the silver light. Thud! She caught it. More than half of the moss was tightly clutched in her cracked hands. Without hesitation, she forcefully shoved the moss along with the shattered keratin fragments into her mouth. The action was wild and resolute. Boom! A column of pure, radiant silver light erupted from within her, unprecedented in its brilliance. It surged forth like a volcano that had been suppressed for a millennium, instantly dispersing vast swathes of gray mist. In that moment, every fissure upon her body was filled with silver radiance. The dark red keratin layer sizzled as if melting under a fierce sun, large portions dissolving and peeling away, revealing skin beneath that, though marred with scars, belonged to humanity. This time, the scream was not one of anguish, but a cathartic release. A mixture of liberation, ecstasy, and excruciating pain. The cold will of the corrupt rock devourer emitted a furious roar, as if seared by a scalding iron. Retreating deep into the cavern, the crimson skull icon on the small map flickered violently before dimming, as though it had sustained grave injury. The silver light gradually retracted. On the platform, it was no longer new Sela, but Sela. She knelt there, gasping for breath. The dark red keratin layer that had covered her was nearly all shed, revealing a body riddled with horrific scars, akin to shattered porcelain. One half of her face bore a pale visage marked with purple scars. Her obsidian-like eyes filled with the bewilderment and extreme fatigue of having survived a catastrophe. The other half remained cloaked in remnants of dark red keratin. The eye still resembling molten lava, albeit its glow significantly dimmed, carrying an essence of suppressed dormancy. She slowly lifted her head, gazing toward the air vent. Her black eyes, belonging to Sela, pierced through the gray mist, landing precisely on Reynolds' face. Her expression was a complex tapestry of fear, gratitude, pain, confusion, and an indescribable, fledgling dependence. She parted her lips, seemingly wanting to speak, but only a hoarse, rasping sound emerged, reminiscent of a broken bellows. Ultimately, she weakly raised her scarred human hand towards Reynolds. Making a feint, almost imperceptible wave. Then, her body softened, as if all strength had been drained, collapsing against the cold rock. The silver light flickered faintly through the remaining fissures on her surface, like the ebb and flow of breath. The stone chamber was enveloped in profound silence. Only the suppressed sobs of Ilya and the heavy, drum-like heartbeat of Reno could be heard. The hammer gazed at the unconscious Sela below, then at the scant remnants of moss fragments in Reno's hand, his throat constricting as he ultimately spat vehemently. Damn, she truly is a mad woman, yet possesses remarkable courage. Old John, observing the noticeably thinned moonlight moss in the greenhouse, felt a pang of sorrow, but gazing at the half-human face below, he sighed and refrained from speaking further. Reno gradually released his tightly clenched fist, his palm marked with deep wounds from his nails. He looked at the unconscious Sela, then at Ilya in his arms. Tearful yet bright-eyed, his heart a tumult of emotions. A temporary victory, but the cost was exorbitant. The moonlight moss had been depleted by more than half. Though the corrupted devourer had retreated, the seeds of hatred had already been sown. And what of Sarah? Had she returned only partially? Was this truly redemption? Or had another Pandora's box been opened? He lifted his gaze to the churning gray sky. The third day, the final day. That silver-haired, blood-scythe-wielding harbinger of doom was about to arrive. How could he confront this chaos with Sarah, this unfinished being, and the disarray that lay before him? Chapter 33, The Arrival. The silver scythe's judgment and the Lord's gamble on the third day, as the simulated sunlight of the force field dome pierced through the gray mist. The atmosphere within Blackstone Fortress was no longer permeated by decay and despair, but rather an oppressive stillness that felt nearly suffocating. The air hung heavily, as if laden with lead, each breath tinged with a rust-like anxiety. For the past 2 days and nights, the fortress had spun like a whipped top, exhausting its last vestiges of potential. At the breach, the low wall constructed from rubble, mud, beast bones, and the slaves' numbed despair had been further reinforced. Iron hammers, accompanied by others, patched the wall with whatever rusted metal scraps, warped cart wheels, and even the hard carapace fragments of burrowing worms they could find, layering them upon the exterior. The wall remained grotesque and precarious, yet at least it had gained some solidity. Iron Hammer stood like a silent statue, bracing his beast claw spear against the wall, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the gray mist below, while the wound on his back split open anew, oozing blood. Though he remained oblivious. Damn it. I shall see which silver-haired wench dares to touch a single hair on the Lord. He raged internally, his grip on the spear tightening until his knuckles turned white. The cleanup of the castle ruins had come to a halt. All available manpower was redirected to superficial endeavors. The slaves, summoning their last reserves of strength, managed to clear the rubble and refuse from the courtyard, revealing the uneven black earth beneath. Although still dilapidated, it at least resembled a place once inhabited. A few nimble slave women even fashioned rudimentary brooms from rags and hay, futilely attempting to sweep away the pervasive corruption dust. The Lord must not appear disgraceful before guests, they numbly thought. Within the moonlight greenhouse, the atmosphere was comparatively serene, yet it only heightened the anxiety. Ilya was nearly fused to the edge of the moss pot. Her complexion remained pallid, yet her emerald eyes burned with an astonishing focus. She pressed her hands lightly against the largest pot of moonlight moss, infusing it with a steady stream of verdant natural energy. The silvery moss spread at a visible pace, already covering half the stone chamber floor and portions of the walls, emitting a gentle, steady silver light that cast the room in a hazy moonlit glow. The fragrance of grass and wood dispelled the stench, bringing forth a semblance of ethereal tranquility. Yet, she was overexerted. Fine beads of cold sweat trickled from her brow. Her lips drained of color, her body trembling slightly. Old John trembled with concern, repeatedly wiping her forehead with diluted dark river water and offering her sips, only to be gently rebuffed. "I'm fine, Grandpa John," she insisted, her voice weak, yet her gaze stubbornly resolute, eliciting a heart-wrenching sympathy. Reno stood at the entrance of the greenhouse, refraining from intruding. He gazed at Ilya's defiant silhouette, feeling as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart. "System, what is her status?" "Ilya's status, moderate fatigue, natural divine power continuously emitting. Natural divine power reserve, 45, gradually decreasing. Moonlight moss coverage rate, 45 in the stone chamber. Purification efficiency, low, sustainable. Warning, continued overexertion may lead to damage to the source of nature. 45 is insufficient." Reno clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He understood that Ilya was striving desperately for him, for this dilapidated territory that had just begun to resemble a home. A tumultuous blend of guilt, gratitude, and overwhelming possessiveness surged within his chest. You foolish girl. I will not allow anything to happen to you. Once we get past this hurdle. He forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and directed his gaze towards the ventilation shaft. Below the cliff, silence enveloped the platform. Sarah, the new Sarah, remained unconscious, curled upon the frigid rocks. Most of the dark red carapace upon her body had shed, revealing a form marred by grotesque scars and lingering dark red patterns. One half of her was pale as a ghost, while the other half bore a devilish hue. Her human visage lay against the ground, her obsidian-like eyes tightly shut, long lashes fluttering faintly in her slumber, as though trapped within an endless nightmare. From the fissures on her surface, a faint silver light flickered like breath, barely suppressing the remnants of corrupting power. Half angel, half demon. Reno's expression was complex. Sarah, which side do you truly belong to? He dared not let his guard down. On the mini-map, the light representing her continued to flicker violently between crimson and ashen white, highly unstable. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, the immense crimson skull emblem representing the corrupted rock devourer, although dim, loomed like a dormant volcano, exuding an unsettling threat. That stone is still waiting. Time ticked away, second by second. The faint golden glow upon the force field membrane seemed to dim under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. At noon, the time of greatest brilliance for the force field, without warning, a blinding silver beam of light descended like a sword of judgment, tearing through the leaden gray sky and plunging down with precision, striking the very center of the courtyard in front of the Blackstone Keep. Buzz. There was no thunderous roar. Only a bizarre humming as though space itself was forcefully torn apart and then instantaneously mended. The silver light erupted, dazzling all who beheld it, rendering them unable to open their eyes. As the radiance dissipated, a tall, cold figure silently stood at the center of the courtyard. Clad in a silver-gray, tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated breathtaking curves, she emanated an aura of chilling detachment that warned others to keep their distance. Her waist-length silver hair flowed without wind, shimmering with a moonlit sheen. Half of her face was concealed by a silver-gray mask, revealing only her elegantly defined jawline and a pair of silver eyes as unfathomable and indifferent as an icy pond. In her hand, she wielded a long-handled scythe that flowed with liquid silver light, the blade slightly lowered, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing along its edge, as if capable of severing the very soul. It was indeed the silver-haired woman. She had arrived. The terrifying pressure descended upon the entire Blackstone fortress like an invisible iceberg. The force field shimmered violently, causing the slaves to collapse in fear, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to even raise their heads. Hammer gripped his spear tightly. His muscles tensed like iron, veins bulging at his temples, yet not a single thought of resistance dared to arise. It was an absolute oppression on the level of existence itself. The silver-haired woman's argent gaze did not even glance at the surrounding debris of construction. Instead, it penetrated the crumbling stone wall, precisely locking onto the facade of the main fortress where Reno feigned composure. 3 days have passed. Her cold voice resonated in everyone's minds like ice gems striking a jade platter, devoid of any emotion. Have you tidied up your mess? Reno felt his heart gripped by an icy, invisible hand. He forced himself to straighten his back, suppressing the dryness in his throat, and met those eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything. I can barely see you, he rasped, striving to maintain his calm. How shall I address you? Take me away, but I must have a justification. A faint, mocking curve seemed to appear at the corner of the silver-haired woman's mouth hidden beneath her mask. Names are inconsequential. Justification? She slightly raised the silver scythe in her hand, its blade pointing toward the abyss below. That failed key down there, and the half-conscious gardener inside provide the justification. Reno's pupils constricted. So she has indeed come for Selah and Ilya. They are my people. He stepped forward, his tone growing firm. The subjects of Blackstone Fortress. Subjects? The silver-haired woman appeared to have heard a peculiar jest, a trace of faint derision flashing in her argent eyes. The little scion of House Ross. Are you playing house? Her gaze swept over the trembling slaves, the tense hammer, and the unsightly low walls, guarding a bunch of worthless trash while protecting 2 specimens tainted by the abyss. Foolish and tedious. Each word struck like a cold whip against the dignity of everyone present. Hammer's teeth clenched audibly, while the slaves buried their heads deeper. Reno's facial muscles twitched, anger roiling within him, yet he suppressed it fiercely. Stay calm. Angering her is a path to doom. Though Blackstone Fortress may be dilapidated, it remains my territory. He took a deep breath, unwaveringly meeting those silver eyes. They are my subjects, and my responsibility. If you desire them, So be it. But I require a justification that I can accept, or the corresponding price. Justification? The silver-haired woman tilted her head slightly, her silver hair flowing. They possess information that I require. About the decaying nest, the breeders, and the misdeeds of your House Ross in the past. Price? She casually waved the silver scythe in her hand. A thin, silvery line sliced through the air. Nearby, a pile of hard-earned rubble was instantly reduced to dust without a sound. Your life, and the lives of these worthless beings, are the price. Or would you prefer that I assist you in eliminating these useless burdens? The display of absolute dominance was unmistakable, the threat laid bare for all to see. Reno's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced, yet he had no time to ponder the gravity of the situation. In this tense, silent moment, a feeble yet clear voice emerged from the main fortress. "My lord," it called out. Illyria leaned against the doorframe, staggering as she stepped outside. Her complexion was as pale as paper, and her body swayed perilously, yet her emerald eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness as they fixed upon the silver-haired woman. In her hands, she cradled the most flourishing and radiant moonlight moss. "Please do not harm my lord." Her voice trembled, yet it was imbued with courage. "If you require my strength, I am willing to accompany you, but I implore you to spare Blackstone Castle." "Illyria, return," Reno growled, attempting to pull her back behind him. The silver-haired woman's gaze wavered for the first time, her silver eyes resting upon the moonlight moss in Illyria's grasp before sweeping across her pale, yet resolute countenance. "The chosen of nature possess decent affinity, yet it is regrettable that you have been tainted," she remarked, her voice still frigid, yet lacking the absolute indifference it once held. "Do you believe this is sufficient to negotiate with me?" Illyria bit her lip and vigorously shook her head. "No, I dare not. I merely wish to prove that we are not worthless. We have value." The silver-haired woman fell silent for a moment. Her silver eyes shifted back to Reno, her icy scrutiny seemingly laced with a hint of curiosity. "Ah, the scion of the Ross family. It appears your prowess in taming specimens surpasses your ability to govern territory." If only slightly. Slowly, the silver scythe in her hand descended. "One final question," she continued, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into Reno's very soul. "If accompanying me entails stepping into a chasm far deeper and darker than the corruption beneath your feet, a path that pits you against your illustrious family and the entire world, would you still dare?" The entirety of Blackstone Castle fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated upon Reno. He gazed into the unfathomable silver depths of the woman's eyes, then glanced at Illyria, whose pale face bore an unwavering determination. He surveyed the unconscious Syra on the platform below, the tensed figure of the hammer, and the trembling slaves. Drawing a deep breath, the torrent of defiance, fury, and desperation within him erupted with a thunderous force. "Family? Glory?" A cold, almost frenzied smile crept upon his lips. "When they cast me into this hell, they ceased to regard me as a member of the Ross family. The world as an adversary? If this world cannot accommodate me," and my kin, his voice rose abruptly, imbued with an irrevocable resolve that resonated throughout the square, "then I shall rend this world asunder. To follow you? Why should I fear?" he declared. "But Blackstone Castle, and my people, you must guarantee their safety. Otherwise, even if you are a deity, I shall shatter a few of your teeth." Silence. Absolute silence. The slaves were left dumbfounded. The hammer's eyes widened in disbelief. Illyria covered her mouth, her emerald gaze brimming with astonishment and a flicker of something unusual. The corners of the silver-haired woman's mouth, concealed beneath her mask, seemed to widen ever so slightly. A fleeting moment of frost within her silver eyes appeared to melt away, hinting at an almost imperceptible satisfaction. "Excellent," she uttered slowly. "Remember the words you spoke today." In a flash of silver light, her figure vanished like a wraith, only to reappear before Reno in the next heartbeat. Her cold, metallic fingers gently pressed against his brow. The contract was forged. An overwhelming, frigid power, as profound as the cosmos, surged into Reno's mind instantaneously. A complex imprint, crafted from silver runes, flickered deep within his soul. Ding. High-level soul contract detected. Contracting party. Insufficient permissions. Contract details. Protection, Blackstone Fortress. Guidance, Reno Blackthorn. Contract level, absolute. Unilateral control. Status, activated. Before Reno could fully comprehend the situation, the silver-haired woman had already retreated, as if she had never approached him. Her gaze swept over Ilya and the figure of Selah beneath the cliff. "Bring your sample. 3 days hence, at the eastern side of the chasm, at the Blackwind Pass. Do not be late." Once more, the silver light erupted. Her form seemed to meld into the void, vanishing without a trace. Only her chilling voice lingered. echoing in the desolate square, bear the consequences. The oppressive aura dissipated abruptly. The force field stabilized, leaving everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as if they had just clawed their way back from the brink of death. Reno stood frozen, the icy sensation on his brow still palpable. The silver imprint within his soul silently attested that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Had he triumphed? With a gamble, he had secured temporary safety for the Blackstone fortress and a passage into a deeper, darker unknown. Raising his gaze toward the direction in which the silver-haired woman had vanished, the fear in his black eyes ebbed away, replaced by a cold flame and a hint of fervent excitement. The abyss, perhaps? Just to my liking. Chapter 34. The Aftermath. The mark of the silver scythe and the thorn's dilemma. The silver-haired woman dissipated like moonlight, and the suffocating pressure lifted along with her. In the courtyard of the Blackstone fortress, silence enveloped everyone. The slaves lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like fish out of water, their eyes vacant, as if they had just escaped a nightmarish slumber from which they could not awaken. The air was thick with the lingering sense of sulfur and fear, intertwined with the faint yet tenacious aroma of moonlight moss, creating an eerie and contradictory atmosphere. Leaning on a beast-clawed spear, Iron Pillar's heavy breaths resembled the wheezing of a broken bellows. The wound on his back, strained to the limit, reopened, dark crimson blood soaking through his rudimentary bandaging. Yet, he remained oblivious, fixated on the direction of the silver-haired woman's disappearance, his copper bell-like eyes swirling with dread, humiliation, and a fragment of bewilderment beneath the weight of absolute power. Cursed silver-haired witch. He emitted a low, meaningless curse from his throat, unaware of whom he was cursing. Old John scrambled to Ilya's side, his face ashen and his voice trembling. Miss, are you all right? How could you come out here? That woman is terrifying. He fumbled in an attempt to steady the swaying Ilya, but she gently pushed his hand away, her emerald eyes still gazing at the sky, which was now devoid of anything. Her body quivered not from fear, but from an indescribable blend of excitement and anxiety. The silver-haired woman's final words echoed in her heart like thunder. You are at odds with your family and the world, my lord. She turned her gaze towards the silent figure on the balcony, filled with complex worry. Raynor stood motionless, akin to a frozen statue. The chilling sensation at the center of his brow had long since vanished, yet the imprint of silver runes deep within his soul remained, exuding an undeniable presence like a red-hot iron. The system panel displayed the cold, glaring words: absolute contract, unilateral domination. The contract has been established. He slowly exhaled a breath laden with bitterness. The anger, humiliation, and resoluteness that had been forcibly suppressed continued to churn within him. Take me away? Into deeper darkness? Opposed to the world? The silver-haired woman's words reverberated in his mind like an incantation. What does she truly desire? What secrets does the Ross family conceal? The nest of decay nurturers? Countless questions and overwhelming pressure threatened to engulf him. Yet soon, he forcefully quelled these emotions. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He abruptly turned around. The confusion and fragility in his black eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by the unmistakable resolve and calmness of a lord. Everyone rise. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that shattered the silence of the square, momentarily dispelling the crisis. Do not lie there as if your parents have died. The slaves, startled by his icy gaze, sprang to their feet, heads bowed, too afraid to meet his eyes. Iron Pillar. Raynor's gaze fell upon the battle-scarred captain of the guard. My lord. Iron Pillar straightened up sharply, despite the pain from his wounds. Gather your men and immediately inspect the breach in the defenses. Reinforce it. Use everything you can find. I do not wish to see anything crawling up from below again. Yes. Iron Pillar roared in response, seemingly channeling all his humiliation and rage into his work, rallying those who could still move to rush towards the breach. Old John, the old servant is here. Take good care of Miss Ilya. The moonlight moss in the greenhouse is of utmost importance. I wanted to cover the entire stone chamber before I return. Raynor's gaze fell upon Ilya's pale face, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You need to regain your strength as soon as possible. Blackstone Keep requires you. Ilya met his gaze, her green eyes shimmering with determined light, and nodded firmly, yes. I will recover quickly. Reno cast a lingering glance at her, a fleeting softness flickering in his eyes before he turned away, directing his gaze towards the still unconscious figure of Selah below the precipice. He leapt down from the terrace, which was not particularly high, and took several strides to the platform's edge. Enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, Selah lay curled up, her form caught in an eerie limbo between human and monster. One side of her body was marred by pale scars, while the other bore remnants of dark red keratin. The half of her face that belonged to humanity appeared exceptionally fragile in her slumber, her brows furrowed as if ensnared in an endless nightmare of torment. A faint silver glimmer coursed through the fissures of her skin, precariously maintaining a dangerous equilibrium. The words of the silver-haired woman echoed in his mind. She desires them. And I, in exchange for their freedom and mine, have procured a momentary respite for Blackstone Castle. A tumult of emotions surged within him, utilitarianism, guilt, and an ineffable sense of responsibility. He crouched down, meticulously examining Selah's condition. His fingertips brushed against the cold, residual keratin on her arm, imparting a disquieting hardness. Yet, upon touching the scarred, pale skin, a faint warmth, a vestige of humanity, could be felt. Corrupted aberration, Selah, status, deep coma, consciousness conflict alleviated, corruption shell, partially purified, partially residual, moonlight moss energy erosion, ongoing, extreme weakness, threat level, moderate, unstable, alert, moonlight moss purification and corruption origins are at an impasse. External stimuli may induce imbalance. Stalemate, Reno's brow furrowed in concern. She must be moved. Remaining here, once the moonlight moss energy is depleted or the corrupted rock devourer strikes again, she will lose control. However, carrying such a ticking time bomb was fraught with peril. Iron pillar. He called back, fetch some sturdy rope. Bind her securely. Ensure it is absolutely tight. Yes. Iron pillar promptly retrieved several tanned, resilient beast sinew ropes, harvested from the previous decaying beast, carefully binding Selah's limbs, even wrapping several loops around her waist and securing a tight knot. Throughout the process, Selah remained unresponsive, as if truly ensnared in a profound coma. Observing the tightly bound Selah, Reno felt a semblance of relief, though the weight of his burden remained unchanged. 3 days until the Black Wind pass. He raised his gaze towards the eastern side of the ravine, shrouded in even thicker gray mist. Its treacherous terrain marked in deep crimson on the small map as a high-risk area. This journey holds uncertain prospects. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the unease within, his expression sharpening once more. But we must proceed, not only for the contract, but for power, to uncover the truth behind all this, to no longer be at the mercy of anyone as I was today. He returned to the main fortress, approaching the moonlight greenhouse. Ilya, with the support of old John, was steadfastly channeling divine natural power into the moonlight moss. The silver glow was more intense than before, and the moss's spread was visibly accelerating. Ilya, Reno's voice softened. You need to rest, my lord. Ilya stubbornly shook her head, her complexion as pale as a specter. This is an order. Reno's tone grew more insistent as he stepped forward, unhesitatingly grasping her wrist. A gentle yet undeniable force surged forth, forcibly halting her energy output. Your strength is vital, but it cannot be overexerted. Before my return, Blackstone Fortress requires you to sustain the vitality of the moonlight moss, and even more so, you must remain alert. As her wrist was held firmly, Ilya felt the warmth and resolute strength emanating from Reno's palm, causing a barely perceptible flush to rise on her pale face. At last, she ceased her resistance and leaned softly against old John. Yes, my lord. Reno, observing her frail state, felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He retrieved the last vestige of diluted dark river water from the system repository, a minuscule space opened by the heart of Obsidian, and handed it to old John. Use it sparingly, prioritizing her recovery. Understood, my lord. Old John promptly accepted it, as if cradling holy water. Reno's gaze swept across his battered yet cherished domain. Glancing over the loyal but scarred iron pillars, the terrified yet resilient slaves still grappling for survival, ultimately landing on Ilya and the distant, bound Sarah. This is both my foundation and my Achilles heel. Silver-haired scourge, you had better keep your promise. Otherwise, a glint of cold menace flickered in his eyes. 3 days, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, is ample time for numerous preparations. He turned and strode towards the depths of the castle ruins, needing to organize all useful resources at his disposal, contemplate how to tackle the impending journey, and digest the weighty contract within his soul, along with the astonishing revelations about family and the world brought forth by the silver-haired woman. The battle for survival at Blackstone Fortress had reached a temporary conclusion, yet a far more tumultuous and shadowy adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 35, Black Wind Gorge. The hard currency of moonlight moss and the half-demon luggage 3 days after the silver-haired scourge's departure, the words Black Wind Gorge struck like an ice pick, piercing the already fragile tranquility of Blackstone Fortress. The sulphurous scent in the air was somewhat diluted by this intangible pressure, replaced by a sense of anxiety akin to the night before a final exam. tinged with a hint of trepidation at creditors' impending arrival. Reno stood upon the terrace of the main fortress, observing the bustling figures below, their movements frenetic like spinning tops, while his mind calculated the impending consequences with a crackling intensity. "Iron Pillar," he called out, his voice not loud, yet carrying an inherent amplification. "Yes, Iron Pillar." Huffing and puffing as he maneuvered a disc-sized piece of corrupted rock towards a gaping wall, nearly jolted himself into injury upon hearing Reno's call. With a grimace, he hurried over. "My lord, you summoned me." "Do not merely focus on building the wall," Reno instructed, pointing to the corner where several grayish, metallic glimmering iron vines lay piled. "Select 2 of the straightest ones and fashion them into spear shafts. We shall sharpen the ends with those excavator claws over there. Remember, they must be sturdy. This will serve as our diplomatic calling card in the future." Teju glanced at the precious treasures he had painstakingly acquired, then cast a glance at his palm. Now blistered and sore, his face contorting into a bitter grimace. "My lord, this is truly fine material that could serve as a beam." "A beam?" Reno raised an eyebrow. Exasperated. "What good is a beam when your life hangs by a thread? Hurry, what are you dawdling for? Do you still wish to knock out a few teeth from that silver-haired witch?" Iron Pillar shrank his neck, recalling the cold gleam of the silver scythe, and immediately shivered. "Knock. It must be done. I shall go at once." He hurried off to select some wood, muttering, "That silver-haired witch can wait for me to set her up with a golden tooth." Reno nodded with satisfaction, his gaze shifting towards the greenhouse. Old John was hunched over, resembling a venerable steward, wielding a bare bird feather as he cautiously dusted the moonlight moss, though it was smooth and devoid of dirt. He murmured, "Little ancestors, gather strength and shine bright enough to blind that witch." Ilya sat cross-legged amidst the moss, her emerald eyes tightly shut, her small face taut with concentration. With her hands gently pressing, the vibrant natural energy flowed like a gentle stream, continuously infusing the moss pot before her. The silvery fuzz visibly thickened as if it had been enhanced, the silver glow becoming increasingly radiant, illuminating the entire stone chamber as though bathed in soft light. Moonlight moss growth accelerated. 300. Natural energy consumption, moderate. Ilya's condition, slight fatigue. Expected coverage, stone chamber 60, within 3 days. Purification efficiency, low to moderate, continuously improving. Economic value estimate, unknown. Suspected high-grade magical material purification medium. Tisk. That girl has fully charged her power bank. Reno mused. This moonlight moss would surely be considered a rare blue material in a game. I wonder if the silver-haired fiend would accept it? If only it could serve as ransom. No, rather, a protection fee. He pondered whether he should have old John weave a small basket to carry some moss as a local specialty. His gaze then shifted downward to the figure bound like a dumpling on the platform. Scylla. Now, he was at a loss whether to refer to her as a girl or a monster. One side of her face was pale and scarred, barely revealing a hint of delicate features, her eyes closed with long lashes. The other half was covered in dark red keratin, resembling cooled lava, with a hollow, lifeless eye partially open. Her body mirrored this disparity. Her left arm and leg were marred by purple scars like human skin, while the right was wrapped in a grotesque layer of keratin, resembling a poorly assembled figurine. Iron Pillar's craftsmanship was commendable. The beast's sinew rope was tied securely, digging into her flesh, creaking against the keratin. Scylla lay motionless, her breath faint, the silver glow from the cracks in her skin flickering like a breath light. On the small map, Herta oscillated between crimson and pale gray, reminiscent of a convulsion. Half human, half demon, still a dormant bomb. Reno rubbed his temples, contemplating. This burden won't be easy to carry. What if it explodes on the way? That silver-haired fiend would make me pay for it, would she? He wondered if he should fashion a cage or find a longer pole to carry her. My lord. Old John jogged over, cradling a battered ceramic bowl filled with a few wilted rice sprouts. The lady suggested you try this invigorating porridge infused with moonlight moss juice. Reno cast a glance at the viscous, green concoction, his stomach churning. Could this be drinkable? Yet, upon noticing old John's eager expression and the worried glance from Ilya peering from the greenhouse, he steeled himself and took a sip while pinching his nose. Ugh! A peculiar taste, mingling the essence of grass, soil, and a faintly fishy aroma, surged to his head. He nearly erupted like a fountain on the spot. Sir, are you all right? Old John trembled, startled. I'm fine. Reno managed to suppress his nausea, shoving the remainder of the green porridge back into old John's hands. It's quite all right, but perhaps refrain from making it next time. This concoction was more challenging to swallow than rotting flesh. Had Ilya's culinary talents taken a misguided turn? He approached the opening, observing Iron Pillar laboriously sharpening the claws for the worm spear. The claws of the burrowing worm gleamed an ominous black, their serrated edges indicative of their exceptional nature. Once sharpened, this should pack quite a punch against both foes and monsters. He casually picked up a semi-finished spear, its weight heavy in his hand, exuding an air of menace. "Sir, do you think this will suffice?" Iron Pillar presented a spear adorned with the sharpened claws, its shaft straight and its tip glinting menacingly, with a few ragged cloth strips tied to the end as feathers, though they resembled more like rags. "Not bad." Reno nodded in approval, sensing its potential. "Let us craft a few more. By the time we're ready, everyone should have one. If that silver-haired witch dares to play tricks." He mimicked a throwing motion, his eyes fierce. "Though it's unlikely to break through defenses, we must not falter in spirit," he encouraged himself. Time slipped away amidst the flurry of activity and anxiety. The moonlight moss did not disappoint, its silvery carpet covering a large portion of the stone chamber, emitting a delightful fragrance. Ilya's face remained pale, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness, occasionally revealing a faint smile towards the moonlight moss. Syra remained in a deep slumber, yet the silvery aura surrounding her appeared more stable, and her half-visible face seemed to relax amidst her unconscious state. On the third morning, as the simulated daylight pierced through the gray mist, the atmosphere in Blackstone Fortress reached an unprecedented tension. Reno stood before the main fortress, surveying the elite squad before him. Iron Pillar led the way, bare-chested, with a wound on his back covered in a layer of black scabs, resembling a grim metal. He wielded a beast claw spear in one hand, and the newly sharpened worm claw spear in the other, his gaze fierce, as if he were not about to confront the silver-haired menace, but rather a wild dog that had stolen his bone. Following him were two reasonably sturdy slaves, carrying a makeshift stretcher hastily constructed from animal hides and branches. On the stretcher lay Syra, bound like a pig awaiting slaughter, with only the faintest breath affirming her continued existence. Old John, stooped over, clutched a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of tattered cloth, containing his carefully selected and most vibrant offering of moonlight moss. Ilya stood beside Reno, her small hand nervously gripping the hem of his garment. She donned a relatively clean linen dress, unblemished by holes, her delicate face washed to a pristine whiteness. Her emerald eyes resembled two clear springs, brimming with concern and reluctance. "You must take care." Her voice was soft and tremulous. Reno gently patted her icy little hand, allowing himself an extra moment of touch, and forced a smile, striving to appear as a reliable lord. "Rest assured, your master is tough as nails. Keep an eye on the household. When I return, I shall bring you some local specialties from the Black Wind Pass. Let us hope it is not that silver-haired scourge's hair," he added in his thoughts. "Taiju, forward. Proceed." At the command, the group, burdened with luggage, local delicacies, and weapons, resembled an expedition team venturing toward an unknown fate rather than a grim execution. They stepped through the faint golden barrier of force and plunged into the denser, more sinister gray mist of the Black Wind Pass. Reno walked at the center of the formation, feeling the cloying chill of the fog and inhaling the familiar stench of decay. He cast a glance back at the diminishing, worried figure of Ilya within the protective barrier. "I shall return to Blackstone Fortress. Silver-haired scourge, I have reserved your teeth." He tightened his grip on the steel longsword at his waist, aware of its likely futility, his gaze sharpened with determination as he advanced towards the shrouded, treacherous realm known as the Black Wind Pass. A new adventure, or rather, a journey of abduction, was about to commence. Chapter 36, The Black Wind Pass. Whispers in the corrupt fog and the judgment of the silver scythe, the name Black Wind Pass itself exudes an ominous aura. The terrain on the eastern side of the ravine appeared as though a wrathful giant had cleaved it with an axe, leaving behind a twisted, narrow, perilous passage with towering cliffs on either side, shrouded in gray mist. The fog here was as thick as impenetrable ink, with visibility reduced to less than 10 paces. The air was saturated with a putrid stench, mingled with a sharp, metallic odor reminiscent of rust and sulfur. Each breath felt like fire in the lungs. Reno and his companions trudged through the inky depths, resembling a group of groundhogs rolling in the mud. Cursed place. Taiju led the way, wielding a spear adorned with a burrowing worm's claw as a probing staff, poking about in the viscous fog, producing a repulsive, squelching sound. Beads of sweat and mist clung to his bare shoulders, and the scabbed wound on his back, soaked in perspiration, throbbed with both itch and pain, causing him to grimace. "Master, this fog is eerie. I feel something watching us," he whispered anxiously, casting a nervous glance back. Reno remained silent, his grip tightening on his steel longsword. His senses were as taut as a drawn bowstring. On the small map, their team's green dot flickered amidst the deep gray mist, where crimson skull symbols flashed in and out of view before vanishing. Corrupted hyenas? Burrowing worms? Or something else entirely? A chill crept up his neck, as if countless greedy eyes lurked in the shadows, waiting for them to reveal a weakness. Maintain formation. Do not fall behind, he whispered sharply, his voice muffled within the thick fog. The two slaves carrying the stretcher trembled in fear, nearly toppling Sarah from her precarious position. On the stretcher, Sarah's condition was unsettling. She remained unconscious, yet her body would occasionally convulse violently, a guttural, beast-like growl emanating from her throat. The silver light flickering through the fissures in her skin danced erratically, as if engaged in a fierce struggle against some invisible force. Each time the silver light dimmed, the dark red keratin on her body would writhe, as if alive, exuding a nauseating scent of decay. Conversely, when the silver light surged, the tension in her human visage would momentarily ease, as if finding a fleeting respite from a nightmare. This luggage is far too troublesome, Reno thought anxiously. If this were to explode on the way, it would be catastrophic. He gestured for Tai Zhu to slow down, stepping closer to the stretcher, his gaze fixed intently on Sarah. Old John, clutching the jar of moonlight moss, nervously followed behind, murmuring, "May the goddess bless you. Miss Sarah, please hold on and don't embarrass us at the doorstep." Suddenly, Sarah's body convulsed violently once more. Her dark red eye flew open, a fierce, molten glare bursting forth. The beast's sinew binding her creaked ominously under the strain. "Hold her down," Reno shouted fiercely. Tai Zhu rushed forward, his large palm pressing firmly on Sarah's shoulder. The two slaves hastily stabilized the stretcher. A primal roar erupted from Sarah's throat, a display of astonishing strength. Tai Zhu's forehead bulged with veins, almost toppling over. The dark red keratin writhed on her surface, as if boiling. "Old John, the moss," Reno urged urgently. Old John fumbled to extract a small handful of glimmering moss from the jar, trembling as he prepared to place it in Sarah's mouth. "Don't move." Reno abruptly halted him, his gaze sharp. "Apply it to her fissures. Quickly." Old John paused, then quickly grasped the urgency, carefully applying the moss to a deeper, dimly glowing fissure on Sarah's arm. Sizzle, like cold water splashing into hot oil. The moment the silver light met the dark red keratin, a faint corrosive sound erupted alongside a burnt odor. Sarah released a harrowing scream. Yet, the boiling dark red slime recoiled as if scalded, allowing the silver light within the fissure to reignite and stabilize. Her dark red eye slowly closed, slipping back into unconsciousness. Though her body continued to tremble slightly, Reno wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That was close. We nearly witnessed a transformation into a monster right here." He gazed at the jar of moonlight moss in Old John's arms, his expression fervent. "This substance is truly an indispensable remedy for managing unruly baggage during travel. Continue onward. Stay alert," Reno commanded in a hushed tone. The group pressed on, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Each step felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Time slipped away, and eventually, the fog ahead seemed to thin. The towering cliffs on either side pressed inward, forming a narrow passage that could barely accommodate 3 people side by side. The wind here has turned particularly frigid, carrying a biting chill and a faint, almost imperceptible hum reminiscent of metal scraping. "Sir, it seems we have reached the end." Iron Pillar's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Reynolds squinted ahead. At the mouth of the gorge, the gray mist appeared to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, suddenly parting to reveal a relatively open valley strewn with jagged rocks. In the center of the valley stood a massive black stone platform, as if hewn by a sharp blade, quietly looming. Upon the platform, there was not a soul in sight. Only the piercing cold wind stirred the ashes and debris on the ground, producing a sound akin to a mournful wail. "Have we arrived?" Iron Pillar scratched his head, cautiously surveying the surroundings. "Where is that silver-haired woman? Has she abandoned us?" A sudden weight bore down on Reynolds' heart. On the small map, the area representing the Black Wind Pass was a desolate deep gray. Yet, at the location of the black stone platform, a minuscule silver light point, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, hung silently in the air. She must have been here all along. In an instant, Reynolds understood. That silver-haired harbinger of doom had likely been there the entire time. Her presence was as if she had melded into the very fabric of space itself, rendering her almost undetectable even to the small map. "Put down the stretcher." Reynolds took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "Iron Pillar, stay alert. Old John, hold onto the jar tightly." The 2 slaves, as if granted a reprieve, cautiously placed the stretcher on the icy stone ground. Syra lay upon it, her breaths faint. The silver light upon her skin seemingly reacting to something, flickering slightly. Reynold adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar, though it proved of little use, straightened his back, and cast a sharp gaze toward the black stone platform. "My lord, we have arrived." His voice echoed through the empty valley, infused with an air of deliberate calmness. The moment his words fell, a silent ripple spread across the center of the platform. The space twisted and folded like water waves. A flash of silver light erupted. The tall, austere figure appeared as if stepping forth from the void, silently materializing atop the platform, clad in immaculate silver-gray combat attire that shimmered with a moonlit sheen. Her waist-length silver hair danced without wind, carving a chilling path against the dim backdrop. Beneath half of a silver-gray mask, her bottomless silver eyes, resembling two cold moons, instantly locked onto Reynold. A terrifying pressure descended like an invisible iceberg. It was more concentrated and purer than that experienced at Blackstone Fortress, imbued with a sense of judgment. Iron Pillar let out a muffled groan, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. He grit his teeth, leaning on his spear to barely maintain his footing. But cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Old John slumped directly to the ground, trembling while clutching the moonlight moss jar. The two slaves were already so frightened that they crawled on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Reynold felt as if his heart were gripped by an unseen hand. Breathing became laborious, yet he bit down hard on his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall, his black eyes unwaveringly meeting those icy silver orbs. Quite punctual, the voice of the silver-haired woman remained as cold as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. Her gaze, akin to a frigid probe, traversed the feeble form of old John and the two slaves, swept over the strained iron pillars, and finally settled upon the unconscious Sarah on the stretcher, lingering for a moment on her half-human, half-demonic body. A glimmer of barely perceptible curiosity flickered in her silver eyes. The little imp of the Ross family, she mused, her attention ultimately returning to Reno. "Your luggage appears rather unstable." A sudden tightness gripped Reno's heart, though his demeanor remained unperturbed. "The journey has been tumultuous. It has caused a bit of agitation. However, with the moonlight moss present, there are no immediate concerns." He deliberately emphasized the words moonlight moss. The silver-haired woman's gaze shifted toward the tightly held jar nestled in old John's arms. She slightly raised her hand. A slender finger with a metallic quality pointed in the air. With a hum, the tattered lid of the jar slipped away soundlessly, releasing a rich and pure fragrance of herbs that mingled with silver light, enveloping the air in an instant. Inside the jar, the meticulously selected moonlight moss, its velvety fibers plump and shimmering with silvery radiance, resembled a clump of solidified moonlight. "The purity is acceptable," she remarked in a neutral tone, devoid of praise or criticism. Retracting her finger, her gaze once more locked onto Reno. "It seems you possess considerable confidence in your bargaining chips." A chill coursed through Reno's being. Here it comes. The negotiation begins. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the unease within, striving to make his voice sound steady and powerful. Confidence is perhaps too strong a term. However, since you require the information they possess, you must also desire their well-being. The moonlight moss is crucial for maintaining their stability. He paused, meeting her icy silver gaze directly. "I agree to accompany you, but I trust your excellency will guarantee the protection of Blackstone Fortress and my people." A faint, almost imperceptible curve of amusement seemed to lift the corner of the silver-haired woman's mouth beneath her mask. "Protection?" she echoed, her silver scythe lifting slightly, the liquid silver flowing along its blade, emitting a low, resonant hum. "The little imp of the Ross family. It appears you have yet to grasp the true nature of the situation." Her voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to a polar wind. "The contract is unilateral. I take you because you hold value. As for that dilapidated fortress and those worthless beings." The blade of the silver scythe slowly pointed towards the direction of Blackstone Fortress. "Whether you survive depends on your subsequent performance." Chapter 37. The Path of the Silver Moon. The silent journey and the undercurrents of Blackstone Fortress. The silver-haired woman's assertion that your survival hinges on your future actions felt like a bucket of icy water dousing the flickering flame of hope within Reno's heart. Indeed, a unilateral contract is quite tyrannical. Reno cursed inwardly, though his expression betrayed none of his thoughts. He had come to understand that negotiating terms with this silver-haired harbinger of doom was akin to discussing a menu with a ravenous wolf, a futile endeavor sure to end in ruin. "I understand," he said, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of emotions within him, striving for a calm tone. "I will do my utmost to perform. Damn it, I shall see how you intend to test me." The cold glimmer in the silver-haired woman's eyes softened slightly, seemingly satisfied with his perceptiveness. She ceased her idle chatter, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious Sarah on the stretcher. "Take the sample." Her cool voice brooked no dissent. "Follow me." No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered and appeared several paces away, her silvery silhouette becoming hazy amidst the thick fog. Moving with astonishing speed yet devoid of urgency, as if merely strolling. "Quick, lift her up. Keep up with the lady." Iron Pillar barked in a hushed tone, hoisting Sarah's stretcher onto his shoulder, showcasing the residual prowess of a third-tier knight, and strode forward with purpose. Old John clutched the moonlight moss jar, scrambling to keep pace behind him. The two slaves exchanged glances, their faces forlorn, and could only grit their teeth to follow. Reno cast a final glance back at the direction of Blackstone Keep. The pale golden force field had long been devoured by the fog, leaving it unseen. Yet he felt as though he could sense, from the terrace of the main keep, Ilya's concerned emerald eyes piercing through the mist, watching him intently. "Take care of the house while I return," he silently vowed, gritting his teeth before turning to stride after the group. They moved in silence through the treacherous passage of Blackwind Gap. The silver-haired woman led the way. Her pace appeared leisurely, yet each step seemed to compress distance, compelling Iron Pillar and the others to jog to keep up. Reno fared better. Though his first-tier combat aura was feeble, his enhanced physical conditioning spared him from undue distress. Albeit his inner thoughts were rife with complaints. Hastening to the afterlife, are we? Just showing off those long legs, huh? The surrounding fog thickened, and a noxious scent began to mingle with an odd, metallic, sweet odor reminiscent of rust. The cliffs on either side grew increasingly steep and menacing, with grotesque rocks resembling twisted specters lurking within the mist. On the minimap, the frequency of the crimson skull symbol, denoting danger, surged alarmingly, sometimes flashing in clusters. Strangely, however, not a single corrupted creature dared to approach. They lurked at a distance within the dense fog, emitting a suppressed, greedy, and fearful growl, as if in dread of something. Wherever the silver-haired woman tread, it was as if she brought an invisible zone of prohibition with her. Even the most ferocious corrupted hyenas and burrowing worms kept their distance. "This aura is more effective than any pest repellent," Reno thought to himself, gaining a more vivid and despairing understanding of the silver-haired woman's prowess. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the fog ahead. A massive, hill-like crimson skull symbol blazed to life. Corrupted rock-armored bear, third-tier elite. Iron Pillar's face paled, halting abruptly as he gripped his spear tightly. Old John and the slaves nearly collapsed in terror. Yet the silver-haired woman seemed oblivious, her stride unwavering as she advanced toward the source of the roar. Just as the enormous, rock-armored paw of the bear was about to descend, the silver-haired woman did not even lift her eyelids. She merely tilted her head slightly. A nearly imperceptible silver thread shot forth from her flowing hair, silently piercing into the fog. A soft sound echoed in the air. The colossal roar abruptly ceased. In its place arose an excruciating sound, reminiscent of rock being instantaneously severed, followed by the disintegration of its inner structure with a sharp crack. The dense fog churned violently. The immense crimson skull insignia flickered maniacally for a brief moment before extinguishing completely, leaving no trace of life. The silver-haired woman pressed onward, her figure gliding through the area. When Reno and the others cautiously trailed behind, they beheld the ground, where a massive bear carcass lay, neatly sliced in two, still twitching slightly. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, with blood unable to spurt forth, sealed by some unseen force. Iron Pillar, Old John, the slaves, Reno. Isn't this a blatant display of cheating? System brother, report. There's foul play afoot. Silence reigned along the path, broken only by the crunch of footsteps on the gravel and the occasional, involuntary groans of pain from Sarah on the stretcher. The silver-haired woman seemed to take an interest in Sarah's condition, or perhaps in the effects of the moonlight moss. At times, she would slow her pace, allowing Reno to soothe Sarah's restless corruptive power with the moonlight moss. Whenever the silvery essence permeated Sarah's being, quelling the dark crimson agitation, Reno could sense the cold gaze of the silver-haired woman lingering subtly between him and the moonlight moss for a fleeting moment. Is she observing the purifying effects of the moonlight moss? Monitoring Sarah's reactions? Alarm bells rang in Reno's mind. Could this woman be considering dissecting Sarah for research? Instinctively, he positioned himself in front of the stretcher, his movements somewhat stiff. The silver-haired woman seemed to notice his subtle maneuver, casting a glance his way with her silver eyes, which appeared to hold a hint of faint mockery. As if to say, "With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can impede me?" Reno felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks, stubbornly holding his ground. Damn it. A soldier may be slain, but never humiliated. I must protect my own against any foe. Amidst this silence and oppression, punctuated occasionally by the one-sided pressure of their journey, time flowed quietly. Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, within the confines of the force field, the atmosphere had grown even more tense after the Lord's departure. Ilya stood on the castle terrace, gazing in the direction where Reno had vanished. Having remained there for an entire day, her emerald eyes brimmed with an enduring worry and a touch of emptiness. The chill wind rustled her delicate linen dress, making her appear even more fragile, as if she might be swept away at any moment. Miss, you should return. It's cold outside. Old John, stooped and weary, urged softly from the side, his aged face etched with concern. The master will surely be safe. He has his own fortune. Ilya slowly shook her head, her voice barely a whisper, akin to a sigh. Grandfather John, I can no longer sense the master. The bond feels distant and unclear. The leaf mark on her hand seemed to dull in brilliance. Old John's heart sank, and he quickly replied, that simply means the master has ventured far. It must be so. Miss, do not fret. Please return to the greenhouse. The moonlight moss awaits your care. The master has said it is our lifeblood. At the mention of the moonlight moss, a glimmer of vitality returned to Ilya's gaze. She nodded silently and turned, making her way toward the greenhouse. Within the stone chamber, silvery light flowed, and the fragrance of flora remained ever present. Yet, she felt a distinct absence of that familiar figure, always adorned with a hint of a mischievous smile, yet possessing an unwavering gaze. Even this silvery glow seemed to grow markedly colder. She extended her hand, gently caressing a patch of silvery moss, feeling the natural energy coursing through it, a force that resonated with her own essence. You must return safely, my lord. Blackstone Fortress needs you. I, too. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily shook her head, suppressing those embarrassing thoughts to concentrate, channeling her divine power into the moonlit moss. However, this time, amidst the emerald glow, there lingered an indescribable sense of longing. In other areas of the fortress, the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced. With the Lord absent, the most formidable threat, for the time being, had vanished, and the slaves' taut nerves relaxed slightly. Yet, this respite did not bring joy, but rather confusion and unease. A few of the troublemakers, who had previously endured the harshest beatings from the iron pillar and had been most adept at shirking their duties, began to exchange furtive glances. They huddled in a corner, whispering, "Could the Lord ever return? That silver-haired woman is terrifying. I suspect she might have deceived him into a trap." One made a gesture across his throat. "What shall we do then? Wait for death?" "Humph, wait for death. I reckon the meager rations in the storeroom, along with that mysterious water, can sustain us for a while." "Exactly. Why should we toil endlessly?" Their gazes involuntarily darted towards the greenhouse, then to the storeroom, though it was empty enough for mice to run freely, their eyes glinting with avarice and a dangerous restlessness. Two lightly injured guards left behind by the iron pillar, big hammer and stone, nervously gripped their rudimentary weapons, patrolling the square in an attempt to intimidate the restless souls with fierce glares. Yet, even they felt a sense of dread within. With the captain gone and the Lord absent, could these two barely competent remnants maintain order? Blackstone Fortress resembled a ship adrift in a dark sea of decay, bereft of its helmsman. Beneath the surface tranquility, undercurrents began to stir. Meanwhile, Reno remained oblivious to all of this. He followed the cold silver silhouette ahead, having ventured deep into the Blackwind Pass, unaware of how far he had come. The surrounding gray mist gradually morphed into a peculiar dark purple, shrouding visibility further. As the metallic, rusty sweet scent in the air intensified, even imparting a sense of mental oppression that made one feel dizzy, the silver-haired woman finally halted. Before them loomed a colossal black rock wall, smooth as a mirror, reaching heights beyond sight. At its base lay a cave entrance, partially obscured by rubble, leading into an unfathomable abyss. The entrance's edges were thickly coated with writhing moss that resembled black veins, exuding an exceedingly unsettling aura of decay. "We have arrived." The silver-haired woman's cold voice resonated. She turned, her silver eyes resting upon Reno before sweeping over the unconscious Syra on the stretcher. The first stop, the outer sentry point of the nest of decay. A faint, icy curve graced her lips. "Your performance commences here." Chapter 38, Dual Lines. The examination papers of the corrupted nest outpost and the assembly line of Blackstone Fortress. The outer outpost of the putrid nest? Upon hearing this name, a sensation of discomfort coursed through Reno's molars. This appellation sounded significantly more formidable than that of the novice village at Blackstone Fortress. The air was saturated with a pungent aroma, an unsettling blend of metallic rust and the fermentation of decaying flesh, which caused his mind to throb painfully. Before him lay a cavern, partially obscured by black, vascular moss, resembling the grotesque maw of a gigantic worm, oozing with drool, lying in wait for unwitting treats to stumble into its trap. System, scan the cave entrance. Reno silently urged, all the while striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, as if he had faced far greater tempests in his life. Scanning. Target, suspected corrupted ecological structure, outpost type. Structure, preliminary assessment indicates a transformed natural cave, with internal energy barriers causing interference and obstructing detection. Energy reading, medium-low intensity corruption response, sustained fluctuation. Threat assessment, medium, potential presence of low-tier corrupted guardians. Hint, weak spatial fluctuations detected, unstable. Suspected makeshift teleportation beacon or alarm device. Spatial fluctuations? Alarm system? A jolt of apprehension shot through Reno. Does this dungeon entrance come equipped with security and a doorbell? If I charge in recklessly, I might summon a horde of bread monsters. The thought of having Iron Pillar charge in with the standard pig was swiftly dismissed. The silver-haired woman, arms crossed, the terrifying silver scythe seemingly vanished, stood leisurely at a distance, her silver eyes sweeping over him like searchlights. The barely perceptible curve of her lips betraying her amusement. The stability of the sample time is limited. Your performance had better be swift. The pressure was immense. Reno's mind raced, his gaze sweeping over the writhing black, vascular moss at the cave entrance. This stuff looks ominous. The energy fluctuations seem almost alive. Is this the sensor for the alarm system? He recalled a science fiction film he had watched in the past. Old John, lower your voice. Pass me the canister. He instructed, take a small pinch of the moss. Yes, just about the size of a fingernail. Crush it, mix it with water. Yes, that muddy water on the ground. Make it into a paste. Old John, bewildered, trembled yet complied. Soon, a small clump of moss paste, emanating a faint silver glow but marred by dirt, was presented to Reno. Iron Pillar and the two slaves gaped in astonishment. Is the master intending to plaster the entrance? Ignoring their bewildered stares, Reno crouched low, cautiously approaching the cave entrance. He held his breath, evading the writhing black tendrils, until he located a fissure in the rocky wall where the energy fluctuations were weakest, and the moss was relatively sparse. He dipped his finger into the clump of disheveled moss paste and meticulously smeared it onto the surface. A barely audible sound emerged. The small area covered in the moss paste seemed to react as if scorched, causing the black tendrils to recoil slightly, their writhing becoming sluggish. And the emitted corruption fluctuations exhibited a minuscule disturbance and repulsion. Effective. The purifying aura of the moonlight moss, albeit faint, was capable of disrupting the perception of that ghastly creature. Reno felt an overwhelming joy within. This entity was merely a biological sensing alarm. By utilizing pure energy to interfere with it, they could gain an advantage. Quickly, implement the same method. Seek out these crevices. Do not be frugal with the moss paste, but do not overdo it either. Just cover the critical points. Reno commanded in a hushed tone. Although Iron Pillar did not grasp the underlying principles, his execution was impeccable, and he immediately followed suit. Old John winced at the thought. It was precious moss, yet he diligently kneaded the paste. The two slaves assisted nervously. Before long, several inconspicuous corners at the entrance were discreetly adorned with patches of unsightly, faintly shimmering silver moss. The writhing black moss seemed to have dulled significantly. Energy field interference at the entrance. 15-week interference established. Probability of alarm trigger reduced. Estimated 30. Note, duration and intensity of the interference effect are limited. Only 30? Better than nothing. Reno wiped away his sweat. What next? How do we enter? His gaze fixated on the dark entrance, his mind racing. A direct assault is unfeasible. A bait? He glanced at the unconscious Sarah on the stretcher, but immediately dismissed the idea. No, that cargo is far too valuable. I cannot afford to damage it. Perhaps a diversion? He eyed Iron Pillar's spear embedded with insect claws. That would create too much noise. It would be akin to shouting open sesame only to be met with a barrage of blows. Wait, what about spatial fluctuations? An unstable beacon? A bold and reckless thought flickered in Reno's mind. He strode confidently to the silver-haired woman and mustered the courage to speak. Might I request you to gently impart a faint surge of spatial energy towards the protruding black rock 3 meters to the left of the entrance? A flicker of surprise crossed the silver-eyed woman's gaze, as if she had not anticipated such a request. She did not inquire further, but merely flicked her fingers. A barely perceptible ripple of spatial energy, akin to a gentle wave, surged towards the rock. At the moment the ripple made contact with the stone, the black veins at the entrance, previously disrupted by the moss paste, suddenly froze. Subsequently, all writhing motions were wildly directed towards that rock. The energy barrier within the entrance emitted a violent, unstable fluctuation, as if all focus had been drawn to it. Now's the time. Iron Pillar. Charge towards that crevice at the lower right of the entrance. Stab with all your might. Reno bellowed. Though Iron Pillar was bewildered, he obeyed without hesitation. With a roar, his muscles tensed. The beast-clawed spear sliced through the air, thrusting forcefully in the direction Reno indicated. There lay the point of the energy barrier's utmost instability. Disrupted by the spatial fluctuations, with a muffled thud, it felt as though a resilient membrane had been pierced. The once invisible energy barrier flickered violently, extinguishing in an instant. Akin to a short circuit, it revealed a temporary opening barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Reno was the first to crouch and slip through. Iron Pillar hoisted the stretcher and followed closely behind. Old John and the slaves scrambled after them, rolling and tumbling to keep pace. At the very moment the last person entered, the energy barrier behind them emitted a low hum, returning to its normal state. The black moss at the cave's entrance ceased its agitation, reverting to a slow, undulating motion. The cavern was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint silver glow emanating from Sarah and the soft luminescence of moonlight moss cradled in Old John's arms. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay and an odd scent reminiscent of mechanical lubricant. Successfully infiltrated the corruption outpost, periphery. Reward, territory reputation 50. Wisdom 1 temporary. Tip, deceptive actions may trigger unforeseen consequences. The gamble paid off. Reno exhaled, feeling a chill sweep down his back. By utilizing the unstable spatial beacon to draw attention, then attacking the weakened barrier points through physical hacking and social engineering. I truly am a genius. He reveled in his cleverness. Unbeknownst to him, the silver-haired woman had silently appeared within the cave, her silver eyes scanning Reno, seemingly surprised by the discovery of a gem amidst the rubble. Clever, she remarked coolly, her tone inscrutable. Let us proceed. The examination has only just begun. Reno thought to himself, damn, this woman has exceedingly high standards. Meanwhile, in Blackstone Fortress, the main hall had been transformed into a temporary production workshop. The atmosphere somewhat eerie. Ilya stood at the center, her small face serious, her emerald eyes focused like never before. Before her lay 3 broken clay pots containing newly divided moonlight moss, their silver glow relatively dim. Grandpa John, she called out, her voice clear and authoritative. Pot number 1, add 3 drops of dark river water. Pot number 2, add 5 drops. Pot number 3, 1 drop of mud water. Old John, like a diligent apprentice, wielded a worn wooden spoon, meticulously following her instructions while muttering, 3 drops for pot 1, 5 drops for pot 2. Mud water for pot 3? Miss. The notes left by the Lord say. Ilya interjected, it's a control group experiment to optimize resource allocation. Echoing the words from the pouch filled with cryptic symbols and simplified characters that Reno had handed her before he departed. In another corner, several nimble slave women were bustling about, diligently following Reno's blueprints drawn on stone slabs. They were standardizing the processing of collected burrowing worm claws, cadaver beast leg bones, and those hard iron vinewood fragments. Brother Hammer, this claw has over 5% wear on the serrations. Discard it. Toss it to the waste area. It will be ground into bone meal for fertilization. A literate slave shouted, using a stick as a measuring tool. Brother Stone, this iron vinewood stick. Its length is acceptable, but the curvature exceeds the limit. It cannot serve as a spear shaft. Send it to the construction group for the next wall. Hammer and Stone looked bewildered as they classified the items according to instructions, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What is this assembly line operation left by the Lord? Standardized production? It sounds impressive, but why does it feel so awkward in practice? Although efficiency remained low, the chaotic situation had indeed been somewhat contained. Useful materials have been initially screened, and the cultivation of moonlight moss has begun to show some promising data support, despite Ilya's complete bewilderment regarding percentages and control groups. Nonetheless, it does not hinder her from strictly executing Renaud's orders. However, undercurrents of discontent continue to surge. A few rebellious slaves hide in the corners of the ruins, observing the bustling scene with darkened expressions. What good is it to engage in such activities when the Lord cannot return? How many more days can we sustain ourselves on this meager food supply? I think it would be better. One of them gestured towards a gesture of theft, casting a furtive glance towards the warehouse and greenhouse. Another guard, a timid fellow named Muduin, who was responsible for patrolling, noticed their whispered conspiracies. He nervously tightened his grip on the wooden club he held. The iron-clawed spear had been taken away. Yet he dared not approach and could only seek assistance from hammer and stone. They exchanged glances, grit their teeth, and brandished their standardized, processed spears, albeit mere roughly polished wooden rods, deliberately swaying them in front of the rebellious ones, attempting to display fierce expressions despite their own trepidation. This temporary equilibrium was maintained with an unsettling fragility. Everyone was acutely aware that once the food supply ran out or the Lord remained absent for an extended period, this tenuous order would collapse in an instant. Ilya seemed to sense the underlying unease as well. During her moments of respite, she would wander alone to the castle's terrace, gazing toward the direction of the Blackwind Pass, her small hands tightly clutching a crooked green talisman woven from moonlight moss, which she had secretly crafted herself. "My lord," she murmured softly, "I have completed your assembly line. You must return safely. Blackstone Fortress needs you, and I need you too." In her emerald eyes, worry and a hint of obscure feelings intertwined silently. Chapter 39, The Caravan. The hard currency of moonlight moss and the conscience price of slave traders. Life in Blackstone Fortress crawled forth in a tense, meticulously calculated frugality. Ilya led old John and a few obedient slaves, strictly adhering to the standardized production manual and experimental methods left by Reno, though she completely failed to comprehend why the moss needed to drink muddy water. Carefully tending to the increasingly vibrant pots of moonlight moss, silver light covered much of the stone chamber floor, while the refreshing scent of greenery valiantly resisted the omnipresent stench of decay, becoming the only notable specialty of Blackstone Fortress. Hammer and stone, meanwhile, categorized and stacked the standardized materials salvaged from the ruins, sharpened insect claws, straightened vines, and relatively intact beast bones, eagerly awaiting the Lord's return to transform stone into gold. Although the rye porridge in the warehouse was growing increasingly sparse, no one dared to incite rebellion, mainly due to the menacing glare of Iron Pillar before his departure, vowing to extract the intestines of anyone who dared to cause trouble and use them as a belt. Coupled with the sight of Hammer and Stone wielding their seemingly lethal standardized spears, despite merely being roughly hewn wooden rods, they managed to maintain a semblance of intimidation. At this bleak juncture, a miracle, or perhaps trouble, knocked at their door. That afternoon, beyond the shimmering force field, on the deathly ground shrouded in swirling gray mist, a rather peculiar procession made its unsteady appearance. Leading the way were three grotesque creatures, barely recognizable as pack beasts. Their corpulent forms were cloaked in a thick, filthy, and matted coat of grayish-brown fur, beneath which protruded grotesque tumors and oozing sores. Their heads resembled camels that had been squeezed through a door, their eyes dull and lifeless, while their nostrils exhaled sulphurous breaths. They stumbled forward, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. Corrupted pack beast, mildly mutated, the system kindly tagged them. Upon their backs were several bulging, patched leather bags, the contents unknown but emanating a peculiar odor that mingled dampness, sweat, and a sharp medicinal scent. Following the pack beasts were a dozen individuals, or perhaps humanoid beings. Each appeared emaciated and ragged, shackled at hands and feet, their vacant stares reminiscent of the living dead. Only when they occasionally lifted their eyelids to gaze at the faint golden hue of the force field surrounding the Blackstone Fortress did a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning soul spotting a piece of driftwood, flicker in their eyes. Slave, mildly corrupted from malnutrition. Escorting this ragtag expedition was a quintet of armed personnel mounted atop slightly smaller corrupted pack beasts. They donned a motley assortment of leather armor, some merely thickened hide, wielding an array of weapons, including rusted scimitars, wooden clubs adorned with animal teeth, and even a chain flail that appeared to have been scavenged, missing half its blades. At the forefront was a one-eyed man, his head wrapped in a filthy turban, a savage scar stretching across his face. The remaining eye darted about, glimmering with a shrewd and slippery light as he bellowed with a raspy voice towards the force field. "Hey, is anyone in charge in there? Are you dead? If not, speak up. I am Karloff of the Vulture Merchants, passing through this treasure trove, here to make a little trade. We have food, drink, supplies, and laborers who can still breathe. Fair prices. No deceit for young or old. We accept gold, magic cores, or any valuable trinkets." Inside the force field, all were taken aback by this unexpected visitor. Hammers and stones were raised defensively, spears pointed at the outsiders. "Halt. Who are you? How did you find this place?" Old John nearly dropped the jar containing moonlight moss in his fright, trembling as he murmured, "May the goddess protect us. Are they wandering merchants? Or thieves in disguise?" Elia rushed out from the greenhouse, her emerald eyes warily scrutinizing the bizarre assembly outside, her small hands clutching tightly to the moonlight moss talisman around her neck. What to do when the master is away? Karloff, with a toothy grin revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, chuckled. How did I find you? Huh. The stench of this wretched place can be detected from 100 miles away. I followed the scent of poverty here. Look at your dismal abode. TSK. Even more pitiful than the pack beasts beneath me. So what do you say? Care to purchase some laborers? Look, they are fine specimens, though a bit gaunt. They are exceedingly obedient. Just give them some food, and they will work themselves to the bone. The price, you see, is rather low, considering your evident poverty. For a robust laborer, it shall cost you 10 gold coins, or their equivalent in magical cores or materials. 10 gold coins. The hammer and stones gasped in disbelief. They had thoroughly plundered Blackstone Fortress and could not find even a single copper coin. A magical core? There was but a low-quality one on the Lord. Magical materials? Aside from the moonlight moss, old John instinctively clutched the jar in his arms. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ilia. The labor lord has always mentioned a need for workers. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward, her voice ringing clear yet tinged with trepidation. We possess no gold nor magical cores. Karloff rolled his single eye, displaying an expression that confirmed her words, and scoffed. Then there is nothing to be done. A beggar does not engage in trade. Brothers, let us move on. Off to the next hideout for our luck. He feigned turning the beast of burden. Wait, Ilia exclaimed, her urgency spilling forth. We have moonlight moss. Moonlight moss. Karloff paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eye. What is that? Have you come to deceive me with moss picked from the roadside? Suddenly, a scrawny, monkey-like lackey leaned in, whispering, Boss, I believe I've heard lame Jack mention moonlight moss. He said it is a rare find deep within the Crimson Rift, imbued with pure life essence, believed to purify corruption and stabilize the mind. Some alchemists and mystics are secretly collecting it, and the price is quite substantial. In an instant, Karloff's eye brightened. Akin to a vulture catching the scent of blood, he whirled around, his gaze fixated on the shabby earthen jar in old John's arms. Oh? Moonlight moss. Show it to me. If it proves valuable, I might consider it. Old John hesitated, glancing at Ilia. She bit her lip and nodded subtly. Only then did old John cautiously unveil the rag, revealing a handful of silver-hued, plush moonlight moss, radiating a delightful fragrance. At that shimmering moment, Karloff and his subordinates were entranced. The rich life essence, so starkly contrasting the surrounding decay, was unmistakable. Even the dazed slaves instinctively lifted their heads. A glimmer of longing flickering in their murky eyes, reminiscent of parched travelers spotting an oasis. A treasure. Undoubtedly a treasure. Karloff internally roared, while feigning reluctance on his face. TSK, is that all? The quality is rather mediocre. Very well, I shall show a bit of goodwill today. 1 slave for this jar of moss. He pointed to the earthen jar, which was nearly the size of a basin. 1 jar for 1 slave. Old John nearly leapt up, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. This is a treasure left by the Lord. An invaluable gem. Bah, a beggar thinks it a treasure? Karloff spat. Take it or leave it. I'm leaving. He pretended to walk away. Wait. Ilia called out to him again, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her emerald eyes. She turned and dashed back to the greenhouse, swiftly returning with a small handful of moonlight moss, carefully wrapped in large, pristine leaves. The clump of moss was evidently chosen with great care, its silvery sheen remarkably pure and rich. She extended the leaf-wrapped bundle towards the edge of the force field, offering 5 laborers in exchange, those skilled in farming or craftsmanship. Kalev, narrowing his single eye, scrutinized the moss, then glanced at Ilia's resolute little face and the formidable figures of the hammer and his companions behind her. He quickly calculated in his mind, such a rare find in this wretched place. Though the quantity is scant, its purity is undeniably valuable. 5 slaves. The cost is less than 10 gold coins. A considerable profit. A sly grin spread across his face. The hallmark of a shrewd merchant. This young girl knows how to negotiate. Very well. I find you agreeable. It's a deal. 5 slaves. I shall choose the best for you. He turned to his subordinates and shouted, What are you standing around for? Drag over the 5 that look the most feeble. Those on the brink of death. Soon, 5 shackled slaves, emaciated and with vacant gazes, were pushed to the edge of the force field. They emanated a foul odor. Their skin marred by varying degrees of decay, yet they appeared somewhat more intact than others. Ilia cautiously slipped the leaf-wrapped bundle through a minute crack in the force field membrane, which was usually used for feeding the seraph. Kalev snatched it greedily. inhaling the pure essence, his eye gleaming as he chuckled. A delightful collaboration, my little lady. Should you come across more of this moss, remember to set some aside for me. I shall return after a while. He tucked the moss away, calling to his pack animals. And with the remaining slaves and his men, he wobbled away into the gray mist, as if he had never been there. Within the force field, the hammer and stone hastily pulled the 5 new slaves inside, freeing them from their shackles. Though the Blackstone fortress lacked keys, they had been broken off with stones. Old John looked at the now slightly diminished moss pot, his heart aching. My dear lady, this exchange was a loss. What worth do 5 half-dead beings hold against such precious moss? However, Ilya gazed at the 5, though frail, their eyes rekindling a glimmer of the will to survive. Her emerald eyes sparkled with determination. Grandfather John has said that people are the most valuable resource. She paused, a hint of maturity beyond her years gracing her small face. Moreover, we require more individuals to safeguard this place until the master returns. More importantly, she silently added in her heart, with this transaction, the vulture merchant caravan will undoubtedly return. Moonlight moss is the first stepping stone for the Blackstone fortress to the outside world. She turned, looking towards the direction of the Blackwind Pass, her small hand once again clenching the moonlight moss talisman. Master, do you see? The Blackstone fortress is slowly improving, following the methods you left behind. You must return safely. Meanwhile, deep within the corruption nest outpost, Reno was cautiously evading the patrolling corrupted guards when a faint system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The territory has achieved its first foreign trade. Resources gained. Population 5, weak. Resources consumed. Moonlight moss, trace amount. Achievement unlocked. The difficult first pot of gold. Reward. Territory prestige 100. Lord S. Commercial Instinct 1, temporary. The value of moonlight moss has been marked by external forces, presenting both potential risks and opportunities. Reno, bewildered, exclaimed, what on earth? While I'm out here risking my life, my home has begun to engage in commerce. Selling my cherished moonlight moss. Could it be that extravagant girl, Ilya? Distracted, he nearly collided with a squirming, viscous blanket of decay. Damn it. I'll settle the score when I return. He retreated into the shadows, feeling inexplicably relieved. Fortunately, things at home aren't in disarray. There's even some progress. That girl Ilya is impressive. Chapter 40, Dual Lines. The chemical examination of the corruption nest and the human resources department of Blackstone Fortress. Deep within the corruption nest outpost, the air was thick, akin to unmixable ink. Infused with a rich, almost palpable aroma of metallic rust mingled with the fermentation of decaying flesh, inducing a sense of dizziness. Reno felt as though he had tumbled into the digestive organ of a colossal creature, each breath laden with a heavy scent. Turn left at the third passage, the cool, detached voice of the silver-haired woman echoed ahead, resembling a GPS navigation system, precise yet devoid of warmth. She didn't even bother to glance back. Her silver-gray form drifting through the absolute darkness as if it could absorb light, completely ignoring the slowly writhing blankets of decay dripping with viscous black liquid on the surrounding rock walls and the rustling cave rodents with glimmering emerald eyes lurking in the corners. Reno, Taiju, along with old John carrying the stretcher for Sarah and 2 slaves, walked with trepidation. Taiju gripped his bug spear tightly, muscles taut, sweat trickling down his scabbed back and pattering on the cold ground. Old John, trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's, clutched a jar of moonlight moss, wishing he could shrink away each time they passed the fungal blankets. The 2 slaves appeared pallid, their legs weak to the point of collapse. This cursed place is more exhilarating than a sewer. Reno mentally berated, maintaining an outward calm while striving to keep pace with the silver-haired woman, all the while staying alert to his surroundings. On the minimap, crimson dots indicating danger were densely clustered, resembling the flickering neon lights of a nightclub, making his head spin. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman halted before a bizarre door, twisted and composed of some dark red, proliferating bone structure intertwined with pulsating blood vessels. The door was covered with a thick, viscous energy barrier resembling black oil, emanating a disquieting wave of corruption. Corruption energy barrier detected, intensity, medium. Characteristics, biometric recognition, corrupted units may pass freely, energy corrosion, non-corrupted units will suffer continuous corrosion damage upon contact, triggering an alarm. Note, forceful breach requires advanced purifying annihilation energy or special access permissions. Great, another security checkpoint. This one even has facial recognition and a sulfuric acid bath service. Reno's lips twitched. The silver-haired woman crossed her arms, her silver eyes scanning Reno, clearly conveying, the problem is laid out. Solve it. Iron Pillar instinctively raised the javelin, but was met with a piercing glare from Reno. Fool, is this something to poke with? Reno took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed by the stench, as his mind raced. Biometric corruption unit, Sailor. His gaze abruptly shifted to the unconscious Sailor on the stretcher. The remnants of the dark red keratin on her body and the faint aura of corruption might deceive this barrier? Old John, Moss Mush, apply a thin layer over Sailor's remaining keratin. Hurry, Reno commanded in a hushed tone. Although Old John was bewildered, he trembled and complied. Carefully mixing a small amount of moonlight moss with mud, delicately applying a thin, faintly shimmering mask over the dark red remnants on Sailor's arm and cheek. Iron Pillar, lift the stretcher. Use Sailor's body to approach, just that half of the ghostly face. Gently brush against that barrier. It's like swiping a key card, Reno directed. Iron Pillar wore a look of disbelief, but he steeled himself and, alongside another slave, cautiously raised the stretcher, inching Sailor's half-mast, dark red cheek closer to the flowing black barrier. As Sailor's cheek made contact with the barrier, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The viscous black energy seemed to encounter conflicting commands, oscillating violently. On one hand, the residual aura of corruption within Sailor identified her as a suspected ally. On the other, the faint purifying energy from the moonlight moss incited a strong repulsion and corrosive reaction. The clash of these opposing signals plunged the barrier into a momentary logical disarray, its fluctuations intensifying, even emitting a buzzing sound akin to overload. Now's the time. Charge through, Reno shouted fiercely. Iron Pillar bellowed, exerting all his strength, and forcefully propelled the stretcher against the wildly oscillating barrier. With a resounding pop, as if shattering a remarkably resilient soap bubble, a brief gap appeared in the barrier under the strain of the conflicting forces. The group tumbled and scrambled through. The last slave lagged momentarily, his clothing snagged by the reformed barrier, which instantly corroded a large hole, releasing hissing white smoke. Terrified, he leaped inside, successfully breached the secondary barrier. Reward, Territory Reputation 30, Quick Wit 1 Temporary. Moonlight Moss Application Development. Disruptive Camouflage, New, Done. A blend of physical hacking and biological deception. I am indeed a little genius. Reno exhaled in relief, only for the icy voice of the silver-haired woman to pierce through again. Turn left ahead, storage room. Inside, there are corruption extract and inert bone powder. You have 15 minutes to concoct a neutralizer to offset the living corrosive sludge at the end of the corridor. With that, she vanished once more. Reno thought, corruption extract? Inert bone powder? Neutralizer? Is this some kind of chemistry exam? I barely passed high school chemistry. He lamented internally, maintaining a stoic facade. Charging into the so-called storage room, he was confronted by an array of bizarre jars and mineral samples, all exuding peculiar odors. System. Scan. Identify. Reno implored within. Scanning. Corruption extraction liquid. High concentration, highly corrosive and active. Avoid direct contact. Inert bone powder. Ground from corrupted giant lizard vertebrae, high stability and weakly alkaline. Capable of absorbing a portion of corruptive energy. Note. Recommended mixing ratio 1:3. Extraction liquid. Bone powder. Stir slowly until a paste is formed, resulting in a temporary neutralizing gel, short duration. By the heavens. System bro, you've finally done something human. Renard exclaimed joyfully, promptly directing Iron Pillar and Old John. That black bottle bubbling with green. Yes. Handle it with care. And that can of grayish-white powder. Yes. Pour it out. 3 scoops of powder. 1 scoop of, use a wooden stick to drop a few drops of that black liquid. Stir slowly. Amidst Old John's terrified gaze at whether this concoction would explode and Iron Pillar's skepticism of its edibility, a noxious, gray-black viscous paste was concocted, emitting a pungent odor and slight gray smoke. Temporary neutralizing gel, inferior quality, can briefly suppress low-intensity corruptive active organisms. Duration, approximately 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes? What good is that? Renard grumbled, yet still held the basin of this biochemical weapon as he dashed towards the end of the corridor. There. A mass of living corrosive sludge, Tier 2 Elite, with a diameter of 3 meters, bubbled like boiling asphalt, extending countless sticky tendrils, blocked their path. Renard held his breath and hurled the basin of paste from a distance. Splash! The paste accurately struck the center of the corrosive sludge. Hiss! A violent sound erupted, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into ice water. The corrosive sludge writhed madly, contracting. The tendrils on the surface rapidly withered and hardened. The area covered by the paste transformed into a gray, motionless hardened shell. Hurry! Rush through. Only 10 minutes. Renard shouted. The group stepped onto the solidified area. The ground crackled under their feet, scrambling across this deadly zone. Just as they made it through, a sound of splintering echoed behind them. The hardened shell was swiftly engulfed and dissolved by the new corrosive sludge. Successfully passed the corrosive sludge trap. Reward: Territory Prestige 50. Basic alchemy knowledge unlocked. Pseudo. Evaluation: resourceful yet wasteful, but effective. The figure of the silver-haired woman reappeared, observing the panting Renard. Her silver eyes seemingly flickering with a hint of approval, akin to a chef who finally avoided blowing up the kitchen. Barely passing, she uttered 4 words, casting her gaze deeper into the passage, signaling the next challenge. Renard, more? Does this woman see me as a beast of burden? Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, 5 newly arrived slaves huddled in the corner of the square, resembling frightened quails. They still emanated a foul stench, emaciated to the bone. Their eyes glazed with a mixture of terror and confusion towards their new surroundings. Old John compassionately distributed small portions of the barely reflective rye porridge to each of them, and they devoured it as if it were a feast, licking their bowls clean. With hammers and stones clasping their spears, the onlookers anxiously observed, torn between the fear of starvation and the dread of insurrection should their captives be well fed. Elia stood at the entrance of the stronghold, her emerald eyes surveying the scene, her delicate visage etched with worry. She recalled the pouch left by Reno, which seemed to mention the optimization of human resources and a skills assessment. Summoning her courage, she approached the group of slaves, her voice soft yet striving to echo Reno's calm demeanor. What were your occupations before? The slaves trembled in fear, their heads bowed in silence. Elia patiently inquired again. At last, an older slave, bearing an old scar upon his face, quivered as he spoke. Miss, I was a cobbler in Greystone. Another, younger one, whispered, my father was a stonemason. I can chisel stone. The remaining 3 shook their heads in confusion, seemingly having been slaves for as long as they could remember, knowing only how to mine and carry. A flicker of hope ignited in Elia's eyes. A cobbler, a stonemason. Reno has said that those with skills are treasures. She promptly followed the instructions from Reno's notes to initiate a division of labor. To the cobbler, I entrust the leatherwork in the fortress. The stonemason, please follow Hammer to assist in organizing the stones. The rest shall help old John tend to the moonlight moss. She endeavored to infuse her words with authority, yet her gentle voice lacked intimidation. Nevertheless, this simple division of tasks and her relatively gentle demeanor sparked a glimmer of incredulity in the previously apathetic eyes of the 5 slaves. They were assigned work, rather than enduring endless beatings and toil? Yes, miss, the old cobbler exclaimed, nearly moved to tears, bowing repeatedly. The others hurriedly echoed their agreement. Hammer and Stone exchanged glances, feeling that their lady was overly gracious, yet the results seemed promising. Elia recalled the incentive system mentioned in the notes. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to old John. Grandfather John, those who complete their tasks daily may have an extra sip of barley porridge. Old John grimaced, miss, we barely have enough as it is. For my share, Elia replied softly yet resolutely. Old John opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The 5 new slaves, upon hearing of the extra porridge, felt a spark of hope ignite in their eyes. It was the most primal and direct form of motivation. Their gazes toward Elia, once filled with fear, now glimmered with a hint of gratitude. The enthusiasm that the master spoke of seems to hold some merit, Elia mused inwardly. Feeling a faint sense of accomplishment, she began to grasp that the peculiar management methods left by Reno could indeed transform the territory. However, she remained oblivious to the resentment brewing among the disgruntled slaves in the distant corner of the ruins, who watched with envy and malice as the newcomers were granted an extra sip of porridge. Their jealousy and bitterness quietly festered like venomous serpents. The population of Blackstone Fortress increased, and with it, a flicker of hope seemed to emerge. Yet, the scarcity of resources and the latent conflicts loom like treacherous reefs shrouded in mist, poised to shatter this frail vessel, which has only recently undergone minor repairs, once again into fragments. Ilya gazes towards the direction of the Blackwind Pass, her small hand tightly clutching the moonlight moss talisman. Dear, please return swiftly. Ilya cannot hold on much longer. To be continued. Chapter 41. Dual Lines. The creatures of the Corruption Nest and the seeds of hope from Blackstone keep deep within the Corruption Nest outpost. The air is so thick it feels almost palpable. The scent of rusting metal mingles with the aroma of rotting flesh, steeped for centuries, creating an olfactory assault that sends vibrations through one's very being. Reno feels as though his sense of smell has utterly failed him, rendering everything he perceives as a singular, despairing stench. The silver-haired woman glides ahead like a specter, her pristine silver combat attire starkly contrasting with the grotesque, writhing environment surrounding them. Occasionally, she pauses, wielding a silver sickle capable of slicing through space. Dispatching a lurking venomous vine serpent, second rank, camouflaged venom, or a corrupt spore ejector, first rank, area contamination, lurking in the shadows. Reducing them to ash without a sound or a cry. Wow! This woman's efficiency in exterminating foes surpasses even that of a cheat. Reno internally laments, though his expression remains calm and composed, as though he were accustomed to grand spectacles. Behind him, Iron Pillar struggles to carry the stretcher bearing Selah, who remains unconscious. Her surface flickering with alternating silver and dark red like a malfunctioning neon light, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Old John clutches the jar of moonlight moss, his hands trembling violently, each step feeling like treading on the edge of a blade. The two slaves are pale-faced, relying on one another for support to keep pace. Turning right, the cultivation chamber. The silver-haired woman's cold voice resonates once more, devoid of emotion, as though she were merely indicating the location of a public restroom. The group steels themselves and enters, collectively gasping in horror, almost choking. This so-called cultivation chamber is nothing short of a nightmarish biological laboratory. Embedded in the cave walls are countless semi-transparent, organic cultivation sacs resembling enormous beehives, active. The thin yet resilient walls of the sacs undulate slightly, encasing various grotesque, slowly growing or decaying samples of corrupted tissue. Some resemble twisted organs, others appear as disjointed limbs, and some are simply pools of bubbling, viscous flesh. The air is thick with a pungent mixture of formaldehyde and the stench of decay, interspersed with a hauntingly oppressive low-frequency hum. Warning: high-intensity mental contamination area detected. Tip: prolonged exposure may lead to a decline in sanity, inducing hallucinations. Discovery: incomplete corrupted entities, various, active cultivation matrix, faint psychic whispers, source unknown. What the hell? Is this some sort of DIY workshop for the breeder? Reno's scalp prickles, and his stomach churns violently. Iron Pillar promptly retches. Old John and the slaves are utterly terrified, nearly bolting in panic. The silver-haired woman appeared to have stepped into her own backyard, her silver eyes scanning the cultivation sacs with the detached scrutiny of a researcher observing laboratory mice. Your task, she indicated towards a particularly massive, dark red cultivation sac pulsating vigorously at the deepest recess of the cave, is to terminate the breeding process of the bloodthirsty arachnid. Methods are unrestricted, but you must not trigger the overall alarm. Reno exclaimed, terminate the breeding? And I can't trigger the alarm? This is akin to defusing a bomb. He glanced at the energy conduits pulsating like thick veins beneath the enormous sac, spreading throughout the surroundings, a high-activity network interwoven with sensitive neural sensors. It was evident that this apparatus was a key protected target. Any disturbance might incite the entire nest of creatures to erupt into chaos. Direct assault? The silver-haired demon could obliterate this embryo with a mere slap, but the alarm would surely blare. Poison? Where am I to procure poison? Saliva? Cutting off the energy? Those conduits are as thick as a horse. How do I sever them? With my teeth? His gaze frantically swept across the surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, he noticed some discarded remnants of cultivation fluid in a corner of the cave, inert, alongside several pieces of highly adhesive grayish-white moss, now dead. Adhesive inertia. A bold and reckless idea sparked in his mind. Old John, the moss paste. Gather more of it. The thickest you can find. Mix it with that white powdered dead moss. Hurry. Reno hissed urgently. Although Old John was momentarily stunned, he instinctively began mixing the concoction, trembling with trepidation. Iron Pillar. Do you see those thick, dark red glowing conduits? Yes. The ones inserted beneath that large bulge. Use the spear. Be cautious. Don't pierce it. Apply the paste generously. Cover the light. Reno continued to direct. Iron Pillar appeared pale. Sir, is this even feasible? Whether it is feasible or not, it must be done. Hurry. Slather it on. Reno gritted his teeth. Iron Pillar steeled himself, scooping up a hefty glob of the grayish-white, faintly luminescent and intensely putrid super paste. Holding his breath as he carefully applied it to the primary energy conduits with the spear handle, little by little. Upon contact, the paste emitted a faint hissing corrosive sound. But more importantly, the dead moss rapidly absorbed it, solidifying into a thick, gray, highly insulative shell. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. The conduits, now enveloped in the paste, saw their internal dark red luminescence diminish swiftly, as though their lifeblood had been constricted. The massive cultivation sac's pulsating rhythm slowed significantly, and the horrific embryo within became lethargic. Effective. The purifying energy of the moonlit moss has disrupted the corruptive energy transmission. The dead moss provided both physical insulation and absorption. Reno's heart soared with elation. I am truly a genius. This maneuver is a veritable otherworldly version of pipeline insulation paired with signal jamming. Continue. Cover all the glowing pipes. Reno bellowed in a low voice. A group of individuals, akin to painters, anxiously applied a grayish-white hue to the writhing veins. Soon, the primary energy conduits were entirely coated, causing the pulsations of the cultivation sacs to grow exceedingly faint. Yet, at that very moment, a low, disquieting whisper from deep within the cave sharpened abruptly, as if disturbed. A smaller cultivation sac, nestled in a corner, suddenly ruptured. From it emerged a grotesque, bat-like creature, covered in viscous slime and possessing a spiked tail. The corrupted watcher, first-tier elite, sensitive alarm, shrieking as it burst forth. Its multifaceted eyes immediately locked onto the workers, including Raynor. Oh no. Iron Pillar-esque complexion paled as he prepared to hurl a spear. Don't move. Raynor commanded sharply. The combat alarm sounded immediately. He scanned the area and spotted a puddle of freshly mixed, particularly thin, silver-tinged moss juice that had spilled onto the ground. Old John, douse it with that juice. Quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Old John seized the canister and splashed the precious liquid towards the creature. Sizzle. The juice struck the watcher with pinpoint accuracy. Like a powerful acid, it emitted a piercing scream, enveloped in thick white smoke, and its movements froze in paralysis. It appeared to harbor an intense aversion and fear of this pure life energy, struggling to retreat, but momentarily ensnared by the effects of the moss juice. Now, Iron Pillar. Use mud. Muffle its mouth and that sensory antenna on its head. Iron Pillar reacted swiftly, slathering a hefty glob of mud over the creature's screaming mouth and flailing antennae. Dazed and disoriented, the monster struggled and collapsed to the ground, completely enveloped and imprisoned in the thick sludge, emitting only muffled whimpers. Successfully suppressed the breeding process of the bloodthirsty multi-legged beast, 87. Successfully subdued the corrupted watcher, temporary confinement. Rewards, territory reputation 100, quick wit 2 temporary. Fragment of basic biological, corrupted, knowledge 1, evaluation, methods crude, environmental pollution, yet effectively achieved the objective. Warning, this action may attract the attention of the breeder. Attention of the breeder? Raynor's scalp prickled with dread. System, don't scare me like that. The silhouette of a silver-haired woman materialized silently. Her silver eyes scanning the grotesquely smeared energy conduits, the mud-encased watcher, and the faltering cultivation sac, her lips seeming to twitch slightly. Just barely. Next area, she uttered. Devoid of emotion, the stability of the samples is declining, and your time is running out. Raynor glanced at the stretcher. The silver sheen on Sarah's surface was indeed dimming rapidly, with dark red keratin showing signs of reactivation. Damn it, the power bank is about to run out. Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, as Ilya fretted over the 5 newly arrived mouths and the dwindling food supplies, outside the force field, gray mist began to swirl once more. This time, it was not a vulture trading caravan, but rather a more peculiar assemblage. The emaciated 3-headed lizard, dragging a dilapidated cart, bore a slight mutation. The cart was laden with wilted, grotesque, rot-resistant mushrooms and luminescent lichen. Accompanying it were 5 or 6 individuals clad in tattered, yet relatively clean burlap garments. They did not exhibit the numbness of slaves. Instead, their eyes reflected weariness, vigilance, and a hint of a craftsman's stubbornness. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying hair and one blind eye, shouldering a battered iron hammer. Another middle-aged man pushed a unicycle cart, which carried rudimentary clay molds and a small pouch of precious clay. Hey, is the overseer present? Called the one-eyed elder, his voice hoarse yet resonant. We are from the Crushed Skull tribe. We have heard that you offer refuge to people. Is there still that silvery moss available? Within the force field. The hammer and stones immediately tensed, raising their spears. Halt. What is your purpose here? Ilya arrived upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing these newcomers, a flicker of confusion crossed her verdant eyes. They did not appear to be merchants, nor did they seem like mere vagrants. Old John leaned closer and whispered, Miss, I believe I've heard of the Crushed Skull tribe. They are wild folk who mine and craft pottery at the edge of the rift. Their lives are hard, but they possess some skill and seldom interact with outsiders. A thought stirred within Ilya. Mining? Pottery? The master mentioned we need miners and pottery. She summoned her courage and approached. What brings you here? The one-eyed elder scrutinized Ilya, then glanced around the relatively tidy, albeit dilapidated environment within the force field. His attention was particularly drawn to the jar of moonlight moss in old John's arms, causing his eye to glimmer. "Little girl, are you the overseer? Our tribe has been driven out by a pack of crazed rot wolves, and many have perished. We have nowhere to go. We heard that Vulture Karloff traded for that silvery moss here. We wish to exchange for a small amount, just enough to tend our wounds. We can offer tools in return. Look, I have forged iron. Though rough, it is sturdy, and the old potter's clay vessels, superior to your broken shards." He patted several rusted, yet intact, mining picks and shovels on the cart, gesturing towards the clay molds on the unicycle. As Aaliyah gazed at the tools and pottery, her emerald eyes sparkled with hope. Tools, pottery, the master needs these the most. Yet, she soon found herself in a quandary. There is little moonlight moss left. I must reserve some for the master. Biting her lip, she strained to recall the contents of Reynolds' notes, attempting to negotiate. The moonlight moss is quite precious, and we do not possess much. We can only exchange a tiny amount. She made a small gesture with her hands, and we are in dire need of food. The one-eyed elder exchanged glances with his companions, their faces revealing hesitation. We do not have much food ourselves. We can barely feed our own, he sighed, rummaging through a corner of the cart to produce a small, tattered cloth pouch. Carefully opening it revealed a few shriveled, dark tubers, resembling some sort of root, just these few blackened yams, dug up while mining. They are sufficient to stave off hunger, but are hardly palatable. Aaliyah surveyed the meager food supply, then looked at the urgently needed tools and pottery, her heart torn in conflict. Suddenly, she recalled a page in the Reno notes adorned with peculiar patterns, accompanied by incomprehensible phrases such as labor for relief and equity in technology. The general essence suggested an exchange of labor for goods. A spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes as she tentatively proposed. "The moonlight moss can be exchanged for some healing, but could you possibly stay?" Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and anticipation. "Assist us in mining, pottery, and blacksmithing, and we shall provide shelter and a daily porridge meal." The one-eyed elder was momentarily taken aback, his companions equally astonished. "Stay? Work for this dilapidated fortress that appeared even poorer than they? All for a bowl of porridge and a bit of healing moss." Yet, gazing at the faint golden force field surrounding them, an apparent miracle in their eyes, and the earnest, albeit youthful, gaze of Ilya, they contemplated the pervasive corruption and the precariousness of their existence outside. Whispers rippled among the tribesmen. "The force field offers safety. A bowl of porridge is better than starving. My blacksmith shop has not seen fire in ages. Old Tao's craftsmanship must not fade." With a resolute bite of his jaw, the one-eyed elder turned his gaze to Ilya, declaring, "All right, young lady, we shall stay, but it is understood, 1 meal of porridge per day, and we require some of that silver moss for healing. We shall labor for you, but you must provide us with tools and materials." A weight lifted from Ilya's heart, and a joyful smile graced her face. "Agreed. It's a deal." She promptly instructed old John to fetch a small handful of moonlight moss, even smaller than what had been given to Karloff, and directed the heavy hammer to serve the porridge, albeit thin enough to reflect a mirror's image. Thus, Blackstone Fortress welcomed its second batch of denizens, 6 tribesmen skilled in mining, forging, and pottery, through a nearly audacious exchange. Though they were impoverished and gaunt, they brought invaluable skills and dozens of black tubers suitable for cultivation. Ilya watched as the tribesmen cautiously cradled the black tubers, deliberating on where to cultivate a small experimental plot, to use a term from the Reno notes. She observed old Tao beginning to work with the clay, while the one-eyed elder inspected the rusty tools. In that moment, she perceived a faint yet genuine glimmer of hope struggling to take root in this blighted land. "My lord, please return to witness this. It seems Blackstone Fortress truly has a chance of salvation." Unbeknownst to her, far away in the corruption nest, Reno had just used a larger mass of moss to seal a far more terrifying entity, while being scrutinized by a silver-haired woman with a gaze that conveyed the urgency of dwindling time. Population of Blackstone Fortress, 6 skilled migrants. Resources acquired: rudimentary tools, pickaxe, shovel, hammer, x several, clay molds, x several, black tubers, cultivable, x 42. Consumption: moonlight moss, trace amounts, daily food consumption increased, unlocked. Potential mining capability, undeveloped. Potential forging ability, inactive. Potential pottery skill, pending restoration. Potential agriculture, experimental. Territory prosperity, 5, slowly recovering. Chapter 42, Final Examination. Purification of the corruption nest core and the technological explosion of Blackstone Fortress at the depths of the corruption nest outpost. The air here has transcended the bounds of mere unpleasantness. It embodies the ultimate essence of decay, as if the refuse of an entire chemical plant. The chilling remnants of a morgue and the fermenting bedding of a poultry farm have been amalgamated and simmered in a pressure cooker for 3 centuries. A viscous, metallic-hued dark green fog hangs heavily, almost tangible, each inhalation eliciting a lament from the lungs, as if the very soul is unraveling. The rock faces are enshrouded in a thick layer of pulsating, mucus-secreting living biofilm, while the ground beneath is a squelching mass, reminiscent of ruptured pustules. A fleshy carpet of bacteria. The silver-haired woman finally halted before an enormous, grotesque door, woven from twisted, pallid bones and writhing blood vessels. The corruptive energy emanating from this portal rendered all prior barriers as fragile as parchment. Beyond it, a deep, rhythmic thumping resonated, akin to the pulse of a colossal heart. Each beat surging through the body with a nauseating intensity. Warning: an extremely high concentration of corruption detected ahead. Target: Heart of Corruption, Prototype, Energy Core. Level: Tier 4, Growing. Traits: Ultra-high intensity corruption radiation, mental contamination, severe. Energy siphoning? Unknown. Threat level: Cataclysmic. Extremely dangerous. Note: the core energy is deeply connected to the breeder. Any contact may trigger unpredictable consequences. Heart of Corruption. This wretched outpost harbors such a thing. Reno felt as if his scalp might explode. Is this truly a novice's trial? Silver-haired harbinger, are you jesting? The silver-haired woman turned, her silver eyes devoid of emotion as they gazed upon Reno and the nearly exhausted individuals behind him. Taiju gasping and leaning heavily on his spear. Old John trembling with a nearly empty jar of moss. The 2 slaves propping each other up to remain upright, and Sarah on the stretcher. Her silvery sheen dimming to the brink of extinction, the dark red keratin layer beginning to spread anew. The final question lingered. Her voice remained cold, as if presenting a last choice: purify it or obliterate it. Methods were of no concern. The time limit was set at 15 minutes. She paused, adding, "The sample's corruption backlash is imminent. You do not have a second chance. Purify. Obliterate." Reno stared at the ominous bone door radiating malevolence, then glanced at the feeble Sarah, a torrent of frustration surging within him. Am I to purify with my own head? With love as fuel? What do we do? Tieju's eyes were bloodshot, his grip on the spear tightening, ready to confront it head-on. Confront what? Reno growled. You'll be turned to sludge before you even touch the door. His mind raced, fixating on the door and the thickening dark green corruption seeping through its crevices. Purify the moonlight moss. Yes, the moonlight moss. He suddenly focused on the scant remnants of moonlight moss in old John's possession. But that amount is hardly sufficient. Wait, fog? Gas. A more audacious thought surged forth. Old John, crush all the moss. Mix it with water. Yes, that puddle of sludge on the ground. Stir it into the thinnest paste. Hurry. Reno's words flowed with urgency. Old John turned pale, exclaiming, Sir, this is the last of our savings. Are we really going to mix it with that filth? No time for chatter. Hurry. Reno nearly snatched the jar, personally extracting the last precious moss, disregarding the disgust, and plunging it into a bubbling, ink-green viscous liquid pooled in a depression on the ground, stirring it frantically with a spear shaft. Soon a glutinous, foul-smelling concoction emanating a faint silver glow was born. Taiju, remove the spearhead. Use the hollow shaft to suck up this mixture. Quickly, Reno continued to command. Resisting the urge to vomit, Taiju unscrewed the beast claw spearhead, thankfully crafted from hollow hardwood to save materials, inserted one end into the viscous mixture, and forcefully sucked with the other end. Ugh, Taiju nearly regurgitated his last meal, yet managed to fill the spear shaft with the rancid liquid. Aim it at the door crack. Get it inside. Push hard. Reno pointed at the bone door's seam, from which corrupting mist seeped, closing his eyes and steeling his resolve. Taiju aimed the hollow spear shaft at the crack and blew with all his might. Uffed. A repulsive liquid. A blend of moonlight moss purification energy and highly concentrated corrupt pus shot into the bone door with the precision of a water gun. Sizzle. An explosive sound erupted from behind the door, akin to a red-hot iron block plunging into ice water. The deep heartbeat abruptly faltered, then turned chaotic and rapid. The dark green mist pouring from the door crack thinned instantly, its color becoming mottled. A faint silver glimmer flickered within, struggling. The heart of corruption is disrupted by an unknown mixture. Energy flow is chaotic. Purity of corruption diminishes. Weak purification energy reacts violently with high concentration corrupt liquid. Effect: temporary functional paralysis? Is it effective? Reno was astonished. Is this truly a case of fighting fire with fire? mixing your pus with my purifying moss to create an internal explosion in your heart. Am I really a chemical genius? The silver-haired woman's silver eyes revealed a clear hint of surprise for the first time. She seemed equally unprepared for such a remarkably creative and pungent strategy. The pulsating sound from behind the bone door weakened significantly, ultimately falling into silence. No more mist seeped through the crack, and the suffocating pressure suddenly diminished. The heart of corruption, prototype, enters forced hibernation, temporary. Energy supply to outposts interrupted. All corruption facilities' effectiveness decreased by 90. Reward, territory prestige 200, wit 5, temporary. Special achievement, dirty but effective unlocked. Warning, this action has drawn the breeder's heightened attention, anger. The breeder is angry. Reno's previously relieved heart sank once more. System, can you not deliver any good news? The silver-haired woman cast a profound glance at Reno. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, intertwining admiration for his potential and a hint of concern regarding his mental state. You have passed, she finally intoned softly. Her wrist flicking as the silver scythe reappeared, gently slicing through the ominous bone door. With a soft hiss, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The fearsome door, along with the dormant heart of decay behind it, vanished as if erased from existence, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like circular surface and a bottomless dark recess, emanating faint spatial ripples. Within that recess lay three objects, an irregular crystal the size of a fist, swirling with dark red nebulae, high-purity corruption crystal, a charred branch, resembling black jade and inscribed with natural runes, unknown, and a black notebook crafted from some resilient beast hide, devoid of any inscriptions, yet radiating a subtle mental resonance. With a gesture, the silver-haired woman summoned the three items into her grasp, disregarding the crystal and branch as she stowed them away, and tossed the black notebook to Reno. Your reward, she stated, her tone still impassive. Within it may lie matters of your interest, concerning Ross, corruption, and what your father did here in the past. Reno fumbled to catch the notebook, its cold surface seemingly capable of siphoning warmth from his hands. Father? Augustine? What had he done here? A tremor of shock coursed through him. The silver-haired woman offered no further words, her gaze shifting to the stretcher where the increasingly unstable Scylla lay. It is time to depart. She extended her hand, gesturing gently toward Scylla. An invisible yet gentle force enveloped her, causing the frantically spreading dark red keratin layer on her skin to recede as if it had met its nemesis, ultimately vanishing completely. This revealed a pale body marked with deep and shallow purple scars, yet undeniably human in form. Her breathing steadied, as though she had slipped into the deepest slumber. Only the leaf-shaped green mark on the back of her hand emitted a faint but consistent glow. Is this it? Reno stared in disbelief. When a master intervenes, the difference is palpable. Let us go, the silver-haired woman commanded, turning away, her silver locks cutting through the air in a cold arc as she led the way out of the cavern. There was no need for stealth. All remaining corrupted guards and traps seemed to have fallen into a deep silence. Reno hastened to place the slumbering Scylla onto the iron pillar's back, urging the others to follow. Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, the addition of the crushed Skullhammer tribe felt akin to a stone cast into still waters. Though it did not create a tremendous wave, it stirred a peculiar vitality in the despairing mire. The one-eyed old hammer, the tribe's leader, along with his son, thin as a reed and named Little Nail, busied themselves around several reddish-brown stones within the fortress ruins, suspected to be iron or low quality. The gleam of expertise shone in the old man's eye as he remarked, "The quality is lacking and the impurities are numerous. We must first calcine and then crush and wash it. What a hassle! Yet, it is usable." Old Tao, using his precious clay combined with finely sifted sand from the ruins, successfully molded several wild, yet watertight coarse pottery bowls. He was carefully firing them for the first time with the unstable embers of geothermal heat he had scavenged, sweat trickling down his forehead from the tension. Meanwhile, other tribesmen were not idle. Armed with crude tools, they began to clear the ruins, meticulously sorting stones, wood, and metal fragments into distinct piles, though they deemed this task superfluous. Ilya insisted it was the Lord's decree. Ilya, alongside old John, delicately selected 42 shriveled black tubers, following the diagram from Renaud's notes. They chose a spot within the force field that received the most sunlight, where the soil had been purified by the remnants of lunar moss energy, and buried the tubers at peculiar intervals and depths, lavishly watering them with diluted dark river water. Will they survive? Old John pondered, gazing at the meager farmland, his heart racing. The Lord's notes mentioned the importance of scientific farming. Ilya's expression was earnest, though though she had no grasp of science. She firmly believed in every word Reno had left behind. Amidst this industrious yet impoverished scene, the force field shimmered once more. Reno and his companions, weary and exuding an indescribable stench, returned with an exhilarating sense of survival. My lord, Ilya was the first to notice, her emerald eyes sparkling like stars as she rushed forward, only to halt abruptly a few paces away, repelled by the horrendous odor, her face contorting in dismay. You're back. Old John, the hammer, and others eagerly gathered around, though they collectively recoiled from the stench. Haha, I'm back. I'm alive. Reno, despite his disheveled appearance, radiated excitement, proudly placing his hands on his hips before being choked by his own odor. Look who's back. And brought a new friend? He glanced at Selah, slung over the iron pillar. At that moment, Selah, though still unconscious and pale, bore a semblance of humanity, her breathing steady, as if merely asleep. A stark contrast to her prior monstrous form. Sister Selah? Ilya gasped in delight, covering her mouth as tears welled in her verdant eyes. Old John, equally exhilarated, cried out, Bless the goddess! Bless the goddess! Just then, the one-eyed old hammer approached with the tribesmen, curiously inspecting Reno. So you're the lord here? You seem quite young, he remarked, his tone imbued with the raw candor and wild spirit characteristic of his kind. Reno's gaze swept over the new faces. The sordid building materials, the pottery bowls being fired by old Tao, and the freshly cultivated farmland, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Talent. This is all talent. He instantly forgot his fatigue and the foul odor, donning what he believed to be a congenial smile. You must be the new vassals. Welcome, welcome. I am Reno Blackthorn. From now on, we're all comrades. Fear not. There will be black bread. And fresh meat soup too. He patted his chest, splattering a bit of mud, then extracted the cold black notebook from his bosom, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With this and these people, Blackstone Fortress is finally poised to take flight. He envisioned the towering blast furnaces, heaps of pottery, and the flourishing fields of harvest. However, this was contingent upon their ability to first resolve the most pressing crisis, the nearly empty grain bin, and the wrath of the breeder, incensed by his chemical assault, which could descend upon them at any moment. Chapter 43, The Journey Home. Secrets of the Notebook and the supply-side reform of Blackstone Fortress. Reno stood in the courtyard of Blackstone Fortress, inhaling deeply, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the odor emanating from himself. Goodness, this stench rivals that of biochemical weapons. He quickly held his breath, feigning calmness as he turned to face the crowd that had gathered around him. Ilya scrunched her little nose, resembling a dumpling, her emerald eyes brimming with both concern and joy, hesitating to approach. My lord, are you all right? What is this smell? Nothing. Just a minor incident. Reno waved his hand grandly, attempting to project the aura of a lord, but his exaggerated motion caused a few drops of suspicious dark green liquid to splatter, startling old John into a backward leap. Ahem, these are merely the medals of victory. Proof that I accomplished something significant down below. His gaze swept over the unfamiliar faces of one-eyed old hammer and his tribal folk. The wild men exhibited expressions of curiosity, wariness, and a hint of mockery, as if to say, well, this first impression of the new employee is rather dismal. He quickly diverted the topic, pointing to Syra, who was resting against an iron pillar. Look, our benefactor. Syra, clean her up and find her a comfortable place to rest. Upon seeing Syra restored to her human form, peacefully asleep, Ilya's tears flowed instantly. Forgetting the unpleasant odor, she rushed forward to assist. Sister Syra is so wonderful. Grandpa John, quickly, bring some clean water. Old John hurried to fetch water. Despite its exorbitant cost, muttering to himself, it's good that the Lord has returned, but surely this smell ice and tea from blowing up the cesspool of the corrupted nest? Meanwhile, Reno approached one-eyed old hammer, striving to muster a friendly smile, despite the dried scabs on his face. You are the leader of the hammer, correct? Welcome to Blackstone Fortress. From now on, we are family. As long as I have food, no one shall go hungry. Though at present, our food is scarce enough to serve as a mirror, he thought. One-eyed old hammer glared with his singular eye, his voice booming. My lord, you flatter us. We wild men have no such pretensions. As long as there is work to do, a place to hide from monsters, and some porridge to eat, we are content. He paused, his nose twitching. But your attire carries quite a pungent aroma. Perhaps you should wash up first? When we hunted and got infected by miasma, we used stinkweed to scrub ourselves down. It's quite effective. Reno chuckled nervously. Stinkweed? Fighting poison with poison, I see. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, old hammer, I see you possess some fine tools. I shall entrust you with matters at the mine. Young Ding, is it? strong and vigorous. A fine specimen. Old Tao, your pottery bowls appear quite promising. We shall rely on you for our dining ware, striving for the early realization of pottery freedom. The words spoken warmed the hearts of the wild people, who felt that although the young lord had a strong presence, his words resonated pleasantly. Unlike those nobles who seemed to have their eyes in the sky, after dismissing the new subjects, Reno immediately led Ilya and old John to a relatively clean corner of the main fortress. He eagerly produced the cold black notebook. "What is this, my lord?" Ilya inquired, her curiosity piqued by the ominous aura emanating from the notebook. "A treasure, the reward bestowed by the silver-haired reaper. This may contain the secrets to our wealth and prosperity." Reno whispered excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he carefully opened the notebook. The pages, made of coarse and resilient animal hide, were densely filled with twisted and bizarre writing and symbols in a dark red ink that resembled dried blood. These characters were not in the common tongue of the continent, but rather in an ancient and obscure language, interspersed with incomprehensible diagrams and formulas. By the gods, is this a cipher? Reno was taken aback. System. Translate. Quickly. Unknown encrypted text detected. Analyzing. Database match failed. Weak psychic imprint detected. Attempting to interpret. Interpretation progress. 1-5. Note. Consumption of mental energy or specific energy, such as moonlight moss energy, required to accelerate interpretation. Do I need to expend more energy? System, you are becoming increasingly stingy. Reno lamented, but seeing the eager expressions of Ilya and old John, he braced himself and attempted to infuse a faint trace of his fighting spirit into the notebook. Buzz. The dark red letters on the notebook suddenly glimmered with a faint light. A torrent of cold, chaotic, and maddening fragments of information surged into Reno's mind. Corruption is not destruction, but evolution, a transcendence. The key to the Ross bloodline must be liberated. The core of the Scarlet Rift altar, the heart of Obsidian. The foolish guards of the breeder hinder the great fusion. Specimen 737, Sella, lacks stability, requiring a purer vessel. The disjointed fragments pierced Reno's mind like sharp glass shards, causing him intense pain. He abruptly released his grip, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down. "My lord, what has happened to you?" Ilya exclaimed, rushing to support him. "This notebook is a source of spiritual contamination." Reno thought, shaken. The contents are terrifying. Corruption as evolution? The Ross bloodline as the key? Sella as a specimen? The breeder as a guard? The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and he struggled to digest it. Yet one thing was certain. This notebook was worth its weight in gold and exceedingly perilous. After taking a deep breath, he carefully stored the notebook away, recognizing that its explosive content required thorough study. He glanced at Ilya, suggesting, "Our moonlight moss might aid in deciphering this." Ilya blinked her emerald eyes. "Can the moonlight moss truly assist, my lord? Then I shall endeavor to cultivate it even more diligently." What a wonderful girl. Reno was nearly moved to tears. With her beauty, kindness, and talent for cultivating moss, she is truly the perfect template for a harem. He could not resist caressing Ilya's silvery hair, which felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. Ilya's delicate face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, her heart racing. Old John observed nearby, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Ah, the lord and the young lady are nearing a fortuitous union. May the goddess bless them. However, the warm atmosphere was short-lived as the harsh realities soon struck. The aging John reported with a furrowed brow that their food supplies had been utterly depleted. The rye porridge was so thin one could count the grains. The newly arrived strongmen had substantial appetites, and with Miss Sarah awakening, they required nourishment as well. "We cannot last more than 3 days," he lamented. Reno's good spirits evaporated instantly. "What a predicament! Just as I assume lordship, we are beset by famine." He furrowed his brow, casting a glance over the newly sown fields of black tubers, then at the crooked, freshly formed clay bowls crafted by old Tao, and finally resting his gaze on the rusted tools belonging to the one-eyed old hammer. "We must innovate and economize. We need to boost production." He inhaled deeply, and the thoughts of a modern worker began to churn vigorously. "Old John, from this day forth, we shall implement a rationing system. Daily provisions will be distributed according to set quotas. We must prioritize the labor force. As for the children and the injured, oh, it seems there are no children. So let the injured receive an extra half spoon." Reno began issuing commands. "Ilya, the cultivation of moonlight moss must not cease. That is our strategic resource. But let us explore if we can utilize less water and energy. Perhaps a drip irrigation system? Yes, just a slender wooden tube to allow water to drip slowly. Conserve." Ilya listened with a look of bewilderment, yet determination. I will attempt the drip irrigation. Old hammer. Reno turned to the one-eyed elder. Take your people and conduct a thorough scan of the surrounding ruins. This is not aimless rummaging. It is a planned search. Focus on 3 types of items. First, anything edible, such as underground tubers and storable dried fruits. Second, useful materials, metals, wood, stones. Third, books, blueprints, any written artifacts. Rewards await those who find them. An extra portion of porridge. The one-eyed old hammer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Searching for treasures? We excel at that. Rest assured, my lord. We shall scour the land. He immediately called upon his son and kin, eagerly setting off with their tools. Old Tao. Reno directed his gaze towards the venerable potter. Do not prioritize aesthetics for the pottery. Focus on practicality. Produce more largemouth clay jars for storing water and fermentation, and clay pipes for drainage systems. Let us set that aside for now. Old Tao nodded vigorously. Understood. First, we must resolve the issue of availability. Big hammer. Stone. Reno concluded as he turned to his 2 guards. Patrols must remain vigilant. Pay special attention to the breach. The breeders suffered losses. They may seek vengeance. If anything unusual arises, sound the alarm immediately. Yes, my lord. Big hammer and stone stood tall, feeling the weight of their responsibilities. With a series of commands issued, Blackstone Fortress began to creak back to life, reminiscent of a rusted machine slowly beginning to turn. Although still impoverished, at least they had a semblance of direction. Reno observed the bustling activity around him, feeling a slight relief. The management role is truly a burden. It is far more exhausting than battling monsters. He rubbed his temples, his gaze returning to the black notebook. Economizing is merely a temporary measure. The true solution lies within this notebook and the moonlight moss. He pondered on ways to expedite the deciphering process, casting a glance towards the greenhouse, his eyes shimmering with thought. Perhaps I should persuade Ilya to utilize her divine powers to directly stimulate the notebook? Though fraught with risk, it is certainly worth a try. Just as he contemplated how to convince Ilya to assist him, a faint groan unexpectedly echoed from within the main fortress. Both Reno and Ilya were momentarily taken aback, then joyfully rushed into the stronghold. There, upon a rudimentary bed, Selah's long lashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. The once despondent and tormented obsidian depths of her gaze, though still feeble, now shimmered with clarity and vitality as she surveyed her surroundings in bewilderment. Where am I? Her voice was hoarse and parched, yet undeniably human. Sister Selah, you are awake. Ilya exclaimed with delight, rushing to the bedside and grasping her hand. This is Blackstone Fortress. You are safe. It was the Lord who saved you. Selah's gaze shifted towards Reno, her expression a complex tapestry of fear, gratitude, and profound confusion. Lord Reno, I shouldn't be. Instinctively, she reached to touch her cheek and body, feeling not the cold, hard texture of her former self, but warm, scarred skin. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading silently down her cheeks. I have returned. Reno felt a pang in his heart, but endeavored to keep his tone gentle. It is all right, Selah. It is all in the past. You are now a citizen of Blackstone Fortress. No one can harm you again. Selah, overwhelmed with emotion, could only nod vigorously. Internally, Reno reveled in the moment, but maintained a serious facade. Rest well and recuperate. There will be many tasks ahead that require your assistance. After all, you are an insider from the ruined nest. Selah seemed to catch his underlying implication, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her head. Yes, my lord. I will do my utmost. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Citizen Selah's loyalty has risen to gratitude 60. Unlocking new unit. Selah, former experimental subject of the ruined nest, corruption resistance. Special abilities, corruption perception, weak, painful memories, to be explored. Hint. Her memories may contain invaluable information regarding the ruined nest, the breeder, and the Ross family. Requires guidance to trigger. Corruption perception? Painful memories? Reno's eyes brightened. This could be a living repository of intelligence. He envisioned a shortcut to swiftly interpreting the notebook, just as he strategized on how to guide Selah. An excited shout from Old Hammer echoed from outside. My lord, come quickly. We have found something splendid. Reno's spirit soared. A treasure chest at the outset? It seems fortune still favors me. He immediately turned and dashed outside. There, Old Hammer and Little Nail were lifting a rusty, yet structurally intact metal chest from the debris. The chest, though not large, was remarkably heavy, its surface adorned with faint engravings and secured with a rusted lock. Where did you find this? Reno inquired eagerly. Right beneath the foundation of the main fortress. It was buried quite deep. We almost missed it. Old Shui boasted. This chest looks as if it belongs to a wealthy family, hiding treasures. Could it be the hidden fortune left by the old Earl Rossborough? Reno's heart raced as he rubbed his hands together, urging, "Open it. Quickly, pry it open." Iron Pillar volunteered, aiming his beast claw spear at the lock, delivering a forceful blow. With a crack, the rusted lock shattered. Taking a deep breath, Reno cautiously lifted the lid of the chest. Inside, there were no glittering gold coins or dazzling magical cores. Instead, neatly stacked within were a pile of yellowed parchment blueprints, several samples of peculiar mineral stones in various hues, and a small pouch filled with plump black seeds emanating a faint pulse of life. Discovery, partial heritage of the Rose family. Acquired, design blueprint for a simple water purification device. Damaged, sketch of a low-level elemental furnace. Incomplete. Black iron or sample, high purity. X3, Moonlight Moss original seeds. Active, X50. Reward, territory reputation 300, technology tree. Incomplete, unlocked. Agricultural hope 1. Hint, the Moonlight Moss original seeds have exceptionally high vitality. If cultivated properly, they can significantly enhance both the yield and quality of Moonlight Moss. Blueprints, ore, and Moonlight Moss seeds. Reno was elated. I've struck gold. This is the true first fortune. Old Rossborough, you finally did something worthwhile. He picked up the pouch of Moonlight Moss seeds, feeling the immense life energy within. Glancing at the imaginative yet incomplete designs on the blueprints, a grand vision slowly unfolded in his mind. Water purification device, elemental furnace, large-scale cultivation of Moonlight Moss. The rise of Blackstone Castle begins with this broken chest. He could almost see the clear waters flowing, the furnace's flames illuminating the night sky, and silver moss blanketing the earth. However, he remained oblivious to the pair of cold, furious eyes, like the abyss, slowly opening in the depths of the misty chasm far away, fixating intently on the direction of Blackstone Castle. The retribution of the breeder was already on its way. Chapter 44, Intensification. The eruption of Moonlight Moss and the whispers of the breeder within the main fortress of Blackstone Castle. The atmosphere was more fervent than ever. That rusted metal chest, akin to a Pandora's box, but this time of a benevolent nature, instantly ignited the flickering flames of hope in everyone's eyes. Moonlight Moss seeds. Original seeds. With exceptionally high vitality. Reno cradled the small, weighty pouch of black seeds, radiating a profound life energy, his hands trembling slightly. System brother, how do I plant this? Quickly. Instruction manual. The original species of Moonlight Moss, high activity, requires pure soil. Land purified by the residual energy of Moonlight Moss is sufficient. A water source rich in life energy, diluted dark river water barely meets the standard. Natural divine guidance, Ilia, and continuous illumination. A fog-dispelling force field can simulate light. The growth cycle is exceptionally rapid under the catalysis of natural divine power, with an expected yield 510 times greater than the existing Moonlight Moss and a purification efficiency 3 times that of the current species. A reminder, large-scale cultivation necessitates the planning of a dedicated cultivation area, ensuring energy replenishment and avoiding excessive extraction of land vitality. Success. This time, it's truly a breakthrough. Reno's heart raced, as if he beheld mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. A 10-fold increase in yield. A 3-fold enhancement in efficiency. What is this? If not a veritable printing press for wealth? He instantly turned to Ilia, his gaze so fervent it seemed to melt her. Ilia, our treasure. Quickly, behold these seeds. They are in need of you. Ilia, taken aback by his intense gaze, felt her cheeks flush as she accepted the seed pouch. Her emerald eyes sparkled with excitement as she sensed the overwhelming life energy within the seeds, far surpassing that of the existing Moonlight Moss. Such robust vitality cheered her, causing her voice to tremble with exhilaration. Old John, clear that section of land on the east side of the greenhouse immediately. Yes, the one most permeated by the roots of the Moonlight Moss. Bring out all our resources, diluted dark river water. Prioritize the supply of seeds. Reno spoke rapidly. Ilia, catalyze them with all your might. I wish to see them sprout in the shortest possible time, filling the entire greenhouse. Yes, my lord. Both Old John and Ilia responded in unison, their spirits high as they rushed towards the greenhouse, with Old John even humming a tuneless melody. Reno then picked up the stack of yellowing blueprints, the design for a simple water purification device, damaged, and a sketch of a low-level elemental furnace, incomplete. The handwriting on the blueprints was blurred, and the structural diagrams were lacking, yet the core principles and key components remained discernible. The water purification device utilizes multi-layer filtration and a certain adsorbent material, activated carbon. Does it exist in this world? to purify corrupted water. The elemental furnace appears to require specific ores, black iron ore, and a magic core. What a surprise! A magic core is necessary to generate stable thermal energy. System. Scan the blueprints. Attempt to complete the missing parts. What materials are required? Scanning in progress. Water purification device. Simple version. Completion progress. 65. Core requirements. Adsorbent material. Suggestion. Activated charcoal or specific adsorbent minerals. Filtration layer. Fine sand and multilayer fabric. Purification medium. Weak. Can moonlight moss fragments partially substitute? Elemental furnace. Low level. Completion progress. 40. Core requirements. Black iron ore. High purity. Stable energy core. Minimum 1-tier magic core. High temperature resistant material. Clay-fired ceramic bricks. Conductive material. Metal wire. None available. Note. The technical implementation difficulty is quite high, requiring corresponding talents, blacksmiths or alchemical apprentices. Magic core conductive material specialists. Reno's fervent heart sank partially at this revelation. Oh, it is indeed a challenge to conjure a meal without the essential ingredients. The furnace is temporarily out of reach, but perhaps we could experiment with the purification apparatus. Let the old hammer lead a team to procure charcoal. As for fine sand, we could sift through the debris since it seems there are no rivers in the rift. We can utilize the fabric by washing the garments of the deceased. Though it may be modest, at least we have a direction. Old hammer, Reno called out. Here, replied the one-eyed old hammer, his eye gleaming with excitement at the thought of uncovering treasure. Take your men immediately to cut down, or rather, to search for those hardwoods that remain uncorroded. Dig a pit and create charcoal through slow burning. The more, the better. Additionally, sift out several baskets of the finest sand. I have grand plans. Understood. Charcoal and sand sifting are our specialties. Without hesitation, Old Hammer set off with his son and kin in a flurry. Old Pot. Yes, my lord. Do not commence cooking just yet. Study this. Reynaud handed over the blueprints for the purification device, which he had sketched from memory to fill in the gaps. We need to produce some perforated ceramic bricks, and also those concave pots. The larger, the better. Old Pot held the blueprints, bewildered, yet confidently patted his chest, assuring, Fear not, my lord. Though I may not comprehend it all, I can mold it according to the design. Old Pot has no issues. The entire Blackstone castle began to hum with activity, as if wound up like a clock. In the greenhouse, Elio was enveloped in a verdant aura of nature's divine power, delicately planting black seeds into the shimmering soil. Old John carefully watered them with diluted dark river water. The seeds sprouted visibly, sending forth silvery tendrils that rapidly spread. Soon, a small patch of shimmering silver moss carpet, lush and vibrant with life, took form. Moonlight moss, primal species, successfully cultivated. Growth acceleration, 1000. In the ruins, Old Hammer led his team in chopping wood, excavating soil pits, and beginning to produce charcoal amidst billowing smoke. Thankfully, the force field light membrane prevented any lurking monsters from being attracted. On another front, several slaves frantically sifted through dirt with tattered cloth and wooden baskets, gathering fine sand. In a corner of the main fortress, Old Pot wrestled with a pile of clay and blueprints, striving to grasp the concepts of the filtration and adsorption layers. Meanwhile, Reynaud held a sample of the black iron ore, high purity, in his gaze, his eyes sparkling. High purity black iron ore, what a treasure. Perfect for crafting weapons and armor. It could even be key to constructing elemental furnaces. Old Hammer mentioned it was found deep within the foundation. Could there be a vein beneath Blackstone Castle? This thought quickened his breath. If there truly is a mine, that would be the real treasure. He promptly summoned Big Hammer and Stone. Take a few men. Bring Old Hammer as tools. Dig beneath the foundation of the main fortress. Excavate downwards from where the chest was found. Look closely for more of these black stones. Yes, my lord. Though Big Hammer and Stone did not quite understand the purpose of digging for stones, the lord's command was paramount. As night fell, simulated by the force field, Blackstone Castle burned brightly, illuminated chiefly by the silver glow of moonlight moss and the flickering campfires. Within the greenhouse, the newly cultivated moonlight moss had already blanketed 1/3 of the ground, shimmering with a silvery brilliance that invigorated all who approached. Ilya, pale yet exhilarated, reported to Reynaud, My lord, the original species is extraordinary. They can absorb energy from their surroundings and thrive with merely a gentle nudge from me. Reynaud gazed at the expanse of silvery carpet, his heart swelling with joy, and could not resist ruffling Ilya's silver hair, exclaiming, Well done. You are the treasure of Blackstone Keep. Ilya's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed, her heart filled with sweetness. Meanwhile, the charcoal kiln tended by Old Hammer emitted a successful plume of smoke, albeit modest in yield. Old Pothead had also managed to fire a few porous ceramic bricks and a large bowl, albeit somewhat askew. The sand-sifting group had brought in several baskets of fine sand. Reno personally took charge, directing everyone to construct a rudimentary pool according to the modified blueprints using stones. The bottom was layered with coarse gravel, followed by a mixture of fine sand and charcoal, topped with porous ceramic bricks and several layers of washed rags. He then poured the relatively clean rainwater collected from a pit he had dug in the ruins into the pool. The murky water gradually filtered through the layers, emerging from the bottom ceramic pipe, noticeably cleaner, though not yet crystal clear. The foul odor had significantly diminished as well. Basic water purification device, experimental version, successfully constructed. Purification efficiency, low. Purification effect, average, removes most suspended particles and some odors, but cannot fully purify decaying substances. Evaluation, better than nothing. At least the porridge boiled from it doesn't resemble poison as much. Reward, territory prestige 50, sanitation level 1, marginal, success. Although the results are somewhat lacking, it is a breakthrough from nothing. Reno's spirits soared as he ladled a bowl of porridge made from the filtered water, albeit still thin, and took a sip. Oh, the taste has indeed improved considerably. At least we need not worry about suffering from dire consequences. He distributed the porridge among the group, while it still left them unsatisfied. Witnessing their lord personally taste the concoction and produce a small artifact to improve their lives significantly boosted morale, instilling a deeper sense of genuine trust in Reno. However, amid this fleeting and precious atmosphere of harmony, a sudden change occurred. A chilling scream pierced through the main fortress as Sarah's anguished cry echoed. Reno's expression shifted instantly, and he rushed inside. There, he found Sarah curled in the corner of her bed, clutching her head tightly, her body trembling violently, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her pupils dilated, as if she were enduring immense suffering. "Do not come near. Get away. Leave my mind," she shrieked hoarsely, her nails digging deep into her scalp, blood seeping through. "Sister Sarah, what is wrong?" Ilya exclaimed in panic, attempting to step forward to comfort her. "Do not touch her," Reno growled, sensing an extremely cold, brutal, and malevolent mental wave descending from the void, tightly ensnaring Sarah. "It is the breeder. He is attacking Sarah with his psychic power." The silvery-haired Sarah suddenly lifted her head, her vacant gaze fixed intently on Reno. Her voice twisted and distorted, as if another presence was using her mouth to speak. "You have angered me, insect. Your petty tricks, your moss. Very well, very well. Soon, you shall witness your nest, your toys, melting away before your very eyes. I will personally reclaim what is mine." The voice abruptly ceased. Sarah's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The icy malevolence receded like a tide. The entire main fortress fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Reno's face turned ashen, his back drenched in cold sweat. The retribution of the breeder has come, and it is a direct mental assault. He can locate us through Sarah, even manipulate her momentarily. Lady Ilya's voice trembled, her emerald eyes brimming with fear. Reno forced himself to regain composure, his gaze sharpening like a blade. "It's nothing, just bluster." If he could act directly, he would have done so already. He approached the unconscious Sarah, inspecting her and discovering she was merely mentally exhausted, with no serious harm done. Sarah is both a weakness and a key. He recalled fragmented notes in his mind. Reinforce the defenses at the breach by double. He commanded with authority. Increase the number of patrols at night. Sound the alarm at the slightest anomaly. Old Hammer, accelerate charcoal production. Old Pothead, attempt to fire thicker bricks. We must construct sturdier walls. Ilya, the cultivation of moonlight moss must not cease. It is our only reliance at present. A series of orders were issued, and the previously eased tension returned, tightening once more. A palpable sense of crisis loomed over everyone's hearts like a heavy shadow. Reno stepped onto the fortress terrace, gazing at the swirling mist beyond the force field, which seemed to conceal endless malice, his fists clenched tightly. "You wish to play? I shall play with you to the bitter end." He cast a glance back at the thriving silver moss in the greenhouse, then at the diligent workers. Hope. He inhaled deeply, fire igniting in his eyes. The warmth of Blackstone Fortress had only just begun, while the true test loomed ever closer. Chapter 45, Distant Thunder. The shadow of the Imperial Empress and the angelic investment of Blackstone Fortress. The breeder's malevolent mental whispers clung to the hearts of the Blackstone Fortress inhabitants like a parasitic worm, casting a cold shadow over the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited. Within the fortress, Sarah, under Ilya's soothing natural powers, fell back into slumber. Though traces of pain and fear lingered on her brow, Reno's expression darkened, heavy with dread. The breeder can attack mentally from afar, locate us through Sarah, and even threaten to come personally. This pressure weighed heavier than the mist above. We must accelerate our efforts. Walls, weapons, food. Not a single one can be neglected. He forced himself to suppress the anxiety, redirecting his focus to the construction at hand. The explosive growth of the moonlight moss seedling provided him with a glimmer of confidence. Old John, from today, we shall section the greenhouse. The eastern zone will focus entirely on cultivating the primitive species. The west district retains the existing moonlight moss, specifically designated for medicinal purposes and external exchanges. Reno swiftly adjusts his strategy, proclaiming, one must not place all eggs in a single basket. The original species is the future. The current moss is our lifeline and hard currency. The charcoal burning must not cease. The ceramic pipe and brick required for the water purification system take priority in production. The groundwork needs deeper exploration. I must ascertain whether there are mineral veins beneath. A cascade of commands is issued, and the entire fortress resumes its rapid operations. Days later, when the first trickle of slightly murky, yet considerably less odorous, filtered water flows from the rudimentary purification apparatus, a cheer erupts from everyone. Although it is still far from crystal-clear spring water, at least the boiled barley porridge no longer resembles poison. The sanitary conditions of Blackstone Fortress have achieved a remarkable leap from primitive society to barely habitable. Territory sanitation conditions, too. Citizen health slightly elevated. Disease incidence reduced by 5. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer of clean water, rudimentary level. Reward, territory prestige 100. Even mosquito legs are meat. Reno muses at the system notification, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, the food crisis looms like a guillotine overhead. Under the rationing system, the rye porridge is so thin that one can see their reflection in it, and all faces bear a pallid hue. The newly arrived members of the Crushed Skull tribe work diligently, but their appetites are indeed astonishing. One-eyed old hammer gazes at the empty grain bin, his eye full of worry. My lord, if this continues, we may lack the strength even to wield our hammers. At this critical juncture of internal strife and external threat, unusual fluctuations re-emerge in the gray mist outside the force field. This time, it is neither the shabby caravan of the vulture Karloff nor the fleeing tribesmen. The first to pierce the gray haze is a flag fluttering in the wind. The banner, crafted from some expensive, shimmering black silk, features a golden threaded embroidery of a griffin poised for flight, clutching thunder in its talons. The flag is pristine and upright, starkly contrasting with the squalid rift environment. Following closely is a small yet exceptionally formidable contingent. For knights, clad head to toe in gleaming silver armor adorned with blue plumage on their helmets, wielding finely crafted steel longswords and military crossbows, form a diamond formation to escort a luxurious carriage drawn by 2 magnificent black steeds, draped in dust covers, emblazoned with royal insignia. The knights' movements are synchronized, their gazes sharp as hawks, emanating a faint aura of battle intent, all clearly elite warriors of the 3rd tier or above. Their armor shines as if they have just emerged from a parade ground, rather than traversing the perilous rift. Beside the carriage rides a middle-aged man on a chestnut steed, clad in a tailored court envoy uniform, his complexion fair, chin slightly raised, eyes betraying an unmistakable air of superiority tinged with disdain. The appearance of this entourage is akin to tossing a polished diamond into a pile of tattered refuse, blinding and surreal. Within the force field, all are rendered speechless by the sudden arrival of these extraordinary figures, standing frozen, at a loss. The royal griffin flag. Old John was the first to react, his voice trembling as he fell to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. It is the envoy of Her Majesty the Queen. Good heavens, how could Her Majesty take notice of a place like ours? The others, including Hammer and Stone, hastily dropped their weapons and knelt, too afraid to lift their heads. Although one-eyed old Hammer and his tribesmen did not kneel, they instinctively recoiled, their primal instincts warning them that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Reynolds' pupils constricted, and his heart raced. The Queen? The supreme ruler of the Empire? What business could her envoy possibly have in this forsaken, decaying land? A flurry of information about the Queen flashed through his mind. The highest representative of traditional nobility, wielding unparalleled authority and residing in opulent courts, was preoccupied with the Orc invasion in the west and the threat of heretics, effectively neglecting the north, a region plagued by the miasma of death. No one visits without cause. This cannot bode well. An alarm bell rang in his mind. Yet he quickly adjusted his expression, tidied his shabby collar, though it was of little use, and endeavored to present himself as a downcast yet dignified noble lord. He gestured for Elia to stand behind him. The carriage halted outside the shimmering barrier. The court envoy rode forward, lightly tapping the force field with his whip, producing a series of sharp sounds, his brow furrowing even further, as though displeased that the force field had sullied his whip. Listen within. His voice was sharp and haughty, imbued with a distinct courtly lilt. By the decree of Her Majesty, Alicia von Austin, the Queen, the envoy has arrived. Local lord, do not delay in opening the barrier and coming forth to greet me. Reynold took a deep breath and pushed open the rickety wooden gate, a makeshift creation by Iron Pillar, stepping out alone. Iron Pillar attempted to follow, but Reynold halted him with a glance. Lord of Blackstone Keep, Reno Blackthorn, humbly greets your excellency. Reynold executed a standard noble bow, thanks to the residual instincts of the original owner, and met the envoy's gaze calmly, inquiring about the purpose of the envoy's long journey. The envoy scrutinized Reynold, taking in the tattered leather armor, the stains upon it, and the dilapidated fortress behind him, an expression of disdain nearly spilling from his eyes. Humph, you are the illegitimate son exiled here by Count Augustine? Truly a sight of remarkable destitution. Reynold's eye twitched, but he restrained his anger. A dog I looks down on others. Just wait until I thrive. The envoy, seemingly uninterested in further pleasantries, produced a scroll bound with golden thread, sealed with the royal wax, and proclaimed loudly, Reno Blackthorn, heed the decree. Reynold bowed slightly. I, your servant, am here to receive the sacred edict. By the grace of heaven, Her Majesty the Queen decrees. The envoy unfurled the scroll, his voice rising and falling dramatically. The area surrounding the Crimson Rift in the north has been ravaged by corruption, and the populace suffers greatly, having long been abandoned by the crown. Yet, the Empire shall not relinquish an inch of its territory. In light of the Blackthorn family's enduring loyalty, you are granted an opportunity for redemption. Thus, I command you, Lord Reno Blackthorn of Blackstone Keep, to undertake the responsibility of purging the corruption in the Rift and safeguarding the critical borders henceforth. The Empire shall not dispatch any troops for the time being. All necessary supplies and personnel must be procured by you. If you can solidify your position here and gradually restore order, His Majesty shall consider bestowing recognition and titles upon you, as well as granting limited trade privileges with the northern provinces. Furthermore, His Majesty has heard of unusual energy fluctuations and the emergence of ancient relics in this region, and thus reminds you, all unclaimed items within the Empire belong to the Crown. Any discoveries must be reported immediately. Concealment or personal disposal is strictly forbidden. Violators will be deemed traitors. Having concluded the proclamation, the envoy looked down upon Raynor with a condescending gaze. Lord Raynor, accept the decree. His Majesty's graciousness offers you, burdened by guilt, a chance to reintegrate into the Empire. You must seize this opportunity. The tone was laden with insinuation and veiled threats. Raynor's heart surged with chaotic thoughts. An empty promise. A king of illusions. Eradicating corruption? Securing vital routes? Procure supplies independently? I am nearly destitute. Am I to lead a purge? Recognition and titles? Trade privileges? They sound splendid, yet hold no significance. The last point is crucial, isn't it? Unusual energy fluctuations? Ancient relics? Surely they are aimed at my moonlight moss and that tattered notebook. And all unclaimed items belong to the Crown. What I unearth is rightfully mine. Yet, he wore a mask of gratitude, accepting the decree with both hands. I, Reno Blackthorn, humbly thank His Majesty for this divine grace. I shall exert every effort to safeguard the Empire's territory, willing to face death without hesitation. What a performance! Who cannot act? The envoy seemed somewhat pleased with Raynor's compliance, nodding slightly as his tone softened. Although supplies must be self-sourced, His Majesty, in his benevolence, acknowledges your initial struggles and grants a modest resource allocation. He gestured, and a knight dismounted from a carriage, delivering a small wooden chest before Raynor. Upon opening the box, he found 10 serviceable iron swords, 5 iron shields, 3 sets of half-plate armor, used, a small sack, approximately 50 pounds, of aged rye, and a pouch containing no more than 100 gold coins. For Blackstone Fortress, this was undoubtedly a timely boon, especially the weapons and provisions. However, for the grand task of eradicating corruption and securing vital routes, such meager supplies were disheartening. The envoy, seemingly oblivious to Raynor's twitching lips, continued. Moreover, His Majesty permits you to procure certain strategic resources through official channels at preferential prices, payment in gold coins or equivalent magical materials. You may also recruit refugees and prisoners within the Empire to bolster your population, relocation costs to be borne by you. Preferential prices? Surely exorbitant. Payment in magical materials? They are indeed eyeing my moonlight moss. Recruiting refugees and prisoners? Am I to become a waste collection station? Raynor was acutely aware of the underlying implications, yet still expressed his gratitude. I thank His Majesty for his generosity. The envoy, having seemingly fulfilled his mission, prepared to turn his steed, but then recalled something. Oh, by the way, Her Majesty is currently planning an expansion of her 500-hectare Royal Botanical Garden and urgently requires various rare and magical plant specimens. If you make any discoveries, presenting them to Your Majesty will surely earn you generous rewards, perhaps even more promising than enduring suffering in such a place. He cast a meaningful glance at Blackstone Fortress, particularly towards the greenhouse, where the silvery glow of moonlight moss stood out against the gray mist. Having spoken, he did not wait for Renaud's response. With a flick of his whip, the royal convoy, maintaining its proud demeanor, slowly vanished into the fog, as if it had never existed. Only Renaud remained outside the force field, holding a scroll that was as light as a feather yet as heavy as a mountain, along with a box of meager rewards. Within the force field, the others dared to approach, gazing at the box of weapons and provisions with expressions of joy, yet more so with confusion and concern. Is Her Majesty expecting us to serve her in defending the borders? Old John's voice trembled. Can we really eradicate corruption with just our numbers? Iron Pillar looked at the few iron swords, feeling the weight of the daunting task. Does she have her eyes set on our moonlight moss? Elias sensed the impending threat, her small face taut with worry. Renaud, in silence, carefully stowed the decree, then crouched down to pick up a standard iron sword. The blade was cold and roughly crafted, yet stronger than all the weapons currently possessed by Blackstone Fortress. Empress Alicia, he murmured, a cold smile curving his lips. What a clever scheme. With this empty parchment and these meager offerings, she expects me to guard this decaying land she herself has abandoned? She wishes to take advantage of my discoveries without offering anything in return? Am I merely a pawn? A watchdog? He abruptly rose, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Listen closely. The Empress's decree signifies her trust in us. It is also our opportunity. From this day forth, Blackstone Fortress shall serve as the Empire's official outpost at the Crimson Rift. I, Renaud of the Blackthorns, shall be the Empress's appointed guardian of the borders. Self-appointed. These weapons and provisions are the Empress's angelic investment. Though they are scant, they are sufficient for us to take our first step. Our objective remains unchanged. Survive. Grow stronger. Eliminate corruption. Let this land once again belong to the living. As for the rare flowers and herbs the Empress desires, Renaud chuckled coldly. Once we possess adequate strength, we shall negotiate a fair price with Her Majesty. The ambition and defiance in his words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. The Empress seeks to exploit me. Perfect. I too require the Imperial banner. I need an official identity to recruit soldiers and facilitate trade. It's a mutual exploitation. Let us see who will have the last laugh. He glanced at the sack of gold coins, his eyes glinting with determination. 100 gold coins may be little, but it is enough to procure the most urgent supplies from the nearest border town, Black Furnace. It is time to venture out and explore this vast world. The shadow of the Empress loomed like distant thunder, bringing pressure, yet also a glimmer of opportunity towards a broader stage. The tale of Blackstone Fortress is about to turn a new page. Chapter 46, Black Furnace. In the morning light of Blackstone Fortress, a somber air of determination prevailed. Reno stood before the crooked wooden gate, engaged in a final pre-battle rally. Behind him stood the procurement team, ready for departure. Iron Pillar hoisted a spear adorned with the claws of a digging worm, a meager attempt at intimidation, while two standard iron swords, sponsored by the Queen, hung at his waist. His face was smeared with mud for camouflage against pests, and his gaze bore the fierce intensity of a would-be marauder. Old John clutched a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of ragged cloth, containing 2 pounds of the most valuable currency in Blackstone Fortress, meticulously sifted moonlight moss, its silvery sheen resplendent and pure. The old man's hands trembled as if he cradled a dragon's egg. Listen. Reno's voice was low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Their mission to Black Furnace Fortress was clear. First, provisions, rye, beans, and salted meat. Acquire as much as possible. Second, tools, shovels, pickaxes, axes, must be sturdy and durable. Third, seeds, anything capable of surviving in this wretched place. Fourth, intelligence. Gather information on the Crimson Rift, corrupted creatures, and other survivor outposts. His gaze swept over Iron Pillar and Old John. Iron Pillar, Your task is to remain vigilant and carry the load. Keep your eyes sharp. This place is teeming with rogues. Do not let anyone lay hands on our goods. Old John, you are in charge of trading. Assess the market and raise the price. But do not be overly greedy. We are in this for the long haul. Remember, the value of moonlight moss must not be fully revealed at once. Yes, my lord. Iron Pillar thumped his chest loudly, the clanking of his chainmail echoing. Whoever dares to reach for it, I shall sever their hands and soak them in wine. Old John, however, wore a pained expression. My lord, how do we set the price? We lack certainty. Fear not. Reno encouraged him, directing their focus towards rare magical materials, purification effects, and royal provisions, albeit barely acceptable. Let us propose a flat rate. 1 pound of moss for 500 pounds of rye or its equivalent in gold. Adjust according to their reaction. Truthfully, I too am uncertain, but our stature must remain lofty. 500 pounds. Old John's tongue stumbled over the words. Is that even feasible? Rest assured, rarity begets value. Our moss is one of a kind. Reno maintained a brave front, though anxiety gnawed at him. What if we cannot sell it? We may have to resort to thievery. He then turned to the ones remaining behind. Ilya, Sarah, and the hammer. Ilya's delicate face was etched with worry as she handed him a small cloth pouch containing dried rations soaked in moonlight moss juice, though unpalatable. It promised swift restoration of strength. You must be careful, my lord. Sarah whispered a warning. The Black Scar mercenary corps at Black Furnace Fortress has a terrible reputation. They often engage in coercive buying and even murder for goods. Please avoid them. Her voice, though still weak, carried a trace of caution born from hardship. The hammer and stone pounded their chests vigorously. Do not worry, my lord. We shall defend our home. Should anyone cause trouble, we shall crush them. One-eyed old hammer shouted. May our lord depart and return swiftly. We await the new tools for mining. Reno took a deep breath and cast a final glance at the Blackstone Fortress, which appeared somewhat vibrant under the silvery glow of the greenhouse. Resolutely, he turned away and declared, let us depart. The trio traversed the energy field, only to be instantly engulfed by the dense, putrid gray mist. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The ground beneath their feet was slick and decayed, and an oppressive silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their heavy breaths and pounding hearts. On the miniature map, crimson dots representing danger flickered in the distance like will-o'-the-wisps. This accursed place feels like a descent into hell every time I emerge from it. Reno tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, steeling himself as he trudged laboriously toward the direction of the Black Furnace Fortress, guided by the system map and his hazy recollections. Along the way, they encountered several waves of enthusiastic hospitality from corrupted creatures. A horde of enormous, pus-dripping corrupted beetles, Tier 1, swarm, attempted to feast upon them, only to scatter in panic after Iron Pillar pierced a few with his spear. A handful of lurking thorn vines, Tier 1, venom, concealed within the gray mist launched a surprise attack, which Reno countered by severing them with his sword. The splattered venom sizzling as it corroded the ground. The most perilous moment came when a keen-nosed corrupted hyena, Tier 2, agile, stealthily approached, nearly pouncing on Old John, but was ultimately slain by Reno and Iron Pillar, albeit at a considerable expenditure of energy. Damn, this journey is costing me too much stamina. Reno gasped for breath, wiping the filthy blood splattered on his face. I must find a way to procure a mount, or perhaps secure a safer route. The thought felt extravagantly amusing even to himself. After laboriously progressing for the better part of a day, the sense of time was exceedingly vague within the mist. The fog ahead finally thinned somewhat. The outline of what could be described less as a town and more as a large gathering of ruins emerged at the end of their sight. Black Furnace Fortress. It stood on a relatively elevated, rocky plateau, its natural cliffs and a haphazard mix of rough logs and stones barely forming a wall. The walls were riddled with collapses, patched together with broken carts, animal bones, and rusted metal sheets, resembling a tattered pair of patched trousers. At the entrance, 2 rickety watchtowers leaned precariously, manned by a few languid, ragged guards who dozed while clutching their spears. Inside the town, a swirling haze of smoke mingled with the cacophony of voices, the clang of metal, and an indescribable odor that combined burnt meat, low-quality alcohol, and decay. Is this truly the bustling trade hub of the border? Reno's lips twitched in disbelief. It appears to have little more than a bit more crowd and refuse than Blackstone Fortress. After paying a toll of 1 silver coin per person, which made Old John tremble with regret, the 3 ventured into this so-called land of hope. The interior of the town was even wilder and more chaotic than its exterior suggested. Narrow, muddy streets were flanked by makeshift shanties and stalls constructed from broken planks, animal hides, and even massive bones. The air was a concoction of various foul odors that fermented, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. A diverse array of individuals thronged the area, mercenaries clad in tattered leather armor, their bodies marred with scars, laborers with vacant expressions, burdened with mining baskets, alchemists or apprentices, cloaked in dark robes with sinister gazes, and even a few ragged figures whose sharp eyes suggested they might be fugitives. Almost everyone bore arms, their eyes brimming with vigilance, greed, and the pressure of survival. Transactions primarily occurred through barter, with the occasional glimmer of gold coins. Yet more often than not, there were quarrels, shoving, and even the drawing of blades at the slightest provocation, only to be dispersed by the lethargic patrols of the town, usually resulting in mutual punishment and a fee for mediation. What a chaotic no-man's land of neutrality, thought Reno, becoming even more alert. Their first stop was the largest, possibly the only, general store in town, run by a portly, oily man with gold teeth and squinting eyes. A tattered wooden sign hung above his shop, adorned with charcoal sketches of wheat and barrels. "Boss, do you buy magical materials?" Reno urged old John to step forward, cautiously lifting a corner of a ceramic jar. A silvery glow radiated. The pure essence of life instantaneously dispelled the surrounding tainted air. The shopkeeper's small eyes widened in astonishment, as the glint of his gold tooth caught the light. "Is this moonlight moss? A rare find from the depths of the Crimson Chasm," he whispered, hastily covering the jar and glancing around, his gaze filled with intense eagerness. "Where did you get this? How much do you have? What is the price?" Following Reno's instructions, old John stammered a staggering offer of 1 pound for 500 pounds of rye or 50 gold coins. The fat proprietor's jowls twitched, revealing an expression that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Yet the greed in his eyes remained unabated. "You must be mad. This is a rarity, but it cannot be sold at such a price. At most, 100 pounds of rye, or 10 gold coins." Reno smirked inwardly, signaling old John to continue the negotiation. After a fervent exchange, filled with spittle and slamming of hands against the rickety wooden table, they eventually struck a deal: 1 pound of moonlight moss for 350 pounds of rye, or its equivalent in other grains. The rotund merchant even threw in a small bag of coarse salt and a jar of inferior ointment reputed to repel pests. A resounding victory. Reno's heart surged with joy. This purchasing power exceeded all expectations. Moonlight moss truly was a valuable currency. They exchanged half a pound of moonlight moss for over 1,000 pounds of rye, several pounds of cured meat, and a bag of beans. Enough provisions for the inhabitants of Blackstone keep for more than a month. Iron Pillar huffed as he carried the supplies to the town's storage, which charged a hefty fee. His face twisted into a smile. Next, they utilized the remaining moonlight moss to procure 5 brand new steel mining picks, 3 logging axes, and 2 relatively intact leather armors, though they bore a musty odor, from a temperamental dwarf blacksmith. Old John wished to barter the last bit of moss for seeds, but Reno halted him. "Boss, I need to inquire about something." Reno leaned closer to the dwarf blacksmith, offering a silver coin as a bribe. "I've heard Her Majesty the Queen has recently implemented some favorable policies for the Northern Territories, particularly concerning the procurement of supplies." The dwarf accepted the silver coin, weighing it in his hand, and grunted dismissively. "Nonsense. Those bloodsuckers at the Royal Procurement Office. They drive prices lower than cost and demand credit first. I want to serve them." He pointed to a crumpled notice on the wall, stamped with the royal seal. "There. See for yourself. Supporting the northern frontier. It sounds far more appealing than it truly is. Seeking discounts? One must first venture to the town hall, a mere tattered tent, to register with the arrogant tax collector. The approval process is a veritable hassle, demanding only gold coins and magical cores, or specific materials listed on their inventory." A glance at old John's jar sparked a thought in Reno's mind as he scrutinized the announcement. Indeed, the list included high-purity moonlight moss, stable corruption crystals, ancient knowledge vessels, and so forth, with acquisition prices that were exorbitantly inflated, several times the market rate. However, the bureaucratic procedure was exceedingly cumbersome and mandated official channels. Is the Queen employing exorbitant prices and legal means to amass what she desires, simultaneously filtering out the insignificant players through tedious processes? Truly a case of having it both ways. Reno chuckled inwardly, yet committed this information to memory. Perhaps in the future, during times of plentiful resources, this path could serve as a means of redemption? Ultimately, with the few remaining silver coins, he procured a small bag from a seemingly honest old farmer, containing frost-resistant and drought-tolerant gray tubers, along with a few shriveled seeds of shrubs rumored to bear sour fruits. Better than nothing. The procurement mission was thus abundantly fulfilled. The trio, laden with their assorted packages, prepared to depart from this chaotic yet opportunity-laden town. However, trouble awaited them at the town's edge. 5 mercenaries clad in uniform black leather armor, adorned with menacing scar patterns on their chests and fierce gazes, obstructed their path. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, wielding a double-handed axe, who scrutinized their overstuffed bags and Iron Pillar's new leather armor with ill intent. "Ah, new faces? It seems you've had quite the haul." The scar-faced leader grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "I am Scarwolf, the captain of the Black Scar Mercenary Company. You appear to be newcomers, unfamiliar with the rules. This Black Forge Fort is not a marketplace for just anyone. A protection fee is required." Iron Pillar narrowed his eyes, ready to retaliate, but Reno halted him with a glance. Stepping forward, Reno donned a genial smile, exuding an air of affability. "Ah, Scarwolf, the esteemed captain. It is an honor to meet you. We are merely engaging in a modest trade, having exchanged a bit of rations, and truly have little profit to share. Here, a small token for you and your brethren to enjoy a drink." He presented a small pouch of silver coins, approximately 20 pieces. Scarwolf weighed the pouch in his hand and scoffed. "Is this meant to appease beggars? I heard you traded for quite a few valuable items with Goldtooth and Shortgourd just now. They say you even possess that luminescent moss? My associates and I recently accepted a task to cleanse a corruption nest and are in need of such potent remedies. Let us see what you have." The mercenaries behind him closed in, hands resting on their weapons. Reno's expression hardened. Indeed, they are after the moonlight moss. Sarah's warning was accurate. He discreetly signaled Iron Pillar. Scarwolf, jesting, continued to press, while Reno feigned compliance and slowly retreated, claiming that the moss had already been exchanged, leaving only a bit for personal use. Scarwolf waved his hand in impatience, just as one mercenary reached for the jar nestled in Old John's arms. Iron Pillar erupted with a mighty roar. The beast claw spear, propelled by a fierce gust, lunged directly at the mercenary's face. With a swift kick, he sent another approaching mercenary sprawling. "Attack!" thundered Raynor, drawing his long sword to parry the dual-handed axe of Scarwolf. Though his energy was waning, he deftly blocked the powerful strike, causing his arm to tingle from the impact. In an instant, chaos erupted. The marketplace was thrown into disarray as passers-by scattered, yet none intervened. Instead, many merely folded their arms, reveling in the spectacle. The Black Scar mercenary group was evidently unprepared for such a fierce resistance from what they had presumed to be easy prey. Iron Pillar, akin to a frenzied tiger, wielded his spear with ferocious might. Raynor's swordsmanship, cunning and precise, sought out vulnerabilities, while Old John, clutching his jar, rolled to safety, muttering fervently, "May the goddess protect me. Don't damage my precious moss." Scarwolf, both astonished and enraged, flailed his axe wildly, but was thrown into disarray by the seamless coordination of Raynor and Iron Pillar. He had not anticipated their formidable strength, nor their audacity to retaliate on his territory. "Damn it! Call for help!" Scarwolf bellowed, but it was too late. Seizing an opportunity, Raynor feigned a thrust, diverting the axe, and commanded, "Iron Pillar, strike his legs." Understanding the signal, Iron Pillar swung his spear like a club, crashing it against Scarwolf's calf. Scarwolf howled in agony, staggering backward, and Raynor seized the chance to deliver a swift kick to his midsection, sending him crashing to the ground. With his sword poised at Scarwolf's throat, Raynor declared, "Stay where you are, or I shall let him bleed." The other mercenaries, suddenly hesitant, dared not approach. "Well done, you little brat. You've got guts." Scarwolf seethed, his face ashen. "You're dead for messing with the Black Scar in Black Furnace Fortress." "Humph," Raynor scoffed. "Return to your captain and inform him that business must be mutually agreeable. Attempting coercion? It's essential to know if you have the bite to back it up. I'll spare your miserable life today, but next time, it won't be mere bloodshed." With that, he sheathed his sword and signaled to Iron Pillar and Old John. "Let us depart." The trio hoisted their supplies and, amidst the astonished, awed, and gleeful gazes of the onlookers, swiftly exited Black Furnace Fortress, disappearing into the haze. They did not halt until they had run a considerable distance, ensuring no one pursued them, before catching their breath. "Damn, that felt exhilarating," Iron Pillar exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "My lord, that swordplay was magnificent. You nearly pierced that scoundrel's vitals." Old John, still shaken, patted his chest. "You nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness the moss isn't scathed." Raynor exhaled, his heart still racing. Success achieved. Fortunately, Scarwolf is but a blustering fool. This incident has likely irreparably offended the Black Scar mercenary group. Future dealings will require greater caution. He glanced at the heavy supplies and tools behind him. and touched the pouch of gray potato seeds in his pocket, a smile gracing his face. Worth it. Blackstone Fortress can finally endure this winter. He could almost envision the delighted smiles of Ilya and Sarah, the contented expressions of the villagers after a hearty meal, and the solid step forward for his territory towards development. The journey home seemed decidedly more relaxed than the one undertaken before. Chapter 47. The Pact. The Corruption's Touch and the Budding of Thorny Will. The Harvest Festival of Blackstone Fortress, if one could consider the celebration to consist of merely a few extra bowls of thick porridge, reached an unprecedented climax under the triumphant return of Reno and his companions. Laden with bounty, as Iron Pillar huffed and puffed, unloading heavy sacks of rye and dried meat in the center of the square, the eyes of all the vassals widened, and the sound of swallowed saliva echoed like the most exquisite symphony. Food. So much food. By the grace of the divine, can we finally be satiated? Long live our Lord. It was unclear who first shouted, but soon a chorus of jubilant voices erupted in a cacophony of exuberance. Old John cautiously displayed his newly acquired pickaxe and axe, while the one-eyed old hammer's eye sparkled with excitement, his rough palm repeatedly caressing the cold steel as if it were the skin of a beloved. Old Tao was enamored with the set of musty leather armor, contemplating how to tailor it for his son Little Nail. Even the sack of gray tubers and sourberry shrub seeds was tenderly cradled by Ilya, her emerald eyes gleaming with dreams of a verdant future. Reno reveled in this fleeting yet genuine sense of achievement, waving his hand. Old John, tonight, make the porridge thicker. Let each person have an extra spoonful of jerky. Oh, the cheer nearly threatened to dismantle the very fabric of the atmosphere. However, amidst this near-festive atmosphere, one individual stood apart. Sarah. She remained weakly reclined in the shadowy corner of the main fortress, wrapped in a relatively clean old blanket. She gazed at the jubilant crowd in the square, at the long-awaited food and tools, yet her pallid face bore no trace of joy, only an unfathomable dread and self-loathing. Her hands clenched tightly around the edge of the blanket, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, her body trembling slightly. When Reno approached her, a hint of pride and fatigue on his face, eager to share in the joy, Sarah abruptly lifted her head, her obsidian-like eyes filled with terror and tears. My lord, you should not have gone. You should not have risked so much for me. And you have drawn the attention of the Black Scar people. Her voice, tinged with urgency, became sharp. You do not know how terrifying they are. You do not understand what it means to be targeted by them. I am a harbinger of disaster. A cursed creature. I will only bring trouble and destruction. You should surrender me, or let me leave. Reno was taken aback, his smile faltering. He had not expected Sarah's reaction to be so intense and negative. He crouched down, striving to soften his voice. Sarah, do not say such things. You are not a harbinger of disaster. You are a part of Blackstone Fortress. We will not abandon anyone. The Black Scar mercenaries? Just a pack of cowardly hyenas. There is nothing to fear. No, you do not understand. Sarah fervently shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. They may have even more terrifying entities behind them. And I can feel it drawing closer. It is enraged. It will not spare me. I will lead it here. It will bring death to everyone. She referred to the nurturer. At that moment, perhaps due to overwhelming emotions, or perhaps the remnants of decaying power within her being stirred, Sarah suddenly let out a muffled groan and clutched her chest fiercely. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her breathing quickened, and the once dull crimson patterns on the back of her hand began to writhe, as if animated, emitting a faint yet unsettling aura of corruption. Sarah, Ilya gasped, eager to approach and soothe her with divine natural energy. Stay away, Sarah screamed, curling into herself, trembling violently. Keep your distance. I might hurt you. Reno's expression shifted as he prepared to intervene forcefully. Suddenly, an unforeseen change transpired. The tumultuous corruptive force within Sarah seemed to react to some stimulus, perhaps the proximity of Ilya's pure divine power or the lingering essence of moonlight from Reno. It became increasingly ferocious. Yet this time, rather than expanding outward, it appeared to be bound by an invisible force, wildly retracting, compressing, and coalescing within her. Ultimately, a minuscule, yet rapidly rotating vortex of dark crimson energy formed at the position of her heart. Ah! Sarah emitted a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as though her heart were being seared by a branding iron. Simultaneously, within the depths of her agonized black eyes, a flicker of exceedingly faint silver light ignited, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This was the purifying energy left by the moonlight moss, resonating with her indomitable will to survive and a primal essence deeply rooted within her bloodline and soul, which had not been entirely corrupted. Warning: a violent anomaly has occurred within Unit Sarah's energy, Corruptive power and purifying power are undergoing a forced fusion conflict. Unknown energy reaction generated. Status: extremely dangerous, potential self-destruction. Ilya, stabilize her. Reno shouted urgently, extending his hand in an attempt to intervene with his fighting spirit. Just as their hands were about to touch Sarah, a pulsating energy, indescribable and neither purely corruptive nor purely purifying, surged forth from the vortex at her heart. It bore an essence of tearing and anguish, erupting like an invisible shockwave, crashing violently into Reno and Ilya. Ugh! Ah! They both gasped simultaneously, as if struck fiercely, their bodies jolting backward. Reno felt his fighting spirit shredded as though cast into a meat grinder. A cold, brutal, yet strangely resilient foreign energy forcefully invaded his meridians, wreaking havoc. The excruciating pain engulfed him like a tidal wave. Ilya fared worse. Her natural divine power clashed with this energy, resulting in an even greater impact. Her emerald eyes instantly dulled, and she collapsed limply to the ground. My lord, Miss, Old John and the others were struck with terror. Yet, this energy's explosion was swift, both in its arrival and departure. Moments later, the shockwave dissipated. Scylla lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, yet the terrifying vortex in her chest had vanished, and the dark red patterns on her skin had once again faded, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Reno struggled to rise, feeling as though his insides had been thoroughly plowed. After the excruciating pain, he was enveloped in an indescribable sense of emptiness and clarity. Instinctively, he attempted to channel the meager first-tier fighting energy within him. With a sudden explosion, a stream of pale gray energy, far more pure and refined than before, surged through his meridians like a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Where the energy flowed, it carried a subtle yet profound sense of tearing and piercing. Although the overall quantity had not increased significantly, its quality had undergone a metamorphic transformation. Alert! Host's fighting energy has undergone an unknown mutation. Original fighting energy, basic, has dissipated. Acquired new fighting energy, thorn fighting energy, embryonic stage. Attributes: tearing, penetrating, pain absorption, weak. Level: first tier, pinnacle. Characteristics: highly aggressive. Possesses a certain penetrating effect against energy defenses. Can faintly absorb the pain emotions of opponents to enhance oneself. Requires further development. Source: the forced resonance of corrupted purification energy with unit Scylla, transformed by the host's own will and constitution. Note: this fighting energy has a faint energy link with Scylla. Synchronization rate: 5. Thorn fighting energy? Pain absorption? Reno was astonished. What does this even mean? A counterattack after being passively beaten? Or perhaps the awakening of a masochistic spirit? He felt within him a new power as resilient as steel wire, accompanied by a faint sting, his emotions complex and difficult to articulate. Scylla's ability? Has she become my power bank? Or a pain converter? Meanwhile, Ilya also stirred awake, her emerald eyes slightly dazed. Upon examining herself, she was astonished to discover, my divine nature seems to have become more refined, and my resistance to corruptive forces has increased slightly. Though she too had experienced a shock, her divine nature appeared to have been tempered through its struggle against the strange energy. Unit Ilya's divine nature has received a minor tempering, corruption resistance 3. Reno quickly checked Scylla's condition. Unit Scylla, status: deeply unconscious, dual exhaustion of spirit and energy. New ability awakened. Pain resonance contract, passive active. Effect: can establish a temporary energy link with specific targets, requires stringent conditions, deep energy contact. Will resonance to endure their pain, converting a portion of their suffered pain and corruptive backlash into a special, highly aggressive energy, embryonic form of thorn fighting energy, which is then fed back to the contractor. Can also actively guide her own pain to attempt to trigger this effect. Extremely dangerous. Cost: each activation will severely deplete Scylla's spirit and vitality, and may provoke a rampage of residual corruptive forces within her. The current contractor, Reno Blackthorn, weak link, synchronization rate 5. The pain resonance contract transforms suffering into fighting spirit. Reno gazed at the unconscious yet troubled Sarah, who seemed to endure endless agony, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. This ability is exceedingly cruel. It is as if her life is being exchanged for power. He felt no joy from acquiring newfound strength, but rather a weight upon his shoulders. Lady Sarah, his elder sister, was merely exhausted to the point of fainting. Reno sighed softly, gently laying Sarah on the straw-covered bed and tucking her in with a blanket. A unique and agonizing power had awakened within her. He briefly explained the matter of the thorn fighting spirit to Ilya and old John, omitting the details of the system prompts, merely stating that Sarah, in her unconscious state, had transformed part of her suffering into a special energy, inadvertently aiding in his own enhancement. Upon hearing this, Ilya's emerald eyes brimmed with compassion and admiration. Even in her unconsciousness, Sister Sarah is protecting us in her own way. She grasped Sarah's cold hand, tenderly channeling her gentle divine power to alleviate her pain. Old John, on the other hand, wept openly. Oh, the poor child! How much suffering must she endure? Reno remained silent, feeling the newly awakened fighting spirit within him, entwined like thorns and sharp with pain. This power, born from Sarah's suffering, also bore her curse. I must never misuse this ability, he silently vowed. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall never allow Sarah to endure pain in exchange for strength. Yet, his gaze sharpened. If this ability could stabilize, if I could find a way to lessen her burden, even nourish her with my fighting spirit, perhaps this could become the most unique trump card of Blackstone Fortress. The power birthed from pain in the thorn fighting spirit aligns well with my surname, Blackthorn. He looked out the window. The gray mist still churned. The threats from the Black Scar mercenary group, the whispers of the Nurturer, the shadow of the Empress. The path ahead remained fraught with peril. Yet, at this moment, the new power coursing through him and the heavy responsibility upon his shoulders solidified his resolve. Rest well, Sarah. Your suffering will not be in vain. I will wield this strength to sever all thorns. He clenched his fists, the pale gray thorn fighting spirit swirling at his fingertips, sharp and stinging. The guardian thorns of Blackstone Fortress quietly began to sprout amidst the pain. Chapter 48, Thorn. The initial trial of tearing and the minions of the Nurturer. Sarah's unconsciousness cast a heavy shadow over the brief celebration at Blackstone Fortress. Reno remained by her side, grappling with the complexities of the new, subtly painful thorn fighting spirit within him. This power, born from Sarah's suffering, was both formidable and merciless. He carefully guided the pale gray energy through his veins, familiarizing himself with its unique, tightly coiled essence and its latent tearing characteristics. The system analyzes the combat data of Thorn Battle Chi. He silently recited. Thorn Battle Chi, initial stage. Under analysis. Energy density. High. Approximately 15 times that of ordinary Battle Chi of the same rank. Characteristic 1. Rending. Attacks carry a slight armor-piercing effect, possessing additional corrosive properties against energy shields. Characteristic 2. Penetration. The density of Battle Chi is exceptionally high, making it easy to breach physical defenses. Characteristic 3. Pain extraction, passive. When suffering damage or sensing intense emotional pain in the surroundings, it can subtly convert and absorb, temporarily enhancing the activity and recovery speed of Battle Chi. Status. Inactive. Weakness. High consumption, placing a certain burden on the body's meridians, requires a robust physique for support. Attributes skewed towards extreme offense, with poor defense. Recommendation. Combine with high agility and explosive tactics, avoid prolonged engagements. A high offense, low defense assassin-type Battle Chi. The pain extraction characteristic is rather sinister. Reynolds mused. However, against these resilient, corrupted creatures, the armor-piercing and penetrating capabilities are precisely what is needed. At that moment, a sudden urgent shout and the sound of weapon clashes echoed from outside the main fortress. My lord, trouble. There is something breaking through at the breach. Reynolds' expression shifted, and he immediately sprang up, seizing his longsword and dashing toward the breach. Ilya quickly followed, channeling verdant natural power in her hands. They beheld a breach in the makeshift low wall, through which 3 small, yet remarkably swift, corrupted ambush predators, first rank, agile venomous fangs, were attempting to infiltrate. They resembled elongated hyenas, cloaked in dark green, slick scales, their claws glimmering with a ghostly blue venom, emitting a hissing shriek. Iron Pillar and the Hammer were laboriously wielding their newly acquired pickaxes and axes, struggling to fend them off. Although these new tools were sturdy, they were not specialized weapons, making their use quite awkward. Iron Pillar swung a pickaxe, but struck nothing, only to have one of the ambush predators seize the opportunity to pounce, aiming its venomous fangs at his calf. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Reynolds' eyes as the Thorn Battle Chi within him erupted instantaneously. A pale gray stream of energy coiled around the blade like an enraged serpent. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, his longsword striking with precision toward the neck of the ambush predator. The moment the sword tip made contact with the scales, the unique rending and penetrating properties of the Thorn Battle Chi activated explosively. There was no resounding clash of metal, only an excruciating sound akin to tearing resilient leather. The long sword effortlessly sliced through the predator's hardened scales, piercing directly into its body. The predator let out a harrowing scream, and instead of profuse bleeding, the wound displayed a horrific injury, as if it had been forcibly rent and mangled. Dark green blood and shattered internal organs splattered forth. Furthermore, Reynold could distinctly feel that the thorn battle chi adhering to the sword tip, like a living entity, continued to burrow into the creature's body, inflicting ongoing devastation. A single strike, and it was done. Two lurking hunters were momentarily stunned by the sudden and fierce assault, their movements faltering. A splendid opportunity. Iron Pillar and Big Hammer roared as they seized the moment to launch a ferocious counterattack. The pickaxe and axe came crashing down with tremendous force. Although not as sharp as Reynaud's fighting spirit, their brute strength shattered the bones of the two remaining monsters. The battle concluded in an instant. Breathing heavily, Iron Pillar and Big Hammer gazed at the grimly lifeless form of the hunter on the ground, then cast their eyes upon the sword in Reynaud's hand. Still dripping with viscous green blood, its blade entwined with a faint gray aura, their eyes widening in astonishment. "My lord, your fighting spirit. It seems to have become more formidable?" Iron Pillar stammered. "You tore through that beast's tough hide in an instant." Reynaud slowly sheathed his sword, feeling the depletion of his fighting spirit within. "The power is indeed astonishing. Yet this has consumed nearly 1/10 of my reserves. Sustaining this is a concern." He glanced towards the breach, where gray mist swirled, suggesting that more shadowy figures were lurking. "The pain extraction has not been activated." A thought sparked in his mind as he attempted to focus on the anguished cries and struggles of the dying hunters, while simultaneously channeling his thorned fighting spirit. A faint, yet chillingly sharp energy, seemingly drawn to him, drifted from the lifeless hunters, quietly absorbed by Reynaud's fighting spirit. His thorned fighting spirit vibrated subtly, and a portion of the energy he had expended was surprisingly replenished. Simultaneously, a surge of bloodthirsty exhilaration and icy wrath rose within him, nearly overwhelming his restraint to rush out and hunt more creatures. By the heavens, this effect is rather sinister. He quickly reined in his emotions, suppressing the surge of negativity. Absorbing pain to restore fighting spirit? But it could affect my will. This is a double-edged sword. Pain extraction, weakened, activated. Fighting spirit restored. 3. Note: excessive extraction or wavering may lead to a surge of murderous intent and diminished rationality. Please exercise caution. Immediately fortify the breach. Patrol with the newly acquired iron swords. These creatures are merely scouts. Reynaud suppressed the stirrings within him and issued a solemn command. The minions of the breeder arrive with remarkable swiftness. In the ensuing days, Blackstone Fortress entered a tense period of military preparation. With ample food, for the time being, and newly acquired tools, the morale of everyone surged significantly. Under the leadership of the one-eyed old hammer, the men feverishly mined the materials beneath the ruins and suspected veins, though so far they had only unearthed a scattering of low-grade black iron ore. It was better than nothing. Old Tao led a group of nimble women, tirelessly crafting ceramic bricks and pipes day and night, striving to enhance the water purification system and experiment with the rudimentary watchtower Reynaud had described. Elia spent most of her time in the greenhouse, meticulously nurturing the wildly growing primordial moonlight moss. The silvery moss carpet had already covered a significant portion of the stone chamber, exuding a rich aura of life and a purifying field that brought serenity to those who approached. She endeavored to merge a hint of natural divine power with the energy of the moonlight moss, gradually infusing it into the comatose Selah, hoping to alleviate her suffering and stabilize her condition. The effect appeared promising. Selah's complexion had grown a shade rosier, yet she remained unresponsive. As Reno familiarized himself with the thorn battle chi, he simultaneously dedicated time to studying the cold, black notebook. He refrained from directly infusing his battle chi and instead attempted to allow Ilya to guide a trace of the pure energy of moonlight moss to gently touch the notebook. This time, the reaction was considerably milder. The dark red script upon the notebook glowed once more, conveying fragmented messages that, while less violent, remained profoundly obscure. Corruption is not poison, but fuel. The blood of Ross is both key and lock. The heart of obsidian is not stone. The nurturer desires to escape. Beneath the rift lies a slumbering entity. Beware the silver. The fragmented clues sent a chill down Renault's spine. Is corruption the fuel? Is the bloodline of Ross the key and lock? Is the heart of obsidian not a stone? Does the nurturer wish to flee? Is there a dormant entity beneath the rift? Does beware the silver refer to the silver-haired woman? An abundance of clues emerged, yet the mystery deepened. That evening, as Reno made another attempt to decipher the notebook, Ilya suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Master! Look!" Sister Selah's hand. Reno quickly turned to look. He saw Selah, still unconscious, her scarred hand resting outside the blanket, and to his astonishment, her fingers slightly curled. Simultaneously, Reno distinctly felt the thorn battle chi within him being subtly drawn, experiencing a slight ripple. Contract synchronization rate, 5-6. Their essay response. A surge of excitement coursed through Reno's heart as he endeavored to actively channel a faint trace of thorn battle chi back towards Selah's hand. Buzzing. Selah's body trembled gently, her brow furrowing as if she sensed something in her dreams. Furthermore, the dim leaf-shaped mark on the back of her hand flickered ever so slightly. A scarcely perceptible, cool energy, nature divine power, flowed back into Reno through the connection of battle chi. Nourished by nature divine power, weak. Thorn battle chi burden slightly alleviated. Meridian strength marginally enhanced. Contract synchronization rate, 6-65. Bidirectional feedback. Astonishment and joy surged within Reno. Not only can I draw battle chi from her, but my battle chi can also nurture her in return? Could it even stimulate the residual divine nature within her to feed back to me? This contract is more intricate than I had imagined. He envisioned an entirely new path for growth. Through the contract with Selah, utilizing the interaction of thorn battle chi and her purifying pain, could he achieve a form of symbiotic cultivation? I must awaken Selah as soon as possible. She is the key. Just as he reveled in the excitement of this newfound discovery, outside the force field's protective membrane, the gray mist began to churn violently once more. The disturbance this time was far greater than that of a lurking predator. A deep, terrifying roar approached ominously. The ground trembled slightly. Warning. High-intensity corruption energy response detected nearby. Target, Corrupted Mammoth, Tier 3 Elite, Corrupted War Beast, X1, Corrupted Hound Pack, Tier 2. Cluster, X Several, Threat Level, High. An alarming announcement reverberated through the air, enemy attack. All personnel, prepare for battle. On the rudimentary watchtower, the sentinel known as the Hammer let out a desperate roar, signaling the onset of a true trial. Chapter 49, The Mammoth. The onslaught of the corpse war beast and the awakening of the thorny wall the enemy was upon them. The Hammer's voice, raw and trembling, shattered the fragile warmth and hope that had been cultivated within Blackstone Fortress. Outside the protective force field, a gray mist churned violently, and a deep, terrifying growl rumbled like distant thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard it. The earth trembled ominously, as if some colossal creature was drawing near. Reynold dashed from the main keep and leaped onto the makeshift watchtower, hastily constructed from splintered wood and stones, barely large enough for two. His pupils constricted in horror. Through the swirling gray fog, a colossal and suffocating silhouette advanced with a relentless march. It was a corpse mammoth. Its body resembled a moving mountain, standing nearly 5 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length. The once thick hide had rotted away, revealing beneath it a dark gray mass of decaying flesh, riddled with stitched scars and writhing maggots, and ghastly white bones. Upon its massive head, 2 curved tusks, akin to gigantic scimitars, were encased in a dark crimson metal, reinforced and glimmering with a chilling sheen of death. Most horrifying of all were its eyes, which were not eyes at all but 2 gaping voids ablaze with ghostly green flames, filled with the desires of brutality, hunger, and annihilation. Corpse Mammoth, Tier 3 Elite. Corrupted War Beast. Attributes: Corrupted Might, extremely high physical attack, Trample, area shock and stun, Death Charge, linear destructive impact, Spectral Gaze, slight mental intimidation. Threat level, high. Note: a typical siege unit with exceptionally high defense, resistant to conventional attacks. Weak points: joints, energy core, thoracic cavity. Light sensitive, susceptible to intense purifying energy. Surrounding the corpse mammoth were dozens of corrupted hounds, Tier 2, Swarm, that darted about like hyenas, howling with ferocity. They were larger than the previous stalkers, their fangs elongated, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty madness, clearly serving as both vassals and vanguards for this siege force. By the creators, do they truly underestimate me? Heavy armored tanks, no less. Reynolds' scalp prickled, and his heart raced. This creature was certainly impervious to Iron Pillar's pickaxe. Everyone, battle preparations. Reynolds bellowed, forcing down his fear. Iron Pillar, hammer, stones. Get people on the walls. Use spears. Aim for its eyes, its joints. Do not allow it to approach the breach. Old Hammer, bring your men. Pile every movable stone and piece of wood behind the breach. Block it off. Old John, Elia, ensure the safety of Sarah and the greenhouse. Chaos erupted within Blackstone Fortress as men roared, seizing their rudimentary weapons and charging toward the low walls. While women frantically gathered every obstacle they could find, fear spread like a plague, yet the instinct for survival triumphed over the desire to flee, for there was no escape. A deafening roar erupted from the decomposed mammoth, its eerie green soul fire flaring fiercely. It commenced its death charge, akin to a runaway heavy truck, trampling the decaying hounds beneath its feet and hurtling towards the vulnerable breach of Blackstone Keep. The earth trembled violently. Fire! Throw your spears. Quickly! Reno bellowed. Though there were scarcely any decent bows at hand, a few crooked javelins and stones struck the mammoth, merely bouncing off as if merely scratching its surface, leaving no mark whatsoever. The spear thrown with great effort by Taiju aimed precisely at the mammoth's eye, only to be deflected by the ethereal green flame, sparking momentarily against the rim of the eye socket. Damn it! It's too tough. Taiju's eyes widened in desperation. In the blink of an eye, the mammoth had surged to the breach. Its terrifying tusks, encased in metal, crashed into the makeshift wall of rubble, mud, and wood with the force of a battering ram. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The wall crumbled as though made of paper, debris scattering, dust swirling. The two slaves sheltered behind the wall were caught unawares, crushed to a pulp beneath the flying boulders. Their screams abruptly ceased. Hold the line. Hold firm. Taiju and the hammer, their eyes bloodshot, rallied the remaining men, bracing themselves against the piled obstacles in a desperate attempt to halt the mammoth's advance. With a resounding thud, the mammoth's colossal foot came crashing down. The invisible shockwave rippled outward. Taiju, the hammer, and others were struck as though by a heavy blow, shrieking in agony as they were sent sprawling, blood erupting from their mouths. The obstacles behind the low wall were sent tumbling. The breach was utterly shattered. The decaying mammoth, its skull ablaze with soul fire and its massive form reeking of death, forced its way into the energy field. The corrupted hounds behind it howled with excitement, surging forward like a tide. Despair, utter despair enveloped everyone. It's over. Old John slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Elia, pallid and frantic, channeled her divine natural power into the earth, attempting to summon vines to ensnare the mammoth's legs, but the fragile green tendrils withered instantly under the corrupting aura, just as the situation reached its direst moment. Within the main fortress, the unconscious Syra suddenly convulsed violently. She seemed to sense the immense crisis and pervasive pain and fear from the outside. Beneath her tightly closed eyelids, her eyes darted wildly. Her throat emitted an involuntary, agonized rasp. Simultaneously, Reno felt a sharp pang in his heart. The thorny fighting spirit within him ignited like a detonated charge, swirling with unprecedented fury. A chilling, brutal power filled him, imbued with a desire to rend. Pain absorption, passive, significantly activated. Synchronization rate skyrocketing, 65:15. It's Syra. Her pain resonates. In an instant, Reno understood. He felt no fear. Instead, this power awakened a ferocious rage within him. Beast, get out of my way. With a furious roar, Rainer's crimson eyes blazed as his body became enveloped in a pale gray thorny aura, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, propelling him towards the colossal beast. Master! No! Ilya cried out in terror. The corpse mammoth, seemingly incensed by the provocation of this minuscule creature, raised its enormous front hoof, shrouded in a black miasma of death, and brought it down with the intent to crush Rainer as one would an ant. Just as the massive hoof was about to descend, Rainer's form suddenly crouched low, narrowly evading the crushing blow. Simultaneously, his sword erupted with a blinding pale gray light as the thorny aura reached its zenith. Tear wind, he bellowed, directing the sword's tip not at the hardened leg bone, but rather, with unerring precision, towards the vulnerable recess of the mammoth's hind knee, covered in decaying tendons. A chilling sound erupted, akin to the tearing of thick rubber and metal, as the rupture of the thorny aura's tearing and penetrating properties manifested spectacularly. The sword cut through, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone, as dark red, foul-smelling viscous blood cascaded forth like a waterfall, revealing writhing energy veins resembling black arteries within. With a thunderous roar of agony, the corpse mammoth's massive form lurched, its previously balanced hoof crashing down into the earth, creating a deep crater and disrupting its charge. Effective. The thorny aura's special attack is effective against high-corruption defense units. The corpse mammoth, right hind leg, has sustained severe injury. Mobility reduced by 30. Balance significantly compromised. Pain absorption, passive, continues to take effect. Aura recovery speed increased by 50. Raynor felt a cold, tumultuous power surge from the mammoth's suffering, replenishing his energy, invigorating his nerves, and heightening his exhilaration. Excellent. Iron Pillar and the others, witnessing this turn of events, erupted in ecstatic shouts. Master is magnificent. Do not hesitate. Attack its wounds. The eyes. The joints. Raynor commanded sharply, his figure darting once more, evading the mammoth's frenzied tusks and massive hooves, seeking the next opportunity to strike. Emboldened by Raynor's resolve, the guards rallied, launching spears and stones towards the injured leg of the mammoth and the encroaching corrupted hounds. Though the damage inflicted was minimal, it at least served to delay their advance. However, the ferocity of the third-tier elite magical beast far surpassed expectations. The intense pain only further enraged the corpse mammoth. As the ghostly green flames in its eye sockets blazed wildly, ghostly gaze, a chilling mental shockwave swept across the battlefield. All who were caught in the green light felt their heads pound, limbs weaken, and movements slow to a crawl. Seizing the opportunity, several corrupted hounds pounced upon the now sluggish hammer wielder, cries of anguish filling the air. Brother! Stone's eyes widened in horror, yet he was powerless to intervene. Ilya! Moonlight Moss! Raynor shouted with urgency, and in an instant, Ilya understood. She gritted her teeth and dashed back into the greenhouse, seizing a handful of shimmering moonlight moss. With all her might, she hurled it at the decaying head of the mammoth. Splatter! The moonlight moss fell like silver raindrops, cascading around the mammoth's head and eye sockets. Sizzle! The pure life energy contained within the moss clashed violently with the deathly, decaying aura of the mammoth. The eerie green soul fire dimmed abruptly, emitting a crackling sound. The ghostly gaze effect was instantly disrupted. Well done! Reno rejoiced. An opportunity. He erupted with fighting spirit once more, darting around to the opposite side of the mammoth, aiming for the joint of its other foreleg, delivering another ferocious slash. Crack! A horrific wound was torn open once again. The mammoth's body swayed violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, the continuous exertion had taken a toll on Reno, leaving his face pale and his meridians tingling with pain. I'm nearing my limit. At that moment, within the stronghold, Syra seemed to sense Reno's predicament and the intense waves of suffering from the outside. Her body trembled even more violently. Her lips moved soundlessly, as if enduring tremendous torment. The leaf-shaped mark on the back of her hand suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented emerald glow. A clearer, more powerful torrent of pain surged forth, intermingled with a faint yet remarkably resilient force of natural purification, rushing through the invisible bond of their contract into Reno's body. Synchronization rate soaring, 15-25. Thorned fighting spirit temporarily enhanced, rending effect 20, accompanied by mild purification damage. Warning, Syra's life signs rapidly declining. Syra! Reno's heart jolted. A mixture of emotion and urgency flooding through him. Yet he knew there was no time for hesitation. Break through, he bellowed, pouring this amalgamation of pain and purification into his longsword without reservation. The blade erupted with a bizarre intertwining glow of gray and green. He leaped, aiming directly at the flickering, eerie green soul fire within the mammoth's eye socket. Whoosh! This strike was as swift as lightning, fierce and decisive. The blade, infused with the powers of rending, penetrating, and purifying, pierced through the core of that eerie green soul fire as if a red-hot iron stake had plunged into ice and snow. Time seemed to stand still for a second. A howl erupted from the decaying mammoth, filled with agony and resentment. The soul fire in its eye sockets extinguished abruptly, akin to a snuffed candle. Its massive form convulsed violently, crashing to the ground like a mountain collapsing, raising a cloud of dust. Decaying mammoth, Tier 3 Elite, has been slain. Experience gained, substantial. Materials obtained, corrupted mammoth heart, rare, damaged mammoth ivory, damaged. Corrupted crystal, medium-sized, X3. Thorned fighting spirit has been tempered. Level increased to Tier 2, early stage. Synchronization rate stabilized, 22. The leader's demise left the remaining corrupted hounds bereft of command, leading to a cacophony of panicked howls as they scattered in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Zhu and his companions pursued them relentlessly, resulting in grievous casualties. The crisis was averted. The battlefield lay in ruins, permeated with a thick stench of blood and decay. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces a blend of bewilderment and elation at having survived. Did we win? Tai Zhu, leaning on his spear, stared in disbelief at the massive carcass of the mammoth, resembling a small mountain. We won. We actually won. A voice broke the silence, and soon, the survivors erupted into a deafening cheer, mingled with sobs of relief. However, Raynor had no time for celebration. Dragging his weary, pain-racked body, he hastened back to the stronghold. Upon reaching the chamber, he found Sarah no longer convulsing, but plunged into a deep coma, her face as pale as parchment. Her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, as if the preceding explosion had drained her of all vitality. Ilya knelt beside her, desperately channeling divine energy into her frail form, tears glistening in her emerald eyes. Sarah! Raynor rushed over, clasping her icy hand, feeling the barely there flicker of life within her. His heart aching. All of this was for me, for Blackstone Fortress. Without hesitation, he began to reverse the flow of his thorn-like energy, merging the vibrant second-tier power with his own life force, gently and gradually infusing it into Sarah's battered veins. The gray-green currents of energy, imbued with a faint purifying quality, flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing Sarah's withered body. Her brow slightly unfurled, and her breathing seemed to stabilize just a fraction. Energy restoration through the contract has halted the deterioration of Sarah's life signs and is slowly promoting recovery. Synchronization rate, 22, 23, effective. A surge of joy filled Raynor's heart as he focused intently on sustaining the energy transfer. Ilya observed Raynor's concentrated, yet anxious profile. Noticing the care with which he delivered energy to Sarah, a complex array of emotions flickered in her verdant eyes: relief, worry, and an indescribable flutter. She silently intensified the outpouring of divine energy, harmonizing with Raynor's power to jointly nurture Sarah. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Sarah's eyelashes quivered, and she managed to pry open a narrow gap in her eyes. Her obsidian gaze was unfocused, staring blankly at Raynor, her cracked lips parting slightly to produce an almost inaudible whisper. "My lord, is the danger gone? I am so tired." With that, she slipped back into slumber. But this time, it was a restful sleep. Raynor exhaled a long sigh of relief, gently releasing her hand and tucking the blanket around her. He exchanged a glance with Ilya, both finding in each other's eyes a shared weariness and an unspoken understanding of having safeguarded something precious. As they stepped out of the stronghold, the waning light of the sunset cast its golden rays upon the ravaged battlefield and illuminated the faces of those who had survived the ordeal. Iron Pillar, invigorated, was enthusiastically dissecting the corpse of the mammoth. Though decayed, certain materials might still prove useful. Meanwhile, Old Hammer examined the damage at the breach, sighing deeply. The battle had been won, securing Blackstone Fortress, yet at a grievous cost: 2 lives lost, many injured, and the defenses of the breach nearly obliterated. More importantly, however, they had forged a newfound strength to tear through the corrupt thorns and a bond of support amidst their suffering. Reynold gazed at the slumbering Selah, then cast his eyes upon the jubilant crowd, clenching his fists. "I accept your gift, O breeder. This debt shall one day be settled." The thorns of Blackstone Fortress had quietly begun to grow amidst blood and fire. Chapter 50, Embers. The legacy of the mammoth and the tax collectors of Black Furnace Fortress. The enormous carcass of the decomposed mammoth loomed like a putrid mountain outside the breach of Blackstone Fortress, emanating a suffocating stench and a dense aura of decay. Yet, to the survivors of the fortress, its grotesque remains shimmered like a treasure. "Quickly, before it fully rots, strip away the valuables." Iron Pillar's hoarse voice, brimming with excitement, directed a few daring slaves to carefully slice through the relatively intact, reinforced ivory of the mammoth, damaged, and the toe bones encased in darkened metal, wielding their newly acquired steel mining picks and axes. Each extraction was met with hushed cheers. "Be cautious. Avoid the flesh oozing that black liquid. Old John, sprinkle more lime powder and wood ash. We must neutralize the odor and preserve it." Reynold, pinching his nose, stood at a distance directing the operation, his brow furrowed. This creature is indeed a treasure trove, yet rife with peril. Corrupted mammoth heart, rare, has been extracted. Contains a high concentration of corrupt energy and faint life essence. Purpose unknown, highly dangerous. Recommendation: seal for in-depth research. Acquired: reinforced mammoth ivory, damaged, X2. Giant toe joint, metal encased, X4. Corrupted thick hide, heavily tainted, several. Corrupted crystal, medium chunk, X3. Territory resources, 150, prosperity, 10. Old Hammer and his tribesmen were intrigued by the heap of corrupted thick hides. "My lord, though the odor is overwhelming, this hide is exceptionally thick. Soaking it in lye, wood ash mixed with water, and then massaging it with moonlight moss water, diluted, might yield exceptionally tough leather armor. Or it could be fashioned into a large shield." His single eye sparkled with the light of a craftsman. Reynolds' eyes brightened. Excellent idea. I entrust this task to you. Communicate any material needs to Old John. Resource recycling. Environmentally friendly. Meanwhile, Ilya, accompanied by several women, cautiously gathered the relatively fresh, dark red viscous blood seeping from the mammoth's wounds. Grandfather John had mentioned that the blood of such a powerful corrupt creature, when mixed with specific ashes and mineral powders, might be transformed into a subpar preservative paint or an adhesive to reinforce the city walls. Her small face paled, clearly unaccustomed to handling such filth. Yet she persevered for the sake of the territory. Reno gazed at her earnest profile, his heart warming slightly. Be cautious, do not touch directly. Ilya gently nodded, a flicker of determination flashing in her emerald eyes. The entire Blackstone castle resembled a vast, bustling slaughterhouse and processing workshop, the air thick with the stench of blood, decay, and the acrid scent of lime, intermingled with a robust vitality striving to extract every ounce of value from the ruins and death surrounding them. As Reno surveyed the industrious scene, he felt a measure of relief. At last, there appears to be a nascent cycle of improvement. He made his way to the corner of the main fortress to check on Sarah. The young girl remained in slumber, yet her breathing had stabilized considerably, and a hint of color had returned to her cheeks. The leaf-shaped mark on the back of her hand emitted a gentle, verdant glow, subtly resonating with the thorned energy within Reno, which had become somewhat more refined. Synchronization rate stabilized at 23. It seems the reverse energy nourishment is indeed effective. He gently tucked the blanket around her. Mature Ilya approached, holding a bowl of freshly prepared, slightly thickened rye porridge, with a bit of shredded jerky added, and whispered, Sarah's pulse has improved significantly, but her mental exhaustion is profound. She will require prolonged rest. She hesitated momentarily, revealing an underlying fear that still haunted her dreams. Reno sighed. Take your time. The fact that we have salvaged a life is already a miracle. He accepted the bowl, taking a sip. The flavor remained comforting, though at least it was warm and filling. Once Old Tao's kiln is ready, perhaps we will have proper bowls to use. However, the bustling tranquility of Blackstone Castle did not persist for long. A few days later, the gray mist beyond the force field began to stir once more. This time, it was not monsters or trade caravans that approached, but two gaunt pack horses draped in tattered cloaks, ridden by tax officials clad in faded uniforms, their faces displaying disdain and arrogance. The leader was a tall, thin figure with a hooked nose and slanted eyes, clutching a weathered parchment scroll and a bald quill. Following him was a plump subordinate, a short batten at his side, his eyes darting around, scrutinizing the shabby defenses of Blackstone Castle and its industrious inhabitants. His lip curled in contempt. Hey, who's in charge here? The thin tax official reined in his horse, pointing a whip at the shimmering barrier of the force field. His voice shrill and laced with condescension. We are the tax officers of Black Furnace Castle. By decree of Her Majesty the Empress and the notice from the Governor's Office of the Northern Province, we are here to collect this quarter's border territory license tax and inheritance registration fee. Open the gates and welcome us. Inside the force field, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Old John nearly buckled at the knees. Iron Pillar and Big Hammer tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes turning hostile. Reno narrowed his eyes, adjusting his soiled leather armor, though it served little purpose, and stepped out of the force field with measured strides. Tax officials? License tax? Inheritance fee? How swift they have arrived. A facade of feigned respect formed on his face. Gentlemen, your journey from afar must have been arduous. Might I inquire about the stipulations regarding this license tax and inheritance fee? The thin tax official regarded Reno with a derisive glance, noticing his disheveled appearance, and his tone dripped with scorn. So, you are the illegitimate son of Count Augustine, named Reno Blackthorn, is it? Humph, listen closely. He unfurled the scroll, cleared his throat, and recited with a theatrical tone. According to the Imperial Nobility Code and the Northern Frontier Settlement Regulations, any newly expanded territories of the Empire must annually pay a franchise tax to the local Lord, Baron of Black Furnace Castle, calculated at 1/10 of the estimated output of the territory. Given that Blackstone Fortress is situated in the Crimson Chasm, a location fraught with peril, the term of the franchise is tentatively set at 1 year, with the full tax to be prepaid. Furthermore, under the inheritance tax law, the inheritors of uninhabited lands, specifically the abandoned territory of Blackstone Fortress, are required to pay a registration fee for the inheritance, which is 5% of the assessed value of the land. He closed the scroll and pointed with his quill at Blackstone Fortress. This dilapidated place, though devoid of life, possesses some form of energy barrier, making it a viable stronghold. The benevolence of the tax officer shall allow for an annual franchise tax of merely 100 gold coins. As for the inheritance registration fee, considering your financial constraints, let us settle at 50 gold coins. The total shall amount to 150 imperial gold coins. Pay immediately. 150 gold coins. Old John exclaimed in shock, his face paling. My lord, we can barely muster 15 silver coins. Iron Pillar's forehead bulged with fury. This is highway robbery. What yield can this wretched place possibly have? Does this heap of rubble even warrant a value of 50 gold coins? The rotund tax collector chuckled, weighing his short staff in hand. No money? You may also compensate with equivalent goods, such as grain, ore, or magical materials. I have heard whispers of a luminescent moss in your vicinity. The tax officer appeared quite intrigued. Reynolds smirked inwardly. Indeed, they are after the moonlight moss. The pack of hyenas at Black Furnace Castle, too cowardly to seize it outright, resort to extorting through official channels. Yet, he feigned a troubled expression, esteemed lords. You must understand, Blackstone Fortress has just been established, utterly destitute, and besieged by monstrous creatures. We truly cannot produce such a sum of money. Might you consider granting us an extension? Or perhaps a reduction? The lanky tax officer glared. Extension? Reduction? Do you take the Empire's tax laws for a jest? If you cannot produce the funds, we shall proceed according to the law. Immediately dissolve your territory and revoke your charter. All subjects shall become state slaves. All goods within the territory shall be confiscated to offset the tax. The corpulent tax collector behind him mirrored the threat with a menacing expression, striking his palm with the staff. The subjects within the energy barrier trembled in fear, their faces reflecting despair. Old John was on the verge of fainting. Reynolds' gaze turned icy. They intend to drive us to our doom. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and began to rummage through his belongings. It seems I must resort to that meager angel investment. He produced a deflated purse, pouring out the scant 12 imperial gold coins remaining from the 100 coins granted by the Empress after purchases, and gestured for Iron Pillar to bring forth a small sack of approximately 5 pounds of rye, their rations, and a shard of the smallest corrupted crystal. Esteemed lords, Reynolds presented these items with sincerity. This is the entirety of our possessions at Blackstone Fortress. The 12 gold coins signify our respect for your majesty and the governor's office. This modest grain and, mineral sample may not suffice as a tribute, but please accept them as a toast to your health. I kindly ask that you speak favorably on our behalf to grant us a 6-month extension on the tax. Should Blackstone Fortress manage to secure its footing within that time, we shall assuredly double our tribute. The tall, gaunt tax collector cast a disdainful glance at the meager offering, his eyes betraying a blatant contempt. Nevertheless, he motioned for the portly tax collector to accept it. Weighing the 12 gold coins in his hand, he scoffed, "Humph. Penniless wretches. This paltry sum barely suffices to fill the crevices of my teeth." Yet, he refrained from immediately dismissing the territory. Clearly, their primary objective was not to realistically extract 150 gold coins, an impossibility, but rather to gauge the situation, exert pressure, and conveniently extract some profit. 6 months? Humph. No more than 3. The lean tax collector pocketed the coins with a haughty tone, declaring, in 3 months. If the taxes remain unpaid, do not blame us for adhering to the rules. With that, the two turned their horses around and vanished into the gray mist, grumbling and cursing. Within the confines of the territory, an oppressive silence reigned. A palpable atmosphere of despair and fury enveloped everyone. This is intolerable. Iron Pillar struck his fist against the wall, his eyes reddening with rage. How can 3 months, 150 gold coins be possible? Old John slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his face. The other residents displayed expressions of hopelessness and indignation. Raynor stood motionless, his face devoid of emotion. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his simmering anger. This is the stark reality of the noble's game, blatant plunder and oppression. Without strength, even breathing becomes a crime. He turned to face the gathering, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Did you all hear? 3 months, 150 gold coins, or death. The crowd looked up at him, confusion etched on their faces. Crying is futile, pleading is pointless. Raynor's voice rose sharply. If you wish to survive, if you wish not to be slaughtered like pigs or dogs, there is but one way. He gestured towards the pile of mammoth bones being dissected, towards the industrious craftsman, towards the silvery glow of the greenhouse. Become stronger, stronger than them. Make them think twice before provoking us. From this day forth, everyone, work yourselves to the bone. Old Hammer, your leather armor and shield. I want to see prototypes by the end of the month. Old Pothead, speed up the pottery and brick kills. Ilya, continue expanding the cultivation of moonlight moss. Experiment with refining concentrated essence. Iron pillar. Big hammer. Training cannot cease. Double the patrols. One-eyed old hammer. Exploration must continue. I need to know if there are any mines beneath us. A flurry of commands fell like icy whips, dispelling the atmosphere of despair and igniting the flames of indignation and determination. Yes, my lord. The crowd replied, their eyes ablaze, voices hoarse. The burden of humiliation and the pressure of survival transformed into a fervor for action. Raynor approached the opening, his gaze fixed on the direction the tax collectors had vanished, his expression as cold as iron. Noble tax collectors, he thought, you shall wait. 3 months, he vowed, I will make you take notice. He envisioned a day when the thorn banner of Blackstone Fortress would fly atop the battlements of Black Furnace Fortress. By then, the roles of the tax collectors would have to change. Chapter 51, Sedimentation. The industrial chain of moonlight moss and the whispers of notebooks, the colossal remains of the putrid mammoth loomed like an abrupt black mountain exuding an aura of decay and wealth, stretching across the opening outside Blackstone Fortress. For several consecutive days, the air around Blackstone Fortress has been permeated by an inescapable and pungent odor, a noxious blend of lime powder, wood ash, and the stench of decaying flesh. Yet, for the surviving inhabitants, this scent carries an undercurrent of reassurance and the promise of harvest. The meticulous task of clearing and utilizing the legacy of this colossal creature has become the focal point of activity at Blackstone Fortress. Under the command of the one-eyed old hammer, a group of intrepid slaves, perhaps now more aptly referred to as inhabitants, wearing coarse cloth soaked in lye to cover their mouths and noses, cautiously employ newly acquired steel tools to dissect the relatively intact parts of the mammoth. Slowly, steady, cut along the grain of the fascia. Yes, just like that. Although much of this hide is spoiled, the edges here are well tanned. Perhaps we can fashion a few small shields with decorative borders. The single eye of Old Hammer gleams with expertise as his rough fingers caress a relatively thick, darkly lustrous piece of mammoth hide, akin to an art connoisseur appreciating a masterpiece. His son, Little Nail, and several young tribesmen labor beside him, their sweat soaking through their rudimentary garments. Meanwhile, Iron Pillar and Big Hammer, accompanied by others, exert tremendous effort to finally detach 2 curved, reinforced mammoth tusks from the skull. The base of the tusks is encased in a dark red metallic hoop, with signs of fracture at the tip, yet the main body remains astonishingly heavy and robust. Goodness, imagine if we could sharpen this into spearheads. Iron Pillar exclaims, attempting to swing it, nearly straining his back. What a fanciful thought. Big Hammer huffs. The hardness is too great. Our current tools can't handle it. I propose we use it as a doorpost, or embed it in the wall as a defensive ram when we build. He challenges any foolish creature that might dare to charge at them. Reynold, listening nearby, nods slightly, acknowledging their pragmatic approach. Though crude, their reasoning is sound. He instructs, clean it thoroughly, wrap it in oilcloth, and store it away. Perhaps in the future, we might find a craftsman to work with it. His gaze shifts to the massive toe bones encased in metal. These parts are exceptionally hard. One could describe them not merely as bones, but as an eerie fusion of organic material and metal. Perhaps these could be polished into hammerheads, or embedded in the front of shields. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered men brighten, invigorated by renewed enthusiasm. The most prized possessions, however, are the decaying heart of the mammoth, personally overseen by Old John, and several pieces of decaying crystal. The heart is ensconced within a large ceramic jar, layered with lime and crushed moonlight moss, buried deep underground to contain its potent corruptive emanations. The crystals are meticulously stored in the driest corner of the main fortress. Their purpose remains uncertain and dangerous, yet Reynold instinctively senses their immense value, ordering that no one approach without his explicit permission. Meanwhile, Elia leads the women, diligently processing the relatively safe byproducts, an abundance of unusable fragments of hide, tendons, and fats. The scraps of hide and tendons are repeatedly washed, pounded, and dried, prepared to serve as raw materials for ropes or adhesives. The grease was placed into a large ceramic jar, slowly simmered over a low flame, yielding a dark yellow oil that emitted an unusual aroma, yet burned with lasting intensity, suitable for illumination or lubrication. The entire Blackstone Fortress resembled a colossal, primitive workshop, bustling with activity, the air filled with the sounds of hammering, boiling, grinding, and calling. Despite the fatigue, an unprecedented atmosphere of solidity and hope replaced the former despair and panic. The gradually accumulating supplies in the warehouse, albeit mostly crude, provided everyone with the confidence to face the future. In the greenhouse, a different scene unfolded. The cultivation of moonlight moss, primitive species, achieved remarkable success. Under the ceaseless nurturing of Ilia's natural divine power and the irrigation of diluted dark river water, the silvery moss spread wildly, as if it had come to life, already covering 3/4 of the stone chamber's floor and a significant portion of the walls. The rich, refreshing scent of the vegetation completely dispelled the indoor stench. As silvery light flowed, illuminating the space like a sacred hall, Ilia even attempted propagation by carefully dividing mature moss clumps and transplanting them into new ceramic pots and newly carved stone troughs. These divisions thrived swiftly under ample energy supply. Expansion of moonlight moss, primitive species, cultivation, coverage 85, daily output, fresh moonlight moss samples, standard units, X15, purification efficacy, stable, medium, natural divine power resonance, slight enhancement, Ilia. Note: large-scale cultivation requires attention to energy balance to avoid excessive extraction of ley line vitality, slight. 15 units daily. Reno gazed at the system prompt, his heart swelling with excitement. This output is sufficient for daily consumption, minor experiments, and reserves. He could almost envision a pathway to wealth paved with silvery moss. Yet, the greatest surprise came from the long silent black notebook. On a relatively quiet night, Reno attempted to decipher it once more. This time, instead of directly infusing his fighting spirit, he took a small piece of moonlight moss, crushed it, and carefully extracted a few drops of its rich, silvery, life-infused juice, cautiously dripping it onto the cold cover of the notebook. As the juice made contact with the surface, it was absorbed rapidly, akin to water meeting a sponge. The cold touch of the notebook seemed to lessen slightly, and the dark black color appeared to shimmer with a barely perceptible ethereal glow. High-purity natural life energy detected. Notebook page seal shows slight loosening. Mental imprint interpretation assistance activated. Interpretation progress. 101,520 effective. Reno's heart soared with joy as he focused his mind, once again probing with a thread of faint thorn fighting spirit, carefully controlling its tearing properties, into the notebook. This time, the influx of fragmented information into my mind was no longer a chaotic torrent. Rather, it had become relatively clear and coherent. The essence of corruption is not merely destruction and distortion, but rather a violently chaotic evolutionary force emanating from the depths of the abyss or the rifts of the astral plane. Ordinary life cannot endure such power, resulting in a state of distortion and madness. However, if one were to neutralize its frenzy with a stabilizer, it might guide the enhancement of one's physique or even awaken the latent potential deep within the bloodline. The ancient oath of the Roth family, guardians of their lineage, renders their blood an excellent medium for stabilization and one of the key keys to unlocking the Crimson Altar. The heart of Obsidian is not merely a mineral. It is a fragment of the heart of a fallen ancient deity, embodying the dual divinity of suppression and transformation, serving as the core for controlling corruption and constructing a safe zone. The nurturers, pitiful creatures, are also betrayers. Once the guardians of the altar, they sought to usurp the power of the divine heart and ultimately fell prey to corruption, becoming half-mad prisoners and their own jailers. They yearn for a true stabilizer, a desire for liberation. Beware the silver moon. They are ancient scavengers, seeking to track down and obliterate all uncontrolled evolution, including possibly us. The information abruptly ceased, and Reno felt a sharp pain in his head, the strain on his mental faculties overwhelming, forcing him to sever the connection. He gasped for breath, cold sweat beating at his temples, yet his eyes sparkled with profound shock and excitement. Corruption is an evolutionary force. The Roth bloodline is a stabilizer. The heart of Obsidian is a fragment of the divine heart. The nurturers are fallen priests. The silver-haired women, Silver Moon, are scavengers. Each piece of information detonated like thunder in his mind, completely upending his understanding. If this is true, his heart raced. Does that mean the Crimson Rift is not an absolute dead zone, but rather a perilous treasure trove? To utilize corruption to enhance oneself? Even awaken the power of the bloodline? And the heart of Obsidian is the key to controlling it all. He suddenly turned his gaze toward the main fortress, as if penetrating the stone walls, envisioning the mysterious black crystal embedded in the tower's pinnacle, maintaining the force field day and night. System: scan the heart of Obsidian. Scan interrupted by an unknown force field. Target: heart of Obsidian. Status: stable operation, driving fog force field. Energy level: extremely high, unquantifiable. Characteristics: unknown, insufficient permissions. Note: it contains complex seals and contracts within, with a faint bloodline connection to the host, Reno Blackthorn, that is currently inactive. Indeed, it is not simple. Reno clenched his fist in excitement. The information in the notebook is likely true. A tremendous opportunity and immense risk loomed simultaneously. This path was undoubtedly fraught with thorns and madness, yet perhaps it represented the true rise of Blackstone Fortress and the Roth family. He restrained the impulse to immediately research the heart of Obsidian, forcing himself to calm down. I must not rush. Knowledge is insufficient, and strength is lacking. Acting recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. I must continue to interpret the notebook and find a safer method. Moreover, do I need more Roth blood? Is my blood sufficient? He thought of the exalted empress far away in the imperial capital, as well as his rather unremarkable father, Count Augustine. In the following days, Reno diligently managed the affairs of his territory while, each night, he utilized the luminous essence of moonlight moss to assist in deciphering his notebook. He unearthed a wealth of fragmented yet invaluable information, including rudimentary techniques for handling corruptive materials, the weaknesses of low-tier corrupted creatures, and even a rudimentary sketch of a temporary energy barrier generator, utilizing corrupt crystals and moonlight moss as its core. He meticulously organized and recorded this information, inscribing it with a charred stick upon a smooth stone slab. Although much of it was incomplete, it offered a fresh and promising direction for the development of Blackstone Keep. Life within the territory unfolded steadily amidst this busyness, exploration, and the gradual accumulation of hope. The breach was reinforced, though still rudimentary. It now possessed a greater deterrent effect thanks to the mammoth materials. Food supplies were temporarily sufficient, and the pallor of the inhabitants' faces gradually improved. The bond between Ilya and Scylla grew ever closer, and under Ilya's attentive care, coupled with Reynolds' occasional infusion of restorative energy, Scylla's complexion steadily brightened. Though still taciturn and often awakened by nightmares, a faint light began to glimmer in her eyes. However, beneath this tranquility, dark currents never ceased to stir. In the gray mist beyond the force field, watchful eyes flickered in and out of sight. The disturbances from corrupted creatures persisted, as if testing the waters or lying in wait. The thorny energy within Reynolds began to grow steadily, maintaining a synchronization rate of 25 with Scylla. Yet he sensed that deep within the connection of their covenant lay a vast, dark, and insatiably hungry entity, a nurturer that had never relinquished its hold. One evening, as Reynolds stood upon the terrace, gazing at the swirling gray mist in the distance while planning the next exploration, the notebook hinted at a potential rich vein of black iron or in a certain rift. Iron Pillar rushed in, breathless. "My lord, there's trouble. Old Hammer and the others have discovered something in the half-collapsed mine to the northwest. It's not ore. It's what is it?" Reynolds furrowed his brow. "It's a door. A massive metal door embedded in the rock, inscribed with ominous glyphs." Chapter 52, The Portal. The ominous glyphs of the mine and the Lord's archaeological dream. Iron Pillar's trembling voice regarding the metal door was like a stone cast into a relatively tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples throughout Blackstone Keep. The inhabitants, just recovering from the mammoth attack, found their fatigue swiftly replaced by a blend of curiosity and trepidation towards the unknown. Reynolds' heart raced uncontrollably. A door? Metal? Inscribed with ominous glyphs? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Treasure map? Ancient relic? Armory? Or perhaps the entrance to another insatiable den of corruption? System, please provide a hint. Is this a blessing or a curse? Unknown energy fluctuations detected, weak. Shielded by rock layers. Target, unknown metallic structure. Ancient, non-corrupt creation. Threat level, low, current. Suggestion, caution is advised during exploration. Possibly containing historical information or resources. Non-corrupted artifacts? Ancient. Reno let out a sigh, swiftly becoming exhilarated. The likelihood of discovering something valuable has significantly increased. He endeavored to maintain the composure befitting a lord. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upwards ever so slightly. "Lead the way," he commanded with a grand gesture, striving to sound composed. "Old John, grab the torch. Iron Pillar, bring the hammer and stones. Old Hammer, you too, bring your tools. Ilya, you stay behind to look after Scylla and the greenhouse." He paused for a moment, adding, "And let us pray we do not unearth anything untoward." Ilya nodded obediently, though a flicker of concern glimmered in her emerald eyes. "My lord, be cautious." Upon hearing of the potential new mine, Old Hammer's single eye gleamed with excitement. He seized the freshly sharpened pickaxe and rushed over, exclaiming, "Fear not, my lord. Digging and excavating is our specialty. Whatever the entrance, I shall break through." Reno quickly interrupted. "No, take care. That is an antique. If you damage it, you'd owe a fortune." Although he mused to himself, "Though I have no idea who would buy it." The group, brimming with excitement, tension, and a touch of comical seriousness, made their way to the northwestern corner where the mine had partially collapsed. This mine was discovered a few days prior by Old Hammer and his team. While scanning the ruins, they initially believed it to be a mere shallow waste mine, unaware of the deeper secrets within. The entrance was partially obscured by fallen rocks and decayed mine frames, shrouded in darkness and emanating an earthy, musty odor. Old John ignited the prepared torch, soaked in mammoth grease, which blazed brightly, dispersing the shadows and illuminating the rough-hewn walls, revealing the occasional dim streaks of low-grade black iron ore. Right in there, just around the corner, Iron Pillar declared, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. While Little Nail and I were clearing the debris, the pickaxe struck with a clang, and a large spark flew out. Upon clearing the rubble, we found a solid wall of black metal. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly damp and chilly. After traversing a few dozen meters, they indeed found a slightly more spacious area around a bend. By the light of the torch, a massive door of dark metallic hue, embedded within the rock wall, came into view. This door was far larger than Reno had imagined, standing nearly 3 meters tall and about 2 meters wide. Its surface exhibited a matte finish, resembling a dark gray that seemed to have absorbed the passage of time. The material was neither iron nor steel, feeling icy to the touch, and produced a dull, resonant thud when struck, indicating it was no ordinary metal. The surface of the door was intricately adorned with a plethora of complex and peculiar patterns and symbols, not worn by corrosion but rather crafted with precision, creating a series of grooves that flowed elegantly and bore an ancient mystique. Goodness, this thing looks ominous, Old Hammer gasped, instinctively tightening his grip on the shovel. Stone, curious, reached out to touch the door's engravings, remarking, "It's chilly. What do these designs depict? They're all crooked, like a drunken spider has crawled over them." Old John, holding the torch closer, squinted his eyes and scrutinized the markings. This appears to be some form of very ancient inscription. In my youth, I recall encountering a similar impression within the library of the Countess estate, purportedly related to the High Elves or ancient dwarves, artifacts that have long been lost to time. The one-eyed Old Hammer, however, was indifferent to such historical nuances, fixated instead on the narrow crevice of the door. "My lord, this door is sealed tight. How shall we open it? A crowbar may prove insufficient. Perhaps we could excavate along the rocky wall. We might find a way around." Reynold paid no heed to Old Hammer's destructive suggestions, his entire focus captivated by the intricate patterns etched upon the door. He did not recognize any of the symbols, yet, inexplicably, several recurring motifs, combinations of entangled thorns and shattered stars, provoked a sense of eerie familiarity within him, even stirring a faint echo of ancestral resonance. System, scan and record these symbols. Attempt to match with the database. Scanning. Symbol system identification, unknown, suspected ancient hybrid language, incorporating elements of Elvish, Dwarven, and even Draconic variants. Database matching. Failure, insufficient permissions, data missing. Alert, detected traces of extremely faint energy flow, depleted. The arrangement of symbols appears to resemble a locking mechanism or energy conduit map. Repeated pattern identified. Thornstar ring, provisional designation, resonates with host's bloodline imprint, weak. Thornstar ring, bloodline resonance? A spark of realization ignited within Reynolds, and instinctively, he extended a finger, tracing the contours of a distinctly clear Thornstar ring pattern. The moment his fingertip glided over the icy groove, a faint hum resonated, an ethereal sound, as if echoing from distant realms, seemingly emanating from the depths beyond the door. Concurrently, he felt a slight tingling at his fingertip, as if an imperceptible current coursed through him. The trace of thorny energy within him shifted ever so slightly. For an ephemeral moment, the intricate lines upon the door flickered, emitting a barely perceptible glimmer of pale golden light before swiftly dimming, akin to a mere illusion cast by torchlight. Yet, all present witnessed this phenomenon. Did it just flicker? Iron Pillar exclaimed, stumbling backward, nearly colliding with Old John. By the gods, the door has come to life. Old John trembled, nearly dropping his torch. The one-eyed Old Hammer widened his singular eye, raising his pickaxe. Is it haunted? Reynold, startled, quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing. What in the world? Fingerprint unlock? Bloodline recognition? Is this some high-tech contraption? He feigned composure, clearing his throat. Ahem, no need for alarm. It could merely be, a phosphorescent reaction, or perhaps thermal expansion of the metal. Even I don't believe this excuse. He scrutinized the door once more. The junction between the door and the rock face was impeccably seamless, devoid of any visible keyholes or handles. The complex patterns upon the door appeared to be the sole clue. Old John, You mentioned earlier that this might be some form of inscription or an energy conduit map. Reynold inquired, casting a glance towards the old steward. Old John, still trembling from his earlier fright, stammered, I suspect that this ancient magical device requires specific energy or incantations to activate. These patterns resemble the energy-conducting runes recorded in ancient tomes. Energy activation? Reno pondered, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Is it martial energy? Magic? Or perhaps the essence of moonlight moss? He felt an urge to experiment, yet hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently trigger a defensive mechanism or cause an explosion. My lord, shall I gently pry open the door with a pickaxe? One-eyed old hammer eagerly suggested. Absolutely not. Reno swiftly countered. What if a self-destruct mechanism is present? Or if we provoke whatever lies within? Although the system indicated a low threat level, he mused. Who knows what might be concealed inside? As he circled the door twice, he suddenly noticed that the intricate patterns near the lower right corner appeared distinctly different, more complex and densely woven. At its center lay a shallow, palm-sized circular indentation, which seemed to house several exceedingly dim, nearly amalgamated transparent crystals that had long since lost their luster. Could this be an energy injection point? Or perhaps a keyhole? Reno crouched down, meticulously examining the indentation. The patterns within suggested that a specific shape or energy source was required for compatibility. Old hammer, with your extensive mining experience, have you encountered such a structure? Reno inquired, gesturing toward the indentation. Old hammer leaned in, squinting his solitary eye for a better look. After a prolonged examination, he scratched his head. Well, it somewhat resembles the grooves where our tribe used to place energy stones during rituals, though not nearly as refined. Energy stones? Magic cores? Reno's mind sparked with intrigue. Could it be that a magic core is required for activation? He quickly recalled the inferior magic core he had obtained from a burrowing worm. Carefully, he produced the murky, grain-sized core and placed it into the indentation. Nothing happened. The core was too small, its shape incompatible, failing to adequately fill the indentation. It appeared that a larger, purer magic core, or a key of a specific shape, was necessary. With a tinge of disappointment, Reno withdrew the core. My lord, perhaps we should retreat for now? Consider our options? Old John suggested quietly, glancing nervously at the deep mine and the enigmatic door. Reno felt a pang of reluctance. The treasure, potentially within reach, remained tantalizingly inaccessible, a tormenting sensation. He turned his gaze back to the intricate patterns, particularly the thorn star ring design. Bloodline resonance with the Ross family. He recalled the notes he had taken. Could this object be linked to the Ross lineage? Might it require the blood of Ross to unlock it? After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and resolved to try once more. This time, he not only traced the pattern with his finger, but also attempted to infuse a faint, almost imperceptible essence of thorned energy into the groove of the thorn star ring. Buzz. The reaction this time was far more intense. The entire door shuddered violently, and all the patterns on its surface ignited. No longer a mere pale golden hue, they blazed with a blinding dark red, akin to a glowing branding iron. A tempestuous, searing wave of energy erupted from within the door, forcefully repelling Reno's hand. Simultaneously, the patterns on the door flickered wildly, forming a temporary, grotesque visage of a roaring beast, emanating a potent warning and a sense of repulsion. Warning: high energy repulsion detected. Energy attribute: chaotic fire element, unknown curse power. Target door defense mechanism activated. Threat level: moderate. Notice: energy attribute in conflict with host's fighting spirit. Suspected incorrect activation method. Be careful, my lord. Iron Pillar exclaimed, urgently pulling Reno aside. Retreat. The door is about to explode. Both Hammer and Stone, terrified, retreated hastily. The dark red glow persisted for several seconds before gradually dimming, ultimately returning to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the lingering heat and chaotic energy in the air, coupled with the fleeting apparition of the grotesque beast's head, sent cold sweat cascading down everyone's backs. Ahem, a mistake, Reno remarked, shaking his tingling hand and offering an awkward smile. It seems I entered the wrong code and nearly triggered the alarm. The crowd responded in unison, my lord. Is that what you call a code error? You nearly detonated the mine. The one-eyed old Hammer wiped his cold sweat, saying, my lord, I reckon this door has quite the temperament. Should we not retreat and ponder alternative approaches? Reno gazed at the now tranquil door, feeling a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Dark red? Chaotic fire element? A curse? This bears no relation to the thorn fighting spirit of the Ross bloodline. Could it be that this door is not installed by the Ross family? Or does it require a specific key? He recalled the circular indentation. It necessitates a key of a particular shape or an energy core with specific attributes. Let us return, Reno finally commanded. Old Hammer, leave 2 individuals here to monitor. Should anything unusual occur, report immediately. The rest of you withdraw. The journey back was marked by a profound silence, evidently a result of the earlier fright. Reno, however, continued to walk while rubbing his numbed fingers, his mind racing with thoughts. The dark red energy. Chaotic fire element. It was mentioned in the notebook that the Ross family holds the key, but it also warned to be cautious of silver. This door seems to reject my power. Could this door be related to the Silver Moon? Or perhaps left by the enemies of the Ross family? The indentation requires a key. Where might that key be? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Old John, you mentioned earlier that you had seen a similar imprint in the Earl's library. Do you recall the specifics? Old John grimaced. It was so long ago. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse. It seemed to be a fragment of a tome concerning ancient sealing arts. It mentioned some lost magical runes that appeared to relate to the suppression of certain forbidden entities. He shivered. My lord, this door cannot be the gate to a prison. Can it? Prison? Sealing? Forbidden entities? Reno's eyelids twitched. This sounds increasingly thrilling. Upon returning to the main fortress, Reno immediately retreated to his study, a corner cluttered with stone tablets and beast-hide parchments, where he fervently began to scour the black notebook, hoping to uncover clues regarding the peculiar patterns or the door itself. Ilya brought a bowl of hot porridge, observing his flustered demeanor, and gently reassured, My lord. Do not rush. The door is there and will not run away. Reno took a sip of the porridge and sighed. What troubles me is not that the door will run, but that what lies within may escape. At that moment, the woman responsible for caring for Sarah rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, miss, it seems Miss Sarah has had another nightmare. She keeps mumbling about the red door, warning us not to open it. Reno and Ilya exchanged a glance, a chill running through them both. Does Sarah know of this door? Chapter 53, The Dream Key. Sarah's whisper of fear and the dawn of stability. Sarah's voice, laced with profound dread and despair, echoed in a delirious murmur. The red door, do not open it. Piercing through the fleeting tranquility of the night at Blackstone, keep like an ice pick. Within the main castle, under the flickering light of oil lamps, newly rendered from mammoth fat, casting a dim glow and a pungent aroma, Reno, Ilya, and old John gathered around Sarah's modest bed. The air thick with tension, almost palpable enough to wring water from it. The girl was ensnared in a nightmare, her pale visage contorted, cold sweat dampening her tousled hair, and her slender fingers gripping the rough blanket with such intensity that her knuckles turned white. It appeared as though invisible claws were dragging her back to a dark past, her body twitching slightly, each involuntary spasm tugging at the hearts of those present. The red door, Reno mulled over the phrase, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, directed at old John. Old John, during the day, when we triggered the seal on that door, did it not glow a dark red? Old John turned ashen. Clutching his precious slate recording book, the charcoal markings skewed in fright, his voice trembling. Why yes, it was dark red, like a coagulated blood clot, and there was a terrifying shadow of a beast's head. But how could she know? She has been in a coma all this time. Ilya knelt by the bedside, her emerald eyes brimming with concern and empathy. She gently wiped Sarah's cold sweat with a cloth soaked in diluted moonlit moss essence, attempting to soothe her restless spirit with natural magic. Sarah's fear was profound, deeply etched into her soul. That door must be connected to her past suffering. Reno's heart sank. Is it a synchronous sensation? Or perhaps post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD? His modern knowledge base swiftly provided an explanation. Sarah hails from the nest of decay, a creation of the breeder. Her fear is far from unfounded. That door is either a place of her torment or holds something she herself fears. System. Record keywords. Red door, do not open. Related database. Sarah, corrupted experiment. Metallic door, unknown entity. Breeder, suspected manipulator. Attempt to establish a threat model. He commanded swiftly in his mind. Information entry and correlation analysis. Correlation, high. Preliminary threat model deduction. The metallic door is highly likely to be closely associated with the breeder's influence. There exists a high probability, over 70, that behind the door lies 1. A high-risk captive, failed experimental hostile entity. 2. A high-risk energy source, unstable corruption core. 3. A passage to an even more perilous area. Warning. The intensity of Sarah's fear indicates that the entities behind the door have inflicted severe psychological and physical trauma or possess an overwhelming deterrent force. It is strongly advised to suspend all attempts to open the door until further information is obtained. Recommendation. Prioritize establishing an effective communication channel with Sarah. Pause opening. Reynaud furrowed his brow. Yet the door stands before them, a tantalizing blend of temptation and peril. It is imperative to ascertain what lies within. He gazed at Sarah's anguished expression, suppressing the impulsive urge to awaken her and demand clarity. We must not rush her in her current state. Forcing her awake would only exacerbate her trauma. Elia, he spoke softly, realizing that the responsibility of caring for Sarah would become more pressing. Besides nourishing her body, could they gently engage with her subconscious? For instance, during moments of emotional stability, could they envelop their mental energy with the essence of moonlight moss, weaving a delicate net to gently touch the edges of her memories, guiding her to recollect rather than being overtaken by nightmares? Elia pondered earnestly, her emerald eyes resembling a tranquil lake. I can attempt it. The energy of moonlight moss is quite gentle. It should not cause her pain. I can approach her as one would carefully groom a frightened bird. Excellent. This is of utmost importance, yet safety must remain paramount. Should she exhibit any signs of severe resistance, cease immediately. Reynaud admonished solemnly. Is psychological counseling considered beyond the scope in this medieval fantasy realm? His gaze then shifted to old John, his thoughts crystallizing. Old John, fetch a piece of corrupted crystal, medium-sized, and then proceed to the greenhouse to obtain some concentrated essence of moonlight moss from the attending woman, specifically the batch that Elia previously refined. Old John paused, taken aback. My lord, are you suggesting an experimental comparison? A spark of scientific inquiry gleamed in Reynaud's eyes. That door requires energy activation, yet it repels my thorny combat aura. It reacts fiercely to extreme energies of a singular attribute, whether pure or corrupted. I suspect the key to unlocking it lies not in the type of energy, but in its state, a balanced, neutral, and stable condition. As he spoke, he unconsciously adjusted his non-existent spectacles, much like a buffer solution in chemistry, or the control rods in a nuclear reactor, a mediating substance to harmonize opposing forces. Soon, old John timidly presented a ceramic jar containing a pigeon egg-sized piece of ominous dark red, glowing corrupted crystal. A woman also delivered a small ceramic vial, containing a half-filled bottle of silver liquid, fragrant and swirling with the essence of moonlight moss. Accompanied by the two, Reynaud returned to the massive metallic door deep within the cavern. This time, he instructed the iron pillar guards to maintain a greater distance for vigilance, cautioning them to observe the surrounding energy fluctuations and disturbances closely. Should anything appear amiss, sound the alarm and retreat decisively. Safety protocols must be adhered to. He first signaled Elia to drop a single drop of moonlight moss concentrated liquid into the circular depression. The silvery liquid descended, making contact with the dull, transparent crystal at the bottom. In an instant, the intricate patterns on the inner wall of the pit illuminated with a soft and sacred silvery glow, lingering for a few seconds before gradually fading away. The door stood silently, resembling a well-fed infant, devoid of aggression yet offering no signs of opening. Record, pure life energy, exhibiting a gentle response, with no rejection and no indications of activation. Hypothesis: the energy possesses a singular attribute, failing to meet the triggering conditions. Reno addressed old John, who hastily began to sketch on the stone slab. Subsequently, Reno instructed old John to carefully grasp the corrupted crystal with a wooden clamp, long-handled for safe operation, and gently place it into the pit. At the moment the crystal was inserted, the patterns within the pit erupted into a glaring dark red radiance. The door shuddered violently, once more revealing the fearsome visage of a roaring beast, with chaotic energy waves surging forward, imbued with potent warnings and a sense of rejection. Quick, remove it, Reno commanded sharply. Old John fumbled to extract the crystal, and the dark red glow along with the phantom of the beast reluctantly dissipated. Record, high-purity corrupted energy triggered a vigorous defensive mechanism, exhibiting a high-threat rejection response. Hypothesis: the singular chaotic energy is interpreted as an invasion signal. Reno analyzed calmly. Finally, it was time for the crucial comprehensive experiment. He instructed Ilya to drop another drop of moonlight moss concentrated liquid. In the instant the silvery light glimmered, still unextinguished, he swiftly reinserted the corrupted crystal into the pit. A wondrous transformation occurred. The pure silvery energy did not immediately explode with the dark red corrupted energy. Instead, they appeared to be bound by an invisible force, beginning to rotate slowly, tentatively touching and permeating each other. They neutralized, diluted, and fused, ultimately forming a relatively stable, dim gray halo, interspersed with tiny silver sparkles and dark red wisps, reminiscent of a chaotic nebula. This time, the patterns within the pit glowed with a steady, neutral gray light. The door did not tremble, nor did it emit the beast's warning. Rather, it produced a faint clicking sound, as if a long-sealed mechanism was attempting to turn. Although the door remained firmly shut, the once alarming sense of rejection had notably diminished. Detected mixed energy infusion, moonlight moss corrupted crystal. Door energy recognition system response. Neutral state recognition partially passed. Internal locking mechanism pre-startup program activated, low power. Note: energy purity ratio insufficient for optimal total, unable to fully activate. Requires a more efficient and stable mixed energy source. Discovery: the mixed energy of moonlight moss essence and low-tier corrupted crystal can temporarily simulate a subpar, stabilizing effect. Weak. Success. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within Reno, as if he had synthesized a new substance for the first time in the laboratory. Stabilizer. Yes, that is the term. A medium capable of balancing and neutralizing chaotic energy, rendering it usable and controllable. This is not merely the key to opening the door, but potentially the key to understanding, utilizing, and even controlling corrupted energy. Record: the injection of mixed energy, temporarily designated as the prototype stabilizer, has triggered a neutral reaction, deactivating the defense mechanism and signaling the initiation of internal systems. It is hypothesized that the Great Door requires a specific ratio of stabilizing energy as a key. Reno's speech quickened, infused with the thrill of discovery. Iron Pillar stretched his neck from afar, unable to comprehend fully, yet sensing that the Lord had unraveled something extraordinary. Old John, trembling with excitement, scribbled more hastily with his charcoal. We must return. Reno suppressed his exhilaration and commanded, Old John, secure the crystal. Ilya, upon our return, prioritize one task. Optimize the purification process of the moonlight moss concentrate. We require a higher purity and energy essence. Upon reaching the main fortress, Reno promptly convened the core members, Iron Pillar, Old John, Ilya, the one-eyed old hammer, and Old Pothead, to an emergency project initiation meeting. Esteemed colleagues, we may have discovered something remarkable. The stabilizer. Reno stood before a stone slab, temporarily serving as a blackboard, sketching a disjointed diagram. This is a unique medium capable of harmonizing the opposing energies of purity and corruption. It is not only the key to unlocking that door, but may also aid us in taming corruptive energy in the future. Taming corruptive energy. Everyone gasped, feeling a sense of disbelief regarding their lord's apparent overexcitement. I understand this may sound preposterous. Reno's gaze was intense, yet the experimental results are undeniable. Our next step is to concentrate our resources and prioritize the development of an efficient and stable stabilizer. He quickly delegated tasks. Ilya, Moonlight Team, your mission: to thoroughly tackle the purification technology of moonlight moss. Experiment with various cultivation methods and extraction techniques. I demand the highest purity of essence. Old Hammer, Old Pothead, Furnace Team, your task: safely handle the corruptive crystals and the mammoth heart. Old Hammer, you shall grind and sift to obtain powders of various specifications. Old Pothead, design and manufacture a sealed reaction vessel capable of safely mixing energies. Requirements: airtight, corrosion-resistant, and ideally observable. Old John, Archives Team, you are responsible for meticulously recording all experimental data, materials, ratios, phenomena, results. Not a single word must be omitted. Iron Pillar, Shield Team, ensure security throughout the process. Isolate the experimental area. Prepare emergency plans. This unprecedented, orderly, and clearly defined project management model invigorated the indigenous people who were accustomed to chaotic methods. They seemed to glimpse a new path toward problem solving. However, Lady Ilya gazed with concern at Selah, once again ensnared by nightmares. Reno also turned his attention to Selah, his expression softening with determination. She is our radar and early warning system. Her fears alert us to danger. Yet within her subconscious may lie the map to the answers we seek. Ilya, your role in soothing and guiding her consciousness is equally vital, perhaps even more so. He approached Selah's bedside, observing her furrowed brow even in slumber, and whispered gently, Rest easy, Selah. We shall not recklessly open Pandora's box. We shall first discover a method to control it, as well as a means to alleviate your suffering. Chapter 54, Collaboration. The prototype of industrialization. The shock and suspense brought forth by the metal gate were akin to a colossal stone cast into the stagnant waters of Blackstone Fortress, creating ripples that lingered long after. Yet, unlike the panic typically experienced in times of crisis, a unique atmosphere, a curious blend of exhilaration, curiosity, and rigor, began to permeate the fortress, subtly guided by Reno. He understood well that, In the face of this unprecedented challenge, which transcended common knowledge and involved the intricate harmonization of energy and ancient ruins, personal valor and fleeting insights were insufficient. He must harness the collective strength and employ methodologies that transcended this era, such as validated project management and industrial thinking. That evening, in the largest multifunctional stone chamber of the main fortress, serving as a dining area, conference room, and occasional sleeping quarters, with corners piled high with bundles of hay and tattered burlap, Reno convened the inaugural project initiation and stabilizer research mobilization meeting at Blackstone Fortress. The assembly boasted an impressive roster. Iron Pillar, the security chief and embodiment of strength, Old John, the steward and historical advisor, temporarily taking minutes. One-Eyed Old Hammer, the mining chief and materials expert, Old Pothead, the potter and container engineer, Ilya, the chosen of nature and expert in energy perception and purification, along with 2 slaves unearthed by Old John, who claimed to recognize a few characters, serving as record keepers and errand runners. The atmosphere of the meeting was eclectic. The oil lamps, crafted from mammoth fat, flickering light, and rich in smoke, swayed above, illuminating the faces of the attendees, bewildered, tense, yet tinged with an inexplicable excitement. Iron Pillar continuously rubbed his large hands together, as if ready to swat an imaginary fly at any moment. Old John, with solemnity, cradled his prized stone tablet and charcoal pencil, exuding an air akin to that of a court historian. One-Eyed Old Hammer tilted his head in curiosity, examining the abstract representation of the gate structure and the critical circular energy injection point drawn by Reno on a somewhat smooth stone tablet. Comrades, ahem, fellow citizens. Reno cleared his throat, striving to sound like a technical director rather than a mere pretender. I have summoned you all today to consolidate our efforts and tackle a significant technical barrier before us. How to safely, efficiently, and consistently prepare the key to unlock that ancient gate, which we have temporarily designated as a stabilizer, a unique energy composite. He tapped the diagram on the stone tablet. Based on our preliminary exploratory experiments, we have initially confirmed that extreme energy with a singular attribute, whether pure life energy or chaotic corruption energy, cannot effectively open the gate and may even trigger defensive mechanisms. The successful key is likely to be a compound, delicately balanced, that combines pure and corrupted energies in specific proportions and methods. Stabilizer? Old Hammer scratched his disheveled hair, pondering aloud. Does it sound like glue brewed by Old Pothead? Can it stick the door? Reno replied, it is an energy medium, not a physical adhesive. Old Hammer, your expertise lies elsewhere. The sense of playing the lute to a cow, he disregarded the interruptions and continued to advance the meeting agenda. Therefore, I have resolved to establish a dedicated project team for the research and development of stabilizers. This project will adopt a matrix management structure comprising 4 core functional groups, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities assigned to individuals. The crowd? Matrix? What on earth is that? Can it be consumed? Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the attendees, Reno began appointing the team leaders. First group, the Moonlight Algae Purification Team. Team leader, Ilya. Reno turned to the young girl, stating, your core key performance indicator, KPI, is to enhance the purity, energy intensity, and output of the Moonlight Algae essence. You are required to experiment with various cultivation conditions, light cycles, irrigation frequency, nutrient ratios, specifically the proportions of dark river water and mud, and extraction methods, pressing, soaking, distillation. Although our equipment is rudimentary, I encourage you to exercise your imagination. Old John will assist you in data recording. I expect to see quantifiable improvements. Ilya's emerald eyes sparkled with determination. Although she did not comprehend what KPI meant, the task was clear. She nodded vigorously, yes. I will strive to make the Moonlight Algae brighter and purer. Second group, the Furnace Material Pre-Processing Team. Team leader, One-Eyed Hammer. Deputy leader, Old Pothead. Reno looked at the 2 seasoned craftsmen, addressing Old Hammer. Your task is to safely and controllably process the corrupted crystals and the heart of the corrupted mammoth. I require powders of varying particle sizes, from coarse granules to fine dust. The key is uniformity and safety. Operations must be conducted in a designated isolation area with proper protective measures. Old Pothead, your task is to design and fire specialized sealed reaction containers according to experimental needs, including storage pots and transport vessels. Core requirements: excellent sealing, corrosion resistance, and the ability to withstand certain energy impacts. An observation window would be ideal. This is a technical challenge that requires your artisan spirit to continually iterate and optimize. Upon hearing about the hazardous crystals, Old Hammer's eyes lit up, thumping his chest. He declared, "Rest assured, my lord. Manipulating stone powders is my forte. I guarantee they will be perfectly processed." Meanwhile, old Pothead stroked his chin, scrutinizing Reno's sketches of the oddly shaped containers, furrowing his brow as if contemplating the mysteries of the universe, finally uttering, "I will give it a try. But this threaded lid is a bit tricky to manage." Third group, the Archival Data Recording and Analysis Team. Team leader, Old John. Reno looked at the old steward, emphasizing, "Your task is of utmost importance. You are responsible for meticulously recording the complete data of each experiment. This includes, but is not limited to, raw material batches, quantities as precise as possible, mixing order, environmental conditions, reaction phenomena, color changes, temperature fluctuations, energy wave descriptions, duration, and final effects, feedback on the Doresdet. Data is the foundation of science. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is failing without understanding the reason." Old John instantly felt the weight of the stone tablet in his hands, a sense of duty washing over him, and he trembled as he vowed, "I, your humble servant, shall exert every effort. Not a word shall be missed." Fourth group, the Shield of Safety Assurance and Logistics Team. Team leader, Iron Pillar. Reno gazed at the eager, robust man, stating, "Your task is the most varied yet crucial. During the research and development phase, the mine will be designated as a Level 1 restricted area. The experimental site must remain on full alert at all times. It is imperative to devise emergency protocols, such as procedures for handling energy leaks and the attraction of creatures. Routine patrols should not be neglected. Additionally, coordination among various groups for resource allocation is essential to ensure everyone has sustenance, albeit only a simple porridge. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing the weight of his responsibilities, which pertain to the well-being and safety of all, Iron Pillar stood taller, his voice booming. "Yes, my lord. Who dares to cause trouble? Who dares to be lazy? Or who dares to approach the mine with ill intentions? I, Old Pillar, shall be the first to hammer them into the ground as fertilizer." With clear divisions of labor established, the Blackstone Fortress began to function like a finely tuned, albeit somewhat rudimentary, instrument, operating at high speed towards the core objective of stabilizer development. The greenhouse became the most sought-after high-tech hub. Elia, leading a group of nimble women, divided the greenhouse into various experimental plots. Area A increased illumination by repositioning luminescent moonlight moss-potted plants. Area B adjusted irrigation frequency and diluted the concentration of the dark river water. Area C even attempted to add a minuscule amount of the decayed crystalline powder provided by Old Hammer, which had undergone rigorous disinfection via sun exposure. This resulted in the moss turning yellow and wilting extensively, prompting an urgent halt, recorded as significant failure case 001. Like a little scientist, she diligently documented the growth, hue, brightness, and fluff density of the moss each day, experimenting with methods such as grinding in a stone mortar, filtering through layers of burlap, and even using shard fragments to purify the essence through low-temperature roasting with residual heat. Old John faithfully recorded each operation and its results on a stone tablet, his handwriting crooked yet meticulous. Meanwhile, the workshop area was filled with smoke and fire, resembling a craft workshop turned chemical plant. Old Tao, gazing at Reno's abstract sketches, lost several strands of hair in worry. Ultimately, he and his son Little Nail conducted repeated experiments with clay, enduring numerous failures due to cracking, deformation, and leaks. However, they successfully produced several sealed ceramic jars featuring spiral snap-on lids, with attempts at glazing the inner walls, using some mineral powder, and leaving small injection holes. Although the ceiling still required beeswax reinforcement and the glaze was imperfect, it marked a monumental breakthrough. The one-eyed Old Hammer constructed a shelter in a low-lying area far from the living quarters, crafting simple grinding mortars and various sieves from hard flint and hardwood, woven with tough vine bark and old burlap. Fully equipped, with his mask smeared in mud and thick leather gloves, he handled those hazardous crystals, producing several crystalline powders ranging from coarse sand to a flour-like fineness. The process was nerve-wracking, with everyone holding their breath as the powder swirled through the air, as if facing a formidable enemy. Reno presided over the central laboratory, a space cleared in the corner of the main fortress and covered with clean animal hides, responsible for the crucial formula selection and efficacy testing. He instructed Old Tao to create dozens of shallow ceramic dishes to serve as miniature reaction vessels. For each experiment, he required Old John to meticulously record experiment number 019. Date, material, moonlight moss essence, batch 3 from area B, 2 drops, and decayed crystalline powder, 300 mesh, 1 spoonful. Method of mixing, simultaneous injection, stirring with a wooden stick. Phenomenon, intense foaming, accompanied by gray smoke and a distinct sulfurous odor, leaving a black viscous residue at the bottom of the ceramic dish. Energy reaction, chaotic, dissipating rapidly. Conclusion, failure. Speculation, severe imbalance in ratios, erroneous mixing method. Experiment number, 038. Materials, high concentration extract of moonlight moss, via Ilia's new low-temperature extraction method. 1 drop, an ultra-fine powder of decayed crystallization, 500 mesh, half a spoonful. Mixing method, powder laid first, followed by slow dripping of the extract, then left to observe. Phenomenon, slow penetration, color transforming into an uneven gray-green, layering observed after 10 minutes. Energy reaction, weak, inert. Conclusion, failure. Speculation, failure to form a homogeneous stable system. Experiment number, 067. Materials, super concentrated essence of moonlight moss, via Ilia's divine power catalysis under sunlight exposure. Half a drop, an ultra-fine powder of decayed mammoth heart, scraped with an old bone knife, contained in silver foil, minute quantity. Mixing method, super concentrated essence enveloping the powder, placed in a strong moonlight moss silver light environment, aided by Ilia's faint natural divine power field. Phenomenon, a hushed stillness enveloped the room. That drop of intensely concentrated, shimmering silver liquid gradually enveloped a minuscule dark red particle resembling rust. No explosion, no boiling. The two substances met as if destined, merging seamlessly in an instant. The color swiftly transformed into a profound, uniform shade exuding a gentle pearlescent sheen of gray-white. Within the liquid, it seemed as though countless tiny stardust particles were softly swirling, tranquil and mysterious. A wave of stable, contained energy, brimming with a heart-pounding potential, emanated steadily and resolutely. Stabilizer, primary, successfully developed. Energy purity, medium. Stability, high. Duration, expected to exceed 1 standard hour. Note, this stabilizer can serve as a simple mechanism key for low-tier energy neutralization and mild decay suppression. It worked. Reno suddenly thrust his fist in the air, nearly knocking over a nearby ceramic jar in his excitement. Did we truly succeed? Old John's hand trembled, leaving a long mark on the slate with his charcoal pencil. A brilliant smile blossomed on Ilia's pale face, akin to a lily after rain. Old Hammer and Old Pot exchanged playful punches, chuckling foolishly. Though they did not fully comprehend the significance, they understood their lord had triumphed. Iron Pillar, despite not grasping the details, joined in the grin, sensing that their rations might soon improve. Long live the scientific method. Long live teamwork. Reno's heart soared with exhilaration. Though merely a primary product, it validates that the approach is correct. The industrialized, standardized research and development process is effective. He carefully drew this precious drop of primary stabilizer into a specially designed sealed ceramic bottle with a slender neck, the latest masterpiece of Old Pot. Sealing the bottle mouth with melted beeswax. Everyone gather. Reno's voice, tinged with excitement, bore an undeniable resolve. Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, assemble our strongest team. Equip ourselves fully and aim for the Northwest Mine. We shall conduct the first formal lock testing. Chapter 55, Unsealing. The Energy Cocktail and the Roaring Iron Watchdog. In the early morning, the air of Blackstone Castle felt as if it had solidified, permeated by an odd blend of tension, excitement, and the scent of burning grease. All members involved in the stabilizer project, along with the warriors tasked with security, gathered in the open space in front of the main fortress. Their gazes intensely fixed upon their lord, Reno Blackthorn. Reynolds stood atop a makeshift stone platform, holding aloft a slender-necked sealed ceramic bottle, painstakingly crafted by the old potter. The bottle still radiated the warmth of the kiln, containing a drop of the primary stabilizer, a product of collective effort, emanating a soft, pearlescent glow. Sunlight filtered through the bottle, causing the grayish-white energy liquid to swirl as if it were a living entity, breathtakingly beautiful, yet dangerously unsettling. Brothers, sisters, Reynolds' voice, tinged with emotion and a hint of hoarseness, carried an undeniable resolve and fervor. Do you see this? This is the key forged by our own hands at Blackstone Castle. A beacon of hope excavated from the corpses of monsters and heaps of moss, born from our sweat and intellect. His gaze swept over the anxious yet eager faces below. Ilia clenched her small fists, her emerald eyes shining with intensity. Old John held a slate with trembling hands. Struggling to grip the charcoal pencil, one-eyed Old Hammer leaned on his pickaxe, pride gleaming in his single eye. while the old potter nervously rubbed his hands, fearful that his precious bottle might fail at a critical moment. Iron Pillar and Big Hammer were taut with anticipation, like two beasts poised to pounce. Without further ado, Reynold exclaimed, sweeping his hand dramatically. Our success hinges on this moment. A triumphant start, and tonight, we feast. The meat will be plentiful. If things go awry, he paused, revealing a menacing grin. Then we shall chop up whatever lurks behind that door for our banquet. In any case, we shall not suffer losses. A rousing pre-battle speech instantly ignited the spirits of all present. Regardless of whether treasures or demons awaited behind that door, their lord had proclaimed that a feast was assured. Such is the spirit of Blackstone Castle. Let us depart. Reynold leaped down from the stone platform, leading the charge. The procession, though relatively modest in size, made its way toward the northwest mine. Iron Pillar, at the forefront of the security team, rushed in to clear the area, though there was nothing but the door inside. Followed closely by Reynold and the core technical personnel, who entered with utmost caution, as if cradling a fragile treasure. Deep within the mine, the colossal metal door, etched with ominous symbols, appeared even colder, heavier, and more enigmatic under the illumination of additional torches. The patterns on the door shimmered with an eerie glow in the firelight, resembling the skin of a slumbering behemoth. Positions, Reynold growled, his voice echoing against the cave walls. Iron Pillar, block the entrance. Old Hammer, Old Potter, prepare emergency tools. Ilya, be ready to soothe with nature's divine power. Old John, keep records. He took a deep breath and approached the massive door, where a circular indentation seemed to gaze at him like a cold, indifferent eye. He could feel his heart pounding within his chest, sweat pooling in his palms. System, monitor energy fluctuations and structural changes throughout the process. Set the alert threshold to the minimum. Command confirmed. Comprehensive monitoring activated. He cautiously used a specially crafted wooden mallet, designed to prevent his hand from trembling, to break the beeswax seal at the mouth of the ceramic jar. An indescribable energy, infused with the fragrance of herbs and a hint of metallic sharpness, permeated the air. For Blackstone Fortress, Reno uttered with determination, no longer hesitating as he directed the slender spout of the bottle towards the hollow, steadily pouring the precious stabilizer into it. With a soft hiss, the grayish-white energy liquid fell precisely into the hollow, making contact with the dimly glowing crystals at the bottom. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. There was no earth-shattering roar, but the entire door emitted a deep, resonant hum that was profoundly stirring, as if a colossal machine, dormant for millennia, had been abruptly awakened. Every line within the hollow ignited instantaneously. No longer were there blinding red or gentle silver lights, but a stable, even, and powerful radiant white glow. The light spread like liquid mercury, rapidly coursing along the complex patterns on the door, surging wildly. A series of rapid, crisp sounds echoed from within the door, akin to countless intricate gears and locks operating at high speed. The cacophony was so intense it sent shivers down one's spine. The intricate patterns on the door were completely illuminated, forming a vast, complex, and mesmerizing diagram of energy circuits. The glow pulsed, as if lifeblood flowed through the metallic veins. Oh my God! Old John stared in astonishment, nearly dropping the stone tablet in his hands. The one-eyed Old Hammer gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Ilya instinctively tightened her grip on the moonlight moss amulet at her chest, her emerald eyes reflecting the swirling white light, filled with awe. Reno held his breath, his gaze unwavering. The brilliant energy finally converged at the center of the door, upon the stoutest and most critical patterns. The light intensified. At last, with a resounding thud, though not deafening, a pronounced crack appeared at the center of the door. Subsequently, the heavy door began to glide smoothly and steadily open inward along an invisible axis. No dust filled the air, no scent of decay lingered. Only a cold breeze imbued with metallic and ozone aromas flowed forth from beyond the door. It opened. It truly opened. It's really open. The Iron Pillar at the entrance shouted in excitement, his voice altered with exhilaration. Success! The home-brewed stabilizer from Blackstone Fortress had triumphed. An overwhelming, indescribable sense of accomplishment washed over everyone's hearts. However, before the crowd could cheer, the door had merely cracked open a narrow gap, just enough for one to pass sideways. From the darkness behind the door, two crimson lights abruptly flared to life. Then, a high-pitched, piercing hum, utterly foreign to any living creature, erupted with ferocity. Accompanying this sound, a swift, shadowy figure, like a cannonball, shot forth from the crevice of the door, hurtling directly towards Reno, who stood closest. This was no treasure nor demon. Before him stood a towering construct, approximately half a man's height, forged entirely from a dark, ominous metal, resembling an amalgamation of a spider and a scorpion. It possessed 8 razor-sharp metallic limbs, while a tail, armed with cruel barbs, arched menacingly above. Most terrifying of all was its head, utterly devoid of eyes or a mouth, replaced instead by 2 frenzied, flickering orbs of crimson light, brimming with a murderous intent. Warning: encounter with a high-intensity hostile unit. Name: Ancient Rune Guardian, damaged. Level: Tier 3 peak, construct. Attributes: extremely high physical defense, substantial energy resistance, agility, lethal ambush. Crimson Beam, energy decay. Status: energy depletion, severe, structural damage, multiple areas, logic core malfunction, attacking all unauthorized life forms. Threat level: high. Despite its damage, it remains exceptionally aggressive. Caution, my lord. The iron pillar was consumed by rage, bellowing as it charged forward, yet it was far too late. The speed of the metallic spider exceeded all expectations. The crimson light had already locked onto Raynor. Its sharp metallic limbs swooped down like the scythe of death, slicing through the air with a shriek as it lunged for his throat. In a critical moment, Raynor felt every hair on his body stand on end. The chill of death enveloped him. Yet, he remained composed. The thorny battle aura within him erupted to its fullest potential in an instant. A pale gray mist spiraled around his body, granting him an extraordinary reaction speed alongside a prickling sensation. There was no time to draw his sword. He could only throw himself backward with all his might, executing a clumsy yet perfectly timed back bridge. Whoosh! The metallic claw, accompanied by a gust of frigid wind, nearly grazed his nose, severing a few strands of hair from his forehead. Damn it! Raynor broke out in a cold sweat, rolling backward and shouting fiercely, "Spread out. It's the Guardian. Focus your fire on it." Roar! The iron pillar finally arrived. Its enormous, beastly spear crashing down upon the side of the steel spider with a ferocious roar. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal reverberated through the air, sparks flying. The spider guardian merely swayed slightly, while the iron pillar staggered backward from the recoil, its hands tingling with numbness. Damn, it's tough. At that moment, the crimson eyes of the spider guardian flickered violently. Hiss! 2 slender, yet immensely concentrated dark red beams shot forth like glowing iron rods, aimed directly at the flanking Ilya. Ilya! Raynor's heart stopped. Ilya's face blanched in terror, but her instinct for survival compelled her to instinctively gather her natural divine power before her, forming a fragile shield of verdant vines. Thud! The beam pierced through the vine shield in an instant. However, its power had been significantly diminished, narrowly grazing Ilya's shoulder and melting 2 small holes into the rock wall behind her, which began to emit wisps of smoke. Ilya let out a muted groan as the residual force knocked her to the ground, her clothing singed black, and her fair skin marred with a streak of blood. "You seek death." Raynor's eyes flared with crimson rage. The thorny battle aura surged within him with an unprecedented ferocity. The passive ability of pain absorption was triggered, allowing me to sense the anguish of Ilya and the fear of the others. My fighting spirit sharpened, becoming increasingly frigid. A hammer. A stone. Trip its legs. An old hammer. Strike its joints. Reno roared as he drew his long sword, its blade shimmering with a gray radiance. Iron post. Engage it head-on. Draw its attention. Ilya. Provide ranged harassment. Use moss juice to blind its eyes. Though it may prove futile, in this critical moment, the training and synergy cultivated over time surged forth. The hammer and stone bellowed, wielding their newly swapped shovels and pickaxes with reckless abandon, relentlessly striking at the spider sentinel's relatively slender metallic limbs. Clang, clang, clang. Although they could not inflict substantial damage, they effectively disrupted its balance. The one-eyed old hammer, reminiscent of a seasoned goblin, executed a slick slide beneath the sentinel's abdomen, the pickaxe delivering precise and forceful strikes to the joints of its legs, producing a cringe-inducing creaking sound. The iron post, like a frenzied tiger, abandoned all defense, unleashing a barrage of strikes aimed directly at the sentinel, creating openings for the others. With gritted teeth, Ilya rose, seizing a vial of concentrated moonlight moss, was that sulfuric acid, and hurled it at the sentinel's crimson compound eye. The sentinel was momentarily dazzled, sparks flying as it staggered. It seemed to deduce that Reno posed the greatest threat. Its scarlet gaze locked onto him once more, and the dreadful hook at its tail lifted menacingly, aiming directly at him. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Reno's eyes. His body slid like a specter, narrowly evading the shadow of the incoming hook. The rush of wind from the hook stung his cheek, while he channeled all his thorny fighting spirit into the longsword. Break for me, he roared, abandoning mere stabbing or slashing. He exerted every ounce of strength to thrust the sword, like a crowbar, precisely and forcefully into a conspicuous, long-torn gap in the spider sentinel's back. Creak. An ear-piercing metallic distortion reverberated. The tearing and penetrating properties of the thorny fighting spirit were showcased to their fullest at that moment, compounded by the sentinel's already dilapidated state. Crack. A sharp sound echoed, as if a crucial component had been shattered. The spider sentinel stiffened abruptly, its crimson gaze flickering erratically, emitting a disjointed, unstable hum. The symbols on its surface pulsated chaotically, and numerous tiny sparks erupted from the fissures. It struggled to move, but the relentless blows from the iron post and hammer arrived in swift succession. Finally, boom. The formidable ancient sentinel, engulfed in smoke and electrical sparks, ceased all movement, its crimson gaze extinguished, reduced to a heap of genuine scrap metal. A silence akin to death enveloped the cavern, with only the heavy, wind-like breaths of the group echoing throughout. Moments later, we won. We actually won. Stone plopped onto the ground, staring incredulously at the pile of scrap. We won. Huh. Damn. That was tough. Exhilarating. The iron post leaned on his spear, laughing heartily. Despite his hands being battered and bloodied, Ilya slumped to the ground, clutching her bleeding shoulder, her pale face illuminated by a smile that reflected the relief of survival. Old John collapsed beside her, tears streaming down his face. Bless the gods, I nearly met my end. Reno also exhaled, feeling his entire body tremble, the recent encounter having nearly drained his fighting spirit. He approached the heap of scrap metal, prodding it with his sword to confirm its complete incapacitation. That was a close call. I almost perished before our mission could succeed. A lingering fear haunted him, yet it was eclipsed by exhilaration. A pinnacle tier construct, although damaged. Our ability to defeat it signifies the effectiveness of our teamwork and tactics. Quick, assess the casualties. Ilya, how is your injury? Reno inquired hastily. I'm fine. Just a surface wound, Ilya replied, shaking her head, as her divine power began to mend her injury. After confirming that everyone else sustained only minor wounds, predominantly from shock and abrasions, everyone's gaze turned towards the now open, ominously deep door that led into the unknown. Beyond the door lay a corridor descending downward, crafted from neatly cut black stone. The air was cold and dry, devoid of any foul odor, carrying only a faint scent of metal and dust. Along the corridor walls, dim, seemingly inactive luminous crystals were embedded at intervals. The depths of the corridor were cloaked in an unsettling darkness, silence enveloping the space. Shall we venture inside? Iron Pillar caught his breath and grew eager again. Be cautious. There may still be guards. Old John warned nervously. Reno took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and vigilance. Iron Pillar, Big Hammer. Raise your shields, a makeshift wooden shield reinforced with iron, at the front. Old Hammer, follow with the torch. I will provide support from the center. Ilya, Old John. You will illuminate and assist from the rear. Maintain formation. Proceed slowly. The group cautiously stepped through the long-sealed metal door, revealing a world that had remained hidden for countless years. The corridor was not lengthy. After approximately 20 meters, it opened up into a vast space. Before them stood a colossal, circular underground hall. In the center rested a complex, now dormant circular platform, surrounded by numerous fractured pipes and cables, presumably made of metal and some crystalline fibers. Along the walls leaned several heavily dust-covered, severely damaged metal devices of unknown purpose. In the corners lay scattered decaying wooden crates, some already rotting through, revealing neatly stacked black bricks that glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. As Reno approached for a closer inspection, his pupils dilated with shock. Those were not bricks at all. They were refined ingots of high-purity black iron. Each piece was incredibly heavy, its surface smooth, nearly devoid of impurities. There were dozens of them. Black iron. Top-quality black iron ingots. One-eyed Old Hammer rushed forward, picked one up, and bit into it, almost breaking a tooth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. By the heavens! The purity! The weight! I've mined for a lifetime and have never encountered iron of such caliber. On the other side, Old John opened a relatively well-preserved chest sealed with some kind of animal hide, revealing a stunning collection of well-maintained, gleaming metallic tools, each exhibiting unique designs. There was an oversized alloy mining pick, a cutting saw with precision serrations, and a probing rod featuring a spiral drill bit, each piece far surpassing the quality of the tools currently available at Blackstone Fortress. Tools. Exquisite tools. Old John's voice trembled with excitement. However, the most significant discovery lay deep within the hall. On a dusty metal workbench, partially embedded in the wall, lay several yellowed sheets of thick paper, tanned from some kind of animal hide, adorned with intricate structural diagrams drawn in durable black ink. Reynolds picked up the topmost sheet, blew off the dust, and upon a mere glance, his breath caught in his throat. At the top of the diagram, it was labeled in both the common tongue and an unusual script: Portable Low-Level Elemental Furnace, Prototype, Structural Breakdown. Next to the diagram were several drafts that appeared to be schematic representations of energy circuit connections and proposals for optimizing the cooling system. An elemental furnace? Reynolds' heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. The elemental furnace mentioned in the notebook? Capable of providing stable energy, usable for forging, and potentially powering certain devices. Though merely a blueprint, its worth far exceeded that of the several iron ingots. This is knowledge. This is technology. This is the very first cornerstone towards true industrialization. After this remarkable discovery, the iron pillar gazed at the shining ingots, grinning foolishly. "Oh, these tools are exquisite," exclaimed Ilya, as she lovingly caressed the alloy mining pick. Meanwhile, old John, overcome with emotion, wept as he gazed at the diagrams. "Knowledge. This is priceless knowledge, my lord." Reynolds took a deep breath, suppressing his swirling emotions, and surveyed the entire hall. It appeared to be an ancient outpost or a small repair workshop. That guard was likely the last watchdog of this place. So, behind this door lies not a den of demons, nor a hoard of gold and silver, but a forgotten repository of ancient technology. A tremendous surprise washed over everyone. "Quick, take stock of all the supplies. Handle them with care, especially the diagrams. Old John, secure everything. Move all the ingots and tools we can carry. Not a single piece left behind." Reynolds' voice trembled with excitement. Just as the group joyfully began to transport their spoils, Reynolds' attention was drawn to an object in the corner of the workbench. It was a palm-sized, dust-covered, seemingly crushed, dark metallic disc. He picked it up and wiped off the dust, revealing its surface etched with blurry patterns and inscriptions, with a tiny, shattered, transparent crystal at its center. Squinting at the distorted script, he managed to decipher a few words: 7th Outpost Energy Interruption Emergency Lockdown Warning, do not. The remaining text was too indistinct to read. 7th Outpost? Energy Interruption? Emergency Lockdown? A spark of curiosity ignited within Reynolds. It appears that this place was abandoned due to some unforeseen calamity that led to the birth of the Crimson Rift. Suddenly, the fractured disc in his hand flickered weakly, as if responding to his touch. Simultaneously, the thorny energy within him stirred uncontrollably. Detected weak homologous energy response. Item: damaged authority token. Status: completely destroyed. Residual information: identity verification failed. Roth bloodline unauthorized. Roth bloodline? Unauthorized? Reynard's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this place is related to the Roth family. But why is it unauthorized? More mysteries began to unfold. Yet, at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most fruitful day since the establishment of Blackstone Keep. They had not only successfully opened the ancient gates and defeated a formidable guardian, but had also acquired scarce resources and crucial technologies that would significantly accelerate the development of their territory. As the crowd emerged from the mine, laden with heavy black iron ingots and precious tools and blueprints, bathed in the simulated sunlight, their faces radiated uncontainable joy and pride. "Tonight, a feast shall be held. Bring forth the finest meats. Cook the porridge thicker. Let us celebrate the first archaeological bounty of Blackstone Keep." Reynard raised a black iron ingot high, laughing heartily. Oh, the cheers resounded to the heavens. Chapter 56, Harvest. The ecstasy of black iron and blueprints. And the return visit from the Black Scar Mercenary Corps. Oh, the deafening cheers nearly threatened to overturn the force field dome of Blackstone Keep. Each resident's face glowed with the euphoric relief of survival and incredulous excitement. They gazed at the gleaming black iron ingots, the exquisitely crafted tools, and the yellowed blueprints that old John cradled as tenderly as a grandchild, their eyes wide as saucers. "We struck it rich. By all that is sacred. We struck it rich." Iron Pillar hoisted a hefty black iron ingot, rubbing his face against its cool, smooth surface, grinning like a 300-pound child. This could forge countless fine blades. So many good spears. In the future, a single thrust could pierce the hide of that rotting mammoth. "Careful, careful, you oaf. Don't scuff the treasure." One-eyed old Hammer gently swatted Iron Pillar's hand away, yet he couldn't help but pick up a metal mining pick, running his fingers over its gleaming, serrated tip, exclaiming, "By the gods, I've mined my entire life and have never seen such a magnificent tool. If I were to use this, it would be like slicing through tofu." Old Tao, on the other hand, was more intrigued by the fragments of sealed ceramic jars and reaction vessels. Holding a magnifying glass, crafted from polished transparent crystal, he meticulously examined the glaze and firing techniques, muttering to himself, "Marvelous. This swirling pattern, this firing technique, if I could master this, the jars I produce would fetch a handsome price." Irina, disregarding the injuries on her shoulder, picked up a draft of the energy circuit diagram, her emerald eyes shimmering with fervent obsession, though she struggled to comprehend many of the symbols. The fluid lines and marvelous structures seemed to unveil a portal to an entirely new realm. The lines appeared to breathe and flow, and she murmured to herself. Reno stood nearby, observing the crowd's exuberance akin to a festive celebration, unable to suppress a smile creeping across his lips. This is worth it. Every adventure and effort has been worthwhile. The tangible sense of achievement was far more gratifying than vanquishing 10 decayed mammoths. Immediately account for all spoils. Reno commanded with a booming voice, Old John, responsible for the ledger. Not a single iron ingot, tool, or blueprint should be overlooked. Henceforth, this shall serve as the strategic reserve and technological foundation of our Blackstone fort. Yes, my lord. Old John, flushed with excitement, quickly procured the largest stone slab and began to awkwardly inscribe with charcoal, black iron ingots 1, 2, 3, 42 in total. Oh, divine beings. 5 exquisitely crafted mining picks, 3 cutting saws, 2 probing rods. And what is this? A multifunctional wrench? A stack of blueprints that I cannot decipher, yet they feel immensely powerful. Tonight, we shall host a celebratory feast. Reno proclaimed grandly. We shall cook the last remnants of dried meat. Let the porridge be thickened. Each person shall receive an extra half ladle of meat broth. Let us celebrate our Blackstone Fort's first archaeological bounty. Long live the Lord. The crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. Though it was merely an extra half ladle of broth, the significance of this gesture far surpassed the mere sustenance. This was the taste of victory, the essence of hope. With these ingots, our defensive structures can be significantly reinforced. Weapons can be modernized. With these tools, our mining and construction efficiency can multiply several-fold. With these blueprints, Reno's gaze burned fervently upon the stack of animal hide parchment. If we can fully grasp them, we might even replicate that portable elemental furnace, granting Blackstone Fort a stable energy source. Forging, smelting, and even powering certain devices will become feasible. This is our true first fortune. However, the jubilant atmosphere did not linger for long. Just as the crowd merrily transported the spoils, debating whether to forge spears first or reinforce the breach, a sharp, staccato sound of 3 bone whistles abruptly pierced the air from the watchtower, a rudimentary version. The sentry, Stone, tumbled down in haste, his face ashen, his voice quivering. My lord, this is dire. From the direction of Blackforge Fort, there's movement in the gray mist. A great number of them, mounted on pack beasts, bearing the flag of the Black Scar Mercenary Corps. They are approaching us. The joyful atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone's countenance shifted. The Black Scar Mercenary Corps. How did they arrive? Iron Pillar abruptly dropped the iron ingots, seizing his beast claw spear, his eyes narrowing with ferocity. Damn it. It must be that one-eyed scarred wolf seeking retribution. Old John trembled, nearly dropping the stone slab, and stammered. They must have heard about our triumph over the decayed mammoth and think we have struck it rich, wanting to seize our treasures. Reno's heart sank heavily. Is this a case of joy turning to sorrow? He rushed to the lookout hole at the breach, peering out. Indeed, amidst the swirling gray mists, a far larger contingent than before approached the Blackstone Fortress with an imposing might. At the forefront was the scarred wolf, bearing a facial scar and wielding dual axes. Accompanying him were no fewer than 30 mercenaries clad in uniform black leather armor, their fierce gazes and finely crafted weapons exuding an air of menace. Following the ranks were several pack beasts laden with heavy supplies, including rudimentary siege equipment and massive iron grapples. The arrival boded ill. Benevolent souls did not undertake such endeavors. By the heavens, they truly regard us with disdain, bringing siege engines to our doorstep. Iron Pillar spat, his expression grave. My lord, what shall we do? Their numbers and equipment far surpass ours. The newly arrived tribesmen paled in fear, instinctively retreating, their recent elation shattered by overwhelming dread. Reynolds' mind raced, cold sweat beating upon his brow. A direct confrontation is out of the question. We are outmatched in numbers, equipment, and experience. The walls of Blackstone Fortress cannot withstand a few strikes from their siege engines. We must employ cunning. We must buy time. He commanded, forcing himself to remain composed. His voice resolute and authoritative. Iron Pillar, Grab the hammer. Ascend the walls with your men. Use whatever you have, bows, spears, stones, anything at our disposal. Old hammer. Take your men and transport those recently retrieved black iron ingots. Yes, those treasures. Move them behind the breach. Stack them as a makeshift barrier. Old Tao. Bring those new clay pots of yours. Yes, the lidded ones. Fill them with lime powder and remnants of mammoth fat. Mix them well. When the time comes, heed my command and hurl them down. Ilya. Old John. Escort the women and children to the innermost depths of the keep. Ensure that Selah is well looked after. A flurry of commands cascaded forth like a tempest, the panicked crowd finding a semblance of purpose as they sprang into action. Though fear lingered, the instinct for survival and the newfound cohesion galvanized them into their respective roles. My lord. Our one-eyed old hammer watches as those precious black iron ingots are repurposed for blocking gun ports, his heart aching at the loss. We can mine more ingots, Reynold replied sternly. But lives lost are irreplaceable. Execute your orders. Before long, the Black Scar mercenary group stood before the protective barrier, a dark mass radiating malevolence. The scarred wolf approached the shimmering energy field, striking it with the blade of his axe, producing a resounding thud, his face contorted into a cruel and mocking grin. Hey, you destitute souls within. I hear fortune has favored you, slaying a rotting mammoth and uncovering some fine treasures? I, Scarred Wolf, have returned. If you wish to avoid calamity, obediently open your gates and surrender your spoils. Moreover, offer me 100, no, 200 gold coins as an apology. If I am in a generous mood, perhaps I shall spare your miserable lives. Laughter erupted from the mercenaries behind him, filled with crude jests and vulgarities. Reynolds stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded the Scarred Wolf. You are not welcome here, Scarred Wolf. The treasures of Blackstone Fortress were earned with our very lives. They are of no concern to you. Kindly take your leave. Leave. The Scarred Wolf let out a derisive laugh, directing his axe towards the frail breach. With this dilapidated wall, I could cleave it apart with a single swing. I grant you one final chance. Open the door. Otherwise, once I break in, the men will be slaughtered to feed the carrion hounds. As for the women, he emitted a lascivious chuckle, followed by the raucous jeers of his mercenaries. Reynolds' gaze turned icy, realizing that negotiations had collapsed. He inhaled deeply and suddenly raised his voice, resonating throughout the gathering. Blackscar Mercenary Corps. Listen well. I, Reynold of the Blackthorn, issue a warning in the name of the Ross family. Withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The Ross family? Ha ha. The Scarred Wolf and his mercenaries erupted into laughter, mocking the audacity of an exiled bastard invoking the name of his family to instill fear. The Ross family has long forsaken this forsaken land. Who do you think you are? What I desire is your disbelief. Reynolds sneered inwardly, his face betraying a facade of bravado, as if struck at a vulnerable point. Don't force my hand. I possess a weapon of mass destruction. It was unearthed from an ancient relic. Should you dare to enter, we shall all meet our doom together. A weapon of mass destruction? The Scarred Wolf momentarily paused, then erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. Look at your pitiful state. Do you really possess such a weapon? Bring it forth and enlighten me. Is it yet another glowing moss? Ha ha. What Reynolds sought was precisely this derision and curiosity. He discreetly signaled to Old Tao behind him. Old Tao understood immediately. Swiftly lifting a sealed pottery jar, inside was a vile mixture of lime powder, greasy residue, and the fetid remnants of a previous dressing. An olfactory offense of the highest order, and approached a concealed shooting hole at the side of the breach, newly excavated. Disbelievers? Then let me demonstrate the consequences. Reynold feigned a ferocious roar, released the plague jar. Old Tao hurled the pottery jar through the shooting hole. The jar sailed through the air, landing not far from the mercenary band with a resounding crash. Instantly, a noxious cloud of white lime powder erupted, mingling with the repugnant oily residue and festering liquid. Spreading like a smoke bomb, the front line of mercenaries and their pack animals were seized by violent coughs, eyes stinging from the acrid fumes. The stench rivaled that of a biological weapon. Cough, cough. What in the world is this? Damn it. It reeks. It's lime powder. Watch out for your eyes. The mercenary formation wavered, the pack animals distressed, emitting uneasy whinnies. The Scarred Wolf, choking, staggered back, swatting away the swirling dust, infuriated as he cursed, damn. I knew this was just a trick. Brothers, give me. Before he could finish, chaos erupted. Amidst the gray mist, a cacophony of unsettling rustling emerged, akin to countless feet scraping against the ground. Following this, dozens of blood-red eyes flickered to life behind the dust and smoke. Roar, hiss, accompanied by deep growls and hisses. A horde of corrupted hyenas, drawn by the lime powder and stench, along with several massive lurking thorn vines, surged forth from the ruins, crashing directly into the disordered rear of the Black Scar Mercenary Corps. What is that? It's the corrupted hyenas. So many of them. Below, there are thorn vines. Be careful. Damn it. Steady yourselves. Maintain formation. The mercenary group was thrown into chaos. They had not anticipated a sudden onslaught from monstrous creatures emerging from the flanks and underground. The air was filled with screams, roars, the clashing of weapons, and the terrifying growls of beasts. Within the force field, the members of Blackstone Fortress stood in stunned silence. Iron Pillar gaped in disbelief. Oh my God. Old John was left speechless. A sly smirk crept across Raynor's lips as he remarked, "The lime powder merely obscures sight and scent. The foul stench attracts the wandering monsters, a simple application of ecological principles. Blackscar Mercenary Group, relish the appetizer I have prepared for you. My lord, did you foresee this monster invasion?" Ilya's emerald eyes shimmered with astonishment and admiration. "It was merely a gamble," Raynor murmured, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the chaos outside. Evidently pleased with the outcome. "Everyone, time is of the essence. Strengthen the defenses. Prepare for the real battle. The monsters won't hold them back for long." As expected, the Blackscar Mercenary Group, seasoned in experience, quickly regained their composure amidst the initial turmoil, rallying under the fierce command of Scarwolf. They allocated personnel to fend off the creatures, while the main force remained fixated on Blackstone Fortress. Scarwolf, after slaying a hyena, wiped the blood from his face, his expression growing more menacing and furious. "Damn it. How dare you ambush me? You will pay with your lives. Siege engines, charge. Smash that crumbling wall. I will personally flay that bastard alive." Two rudimentary, yet heavy siege engines were pushed forward, aimed at the precarious breach in Blackstone Fortress. Chapter 57, Flame Shield. The roar of the black iron bulwark and the counterattack of Thorn Blood. Siege engines. They truly intend to demolish the wall. The stones atop the watchtower emitted a chilling wail, their tone altered by fear. The Blackscar Mercenary Group was evidently incensed. Under Scarwolf's roaring command, the mercenaries swiftly eliminated the corrupted creatures that had been lured at the cost of a few minor injuries, positioning the imposing siege engines at the forefront. Crafted from stout logs sharpened to a point and wrapped in rusty iron, these primal yet effective instruments of destruction were hoisted by several burly men. "Aim for the breach. Smash it to pieces. Break this turtle shell." Scarwolf's face contorted with rage as he directed his battle axe towards the makeshift barricade of glimmering black iron ingots at the breach. To him, it was nothing more than the desperate last stand of penniless souls, using their precious treasures to block the wall. Ridiculous. 1, 2, heave. A dozen burly mercenaries synchronized their strength, hoisting the heavy siege engines and rhythmically charging towards the breach. The thunderous footsteps resonated like distant thunder, striking at the hearts of every defender. "Prepare for battle." Raynor's eyes burned crimson as he bellowed with all his might. "Iron Pillar, hold the line. We must endure, even at the cost of our lives. Everyone else, arrows, throwing spears, stones, strike with all your might. Aim for those wielding the hammers. Roar." Iron Pillar let out a thunderous cry, akin to an enraged bear, plunging his spear into the ground. His muscular arms bulged as he braced himself against the invaluable black iron ingots. The hammers and stones roared in unison, forming a final line of defense with their bodies. Behind them lay their home. Old Tao, accompanied by several slaves, frantically ignited the foul-smelling canisters filled with a mixture of lime and grease using oil-soaked rags, hurling them towards the advancing mercenaries. Crash, crash. The ceramic jars shattered, releasing a noxious white smoke that indeed obscured the vision and hindered the breathing of some mercenaries, provoking a chorus of coughs and curses. Yet, for those fearless desperados, such disturbances were insufficient to impede their charge. Boom. The initial strike. A hefty battering ram collided forcefully against the makeshift barricade of black iron ingots, producing a deafening, teeth-jarring metallic crash. Sparks flew. The three foremost iron pillars staggered as if struck hard, groaning softly with blood trickling from their lips, forced to take a step back. Nevertheless, the pile of black iron ingots remained steadfast. Only the topmost ones shifted, emitting a heavy grinding noise. Scarwolf's pupils contracted, revealing a look of astonishment. This black mass was indeed remarkably resilient. "Ha! Stun, you fool." The iron pillar wiped the blood from his mouth, and despite his insides being churned violently, he laughed heartily, for this was a treasure bestowed by our lord. "Want to smash it? I'll shatter your teeth." The mercenaries also felt their arms tingle from the recoil. their expressions shifting. Again, keep smashing. I want to see whether their bones are tougher than my hammer. Scar Wolf roared in indignation. The battering ram was raised once more, crashing down with renewed ferocity. Boom! Another savage impact. The black iron ingots remained unyielding, but the iron pillars behind were jolted, causing one to spurt a mouthful of blood. The hammer and stone appeared pale, clearly suffering internal injuries. Debris and soil from the barricade cascaded down. This cannot continue. They will crush the iron pillars to death. Old John exclaimed, stamping his feet in distress. Archers, aim for the one wielding the ram. Reno snatched a rudimentary bone bow, knocking a sharpened wooden arrow, lacking a metal tip, and released it with all his might. The arrow flew awkwardly, barely grazing a mercenary's shoulder, causing no real harm. The stones and bone spears thrown by the defenders were largely deflected by the mercenaries' leather armor and shields, yielding minimal effect. The disparity in equipment and training was starkly revealed at this moment. Ilya, try to ensnare the ram with vines. Reno thought quickly. Ilya gritted her teeth, concentrating, as emerald natural energy surged into the ground beneath her. Several slender vines struggled to break through the soil, winding towards the battering ram, only to be easily severed by the mercenary's swift strikes. Her powers were more suited for nurturing and purification. Such fierce confrontation was not her forte. In a moment of crisis, buzz! Suddenly, a faint yet peculiar wave of energy emanated from the direction of the main fortress. Sarah, who had been unconscious, unexpectedly struggled to sit up partially. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her obsidian-like eyes unfocused, yet they flickered with a chaotic interplay of dark red and silver light. She unconsciously extended her trembling hand, pointing at the mercenaries outside the breach, her throat emitting a disjointed, raspy voice that resembled the murmurs of a dream. Pain, oh pain, tear apart the obstacles. As she whispered, several faint, twisted strands of dark crimson energy materialized above the battering ram, akin to living tendrils that abruptly burrowed into the arms of the mercenaries wielding it. Ah, what is this? My hand. I have no strength left. A few mercenaries suddenly experienced a peculiar tingling and numbness in their arms, as if their strength had been instantly siphoned away, causing the battering ram to tilt dangerously, diminishing both its force and accuracy for the next strike. Unconsciously activated by Sarah. Weak corruption, energy interference, pain transmission. Effect, temporarily weakens target muscle strength, causing slight nerve stinging. Note, severely depletes Sarah's mental strength, potentially provoking a backlash of corruption within her. Sister Sarah, Ilya exclaimed, rushing over to support her, channeling divine energy into her to provide solace. Sarah's body softened, slipping back into unconsciousness, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a semblance of relief. This sudden and bizarre interference, though fleeting, afforded Blackstone Fortress a precious moment to breathe. What a splendid opportunity. Reno's eyes glimmered with fervor. Iron pillar. Hold steady. Old Tao. Push that massive black iron ingot down. Smash it upon them. Hearing this, Old Tao and several slaves exerted all their strength to shove the enormous black iron ingot, as large as a grinding stone, off the top of the barricade. The black ingot, accompanied by a howling wind, plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Scatter. Scarwolf's expression changed drastically, shouting urgently. But the mercenaries adjusting the battering ram were caught off guard. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The ground seemed to tremble beneath it. Although the black ingot did not directly crush anyone, it smashed down upon the midsection of the battering ram with tremendous force. The stout wooden shaft emitted a sickening crack, brutally splintering under the impact. The front end, encased in iron, skewed askew. One battering ram, temporarily rendered inoperative. Splendid. The defenders of Blackstone Fortress erupted in thunderous cheers, their morale soaring. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Scarwolf seethed, leaping in rage as he kicked one of his subordinates aside. Use the grappling hooks. Climb up and slay them from above. A few agile mercenaries immediately brandished their grappling hooks with iron claws, swinging them in the air before hurling them toward the rocky wall above the breach. Clang, clang. The claws firmly latched onto the rocky ledge. Follow me. Scarwolf led the charge, a curved blade clamped in his mouth, hands gripping the rope. Scaling the wall like a monkey, the other mercenaries followed suit. This is not good. They intend to scale the wall. Reno's expression shifted, cut the ropes. Quickly, however. The steep rock face above the breach made it difficult for the defenders to target those grappling hooks. Just as Scarwolf's menacing visage was about to breach the top of the wall, at that moment, a howl erupted. A more ferocious and bloodthirsty roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the gray mist behind Blackstone Fortress. Almost immediately, The ground trembled violently. An enormous, grotesque figure, exuding a nauseating stench of decay and an aura of brutality, burst forth from the thin veil of mist, launching a reckless charge towards the mercenaries who were scaling the walls. It was the rotting corpse of the mammoth, previously grievously wounded in its hind leg by Renaud's cunning. It had not perished. Following the scent of blood and the clamor of battle, it surged forward with unbridled fury, evidently perceiving the densely packed mercenaries below as its targets for vengeance. Good heavens! It's the mammoth. It's alive. One mercenary, caught in the act of climbing, glanced back in terror, losing his grip and plummeting down. Damn it! Why now? Scarwolf felt the hair on his neck stand on end, cursing vehemently. The corpse mammoth exhibited no discernment between friend and foe. Its wounded hind leg only fueled its madness. Lowering its head, its terrifying, metal-wrapped tusks bore down like two colossal plows, crashing into the rear ranks of the Black Scar mercenary corps. Get out of the way. The shrieks erupted instantaneously. The mercenaries' formation was thrown into disarray by this sudden, monstrous assault. Several who failed to evade were either impaled by the tusks or trampled into a bloody pulp beneath the beast's massive hooves. The siege ground to a halt. All mercenaries were embroiled in chaotic combat against the corpse mammoth. Scarwolf, suspended on his grappling hook, found himself at a loss, nearly choking on his own frustration. Within the force field, the defenders of Blackstone Fortress were left in stunned disbelief. Iron Pillar gaped, momentarily forgetting his pain. My God, is this what we call assistance? Old John muttered softly. Renaud, equally astonished, nearly burst into laughter. What is this? When the clam and the snipe struggle, the fisherman benefits. Or is this a monstrous version of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao? This mammoth's arrival is quite timely, albeit unintentional. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance for counterattack. Renaud's gaze sharpened, as a fierce resolve surged from the depths of his heart. Enough of passively enduring the blows. It is time for us to strike back. He drew forth his long sword with vigor. The thorny battle aura within him, ignited by combat and wrath, surged into a frenzied whirl. A pale gray mist coiled around the blade, emitting a faint tearing sound. Warriors of Blackstone Fortress. Renaud's voice thundered, resonating throughout the battleground. Do you see? Even the beasts of the chasm stand with us. These vermin wish to annihilate our home, seize our provisions, and slaughter us like cattle. Do you accept this? No, we do not. Iron Pillar, Big Hammer, Stone, and others' eyes blazed with fury, their suppressed rage and indignation erupting forth. Grasp your weapons. Follow me. Renaud pointed his sword towards the chaos beyond the walls, his voice imbued with unwavering determination and fervor. Iron Pillar, rally the remaining brothers. Let us cut through them. Old Tao, use the remaining foul-smelling canisters and stones to strike them fiercely. Ilya, entangle their feet with vines, even if it's just a moment's delay. For Blackstone Fortress, for our Lord, for our provisions and iron ingots. Kill. The fervor ignited to its fullest, the desire for survival, the determination to defend one's homeland, and the profound hatred for the enemy coalesced into an overwhelming battle spirit. Open the gates. Lower the drawbridge. Reno roared with fury. In truth, there was no drawbridge. It was merely a signal to clear the obstructive debris. Iron Pillar tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a muscular torso marred by gruesome wounds, and bellowed as he brandished the beast claw spear, the first to charge through the breach. Like a descending tiger, he lunged towards a mercenary attempting to withstand the mammoth's charge. Reno followed closely, his figure a flash of lightning, his thorny fighting spirit pushed to its zenith. No longer did he seek ornate techniques. Instead, he focused all his might on piercing and tearing. The sword light struck with the venom of a serpent, aiming with calculated malice for the gaps and joints in the mercenary's armor. With a sickening thrust, a mercenary who had just parried Iron Pillar's blow was pierced by Reno's sword beneath his ribcage, the thorny energy instantly ravaging his insides, leading him to scream and collapse. With a low growl, Reno's sword tip grazed another mercenary's thigh, erupting in a spray of blood and shredded leather armor, causing the mercenary to crumple in agony, only to be crushed by a hammer-wielding comrade charging from behind. The defenders of Blackstone Fortress surged with a fervor akin to a stimulant. Despite their rudimentary equipment, they leveraged their intimate knowledge of the terrain, an unexpected surge of morale, and the chaotic presence of the rampaging corpse mammoth, managing to momentarily suppress the disordered mercenaries. The battlefield devolved into a chaotic, three-way melee. The mercenaries were tasked with fending off the mammoth, dealing with distant harassment from the walls. Though minor, it was incessantly annoying. and confronting the frenzied defenders of Blackstone Fortress pouring through the breach like rabid dogs. Scarred Wolf had just leapt from the ropes when he beheld his men being scattered, fury igniting within him. Steady. Hold your ground. Eliminate that damned mammoth first. Before he could finish his command, the corpse mammoth seemed to recognize Reno, perhaps by the aura of thorny energy, and let out a roar of hatred, shaking off the mercenaries entangled with it and charging directly at Reno. "Master, be careful," Iron Pillar exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but was ensnared by two mercenaries. Reno, watching the massive creature advance, felt no fear. Instead, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. "This is perfect." He surged forward, his thorny energy swirling within him at an unprecedented speed, the painful absorption trait activating as the surrounding atmosphere of slaughter, agony, and terror transformed into fuel, sharpening and intensifying his energy. Just as the mammoth was about to collide with him, Reno executed a perilous sidestep, narrowly avoiding the sharp tusks, his body spinning like a whirlwind. With all his strength and the boiling thorny energy coursing through him, he plunged his sword deep into the still-healing joint wound of the mammoth's hind leg, previously ravaged. With a sickening crunch, the tearing properties of the thorny energy manifested their utmost effect. The blade sliced through the weak fascia and rotting flesh within the wound as if it were butter. Dark red, foul-smelling blood gushing forth like a fountain. The putrid corpse of the mammoth unleashed a thunderous roar of agony, its enormous form suddenly swaying before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The tremendous force sent tremors through the earth. Reynolds was thrown backward by the backlash, landing in a roll before half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his palms torn and bleeding, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. Before the mammoth could struggle to its feet, several frenzied slaves from Blackstone Fortress, their eyes ablaze with rage, howled as they brandished their newly acquired, finely crafted pickaxes, relentlessly attacking the creature's eyes and wounds with reckless abandon. Although they could not deliver a fatal blow, their assault significantly heightened its suffering and confusion. Meanwhile, Scarwolf and the mercenaries were momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Reynolds bellowed, "Focus fire on the leader," pointing at Scarwolf with a fierce urgency. The old heads atop the wall, including Old Tau, hurled every remaining stench canister, stones, and even some precious scrap iron towards Scarwolf. Elia summoned the last of her mental strength, conjuring vines that entwined around Scarwolf's feet. Though they were instantly severed, they successfully disrupted his balance. Scarwolf swung his battle axe in defense, but found himself in disarray, covered in dirt and rage-filled howls. "Retreat. We must retreat." Faced with heavy casualties among his subordinates and the frenzied assault of these desperate souls, Scarwolf, unwillingly, commanded a withdrawal. The surviving mercenaries, as if granted a reprieve, assisted their wounded comrades, abandoning a few bodies and the shattered siege engine, hastily retreating into the mist. The severely injured putrid mammoth struggled to rise, emitting a defiant roar before limping away into the fog in another direction. On the battlefield, chaos reigned, stained with blood, and the breath of the surviving guards of Blackstone Fortress echoed in the aftermath. Silence lingered for a few moments. Then, disbelief washed over a slave as he murmured, "Did we win? We drove back the Blackscar mercenary corps, and even scared off a putrid mammoth? We won." The jubilant cheers erupted once more fervent and frenzied than ever before. Everyone, regardless of their injuries, embraced, leaped, and shouted with unrestrained joy. Tears mingled with blood and sweat streamed down their faces. They had held their ground. With the most rudimentary weapons and indomitable will, they had repelled the well-equipped, numerically superior villains and taught a fearsome monster a lesson. Iron Pillar leaned on his spear, laughing heartily, even as blood trickled from his lips. The hammer and stone supported one another, grinning foolishly. Old Tau excitedly patted his son's shoulder. Old John wept tears of joy, murmuring thanks to the goddess. Reynolds slowly straightened, gazing at the jubilant crowd and the ravaged battlefield, releasing a long sigh of relief, a look of satisfaction gracing his weary face. Victory was indeed hard-won. He approached the stack of resilient black iron ingots, gently patting them. "Thanks, my friend." He then glanced towards the main fortress, his expression softening. "And you too, Scylla." In this battle, Blackstone Fortress had shed blood, yet forged its very soul. A truly cohesive and formidable team quietly takes shape amidst the crucible of blood and fire. However, Reno remains vigilant, casting a cold gaze towards the fleeing mercenaries. The matter concerning the Scarred Wolf mercenary group is far from over. We must become stronger swiftly to safeguard all that we have. Chapter 58, The Choice. The invitation from Silver Scythe and the prelude to the industrial revolution of Blackstone Fortress. News of Blackstone Fortress repelling the notorious scarred mercenary group and inflicting heavy damage upon the corrupted mammoth spread like wildfire. Whispered through the lips of scattered wanderers drawn by the sounds of battle. It is hard to believe that a dilapidated fortress led by an exiled bastard could withstand the ferocious assault of the infamous scarred mercenary group and even subdue a frenzied third-tier corrupted beast. Have you heard? That lad named Reno from Blackstone Fortress possesses an uncanny ability. Indeed, it is said he has a glimmering moss that can dispel corruption and heal wounds. There are even more fantastical claims. They say he can command half-human, half-demon monsters. The scarred were defeated by that creature and the mammoth's ambush. The bloodline of the Rose family, even if it is that of a bastard, should not be underestimated. Such rumors cloaked Blackstone Fortress in an enigmatic and perilous aura, temporarily deterring many covetous gazes. Even the scarred mercenary group has fallen silent, seemingly licking their wounds and reassessing this tough adversary. Within the fortress, a sense of exhaustion mingled with hope permeated the air. The seized fine tools were immediately put to use. Old Hammer, with his crew, significantly increased the efficiency of exploration and mining with new picks. The heavy black iron ingots were carefully stored in the newly constructed, relatively dry warehouse, a cleaned-out cellar, becoming a strategic reserve. Old Tao, meanwhile, scratched his head over a stack of elemental furnace blueprints and a few energy circuit diagrams. Although much of it was incomprehensible, the basic sketches of ceramic pipe connections and insulation layers inspired him to attempt the crafting of more complex, high-temperature-resistant ceramic components. Reno, however, did not dwell on victory for long. He understood that the temporary peace stemmed from the deterrent of power, and the foundation of Blackstone Fortress remained too fragile. He immediately plunged into a new round of planning. The primary task, to process the spoils and solidify the foundation. He established a technical digestion team, led by Old John, with Ilya, Old Tao, and Old Hammer participating. Their objectives were, 1. Tool research, to master the use and maintenance of the new tools and attempt to replicate them. Limited by materials, they would start with structural limitations. 2. Blueprint interpretation, to pool everyone's intellect, mostly through conjecture and experimentation. Even understanding just 1% would be progress. The focus would be on the foundational structure of the furnace and the safety cooling system. 3. Moonlight moss optimization. Ilya would continue to spearhead the purification and large-scale cultivation of moonlight moss, striving to standardize the preparation process for stabilizers, despite the scarcity of raw materials. Secondary tasks included fortifying defenses and enhancing combat capabilities. The tasks assigned to Taiju and Dechue were more straightforward. 1. Fortifying the city defenses. Utilizing new tools and quarried stones, they aimed to construct a proper ironwood gate to seal the breach, reinforcing it with confiscated metal, while also raising and strengthening the surrounding walls. 2. Military training. They would organize the existing combat-ready personnel, including some robust slaves, into squads, led by Taiju, who would conduct basic drills in formation, coordination, and weapon handling. Although large-scale weapon upgrades were temporarily unfeasible, discipline and teamwork could enhance their combat effectiveness. 3. Intelligence gathering. They dispatched clever slaves to establish concealed observation points in relatively safe zones, monitoring the movements towards Hyla Fortress and deep within the rift. The entire Haishi Fortress operated like a finely tuned, albeit relatively, machine, with every individual brimming with vigor, as everyone understood that each moment of effort was a contribution to their own survival. However, the tranquil days lasted only 3 days. That chilling, icy voice resurfaced in Reno's mind without warning, shattering the brief calm. 3 days have passed. I await you at the Blackwind Pass. Bring the samples, Sela, and yourself. You know the consequences of tardiness. The silver-haired woman. She has arrived. A jolt of anticipation surged within Reno, mingled with anxiety, yet tinged with an ineffable expectation. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. Without hesitation, he gathered the core members to announce his decision. I must depart for a while. Reno's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. What? My lord, where are you going? Taiju was the first to react. It's too dangerous outside. Is that silver-haired woman coming back? I want to accompany you. No. Reno shook his head. You stay here and guard the home. Haishi Fortress cannot be without its backbone. Taiju, while I am absent, you shall act as the acting lord. Dechue, let Shirtu assist you. Defense and training must not relent. Taiju wished to argue further, but upon seeing Reno's steadfast gaze, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Yes. My lord, I will protect the home. Await your return. Old John, Ilya. Reno turned to them. entrusting the daily operations of the territory and the cultivation of moonlight moss to their care. Especially the research on the blueprints. Take your time. Do not rush for quick results. Old John's eyes brimmed with tears. My lord, you must return safely. Ilya's green eyes were filled with concern as she tightly clutched the hem of her garment. My lord, take this. She handed him a small cloth pouch containing several pieces of dried food soaked in moonlight moss essence and a small vial of concentrated liquid. It may prove useful. Reno accepted it, warmth filling his heart as he gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry, I shall return. Lastly, he looked toward Sela, who still appeared pale in the corner. After several days of recuperation and Ilya's continuous care, her complexion had improved somewhat. Yet her eyes still bore the lingering shadows of fear and confusion. Sela, Reno approached her, kneeling down to soften his voice. I need you to accompany me. We may encounter that which you are both familiar with and fearful of. But trust me, I will protect you. Your memory and perception hold great significance for us. Sarah's body trembled slightly, her obsidian-like eyes gazing at Raynor, filled with trepidation, yet beneath the surface, there seemed to be a flicker of profound dependence. She parted her lips, ultimately nodding gently, producing an almost inaudible mm. There was no grand farewell, only a weighty sense of trust and expectation. Raynor brought only Sarah, still weak and requiring a makeshift stretcher carried by 2 sturdy slaves in turn, and the essential supplies, food, water, a small amount of moonlight moss essence, and a fragment of corrupted crystal for backup. Lightly burdened, he stepped once more into the perilous gray mist, heading towards the Blackwind Pass. The Blackwind Pass remained shrouded in eerie silence and oppressive atmosphere. The silver-haired woman awaited them there, clad in immaculate silver-gray combat attire. Her silver locks danced in the mist without a breeze, and that disquieting silver scythe rested diagonally across her back. As she observed Raynor and his companions approach, her gaze swept over the unconscious Sarah on the stretcher, and she nodded slightly. Right on time, her voice devoid of emotion. It appears your little toy, referring to Blackstone Fortress, has not been dismantled. Raynor smirked but refrained from engaging further, directly inquiring, where are we going? What is our purpose? Surely, you must provide some clarity. The silver-haired woman cast him a sidelong glance, tinged with a hint of mockery. What? Afraid I might sell you? I'm not worried about being sold, Raynor shrugged, merely concerned about not fetching a fair price, perhaps incurring a loss. The silver-haired woman seemed momentarily taken aback by his audacious retort, letting out a cold huff. Silver-tongued, follow me, we shall converse along the way. She turned and strode forth, her speed remarkable, yet exuding an air of leisurely grace, the mist parting effortlessly to her sides. Raynor quickly signaled the slaves carrying the stretcher to follow, hastening to keep pace. As they walked, the woman's cool voice resonated directly in Raynor's mind, akin to a chilling stream. Destination: the southeastern depths of the rift. An ancient observation station ruins. Task: acquire a sample of starfall blue copper and record the energy disturbance data within the ruins. Reason: starfall blue copper is one of the core materials for stabilizing advanced energy circuits, which may prove beneficial for your fanciful furnace concept. Furthermore, the recent anomalies in the activities of the data cultivators require assessment. Risk: the ruins harbor remnants of ancient defensive mechanisms, potentially attracting corrupted creatures, even alarming the hunters. Your role: the sample, Sarah, is sensitive to specific corruptive fluctuations and ancient energy fields, serving as both guide and warning. You are essentially a bodyguard and laborer, while we ascertain your worth for cultivation. Raynor's heart raced at the deluge of information. Starfall blue copper? Core material for the furnace? Anomalies with the cultivators? Hunters? The volume of information was staggering. This woman truly knows about the blueprints. Is she investing? Or exploiting? Why seek me? Raynor posed the crucial question. The silver-haired woman maintained her pace, her voice still flat. Because you are sufficiently weak and uniquely special. The bloodline of Ross, that peculiar fighting spirit you conjure, and your cleverness with stabilizers are intriguing. Most importantly, you are impoverished, leaving you with no alternatives. Reno, damn, the harsh truth stings. The silver-haired woman added with a hint of amusement. If you perish within, I suffer no loss. I can merely find another subject. Reno's lips twitched. Indeed, she harbors ill intentions. Yet, he recognized this as both a crisis and an opportunity. Gaining access to higher-tier resources and information was paramount for the development of Blackstone Fortress. What about the rewards? Reno began to negotiate. If you return alive, the piece of blue copper will be yours. The silver-haired woman paused. Additionally, I shall provide you with a brief map outlining the distribution of corruptive energy gradients, which may assist in your territorial expansion. Reno's eyes sparkled. A map. This is an invaluable treasure. Deal struck. The group traversed the perilous pass in silence. The silver-haired woman seemed to possess an aura that dispelled the mists wherever she tread. Even the most ferocious corrupt beings recoiled. Reno attentively observed her gait and presence, hoping to glean some wisdom, yet found her depth unfathomable. Meanwhile, within Blackstone Fortress, Reno's departure left a sense of emptiness among the inhabitants, yet it ignited a stronger sense of unity. Iron Pillar strictly adhered to Reno's commands, leading drills, patrols, and fortifying defenses with a voice even louder than before. Ilia dedicated all her energy to cultivating moonlight moss and studying blueprints, even attempting to perceive the rhythms of the energy circuits depicted in the drawings through divine natural power. Although progress was slow, she found joy in the endeavor. Old Tao, with the assistance of One-Eyed Old Hammer, began constructing a small clay furnace base according to the simple structure outlined in the blueprints, failing repeatedly yet growing more resolute with each setback. One-Eyed Old Hammer, equipped with new tools, astonishingly uncovered a higher-grade black iron ore vein deeper beneath the castle's foundation. Though extraction remained arduous, it was undoubtedly a significant boon. With Sailor absent, the burden on Ilia grew heavier, yet the resilience in her gaze became increasingly apparent. She even began learning basic self-defense techniques from Iron Pillar. Though exhausted and breathless, she never complained. During the Lord's temporary absence, Blackstone Fortress did not stagnate. Rather, driven by a determination not to bring shame upon their leader, it quietly and tenaciously amassed strength. A minor industrial revolution sparked by a few blueprints and tools was quietly taking root in this corrupted land. Reno's expedition foreshadowed Blackstone Fortress's vision, soon to transcend the confines of the chasm and venture into a broader, more perilous, unknown world. Was the silver-haired woman's invitation a trap of the abyss or a stepping stone to the future? The answer lay deep within the chasm. Chapter 59, Deep Dive. The star blue copper of the Chasm Observation Station and Sailor's Radar. Upon leaving the protective field of Blackstone Fortress and delving into the heart of the Crimson Chasm, Reno truly grasped the perilous and vast nature of this land. The gray mist enveloped the surroundings, thick as a tangible entity, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Beneath their feet lay not solid ground, but a treacherous mire interspersed with humus and fragmented bones, each step eliciting a nauseating squelch while releasing a noxious miasma. The air was saturated with a putrid aroma, imbued with a visceral sense of erosion, as if countless insidious tendrils sought to burrow into their pores. The silence was haunting, punctuated only by the footsteps of their party, their labored breaths, and the occasional eerie rustle or low, unintelligible growl resonating from the distance. Leading the group was a silver-haired woman, her presence acting as an invisible barrier. Wherever she tread, the oppressive fog receded, and the suffocating sense of decay diminished significantly. Her pace appeared unhurried, yet she adeptly maneuvered around hidden quagmires and sudden pits of decay. Reynold and the two slaves carrying the stretcher had to exert every effort to keep pace, lest they be left behind. Stay close, if you fall behind. I shall not return for you. Her voice, cold and unwavering, echoed in the air. Reynold gritted his teeth, striving to acclimate to the surroundings while remaining vigilant. On the miniature map, crimson dots symbolizing danger flickered like will-o'-the-wisps through the mist, sometimes retreating, at other times inching closer, but upon nearing the silver-haired woman's vicinity, they swiftly retreated. This silver-haired harbinger is indeed a formidable monster repellent. The figure on the stretcher, Sarah, oscillated between consciousness and oblivion, her body trembling slightly as muffled, anguished moans escaped her throat. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced her reactions became. Suddenly, Sarah's eyes snapped open, her obsidian gaze filled with sheer terror. Her body thrashing violently as her fingers clutched the edges of the stretcher, emitting a raspy cry. No, don't go. There are so many needles piercing and burning. The silver-haired woman paused, her silver eyes narrowing slightly. Needles? The embodiment of pain was manifesting, indicating the presence of a high concentration of active corruption nearby. The direction was indeed correct. They must circumvent it. Without hesitation, she altered their course, deviating from the straight path. Reynold hastily followed suit. After a few minutes of detouring, a peculiar dark purple swamp emerged faintly from the mist ahead, bubbling with viscous, tar-like bubbles that released dizzying clouds of purple toxin upon bursting, while twisted shadows, resembling thorny brambles, writhed in the depths of the mire. Detection of high concentrations of corrupt miasma, neurotoxin, and lurking corruption thorn clusters. Group. Tier 3 threat. Warning. Forcibly traversing will result in severe poisoning and entanglement risk by thorn vines. Reynolds inhaled sharply. Sarah's pain radar is remarkably effective. He couldn't help but glance at Sarah, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness on the stretcher, his assessment of her value elevating yet another notch. With the silver-haired woman's dispersive aura and Sarah's danger alerts, the group navigated through the perilous rift for the better part of the day, their sense of time becoming increasingly nebulous. At last, the silver-haired woman came to a halt before a relatively arid cliff composed of colossal black rocks. The cliff was draped in a thick layer of dark red moss, pulsating like veins, exuding an unsettling aura of vitality. Beneath this writhing moss, the remnants of a twisted metal gate, forcibly torn asunder, were faintly discernible. The material of the gate bore resemblance to that of the one at Blackstone Keep, yet it appeared more ancient, seemingly ravaged from within by some immense force. "Here we are," the silver-haired woman stated with an unruffled tone, indicating one of the auxiliary entrances to the observation station. The main gate had been thoroughly sealed. She approached the damaged door, and a silver scythe materialized silently in her grasp. With a swift motion, she waved it. A faint silver beam flashed, and the pulsating blood-like moss before the door was instantaneously obliterated, revealing a dark, musty opening behind it. "Stay watch outside," she commanded the two slaves carrying a stretcher, her tone brooking no dissent. "Eliminate anything that approaches." She casually tossed them two gleaming short blades, unmistakably of remarkable quality. The two slaves trembled in fear but gripped the blades tightly, nervously guarding the entrance. "You," the silver-haired woman directed her gaze at Reno. "Bring the sample and follow me inside." Taking a deep breath, Reno hoisted the weakened Sarah onto his back, her tendrils icy and slightly quaking, and tightened his grip on his long sword as he stepped into the darkness alongside the silver-haired woman. Behind the door lay a downward-sloping metallic corridor. The corridor was unusually dry, standing in stark contrast to the damp decay outside. A faint scent of rust and dust permeated the air. The luminous crystals embedded in the walls had long ceased to function, yet the silver-haired woman radiated a soft silvery glow, sufficient to illuminate their path. Occasionally, scattered and damaged instrument parts, along with what appeared to be the weathered remains of some biological entity, could be seen on either side of the corridor. Sarah trembled more violently on Reno's back, her breath coming in quick gasps, as if she were enduring excruciating torment. "It's so cold. Something is watching me," she murmured intermittently. The silver-haired woman abruptly halted, her sharp silver eyes scanning an area to the left where a metallic chamber had partially collapsed. "There's something inside." Her voice was low. "Go deal with it. Let me see the true measure of your thorns." A shiver ran through Reno at her words as he carefully set Sarah down in a corner, gripping his longsword tightly as he cautiously approached the chamber. He could sense a chilling, hostile energy emanating from within. As he neared the chamber door, a sudden and ghastly white tendril, reminiscent of a bony spur, shot forth from the shadows, aiming directly for his face. Reno reacted swiftly, unleashing his thorns of energy. He sidestepped and blocked. The clash of sword against bone produced a resonant clang. A frigid force, imbued with corrosive energy, surged through his arm, causing it to tingle slightly. Encounter: Corrupted Sentinel, damaged, second-tier elite. Traits: Bone Spike Ambush, Frost Corrosion, Stealth. Status: Energy Depletion, Severe Structural Damage. Before him stood a peculiar construct, no taller than a half-man. Resembling a spider, composed of ghastly pale bones and corroded metal. It moved with remarkable agility, its remaining skeletal legs darting about, launching bone spikes from various angles. Rending wind. Reynolds roared, unleashing the tearing characteristic of his thorned aura. The blade's light became both cunning and ferocious, no longer engaging in a brute force clash, but rather seeking the joints and fissures between the creature's bones to strike. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through, successfully severing one of the support legs of the corrupted sentinel. The creature hesitated. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Reynolds unleashed his full might. The tip of his sword gathered a gray radiance, akin to a venomous serpent striking from its lair, accurately piercing the exposed energy core in its chest, which flickered with unstable, ghostly light. With a pop, the core shattered. The corrupted sentinel froze abruptly, the ghostly light in its eyes extinguished, and with a clatter, it collapsed into a heap of shattered bones and debris. Corrupted sentinel, damaged, slain, X1. Thorned aura proficiency 5. Enhanced understanding of construct weaknesses, acquired. Damaged energy core, slightly corrupted, X1. Reinforced bone spike fragments, X3. Humph, mediocre, remarked the silver-haired woman, her tone inscrutable. indicating that even dealing with such debris required some effort. Your aura attribute is indeed rare, but alas, it is too crude, a wasted potential. Reynold took a deep breath. Disregarding her sharp tongue, and silently stowed away his spoils, automatically stored by the system. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. He pressed onward. Along the way, he dealt with several more similar damaged sentinels and a type of spore trap capable of spraying corrosive slime, until he finally reached the end of the passage. Before him loomed a vast, circular underground hall. At the center, a half-collapsed circular observation platform lay scattered with various broken crystal lenses and metallic instruments. The dome of the hall had partially caved in, revealing jagged rocks, yet much of the structure remained intact. Most striking were the enormous, dim black crystal panels embedded in the walls, each etched with intricate runes reminiscent of those on the door. In one corner of the hall, a section bore evident signs of a violent energy explosion. The ground was charred, littered with irregular metallic fragments flickering with a faint starry blue glow, alongside some singed cables. Starfall blue copper. The silver-haired woman's eyes gleamed as she approached the scorched area, crouching down to pick up a piece of shimmering star-blue metal debris with her fingers. It was of high purity, though alas, most had been destroyed in the explosion. Let us see if there are any larger remnants. Reynold assisted in the search. Soon, beneath a pile of melted instrument wreckage, he discovered a fist-sized chunk, radiating a profound starry blue hue, adorned with natural silver starry patterns, its surface chilling to the touch. Acquisition: Starfall blue copper, high purity, X1 unit. Material properties: exceptional energy conductivity, stability, and faint memory retention. Uses: core material for advanced energy circuits, stabilizing base, enchanting medium, etc. Was that all? The silver-haired woman appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet she accepted the blue copper, weighing it in her hand, barely sufficient for crafting a few core nodes. Data recorded. She gestured towards the scorched explosion marks and the runes adorning the surrounding walls. Reno retrieved the charcoal pencil and animal hide prepared by old John, a rudimentary notebook, and began sketching the explosion's radius and documenting the orientation of the wall runes, despite his utter incomprehension. At that moment, Sarah, leaning against the wall, suddenly emitted an excruciating scream, curling up into a ball. My head feels like it's about to explode. So many voices are crying and shouting that it has awakened. It has discovered us. The leaf imprint on the back of her hand and the dark red markings on her body erupted in blinding radiance simultaneously. Silver and dark red clashed violently. The silver-haired woman's expression shifted. Not good. Her mental connection has stirred a dormant consciousness deep within the ruins. It is a hunter. We must flee. No sooner had she spoken than the entire hall trembled violently. A chilling, brutal, and destructive wave of terrifying mental energy surged forth like a tsunami from the depths of the ruins. The black crystal panels on the walls ignited with a blinding crimson glow. Countless twisted, suffering faces flickered on the panels, wailing in agony. Warning: detecting an extremely high-intensity mental pollution impact. Source: Ancient Observation Station Core Guardian Unit. Hunter. Estimated level: Peak Tier 4. Incomplete. Characteristics: wide-range mental suppression, psychic shriek. Energy siphoning. Threat level: extremely high. Highly dangerous. Ugh. Reno felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness enveloped his vision, and blood gushed from his nose. The two slaves stationed outside let out horrified screams, clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground. Only the silver-haired woman, surrounded by a brilliant silver light, managed to withstand the onslaught, though her expression grew increasingly grave. This is troublesome. She let out a cold huff, the silver scythe reappearing. The data is nearly complete. Retreat. Grasping the piece of starfall blue copper in one hand, she made a sweeping motion with the other. With a swift rip, a spatial rift was forcibly torn open. On the other side of the rift lay the scene of the Black Wind Pass. Go. She stepped through first. Reno, enduring the excruciating headache, hoisted the nearly unconscious Sarah onto his back and stumbled into the spatial rift. The two slaves tumbled and crawled in pursuit. Just as the rift was about to close, Reno caught a fleeting glimpse of a terrifying silhouette, colossal and composed of countless twisted metals and energy conduits, slowly awakening. Its single crimson eye flickering ominously in the depths of the hall. The spatial rift sealed shut. The group fell in disarray onto the rocky ground of the Black Wind Pass, surviving a calamity. The silver-haired woman gazed at the fragment of star-fallen blue copper in her hand, then cast a glance at the nearly exhausted Reno and the completely unconscious Scylla, a fleeting, imperceptible ripple passing through her silver eyes. It still possesses some utility. She tossed Reno a small, shimmering diamond crystal, stating, "This is your promised corruption gradient map. It can be perceived through mental energy. I hope you can endure a few more seconds next time." With that, without waiting for Reno's response, her figure flickered and melted into the moonlight, vanishing without a trace. Exhausted, Reno slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as he regarded the cold crystal in his hand and the star-fallen blue copper in the system's repository, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. This mission was utterly exhilarating. The hunter was terrifying beyond measure. Yet, the rewards were substantial. His gaze drifted to the unconscious Scylla, a complex expression crossing his features. The pain radar is remarkably effective, but its side effects are daunting. After a brief respite, having regained a measure of strength, Reno dared not linger. He promptly gathered his companions and embarked on the journey back to Blackstone Fortress. Unbeknownst to him, Blackstone Fortress was currently facing a new crisis from within, simultaneously unfolding at Blackstone Fortress on the very day following Reno's departure. The industrial nascence of Blackstone Fortress encountered its first major obstacle. During the third ignition test, the clay furnace base overseen by Old Tao suffered a catastrophic collapse due to insufficient heat-resistant materials and structural design flaws. The blueprints were severely lacking. Although no casualties occurred, the painstakingly constructed base and the hard-won specialized ceramic pipes were obliterated. A significant portion of the precious clay reserves had also been consumed. Simultaneously, the fervent extraction of the new ore vein by the one-eyed old hammer led to localized rock instability, nearly triggering a collapse, forcing operations to a halt. The successive failures and accidents inflicted a blow to the previously high morale, sowing seeds of doubt and frustration among some of the vassals. A few of the already restless slave dissenters began to murmur in secret, "With the Lord absent, is it not a waste of provisions to engage in such futile endeavors? We would do better to gather wild vegetables instead. I believe those blueprints are mere deception." The shadow of internal discord silently loomed. Chapter 60. The return bearing the unconscious Scylla, weighed down by fatigue and the burden of their spoils. Reno and his companions finally traversed the last perilous stretch of the gray mist. The familiar, precarious yet resilient shimmering energy membrane of Blackstone Fortress glimmered like a beacon of home, warming every weary heart. "It is the Lord. The Lord has returned." The sharp-eyed stone atop the lookout tower let out a hoarse yet elated cry, his voice slicing through the thin mist, instantly igniting the long-suppressed silence within the fortress. "Open the gates. Quickly, open the gates." Iron Pillar's robust shout followed, brimming with uncontainable excitement and a sense of relief. The wooden gate was yanked open with fervor, as Iron Pillar, Big Hammer, and a throng of eager vassals rushed out to greet them. When they beheld Reno, though weary and scathed, and saw Scylla, though unconscious, breathing steadily upon his back, as well as the peculiar star-blue glimmering metallic fragment carefully cradled by the slave behind him, an uproarious cheer erupted. "My lord, you have finally returned." Iron Pillar rushed forward, eager to take Scylla, yet hesitant, fearing his own strength might be too much. "It is good to be back. So good." Old John wiped away his tears, his voice choked with emotion. Ilia's emerald eyes were instantaneously clouded with moisture. She hastened to the fore, gingerly assessing Scylla's condition, her divine power gently probing, her face relaxing into a relieved expression. Thankfully, it was merely exhaustion. However, after the jubilant cheers, the unmistakable fatigue etched upon the faces of the crowd, coupled with a flicker of anxiety and despondency deep within their eyes, was keenly observed by the astute Reno. The atmosphere within the fortress seemed more oppressive than when he had departed. What troubles have befallen the home? Reno entrusted Scylla's care to Ilia and the women. Casting his gaze over the assembly, his voice somber, Iron Pillar opened his mouth, his expression falling, as he reported in a deep, resonant tone, "My lord, after your departure, the newly constructed furnace at Old Tao's collapsed, and much of what was prepared was ruined, nearly injuring someone." Old Hammer too drooped his head. "The rock layers in the mine are unstable. We dared not dig deeper." Several slaves lowered their heads, unable to meet Reno's gaze. The shadow of failure loomed over them. The fervor ignited by their lord's return was swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality. Resources were already scarce, and repeated failures drained their taut nerves and aspirations for the future. After a moment of silence, Reno refrained from immediate reproach, instead moving to the center of the square, raising the star-fallen blue copper high. The azure metal, illuminated by the force field's radiance, reflected a profound and enigmatic sheen, its surface adorned with natural silver specks that shimmered like the celestial stars of the universe. A cool and steady wave of energy began to emanate, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Behold this." Renault's voice resonated with vigor. Do you know what this is? This is star-fallen blue copper. It is the key material for forging true magical weapons, constructing energy cores, and even building elemental furnaces. It is the cornerstone of our Blackstone Fortress's future ascent. His gaze pierced through each bewildered yet intrigued face. For this, we traversed the nests of corrupted creatures, evaded soul-rending energy storms, and even snatched it from the jaws of a third-tier corrupted mammoth, comparable to a small mountain. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes upon the blue copper now filled with reverence and fervor. We also retrieved this. Renault produced a silver diamond crystal corruption gradient map. Within this lies the record of the distribution of corrupted energy deep within the chasm. It reveals where danger lurks, where relative safety resides, and where treasures may lie. This is the map we earned with our lives. It is our eye for exploration beyond. The joy of success and the tangible sense of gain began to wash away the gloom of failure. What is one failure? Renault's voice surged, imbued with undeniable resolve. The furnace has collapsed? Then we shall rebuild it. This time, we possess clearer blueprints. He gestured towards his head, and sturdier materials. He kicked the black iron ingot beside his feet. Unstable rock layers? Then let us first reinforce them, or change our excavation direction. We have acquired new tools, significantly enhancing our efficiency. He approached the pile of collapsed furnace ruins, picked up a fractured shard of pottery, and turned his gaze towards the remorseful old potter and the dejected one-eyed hammer. Old potter, failure is the mother of success. Has it cracked? Then let us learn from our mistakes. Was the clay mixture incorrect? Was the kiln temperature poorly controlled? Or were there impurities? Document it. Improve for next time. What I seek is not a singular success. I desire that every failure propels us a step forward. Old hammer, the instability of the rock layers is not your fault, but recklessness is. Safety first. From today onwards, we must conduct support exploration before mining. This is a non-negotiable order. Iron pillar, take charge and ensure this place is cleared. We shall construct a larger, more robust, and advanced experimental furnace number 1 on this site. A series of clear, specific directives infused the hearts of the crowd like a potent tonic. There were no vague reassurances, only concrete methods for problem-solving and clear divisions of responsibility. Confusion and despair were swiftly replaced by a rekindled vigor. Ilya, Reno turned to the girl. Your task is the most demanding. I need you to lead the Moonlight team in fervently tackling the energy extraction and purity enhancement of Moonlight Moss. The preparation of stabilizers must not cease, as the energy guidance and cooling of future furnaces may rely on the support of high-purity Moonlight Moss essence. Ilya stood tall, her emerald eyes gleaming with determination. Yes, my lord, I will do my utmost. Old John, establish a technical archive. From today, every experiment, regardless of its success or failure, must have a detailed record. What materials were used, in what proportions, what steps were taken, what phenomena occurred, and what the results were. All must be documented. We shall build our own knowledge repository. Yes, my lord. Old John seemed to have been endowed with a sacred mission, clutching his stone tablet tightly. Finally, Reno addressed everyone, his voice steady and compelling. I know you are weary and fearful of failure, but please remember, with each failure, we draw closer to success. With every new technique we master, we make Blackstone Fortress a little safer and our lives a little better. We are not merely floundering. We are crafting the future. There are no innate nobles in Blackstone Fortress, but each of us can become an expert in our respective fields. Master artisans, skilled cultivators, heroic warriors. Our value does not stem from our bloodlines, but from our hands and minds. Trust me, follow my lead. I assure you, the future of Blackstone Fortress will undoubtedly surpass today. Our porridge will thicken, our walls will harden, and our blades will sharpen. Let those who look down upon us, the hyenas and vultures, go to hell. Oh, the deafening roar of cheers erupted once more. This time, it was filled with unprecedented confidence, hope, and cohesion. Reno adeptly transformed a crisis into a rallying call that unified hearts and clarified objectives. The seeds of modern concepts, scientific trial and error, data accumulation, professional division of labor, and shared values were deeply sown into the cultural soil of Blackstone Fortress during this period of restructuring following adversity. In the ensuing days, the entire bastion operated like a finely tuned machine, functioning with heightened efficiency. Old Tao, accompanied by his son Little Ding, meticulously analyzed the furnace blueprints and the remnants of debris, tirelessly calculating and refining the clay formula and structural designs. One-Eyed Hammer, along with his team, fortified the mines while simultaneously seeking to extract higher quality refractory clay and quartz sand. Ilya nearly resided in the greenhouse, experimenting with varying temperatures and pressures to extract the essence of moonlight moss, diligently recording each change in hue, viscosity, and energy fluctuations. Iron Pillar led the combat group in training, while reinforcing the walls with newly mined stone and scrap black iron ingots, working fervently. Meanwhile, Reno presided over the central operations, coordinating resources, resolving conflicts, and, drawing upon the corrupted gradient map in his mind, began to plan the next steps for safe exploration routes and resource point markings. However, just as everything appeared to be on track and progressing positively, a conspiracy against Blackstone Fortress was quietly brewing in the distant direction of Black Furnace Fortress. Scar Wolf sat in a dimly lit tavern, his expression grim as he listened to mercenaries who had narrowly escaped recounting embellished tales of the eerie, glowing moss at Blackstone Fortress, the half-human, half-demon woman, and the suddenly rabid corpse mammoth. "Boss, that place is truly cursed. It's a hard nut to crack for sure," said a mercenary with a sharp face, lowering his voice. "When I escaped, it seemed like I saw those wretched souls hauling gleaming black ingots and star-blue stones. I could feel the energy fluctuations from afar. Black iron ingots? Star-blue stones? Scar Wolf solitary, I glinted with avarice. Are you certain you didn't team as C? Absolutely certain. The quality is far from ordinary." Scar Wolf gulped down a swig of cheap liquor, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Damn it. It seems this band of paupers has truly struck gold. If it's that tough, then we'll resort to cunning." He beckoned his trusted aide and whispered instructions. "Go. Deliver a message to the tax officer at Black Furnace Fortress. Inform him that the northern Blackstone Fortress not only evades taxes, but also hoards a substantial amount of magical metals and ancient treasures, allegedly colluding with heretics." A sinister smile blossomed across his face. Chapter 61, Ignite. The declaration of war between the heart of the furnace and the uninvited guests under Reno's impassioned mobilization and scientific management. The Industrial Revolution at Blackstone Fortress advanced at an unprecedented pace. Old Tao and his son Little Ding practically made the fortress their home. They toiled tirelessly, referencing the tattered blueprints and a pile of burnt ceramic fragments, employing the most rudimentary methods for calculations and experiments. The clay mixtures were altered 17 or 18 times, and the kiln structure was dismantled and rebuilt. One-Eyed Hammer led his crew to carve out new, safer quarries on the outskirts of the mines, transporting truckloads of extracted refractory clay and quartz sand back to the fortress. Ilya also bore immense pressure. Under her guidance, the Luminous Moss Group, comprising a few discerning women, sensitive to the nuances of nature, took their posts day after day within the Moonlight Moss greenhouse. They experimented with various harvesting times, grinding techniques, and even different storage vessels. Ultimately, inspired by Reno's low-temperature gradient extraction method, which harnesses the coolness of night and the gentle light of dawn to gradually channel energy, they successfully extracted the first batch of high-purity, remarkably stable moonlight moss essence. The essence, exhibiting a nearly transparent pale gold hue, contained virtually no impurities, with energy fluctuations that were both stable and gentle. Ilya carefully sealed them away, as if safeguarding the most precious relics. With everything prepared, they awaited the favorable winds. The main structure of Furnace Number 1 was finally completed. It was not as grand as depicted in the blueprints, but rather a cube-shaped hearth, approximately a person's height, constructed from black iron ingots and heavy stone blocks. However, its interior was lined with a heat-resistant ceramic coating, crafted from a new formula by the old potter, and reinforced by the One-Eyed Old Hammer. Above the hearth, an opening was reserved for adding fuel and raw materials, while the sides connected to several robust clay pipes, designed to channel energy or exhaust fumes. The ignition ceremony was chosen for a clear day, with all the residents of the fortress gathered in the square. The atmosphere both solemn and tense. Reno stood before the furnace, flanked by the perspiring, excited, yet apprehensive old potter and Ilya. In his hands, he held the vial of high-purity moonlight moss essence. "Everyone," Reno's voice resonated across the gathering. "Today, we shall ignite not merely a furnace. This is the heart of Blackstone Fortress. It is the beacon of our hope as we combat corruption and stride towards the future." He turned to the old potter. "Old Potter, inspect your masterpiece." The old potter took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "Everything has been checked, my lord. We await your command." "Ilya, prepare to inject the energy catalyst." Ilya, her palms clammy with nerves, held the crystal vial tightly. Reno raised the vial high, the pale gold liquid shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. "For Blackstone Fortress! For Blackstone Fortress!" The crowd chanted in unison. He slowly poured the essence into the top opening of the hearth. The moment the liquid flowed in, a gentle hum emanated from within, as if a slumbering giant was awakened. Immediately afterward, the old potter led several strong men to toss the prepared processed black iron or powder and a small amount of corruption crystal powder, serving as the initial energy catalyst, into the furnace. Then came the final step, ignition. No torches, no flames. Reno and the old potter pressed their palms against the outer wall of the hearth simultaneously. Reno summoned the pure thorn energy within him, channeling a faint pulse of energy into the furnace. The old potter, in turn, transmitted his life force and understanding of fire through his palm. Buzz. The hum within the hearth intensified suddenly. Light burst forth from the observation hole, shifting from dark red to brilliant white. A wave of scorching heat surged towards them. They had succeeded. The furnace fire had been ignited. Not an ordinary flame, but a blue fire, guided by energy, burning steadily. The flames burned quietly, emanating an astonishing heat while remaining perfectly contained. Success. The ignition was a triumph. The square erupted with cheers even more fervent than those celebrating the defeat of the Black Scar mercenaries. People embraced and wept, while Iron Pillar and others passionately pounded their chests in exhilaration. This marked the complete liberation of Blackstone Fortress from its reliance on natural fire, now possessing its very own controllable energy source. Old Tao was so overwhelmed with emotion that he trembled and rushed toward Reno, intending to kneel and bow his head, only to be gently supported by Reno. "My lord, we have succeeded. This victory belongs to us all." Reno smiled and patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "This is merely the beginning. From this day forth, we possess energy. We can forge superior weapons, construct more formidable walls, and even power contraptions we dared not dream of." Amidst the excitement, Reno keenly sensed an insidious presence lurking, akin to a parasite creeping in. Alarmed, he whispered to Iron Pillar, "Heighten the vigilance, especially against scouts coming from the direction of Black Furnace Fortress." As if to confirm his foreboding, merely 3 days later, an unexpected guest brazenly appeared outside the energy field of Blackstone Fortress. The visitor was a portly noble clad in a lavish silk robe, mounted on a robust warhorse, accompanied by 2 haughty apprentice mages wielding staffs. He was none other than Baron Robert, the tax collector from Black Furnace Fortress. This man was greedy and cunning, wielding power with an iron fist in his territory, universally despised. Baron Robert reined in his horse outside the energy field and, with gloved fingers, tapped his armor, calling out in a condescending tone, "Reno Blackthorn within. I am Baron Robert von Kleist, the tax collector of the Empire's Black Furnace Fortress. By the Lord's command, I have come to collect the overdue territorial taxes and special resource taxes you have owed for 3 years." He paused, his greedy gaze sweeping over the fortress and the distant smokestack emitting blue flames, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I have heard you have recently acquired quite a few valuable items, hoarding enchanted metals, mining royal veins, and engaging in peculiar alchemical practices. Quite audacious. Now at once, surrender the taxes and all illicit gains. I might consider leniency." The square fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixed on Reno. Iron Pillar and the warriors had gripped their weapons tightly, seething with rage. Old John turned pale. He understood all too well the gravity of the charge of tax evasion. Reno strolled out of the fortress, wearing a languid smile, as if observing a jester. He did not regard the arrogant baron, but instead gave a knowing glance to Iron Pillar. Understanding the cue, Iron Pillar shouted loudly, "My lord, tax collector, our esteemed lord is currently engaged in important discussions with Lady Silvermoon. Please wait." Baron Robert was taken aback. "Lady Silvermoon? What nonsense is this? She is the silver-haired, formidable lady who can cleave a rotting mammoth in two with a single stroke of her scythe." Iron Pillar bellowed at the top of her lungs, deliberately emphasizing the word powerful with a heavy bite. She proclaimed that anyone who dared to disturb the lord would have their beard plucked out, strand by strand, to be woven into a broom. Upon hearing this, many of the surrounding vassals instinctively touched their own beards, their faces displaying a look of sheer terror. This absurd fabrication unexpectedly infused a hint of absurd comedy into the tense atmosphere. Baron Robert's face turned pale with rage. He had been mocked by a crude guard. How outrageous! How insolent! Renowned Thorn, do not think that having a woman to back you allows for lawlessness. I give you half an hour to come out. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Supreme Court on charges of rebellion and contempt against the imperial tax officials. At that time, both you and your castle will be deemed heretics and reduced to ashes. Oh, rebellion? Finally, Renowned spoke, leisurely stepping forward, regarding the Baron with a composed demeanor. "Tax official, have you made a grave error?" "I, Renowned Thorn, am here as a royal commissioner, dispatched by Her Imperial Majesty the Empress, to eradicate corruption and reclaim lost territories. He pulled from his pocket the parchment he had framed, embossed with a vivid red seal, and raised it high. Do you see this? The decree states that those who contribute to the fight against corruption shall be recognized and protected by the Empire, and be granted corresponding titles and lands. I am merely fulfilling my duty. As for you, a mere tax collector from Black Furnace, you hold no jurisdiction over me, and thus have no right to levy taxes. Baron Robert's pupils constricted as he beheld the convincingly forged decree. He was acutely aware of what the Empress's decree signified. It was a symbol of the Empire's supreme authority. You forged this decree, he bellowed, his voice trembling with fear. Whether it is forged or not, your word holds no weight, nor does mine. Renown replied with a slight smile, laced with a touch of chilling mockery. Perhaps we should send a messenger at full gallop to the imperial capital, so that the highest judges may adjudicate? I assure you, the time taken on the journey will suffice to bring your tax-collecting career to an early end. Cold sweat beaded on the Baron's forehead. To the imperial capital? The round trip would take at least 2 months. In that time, Blackstone Castle would have ample opportunity to grow stronger, and he could very well be impeached for corruption. He had not anticipated that this exiled bastard would orchestrate such a move. You are ruthless. Baron Robert realized that he would gain nothing today. He glared at Renown with venomous resentment. Renown Thorn, this is not over. I shall remember you. With that, he turned his horse around, scampering away with 2 apprentice mages, as if fearing the royal commissioner would strike him down from behind. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet all understood that this was merely the beginning. Renown returned to the center of the square, observing the faces around him, some filled with excitement, others with hesitation, and many with fervor. His voice was steady and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? We are not only battling the monstrosity of corruption, but also the wolves emerging from the civilized world. They fear our growth. They fear the loss of their interests. But I tell you, from this day forth, Blackstone Castle shall no longer be a lamb for slaughter. The furnace has been ignited. Weapons shall be forged. With our own hands, we shall safeguard our homeland. For the sake of our children, who shall no longer live in fear. For the honor of our name, which shall no longer be the subject of mockery and exile. I, Reno Blackthorn, hereby vow, as long as I draw breath, I shall never permit anyone to trample upon our land or plunder the fruits of our labor. Those who are willing to join me in forging the indelible glory of Blackstone Fortress with flesh and steel, let us unite. Iron Pillar, Old John, One-Eyed Hammer, Old Tau, and all the loyal subjects, with every ounce of strength, let forth a thunderous roar. In this moment, Reno not only secured a space for survival, but also garnered the faith of all. A war centered around technology and dignity has commenced. Meanwhile, the enigmatic silver-haired woman observes from the shadows, intrigued, as if she were admiring a masterpiece on the verge of completion. Chapter 62, The Spear. The rune-armored and the Lord's benevolent invitation. The beleaguered retreat of Baron Robert, the tax officer, created ripples across Blackstone Fortress, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. After a brief celebration, Reno understood that the true challenge was only beginning. The unresolved threat from the imperial capital was far more troubling than any corrupted being. Yet, he did not allow this pressure to stifle the enthusiasm of his team. Instead, he adeptly transformed this malevolence from the civilized world into a catalyst for unity. Esteemed members, after a week of stable operation of Furnace 1, I have summoned the core team. The threat posed by the tax officer proves that we can no longer seek mere self-preservation as we once did. We must possess the strength not only for defense, but also to take the initiative. He gestured towards the towering new weapon rack beside the furnace, crafted from refractory bricks and black iron ingots. What lay upon it were not mere farming tools, but rune spears forged from newly smelted black iron, combined with the energy-enhanced clay shards produced by Old Tau. Item: rune spear, beginner. Material: black iron ingot, reinforced clay shard. Characteristics: more resilient than ordinary iron spears. The tip enchanted to inflict minor energy-piercing damage. Effect: extra effectiveness against low-tier corrupted beings. This is our answer to combat the corrupted mammoths, and even those mercenaries. Reno grasped the spear, feeling its cold weight in his hands, the runes at the tip glimmering faintly. From this day forth, all capable members shall undergo training to wield it. Iron Pillar, I am here. Iron Pillar responded eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. I have awaited this day. I shall gather individuals to form the first spear squad. With these formidable weapons in hand, the training fervor of Iron Pillar surged to unprecedented heights. What was once a loosely organized militia began to transform into a well-structured armed force. One-Eyed Hammer, on the other hand, had a more pragmatic vision for the furnace's output. My lord, this furnace can produce more than just weapons. I ponder whether we could, using the same methods, forge superior farming tools, such as sharper plowheads or more durable mining picks. Indeed, it is possible, Reno exclaimed with delight. Old Hammer, this shall be your new task. The establishment of an innovative tools committee aims to elevate our agricultural and mining productivity to unprecedented heights. We aspire to harness technology to transform this barren land into a genuine granary and treasure trove. At once, Blackstone Fortress was abuzz with fervor. On one side, warriors, led by Iron Pillar, shouted commands as they practiced assassination techniques and formations. On the other, craftsmen, under the guidance of Old Hammer, cautiously experimented with new agricultural and mining tools. The cultivation of Ilia's moonlight moss also entered a stable phase, with the yield of high-purity essence steadily increasing, providing solid support for the continued operation of the furnace. However, just as Blackstone Fortress was thriving internally, a more formidable visitor arrived. This time, the newcomer did not ride a horse but instead arrived in an opulent carriage, drawn by two robust, heavily armored rift lizards, covered in black steel and runic leather. The carriage penetrated the force field, clearly possessing some form of passage permit, and halted before the fortress. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a silver-gray uniform adorned with dark golden thorn patterns. He stood tall, his expression grave, a classically styled straight sword hanging at his waist, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Ignoring the vigilant Iron Pillar and others at the entrance, he strode directly to Reno, slightly bowing as he spoke in a businesslike tone. Mr. Reno Blackthorn, I have long admired your reputation. I am the Imperial Constable, Valentine Ironhand. On behalf of Lord Bruno von Hawk of Black Furnace Fortress, I have come to pay my respects. Constable, Bruno von Hawk. Reno immediately searched his mind for relevant information. The current Lord of Black Furnace Fortress, notorious for his iron-fisted rule and insatiable greed. Clearly, this Constable Valentine was sent to probe and exert pressure. Constable, Reno maintained a polite demeanor, yet his gaze remained unwavering. What does Lord Hawk wish to convey? Constable Valentine's eyes swept over the fortress, lingering momentarily on the furnace emitting blue flames and the spearmen training in the square. A subtle cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I would not presume to advise. However, he continued slowly. Lord Hawk has heard of the notable improvements at Blackstone Fortress under your governance, particularly in the fight against corruption, which has garnered interest from the higher echelons of the Empire. He paused, shifting his tone. Yet, it has also been pointed out that your rise is somewhat irregular. The unauthorized development of forbidden technologies, the concealment of strategic resources, and even the forgery of imperial edicts to impersonate royal envoys. These are grave offenses capable of inciting turmoil throughout the northern province. A weight settled in Rainer's heart, as it was evident that the other party had conducted thorough investigations. Thus, Valentine continued, his tone softening. For the stability of the North and to afford you an opportunity for redemption, Lord Hawk has prepared a gesture of goodwill. He produced a piece of parchment from his breast pocket and handed it to Reno. A gesture of goodwill? Reno took it, unfolding it to reveal the contents, his pupils narrowing in shock. The contents of the invitation read, 1. Disband armed forces, immediately disband all irregular armed groups, and destroy all runic weapons. 2. Submission of technology. All technical documentation pertaining to the elemental furnace, including Ilia's moonlight moss extraction method, shall be submitted to the Empire for evaluation by the Royal Academy of Sciences. 3. Opening of mines. All mineral resources within the territory of Blackstone Fortress shall be extracted under the unified planning of the Empire. Blackstone Fortress shall enjoy preferential procurement rights, but shall not possess the authority for independent management. 4. Personal disposition. The individual known as Reno Blackthorn must report to Blackforge Fortress to account for himself and submit to inquiries by the Imperial Court regarding the case of forgery of edicts. Depending on his conduct, he may be granted a nominal title devoid of real power. This is not an invitation, it is an ultimatum. Reno's voice grew cold. You may interpret it as such. Sheriff Valentine remains indifferent, and Lord Hawk, in his magnanimity, has granted you 3 days to deliberate. Should you decline after 3 days, it will be regarded as your refusal to accept the Empire's amnesty. Consequently, the forces of Blackforge Fortress will be obligated to assist you in rectifying your mistakes. The underlying message of this statement is the ultimatum. In 3 days, you must either surrender or face annihilation. Reno gripped the parchment, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He realized this was a blatant scheme. Accepting would mean relinquishing all autonomy, reducing him to a puppet of Lord Hawk, rendering all his efforts futile. Refusing would immediately invoke the wrath of the regular army of Blackforge Fortress, and with the current strength of Blackstone Fortress, victory was beyond reach. Sheriff Valentine observed Reno's grave expression with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Once you have made your decision, send someone to inform me. I shall await your favorable response. With that, he turned and boarded his carriage, departing with an air of calm, leaving behind a suffocating dilemma. Reno stood in silence, lost in thought. The training chants in the square had ceased, and everyone felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Empire's nobility. My lord, Iron Pillar, he finally spoke. Gripping his runic spear tightly, we shall confront him. Confront him? With what means? Old John's voice dripped with despair. He is the legitimate lord, commanding countless mercenaries like Scarwolf. We are but a handful. Despair began to permeate the atmosphere. Reno closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The image of the silver-haired woman flashed through his mind, along with the enigmatic notebook and the flickering blue flames of the furnace. Confront? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Valentine's challenge only underscores the significance of Blackstone Fortress, a value too great for them to overlook. In 3 days, I shall present him with an irresistible surprise. Reno's eyes snapped open, gleaming with a fervent and almost frenzied light. He gazed at the steadily operating furnace, a bold and nearly mad plan rapidly taking shape in his mind. Iron Pillar, Reno's voice regained its calm, yet it bore an undeniable resolve. Convey my orders. Double the training for the Spear Squad. Additionally, prepare a gift for Lord Hawk of Blackforge Fortress. I intend to return this invitation with interest. Chapter 63, Thunder. The deterrent of the corrupting bomb, delivered by Sheriff Valentine, hung over the Blackstone Fortress like a cold noose, tightening around the necks of its inhabitants. They had 3 days, surrender or face annihilation. A palpable despair enveloped the air like the gray mist of a rift, pressing heavily upon their hearts. The rallying cries from the training grounds had vanished, the rhythmic hammering from the artisan workshops ceased, and even the silvery glow within the moonlight moss greenhouse seemed to dim. Iron Pillar's fist struck the rough stone wall, leaving a splatter of blood, his tiger-like eyes burning with rage. Damn it! This is intolerable. Surrender our weapons, our technology, and beg for mercy? I would rather fight them to the death. I'll take a few down with me. Old John sat slumped beside the recording stone, tears streaming down his weathered face. Fight? How can we fight against a regular army outfitted with armor, bows, and mages? We barely have enough spears to withstand a single charge. Ilya clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her emerald eyes filled with concern, though she refrained from shedding tears. Instead, she silently concentrated her divine natural energy, attempting to soothe the restless moonlight moss nearby while calming her own racing heart. Sarah, sensing the suffocating pressure, curled tighter on her cot, emitting involuntary groans of pain. The entire fortress was steeped in a sense of impending doom and helplessness. Yet, at this moment of utmost oppression, Reynaud stood alone before furnace number 1, still burning with a blue flame, his gaze remarkably serene, even tinged with a hint of madness. In his hands, he held 2 items, a small piece of dark red corruption crystal and a vial of Ilya's latest, highly concentrated moonlight moss essence. His eyes fell upon several newly fired, thick-walled, spiral-sealed spherical jars beside the furnace, originally intended as experimental containers for the furnace's high-temperature exhaust. A bold, reckless, yet possibly the only plan for survival crystallized in his mind. Old Potter, Reynaud suddenly spoke, his voice breaking the profound silence. My lord. Old Potter jumped, hurrying over in alarm. Which of these jars has the best seal? How much internal pressure can it withstand? Reynaud pointed at the jars. Though confused, Old Potter answered honestly. This one with the double thread is the best. I've tested it with beeswax and clay. It won't break under ordinary force. If it's sealed tightly, it can probably hold enough pressure to boil water. That's sufficient, Reynaud nodded, picking up the jar and then turning to Old John. Go fetch Iron Pillar, the sledgehammer, stones, and all the squad leaders. Ilya, you come too. Soon, the corps members gathered around the furnace, their faces etched with confusion and anxiety. Without explanation, Reynaud began his work. Carefully, he crushed the corruption crystal with copper tongs, grinding it into the finest powder possible before pouring it into the bottom of the jar. Then, taking a deep breath, he picked up the vial of moonlight moss essence and, with utmost caution, began to drip it into the jar, 1 drop at a time, allowing it to blend with the corruption powder. A faint sizzling sound echoed, reminiscent of fat dripping into a hot pan. The mixture within the jar began to emit an unstable, eerie glow, a blend of grayish-white and dark red, as a disquieting wave of energy subtly emanated, thickening the very air around them. Everyone held their breath, awed by the inexplicable spectacle. Iron Pillar instinctively took a half-step back, his primal instincts warning him of the immense danger lurking within that jar. Reynolds swiftly tightened the jar's lid, sealing the interface with melted beeswax. Cradling the vessel that pulsated with a faint vibration and an uncanny aura, he treated it as one would a beating heart. "What is this, sir?" Iron Pillar swallowed hard, struggling to inquire. "A gift for the Lord of Black Furnace Castle," Reynolds replied, a cold smile gracing his lips, or rather, a small experiment. He gazed at the crowd, his eyes sharp as blades. "Do you believe we are left with only two options, surrender or fight? No. There exists a third path that will render them too fearful to act." "Too fearful?" Old John echoed in bewilderment. "Indeed. Fearful." Reynolds' voice rose abruptly. "Why does Lord Hawk dare to threaten us? Because he perceives us as weak, mere ants he can crush at will. But what if this ant held a bomb capable of demolishing half his castle? Would he still dare to tread carelessly?" He raised the jar before them. "I call this the unstable energy compound, or more colloquially, the corruption bomb. The principle is simple. The extreme purification energy and extreme corruption energy are forcibly compressed in a sealed space, neutralized and destabilized, resulting in an explosion." He mimicked an explosion gesture, synchronized with the jar's faint buzzing, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Of course, this was merely a prototype. Its power may not be overwhelming," Reynolds continued, "but it is sufficient to demonstrate one truth. We at Blackstone Castle are not mere paupers wielding a few broken spears. We possess forces they cannot comprehend or control. Today, I can create this small jar. Tomorrow, I can craft something far greater. Today, I can collapse a mine. Tomorrow, I can make Black Furnace Castle's walls feel the same fate." His gaze swept over the astonished faces. "Do you think surrendering our technology guarantees safety? You are mistaken. Surrendering our technology means relinquishing our only bargaining chip, leading to a swifter demise. We must instill fear in them. They must understand the cost of provoking us is one they cannot afford. Only then can we survive." His words struck like thunder, rousing the despair-laden crowd. Iron Pillar's eyes ignited with fervent combat spirit. "Yes. Damn it. Let us terrify them. Show them that Blackstone Castle is not to be trifled with." Old John trembled. "But could this provoke them?" "Provoke?" Reynolds scoffed. "We have already been cornered. Retreat is death. Only by baring our fangs do we earn the right to negotiate." Elia gazed at the perilous jar in Reynolds' hands, then at his steadfast and confident profile, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her emerald eyes. She gently stepped forward, infusing a thread of pure natural divine power into the vessel's wall, softly stating, "My lord, I can attempt to stabilize its energy, ensuring it bursts forth precisely when you require it." Reynolds cast a surprised glance at Ilya, then his face lit up with joy. "Excellent, Ilya. In a critical moment, your natural divine power may be the key to controlling this device." Even Selah, lurking in the corner, seemed to be stirred by the resolute atmosphere, slightly raising her head as a flicker of light glimmered in her obsidian eyes. However, possessing the bomb alone was insufficient. Reynolds composed himself, declaring, "We require a performance, one sufficiently spectacular to relay our message back to Blackforge Keep." He directed his gaze towards the encroaching mist beyond the fortress. "Iron Pillar, bring that surviving lieutenant of Scarwolf and a few captives from the Black Scar mercenary group. Let them witness our sincerity firsthand." Half an hour later, in a relatively open area near an abandoned quarry away from the fortress, several tightly bound Black Scar mercenary captives, among them the lieutenant, were escorted to the scene by Iron Pillar and others. Their faces bore expressions of fear and confusion, unaware of the intentions of this ragtag group. Sheriff Valentine had not strayed far. His carriage remained stationed in the nearby mist, evidently observing from the shadows. Reynolds paid them no heed as he personally cradled the sealed ceramic jar, approaching the precipice of the quarry. Ilya followed closely, her hands poised, a verdant aura enveloping the vessel. Iron Pillar and the other townsfolk stood at a safe distance, anxiously watching the unfolding events. Lord Hawk of Blackforge and Sheriff Valentine. Reynolds summoned all his strength, his voice reverberating like thunder across the landscape. "I, Reno Blackthorn, present to you the response to your goodwill invitation." With that, he hurled the ceramic jar deep into the quarry. Simultaneously, Ilya uttered a sharp command, her natural divine power slicing through the fragile equilibrium within the jar like a surgeon's scalpel. The natural balance shattered. The jar traced an arc through the air. Just before it struck the bottom of the pit, a resounding roar erupted, not cataclysmic, yet profoundly resonant, akin to a thunderous rumble from the depths of the earth. There was no blazing fire, but rather a chaotic surge of gray and dark red energy rippling outward like a shockwave. The rocks at the pit's bottom were swiftly corroded and disintegrated by an invisible force, reducing them to powder. A gaping chasm several meters in diameter appeared, its walls smooth, marked by haunting traces of energy erosion. Even the surrounding mist was momentarily dispersed. The explosion's power was not apocalyptic, yet its bizarre energy properties and precise destructive nature instilled a far deeper terror than a commonplace detonation. It was a force unlike any infused with martial or magical energy, brimming with the unknown and devastation. The captives were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter helplessness. Even Sheriff Valentine, from his distant carriage, abruptly flung back the curtain, his face betraying a rare expression of shock and gravity. Raynor stood at the edge of the pit, his robe billowing in the reverberations of residual energy. He turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the captives and toward the likely direction of Valentine's carriage. His voice was cold and clear. "Return and inform Lord Hawk. I, Raynor of the Blackthorn, await you at Blackstone Fortress. Do you desire my technology? Very well. Bring forth sufficient sincerity and resources in exchange. Wishing to resort to arms? By all means. Let us see whether your forces shall first lay waste to my fortress, or if my little gifts shall arrive at the gates of Black Furnace Keep first. Blackstone Fortress does not seek trouble, yet it fears none. If you wish to annex us, be prepared to lose some teeth in the process." Having uttered these words, he cast not another glance at the captives and waved to Iron Pillar. "Release them, let them depart." Then he turned to face all the citizens of Blackstone Fortress, who were holding their breath, their eyes rekindled with fervor. He extended his hand. "You have all witnessed. We may be small, but we possess our integrity, our wisdom, our resolve to stand together in life and death. From this day forth, every individual within Blackstone Fortress shall be a warrior, a craftsman, the indomitable masters of this land. I swear, as long as I, Raynor, draw breath, I shall never abandon a single soul. With our hands and intellect, we shall carve out our own domain in this desolate land. Who is willing to stand with me and fight to the end?" A deafening roar erupted, filled with the euphoria of survival, the release of pent-up emotion, and boundless trust in their lord. It soared into the sky, even dispersing the gray mist of despair. In that moment, the cohesion of Blackstone Fortress, under the external pressure and their lord's decisive leadership, reached an unprecedented zenith. A force known as Iron Will was quietly forged upon this land, long beset by suffering. Meanwhile, in the distance, Valentine the Sheriff slowly lowered the carriage curtain, his expression dark. "The chaos of corruption and purification mixed together is more troublesome than I had anticipated," he murmured to himself. It seemed a reassessment of Lord's strategy was in order. A crisis had been temporarily contained in a manner unforeseen by all. Yet a greater storm was quietly brewing towards Black Furnace Keep. Raynor understood that the true contest had only just begun. Chapter 64, The Everyday? The misadventure of roasting sweet potatoes and iron pillars matchmaking the deterrent effect of the corruption bomb was immediate. After witnessing the peculiar remnants of the explosion at the mine, Valentine's carriage silently vanished into the gray mist, leaving no harsh words behind. The direction of Black Furnace Keep fell momentarily silent, as if the greedy beast had been momentarily stunned by this unexpected blow, needing time to lick its wounds and reassess this formidable opponent. Thus, Blackstone Fortress earned a precious period of relative peace and development. The stable operation of Furnace No. 1 completely transformed life within the fortress. The most significant advantage was a reliable source of heat, meaning that in Blackstone Fortress, consuming hot water and warm meals was no longer a luxury. Even Old Tao had the fanciful idea to construct a simple stone grill at the heat discharge of the furnace. One afternoon, an unprecedented and alluring aroma wafted through the entire fortress. Come one, come all. The furnace's roasted black tubers await, freshly baked and steaming hot. Old Tao, brimming with pride, wielded wooden tongs to distribute several perfectly roasted tubers, their crisp exteriors cracking open to reveal golden flesh, to the eager children and laborers gathered around. This delicacy far surpassed the humble porridge. The simple act of roasting had awakened a hint of sweetness in the black tuber, yielding a soft and glutinous texture that astonished those accustomed to bland fare. Even Renaud could not resist sampling one. He blew on it to cool it down, nodding in approval. Quite splendid. Old Tao, you've struck gold. Let this be our afternoon tea henceforth." "Afternoon tea?" Iron Pillar, munching on the roasted tuber with grease dripping from his mouth, asked indistinctly, "Sir, what is afternoon tea? Will it make me stronger?" Renaud replied, "It's merely a snack enjoyed during a break after work. Whether it strengthens one, I cannot say, but it certainly lifts the spirits. Explaining bourgeois sentiments to this group of food enthusiasts is akin to preaching to the choir. As long as it brings joy. Iron Pillar chuckled heartily, devouring the roasted tuber in a few bites and licking his fingers, wishing for another piece of meat to enhance the experience. Speaking of meat, another transformation quietly took place. The stable high temperatures provided by the furnace enabled Old Tao to experiment with a rudimentary smoking rack. They took the meat from previously hunted, low-level corrupted creatures, after soaking it in moonlight moss water to remove any unpleasant taste, sliced it thin, and hung it on the rack, utilizing the residual heat from the furnace and some herbs grown by Ilya in the greenhouse for smoking. Although the flavor remained somewhat peculiar, it at least allowed for long-term preservation, adding a modicum of richness to their monotonous diet. The improvement in living conditions significantly bolstered morale. The faces of the laborers brightened, shedding their pallor and numbness for a touch of color and smiles. Even training became less arduous, warmed by the furnace's glow. Iron Pillar even independently devised a quenching method using the furnace, rapidly heating the crafted rune spear tips in a specific temperature zone before submerging them in moonlight moss juice, claiming it would enhance their hardness and resilience. Though the effectiveness of this method remained to be verified, this spirit of inquiry brought great comfort to Reno. However, tranquil days are often disrupted, especially when a group of exuberant youths converges with a simple-minded captain of the guard who has begun contemplating life's greater questions. The incident originated with a few young lads. While clearing debris, they stumbled upon a severely damaged ancient music box, long buried, perhaps a relic of some noble. This box was utterly silent, but its exterior was adorned with exquisite engravings of elegantly dressed men and women dancing. Wow, that girl is beautiful. She looks like a fairy, one boy exclaimed, pointing at the engraving. What fairy? I think she pales in comparison to Miss Ilya. Another retorted. Miss Ilya is indeed lovely, but she's far too saintly to indulge in such thoughts, mumbled a third boy, blushing. Then tell me, which girl in our fortress is the most beautiful? The conversation swiftly veered into a debate over who should be crowned the flower of Blackstone Fortress. The youthful exuberance. After a hearty meal, it is only natural for the mind to wander into whimsical musings. It seems this discussion inadvertently reached the ears of Taiju. This stalwart man, whose singular focus lies in training and patrolling, is consumed by the duty of safeguarding his lord and the fortress. Encouraged by the young lads, he found himself contemplating the prospect of marriage. Counting on his fingers, he mused. Miss Ilya? Surely, she is a potential match for the lord and must not be considered. Miss Sarah? Too intimidating and perpetually unwell. Old John's granddaughter? Far too young. As he tallied the possibilities, he realized with dismay that there were scarcely any suitable maidens within the fortress whom he could find appealing. This predicament troubled Taiju greatly, leaving him somewhat distracted during training, to the point where he nearly skewered a comrade with his spear. Reynold quickly noticed Taiju's unusual demeanor and summoned him for an inquiry, resulting in a mixture of amusement and incredulity. You wish to wed? Reynold stifled a laugh as he beheld the flustered, blushing figure before him. Well, I was merely considering it, Taiju stammered, scratching the back of his head, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. This is splendid news. Reynold clapped a hand on his shoulder. It signifies that our lives at Blackstone Fortress are on the upswing. However, his eyes glinted with mischief. It is indeed a fact that our fortress has a dearth of maidens. Thus, I propose an idea. The next time a trading caravan passes through, or when our people venture to Black Furnace Fortress for supplies, despite the current tensions, keep a keen eye out for any charming and industrious young women. If they seem amenable, we might invest a bit in a bride price and bring one back. I shall officiate your wedding. Taiju's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. Do you truly think the young women from Black Furnace would find a rough fellow like me appealing? Aside from my brute strength, I possess little else. Who says you possess nothing? Reynold replied earnestly. You are the captain of the Blackstone Fortress Guard, a brother who has fought alongside me through thick and thin. We have a forge, land, and a promising future. Your name, Taiju, has become quite renowned in this crimson chasm. Have confidence. This encouragement invigorated Taiju, who straightened his posture. Indeed, you are right, my lord. I, Taiju, am a worthy man. However, his subsequent remark nearly caused Reynold to choke with laughter. But, my lord, should I perhaps practice how to converse with a lady first? I fear that if I become too nervous, I might frighten her away as though she were a corrupted beast. Reynold conceded, well, that is indeed a practical concern. Thus, in the ensuing days, the denizens of Blackstone Fortress were often treated to a comical sight. The formidable and proud Captain Taiju, awkwardly clutching a smooth stone slab, acting as a mirror, practicing gentle smiles and soft tones before his hazy reflection. "Hello, my name is Tai Zhu," he boomed, his voice as thunderous as a storm. "No, no, that won't do. It must be gentle. It must be soft," Tai Zhu admonished himself, forcing a smile he believed to be amiable, yet which appeared rather fearsome. "Would you care for some roasted potatoes?" The comical scene often elicited muffled laughter from the onlooking women, and even Ilya could not help but smile. Old John, stroking his beard, lamented, "Ah, if only I were a few decades younger." Meanwhile, Raynor, amused by the spectacle, contemplated that perhaps once the situation stabilized, he ought to devise a solution to the issue of bachelors in the territory. After all, a peaceful existence is essential for prosperity, and a thriving population is the cornerstone of development. Amidst this mildly absurd yet vividly lively daily life, no one noticed that within the greenhouse, a moonlight moss, nurtured by Ilya through a novel method, began to undergo an unknown mutation. Absorbing the faint energy fluctuations emanating from the furnace along with a trace of pain unconsciously released by Syra, it subtly infused its silvery glow with a delicate, rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky. Far within the chasm, the hunter disturbed by Raynor's corruption bomb seemed not to be entirely dormant. Its enormous, crimson single eye slowly cracked open a slit in the darkness, fixating on a particular direction where the unique energy fluctuations emitted by Blackstone Fortress resided. A new storm was quietly brewing beneath the everyday laughter and cheer. Yet for Blackstone Fortress at this moment, savoring this rare peace and warmth was of utmost importance. After all, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes and iron pillars' earnest courtship practice represented the truest essence of life. Chapter 65, The Merchant Caravan. The chiming of the chasm and the legends of elven ruins, the deterrent power of the corruption bomb afforded Blackstone Fortress a precious respite. The stable operation of furnace No. 1 acted as a robust heartbeat for this nascent territory. The mass production of runic weapons and the innovation of agricultural tools steadily enhanced the fortress's military strength and productivity. Iron Pillar's courtship practice became a timeless jest within the stronghold, reflecting a shift in the mindset of the inhabitants. They began to genuinely believe in a future here and contemplated procreation and legacy. However, Raynor understood well that remaining sequestered in a corner was not a sustainable strategy. The resources of Blackstone Fortress were ultimately limited, and technological accumulation had reached a bottleneck. To truly establish a firm foothold and potentially possess a voice in future conflicts, they must venture out, comprehend the world beyond, and acquire critical external resources. An opportunity arrived one misty morning, heralded by the crisp and distinctive sound of caravan bells. The lookout stone emitted an unusual signal, not the sharp bone whistle of an enemy assault, but the rhythmic clattering of wooden clappers, indicating neutral visitors. Raynor, accompanied by Iron Pillar and others, approached the edge of the fortress's protective field. Through the gray mist, a modest-sized caravan was slowly making its way. The beasts of burden were not ordinary pack horses, but rather several large, sturdy chasm lizards, burdened with hefty packs and adorned with copper bells around their necks. This resilient creature thrived in corrupt environments, making it an ideal vehicle for traversing the Crimson Chasm. The caravan's members donned a mix of attire, bearing the marks of travel. Yet their eyes were alert and shrewd. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man, his visage obscured by a windproof hood that reveals only his piercing eyes. Adorning his waist is not a weapon, but rather an exquisite brass abacus. It is the Rift Valley Camel Bell Caravan. Old John, wise and seasoned, whispers to Raynor, "My lord, they are among the few daring enough to trade on the edge of the rift. Well-informed, yet their prices are notoriously steep." The caravan halts outside the force field. The leading middle-aged figure dismounts from his lizard camel, removes his hood, revealing a weathered face marked by experience, yet graced with the shrewd smile characteristic of a merchant. He places a hand upon his chest, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed lord, good day. I am Khazar, the steward of the Rift Valley Camel Bell Caravan. We happen to be passing through your fine territory and seek to replenish our water supply, while also inquiring if there might be potential for trade." System insight activated. Target: Khazar, human merchant. Level: none, non-combatant. Traits: astute, cautious, well-informed. Caravan guards: X4, human warriors. Approximately peak first-tier strength. Goods: primarily provisions such as food, salt, basic medicinal herbs, and inferior weaponry. A spark ignites within Raynor. This presents an excellent opportunity to glean knowledge of the outside world. He gestures to open a corner of the force field, remaining vigilant, inviting Khazar and one guard inside. Blackstone Keep welcomes law-abiding merchants. Raynor speaks candidly. "Indeed, We are in need of certain supplies, such as high-quality salt, herbs for treating wounds, and various crop seeds. Might you, Mr. Khazar, have items we could trade? Khazar's small eyes dart swiftly around the fortress. The functioning furnace, the soldiers in training. Though poorly equipped, they exude vitality. And especially the faint yet pure life energy emanating from the greenhouse, which causes a flicker of surprise in his gaze. He had initially presumed this was merely a struggling outpost, yet it exhibited a semblance of vibrant life. Your lordship governs with remarkable skill. Khazar compliments before quoting a series of prices that confirm old John's assertions, outrageously exorbitant. A sack of coarse salt demands 10 silver coins. A bottle of subpar coagulation ointment 5 silver coins, and a bag of ordinary rye seeds is priced at a staggering 3 times that of Black Furnace Keep. Iron Column's eyes widen in disbelief, nearly ready to voice his outrage, only to be silenced by Raynor's glance. Mr. Khazar, such pricing hardly reflects a genuine intent to conduct business, Raynor remarks coolly. Perhaps we might consider alternative forms of trade? He gestures for old John to bring forth a small jar of moonlight moss concentrated essence, a low-purity version. As the liquid, exuding a gentle silvery glow and the essence of life, appears before him, Khazar can no longer maintain his composure, his breath quickening. Is this pure life energy essence? Where did you procure this, my lord? An exclusive product of Blackstone Keep, Raynor responds, withholding its origins. You must be aware of its value. For a caravan that traverses a corrupt environment, it is miraculous for cleansing pollution, healing wounds, and maintaining clarity. Khazar inhales deeply, his demeanor suddenly transforming into one of fervent eagerness. My lord, forgive my lack of discernment. Name your price. I desire as much of this essence as you can offer. After a fervent negotiation, Reno ultimately exchanged 5 jars of low-purity moonlit moss essence for a substantial supply of much-needed salt, medicines, seeds, and most importantly, a relatively detailed map marking the distribution of powers surrounding the rift and known safe routes, along with several invaluable pieces of information generously provided by Kasser. My lord, Kasser said, lowering his voice with an air of sincerity, in light of our pleasant collaboration, I wish to offer you a few tidbits of news free of charge. First, Baron Hawk of Blackforge has recently found himself at odds with the Greybeard dwarves over the rights to a newly discovered obsidian vein. The Baron's forces have been significantly tied up, and he is unlikely to turn his attention northward in the near future. Second, to the southeast of the rift, near the borders of the elven ancestral lands in the Silverwind Forest, unusual magical fluctuations have been detected. Rumor has it that the entrance to an ancient high elf ruin has been revealed due to seismic activity, drawing the attention of goblin thieves, mercenaries, and even academy mages. Third, Kasser's voice dropped even lower. Beware of the Pale Claw. They are a group of fallen elves active in the depths of the rift, who worship corruption and employ sinister methods. Their activities have become increasingly frequent, and they are said to be in search of some kind of key. Elves, dwarves, fallen elves, academy mages. The information Kasser provided unfolded before Reno like a magnificent tapestry. This world was far more expansive and intricate than he had ever imagined. Blackstone Keep was but a trifling dot on this perilous yet opportunity-laden land. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Reno promptly summoned his core members to share this newfound intelligence. The conflict between the dwarves and Blackforge presents us with an opportunity, Reno analyzed. We can exploit this window to accelerate our development. The elven ruin, while fraught with peril, may conceal knowledge or resources that surpass our current capabilities. My lord, do you wish to explore the ruin? Iron Pillar asked, brimming with eagerness. Not yet. Reno shook his head. Our strength is still too feeble. At the very least, we must wait until our furnace technology is fully stabilized and our army has taken shape. Our foremost task now is to assimilate the resources from this transaction and utilize the new map to plan our own secure hunting and resource-gathering routes. He turned to Ilya. Ilya, the cultivation of moonlit moss must not cease. We require more, and of higher purity. This will become a critical bargaining chip in our future dealings with the outside world. Then he addressed One-Eyed Old Hammer and Old Pothead. Your task is to explore how to utilize the newly acquired seeds for trial planting and to attempt smelting higher-grade metals using the furnace's high temperatures. We need superior armor and weaponry. With the infusion of new information, the developmental objectives of Blackstone Keep became clearer. They were no longer merely struggling for survival. They began to formulate a longer-term strategy to leverage the resources and technological advantages of the Rift, gradually building strength to integrate into, or challenge, the broader external world. However, just as Reno was mapping out the future, a frantic call from Ilya came from the greenhouse. My lord, you must come quickly. Sister Selah and that moonlit moss seemed to be behaving oddly. A pang of concern gripped Reno's heart as he hurried to the scene. Selah crouched before the mutated moonlight moss, illuminated by a thread of crimson moonlight. Her gaze was vacant, and her fingers unconsciously traced patterns upon the ground. The marks she inscribed faintly formed a series of twisted, non-human runes, emanating a subtle energy fluctuation reminiscent of that observed in the ancient observatory. Warning: Unit Selah exhibits unconscious psychic writing behavior. Analysis of written content suggests fragments of ancient High Elven language. Gate, Starfall, Cage, Awakening. The energy fluctuations of the mutated moonlight moss resonate with Selah's mental waves. Resonance points towards southeast, coinciding with the direction of the elven ruins described by Kasser. Reno's pupils constricted. It appeared that Selah's abilities were mysteriously linked to the distant elven ruins. Was this a boon or a curse? Chapter 66. Resonance. Crimson moonlight moss and the urgent report of the dwarven messenger. The information brought by the caravan stirred within the hearts of the people of Blackstone Fortress. Akin to a boulder cast into a lake, igniting a longing and reverence for the vast world beyond. Words like elves, dwarves, fallen ones, and ancient ruins suddenly expanded their previously limited perspective. However, Reno swiftly transformed this excitement into a more pragmatic drive. Blackstone Fortress must grow stronger to secure its place against the possible tides of the future. The foremost task was to deepen the nascent industrial revolution. The successful ignition of Furnace No. 1 was merely the first step. Its operational efficiency and stability were far from satisfactory. Old Tao and his furnace team faced formidable challenges. The refractory material within the furnace chamber eroded slowly under prolonged high temperatures. Energy conduits occasionally became obstructed, and the critical need for a stable fuel supply relied on Elia's extraction of moonlight moss essence and scattered corrupted crystals, which was not a sustainable solution. An alternative energy source must be found, or the efficiency of moonlight moss energy conversion must be enhanced. Reno set a goal during the technical meeting, drawing from modern knowledge. He proposed an initial concept for an energy closed loop, utilizing the residual heat from the furnace to warm the greenhouse, driving simple machinery while attempting to establish a new cultivation area for moonlight moss nearby, in hopes of creating a faint energy cycle. Elia bore a heavy responsibility. She nearly resided in the greenhouse, observing the growth of the moonlight moss day and night. She discovered that the moss near the furnace's heat source grew significantly faster, yet the purity of the silver light diminished. Conversely, the moss farther from the heat source, receiving natural, force field simulated light, grew slower, but with purer energy. She began to experiment with zone cultivation, recording data in search of the optimal solution. However, the true breakthrough came unexpectedly. The mutated moonlight moss, altered by its contact with Selah's anguished aura and the furnace's energy, exhibited unusual activity during one of Elia's routine energy conduits. As Elia gently infused it with natural divine power, the crimson thread seemed to come alive, pulsating gently like veins within the silvery moss, emitting an exceedingly faint yet strangely penetrating psychic wave. Warning: Unit Moonlight Moss, mutated, generates abnormal psychic resonance. Resonance target: Unit Selah. Resonance attribute: fragments of painful memories. Residual information of ancient Elvish. Almost simultaneously, in a corner of the main fortress, Sarah suddenly curled up, emitting a suppressed groan. Her obsidian-like eyes lost focus once more, and her fingers moved unconsciously through the air, sketching clearer and more distorted runic traces. Upon hearing the commotion, Raynor rushed over and was gripped by a sense of dread at the sight before him. He instructed Ilya to attempt to soothe Sarah with the gentlest touch of natural divine power, while he concentrated, trying to sense the emanations from the mutated moonlight moss. In a moment of daze, he seemed to hear fragmented whispers, intertwined with indescribable anguish. The silver moon well is drained, the Elder's erroneous ritual. It has awakened from the Starfall pit. Escape must warn. The information, though disjointed, sent a chill racing down Raynor's spine. It seemed to corroborate Kasser's rumors regarding the elven ruins and the Claw of Pallor. Indeed, Sarah's past was closely entwined with the tragedy of the High Elves. This mutated moonlight moss appeared to function as a living antenna, receiving and amplifying the buried secrets of an ancient elven ruin within Sarah's subconscious. Ilya. Raynor spoke in a grave tone. This mutated specimen must be carefully protected and studied. It may hold the key to understanding that ruin, and perhaps even to unraveling Sarah's past. But we must exercise utmost caution to avoid provoking her. Ilya nodded solemnly, her emerald eyes reflecting both wariness of the unknown and the unique excitement of a researcher. She began meticulously documenting every aspect of the mutated moss and attempted to communicate with it using various energy frequencies. While the Blackstone Fortress was immersed in technical challenges and mystical explorations, the changes in the external situation thrust the realities of crisis back into focus. A few days later, at dusk, the watchtower signaled again, not the jingle of a merchant caravan, but a series of urgent, non-hostile rhythmic sounds. Raynor and Iron Pillar hurried to the edge of the force field, where, amidst the gray mist, a stocky figure draped in heavy, rock-like armor, with a fiery red beard, was anxiously pacing atop a panting mountain goat. He wielded a hefty warhammer, and his armor was caked with dust and scratches, clearly having endured a long journey and battle. "Dwarf," Iron Pillar whispered, tightening his grip on the runic spear. The dwarven clans typically dwelled deep within the mountains, seldom interacting with humans, renowned for their stubbornness, bravery, and exceptional forging skills. Spotting Raynor, the dwarf immediately shouted in heavily accented common, "Hey, human lord over there, are you Reno Blackthorn?" "Yes, I am, dwarven friend. What brings you here?" Raynor remained vigilant. The dwarf dismounted from the goat, and, placing a hand on his chest, offered a simple gesture of respect. His tone urgent, "I am Balin Copperbeard, a messenger from the Copperbeard clan. To make a long story short, our clan has clashed with the greedy hyenas of Blackforge over the Obsidian mine. The situation is dire. Baron Hawk has summoned gray-robed mages and goblin demolitions experts. Our defenses are crumbling." He took a deep breath, his eyes pleading. "Our chieftain knows of your enmity with Blackforge. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The chieftain has sent me to seek your aid. There is no need for you to dispatch troops, as you may not even regard our modest numbers with esteem. However, we hope you can provide healing potions and those explosive devices imbued with purifying energy, as the news of the corruption bombs has evidently spread. The Copperbeard clan is willing to exchange fine weaponry, armor, and precious gems from the depths. Furthermore, we pledge to share a portion of our mining profits with you after the conflict." Sudden diplomatic incident. The dwarven clan seeks aid. Option A, refuse. A prudent choice to safeguard oneself, yet one risks losing a potentially powerful ally and allowing Blackforge to grow stronger. Option B, limited assistance. Provide some moonlight moss essence and preliminary unstable energy forms, high risk, in exchange for urgently needed weaponry and technological support. Option C, full engagement. Extremely high risk, but may secure the steadfast friendship of the dwarves and substantial rewards. Reynolds' mind raced. The dwarves' plea for aid represented both a crisis and a tremendous opportunity. Establishing a connection with a dwarven clan renowned for their craftsmanship would significantly enhance the armaments of Blackstone Fortress. Moreover, uniting against Blackforge aligns with strategic interests. Yet, the risks are equally daunting. Should Blackforge become aware of the assistance provided, it would undoubtedly exacerbate tensions. Furthermore, the technology surrounding unstable energy forms is still in its infancy. Entrusting it to the dwarves could lead to uncontrollable consequences. "Balin, my friend," Reynolds did not acquiesce immediately, but rather calmly inquired, "I wish to know. How much longer can you endure? What is the scale of Blackforge's army and the specifics of their mages?" Balin was momentarily taken aback. Seemingly unprepared for such composure from a human lord, he replied candidly, "Our mountain stronghold is easily defensible, yet our supply lines have been severed. We can hold out for at most another fortnight. Hawk has deployed at least 2 companies of heavy infantry, and there are 3 mages, all adept at summoning rock golems and casting oily spells. The most troublesome are those wretched goblins, who burrow and lay explosives, rendering us defenseless. Time is of the essence. 2 weeks is a pressing deadline." Reynolds made his decision. "Iron Pillar, please summon Miss Ilya and bring our finest healing elixirs. Old John, retrieve 3 jars of preliminary unstable energy forms from the storeroom." Reynolds commanded, then turned to Balin. "Balin Copperbeard, Blackstone Fortress is willing to extend a helping hand." Reynolds declared with conviction, "We shall provide a batch of healing potions and several specialized engineering products. However, please understand that our capabilities are limited. This assistance is more a gesture of goodwill and a declaration of our resolve to jointly oppose Blackforge." As for the conditions of exchange, Reynolds' gaze sharpened. "We do not require gems. What we seek is friendship and technology. I hope that, once this crisis has passed, the Copperbeard clan can dispatch a master craftsman to guide our blacksmithing techniques and furnish us with designs for standard weaponry and armor. The profits from the mines can be discussed further at a later date." Balin regarded Reynolds, his red beard quivering slightly, before bursting into hearty laughter, thumping his chest plate with vigor. "Excellent. Refreshing. Unlike those convoluted human nobles, your terms are accepted by me, Balin, on behalf of the clan chief. The Copperbeard clan shall remember the bond of friendship. Soon, Ilya arrived with several vials of high-purity moonlight moss essence, potent healing, while Old John brought 3 sealed ceramic jars, each covered with warning labels. Reno personally delivered the items to Balin, earnestly cautioning him about the extreme dangers associated with the engineering artifacts. Balin accepted them with solemnity and bowed once more, proclaiming, "My lord, your kindness shall never be forgotten by the Copperbeard clan. The urgency of the battle at the mountain fortress compels my immediate return. May the mountains protect you." With that, he mounted his mountain goat and plunged headlong into the gray mist without a backward glance. After bidding farewell to the dwarf messenger, Reno's spirits remained heavy. Assisting the dwarves was a perilous gamble, yet it also held the potential to break the stalemate. Blackstone Fortress, this diminutive realm striving for survival amidst the cracks, had begun to stir the balance of power in the rift and the northern provinces in its own unique manner. "Steel yourselves." Reno turned, his gaze fierce, as he issued commands. "The entire army shall enter a state of heightened readiness. Accelerate training and armament production. We may soon have visitors, friends, or perhaps wolves eager to take advantage of the chaos." A new tempest brewed, hastened by the dwarves' call for aid. The fate of Blackstone Fortress was inextricably linked to the distant echoes of war drums from the mountain stronghold. Chapter 67, Shadow Claws. The night assault of the fallen elves. The urgent plea for assistance from the dwarf messenger Balin Copperbeard fell like a stone into the tranquil waters of Blackstone Fortress, shattering its hard-won brief peace. Reno understood all too well that aiding the dwarves meant irrevocably severing ties with the Baron of Blackforge. War was now inevitable. He immediately ordered the fortress to enter a state of maximum readiness, doubling training efforts, increasing patrols, and reallocating all runic weapons and those precious canisters of unstable energy to critical positions. However, no one anticipated that the first wave of deadly attacks would not come from the expected direction of Blackforge, but rather from the depths of the rift, from the shadows of the land referred to by Cassar as the ancient home of the elves. The assault occurred on the third night after the dwarf messenger's departure. The moon was obscured by darkness, the simulated night was particularly profound, and the gray mist seemed denser than usual, imbued with an unsettling silence. Reno was in the main fortress poring over the maps provided by Cassar, seeking a hidden route to support the dwarves or at least scout the movements of the Blackforge army. Suddenly, a sharp pang shot through his heart, and the thorned aura within him stirred uncontrollably, bringing with it a piercing pain. Almost simultaneously, an urgent alarm blared in his mind. Warning: high-intensity concealed energy fluctuations detected nearby. Number of targets, 5. Energy attributes, shadow, corruption, nature, twisted. Level assessment, Tier 3, elite. Threat source, identified as the Pale Claws Vanguard of Fallen Elves. Objective, suspected infiltration, sabotage, capture of high-value target, Sarah Moonlight Moss. Enemy attack, a covert strike, not from Blackforge. Reno bellowed furiously, seizing his long sword and rushing from the main fortress. Sound the alarm. Highest level of alert. Yet it was too late. Just as the chilling bone whistle of the alarm echoed, several spectral shadows had already seeped through the weakest point of the force field, the northwest corner, near the greenhouse. Like liquid, they moved with swift silence, as if merging with the very shadows. The assailants were none other than the fallen elves of the Pale Claw, tall and slender. Their skin bore a sickly pallor, and their hollow, silver eyes lacked discernible pupils. Clad in tight-fitting leather armor woven from some dark, fibrous plant, adorned with twisted runes, they wielded crescent blades glimmering with a malevolent green light or thorned whips. An eerie aura emanated from them, a peculiar blend of decaying vegetation and dark sorcery. With unwavering focus, the fallen elves surged towards the greenhouse, while 2 others darted like phantoms toward the main fortress, evidently sensing the unique fluctuations radiating from Selah. "Stop them!" Iron Pillar bellowed, leading a contingent of soldiers to intercept. The runic spears glimmered as they lunged toward the enemy. However, the disparity in strength was brutally apparent. The foremost fallen elf snorted disdainfully, deftly tracing a bizarre arc with his crescent blade, effortlessly deflecting Iron Pillar's fierce thrust. In a swift motion, the thorned whip lashed out, coiling around Iron Pillar's neck like a venomous serpent. The speed was astonishing, the poison uncanny. Iron Pillar's heart raced in terror. These adversaries were far more formidable than the corrupted beasts and mercenaries he had faced. Meanwhile, the fallen elves advancing toward the greenhouse exhibited a terrifying power. One elf pressed both hands to the ground, intoning a warped incantation, causing the earth surrounding the greenhouse to awaken, sprouting countless dark, viscous tendrils that ensnared the defending soldiers. Another elf opened his mouth, releasing a silent shriek, a horrific mental assault crashing over them like a tidal wave, causing several soldiers to clutch their heads in agony. Rendered powerless. Spirits of nature, please protect this place. Ilya burst forth from the greenhouse, her hands radiating a brilliant emerald light, striving to dispel the black tendrils and the mental onslaught. Her natural divine power clashed violently with the fallen elves' twisted nature magic, emitting a sizzling sound that temporarily halted their assault, yet her complexion paled, clearly straining under the effort. The most perilous threat loomed from the direction of the fortress. Two fallen elves effortlessly dispatched the token guards at the entrance, poised to breach the stronghold. Not on my watch. Reno arrived just in time, unleashing the full force of his thorned aura. A pale gray mist coiled around his sword, exuding an aura capable of tearing through all, blocking the path of the two elves. Oh, an intriguing aura with a taste of suffering, one silver-eyed elf rasped, laughing hoarsely as he lunged forward with his crescent blade, moving with such speed that it left an afterimage. Clang, clang, clang. Reno executed the fundamentals of swordplay to perfection, leveraging the penetrating properties of his thorned aura to barely withstand the deluge of attacks. Yet with each clash of weapons, his arms quaked. The adversary's energy laden with corrosive and mental erosion, relentlessly attempting to undermine his will and aura. Meanwhile, another elf sought to bypass Reno, charging directly toward the fortress door. Your foe is me. The hammer and stone, eyes ablaze, rallied the remaining soldiers to form a desperate barricade, using their bodies as a bulwark. Insects. The elf disdainfully wielded the thorned whip, and as the shadows of the whip passed, the soldiers' leather armor was shredded as if it were mere paper, collapsing to the ground amidst their anguished cries. The defense line was on the verge of complete collapse. Selah was in dire peril. In this critical moment, within the main fortress, Selah, lying in bed, seemed profoundly stirred by the fierce battle outside, the surrounding anguish, and the familiar, soul-chilling aura of corruption. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her silvery gaze was no longer filled with confusion and fear, but brimming with exquisite torment and a chilling cruelty. She emitted a shriek that defied humanity. The faint dark red patterns on her skin erupted into blinding luminescence. A tide of corruption far greater and more chaotic than before surged forth, mingling with her own will, bursting forth like a torrent breaching its dam. An invisible shockwave radiated from Selah, swiftly expanding outward. The two fallen elves poised to storm the main fortress were caught in its path. As if struck by an unseen hammer, their movements abruptly halted, a flicker of astonishment and greed flashing in their silvery eyes. Now was the moment. Reynolds seized this fleeting opportunity, as his thorned energy surged within him with unprecedented speed. The pain absorption characteristic was activated to its fullest, transforming the agony of his injured companions and the malice emanating from the fallen elves into fuel. Thorned energy tore through the air. He roared, channeling every ounce of his strength into his long sword, which blazed with a gray light, morphing into a bolt of lightning that pierced the darkness, aimed directly at the elven leader with whom he was locked in combat. The elf, taken aback by Reynolds' fierce counterattack, hastily raised his blade to block. Crack! The thorned energy, imbued with tearing and penetrating properties, severed the elf's crescent blade with brutal force. The sword continued its momentum, driving deeply into the elf's shoulder. Ugh! The elven leader let out a muffled groan, yet no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, corrosive black smoke began to emanate. For the first time, his eyes reflected shock and fury as he staggered back. The other elf, momentarily disrupted by Selah's energy shockwave, was fiercely held back by the hammer and stone, who had regained their composure. With their attack thwarted, the fallen elves showed no desire to linger. The injured leader emitted a sharp whistle, and all the incoming elves swiftly melded into the shadows, disappearing into the thick fog, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, leaving behind a scene of devastation and pained moans. The battle concluded briefly, yet the crisis was far from over. Reynolds leaned on his sword, gasping for breath. That last strike had nearly drained all his energy. Iron Pillar, Hammer, and the others were mostly injured, with Iron Pillar's shoulder severely corroded, blood streaming down. Elia was gravely exhausted, barely able to stand. Most concerning was Selah. She had lapsed into unconsciousness once more, yet the dark red patterns on her surface continued to faintly glow, her breath alarmingly unstable, as if she might completely spiral out of control at any moment. Clear the battlefield. Tend to the wounded. Heighten vigilance. They may return, Reynold commanded, forcing strength into his voice, his heart heavy. The threat of the Pale Claws was far more immediate and lethal than he had ever imagined. Their objectives were clear, Syra and Moonlight Moss. However, the strength of Blackstone Fortress appeared feeble in the face of truly elite adversaries. It was imperative to enhance their power swiftly or seek external assistance. Reno's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction from which the dwarven messenger had departed. An alliance with the Copperbeard clan no longer seemed a mere option. It had become a necessity for survival. Meanwhile, deep within the rift, at the entrance of the forsaken elven ruins, a towering figure of the Pale Claw, exuding a profound aura, listened intently to the reports of the vanguard, icy glimmers flickering in its silver eyes. Indeed, the natural power of Ross's mutated bloodline and that intriguing vessel were present. It appeared that the return of the key was occurring more swiftly than anticipated. Inform the others. The plan has changed. We must prepare to welcome our kin home. Chapter 68, Resurrection. Dwarven Aid and the Elven Elder's Secret Invitation. The nocturnal assault of the Pale Claw was akin to a chilling tempering, stripping Blackstone Fortress of some of its naivete through agonizing pain. Signs of battle were ubiquitous: charred earth, broken walls, and the lingering stench of decay and blood in the air. Yet, deeper wounds were etched in the hearts of all. Iron Pillar's shoulder was shrouded in thick burlap, soaked with moonlight moss juice, still throbbing with pain, the corrosive energy remarkably stubborn. Warriors like Hammer and Stone lay in makeshift barracks, gritting their teeth against the secondary agony inflicted by their treatments. The atmosphere within the fortress was heavy, the relief of surviving replaced by fear of a formidable foe and anxiety for the future. Reno's heart was equally tormented. As the Lord, he had failed to foresee the threat emerging from the depths of the rift, resulting in a cost of blood for his people. Yet, he understood that he could not exhibit even a hint of weakness at this moment. He forced himself to suppress the weariness from depleting his fighting spirit. Patrolling the defenses day and night, personally assisting with the treatment of the wounded and the repair of the fortress. Everyone, rally your spirits. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with undeniable strength. Those pale fiends attacked us because they fear us. They fear our ability to establish a foothold here. They fear that one day we may surpass them in strength. These wounds, this pain, shall not break the bones of Blackstone Fortress. His actions and words served as a stabilizing anchor amidst the turmoil of uncertainty. The people watched as their lord toiled alongside them, moving stones and carrying earth, sharing roasted tubers, and gradually, their fear was replaced by resilience. A true turning point arrived on the morning of the third day following the assault. The sound of camel bells echoed through the mist once more, but this time, the tone was heavier, accompanied by footsteps reminiscent of rock scraping. The lookout, Stone, nervously signaled. But as the fog began to lift, the figures emerging from the force field were not foes, but the returning dwarven messenger, Balin Copperbeard. Accompanying him was not a solitary mountain goat, but rather 5 massive mountain yaks laden with supplies. Even more astonishing was the presence of 2 additional dwarves. One, an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, bearing a colossal herbal box, yet with eyes sharp as an eagle. The other, a muscular warrior adorned with scars, wielding a fearsome double-bladed axe. Lord Reno, Balin's voice resonated with urgency and a hint of apology. We encountered scouts along the way, who informed us of your ambush by the Pale Claws. Damn it, it seems that Baron Hawk has colluded with those pale-skinned fiends. Upon hearing this, the clan leader grew anxious and promptly dispatched the Stonefist brothers and the herbalist, Old Copperbeard, to accompany me back. The purpose was twofold: to express our gratitude for your assistance and to ascertain how we might be of service. Arrival of dwarven reinforcements. Unit: Herbalist Copperbeard, expert healer, skilled in treating corrosive wounds and toxins. Unit: Stonefist, elite warrior, tier 3, proficient in offense and defense. Supplies: abundant high-quality healing potions, finely forged weapons and armor, partial food provisions. This is a timely boon. Quickly, open the force field. Welcome our dwarven friends. Reynold exclaimed with unrestrained joy, issuing commands forthwith. The arrival of the dwarves instantaneously transformed the atmosphere of the fortress. Without uttering a word, the old herbalist Copperbeard immediately began tending to the wounded. The herbs and unique stone healing salve he brought, a blend of mineral powders and subterranean botanicals, proved remarkably effective against corrosive injuries. Combined with Illyria's moonlit moss essence, the conditions of Iron Pillar and the others visibly improved. Meanwhile, Stonefist silently reinforced the defensive structures, wielding his battle axe with an efficiency that left the soldiers of Blackstone Fortress in awe. My friends, Your camaraderie shall be forever etched in the annals of Blackstone Fortress, Reynolds solemnly declared to Balin. Ah, spare me the formalities, Balin replied, thumping his breastplate with fervor. You have aided us, and we dwarves never forget a debt. Moreover, it is our duty to combat those pale-skinned wretches. The dwarves' pragmatic and magnanimous demeanor quickly endeared them to all within Blackstone Fortress. The tense fortifications, under the industrious efficiency of the dwarven craftsmen and the brute strength of Stonefist, solidified at a remarkable pace. A bond of camaraderie, transcending racial boundaries, began to blossom in the face of a common foe. Yet, just as the fortress's wounds began to heal and morale was rejuvenated, an unexpected visitor silently materialized outside the fortress on a moonless night, devoid of a single sound, no jingle of camel bells, no footsteps. He stood quietly at the edge of the gray mist, seemingly merging with the darkness. He was an elf. However, he was a far cry from the fallen elves of the Pale Claws. Tall and slender, he wore a fitted robe of silver gray adorned with delicate golden vine patterns. His beauty was almost ethereal, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall to his waist. His pointed ears twitched slightly, and his eyes were a deep, ancient green, reminiscent of an old forest. He bore no weapon, only a seemingly ordinary oak staff that radiated a gentle vitality. An aura of tranquility, ancient and noble, surrounded him, starkly contrasting with the decay of the chasm. The sentinels on watch failed to notice him at first, until he gently raised his staff, and a soft green light rippled like a wave, touching the force field's luminescent membrane, producing a melodious hum that finally captured their attention. Reynolds and the recently healed Iron Pillar hastily approached the entrance, watching this uninvited guest with vigilant eyes. The elf slightly bowed, performing an elegant, ancient gesture. His voice, like a clear spring in the woods, was melodious yet tinged with a hint of detachment. May the stars illuminate your path, guardian of this realm. I am Astalio, a ranger from the Silverwind Forest. I bear no malice. I seek only the pure essence of nature that does not belong in this tainted land, and an ancient echo that has drawn me here. His gaze transcended Raynor, seemingly piercing through the stone walls, landing directly upon the unconscious Selah within the main fortress. A complex emotion flickered in his emerald eyes, a blend of sorrow, nostalgia, and profound concern. An elf? A ranger? Iron Pillar tightened his grip on the battle axe, his wariness towards any creature with pointed ears palpable. Raynor gestured for Iron Pillar to remain calm, sensing no hostility from the elf, but rather a natural aura akin to that of Ilya, albeit more profound and expansive. Lord Astalio, Raynor responded cautiously. Might I inquire what you mean by the pure essence and ancient echo you mentioned? Astalio sighed softly. I sense the presence of a fellow who has suffered greatly. A lost kin. She was once one of us, an immensely gifted priestess of the moon, but a dreadful calamity cast her into darkness. I also perceive a nascent force of nature striving to purify this land. More importantly, I have detected the tainted remnants left by the Pale Claw, those fallen ones. He fixed his gaze upon Raynor, his tone turning grave. Young lord, you are entangled in an ancient conflict far beyond your comprehension. The Pale Claw seeks not mere destruction. They seek a key to unlock a door that ought to remain eternally sealed. The kin you protect may very well be the key. Raynor's heart trembled. The elder elf's words resonated perfectly with the runes Selah had unconsciously inscribed, the resonance of the mutated moonlight moss, and the fragmented information from his notebook. Do you know the intentions of the Pale Claw? Do you know Selah's past? Raynor inquired eagerly. I possess a portion of that knowledge, Astalio conceded. But this is not the place for such discourse. The ears of the fallen are everywhere. I have come to propose a collaboration on behalf of the survivors of Silverwind Forest, an alliance that may either save you or plunge you deeper into peril. He paused, his voice low and enticing. If you wish to truly uncover the secrets of the one you guard, to gain the power to confront the Pale Claw, or even to find a way to heal her, 3 days hence, on the night of the full moon, simulated force field, at the entrance of the blood-weeping canyon in the southeast of the rift, I shall await you. Only you, accompanied by that kin. With that, Astalio bowed once more. And before Raynor could respond, his form began to dissolve into the moonlight, fading slowly into the gray mist, as though he had never existed. Raynor stood alone at the fortress entrance, turmoil raging within him. The dwarven friendship had just brought hope, yet the elder elf's invitation now ushered in deeper mysteries and dangers. To go or not to go? This was not merely a choice. It could be a gamble that determined the fate of Blackstone Fortress. Chapter 69, The Appointment. The invitation from the elven elder Astalio, akin to a silent thunderclap, resonated above Blackstone Fortress, stirring tumultuous waves within Raynor's heart. To go, or not to go? This choice bore gravitas, entwining life and death with the future's uncertain tapestry. For an entire night, Raynor remained sleepless. He stood upon the highest terrace of the main keep, gazing down at furnace number 1, quietly ablaze in the night, observing the faint glimmers cast by the patrolling soldiers' rune-engraved spears, and listening to the muffled groans emanating from the wounded's tents. The moonlight moss greenhouse, meticulously tended by Ilya, radiated a soft silver halo, while deeper within the fortress, the unstable aura exuded by Sela mingled pain and decay, akin to a foreboding flame flickering in the shadows. Astalio's words echoed in his mind, the ancient conflict, the key to her healing. These phrases, intertwined with fragments of notes, Sela's delirious murmurs, and the resonance of the mutated moss, seamlessly pointed to a heart-stopping truth. Sela, and indeed Blackstone Fortress itself, had inexorably become embroiled in the vortex of a timeless, cross-species strife. To evade might offer fleeting tranquility, but it was akin to waiting for demise. Only through proactive engagement could one hope to wrest a sliver of survival from the jaws of despair, unravel the enigma, discover genuine strength, and perhaps salvage Sela. As dawn broke, the last vestige of doubt faded from Raynor's eyes, replaced by a resolve as unyielding as granite. He promptly summoned all core members, the steadfast iron pillar, whose shoulder remained bandaged yet whose gaze was resolute. Ilya, pale yet standing tall. The taciturn but tautly muscled dwarf Stonefist, and the worried Old John and Old Tao. I have made my decision, Raynor spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I shall accept the Elder's invitation and journey to the Weeping Blood Valley in 3 days. At this pronouncement, reactions varied among the assembly. My lord, it is far too perilous. Iron Pillar bellowed, his agitation nearly tearing his wound anew. Those pointed ears are not to be trusted. Who knows if it is a trap? You cannot undertake this alone. I shall accompany you. Ilya stepped forward, her emerald eyes filled with concern, softly adding, Astalio's natural power is pure, but Sela's condition is precarious. The journey is fraught with peril. What if? Stonefist crossed his arms and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Human lord, your bravery is commendable. But to venture forth alone is not the mark of a true warrior. We dwarves never turn our backs on untrustworthy allies. His meaning was clear, distrust of the elves. Old John, tears streaming down his weathered face, implored, My lord, think it over. The fortress has just endured an attack, and it lies in disarray. If you are absent, what if? Raynor raised his hand to quell their protests. His gaze swept over each face marked by concern and anxiety. A warm current surged within him. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. I understand your worries, he said slowly, but it is precisely because of the danger that I must go. We can no longer remain passive. Blackstone Fortress requires greater strength, a clearer understanding of our true enemies, and Sela needs answers. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. He cast his gaze upon Iron Pillar and Stone Fist. During my absence, the fortress's defenses shall rest upon your shoulders. Iron Pillar, you are well acquainted with the terrain. You will be responsible for internal patrols and emergency responses. Stone Fist, your experience and strength are the fortress's anchor. Please devote your efforts to perimeter vigilance and fortification. He emphasized the last sentence with particular gravity. The two exchanged glances. Despite lingering tensions, they nodded solemnly. Entrusting their lives and fortunes to them was no small act of faith. Turning to the young maiden, Ilya, Reno softened his tone. Your responsibilities are the most arduous. Not only must you sustain the cultivation of moonlight moss and the supply of its essence, but you must also remain vigilant regarding Sarah's condition. I shall take her with me. Along the way, your natural divine power will be essential in soothing her. Furthermore, he instructed, prepare some high-purity essence and emergency herbs for our journey. Ilya bit her lip and nodded earnestly. I will do my utmost. Please take care. Old John and Old Tao. Reno concluded, you are entrusted with internal affairs and the management of livelihoods. The furnace must continue to operate, but safety must be paramount. In case of emergencies, all decisions shall be left to Iron Pillar and Stone Fist. With arrangements complete, the following 2 days saw Blackstone Fortress operate with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Preparing for the Lord's expedition, Ilya extracted a sufficient quantity of high-purity moonlight moss essence and carefully sealed it. Iron Pillar and Stone Fist, along with their men, reinforced the fortress's vulnerable points and set additional warning traps. Old Tao even crafted several smaller, more airtight ceramic jars for storing potentially necessary special items. On the eve of departure, Reno quietly entered Sarah's chamber. The girl remained in a deep slumber, her brow furrowed as if she were battling something dreadful in her dreams. Reno gently grasped her icy hand, infusing a tender stream of thorny energy, attempting to calm her restless spirit. "Sarah," he murmured, as though making a promise to her. "I know you are in pain and fear, but we must confront this. I will guide you to reclaim your past and discover the means to heal you. Trust me." Sarah's fingers twitched slightly, as if she had heard his words. On the third day, the night of the full moon, the cool radiance simulated by the force field enveloped the surroundings. At dawn, the gray mist appeared somewhat less dense than usual. Reno donned lightweight leather armor, a long sword at his back, and a satchel containing the essence and provisions prepared by Ilya at his waist. He carefully secured the still unconscious Sarah on a specially designed stretcher equipped with shock-absorbing and securing devices, entrusted to the hands of two of his most steadfast and reliable slaves who alternated in carrying her. At the fortress gate, the crowd silently bid farewell. The atmosphere was heavy, devoid of words, yet their eyes brimmed with concern, trust, and resolve. "Wait for my return." Reno cast one last glance at his domain and companions before turning away, resolutely stepping into the thick gray mist. His figure was soon enveloped by the swirling gray, leaving behind only the solitary and determined sound of his footsteps, gradually fading into the distance. Their destination lay in the southeast, the Weeping Blood Canyon. The journey proved to be more arduous than anticipated. Departing from the sanctuary of the force field, the pervasive stench of corruption rendered breathing labored. The ground beneath is treacherous and muddied, often concealing hidden pits and lurking low-tier corrupted creatures. Reno, fully alert, cautiously advances, relying on the map provided by Khazar and his own senses. The thorny battle aura within him is akin to a vigilant hound, acutely sensitive to the malevolent fluctuations of energy surrounding him. Occasionally, Sarah stirs from her slumber, her gaze vacant, uttering incoherent murmurs, fragments of elven tongue or piercing screams filled with terror, each instance tightening Reno's heart. He can only tenuously maintain her stability with the essence of moonlight moss and his own battle aura. The first day passes amid tension and oppression. As night falls, they find a relatively solid recess in a rock wall to camp. Reno dares not light a fire, instead huddling with the two slaves, relying on their body warmth and the meager heat of the moonlight moss to fend off the chill. Listening to the distant howls of unknown corrupted creatures, he feels a profound sense of insignificance against the vastness and peril of this land for the first time. By noon on the second day, they encounter a small pack of razor hounds drawn by the corruptive energy. These monsters are swift, their claws sharp, driven by a frenzied aggression. Reno is compelled to draw his sword and engage, his thorny battle aura becoming increasingly refined in the heat of combat, wielded with brutal cunning, ultimately repelling the hounds. Though one slave suffers a deep gash exposing bone. After urgently treating the wound with moonlight moss essence, the pace of their journey must inevitably slow. As they delve deeper, the scenery begins to transform. The gray rocks gradually take on an ominous dark red hue, and a faint, rusty scent of blood pervades the air. The terrain grows rugged and perilous, towering red rock columns resembling the ribs of a colossal beast. According to the map, they are nearing the outskirts of the blood-weeping canyon. Reno halts, signaling the slaves to rest. He climbs a nearby elevated red rock for a broader view. Ahead lies an even more intense expanse, seemingly drenched in blood. And between two towering, dark red cliffs, a narrow fissure is faintly visible, marked as the canyon's entrance on the map. Deep within the canyon, mist swirls, obscuring the details. Yet an oppressive sense of foreboding washes over him. This is the appointed place. Will Elder Estelio await there? What lies ahead? Dawn revealing the truth, or an abyss from which there is no return? Reno takes a deep breath of the iron-scented air and tightens his grip on the sword's hilt. Regardless of what awaits, there is no turning back. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, they will enter the canyon. He issues the command, his voice reverberating with clarity and resolve across the silent red expanse. The true trial is about to commence. Chapter 70. The Canyon. The Elder's warning and the trap of the pale claw. The entrance to the blood-weeping canyon gapes like a grotesque scar upon the earth. The steep, dark red cliffs rise sharply, etched with honeycomb-like cavities and dried traces, as if weeping blood. The air is thick with a potent scent of rust and a deeper, soul-disquieting odor of decay. The canyon lay shrouded in dim light, with only a narrow strip of daylight filtering down from above, illuminating the jagged stones and the sparse, twisted vegetation that bore an ominous shade of purplish black. Renaud signaled to two slaves to remain hidden at a relatively safe spot at the canyon's entrance while he took a deep breath, shouldering the specially crafted stretcher that bore Selah. He activated his thorned aura to shield his entire being and stepped into this foreboding realm. Silence enveloped the canyon, so profound that even the sound of the wind seemed to be devoured by some unseen force. Beneath his feet lay soft soil mixed with dark red gravel, crunching audibly as he tread, the sound piercing through the oppressive stillness like a clarion call. Renaud's mind was razor-sharp. The small map before him displayed sporadic crimson dots, indicative of mid to high-level threats, all appearing relatively motionless, seemingly undisturbed by their presence. Following Astario's guidance, he ventured deeper along an ancient path, nearly obscured, paved with white pebbles, leading further into the canyon's depths. With each step, the suffocating atmosphere intensified, and from the crevices in the rock walls, glimmers of malevolent eyes, flickering in shades of eerie green or ghastly white, occasionally caught his gaze, filled with malice and scrutiny. After traversing for approximately half an hour, he arrived at a relatively open circular area. In the center stood several fractured white pillars, intricately carved with celestial and vine motifs, forming a fragmented circular array. The air here felt somewhat purer, as if it were a forgotten sanctuary. Just as Renaud stepped into this stone circle, a figure materialized as if drawn from the moonlight, quietly appearing atop the tallest broken column. It was Elder Astario. Clad in his silver-gray robe, his oak staff emanated a gentle green glow, dispelling part of the discomforting atmosphere surrounding them. "You have arrived, young lord." Astario's voice remained melodious yet tinged with gravity, "and she is with you." His gaze fell upon the unconscious Selah on the stretcher, a fleeting shadow of indescribable sorrow passing through his emerald eyes. "Lord Astario," Renaud set down the stretcher, maintaining his vigilance. "I have come as promised. Now, may I learn the truth? About Selah, about the pale claw, and that door." Astario gracefully descended from the pillar, landing soundlessly. He approached Selah, crouching beside her, his fingers hovering gently over her forehead, eyes closed in concentration for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Her condition is worse than I anticipated. The corruption has seeped into her very soul, entangling with her primal power." He opened his eyes, meeting Renaud's gaze. To be brief, she was once one of the most radiant moon priests of our Silverwind forest, known as Elistra. However, hundreds of years ago, a sealing ritual aimed at the Starfall core, a celestial core imbued with tremendous energy, went horrifically awry. The ritual backfired, not only tainting the core of the forest, but also allowing the released corrupting energy to erode her sanity. Ultimately, she was deceived by the Fallen and taken away, becoming the key to the Pale Claw. "A key?" Renaud inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. The leader of the Pale Claw, the former High Priest Saruman, betrayed the natural order and succumbed to corruption. He believed that through a nefarious ritual, by exploiting the residual connection between Elistra and the core of the fallen star, he could forcibly unlock a dreadful path leading to the abyss, sealed by our ancestors, which would grant access to the very source of corruption. Should he succeed, corruption would surge forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire north and extending to a far broader world." A profound shock reverberated within Renaud. This was far more grave than he had anticipated. It was no longer merely a matter of the survival of his territory. It was a calamity that threatened the safety of the entire world. Are the elves of the Silverwind Forest truly willing to stand idly by? Renaud could not restrain his questioning. Astarion's face bore a bitter expression. "That disaster has exacted a heavy toll upon us. The forest has withered, and my kin are scattered. We have long been engaged in a clandestine struggle against the Pale Claw, yet our strength has waned. Moreover, the location of the Abyss's seal is exceedingly obscure, and we have yet to ascertain it completely. Only recently did we sense the Pale Claw's heightened activity in the rift area and capture the faint, anguished resonance of Elistra, also known as Selah, leading us here." He gazed earnestly at Renaud. "We require your assistance, Lord Renaud. You have sheltered Selah and possess a unique power that can combat the corruption. More importantly, you seem capable of somewhat soothing her unruly spirit. This may very well be the key to thwarting Saruman's plan." At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. "Soothing? How naive, Astarion." A cold, hoarse voice, dripping with endless mockery, suddenly echoed from the crevices of the surrounding rock walls. Swish, swish, swish. Several pale figures materialized from the shadows like specters, encircling the stone formation. They were the fallen elves of the Pale Claw. Leading them was the elf commander who had clashed with Renaud during the last nocturnal raid, his shoulder now healed, his silver eyes burning with resentment and fervor. "Lord Saruman anticipated that you would seek cooperation with these insignificant creatures," the fallen elf leader sneered. "Thank you for delivering her to us, the key we have received." No sooner had the words left his lips than several fallen elves simultaneously brandished crescent blades and thorn whips, their targets aimed directly at Selah on the stretcher. Their assault was more ferocious than before, their coordination markedly improved, clearly having come prepared. "Protect Selah," Reno bellowed, his thorn-infused energy surging to its zenith. His sword transforming into a streak of gray light as it met the advancing foes. Astarion reacted instantly, his oak staff striking the ground. Emerald light unfurling like a barrier in an attempt to thwart the attack. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their tactics were clear: distract Reno and Astarion while seizing Selah. One particularly agile fallen elf evaded the tip of Reno's sword, slipping beside the stretcher like an eel, the crescent blade aimed at the ropes securing Selah. Not a chance. Reno's eyes widened in fury as he pivoted to strike, only to be ensnared by two other elves. Astarion found himself besieged by three elves. Though his divine powers were formidable, he could not extricate himself in that moment. Amidst the chaos, the nimble elf had already severed part of the ropes, reaching for Selah. Just at this critical juncture, once in a state of unconsciousness, Selah was suddenly stirred by the fierce energy clashes and the familiar scent of corruption surrounding her. Abruptly opening her eyes, this time, her gaze was no longer hollow or filled with anguish. Instead, it radiated with a pure, chilling darkness. "Begone!" She emitted a shrill scream, unlike that of any human, as a far more violent and unadulterated wave of corrupt energy erupted from within her. The dark crimson energy surged forth like tangible ripples, expanding outward. The first fallen elf in its path was sent flying, blood spewing from their mouth. Even the elves attacking Raynor and Astalior were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Yet, this tremendous power evidently drained Selah significantly. She let out a pained groan, her gaze quickly dimming as she succumbed to unconsciousness once more, even as the dark red patterns on her skin glowed like a branding iron. Now is the moment. Ignoring his injuries, the leader of the fallen elves seized the opportunity to lash out with a thorny whip, ensnaring Selah's waist like a venomous serpent, and violently yanked her from the stretcher. "No," Raynor bellowed, attempting to rush forward, only to be desperately restrained. Astalior too was ensnared, unable to render aid. They could only watch helplessly as Selah was abducted by the fallen elves, swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the deep canyon. Mission accomplished. Retreat. The leader of the fallen elves whistled, and all the attacking elves withdrew like a receding tide, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Within the stone circle, only the heavy panting of Raynor and the grave expression of Astalior remained. Their objective had always been Selah. This encounter was a trap. Raynor clenched his teeth, fists tightening as his nails dug into his palms. Astalior sighed, his emerald eyes filled with weariness and concern. "Indeed, we underestimated Saruman's cunning and resolve. He has exploited us. But now is not the time for regret. We must locate the lair of the Pale Claw swiftly and rescue Alistra before they complete the ritual." He turned to Raynor, his expression more serious than ever. "Young lord, the war has commenced. For your territory, for this land. Are you willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the remnants of the Silverwind Forest?" Raynor gazed in the direction where Selah had been taken, flames of fury and unwavering determination igniting in his eyes. The anguish of losing Selah and the dread of the future intertwined within him. Yet he understood that retreat meant annihilation. "Tell me," his voice icy and resolute, "how do we find them?" Chapter 71, Pursuit. The guidance of Moonlight Moss and the unexpected encounter with the Dwarven Scouts. The anger and helplessness from Selah's abduction burned within Raynor's heart like a toxic fire. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions. He knew that panic and regret held no value in this moment. Calmness was imperative. Action was essential. "Lord Astalior," Raynor's voice, strained from his effort to restrain himself, came out hoarsely. "Which direction did they take? What lies deeper within the canyon?" The elven elder Astalior's green eyes flickered with seriousness and a hint of self-reproach. He hastily approached the stretcher where Selah had once lain, crouching beside it, his fingers gently brushing over the charred remnants on the ground, traces left by the eruption of corrupted energy. He picked up a few strands of silver hair, adorned with dark crimson patterns, severed by thorned whips. Their retreat had been methodical, leaving no discernible footprints. Astalior closed his eyes, attuning himself to the gentle natural vibrations emanating from his body, rippling outward like the surface of water. Yet, the lingering aura of corruption intertwined with the agonizing psychic echoes of Alistrad Selah pointed deeper into the chasm. He opened his eyes, gazing into the shadowy crevice that seemed to lead to the abyss beneath the earth. At the end of this canyon lay a legendary entrance to a forgotten network of underground caverns, once an observation outpost of the ancient elves, now abandoned and tainted by catastrophe. If Saruman intended to conduct a grand ritual, the intricate terrain and residual ancient energy nodes would serve as an exceptional choice, Astalio analyzed. His tone urgent. We must hasten. Once they enter the depths of the caverns, tracking them will become exceedingly difficult. Time is of the essence. Reno immediately commanded the 2 remaining slaves at the valley's mouth. Return to Blackstone Fortress at once. Inform Iron Pillar and Ilya of all that has transpired here. Urge them to remain vigilant and firmly hold their ground until reinforcements arrive. We will devise a way to relay any news. The slaves accepted their orders, not daring to delay, and swiftly retreated along their path. We must move. Reno lifted his long sword, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. The thorned energy surged within him, activating the pain absorption characteristic, transforming the frustration of their recent defeat and concern for Selah into heightened perception and a chilling resolve. Astalio cast a glance of admiration at Reno. The human lord's tenacity and decisiveness exceeded his expectations. He spoke no further, grasping his oak staff. His form as agile as a spirit cat as he leaped forth, racing along the nearly obscured ancient path at the canyon's base. Reno followed closely, his steps steady, each footfall deliberate, minimizing noise. The pursuit proved exceptionally arduous. The canyon narrowed further inward, the light dimming, while eerie rustlings and low growls occasionally emanated from the crevices in the rock walls, revealing the presence of numerous creatures drawn by the corrupted energy. The pervasive stench of decay and blood was nearly suffocating. Leveraging his elven sensitivity to natural energies, Astalio adeptly avoided overt energy traps and lurking predators. He occasionally paused, tapping his staff on the ground or rock walls, sensing subtle shifts in energy flow, discerning the likely paths traversed by the pale claw. Reno, relying on the thorned energy's acute awareness of pain and malice, aided in discerning their direction. He could faintly perceive a thread of Selah's excruciating psychic resonance in the air ahead, a slender filament in the darkness guiding their way. Simultaneously, he remained acutely aware of the abnormal fluctuations in the concentration of corruption surrounding them. The 2 moved swiftly through the treacherous terrain, seamlessly avoiding peril. Astalio's elegant swiftness complemented Reno's steadfast sharpness, creating a remarkable synergy. After tracking for over an hour, the path ahead diverged. One narrow fissure continued downward, while the other veered to the side, leading to a relatively open underground river valley, adorned with enormous crimson fungi and phosphorescent moss. The taint of corruption mingled here, rendering it difficult to discern the primary source. The aura dispersed in this place. Astalio furrowed his brow, crouching at the fork to examine carefully. Saruman was cunning and might have laid a trap. Reno too sensed that faint mental guidance had grown indistinct. He forced himself to remain calm, his gaze traversing the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a patch of moss by the river emanating a faint silvery purple glow. The hue of this moss bore a resemblance to the mutated moonlight moss in his greenhouse, albeit dimmer and tinged with an ominous shade of purplish red. He approached, crouching down for a closer inspection. He discovered several patches of moss bearing signs of trampling and rubbing, and beside them, upon a wet patch of mud, lay a blurred, 3-toed footprint, neither human nor beast, exuding a faint, decaying slime. This way, Reno pointed towards the underground river valley. There are traces, and the energy emanating from this moss feels somewhat familiar. He recalled the resonance between that mutated specimen and Selah. Astalio came over to investigate, his fingertips brushing against the silvery purple moss, his expression shifting slightly. This is weeping blood moss, a mutated variety that flourishes only in highly corrupted regions. Its glow attracts creatures that dwell in darkness. Yet you are correct. This footprint belongs to subterranean burrowers, typically driven by the fallen as vanguards or transport. They likely traversed along the riverbank, using the water flow to mask their presence. Just as the 2 were preparing to track along the river, an aberration ensued. Whoosh! A dwarf crossbow bolt, its tail adorned with red feathers, whistled through the air and struck violently against the rock wall beside them. The shaft trembled violently, emitting a buzzing warning sound. Who? Reno and Astalio instantly heightened their alertness, positioning themselves back to back in a defensive stance. Gazing towards the direction from which the bolt had been shot, across the river lay a dense grove of enormous mushrooms, glowing with phosphorescence. Suddenly, the mushroom thicket rustled, and several stout figures emerged. At the forefront was the dwarf warrior Stonefist, who had previously escorted the herbalist back to Blackstone Fortress and was now tasked with scouting the movements of the Blackrock forces in the chasm. He was accompanied by 2 elite scouts from the Copperbeard clan. Upon recognizing Reynaud, Stonefist momentarily appeared taken aback, then bellowed in a gruff voice, "Human lord? What brings you here? And why are you with an elf?" He scrutinized Asterio with suspicion, his battle axe slightly raised in caution. "Stonefist," Reynaud exclaimed with delight upon seeing a familiar face, but quickly adopted a serious tone. "There's no time for explanations. We are tracking the fallen elves who abducted Selah. What are you doing here?" Hearing the mention of the fallen elves, Stonefist's expression turned grave as he strode through the knee-deep dark waters to approach closer. "We are under the chieftain's orders to monitor the supply lines of Blackrock Fortress in this area. We heard commotion nearby, as if there was a struggle. So we came to investigate." He gestured towards the traces on the ground and the crossbow bolt. "It seems we haven't mistaken our target, primarily a warning for that elf." Asterion furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent, evidently wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Reynaud swiftly apprised Stonefist of the situation. Upon hearing that the Pale Claw might conduct a nefarious ritual within the ancient caverns, the dwarf warrior's beard bristled with indignation. "By the gods, it's those wretched pale-skinned rats again, causing trouble right at our doorstep. We cannot allow them to succeed." Stonefist immediately commanded a scout, Rockshard, "Hasten back to the mountain fortress and report the situation to the clan leader. Inform him that the human lord and our elven ally have uncovered the Pale Claw's grand conspiracy and require assistance. Request that the clan leader dispatch a skilled team to rendezvous at the entrance of the Black Abyss." The Black Abyss is evidently the dwarven designation for that cavernous region. The scout acknowledged the order and swiftly vanished into the mushroom-laden forest. The human lord and the elf, with Stonefist hefting his battle axe, declared resolutely, "Let us pursue those miscreants. Count me in. When it comes to navigating tunnels, we dwarves excel beyond them." This was indeed a fortuitous development. With the aid of the dwarves, who were well versed in the subterranean terrain, the likelihood of a successful pursuit would be significantly enhanced. Reynaud clapped Stonefist on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good brother. This bond of camaraderie will not be forgotten by Blackstone Keep." Asterion nodded in acknowledgement. "The assistance of our dwarven friend shall be remembered by the Silverwind Forest." Thus, a brief alliance was forged. The trio wasted no time, led by Stonefist. They advanced along the banks of the underground river, following the subtle traces and the increasingly palpable scent of decay, hastening towards the likely hideout of the Pale Claw. Deep within the canyon, darkness loomed like the throat of a great beast. Awaiting them were unknown perils and a clash that would determine their fates. Meanwhile, the sands of time slipped away with alarming rapidity. Chapter 72, The Cavern. The web of three factions and the shadows of the Starry-Eye Tower with the inclusion of the dwarf Stonefist, their efficiency and safety in tracking significantly improved. Stonefist's familiarity with the subterranean world was nothing short of remarkable. He could discern the direction of their path and potential dangers through the patterns of the rocks, the humidity of the air, and even the types of debris underfoot. He led Reynaud and Asterion away from natural pitfalls and toxic gas pockets, opting for a relatively stable, yet more concealed route, advancing deeper into the caverns along a tributary of the underground river. The environment grew increasingly dark and enigmatic. Bioluminescent moss and fungi served as their primary light source, casting distorted, swaying shadows. Towering stalagmites and stalactites clustered like a dense jungle, while the sound of the flowing river echoed through the vast cavern, sometimes whispering softly, at other times booming like distant thunder. The air was thick with moisture, mingling with the acrid, sweet stench of minerals and the ever-stronger scent of decay. Along their journey, they encountered further signs of conflict and passage. In addition to the distinctive three-toed tracks of the fallen elves and the burrowing creatures of the underground, they began to discern human footprints and fragments of broken weaponry, matching the armaments of the Black Forge soldiers. "Look here." Stonefist halted at the edge of a relatively spacious cavern, pointing to the ground with his battle axe. Scattered around lay several corpses of human soldiers clad in the standard Black Fortress leather armor, their deaths gruesome. Some had been pierced by sharp blades, while others seemed to have had their bodies partially melted by a potent acid or corrosive energy. They had not been dead for long. Stonefist examined the wounds, his brow furrowed. The injuries were diverse, featuring cuts from elven crescent blades and marks resembling those inflicted by large beasts, alongside corrosion that did not seem to stem from ordinary decaying creatures. Astelio knelt down, his fingertips glowing faintly as they brushed over the residual corrosive traces on one of the bodies, his expression grave. "This is the energy of corruption, an ancient and malevolent magic capable of eroding both matter and soul. Only a select few among the Pale Claws wield such power." A sense of dread settled in Raynor's heart. The soldiers of the Black Fortress had also made their way here. What could this imply? Had Baron Hawk dispatched troops into the depths of the rift to pursue the Pale Claws, or were there ulterior motives? Could it be possible that a clandestine collusion existed between the Black Fortress and the Pale Claws? The situation was more intricate than we had presumed. Raynor spoke solemnly. The Black Fortress personnel are now embroiled in this. We must proceed with heightened caution. The trio continued onward, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. The terrain of the cavern grew more intricate, with numerous forks in the path resembling a vast labyrinth. Had it not been for Stonefist's extensive experience and Astalio's faint perception of the lingering, intensifying waves of suffering emanating from Syra, akin to a silent cry for help, they would have long since lost their way. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings began to transform. Ancient reliefs, some incomplete and adorned with star and eye motifs, began to emerge on the rock walls, reminiscent of the elven artistry from the previous stone circle. Yet even more ancient and grand. They passed by several collapsed metallic platforms and fractured energy conduits, clearly remnants of what had once been a significant part of the ancient elven observatory. We are nearing the core area. Astalio's voice trembled imperceptibly. Imbued with nostalgia for the familiar ground and trepidation for what lay ahead, the base area of the Star-Eye Tower, the epicenter of the calamity, should be just ahead. At last, after traversing a narrow corridor filled with clusters of luminous crystals, they emerged into a vast underground expanse of unimaginable scale. In the center of this space stood the base of the Star-Eye Tower, a spiral structure whose former grandeur could still be discerned despite much of it having collapsed. The tower was constructed from a white material resembling jade, its surface marred by charred and corrosive marks, surrounded by countless broken metallic parts and shards of crystal. A massive and oppressive source of corrupting energy emanated from deep within the tower's foundation, pulsating like the heartbeat of a slumbering beast, causing the very air to tremble. More alarming still, among the ruins surrounding the tower's base, 3 factions were discernibly present. One faction, of course, comprised the fallen elves of the Pale Claws. Their numbers exceeded those they had encountered previously, totaling around a dozen, busily arranging something on a relatively intact circular platform at the base of the tower. A colossal, ominous crimson-hued magical array was inscribed upon the platform. At its heart stood an altar, gradually taking form, constructed of dark metal and black crystal. Solara found herself bound by several glowing energy chains adorned with runes to a stone pillar beside the altar, her head hanging low, her fate uncertain. On the other side were the soldiers of Black Furnace Fortress, approximately 20 to 30 in number, commanded by an individual clad in ornate armor, presumably an officer, who occupied a strategic high ground on the opposite side of the tower's base. They had set up crossbows and shields, standing in tense confrontation with the fallen elves. The atmosphere thick with the remnants of a recent conflict. A third party appeared somewhat enigmatic, a group of tattered black-robed figures, few in number, stealthily concealed within the shadows of the ruins. They neither approached the fallen elves nor clashed with the soldiers of Black Furnace Fortress, seemingly waiting for something. Their presence was shrouded in mystery. Even Asterio and Reno found it challenging to discern their origins and intentions. The trio lay concealed behind a colossal collapsed pillar, holding their breath as they observed the intricate scenario unfolding before them. Damn it! How did the Black Furnace soldiers end up here? And why are they facing the Pale Claw? Stonefist whispered, his voice laced with confusion. They are preparing a ritual at that altar. We must stop them. Asterio's gaze was fixed on the array, anxiety etched across his features. Reno's mind raced, analyzing the current situation. Black Furnace and the Pale Claw were not allies. They were on guard against one another. This might be our opportunity, but are those robed figures friend or foe? At that moment, a sudden transformation transpired. The magical array at the center of the tower erupted in a surge of crimson light. A tall fallen elf, clad in even more extravagant robes adorned with twisted celestial patterns, emerged before the altar. His visage was aged, silver hair thick and flowing, and his eyes were deep, exuding an all-consuming darkness. He was the leader of the Pale Claw, the former Grand Priest of Elves, Saruman. With arms outstretched, Saruman began to chant in an ancient and distorted elvish tongue. As his incantation resonated, the brilliance of the array intensified, and the entire subterranean space began to tremble slightly. The energy chains binding Solara blazed with blinding light, eliciting a pained groan from her as her body shook violently. The dark red patterns upon her skin glowing as if set ablaze. The ritual had commenced. Asterio gasped in shock. Simultaneously, the officer of Black Furnace raised his hand and commanded, "Fire! Stop them!" Several massive crossbow bolts soared toward the altar with a piercing whistle. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures cloaked in black began to move like wraiths, their aim directed at Saruman on the altar, or rather, at the altar itself. Chaos was imminent, a spark away from erupting. Reno tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. The opportunity lay within this turmoil. Stonefist. Create greater chaos to draw their attention. Lord Asterio, let us unite and seize the moment to rescue Solera. The hour of reckoning had arrived. Chapter 73. The Fray. The tranquility of the ruins of the Tower of Starry Eyes was abruptly shattered, as the three factions erupted like a powder keg ignited. Release the arrows, roared the officer of the Black Forge, his voice serving as a signal. Several massive crossbow bolts tore through the air, propelled by a force of devastation toward the altar. Aiming directly at the chanting Saruman and the increasingly radiant malevolent ritual circle. Protect the High Priest, commanded the fallen elf leader sternly. Instantly, several elite Pale Claw warriors raised their bone shields embedded with black crystals, forming a defensive line before the altar. The crossbow bolts struck the bone shields with a resounding thud, the clash of shadow energy and physical impact resulting in a violent collision. The shields cracked, and blood spewed from the mouths of the shield bearers as they staggered back, yet they managed to withstand this volley, almost simultaneously with the launch of the crossbow bolts. The lurking black-robed figures sprang into action. Their speed was unnaturally swift, like phantoms devoid of substance. They flickered across the chaotic battlefield, heading straight for the altar. The leading black-robed figure coalesced a pulsating mass of shadow energy in his hand and fiercely struck at the edge of the ritual circle. You seek death. Saruman's incantation was interrupted, and with an angry grunt, he did not even turn around, but simply waved his hand. A condensed, tangible wave of corrosive energy lashed out like a black whip toward the black-robed figure. Wherever the energy passed, the air hissed as if being eroded. The black-robed leader seemed to anticipate this move, twisting his form in an uncanny manner. The shadow energy collided with the corrosive whip, resulting in a silent obliteration. Yet the shockwave sent several nearby Black Forge soldiers and fallen elves reeling. Instantly, the entire ruin descended into a state of extreme chaos, a tumultuous three-way melee. The Black Forge soldiers, leveraging their numerical superiority and heavy weaponry, formed battle lines to engage the fallen elves head-on. The fallen elves, possessing formidable individual strength and exhibiting seamless teamwork, tenaciously defended the altar utilizing the terrain and their eerie shadow spells. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures, akin to specters on the battlefield, appeared to harbor enmity toward both the Black Forge and the fallen elves, launching ruthless and cunning assaults to disrupt the nodes of the ritual circle and attack the spellcasters, further complicating the unfolding conflict. Now, Reno, concealed behind a stone pillar, seized the moment and growled. Leave it to me, the dwarf Stonefist bellowed, resembling a humanoid siege hammer as he burst forth from his hiding place. He did not charge toward the altar, but instead aimed directly at the flank of the Black Forge soldiers. His colossal, double-bladed axe swung in a wide arc. Boom. A shield, along with the soldier behind it, was sent flying. Stonefist's brute strength instantly tore a breach in the Black Forge's line, inciting even greater chaos. Enemy attack. From the side, the Black Forge officer, filled with rage and alarm, was compelled to split his forces to contend with this sudden barbaric assault. Seizing this opportunity, Reno and Asterio, like two swift arrows, stealthily maneuvered toward the rear of the altar amidst the turmoil. Breath of nature, conceal us. Asterio lightly tapped his oak staff, enveloping the two in a gentle life energy that significantly diminished their presence, as if they melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Reno concentrated his thorny fighting spirit to its utmost, akin to a hunting leopard, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the stone pillar that bound Selah. A few fallen elves sensed the anomaly, yet they were ensnared by the relentless assault of the Black Forge and the disturbances caused by the cloaked figures. Unable to mount an effective defense in time, as they neared the stone pillar, suddenly, Saruman atop the altar seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned, his profound, dark eyes precisely capturing the stealthy movements of Reno and Asterio. Humph! Do these insignificant creatures dare to covet the key? He scoffed coldly, his idle left hand splayed open, directing a grasp towards the two. Dark binding. Buzz. The space surrounding Reno and Asterio instantaneously became incredibly viscous. A potent, corrosive dark energy, akin to invisible shackles, sought to completely immobilize them in place. This is bad. Asterio's expression shifted dramatically, and he unleashed the full force of his natural divine power. The verdant light attempting to break through the dark binding like a seed breaking through the earth. But Saruman's power surpassed all expectations. The dark energy gnawed at the natural barrier like a festering wound. In this critical moment, a flicker of madness crossed Reno's eyes. Instead of resisting the binding force, he reversed the flow of all his thorny fighting spirit in an unprecedented manner. The agony-absorbing characteristic was pushed to its extreme. Not only did it absorb the pain and malice generated by the external battle, but it actively embraced the chilling pain and despair contained within Saruman's dark energy. An unimaginable pain surged through his entire being, as though his very soul were being torn asunder. Yet within this excruciating agony, the thorny fighting spirit underwent a transformation. It became sharper, more penetrative. "Break for me," Reno roared, channeling this amalgamation of ultimate pain and determination into his longsword. The blade was no longer a pale gray but transformed into a hue as dark as blood, its edges shimmering with a strange, tearing silver light. Thorny blood rend. Swoosh. A single thrust. Without a resounding crescendo, it emitted an eerie sound akin to tearing fabric. The formidable dark binding field was forcefully torn open by this strike. Though the rift mended almost instantaneously, it was sufficient. Asterio seized this fleeting opportunity. The natural divine power surged forth like a torrent, completely breaking through the binding. Their forms flickered, finally reaching beneath the stone pillar. "Selah." Reno caught the unconscious girl, channeling his fighting spirit through his longsword. He struck fiercely at the energy chains. Clang. Sparks flew. The chains were exceptionally sturdy, leaving only a white mark. Forged from wailing steel and imbued with soul-binding runes, brute force alone would struggle to sever them. Asterio, in a state of urgency, pressed his hands against the chains, the verdant natural power clashing violently with the dark red runes, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Progress slow. On the altar, Saruman witnessed the two break free from the binding and erupted in furious rage. However, he was at a critical juncture of the ritual, unable to intervene personally, and could only command the surrounding fallen elves in a harsh tone. Kill them. At any cost. More fallen elves broke free from their entanglements, frantically charging towards the stone pillar. They were on the verge of being surrounded. In this moment of despair, a transformation occurred. The dark-robed figures, who had lingered at the edges of the battlefield, attacking the array, seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. The leader of the dark-robed figures suddenly ceased his assault on the array, appearing like a specter in the shadows not far behind Saruman. He lifted his hood. Revealed was not the grotesque visage one might expect, but rather a handsome face adorned with a hint of malevolence, featuring delicate purple patterns at the corners of his eyes. Yet his gaze was neither the silver white of the fallen elves nor the emerald green of the high elves, but a profound purple, as if it contained the vastness of the cosmos. "Saruman, your foolish ritual must come to an end." The purple-eyed elf sneered, articulating in fluent high elven. "The power of the Starfall core does not belong to you, nor to those decayed guardians of nature. It rightfully belongs to the true path of evolution." He formed a complex hand seal, and a surge of energy erupted, distinctly different, neither purely natural nor purely corrupted, but filled with chaos. Twisted, yet imbued with an odd sense of order. This purple energy surged forth, targeting not Saruman but the core of the altar array and the bound Selah. "You are the breakers of the law. How could you be here?" Saruman finally displayed a look of horror, as if confronted by a threat more dreadful than the armies of Blackrock and the High Elves. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The purple-eyed elf laughed maniacally. "Thank you for finding the key for us and activating her resonance with the core. It is ours now." The purple energy entwined itself around the array and Selah like a living entity. The once stable dark red array flickered into chaos and instability. Selah emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her body convulsing violently, as though torn apart by conflicting forces. The entire situation spiraled out of control due to the intervention of these mysterious elves, who called themselves the Breakers of the Law. The original three-sided melee transformed in an instant into a chaotic four-way brawl. Everyone's focus seemed to converge upon Selah and the so-called Starfall core. Reno, cradling the anguished Selah, gazed at the frenzied battle around him and the intertwining darkness in the sky, the natural and the purple energy, his heart icy cold, yet a flame of indomitable will burned within. She must be taken away from here. Immediately. Chapter 74, The Path of Blood. The awakening of thorns and the dwarven war cries break through the chaotic battle at the ruins of the Tower of Starry Eyes had spiraled entirely out of control due to the involvement of the Breakers of the Law. Darkness, nature, and purple energy, three starkly different yet terrifyingly powerful forces, clashed violently within the confined space, annihilating and exploding. The entire underground cavern trembled violently, with debris raining down from the ceiling. The altar array, under Saruman's maintenance and the interference of the breakers, became exceedingly unstable, the dark red light flickering ominously, emanating a destructive energy maelstrom. Bound to the stone pillar, Syra became the epicenter of the tempest of energy, enduring unimaginable agony as her body convulsed violently. Dark red patterns resembling a searing brand threatened to shatter her at any moment. We must escape this place. Exiled, cradling Syra, was consumed by urgency. Astallier struggled fiercely against the soul-binding runes entwined in the energy chains, the vibrant green force of nature clashing violently with the dark red symbols, progress proving painstakingly slow. Meanwhile, the chaos of the fallen elves, spell breakers, and soldiers of Blackforge had encroached upon them. Halt their advance. The key must not be lost. Saruman, while desperately stabilizing the crumbling magic array, issued sharp commands to the fallen elves. Several elite Pale Claw warriors broke free from their entanglements, fearlessly charging toward the stone pillar. Protect the Lord. The dwarf Stonefist roared, brandishing his massive axe as he charged forth like a moving wall of iron, positioning himself before Exiled. With a sweeping stroke, the axe, imbued with the might to cleave mountains, sent the foremost fallen elf and his weapon flying. Yet, two more elves swiftly ensnared him, their crescent blades and thorned whips striking toward Stonefist's vulnerable spots like venomous serpents. Nature's wrath, a tangle of thorns. Astallier was compelled to divide his focus. His oak staff trembled, and a surge of verdant light erupted, causing countless spiked energy vines to sprout around the pillar, momentarily halting the enemy's onslaught. However, this diversion greatly drained his energy needed to dismantle the chains. On the other side, the purple-eyed spellbreaker leader sneered, commanding his subordinates to relentlessly bombard the core of the magic array and Syra with eerie purple energy, seeking to forcibly sever her connection to the fallen star core. Even attempting to abduct her directly, the officers of Blackforge, amidst the chaos, sought to exploit the confusion, indiscriminately firing crossbow bolts, further exacerbating the turmoil. Exiled, caught in the eye of the storm, gazed at the agonized Syra in his arms, at his beleaguered comrades struggling to hold their ground, and at the frenzied enemies charging around them. An unprecedented surge of fury, despair, and the will to protect erupted within him like a volcano. He could not falter. He must carry her to safety. Exiled unleashed a roar that transcended humanity as the thorned fighting spirit within him, forged through countless battles and steeped in pain and malice, was ignited to its fullest potential at that moment. The pain-absorbing characteristic operated with unparalleled efficiency, not only absorbing the pervasive negative energy of the battlefield, but also utilizing his fervent will to protect and indomitable resolve as fuel. Buzz. The air around him distorted. The pale gray aura of his fighting spirit deepened and solidified, shifting towards a blend of dark red and silver gray. A sharper, more domineering, and tear-inducing aura erupted forth. He felt his bones resonate, his blood igniting with fervor. Thorn fighting spirit breakthrough. Level elevated to tier 3. New characteristic acquired. Thorn fury, passive. While enduring tremendous pain or facing dire straits, the power, speed, and penetrative capability of the fighting spirit are significantly enhanced. New combat technique learned. Thorn Blood Fury Slash, a self-sacrificing strike that channels all fighting spirit and will, accompanied by formidable armor-piercing and energy-rending effects. Post-use results in temporary weakness. Give me severance. With crimson rage igniting in his eyes, Reno channeled every ounce of the newly unleashed, ferocious energy into his longsword. The blade vibrated, its dark red and silvery hues coiling and leaping like arcs of electricity. No longer attempting to sever the chains, he directed the sword tip towards the connection between the chains and the stone pillar, the point where the energy runes were most densely packed and, consequently, the most vulnerable. Thorn Blood Fury Slash. With a fierce swish, a blade of condensed dark red energy, akin to a lightning bolt rending the night sky, struck the rune node with pinpoint accuracy. There was no deafening roar, only an eerie sound reminiscent of space being forcibly torn apart. The seemingly indestructible wailing steel chains, along with the intricate soul-binding runes inscribed upon them, disintegrated silently upon contact with the sword's energy, as if melted by searing heat. The force that had bound Selah vanished. Success. Asterio felt a surge of both astonishment and joy, yet the toll was immense. As Reno unleashed his strike, it appeared as though he had drained every last bit of his strength. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body swaying dangerously, nearly unable to remain upright. The side effects of the blood fury slash began to manifest. "Let's go," Asterio exclaimed, steadying Renaud with one hand while lifting the fainted Sayla with the other. Encased in divine power, he prepared to charge towards their designated escape route. "Think you can escape? Leave the key behind," Saruman roared in a fit of fury. Disregarding the backlash from the magic array, violently unleashing a torrent of ominous energy, crashing towards the trio like a massive black wave. Simultaneously, the purple-eyed spellbreaker grinned menacingly, sending forth a violet energy chain to ensnare Sayla. The crossbow bolts from Black Forge surged forth opportunistically, with formidable foes ahead and relentless pursuers behind. They were besieged from all directions. Dwarven wretches, for the glory of the mountains, crush them, in the nick of time. A thunderous dwarven battle cry erupted from another entrance of the cavern. The earth trembled as dozens of heavily armored dwarven warriors, akin to iron fortresses, charged in under the command of a dwarf lord wielding a massive rune-engraved warhammer, his beard ablaze like fire. Reinforcements from the Copperbeard clan had arrived. The leading dwarf lord was none other than Muradin Copperbeard, the chieftain spoken of by the messenger Balin. With a mighty swing of his warhammer, a wave of earthy shock rippled outward, deflecting most of the crossbow bolts and energy attacks aimed at Renaud and his companions. Chieftain Muradin, Stonefist roared with elation. "Hold fast. Brothers, we are here." Muradin's voice boomed like thunder, his hammer pointing towards the chaotic battlefield. "Warriors of the Copperbeard clan, let these filthy insects in the caverns witness the wrath of the dwarves." The arrival of fresh forces instantly shifted the balance of power. The dwarven warriors formed an impenetrable shield wall, advancing like a moving fortress, fearlessly pushing forward. Each swing of their battle axes and heavy hammers bore the weight of destruction, swiftly tearing open a gap in the tumultuous battleground. An opportunity. Asterio's eyes sparkled with determination as he summoned all of his natural divine power, propelling himself, Renaud, and Sayla towards the breach opened by the dwarven reinforcements. "Stop them!" Saruman and the violet-eyed spellcaster roared in unison. Yet their offensive was momentarily thwarted by the steadfast defense of the dwarves and the formidable strength of Lord Muradin. A sharp projectile grazed Reno's arm, erupting in a spray of crimson. A fallen elf, desperate to breach the dwarven lines, slashed at Astalio's back with a crescent blade. "Beware!" In his weakened state, Reno instinctively pushed Astalio aside, bracing himself with his shoulder to absorb the blow. The leather armor tore, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. But the passive ability of Thorns of Fury surged within him, invigorating his spirit, and he retaliated with a swift strike that forced the enemy back. Each step towards their escape was steeped in blood. At last, shielded by the flesh and blood of the dwarven warriors, Reno and his companions narrowly broke free from the chaotic fray and retreated into a relatively narrow passage deeper within the caverns. Retreat. Provide cover. With their objective achieved, Lord Muradin immediately commanded the dwarven troops to fight while they withdrew, effectively blocking the path of their pursuers. Behind them, the roars of fallen elves, spellcasters, and soldiers of Blackrock echoed, accompanied by the cacophony of spell explosions and clashing weapons. The 3, or even 4, factions were embroiled in a fierce melee for the Starfall core and the uncontrollable magical array, momentarily oblivious to everything else. Reno Astalio and the unconscious Sarah, supported by several dwarven warriors, fled desperately through the dimly lit passage. Time lost meaning as they ran, until the din of battle gradually faded, and the 3 collapsed, exhausted, into a relatively safe crevice in the rocks. Reno was drenched in blood, his energy depleted, barely able to move his fingers. Astalio too was breathless, his divine power severely taxed. Though Sarah remained unconscious, her bindings had been removed, and her breathing seemed to stabilize. They had succeeded in rescuing Sarah from that hellish battlefield, but the cost was steep. They returned not merely with a girl, but with a colossal secret and crisis capable of igniting turmoil across the northern realm and beyond. Reno gazed at the faintly breathing Sarah in his arms, then cast his eyes back towards the dark cavern from which the distant rumblings still emanated, feeling no relief, only a profound sense of responsibility and deep concern for the future. This flight was merely the beginning. Chapter 75, The Return. Shadows of the Rift and the war clouds over Blackrock having escaped the chaotic battlefield of the Starfall Tower, Reno and his companions dared not linger. The dwarven warriors, familiar with the underground caverns, chose a concealed and relatively safe path to guide the nearly exhausted Reno, Astalio, and the unconscious Sarah towards the upper levels of the rift. The atmosphere on their return was heavy and oppressive. Each individual bore wounds, The dwarven warriors marched in silence, their armor stained with blood and the damp earth of the cavern. Only the sound of heavy footsteps and labored breaths echoed through the dark passage. Reno was supported alternately by two dwarven warriors, although his body was frail from exhaustion. His spirit soared with the breakthrough of Thorn combat energy and the successful rescue of Sarah, mingled with a deep anxiety for what lay ahead. Astalio's complexion was pallid, the expenditure of his natural power considerable, yet he persisted, occasionally probing Sarah's condition with a faint flicker of his natural energy, brow furrowed in concentration. After nearly a day and a night of relentless traversing, they finally emerged from the intricate labyrinth of underground caverns, returning to the relatively familiar mid-level region of the rift. The air remained thick with the stench of decay, yet it felt markedly milder compared to the suffocating malevolence that pervaded the depths of the caves. In a somewhat secluded hollow, shielded by natural rock formations, Chief Muradin commanded the party to take a moment to recuperate. The dwarves immediately displayed their remarkable military discipline. Some stood guard while others skillfully cleared a patch of ground, igniting a smokeless fire crafted from a special moisture-resistant fungus, setting up a kettle, and distributing their provisions of jerky and rye bread among the group. Raynor leaned against a rock, gratefully accepting the warm water and food offered by a dwarf. He glanced at Sarah, who lay on a fur-covered stretcher, still unconscious but with a steadier breath, then turned his attention to the elderly herbalist, Copperbeard, tending to an injured dwarf warrior, before finally resting his gaze on Astalio, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Chief Muradin. Thanks to the timely assistance from the Copperbeard clan, we have managed to avert disaster, Muradin remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of roughness. The news brought back by Balin is of great significance. Combating the wretched minions of the Pale Claw is a responsibility shared by all races inhabiting the rift's periphery. Not to mention, they dare to covet our minds. He took a swig of strong liquor, his eyes sharp. As for you, to extract individuals from such a chaotic situation is commendable, especially that final strike of yours. Quite impressive. Raynor offered a wry smile, the toll of that last blow still resonating painfully in his body. Chief, you witnessed the turmoil within the caverns. Aside from the Pale Claw, there were also the denizens of Black Forge and those mysterious elves who call themselves the Unravelers. How much do you know about them? At the mention of the Unravelers, Muradin's expression darkened, and even Astalio's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. They are a band of dangerous lunatics, Muradin spat, his disdain palpable. They profess to pursue the essence of power, believing that nature, order, and even corruption are merely different manifestations of energy that can be deciphered and reconstructed. Their actions know no bounds. In their quest for the so-called ultimate truth, they frequently engage in various taboo experiments, even capturing members of other races as materials. Several of our remote outposts have suffered their brutal assaults. He tightened his grip on his warhammer, clearly troubled by the memories. Astalio took up the conversation, his voice imbued with profound fatigue and revulsion. The Unravelers are a radical heresy that split from our elven kin long before the cataclysm. They have betrayed the path of nature, indulging in twisted arcana and bloodline alteration. The fall of Saruman is said to be connected to some of their forbidden knowledge. They appeared there, undoubtedly aiming for the core of the Starfall, seeking to harness its power to complete some dreadful ritual or creation. Reno's heart sank. The situation was graver than anticipated. Not only was there a faction of fallen elves, but also a more enigmatic and unpredictable mad organization fixated on Selah and that core. The presence of the Black Forge army was no mere coincidence. Muradin added, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes, that old fox Baron Hawk was insatiably greedy. It was likely he had also caught wind of the ancient elven ruins and some rumored treasure, eager to seize a share, or perhaps he intended to play the mantis, waiting for the Oriole. We must remain vigilant of the Black Forge's next move. At that moment, a dwarf scout responsible for perimeter vigilance hurried over, whispering a report to Muradin. Chieftain, we have detected a small group of Black Forge scouts in the southeast. They appear to be searching upstream along the Dark River, potentially heading towards our evacuation route. The faces of the gathered party shifted in alarm. The Black Forge was reacting with astonishing speed. It seemed Baron Hawk, having suffered losses, was unwilling to relent. Muradin sneered, issuing orders to hasten their preparations. They would depart in 1 hour. Change the planned route. We shall circumvent through the Stoneclaw path. The terrain there is complex, allowing us to shake off our pursuers. A new crisis loomed. The Black Forge army, akin to hyenas sensing blood, had closed in. The brief and precious rest time was utilized efficiently. The old herbalist, Copperbeard, tended to Reno's injuries. applying a specially formulated dwarven healing salve to his shoulder and arm wounds. The cool yet fiery medicinal properties brought Reno considerable relief. The high-purity moonlight moss essence prepared by Ilya was also distributed among the injured warriors, proving remarkably effective in dispelling residual corruption. Astarion, making the most of this interval, meticulously examined Selah once more. He placed his hands gently on her forehead, allowing the verdant force of nature to seep in like a gentle stream. Suddenly, he gasped softly, his expression shifting subtly. "What is it?" Reno asked anxiously. "Her mental realm is more intricate than I had imagined," Astarion replied, furrowing his brow. The corruption indeed penetrated her soul, yet deep within her core consciousness, there appeared to be a remarkably potent natural seal safeguarding her most primal essence. The technique of this seal was ancient and sophisticated, imbued with the essence of the moon goddess's most sacred teachings. This might explain why she had not succumbed entirely to such profound corruption. He paused, casting a complex glance towards Reno. "Moreover, I sense that the corrupt energy within her seems to exhibit faint signs of activation due to some external stimulus, possibly your thorn chi or the earlier chaos of battle. This may not necessarily bode well. It could render her even more unstable. Yet, it might also present a glimmer of hope. Should we discover the correct means to guide her?" These words stirred something within Reno. Was there a chance for Selah's recovery? But where would the means of guidance be found? An hour later, the party set forth once more. Under the guidance of the dwarf scout, they ventured into a narrower, treacherous path of jagged rocks, the Stone Claw Path. The journey was arduous, yet they skillfully evaded the pursuit of the scouts from the Black Forge. After enduring a grueling march for the better part of a day, as the simulated dusk of the force field descended and the gray mist thickened, the familiar silhouette of Blackstone Fortress emerged, precarious yet radiating a resilient vitality, partially obscured by the fog. Home at last. Reno gazed at the flickering lights that shone amid despair, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. This expedition had brought back Selah, crucial intelligence, in a crisis that could potentially embroil the entire territory in a greater storm. The watchtower of the fortress had also spotted the returning team, and the sound of the familiar bone whistle resonated with joy and urgency. Soon, the fortress gates swung open, an iron pillar, Elia, Old John, and others rushed out, their expressions a blend of anticipation and concern. Upon seeing Reno and his companions, bruised and weary yet triumphant in their return with Selah, the fortress erupted in cheers of survival. However, amidst the jubilations lay a deep-seated unease regarding the uncertain future. As Reno set foot on the familiar soil of Blackstone Fortress, he inhaled deeply, savoring the solid ground beneath him. He understood that after a brief respite, the true challenges were only just beginning. He must swiftly consolidate the information, bolster their strength, and prepare for the impending, greater tempest from the Black Forge, the fallen elves, and the spellbreakers. All clues seemed to converge upon Selah, pointing toward the secrets sealed deep within her memories, as well as the core of the fallen star, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Chapter 76. The Bastion, the Dwarven Smith's Forge, and the Elven Elder's Secret Rituals. The lights of Blackstone Fortress had never shone so brightly as they did this night, nor had they ever reflected such complexities of the human heart. Reno and his companions returned, bearing scars and heavy tidings, as if a massive stone had been cast into a once tranquil lake. The relief of surviving, the joy of the Lord's safe return, was swiftly overshadowed by the ominous shadows of the Pale Claw, the Spellbreakers, and the encroaching armies of the Black Forge, looming like mountains. A tense silence enveloped the fortress, where even the cries of children fell silent. Everyone understood that a true test was about to unfold. In the main hall of the fortress, which had been barely restored to serve as such, oil lamps illuminated the space. Reno tended to his wounds and donned fresh leather armor, though his complexion remained pale. The weariness in his eyes had been replaced by resolute determination. Before him stood all the core members of Blackstone Fortress and the Copperbeard clan, Iron Pillar, bandaged yet standing tall as a pine, Elia, pale-faced yet steadfast, the silent but formidable dwarf Stonefist, the elderly yet vigorous clan leader Muradin Copperbeard, and the solemn high elf Elder Estalio. The gravity of the situation was evident to all. Reno's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. What we face is not merely a band of brigands or a single monstrous foe, but rather a multifaceted threat from various powers. The armies of the Black Forge may already be en route. He scanned the faces around him. Are you afraid? Iron Pillar was the first to roar back. Afraid of what? Just point us where to strike, my lord. Even if my head were to roll, I would fight. Ilya gently nodded, her hands clasped tightly before her heart. We will defend our homeland. Stonefist thumped his chest plate, producing a resonant sound in the dwarven lexicon. There is no word for fear. We shall act decisively. Though pale-faced, Old John and the others nodded vigorously. Chief Muladin laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the rafters. Excellent. Now we are speaking. Lord Reno, your followers are commendable. Since our Copperbeard clan has arrived, we shall not remain idle. I've long wished to settle the score with those ruffians from Blackforge regarding the mines. Astelario inclined his head slightly, the glimmer of wisdom shining in his emerald eyes. Threats are also opportunities. Only through united strength can we find a way to thrive amidst this turmoil. On behalf of the remnants of Silverwind Forest, I pledge to fight alongside Blackstone Keep and the Copperbeard clan. This simple declaration instantly united their spirits. Humans, dwarves, and elves, three races rarely intertwined, formed a fragile alliance in the face of a common peril. Excellent. Reno nodded emphatically. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Chief Muladin, I entrust you and Stonefist with fortifying the defenses of the keep. Dwarven can excel in construction. Please ensure we reinforce the walls and set traps. Leave it to me. Muladin thumped his chest. Do not underestimate these walls. Their foundation is solid. The artisans I have brought can transform it overnight. Astelario, my lord. Reno turned to the elven elder. We need your expertise regarding Selah's condition and that corrupting energy. Please find a way to stabilize her, whatever is required. Ilya and the entire keep's resources are at your disposal. Astelario solemnly promised, I shall do my utmost. Her situation is unique. I require a tranquil space abundant in natural energy to conduct a calming ritual. The vicinity of the greenhouse would be ideal. Ilya, Reno looked at the young woman. Assist Lord Astelario. Meanwhile, the cultivation of moonlight moss must continue. It is our most vital strategic resource. Ilya nodded earnestly. I understand, my lord. Iron Pillar, Old John. Reno commanded at last. Consolidate all combat-ready personnel, distribute weapons, and initiate emergency combat training. Old Tau, ensure the furnace operates at full capacity, prioritizing the production of arrowheads and weapon repair materials. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, immediately springing into action. The entire Blackstone keep resembled a finely tuned and efficient war machine, now operating at full speed. The dwarven craftsmen's efficiency was astounding. They brought not only warriors, but also a complete set of portable mini-forges and exquisite tools. Under Muladin's direction, the dwarves worked tirelessly, using the rapid-setting stone, a dwarven specialty, and the stone extracted from Blackstone Keep, rapidly reinforcing the walls with a molten black iron mixture. They installed spiked iron barricades and caltrops atop the walls, while also excavating pits outside, laying down pressure-triggered spike boards and the dwarves' favored thunder traps, small mines that explode upon pressure. The once rudimentary defenses of the keep transformed overnight into a formidable fortress. Within the fortress, with the assistance of Ilya, Asterio cleared a space beside the moonlit moss greenhouse. He arranged a small natural soothing array using several ancient stone slabs inscribed with runes and fragrant silverleaf branches. Selah was positioned at the center of the array, while Ilya dripped the purest essence of moonlight moss onto the stones. Asterio, wielding an oak staff, chanted ancient and melodic elven incantations. Verdant natural energy enveloped Selah like a delicate mist. Her furrowed brow seemed to relax slightly, and the restless dark red patterns on her skin began to calm. Though far from healed, she was at least momentarily stabilized. Forge 1, under the collaborative efforts of the old potter and the dwarven artisans, roared to life. Black iron ingots melted into molten metal, poured into the standard arrowhead molds brought by the dwarves. Soon, baskets of glimmering black iron arrowheads were produced. Iron columns, alongside the soldiers, tirelessly polished wooden shafts and assembled the arrows. The weapon workshop resounded with clinks and clatters as damaged runic spears were reforged and renewed. Yet, amidst this fervent preparation for war, a cloud of gloom still hung over Renaud's heart. The dwarven assistants and elven rituals were formidable aids. But the foundation of Blackstone Fortress was too fragile. The soldiers' training and equipment paled in comparison to the regular army of Blackforge. Moreover, he sensed that the greatest threat might not solely arise from the visible army. In the dead of night, Renaud ascended the fortified walls alone, gazing into the distant, roiling fog that seemed to harbor countless dangers. He caressed the cold black notebook nestled in his arms. The notebook remained unresponsive to the recent happenings, shrouded in silence. What secrets lie behind the words Starfall Core, Abyssal Corridor, and Spellbreaker? Who was responsible for the seal within Selah? He felt that unraveling these mysteries might be the key to winning this war, beyond mere reliance on walls and blades. At that moment, a subtle tremor coursed through his thorny fighting spirit, as if sensing something. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Selah's direction, where the array beside the greenhouse radiated a gentle and steady green light. A faint yet unmistakably clear thought, like a flickering candle in the wind, quietly entered his mind. Imbued with profound weariness and a hint of plea, "Help me." It was Selah. Under the elder's soothing presence, her consciousness had briefly regained a semblance of clarity. Renaud's heart jolted, and he immediately focused his mind to respond. "Selah, it is Renaud. Can you hear me? Tell me, how can I assist you?" Alas, that fleeting thought vanished like a wisp of smoke, eluding capture. The light of the array persisted, but Selah slipped once more into slumber. Yet, this momentary connection ignited a spark of hope within Renaud. Selah had not completely lost herself. Her true spirit was still fighting. This, perhaps, was the greatest support Blackstone Fortress could rely upon in the impending storm. He clenched his fist, his gaze into the darkness growing ever more resolute. Regardless of what lies ahead, he must vigilantly safeguard everything here, protecting this faint glimmer of hope. Chapter 77, Warm Light. The Awakening of Selah and the Strategic Value of Dwarven Spirits. The preparations in Blackstone Fortress were in full swing. With the air thick with the scent of iron and fire, intermingled with the acrid aroma of dwarven pipes and the subtle fragrance of moonlight moss. Under the masterful craftsmanship of the dwarven artisans, the walls transformed daily, becoming increasingly defined and fortified. The forges burned day and night, producing a plethora of arrowheads and repaired weaponry, which filled the makeshift storerooms to the brim. Soldiers, enduring the grueling combination of iron pillars and stone fists training, though they grumbled, gradually replaced the fear in their eyes with resilience. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of steely preparation, a faint warm light quietly ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the people. On the morning of the third day following the retreat of the Black Furnace Fortress's vanguard, Ilya, responsible for Selah's care, approached the natural soothing array beside the greenhouse as she did each day, as she prepared to drop the newly refined essence of moonlight moss onto the stone slab. She was astonished to see Selah, lying in the center of the array, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Holding her breath, Ilya cautiously stepped closer and softly called, "Sister Selah?" There was no response. Yet, mere seconds later, Selah's eyelids struggled to part slightly, revealing her obsidian-like eyes, which had not seen the light of day for an eternity. Though still dull and devoid of vitality, marked by profound fatigue and confusion, they no longer held the previous emptiness or agonizing darkness. A voice, exceedingly faint and hoarse, barely audible, escaped her cracked lips. Ilya, overwhelmed with joy, nearly leapt up, hastily fetching diluted moonlight moss juice, moistening a clean cloth, and gently wetting Selah's lips. Instinctively, Selah began to suckle the life-giving liquid, her throat gently rolling. This poignant scene was witnessed by Reynold, who arrived to check on the progress. Standing at the edge of the array, he hesitated to approach, fearing he might disturb this hard-won awakening. His heart raced, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Selah slowly turned her gaze, bewildered as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, eventually fixing her eyes on Reynold. Her gaze was rife with confusion, a barely perceptible fear, and a sense of estrangement as if separated by vast distances. "Who are you?" she asked weakly, her voice tinged with caution. "Where's this?" A pang of emotion surged within Reynold, but it was soon eclipsed by immense joy. She could speak. She could think. The soothing array of Astalio and Ilya's meticulous care had finally borne fruit. "This is Blackstone Fortress, a safe haven." Reynold endeavored to keep his voice gentle and reassuring. "I am Reynold, the lord of this place. You were gravely injured, and Ilya has been caring for you." He gestured toward Ilya, whose eyes were glistening with emotion. Selah's gaze shifted to Ilya, her wariness seemingly diminishing slightly, yet confusion still lingered. She strained to recollect, her brow furrowing as if touching upon shards of painful memories, causing her body to tremble slightly. "Do not rush, do not force yourself." Astarion, unbeknownst to him, had also arrived at the side, his voice imbued with a soothing power. "You have just awakened, you need time. Take it slowly, we shall assist you." Selah glanced at Astarion, feeling a sense of reassurance from the ethereal essence of the elven elder. She gently nodded and, with a weary sigh, closed her eyes once more. Yet her breathing had stabilized significantly. An awakening, even if fleeting and fragmented, represented a monumental advancement. News of this development swiftly spread throughout the fortress, akin to a warm current, dispelling some of the shadows cast by war. The denizens felt a renewed sense of hope, believing that if such excruciating pain could ameliorate, The prospects of safeguarding their homeland seemed considerably brighter. However, the looming threat remained unyielding. Scouts dispatched returned with alarming reports. Indeed, the forces of Blackrock Hold were amassing, with the vanguard having reached the edges of the rift, clearing pathways and erecting forward bases. A great battle was imminent. The tense atmosphere within the fortress intensified once more. At this juncture, the dwarf chieftain, Muradin Copperbeard, proposed a rather quintessentially dwarven strategic suggestion. That evening, within the newly refurbished hall of the main fortress, now barely accommodating all corps members, Muradin produced a massive metal flagon, intricately engraved with the visage of a roaring bear. Upon uncorking it, a robust, rich aroma, steeped in malt and the essence of smoke, pervaded the air. Come, sample the heart of lava from our Copperbeard clan. Muradin poured a generous measure of the amber-hued spirit into the wooden cups of each corps member, albeit still rudimentary vessels. A sip before battle will bolster your courage and strength. Iron Pillar gazed at the swirling liquid in his cup, swallowing hard. He had only ever tasted the insipid ale before, yet this fragrance promised vigor. Imitating Muradin, he tilted his head back and gulped. Cough. In an instant, Iron Pillar's face flushed a deep crimson, the fiery burn eliciting tears as he pounded his chest. Momentarily speechless. Ha! Muradin and the dwarves erupted in hearty laughter. Take it slow, lad. This brew packs a punch. Old John cautiously sipped, immediately feeling warmth surge from his throat to his stomach, dispelling the chill and fatigue that had plagued him for days, his weathered face taking on a healthier hue. Even Asterion nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging this invigorating concoction. Reynold also tasted it. Indeed, it was potent, yet the warmth and richness allowed his taut nerves to relax somewhat. A thought struck him, and he inquired, Chieftain Muradin, is this brew capable of mass production? If each soldier could receive a small measure. Muradin's eyes brightened. Ah, you possess keen insight. This heart of lava is brewed from deep mine malt and the unique wormwood of the geothermal region, capable of dispelling cold, invigorating the blood, and uplifting morale. We have brought a considerable supply, while it may not suffice as a beverage for daily consumption. Providing each warrior with a sip before the battle is absolutely feasible. Thus, an impromptu plan for pre-battle morale-boosting provisions was born. The dwarves contributed a portion of their spirited reserves, to be managed by Old John, with plans for distribution among the defenders of the fortress prior to the impending conflict. This strategy, imbued with the essence of dwarven culture, though it may seem somewhat ludicrous, unexpectedly elevated the morale of the soldiers. They felt that even their dwarven friends had produced their precious strong liquor, and thus, this battle must be fought valiantly. Yet, amidst this rare and light-hearted, and slightly tipsy, atmosphere before the battle, Stone, responsible for the lookout at the highest point of the walls, came tumbling into the hall. His face pale and his voice quivering. My lord, it's terrible. The color of the mist at the valley entrance has changed. It has turned blood red, and there are sounds of horns. So many horns. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Everyone's inebriation vanished in an instant. Reynolds sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade. What was destined to come had finally arrived. He strode out of the main fortress and ascended the walls. In the distance, at the entrance of the ravine, the once gray mist now appeared as if drenched in blood, presenting a foreboding dark red hue. Deep, oppressive, the war horns, reminiscent of a hellish cacophony, echoed from within the crimson mist, drawing ever nearer. The main army of Black Furnace was finally at the gates. Reynolds took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and turned to the crowd that followed closely behind him, his voice steady and powerful. Sound the alarm. All personnel, take your positions. Prepare to face the enemy. The curtain of war had officially risen, and beyond the walls of Blackstone Fortress lay not only swords and forges, but also a freshly awakened hope and bowls of dwarven liquor that might just work wonders. Chapter 78, Copperbeard. The roar of the dwarven cannons and the tax collectors' dilemma. The shadow of the Black Furnace army loomed like a tangible, blood-colored fog, heavy upon the hearts of every individual within Blackstone Fortress. The war horns wailed lowly, akin to the sinister laughter of death, inching ever closer from the entrance of the ravine. Within the fortress, the last remnants of a light-hearted atmosphere had evaporated, replaced by a steely resolve. Standing atop the reinforced and elevated watchtower, Reynolds gazed at the spreading crimson in the distance, his expression grave. He sensed that this time, the adversaries were not mere probing skirmishers, but a true war machine. By the gods, what a formidable display! Dwarven Chieftain Muradin Copperbeard, bearing his rune-etched warhammer that resembled a door, approached Reynolds, his fiery red beard alight with fervor. With this fervor, The old Coot Hawk must have unleashed his ultimate forces. The Bloodlion Knights and their accompanying mages. He truly underestimates your humble keep. Reynold managed a wry smile. It seems the commotion caused by that corruption bomb has thoroughly riled this old fox. Let him be riled. Muradin spat. It's about time our dwarven giants got a taste of battle. He turned and bellowed to those below. Stone Fist. You lot. Bring forth our treasures. Let these knights, dressed like women, experience the taste of the dwarven anvil. With a heavy rumble of wheels and the robust calls of dwarves, two massive, ruggedly crafted dwarven crossbows, or as the dwarves termed them, stone fist crushers, were rolled onto the designated firing platforms on the walls. This contraption is less akin to a crossbow and more comparable to a diminutive catapult. Its arms are broader than an adult's waist, entwined with twisted ropes infused with the sinews of earth dragons. The bolts resemble short spears, with specially crafted armor-piercing tips. A remarkable creation. Iron Pillar gazed in awe. Nearly drooling, one shot from this device could surely pin both knight and steed to the ground. Wouldn't you agree? Pin them down? Stone Fist muttered gruffly while adjusting the winch. My aim is their battering ram. One shot will dismantle it. In addition to the heavy crossbow, the dwarves had set up several cauldrons at critical points along the walls, bubbling with a viscous liquid that emitted a pungent yellow smoke. What is this? Old John inquired, pinching his nose. Our welcome broth. One dwarf artisan exclaimed with pride, revealing that the hot oil was mixed with sulfur powder and crushed glass shards, ensuring it would scald them into tears. The entire defensive system of Blackstone Fortress, bolstered by the dwarven craftsmen, had ascended from a militia level to that of a quasi-military stronghold. The inhabitants felt a newfound confidence as they beheld the glinting heavy crossbow and the seething welcome broth. At last, amidst the suffocating anticipation, the army of Black Furnace Fortress bared its fangs. A crimson mist surged forth, heralded by over 100 heavily armored knights clad in scarlet cloaks, riding majestic steeds, the elite Bloodlion cavalry. Their ranks were impeccably ordered, armor gleaming, long spears standing like a forest, exuding a chilling aura of death. Following closely was a dense formation of infantry, shields forming a wall, spears poised like daggers. Among their ranks were several leather-clad siege towers and colossal battering rams. The spectacle was tenfold more terrifying than the motley crew brought by the tax officer last time. The army halted just outside the force field, within arrow's reach. A knight rode forth, none other than Baron Robert, the tax officer who had fled in disgrace previously. This time, he donned resplendent armor, though his pallor was striking, and his gaze flickered with trepidation. Clearly, he was mustering his courage. Reynold the Blackthorn. Robert shouted with all his might, though his voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. The forces of Lord Hawk have arrived. Those with sense will immediately lower the force field and surrender all property and technology, or face annihilation. Silence enveloped the walls, punctuated only by the mournful whispers of the wind through the spear tips. Reynold remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Muradin. Muradin grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and with a grand gesture declared, Boys, give this lady commander a proper salute. Stone Fist and the dwarf operating the heavy crossbow, having grown impatient, exchanged wicked grins and promptly turned the winch, aiming the massive bolt at a colossal rock before the knightly formation. Release. With a thunderous twang akin to a clap of thunder, the bolt shot forth like a shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom. The massive stone shattered into fragments, sending debris flying and causing the frontline knights' armor to clatter, while their steeds reared in panic. Baron Robert nearly toppled from his mount, his face as pale as a ghost. The power of that shot far exceeded his expectations. When did this crumbling fortress acquire such weaponry? It is merely a greeting. As Reynaud approached the parapet, his voice, calm yet resonant across the battlefield, declared, If Baron Hawk desires my possessions, let him procure them himself. As for you, Baron Robert, depart now, and perhaps you may return with your life to deliver tidings. Robert, both astonished and enraged, took in the glimmering crossbow and the densely packed defenders atop the wall, not to mention the formidable dwarves that seemed anything but trifling. Recalling the peculiar corruption bomb from their last encounter, his courage dissipated in an instant. He bellowed a few hollow platitudes, turning his horse to retreat to his formation. At that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired, perhaps startled by the crossbow's imposing presence, or due to an unknown reaction between the energy field and the sanguine mist. The force field surrounding Blackstone Fortress began to flicker erratically, its hue shifting from pale blue to a dull shade, as if it might extinguish at any moment, though it returned to normal within mere seconds. This fleeting vulnerability did not escape the notice of a solitary figure on the battlefield, a mage clad in an inconspicuous gray cloak, concealed amidst the infantry. Having been clandestinely analyzing the structure of the force field, he seized this ephemeral opportunity and, with a flourish of his staff, unleashed a counterspell that unraveled the energy. An invisible wave of energy surged toward the force field, which, already precarious, quivered violently, its color darkening further. The force field was on the brink of collapse. Charge! The commander of the Bloodlion Knights, seizing the moment, pointed his sword forward. Attack! The heavy cavalry surged forth, a crimson torrent racing toward the fortress, closely followed by the infantry phalanx. What the devil is happening to the force field? Iron Pillar exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Damn it! There's a sorcerer at work. Mirrodin cursed, no matter. Prepare for combat. In this dire moment, Reno found clarity. The force field might not shatter, but he must withstand this initial, ferocious charge. Heavy crossbows. Aim at the cavalry formation. Fire. Boiling oil. Prepare. Archers. Free fire. The battle erupted instantaneously. Bang. 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 The dwarven crossbows roared once more, launching 3 massive bolts in a triangular formation toward the oncoming cavalry. At such close range, evasion was futile. Thud. Thud. Crimson splattered forth. One bolt pierced a knight, impaling him and his steed to the ground. Another bolt penetrated a shield, skewering the infantry behind like candied haws on a stick. The third bolt struck the axle of the siege tower with precision, sending wood chips flying as the tower tilted precariously. The terrifying might of the dwarven crossbows made its debut, delivering a stark warning to the forces of Blackrock Fortress. Simultaneously, the defenders atop the walls unleashed torrents of boiling welcome broth and a deluge of arrows. The cries of agony filled the air, yet the Bloodlion Knights, being elite troops, pressed on despite their casualties, with the vanguard reaching the base of the walls to commence erecting ladders. Smash! Smash them to pieces. Iron Pillar, eyes ablaze, lifted a hefty stone prepared in advance and hurled it with ferocity at the helmet of a knight who had just emerged. Clang! A deafening roar echoed as the knight fell without uttering a sound. The battle instantly escalated into a fierce frenzy. Arrows whistled through the air. Boulders and logs descended like rain. Scalding oil was poured, and the cries of agony and fury reverberated through the heavens. The defenders of Blackstone Fortress, bolstered by the advantageous terrain and fortified by dwarven craftsmanship, valiantly resisted the relentless tide of assault. Baron Robert, having never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, cowered at the rear. Watching the continuous fall of soldiers and listening to the deafening cacophony of slaughter, his legs trembling uncontrollably, particularly when he saw a soldier attempting to scale the wall doused with boiling oil, emitting inhuman screams as he tumbled down. He could no longer contain himself. A wave of warm, foul liquid flowed down his splendidly adorned armor, and he was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels. Retreat! Quick, retreat! Robert cried with a trembling voice to his nearby guards, no longer caring for the dignity of a baron, as he turned his horse to flee. His panic directly impacted the frontline troops. Upon witnessing their commander fleeing first, the soldiers' morale shattered, and the momentum of the assault faltered. Useless! Roared the commander of the Bloodlion Knights in anger. Yet, seeing the vanguard falter, though the force field wavered, it had not ruptured. Continuing the assault would result in excessive losses, so he reluctantly ordered, "Sound the retreat. Regroup." The clang of retreat sounded, and the first wave of Blackstone's offensive ebbed like a receding tide, leaving behind dozens of corpses and utter disarray. Calm temporarily returned atop the walls, overshadowed only by the heavy scent of blood and smoke. The defenders erupted in cheers of survival. They had withstood the initial ferocious onslaught of Blackstone's main force. Iron Pillar wiped the blood from his face, laughing heartily. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Stone Fist inspected the heavy crossbow, nodding in satisfaction. This contraption packs a punch. Old John, however, gazed at the moaning wounded and the lifeless bodies below, his face paling as he murmured, "May the goddess protect us." Yet, Reno showed no signs of relaxation. He observed the retreating enemy with a furrowed brow. The instability of the force field posed a significant threat, and the accompanying mage was a considerable nuisance. Moreover, Baron Hawk's main force had not truly sustained damage. A more brutal confrontation was likely on the horizon. He turned to Mirrodin and Estalio, speaking gravely. The force field must be stabilized promptly. We must find a way to deal with that mage. Otherwise, when they return, we may not hold our ground. The brief victory brought not joy, but deeper anxiety. The battle for the survival of Blackstone Fortress had only just begun. Meanwhile, within the fortress, The recently awakened Sarah seemed stimulated by the external clamor of battle and the clash of energies, her eyes flickering with a chaotic crimson glow once more. Chapter 79, Healing. The tingle of moonlight and the aftereffects of dwarven spirits. The retreat of Blackstone's first wave did not provide a genuine respite. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh, and the moans of the injured rose and fell. Although the defender's spirits soared, exhaustion and pain were evident on every face. The dwarven craftsmen had begun repairing the heavy crossbows and damaged fortifications, clanging away in preparation for the next, even fiercer assault. Reynold endured the discomfort as he completed his inspection of the defenses, assigning the night watch, only to become acutely aware of the stinging pain from the wounds inflicted by the fallen elf's crescent blade on his shoulders and arms. Upon returning to the refurbished main fortress, he had barely settled down to catch his breath when a soft, yet concerned voice resonated from behind him. "My lord, your wounds require attention." It was Ilya, holding a wooden basin filled with clear warm water and freshly extracted moonlight moss essence. Her emerald eyes sparkled with concern beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp. She had evidently just finished tending to Selah and the injured soldiers. Beads of perspiration adorning her forehead, with a few strands of silver hair clinging to her cheek, adding an extra touch of delicate charm. Reynold initially intended to refuse, asserting his capacity to manage on his own, but the undeniable insistence reflected in the girl's eyes and her slightly pursed lips compelled him to swallow back his words. He nodded, shedding his blood-stained and sweat-soaked leather tunic, revealing a robust torso marked with both new and old scars, and seated himself upon a stone bench covered with animal fur. "I appreciate your help, Ilya." Ilya's cheeks flushed lightly in the warm light as she took a deep breath, striving to steady her trembling hands. With utmost care, she began to wipe the deep, bone-exposing wound on Reynold's shoulder with a soft cloth soaked in the moonlight moss essence. Her motions were exceedingly gentle, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Reynold's heated skin, evoking a cool and tingling sensation. Reynold's body tensed slightly as he became acutely aware of the softness of her touch and the delicate focus she maintained, even catching a whiff of her unique scent. A blend of moonlight moss's fragrance and a hint of herbal aroma. This scent inexplicably eased his taut nerves, and the sharp pain at his wound seemed to diminish. This girl's skills have certainly improved, he mused internally, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he averted his gaze to the somber night outside the window. Meanwhile, Ilya's heart raced like a drum. The proximity to her lord's robust form, feeling the astonishing strength and warmth beneath his skin, made her cheeks flush, and her breath became unsteady. She forced herself to concentrate on the wound, meticulously applying the concentrated moonlight moss essence, the cool energy seeping in to promote the healing of flesh and blood. "You were in great danger just now," she murmured, her voice trembling slightly with residual fear. "Yes, I'm accustomed to it," Reynold chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. "With all of you here, Blackstone Fortress will not fall." Ilya lifted her gaze, her clear blue eyes locking onto Reynolds with unusual seriousness. "I will always be here to help you heal everyone." Her expression was resolute and sincere, as if imbued with an undeniable vow. Reynold felt a stirring within him as he regarded the earnestness etched on the girl's face, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, as Ilya leaned forward to bandage him, a silvery strand of hair brushed lightly against his arm, sending a gentle tickle through him. The distance between them shifted, becoming subtly charged with a hint of warmth that transcended the boundaries between lord and subject. A soft cough broke the fragile silence that enveloped them. The elven elder Astalio stood at the door, a knowing smile gracing his face, suggesting my arrival was ill-timed. "Lord Raynor, I have gleaned some insights regarding the fluctuations in the force field. I believe we need to confer." Ilya, resembling a startled fawn, recoiled abruptly, her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly spilling blood. In a flurry, she gathered her belongings, lowered her head, and hastily uttered a farewell, wishing the adult to rest well before escaping. Raynor, feeling a touch of awkwardness, rubbed his nose and rose to don his attire. "Lord Astalio, please come in." This small interlude stirred the tranquil waters of my heart, like a pebble cast into a serene lake. Meanwhile, in the magical circle beside the greenhouse, Sarah's condition remained precarious. The clamor of battle and the clash of energies seemed to provoke her. Although no longer as ferocious as before, her consciousness fluctuated between lucidity and haze. In her moments of clarity, she instinctively sought the figure of Raynor, who had sheltered her during her darkest hours. When old John delivered her sustenance, she would weakly inquire, "Is he well?" During Ilya's tender ministrations, having cared for her throughout her unconsciousness, she would unconsciously grasp Ilya's hand, murmuring, "Cold, yet warm." Ilya observed Sarah's pale and fragile form, her exquisite beauty still evident despite the frailty, and her heart was a tumult of emotions. She sensed Sarah's burgeoning dependence on the Lord, akin to that of a fledgling bird. This dependency evoked a pang of sympathy for Sarah, mingled with an indescribable bitterness deep within Ilya's soul. As night fully enveloped the land, to alleviate the tension and dispel the chill, Chief Muradin fulfilled his promise, distributing the fiery lava heart spirits to the night watchmen, each receiving a small cup. The effect was immediate. A fiery liquid coursed down their throats, banishing the cold and seemingly burning away their fatigue. The soldiers gathered around the campfire, engaging in hushed conversations, the atmosphere finally lifting from its previous stifling silence. However, the lingering potency of the dwarven spirits led to some humorous escapades. A few young soldiers, perhaps experiencing such potent liquor for the first time, were both exhilarated and apprehensive, unable to restrain themselves and taking several more sips than advisable, soon succumbing to its effects. One lad, affectionately nicknamed Monkey, with a flushed face and thick neck, insisted on forming a brotherhood with the napping dwarf guard, Stone Fist, only to be roused with a bemused slap from Iron Pillar. Another began reciting his nonsensical, self-pinned verses to the moon, simulated by the force field, provoking peals of laughter from the onlookers. Even the typically composed old John, after a couple of sips, became loquacious, reminiscing with one-eyed old Hammer about grand sights from their youth. Though much of it was mere boasting, it alleviated the pre-battle tension. Raynor stood atop the watchtower, gazing down upon the fleeting yet genuine warmth of human existence in the camp below, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. This was what he yearned to protect, not merely the cold stone and weaponry, but these vibrant lives and their myriad emotions. He sipped from his cup filled with amber liquid, a warm current flowing from his throat to his stomach, dispelling the chill of the deep night and calming his tumultuous thoughts. He gazed towards the distant flickering lights of the enemy encampment, his expression sharpening once more. The stability of the force field was imperative, the mage must be dealt with. And Seraph's condition required a more fundamental approach, alongside the conundrum posed by that girl Ilya and the myriad challenges confronting him. Yet, at this moment, with a mouthful of strong liquor, as he surveyed the faint lights within the fortress and the weary yet resolute silhouettes of the soldiers, Raynor felt that no matter how formidable the obstacles, they must be overcome. Come now, old hawk. He raised his glass to the darkness, murmuring to himself, let us see whether your army is tougher, or if my fortress and the bones of these brothers are the more resilient. Chapter 80. Fractures. The crisis of the force field core and the olive branch from the elven messenger, the fleeting warmth and revelry brought forth by dwarven spirits, akin to a campfire amidst the night, ultimately succumbed to the bone-chilling cold that precedes dawn. As the last vestiges of alcohol dissipated into the frigid air, the grim reality facing Blackstone Fortress loomed heavily over each sentry, much like the increasingly dense crimson mist beyond the walls. The instability of the force field hung above them like the sword of Damocles. Asterio had spent the night inspecting the force field generator, the Obsidian Heart embedded at the pinnacle of the main fortress tower, which operated ceaselessly. The news he returned with plunged everyone's spirits into despair. The situation was far worse than anticipated. The elven elder's countenance was grave, his emerald eyes devoid of their usual tranquility, for within the Obsidian Heart structure, a minute energy fissure had emerged due to previously unknown shocks and excessive strain. It resembled a flawed glass vessel. Although it could temporarily hold, it was exceedingly unstable. Any subsequent intense energy surge, be it from external magical assaults or internal cataclysmic energy eruptions akin to the last incident, could lead to its complete collapse. What would the collapse of the force field entail? The implications were self-evident. Blackstone Fortress would be utterly exposed to the corrupting environment of the chasm and the onslaught of the Black Furnace army, stripped of all defenses. Can it be repaired? Raynor's voice trembled, tinged with anxiety. Asterio shook his head, then nodded, embodying the inherent contradictions of elven nature. Conventional methods would not suffice. The Obsidian Heart was an ancient creation, its internal energy circuits exceedingly intricate. However, there might be a solution. A medium of extraordinary purity, possessing a strong affinity for energy and the ability to channel it, was required to act as an adhesive, temporarily filling and stabilizing the fissure. Where might such a medium be found? Iron Pillar inquired with urgency. Asterio's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the moonlit moss greenhouse before slowly settling on the still unconscious seraph within the fortress. His expression laden with complexity. The ideal medium would be the highly purified essence of moonlit moss life. or a high-purity energy crystal that shares a common origin with the Obsidian Heart. He paused, his voice low. And there exists another possibility, a pure soul energy that has established a deep connection with the core, which might serve to soothe and stabilize. Yet, the latter carries immense risk, nearly tantamount to sacrifice. Pure essence? Common origin crystals? Soul energy? Each concept seemed unattainable, or rather, laden with exorbitant costs. At that moment, the unconscious Sarah seemed to sense something, her body trembling slightly as indistinct murmurs escaped her lips. The core aches, it weeps. Ileana rushed forward to comfort her. But Sarah's response became increasingly violent. She suddenly grasped Ileana's hand, her nails nearly embedding themselves into flesh, and her obsidian-like eyes snapped open. Yet, the reflections within her pupils did not reveal the surrounding scene, but rather the twisted fissure within the heart of the obsidian spire. A crack, such a vast crack. With a piercing scream, she expelled a mouthful of dark red blood and lapsed into unconsciousness once more, her breath growing ever fainter. This sight left everyone aghast. How could Sarah perceive the state of the Obsidian Heart? What profound connection existed between her and this ancient core? Astelio's conjecture did not appear to be without merit. A sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere, with an army encircling the fortress and the core on the brink of collapse. Could it be that Blackstone Fortress had truly met its end? However, in this moment of utmost darkness, an unexpected turn of events quietly unfolded. At dawn, amidst the gray mist, a group of unfamiliar visitors re-emerged. This time, they were not the forces of Blackforge, but a small band of elves, riding upon pristine horned eagles, clad in pale golden light armor and bearing longbows. They moved with elegance, their presence imbued with purity, starkly contrasting the fallen elves of the Pale Claw. Leading them was a striking elven woman of exquisite beauty and a frigid demeanor. She approached the edge of the force field and spoke, her voice akin to the crystalline waters of a mountain stream. By the mandate of the Silvermoon Council of Elders, I, Liana Starseeker, captain of the Silverwind Forest Rangers, request an audience with Lord Reno of Blackstone Fortress. The Silvermoon Council? The highest authority of the Silverwind Forest? What could prompt them to send a messenger at this critical juncture? Reno felt a swirl of uncertainty within him. Yet he commanded a corner of the force field to be opened, allowing Liana entry. As Liana stepped into the fortress, her gaze swept over the alert soldiers and the industrious dwarven craftsmen, finally resting upon Reno and Astelio, to whom she offered a slight bow. Elder Astelio, it has been long since our last meeting, and you must be Lord Reno. I come bearing news from the council, as well as a potential key to resolve your current predicament. She produced a small crystal vial sealed with mithril thread, within which flowed a silvery liquid, radiant like liquid moonlight, emanating a refreshing pulse of pure energy. This is the water of the moon well, Liana proclaimed with a hint of pride. The essence distilled over a century, imbued with the purest moonlight and life force. Upon learning of the Pale Claw's conspiracy and the plight of Blackstone Fortress, the council engaged in fervent debate and ultimately resolved to extend a hand. This vial should suffice to stabilize your damaged core. A turn of fate, a lifeline amid despair. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden and momentous revelation. The Silvermoon Council had dispatched such a precious gift? Yet, Reno remained unperturbed by elation. He regarded Liana with calm scrutiny. What conditions does the Silvermoon Council impose? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially for those elves who have lived for countless ages. Liana cast a glance of admiration at Raynor and spoke candidly. The council has two stipulations. First, Blackstone Fortress must forge a defensive alliance with Silverwind Forest to collectively combat the Pale Claw and the forces behind it. Second, her gaze shifted towards the unconscious Selah, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. Once the crisis is averted, we must take away Elistra, whom you refer to as Selah. She is one of us, and her condition can only be fundamentally healed upon returning to the Moonwell. Moreover, she harbors a significant secret, and the council must ensure her safety. The terms are quite stringent, particularly the second one. Surrender Selah? Raynor's heart tightened at the thought. Yet, as he beheld the vial of Moonwell water radiating hope in Liana's hand, and glanced at the precarious Obsidian Heart atop the tower, alongside the weakly breathing Selah in his arms, he found himself at a crossroads. Acceptance might temporarily preserve the fortress, but it would cost him Selah and embroil them in the political maelstrom of the elves. Refusal could lead to the fortress's downfall and the demise of all. Raynor took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the faces surrounding him, filled with anticipation, concern, and trust. Ultimately, his eyes met Elder Asterios. Asterio nodded slightly, conveying a complex message. The Moonwell water is genuine, The opportunity is rare, but the cost is steep. I require time to deliberate. Raynor did not acquiesce immediately, requesting the envoy to rest for a while. Until a decision is made, Blackstone Fortress remains open to friends. Lyanna seemed to anticipate this response, gracefully nodding. Very well. But do remember, time waits for no one. The rifts in the force field and the threat of the pale claw loom. The elven envoy was temporarily settled. The core members of the fortress reconvened. The atmosphere, so tense one could almost draw water from it. What shall we do, my lord? Iron Pillar scratched his head, a look of indecision on his face. That water appears to be a valuable asset, yet surrendering Miss Sayla. Ilya bit her lip tightly, glancing between Sayla and Raynor, her emerald eyes filled with turmoil. Chief Muladin snorted. The elves won part with their treasure so easily. Who knows if they intend to take that girl back for experimentation? Asterio sighed. The Moonwell water can indeed stabilize the core. As for Elistra returning to the Moonwell, it may truly be her only chance for survival. However, the Council's intentions are not merely about healing. All eyes were fixed on Raynor, awaiting his final decision. This choice would directly impact the fate of Blackstone Fortress and the entire Rift Valley. Raynor closed his eyes, memories of his acquaintance with Sayla flashing through his mind. From their initial fear and resistance to their subsequent bond, culminating in her faint plea for help before she fell unconscious. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, clarity and resolve shining within them. We need that vial of water, he spoke slowly, his voice steady, but Sayla cannot simply be handed over to them. He turned to the assembly, articulating his plan, a bold, perilous strategy that might secure a glimmer of hope. Chapter 81. The Game of Wits. The transaction of the Moonwell water and the ambiguity surrounding the Night Watchman's decisions stirred ripples at the core of Blackstone Fortress, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. Accepting the Moonwell water while refusing to unconditionally surrender Sayla was undoubtedly akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One must harness the power of the elves while remaining vigilant against their schemes. We require that vial of water, for the force field cannot be sustained for long. Reynolds' gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Astalio. Elder, you possess the most profound understanding of the Silver Moon Council. If we propose a joint guardianship of Sayla, discussing her ownership only once her condition stabilizes, what are the chances they would acquiesce? Astalio pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his verdant eyes. The conservatives within the council are certain to express discontent. However, there is still room for maneuver. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Elistrad, forcibly removing her poses significant risks. We can underscore the unique environment of Blackstone Fortress and the exceptional bond between you and her. He alluded to the soothing effects of the Thorned Will, which is irreplaceable for her stability. This could serve as leverage to negotiate an observation or therapeutic collaboration period. Let it be so, Reynolds declared decisively. Taiju, go summon Ambassador Lyanna back for discussion. Remember, maintain a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. We are now equal negotiators, not supplicants. Taiju complied and soon. The elven envoy Lyanna returned to the main hall of the fortress. She remained as cool and graceful as ever, yet her gaze bore an added scrutiny. Reynolds wasted no time in directly proposing a scheme to stabilize the force field with the Moonwell water in exchange for an alliance between Blackstone Fortress and the Silverwind Forest, along with a temporary joint guardianship and cooperative treatment of Sayla. Lyanna raised an eyebrow slightly. Lord Reynolds, your ambitions are considerable. The Moonwell water is incredibly precious, and Elistrad pertains to the core secrets of the elven race. Precisely for this reason, we must tread carefully. Reynolds interjected, his tone resolute. Sayla Elistrad is currently in an exceedingly fragile state. Forcibly relocating her could result in irreversible harm. Blackstone Fortress possesses methods to stabilize her, and he gestured to himself, may be the only one capable of soothing the chaotic energies within her. Elder Astalio can attest to this. A cooperative treatment would be mutually beneficial. Once she regains consciousness and is able to make her own decision, she may choose her path. Yes? Lyanna turned her gaze to Astalio, who nodded slightly. She remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, before her cool voice resonated once more. Your proposal holds merit. I shall relay your words back to the council. However, the Moonwell water may be delivered forthwith as a gesture of goodwill. She placed the crystal vial, sealed with mithril, upon the table, hoping that Blackstone Fortress would not betray this trust. The elves' willingness was unexpected, yet it simultaneously underscored the significance of Sayla, Elistrad, and the perilous predicament of Blackstone Fortress. The Silver Moon Council, too, feared the fortress might be breached, leading to Sayla falling into enemy hands. With the deal struck, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Liana did not depart immediately, but expressed a desire to tour the fortress, particularly the moonlight moss greenhouse. Reynold assigned Ilya to accompany her. The two distinctly styled elven women traversed the fortress, creating a unique tableau. The noble elegance of Liana sharply contrasts with the gentle resilience of Ilya. Within the greenhouse, Liana expressed her admiration for Ilya's skill in cultivating moonlight moss, particularly captivated by the mutated specimen adorned with crimson veins, which piqued her profound interest. This extraordinary life form, imbued with the essence of nature, bore a hint of pain intertwined with an indomitable will. With her fingertips, Liana delicately brushed against the leaves, sensing the energy fluctuations within, casting a contemplative glance at Ilya, acknowledging her as a remarkably gifted cultivator. Ilya, somewhat bashful from the praise, softly replied, "I merely strive to care for them." A faint smile seemed to grace the corners of Liana's lips as she remarked, "Perhaps the moon garden of Silverwind Forest holds a place for your further studies." This seemingly casual statement cast a pebble into the depths of Ilya's heart. Silverwind Forest, after all, was a sanctum revered by all nature devotees. As dusk fell, Liana was assigned to rest in a relatively tidy guest room that had been prepared for her. The waters from the moonwell were cautiously delivered to the tower's pinnacle by Reno and Asterio, intended to stabilize the Obsidian Heart. The process unfolded smoothly. As the radiant silver liquid merged with the core, the force field's luminous membrane stabilized at a visibly accelerated pace, solidifying and emanating a softer, purer glow. The imminent crisis facing the fortress was temporarily alleviated. As the pressure lessened, the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless battles surged forth. After arranging the night watch, Reno, burdened with exhaustion, returned to his humble quarters, a modest space merely separated by stone from the main keep. As he removed his dust-laden leather armor, preparing to splash his face with cold water, a gentle knock echoed from the wooden door of his compartment. "Are you asleep, my lord?" It was Ilya's voice, tinged with hesitation. Reno opened the door to find Ilya standing outside, cradling a steaming bowl of hearty meat soup and several pieces of perfectly roasted rye bread. She appeared freshly bathed, adorned in a clean linen gown, her damp silver hair cascading over her shoulders, casting a hazy glow beneath the dim light of the oil lamp, mingling with a refreshing scent of moonlight moss and soapberry. "I noticed you hadn't eaten much this evening. There was some soup left in the kitchen," Ilya said, her cheeks flushing lightly in the lamplight, avoiding Reynaud's gaze as she extended the food towards him. Reynaud, indeed hungry, accepted the bowl, the rich aroma of the meat stirring his appetite. "Thank you, I was just about to eat," he replied, stepping aside. "Please come in, it's chilly outside." Ilya hesitated for a moment, but eventually lowered her head and stepped inside, taking a seat on the solitary stone bench with a sense of reservation. The confined space soon filled with the pleasant fragrance emanating from the young woman. Reynaud devoured the bread and sipped the soup heartily, while Ilya sat quietly beside him, her hands resting on her knees, her fingers idly twisting the hem of her garment. An atmosphere of subtle silence and unspoken tension enveloped them. "It is good that the force field has stabilized," Ilya softly broke the silence, attempting to initiate a conversation. "Indeed, thanks to you and the elders," Reynaud nodded, taking a generous gulp of the hot soup, feeling warmth spread through his stomach, relaxing his weary body. He lifted his gaze towards Ilya. Under the soft glow of the light, the girl's long, downcast eyelashes framed her delicate, upturned nose, and her lips resembled the softness of flower petals. Suddenly, he realized that Ilya was, in fact, quite beautiful, her charm often concealed beneath the weight of busyness and worry. Sensing his gaze upon her, Ilya's face flushed deeper, even her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Summoning her courage, she raised her head, her emerald eyes shimmering like water-soaked jade, crystal clear and reflecting the figure of Raynor. "My lord, you must take care, we cannot do without you." The sentiment embedded within her words transcended the mere concern of a subordinate for her lord. Raynor's heart skipped a beat as he beheld the unmasked worry and dependency in the girl's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He was not made of stone. He could sense Ilya's feelings, yet the present circumstances were fraught with peril, and the situation regarding Sayla remained unresolved. He set down the bowl and extended his hand, intending to comfort her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. However, midway through the gesture, he hesitated and awkwardly scratched his head instead, offering a sheepish smile. "Rest assured, I am quite resilient. But you, do not overexert yourself. There are many matters in the fortress that rely on you." This clumsy display of concern elicited a soft laugh from Ilya, alleviating the tense atmosphere considerably. She stood up, took the empty bowl, and softly said, "Then, "My lord, please rest early. I shall take my leave." As she reached the doorway, she paused for a moment, glancing back at Raynor with a fleeting look that held both shyness and determination, before hastily departing like a startled fawn. Raynor watched as the wooden door closed, brushing his fingertips, which still seemed to carry the lingering scent of the girl's hair, and smiled helplessly. That girl. He moved to the window, gazing at the obsidian heart of the tower, its steady hum, and the distant flickering lights of the enemy camp. His expression sharpened and grew resolute once more. The realm of tenderness is a hero's grave, but now is not the time for complacency. Lyanna had brought not only the water of hope, but a greater maelstrom. The Silvermoon Council, Blackforge, the Pale Claw, and the Lawbreakers, various factions were now focused on this very place. And Sayla was at the eye of this storm. "Whatever your intentions may be," Raynor whispered to the night sky, "those who wish to move against me must first reckon with the sword in my hand." Chapter 82 Ripples. The new Elf Ranger and Selah's transformation, the effects of the Moonwell water were immediate. The minute fissure within the Obsidian Heart was temporarily sealed by the pure lunar energy, stabilizing it, while the emanating force field became unprecedentedly solid and gentle, even refreshing the air within the fortress. As if completely isolating the stench of the chasm from the outside, the morale of the guards soared. They could finally enjoy a relatively peaceful sleep without the constant fear of the fragile shell above them shattering unexpectedly. Yet, beneath this temporary tranquility, dark currents surged ominously. The elven envoy, Lyanna, did not return immediately to the Silverwind Forest after delivering the Moonwell water. Instead, she opted to remain for the time being under the pretext of observing Selah's condition and assessing the defenses of Blackstone Fortress. The presence of this noble and ethereal elven lady felt akin to a graceful crane that had wandered into a rustic chicken coop, subtly altering the atmosphere within the fortress. She often lingered near the greenhouse, observing Ilya as she tended to the moonlight moss and the peculiar mutation. Occasionally, she would offer incisive professional advice that proved immensely beneficial to Ilya, yet an invisible barrier always lingered between them. Lyanna was particularly concerned about Sarah's condition, and each day, accompanied by Astalio, she would employ elven magic to probe Sarah's body, her brow furrowing ever deeper. The situation was more intricate than anticipated. One evening, Lyanna approached Reno, who was inspecting the weaponry reserves, her tone grave. The waters of the Moonwell had stabilized her soul's fluctuations. Yet the corrupting energy within her seemed to be clashing more violently with the natural seal. It was akin to a flood being forcibly restrained, desperately seeking a new outlet. Reno's heart sank. What does this mean? Is there danger? There is no immediate threat to life. But her body is undergoing a form of adaptive mutation that we cannot comprehend. Lyanna gestured towards the greenhouse, where the mutated moonlight moss resonated increasingly with her spirit. I suspect that the corrupting energy is attempting to coexist with the forces of nature in a distorted manner. This revelation sent chills down Reno's spine. Coexistence? It does not bode well. As if to validate Lyanna's concerns, that very night, Ilya, who was responsible for Sarah's care, rushed to find Reno in a panic. "My lord, you must come quickly to see Sister Sarah. Her body is glowing." Reno hurried to the stone chamber where Sarah lay. There she was, unconscious upon the furs. But the dark red patterns on her skin now emitted a faint, pulsing crimson light, almost like a breath. More alarming still, beneath the exposed skin of her arms and neck, delicate silver filaments, resembling veins, were gradually intertwining with the crimson patterns, merging and permeating her flesh. Astalio and Lyanna were also alerted and arrived to investigate. The elder's expression turned grave. This is the manifestation of energy. Corruption and natural forces have reached a perilous equilibrium within her, beginning to affect her physical form. We must urgently find a fundamental solution, otherwise, he did not finish his sentence. But the implication was clear to all. While within the fortress there was mounting concern over Sarah's mutation, outside, new visitors approached. That midday, signals from the watchtower indicated the arrival of another small party. This time, it was neither an army nor a merchant caravan, but a group consisting of 3 elven rangers and a human scholar. The leading elven ranger was a woman, her demeanor contrasting sharply with Lyanna's elegant composure. She was athletic, her skin a healthy wheat hue, carrying an ornate longbow on her back and 2 curved blades at her waist. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding a wild and untamed aura. "I am Viola Windwalker, captain of the Silverwind Forest Rangers." The ranger's voice was crisp, tinged with a husky resonance. "At the behest of Captain Lyanna, I have come to provide reinforcements and escort this scholar, Phoenix of the Arcane Academy, who possesses extensive knowledge of ancient relics and anomalous energy phenomena." She pointed to the dusty scholar's robe behind her, held tightly in the arms of a human woman whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Viola's arrival was like a refreshing breeze, sweeping through the somewhat stagnant fortress. With her cheerful demeanor, she quickly bonded with the forthright Tai Zhu and the boisterous dwarves, even managing to arm wrestle with Stone Fist, though she lost. She took pride in her valiant effort. Her curiosity about everything in Blackstone Fortress was insatiable, especially her admiration for Reno's ingenious methods of combating corruption with rudimentary techniques. Scholar Finus, on the other hand, was an unrelenting research fanatic. Upon entering, she plunged into the greenhouse, exclaiming wildly at the mutated moon moss and the peculiar transformations within Syra's body. Armed with a magnifying glass and an array of peculiar instruments, she incessantly recorded her observations. Muttering terms like incredible, energy paradox, and novel symbiotic models, leaving Ilya utterly bewildered. The arrival of new members infused the group with vitality and expertise, yet also rendered the already intricate web of interpersonal relationships even more delicate. Liana appeared somewhat exasperated with Viola, labeling her a rule-breaking wild child, though there was a barely perceptible glimmer of indulgence in her gaze. Viola, while outwardly respectful towards Liana, privately commiserated with Tai Zhu about the icy beauty sent by the old fogies in the council. Scholar Finus developed a keen interest in Reno, particularly after learning of his invention of the stabilizer and the use of moon moss to counteract corruption. She incessantly pursued him with questions, her fervent gaze leaving Reno somewhat flustered. Ilya observed this dynamic, occasionally pouting, as her frequency of bringing water and meals noticeably increased. That evening, while collaboratively researching Syra's anomalies, Finus proposed a bold hypothesis. My lord, Elder Asterio, Captain Liana, I believe the phenomena occurring within Miss Syra may not be entirely detrimental. It could represent a form of adaptive evolution in response to extreme environments. If we can discover a method to guide this symbiosis rather than suppress it forcefully, we may forge an unprecedented path to utilize or even harness the energies of corruption. This audacious notion was so radical that even Asterio furrowed his brow. Yet, Reno felt a stirring within. He recalled excerpts from his notes that suggested corruption was a force of evolution. At that moment, Viola returned from her patrol, carrying the scent of night dew, and boldly interjected, "If you ask me, what's the point of studying here endlessly? The Starfall core is the key. Instead, we should organize an elite team to actively seek that cursed object. Whether we destroy it or control it, it's far better than speculating aimlessly." The idea of taking proactive measures to search for the Starfall core was akin to dropping a bomb into tranquil waters. Reno gazed at the map marking the suspected site in the perilous depths of the chasm, then glanced at Syra, whose breathing was faint and body aglow, and finally surveyed his companions, each with distinct personalities and unique abilities. A bolder and more perilous plan gradually took shape in his mind. Perhaps passive defense would never extricate them from their predicament. True vitality lies in taking the initiative, boldly venturing into the eye of the storm to seek answers. Chapter 83, Departure. The elite team delves into the depths of the rift, accompanied by silhouettes under the moonlight. Viola's proposal to take the offensive struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the gloom of passive defense that had shrouded Blackstone Fortress for days. This audacious and somewhat reckless idea precisely resonated with Reno's restless spirit, unwilling to remain confined. Rather than waiting for the forces of Blackforge to regroup, risking the re-emergence of the force field, or the pale claws of the lawbreakers to return unexpectedly, it was far better to seize control of their fate. The core of the falling star was paramount. Whether to destroy it or, as Phineas speculated, discover a means to control it could radically alter the tides of battle, even offering hope for healing Sela. Following urgent discussions among core members such as Asterion and Chieftain Muradin, a high-risk, high-reward plan swiftly took shape to assemble an elite squad to covertly infiltrate the depths of the rift, seeking and locating the core of the falling star, and subsequently deciding on their next course of action based on the circumstances. The roster of the squad was quickly determined. Reno, the Lord and Decision-Maker, with Thorn Combat Aura as the core combat strength, possessing a special connection with Sela. Viola Windrunner, an Elven Ranger, an expert in tracking, reconnaissance, and wilderness survival, known for her resolute disposition. Phineas the Scholar, an expert from the Arcane Academy, with profound knowledge of energy anomalies and ancient relics, serving as the technical advisor. Stonefist, an elite dwarven warrior, a reliable heavy infantryman familiar with subterranean environments. Ilya, a chosen of nature, an expert in moonlight moss, responsible for healing, purification, and potential energy guidance. This combination adeptly balanced combat, reconnaissance, scholarship, and logistical support. Iron Pillar was to remain at the fortress to oversee defenses, while Asterion and Lyanna would stabilize Sella's condition and address any potential elven affairs. Upon the announcement of this news, reactions varied widely. Iron Pillar pounded his chest in frustration, wishing to swap places with Stonefist, but was firmly restrained by Reno, who insisted that the fortress required a steady anchor. Lyanna expressed some concern regarding Viola's inclusion in the squad, hoping that this wild girl wouldn't derail the mission, yet ultimately consented to the plan, bestowing each member a small vial of silver dust, claiming it could temporarily disrupt malevolent beings in dire circumstances. Chieftain Muradin clapped Stonefist on the shoulder, pouring him a hearty draught of lava heart, bellowing for the dwarf to bring glory and not disgrace. The most complex response came from Ilya. Upon learning that she too would partake in this perilous endeavor, she first reacted with surprise, followed by a flash of determination in her emerald eyes. Quietly, she began preparing the purest essence of moonlight moss and various herbs, but Reno sensed that she had something more to express. On the eve of their departure, the moonlight, simulated by the force field, flowed like water. Reno conducted a final check of their equipment, feeling a mix of wariness towards the unknown dangers ahead and a flicker of excitement at the prospect of escaping bureaucratic duties to embrace adventure once more. Approaching the edge of the battlements, he intended to gaze upon the fortress's nocturnal landscape one last time, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar, graceful silhouette. Ilya stood alone beneath the moonlight, softly murmuring to the mutated moonlight moss, her fingers gently caressing its leaves. The silvery glow enveloped her, as if draping her in a veil of ethereal mist, her profile serene and focused, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Reno chose not to disturb her, instead observing quietly from the shadows. During this time, Ilya had borne an immense burden, from tending to the wounded to nurturing the moonlight moss, all while worrying about Selah and the safety of the fortress. Though she appeared delicate, her inner strength was unparalleled. While her capabilities had been the reason for her inclusion in this mission, Reno also harbored a selfish desire to avoid leaving her alone in a perilous fortress. Sensing his gaze, Ilya turned to face Reno, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, she approached him. "The adults are departing tomorrow," she said, her voice gentle, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Yes, do not worry. We shall be cautious," Reno replied, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. Ilya lifted her gaze, and in the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like clear water, reflecting Reno's silhouette. "I am not worried about that. I merely wish to convey that she seems to have mustered her courage. Regardless of what we encounter, please do not take any risks. Selah needs you. The fortress needs you, and I." Her voice trailed off into a whisper, almost inaudible. Yet the unspoken sentiment and the glimmer of tears in her eyes carried more weight than any words. Reno felt a stirring in his heart. He gazed at the kind, resilient girl before him, who held such deep affections for him, and for a fleeting moment, he was moved. He extended his hand, gently grasping Ilya's somewhat cold fingers. "I will," he promised softly, feeling the delicate tremor and texture of her palm. "You must also take care of yourself. Await my return." This simple act and exchange seemed to shatter an invisible barrier. Ilya's cheeks flushed even more profoundly, yet she did not withdraw her hand. She merely nodded softly, lowering her gaze, a hint of reassurance curving her lips. The two stood in silence beneath the moonlight for a while, their hands intertwined, unspoken warmth flowing between them. It was not until the rugged singing of the night watch dwarven warrior echoed through the air that Ilya, startled like a startled deer, withdrew her hand, hastily uttering, "Please rest early, my lord," before dashing away. Reno watched her retreating figure, a helpless smile gracing his lips, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of calm settle within him. On the following morning, before dawn broke, the simulated dawn of the force field, the team gathered at the side entrance of the fortress. Each member was lightly equipped, bearing only essential weapons, tools, and several days' worth of concentrated rations. Viola donned a sleek leather armor, her longbow slung across her back, her gaze sharp. Phineas clutched her thick notebook and several small arcane devices, her excitement outweighing her anxiety. Stonefist inspected his axe and shield, a grin of pure joy at the prospect of finally being able to fight, while Ilya carried a vine box filled with herbs and essences, her demeanor calm and resolute. Reno cast a final glance at Sarah, still in a state of unconsciousness but breathing steadily under the guardianship of Astelio and Lyanna. He then surveyed the worried faces of Iron Pillar, Old John, and the others atop the wall, inhaling deeply. "Let us commence." The team moved like shadows merging into the gray mist, silently departing from the protective barrier of Blackstone Fortress, embarking on a journey into the unknown perils of the chasm. Their objective, the core of the fallen star. Their adversaries, the treacherous environment of the chasm, lurking corrupt creatures, and possibly various factions already lying in wait around their goal. Their hope, to return with the key to alter fate or to bury the source of the threat. The adventure had officially begun. Chapter 84, The Gloomy Path. Prowlers of the putrid mire and the riddles of the ancient monoliths once they departed the sanctuary of Blackstone Fortress's barrier. An oppressive sensation surged several degrees deeper into the chasm. The air grew thick, imbued with the stench of decay. Each breath a noxious blend of sulfur and the scent of decay. The gray mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility exceedingly low, while eerie whispers and low, unintelligible growls lurked in the profound silence. The ground beneath their feet transformed from relatively solid earth to a treacherous mire, interspersed with shattered bones and decaying vegetation. Each step producing a repulsive, squelching sound, as if the earth itself threatened to swallow them whole. Stay close to my lead. Viola, the Windwalker, moved ahead like the most agile of cheetahs. Her sun-kissed skin seemed to possess a natural camouflage in the dim environment, her keen gaze sweeping the area, while her elongated ears quivered, detecting any unusual sounds. The path she chose, though serpentine, deftly avoided the foul-smelling bubble pits and the lurking corruptors beneath the mire, terrifying creatures resembling giant crocodiles, yet oozing with rot and pus. Reno followed closely, his thorny aura circulating within him, acting as vigilant tendrils, sensing the malevolent energy waves permeating the air. He felt that as they ventured deeper, the corrosive and mentally polluting characteristics of the atmosphere became increasingly pronounced. Were it not for the residual effects of the stabilized moonwell waters and the faint purifying aura emanating from the moonlight moss essence prepared by Ilia, an ordinary person would likely succumb to madness or physical decay in such an environment. Stone Fist walked in the middle of the formation, his heavy boots thudding dully in the muck. He appeared unconcerned, even scoffing at the harsh surroundings. Bah! This wretched place reeks worse than the sewage pits in the deepest part of our minds. Those elves and human nobles, fighting tooth and nail over a mere rock. Scholar Phineas was entirely absorbed in her scholarly fervor. As she trudged laboriously, she clutched a crystal compass that flickered with a faint glow, documenting the energy readings while muttering to herself. Incredible. The concentration of corrupt energy here is 17 times that of the fortress's perimeter, and there is a distinct directional gradient. It's as if something is drawing energy toward a central point. This does not conform to the natural law of energy diffusion. From time to time, she wished to crouch down and collect samples of sediment, but was sternly halted by Viola. Ilia, walking at the rear of the group, appeared somewhat pallid. The oppressive silence and the stench of decay caused her considerable discomfort. Yet, she bit her lip, striving to maintain the flow of her innate divine energy. A barely perceptible emerald aura enveloped her companions, tenuously resisting the pervasive mental erosion. Most of her gaze rested upon the silhouette of Reno, as if this proximity could provide her with a semblance of security. The group struggled through the suffocating stillness and mire for nearly half a day. Aside from the occasional necessity to swiftly dispatch a corrupted hound drawn from the bog by the scent of the living, they encountered no significant peril. Viola's survival skills in the wild were thoroughly demonstrated. However, the true trial was soon to unfold. Ahead lay a vast expanse of black swamp, bubbling violently with viscous, frothy bubbles. In the center of the mire, only a few scattered boulders, slick with moss, served as potential footholds. Above, a swarm of corrupted winged bats circled, emitting chilling shrieks that seemed capable of disrupting one's psyche. This swamp was amiss. Viola halted, her brow furrowed. The water flowed too sluggishly, and the distribution of bubbles was abnormal. Something large lurked beneath. She drew an arrow and knocked it upon her bowstring, its tip shimmering with a faint green glow of natural energy. "Shall we take a detour?" Reno inquired. Viola shook her head. A detour would require at least an additional day's journey, and the other side is a thicket of razor vines, even more perilous. She gestured towards a dimly visible area on the far bank, choked with twisted, dark red thorns. "Then let us forge ahead," Stonefist bellowed, thumping his shield. "I shall lead the charge." Just as the team prepared to leap from boulder to traverse the swamp, an unexpected event occurred. With a thunderous crash, the mire erupted nearby. A colossal, worm-like creature, grotesquely adorned with pus-filled sores and razor-sharp teeth, burst forth, its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow an entire cow, surging towards Ilia at the rear with a foul gust of rancid air. "Be careful," Reno reacted swiftly, unleashing his thorny fighting spirit, and struck at the creature's flank with a single, decisive swing of his sword. The blade sliced through its resilient flesh, spilling forth a stream of black ichor. Yet it did not halt its advance. Ilya, pale with fright, instinctively conjured a green barrier of divine energy, only to have it shattered effortlessly by the beast. In the nick of time, whoosh, an arrow, entwined with spiraling currents, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing deep into the creature's gaping maw. It was Viola. Unbeknownst to them, she had leapt atop a higher boulder, her bowstring still vibrating with the release. Roar! The creature emitted a tortured shriek, its movements faltering. Take that! Stonefist roared, seizing the opportunity to deliver a mighty swing of his battle axe, striking forcefully upon the creature's head. Thud! With a resounding crash, the creature's skull caved in, collapsing limply at the edge of the mire, motionless. The crisis averted, yet all were drenched in cold sweat. Ilya's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse onto the ground. But she was steadied by the approaching Reno. Thank you, Ilya said, her heart still racing as she gazed apprehensively at Viola and Stonefist. Viola gracefully stowed her longbow and leapt down from the boulder, remarking, "It's all right. This marsh is its hunting ground. We have intruded upon its territory. We must act swiftly, as the scent of blood may attract other creatures." The team, acutely aware of the danger, moved quickly and cautiously, leaping one by one over the boulders and traversing the treacherous marsh, emerging unscathed. As they crossed the marsh, the terrain gradually began to rise, the mud giving way to shattered black slate. The foul odor in the air seemed to dissipate somewhat, yet another ancient, heavy energy, tinged with a metallic rust, became increasingly palpable. Finally, after ascending a steep rocky slope, the sight before them left everyone momentarily speechless. At the summit lay a relatively flat black stone platform, upon which stood several colossal, fractured stone pillars intricately carved with the trajectories of celestial bodies and unknown script. Surrounding them was a partially buried black stele, its surface smooth as glass. Upon this stele, a silvery substance that emitted a faint glow inscribed twisted, archaic elvish script and abstract constellations. Was this an observation point or a navigational marker erected by ancient elves? Finis was the first to rush forward, her excitement palpable as she caressed the stele, swiftly pulling out her notebook to meticulously sketch the characters and designs. This is invaluable. These inscriptions are even older than the ancient texts remaining in the Silvermoon Forest. Astalio and Liana had previously mentioned, based on Liana's prior information, that the ancient elves had established observation stations and waymarkers within the rift. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. Reno approached the stele. Although he could not decipher the script, he felt the faint energy emanating from it, reminiscent of the Obsidian Heart of Blackstone Fortress, yet even more ancient and obscure. The thorny energy within him seemed to respond, resonating slightly. "What is written there?" Reno inquired of Finis, the only one in the group who might understand. Finis furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend. The general meaning is that the eye of the abyss opens at the moment of the blood moon's arrival, and only those who bear the twin-born seal can touch the heart of the fallen stars. She lifted her gaze, excitement glinting in her eyes. The heart of the fallen stars. This must refer to the core of the falling stars. The eye of the abyss could be the entrance. The twin-born seal seems to be a form of identification or key. Clues had emerged, yet the riddle-like hints rendered the path ahead even more enigmatic. The moment of the blood moon's arrival? Viola glanced up at the eternally dim sky shrouded in gray mist. Where's the moon here? Let alone a blood moon. And what is the twin-born seal? Stonefist scratched his head. Meanwhile, Reno felt a stirring within him, the mark of the twin souls suddenly. He found himself contemplating the conflicting forces of corruption and nature within Selah, as well as his own thorny aura, born from pain, yet resonating with it. At that moment, Ilya pointed to an inconspicuous groove at the base of the stone tablet. Look at this shape. As the group leaned in for a closer inspection, they realized that the groove perfectly matched a pendant Ilya had worn around her neck, crafted from the core leaf of the mutated moonlight moss, which emitted a faint silvery blush. Could it be that Ilya and the mutated moonlight moss were part of the so-called mark of the twin souls? This new revelation stirred a mix of excitement and unease within the team. The path ahead appeared somewhat clearer, yet it seemed they were on the brink of even more formidable trials. Chapter 85, The Blood Moon. The resonance of the mark of the twin souls and the awakening of the abyssal eye, the groove at the base of the stone tablet, which perfectly conformed to Ilya's pendant, was akin to the precise interlocking of fate's gears, causing everyone to hold their breath. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension and anticipation. Could the mark of the twin souls refer to this? Viola's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the softly glowing pendant around Ilya's neck. Finus was so exhilarated that she nearly leaped up, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. It's very likely. This pendant harbors pure natural energy along with a hint of mutation. It resonates faintly with the energy waves of the stone tablet. Quickly, Miss Ilya, give it a try. Ilya herself was taken aback. This pendant, crafted from the core leaf of the mutated moonlight moss that resonated with Selah, had been shaped by her own hands during the peak of the moonlight. And she had always cherished it as a treasure. She had never imagined it could be connected to the ancient mysteries of the elves. Hesitantly, she glanced at Reno. He took a deep breath, nodding encouragingly, his eyes filled with trust. Give it a try, Ilya. Be careful. Steeling herself, Ilya carefully unfastened the pendant under the watchful gaze of her companions. The pendant felt warm to the touch, the silvery blush pulsing gently in sync with her heartbeat. Approaching the stone tablet, she crouched down and slowly aligned the pendant with the groove, placing it inside. Click. A faint yet profound sound resonated deep within the souls of all present, as the pendant fit snugly into the groove. In that instant, a transformation unfolded. The silvery blush of the pendant surged dramatically, flowing like a living being, swiftly spreading across the ancient silver inscriptions and constellation patterns on the stone tablet. The entire tablet seemed to come alive, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. Simultaneously, a deep humming emanated from within the stone. As if a mechanism sealed for millennia was being reactivated, the inscriptions and patterns on the tablet began to ripple like water, reconfiguring themselves. Ultimately, on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the tablet, a clear dynamic star map coalesced. Within this celestial map, an eerie blood-red moon emerged from a profound vortex of darkness, the abyssal eye. As the blood moon ascended slowly, its radiance pointed to a specific corner of the star map, where a particularly dim star, seemingly harboring a terrifying energy, the core of a fallen star, resided. At the moment the blood moon descended, Finnis murmured, excitedly documenting the alterations in the star map, which was dynamic. It simulated a specific astronomical moment. Could it be that the entrance could only be unlocked when the true blood moon appeared? Yet, it was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Ilya gasped softly. She felt a powerful suction emanating from the pendant embedded in the groove, as if it were siphoning her natural divine power. The energy within her flowed uncontrollably towards the pendant, which shone ever brighter, even beginning to influence the surrounding environment. A hum resonated, centered around the stone tablet. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward like ripples. The gray mist surrounding the platform seemed to be stirred by an unseen hand, beginning to swirl and convulse violently. Above, in the simulated dome of the sky, the eternally dim light began to distort and change color, gradually tinged with a foreboding dark red hue. It has turned red, Stone Fist exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Not merely red. Amidst the swirling crimson clouds, a colossal, indistinct shadow of a moon, exuding a chilling bloodlight, began to materialize. Although it was not a genuine celestial body, this blood moon phenomenon simulated by energy was no less imposing, casting an eerie glow over the entire black stone platform. It was the pendant. The resonance of the pendant's energy had activated the remnants of an ancient magical array in the area, simulating the conditions for the blood moon's arrival. Finnis realized with astonishment, shrieking in excitement, how marvelous! What exquisite energy manipulation technology! The glow of the blood moon's illusion, like a searchlight, precisely illuminated the location indicated by the star map, the abyssal eye, right at the edge of the stone platform, where an otherwise ordinary rock lay. With the persistent radiance of the bloodlight, the rocky ground began to groan under the unbearable weight, cracks swiftly spreading until the entire surface collapsed downward, revealing a bottomless vertical shaft emanating a chilling, bone-piercing aura and a thick energy of decay. The edges of the opening were smooth, as if sliced by a razor, and within lay an impenetrable darkness, from which howling winds surged forth, carrying the wails of lost souls. The abyssal eye, the entrance had opened. However, simultaneously, an intense sense of peril washed over everyone like icy water. The concentration of decaying energy emanating from the depths of the opening far exceeded anything they had encountered before. As if a primordial beast lay dormant below, the entrance was ajar, but the danger below was overwhelming. Viola tightened her grip on her longbow, her expression grave. Stone Fist swallowed hard, his battle axe crossed over his chest. I sense something down there, many things, and they are fierce. Ilya, pale from energy depletion, retrieved the now dimmed pendant, clutching it tightly in her hand, casting a worried glance at Reno. Reno approached the edge of the opening, his thorny battle aura operating at its peak, resisting the nearly soul-freezing chill and corruption. He gazed downward, confronted by an endless abyss of darkness, yet within that obscurity, a palpable sensation of lurking menace and insatiable hunger sent shivers down his spine. The inscription upon the stone tablet revealed that only those who bore the mark of the twin souls could reach the heart of the fallen stars. Raynor spoke in a low, deliberate tone. We have discovered the entrance. However, it is evident that the journey ahead will not be an effortless one. Below lies the lair of the pale claws, or perhaps even more terrifying entities. He surveyed his companions, each face etched with tension, yet predominantly infused with resolute determination. Are you afraid? He inquired. Afraid of what? Stonefist bellowed. Exploring the unknown is the scholar's sacred duty. Though her voice quivered, Finny held her instruments tightly. Viola licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a hunter's excitement. Since we have come this far, we cannot return empty-handed. Ilya approached Raynor, her voice soft yet unwavering. I shall accompany you. A warm surge enveloped Raynor's heart. These were his comrades, a band capable of standing shoulder to shoulder even in the face of despair. Very well. He drew his longsword, its gray-red thorny aura appearing particularly sinister under the blood moon's glow. Let us descend, remain vigilant, and watch over one another. Our objective is clear, to locate the core of the fallen stars. Should we encounter insurmountable danger, we shall retreat immediately. He secured one end of the prepared rope to a sturdy stone pillar at the cave's entrance, casting the other into the unfathomable darkness below. I shall go first. Viola second. Be alert and scout ahead. Stonefist will bring up the rear, with Ilya and Finny in the center. Maintain communication. With that, he inhaled the frigid, foul air, grasped the rope, and leapt into the abyssal maw that seemed poised to devour all. One by one, his companions followed, their forms swiftly consumed by the dense shadows of the cave entrance. Shortly after the final member, Stonefist, vanished from sight. Shadows on the opposite side of the platform warped the air, revealing figures shrouded in cloaks that melded seamlessly with their surroundings, their gazes cold and unyielding. They regarded the still glowing stone tablet and the pitch-black entrance, exchanging knowing glances. The target has entered the star burial well, informed the leader. Phase 2 of the plan is to commence. The net can be tightened now. One among them produced a crystal shimmering with an eerie green light, softly uttering incantations as the crystal's glow flickered momentarily. Subsequently, these figures melted back into the shadows like phantoms, as if they had never existed. Beneath the eye of the abyss, not only did unknown dangers await Raynor's team, but traps had already been laid in wait. Chapter 86. The imposition of mandatory tasks and data visualization the moment he slipped into the eye of the abyss. A bone-chilling cold and an overwhelming aura of decay pierced Raynor's every pore like a multitude of icy needles. Surrounding him was an absolute darkness, pierced only by the rustling of the rope against the rocky walls and the agonizing winds howling from below. The thorny aura instinctively activated, forming a thin gray-red haze upon his skin, fiercely resisting the encroaching corruption. Environmental monitoring. High concentration of corruption spirit energy field, mental erosion index, high risk. Energy pollution index, fatal. A long-awaited, cold, and mechanical prompt suddenly resonated in Reno's mind. The system. It was that long-dormant system. Remarkably, it had reactivated in this moment, and under such circumstances. A wave of inexplicable excitement and vigilance surged within Reno. The appearance of the system invariably heralded a significant turning point or crisis. Calibration complete. Environmental parameters updated. Host detected at a special narrative node. Eye of the Abyss exploration. Mandatory series of tasks initiated. The secret of the star core. Phase 1 task. Survival and mapping has been issued. Task objective. Survive for over 1 standard hour within the Eye of the Abyss and preliminarily map the area. Completion must exceed 10. Task reward. Unlock basic environmental data visualization access. Skill point X1. Task failure penalty. Permanent loss of 10 system energy. Random deprivation of 1 unlocked skill. Mandatory tasks. And a penalty for failure. Reno's heart sank. This system was indeed not well-intentioned, presenting such a formidable challenge right from the outset. Yet, the reward was exceedingly tempting. Data visualization? It sounded akin to a mini-map or reconnaissance skill from a game. A divine boon in this entirely unknown and dark environment. Task countdown initiated. 59 minutes, 59 seconds. There was no way back. Taking a deep breath, Reno accelerated his descent, simultaneously conveying a signal of urgency to his teammates through the vibrations of the rope. After sliding for several dozen meters, his feet finally met solid ground. The surface was cold and rough, resembling a black, porous rock. Darkness enveloped them, save for a faint glimmer of light at the entrance above, distant as the mouth of a well. The air was thick with a more potent stench of decay and an ancient dustiness than above. We've reached the bottom. Watch your step. The ground is uneven. Reno whispered, his voice echoing in the narrow space. Soon, Viola, Phoenix, Ilya, and Stone Fist landed safely in succession. Viola promptly retrieved several glowing sticks from her backpack, illuminating them and distributing them among the group, finally providing a semblance of light. Where the glow reached, they could see they were within a vast, naturally sloping tunnel. Its walls adorned with twisted, dark red veins that pulsed slightly, radiating an unsettling energy. Are we walking through the veins of some colossal organism? Phoenix asked, her voice trembling as she jotted down notes. Don't frighten yourself, Viola admonished, yet tightened her grip on her bow. Maintain formation, Reno and I will take the lead, with Stone Fist bringing up the rear. The team began to cautiously advance deeper into the tunnel. Not long after, a system alert sounded once more. Warning. High-energy life forms detected within 50 meters ahead. Quantity, 7. Type, aberrations, abyssal lurkers. Threat level, moderate. Recommendation, evade or eliminate. Indeed, an ambush awaited. Reno immediately raised his hand to signal the team to halt, whispering, there are approximately 7 entities ahead, lying in wait. Viola cast a surprised glance at Reno. Even her keen senses as an elven ranger had failed to detect any abnormalities. How do you know? She inquired. Instinct, Reno replied, unable to elucidate the system, opting instead for ambiguity, readying himself for battle, for they had been discovered. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling sound of slithering and a dragging of viscous substances emanated from the dark corner of the tunnel ahead. Shortly thereafter, several grotesque creatures emerged, their forms grotesquely amalgamated from various biological features. They possessed the jointed limbs of insects, the scales of reptiles, and a circular, tooth-filled orifice situated at the center of their bodies. These were the abyssal stalkers, as designated by the system. Defensive formation, Stone Fist bellowed, raising his large shield to the forefront. The skirmish erupted instantaneously. The stalkers struck with astonishing speed, launching their attacks from the walls and ground alike, their orifices spewing forth a highly corrosive slime. Viola's arrows struck with precision, targeting their joints and eyes, while Phoenix hurled several dazzling crystals to temporarily blind the foes. And Ilya conjured a barrier from her natural divine power to ward off the corrosive slime. Reno, in concert with Stone Fist, one agile and swift, the other steadfast as a mountain, systematically dispatched the oncoming stalkers. Thanks to the system's prior warning, the team managed to respond with relative composure. However, the creatures' exoskeletons proved remarkably resilient, and their vitality was tenacious, necessitating considerable effort to vanquish them. Threat eliminated. Abyssal Stalkers X7 gained minimal experience. Task survival and mapping completion 2. Once the battle concluded, Reno promptly commanded in his mind. System, commence mapping the current area. Command confirmed. Initiating environmental scanning and data modeling based on host S perception range and movement trajectory for supplementation. Map generation at 13. As the team advanced, a vague, rudimentary outline of the tunnel map began to materialize in Reno's mind. Although lacking in detail, it at least allowed for the discernment of direction, intersections, and locations of previous skirmishes. This was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of monstrous assaults, alongside natural traps, such as concealed pits and bizarre fungi that sprayed toxic spines. Yet, guided by Reno's system warnings and the increasingly clear map, they navigated through these dangers with little harm. Task survival and mapping completed. Time taken, 52 minutes. Completion rate, 17. Reward granted. Unlocked environmental data visualization, basic, access. Skill point X1 has been stored. In an instant, Reno felt a wondrous transformation in his vision. The world before his eyes, although still shrouded in darkness, began to reveal faint, translucent data frames and brief labels outlining the tunnel's rock walls, the ground, and even the energy flows within the air. Obsidian rock wall, slightly corrupted. Corrupted fungal cluster, highly toxic, collectible. 20 meters ahead, left fork, energy response weak. Right fork, the energy response is intense. Suspected to lead to the core area. Air composition, nitrogen 78, oxygen 15, slightly low. Corrupted inert gas 7, high risk. This power is formidable. It is akin to a humanoid radar combined with an analyzer. Reno's heart soared with joy. This way, he declared without hesitation. pointing towards the right fork where the energy response was most pronounced. With the aid of data-driven vision, his confidence surged. However, just as they were about to step into the right fork, the system suddenly emitted a high-level red alert. Warning, warning, detection of a massive energy source. Distance, 500 meters. Energy attributes, astral radiation, highly unstable. Corrupted essence, deeply polluted, unknown higher-dimensional information entanglement. Identification, target is the core of the starfall, damaged state. Extremely dangerous. Powerful life guardians are present in this area. Multiple spatial folds and time distortion effects detected. Warning, observer traces detected. A higher dimensional existence is watching this place. Recommendation, immediate evacuation. The core of the starfall. They had found it. Yet the system's warning plunged Reno into despair. Not only was there danger from the core, but also the presence of a higher dimensional observer. Were their actions under the scrutiny of some unknown entity all along? At that moment, a deafening roar, filled with boundless fury and madness, erupted from the depths of the right fork. The entire tunnel trembled. A terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the soul surged forth like a tsunami from the abyss. In the data-driven vision, the passage representing the right fork was suddenly engulfed by a blinding crimson hue. Threat level, annihilation. The true trial was only just beginning. It seemed they had already stirred the terrifying existence guarding the core. Chapter 87. Desperation. The colossus of the corrupted star core and the overloaded escape window. The roar from the abyss was not merely a sound wave impact. It was an amalgamation of substantial spiritual oppression and physical tremors. The tunnel shook violently. Debris fell like rain, and the air was suffused with boiling corruption energy, thick and scorching like molten asphalt. Steady yourselves, Reno bellowed, unleashing all his thorny fighting spirit as a gray-red aura fiercely resisted the oncoming spiritual storm. Yet he still felt as though his head was being struck by a heavy hammer, darkness clouding his vision. Behind him, Ilya let out a muffled groan, her face pale. The barrier formed by her divine power teetering on the brink of collapse. Viola and Stonefist fared slightly better, but their vitality surged uncontrollably, forcing them to lean against the rock wall for support. Phineas collapsed onto the ground, nearly dropping the instrument in her hand, her face a portrait of horror. In the data-driven vision, the crimson representing the right fork appeared like a boiling sea of blood, and a colossal, terrifying silhouette composed of countless twisted fragments of stars. Corrupted flesh and shadow energy rapidly became clearer and larger. The system blared warnings. Warning. High energy response approaching rapidly. Identification. Colossus of the corrupted star core, incomplete body. Threat level, city annihilation. Characteristics. Extremely high physical resistance, exceptionally high energy resistance, mental contamination aura, corruption domain, continuous damage reduction. Suspected spatial distortion capability. Analysis. This unit serves as an automated defense mechanism for the core region, having gone berserk due to the damage of the stellar core. Engaging it is futile. Reiterating, engaging it is futile. Emergency mission triggered. Ultimate escape. Objective. Flee the current tunnel before the colossal corrupted stellar core arrives. Seeking cover or advantageous terrain. Time limit, 3 minutes. Failure results in total annihilation of all personnel. 3 minutes. A city-destroying monstrosity. Raynor's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He forced himself to remain calm, his data-driven vision frantically scanning the surroundings. Retreat. Full-speed retreat. Back to the cavern with 3 openings. Raynor commanded hoarsely. It was a relatively open space they had passed through earlier, perhaps offering some maneuverability. The squad members hesitated not at all, their survival instincts ignited to their utmost. Stonefist let out a roar, hoisting the bewildered Phineas onto his shoulder and sprinting away. Viola darted forth like a nimble cat, simultaneously firing a few enchanted illumination arrows in an attempt to light up their pursuers and slightly slow their advance, though the effect was minimal. Ilya gritted her teeth, infusing her legs with natural divine power, striving to keep pace. Raynor held the rear, racing ahead while keeping a vigilant eye on the rapidly approaching crimson marker and the continuously updating data stream. Distance, 400 meters. 350 meters. Structural collapse likely in the channel ahead detected due to spatial folds. Weak energy fissure detected 3 meters from the right wall. Suspected ancient ventilation duct. Approximately 0.8 meters in diameter, passable for 1 person, leading to an unknown area, very high risk. Hidden cracks in the ground ahead on the left, depth unknown. Information flooded his mind like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming his nerves. Yet he had to find a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Viola, 50 meters ahead. 3 meters above the right wall, There's an opening. Can you use your grappling hook to take a look? Raynor shouted. Understood. Without hesitation, Viola unhooked her grappling claw from her waist mid-run and accurately tossed it. With a click, it latched onto the edge of the opening. Her lithe form leveraged the grip and swiftly climbed up to take a peek. My lord, it's very deep inside. There's wind. I can't tell where it leads, she reported quickly. At that moment, at the end of the tunnel behind them, the terrifying colossus finally revealed a grotesque portion of itself. It was a massive head, resembling a small mountain, composed of shattered stellar cores, twisted metal, and writhing corrupted flesh. Its single eye was a dark red stellar phantom, perpetually collapsing and expanding, emanating a destructive pull and radiation. It had not even fully entered the tunnel. Merely a part of its body had intruded, nearly blocking the entire passage. Roar! The colossus opened its colossal maw formed of star debris, emitting a more horrifying roar. A torrent of destructive energy, mixed with corrupted stardust, surged down the tunnel like a flood unleashed. Wherever it passed, the rock walls vaporized instantly. There's no time left. Into that opening. Hurry. Raynor's eyes widened in desperation. At this pace, they would undoubtedly be engulfed by the energy breath before reaching the fork in the path. That ventilation shaft was their sole hope. Stone Fist. Pass Phineas up. Ilya. Keep up. Reynold forcefully propelled Ilya towards the opening below. Stone Fist bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to lift Phineas overhead, where Viola awaited. The scorching radiance of the energy breath illuminated the entire tunnel, and the stench of death loomed ominously. My lord, you go first, Ilya cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Enough chatter, Reynold exclaimed, abruptly lifting her and striving to push upward. Viola grasped Ilya's hand, desperately pulling her upward. In the final moment, Reynold seized the dangling rope, kicking off the rock wall with all his might, narrowly slipping into the cramped opening just as the energy breath threatened to consume him. Boom! The devastating breath howled past the edge of the opening, obliterating everything outside. The searing waves of heat surged into the shaft, propelling the five of them forward in a chaotic tumble. Warning! High-energy impact detected. Life signs diminishing. Reynold felt as though his back had been seared by a branding iron. His thorny battle aura nearly dissipated, and a coppery taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. The others were similarly disheveled, shaken to their cores. Yet, they had survived, at least for the moment. The interior of the shaft was pitch black, so narrow they could only crawl. Below, the furious roars and thunderous impacts of the giant echoed, though it seemed temporarily unable to breach this confined space. Is everyone all right? Reynold panted, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Phineas was the first to respond, having been overly startled. Just a slight injury, Viola assessed her bowstring. I'm tough, no worries. Stone Fist replied in his deep, rumbling voice. I'm all right, Ilya said, her voice trembling, as she found Reynold with shaking hands, channeling a faint trickle of natural divine power to heal the burns on his back. Their harrowing escape had forged an even stronger bond among the team members, tested by the trials of life and death. Reynold, enduring the pain, activated his data visualization scan again within the shaft. The passage twisted downward, its destination unknown, yet the data revealed faint remnants of energy on the walls, akin to that of the heart of Obsidian. This passage may have been used as a maintenance route for the ancient Elven observation station, Reynold deduced. It could lead beneath or beside the true core area where the core of the starfall resides. A blessing in disguise, perhaps? They seemed to have stumbled upon a potential shortcut, evading the direct guards and reaching their objective. However, the system's warnings blared once more. Warning: multiple life forms detected deep within the shaft. Type: small aberrations, scavengers. Threat level: low, yet numerous. Warning: the structural integrity of the shaft is compromised. Prolonged stay or violent combat may trigger a collapse. With unknown monsters ahead and the terrifying giant behind, they found themselves trapped in a narrow passage of death. Reynold wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. There was no retreat. They could only press forward, clear the obstacles ahead, and find a way out. He gripped the longsword tightly and was the first to crawl deeper into the pipeline. In the darkness, the faint glow of thorny energy flickered like an unyielding flame burning in the abyss of despair. Chapter 88, Resonance. The whisper of the star core and the call of Sarah's consciousness. The narrow, dark, rust-laden maintenance tunnel became the temporary refuge of Reno's team, a perilous path leading into the unknown. Behind them, the haunting roar of the corrupted star core giant and the dull thuds against the rock walls served as constant reminders that they teetered on the edge of danger. Ahead, Multiple points of light marked by digital visuals indicated the presence of several scavenger aberrations, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, blocking their way. There was no time to linger. They had to pass through swiftly. Reno lowered his voice, the thorny energy swirling in the confined space. The blade glimmering faintly in the dark. Stone Fist, you lead the way. Use your shield to hold them back. Viola, and I will clear the monsters that approach. Ilya, use your natural powers to soothe the environment around us and reduce noise. Phoenix, stay close and be vigilant for any energy anomalies. Understood. The group responded in hushed tones, their dire circumstances igniting a stronger will to survive. Stone Fist let out a growl, raising his massive shield, and began to advance like a moving iron wall. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, allowing only a single person to crawl through, rendering their combat style perilously constrained. Not far along, a jarring scraping sound and hissing cries echoed ahead. A swarm of scavenger aberrations, resembling enlarged corpse worms with sharp, bladed forelimbs, surged from around the corner of the tunnel. They had adapted to the darkness, moving with swift agility, bringing with them a putrid stench. They're coming. Stone Fist roared, thrusting his massive shield forward, slamming the first two aberrations violently against the wall. The sound of bone scraping against the shield was deafening. Almost simultaneously, Reno thrust his long sword through the gap beside Stone Fist, the gray-red blade slicing through the air like a striking serpent, piercing the compound eye of one aberration. Viola's arrows deftly found their way into the joint of another from behind. Ilya pressed her hands against the wall of the tunnel, her verdant natural energy rippling like water, momentarily slowing the aberration's movements and inducing a state of agitation, though it could not directly harm them. Phoenix anxiously held up a softly glowing crystal, providing illumination while also recording the energy fluctuations of the monsters. The skirmish was brief, yet intense. In the constricted space, skill and teamwork were paramount. Relying on Stone Fist's solid defense and the precise strikes of Reno and Viola, the team struggled to fend off the incessantly advancing scavengers. Yet, each member felt their stamina depleting rapidly, and the stench of blood and decay thickened in the air. Warning: host life signs are declining, light injuries, excessive stamina consumption. Team member status: fatigued. Detected ongoing structural stress in the pipeline. Prolonged combat or severe vibrations may trigger a collapse risk. They needed to find an exit swiftly. As Reno fought, he furiously activated his digital vision, scanning every corner of the tunnel for possible forks, ventilation shafts, or any advantageous terrain they could utilize. Suddenly, after dispatching a wave of monsters, an anomalously weak, yet stable energy reaction was detected on the side wall of a nearby pipe, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding chaotic, corrupt energy. There, an anomaly on the side wall. Reno pointed toward the direction. The squad cautiously advanced. Upon nearing, they discovered a metal grill, almost fused with the rock face and covered in rust. Behind the grill appeared to be a larger space, faintly pulsating with weak, non-corrupted energy waves. Is this an exit? Hope ignited in Viola's eyes. Let's give it a try. Stone Fist wedged his battle axe against the edge of the grill, grunting as his muscles tensed. With a creak, the rusted grill was forcibly pried open, revealing a gust of air, slightly musty yet relatively fresh, that invigorated the tense group. Beyond the opening lay a more spacious corridor, its walls adorned with metal panels, once lustrous but now dulled, faintly revealing elven-style patterns. This is an ancient elven maintenance passage. Phineas whispered excitedly. We have found the right path. Just as the team prepared to slip into the new corridor one by one, an unexpected change occurred, not from the outside, but from the depths of Reno's mind. A faint yet indescribably sorrowful and yearning call echoed within his soul, as if traversing vast distances. Come here. It hurts. It's cold. Help me. It was the voice of Syra. Though fragmented and laden with pain, Reno could never mistake it. Syra's consciousness was calling out to him. Almost simultaneously, the thorny aura within him resonated uncontrollably, drawn by some kindred force. In his data-augmented vision, the scanning results representing the depths of the corridor ahead suddenly became indistinct, replaced by a flickering, complex energy imprint woven from dark red and silver. The shape of this imprint bore a striking resemblance to the leaf-shaped scar on Syra's wrist. Warning: high-intensity telepathic link attempt detected. Source: unknown, highly consistent with the energy signature of Unit Syra. Warning: spatial anomalies detected. A strong reality distortion effect exists in the forward area. Analysis: the core of the fallen star may be resonating deeply with Unit Syra. This resonance is tearing apart the local spatial structure. Reno's expression changed dramatically. Syra's consciousness had penetrated the barriers of space and corruption to reach him. Moreover, the resonance with the star core had escalated to a level capable of influencing reality. This not only provided a clue to the core's location, but also indicated that Syra was in grave danger. Her consciousness was likely being torn and consumed by the power of the star core. "What is wrong, my lord?" Elia keenly sensed Reno's distress and asked with concern. "It's Syra." Reno inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. "I can feel her consciousness. She's in agony. The star core is resonating with her. The core region may lie just ahead, yet the situation is far more perilous than we had anticipated." He glanced at his companions. The path ahead could indeed be a veritable den of dragons and tigers. "It is not too late to withdraw. I can venture forth alone." "Nonsense." Stonefist was the first to roar. "We dwarves have no habit of abandoning our comrades." "My lord, you underestimate us elven rangers far too much." Viola wiped her arrows, a wild smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "The academic observations have only just commenced." Fennis clutched her notebook tightly, fear gripping her heart. Yet she refused to back down. Ilia remained silent, her grip on the moonlit moss pendant tightening, her steadfast gaze meeting Reno's, observing the fearless expressions of his companions. A warm surge filled Reno's heart. He nodded resolutely. "Very well. Together we shall go. We will rescue Sarah and deal with that accursed star core." The team filed into the new passage. Although ancient and dilapidated, this elven ruin-esque corridor was far more orderly than the previous natural tunnels. The nauseating stench in the air had considerably subsided, replaced by an aura of desolation and antiquity. In Reno's mind, Sarah's anguished cries and the spatial distortions resonating from the star core grew ever clearer, like a guiding beacon, yet also like a death knell. They were drawing closer to the eye of the storm. There awaited them either a direct communion with Sarah's consciousness or the utter annihilation wrought by the uncontrollable star core. Chapter 89, The Core. The whisper of corrupted stars and the choice of thorned blood as they delved deeper into the ancient elven-maintained passage. The air's aura of desolation was gradually supplanted by a heavy, viscous energy, as if it could crush the very soul. The exquisite elven carvings adorning the corridor walls began to show signs of extensive corrosion and cracking, as if soaked in some potent acid. The remaining silver patterns dulled, even tainted with an ominous dark red. In Reno's mind, Sarah's agonized whispers became increasingly vivid, gnawing at his senses like a relentless parasite. The resonance of thorned energy and that emanating from the star core intensified, as if two magnets were drawn together yet repelled, inflicting a tear-inducing pain. In the data visualization, the scans of the area ahead transformed into a realm of chaotic distortion and flickering shadows, with only the intertwined image of dark red and silver. Like a lighthouse in the eye of the storm, steadfastly indicating their path. "We are nearing." I sensed Sarah's consciousness ahead, in great torment. Reno's voice, strained by the mental impact, was somewhat hoarse as he suppressed his discomfort and quickened his pace. At the end of the passage stood a massive archway, violently shattered. The archway, which should have been adorned with a crystalline energy source, now lay in ruins, its base fragmented and charred. Crossing through the arch, the sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment from all. They found themselves in an immense underground dome, the scale of which was beyond imagination. The dome soared to heights unseen, its apex lost in profound darkness, as if connecting to the void itself. At the heart of the space, there lay not a solid ground, but an immense, swirling vortex emanating a dim red glow. The vortex rotated languidly, and at its center hovered a fragmented, dark red crystal, riddled with fissures and pulsating with decaying flesh. This was the very essence of the core of the fallen star. It was no longer merely a shard of a celestial body. It resembled a living, writhing heart, tortured in its decay. Countless thick tendrils, akin to blood vessels of dark energy, extended from the core, anchoring themselves to the rocky walls of the dome, siphoning off the corrupting nutrients of the rift, while simultaneously disseminating a terrifying pollution throughout the region. A deep, chaotic murmur of celestial anguish, filled with infinite suffering and madness, emanated from the core, assaulting the sanity of all who drew near. More alarming still, at the periphery of the energy vortex, close to the core, lay a circular platform crafted from shattered elven runes. At its center, Selah, Alistera, floated suspended in midair. Her body was ensnared by dark red energy chains, inscribed with malevolent runes, one end of which was directly tethered to the corrupted star core. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, and the dark red patterns on her skin flickered violently with an unprecedented intensity, synchronized with the pulsations of the star core. Her expression was contorted in excruciating agony, her lips moving soundlessly as if undergoing a torment of 1,000 cuts. "Selah!" Ilya cried out in horror, her emerald eyes brimming with tears. "Damn it! These scoundrels!" Stonefist cursed furiously, gripping his axe with a white-knuckled intensity. Viola, her expression grave, notched an arrow and aimed at the energy chains, yet the natural energy of her arrow was swiftly eroded as it neared the vortex. Finus was utterly stunned by the sight before her, murmuring, "The star core has been corrupted to this extent. This is nothing short of a malignant tumor upon the world. Warning: entering an area of high concentration of corrupt essence. Mental pollution index, catastrophic. Warning: detecting a rapid decline in the life signs of target Selah. Soul energy is being forcibly extracted and assimilated by the star core. Warning: detecting powerful spiritual guardian responses, multiple, coalescing from the energy of the star core." At that moment, Selah, suspended in the air, seemed to sense their arrival. Her eyelashes trembled violently as she struggled to open a narrow slit of her eyes. Her gaze traversed space, landing precisely upon Reno. In that glance, there was an ocean of anguish, a flicker of faint clarity, and a profound plea. "Destroy it or kill me," a whisper so faint it was nearly inaudible, yet resonating deep within Reno's soul, imbued with heart-wrenching resolve. She implored him to obliterate the star core or take her life. She would rather perish than become a mere puppet of corruption, a source of sustenance. Reno's heart tightened as if gripped by a cold hand. He beheld Selah's torment, heard her desperate plea, and an overwhelming surge of wrath and heartache engulfed his reason. "No, there must be a way to save you." Reno roared within, his thorned battle aura erupting uncontrollably, the gray-red radiance momentarily dispelling the surrounding dark red energy. He took a step forward, eager to rush towards the platform. "My lord, remain calm." Viola urgently grasped his arm, urging him to observe their surroundings. At her behest, the group was horrified to behold several translucent, grotesque figures, composed entirely of pure corrupted energy, slowly materializing from the swirling energy vortex and the shadows of the rocky cliffs. Some retained the outlines of elves, yet their faces were twisted and fierce, with dark red flames burning in their eyes. Others had wholly transformed into indescribable monstrosities. These were the ancient elven souls, corrupted by the star core and bound to this place, now serving as guardians of the core. Identification: corrupted star core guardian, soul aggregation, threat level, high, extremely low resistance to mental attacks. Quantity: 5. The wraiths emitted a silent shriek, wielding claws of condensed energy, surging towards the team like a relentless tide. Their attacks directly targeted the soul, inducing a chilling coldness and maddening illusions. Maintain formation. Protect the Lord. Stonefist roared, his battle axe igniting with a dusky yellow aura. With a sweeping strike, he cleaved through the foremost wraith, yet the dissipated energy swiftly reformed within the vortex. Viola's arrows, imbued with the blessing of the silver moon, possessed additional purifying effects against the wraiths, striking true every time. Ilya coalesced the divine power of nature into a verdant halo, enveloping the team members to tenuously resist the mental onslaught and illusionary attacks. Finus, in a flurry of motion, hastily activated several arcane shield scrolls to provide the team with extra protection. The battle erupted instantaneously, plunging the team into a harrowing struggle. These wraiths seemed nearly immortal. Unless thoroughly purified or the star core destroyed, they would incessantly resurrect. Furthermore, their numbers appeared to be increasing. Reno's eyes blazed crimson as he swung his sword to fend off the encroaching wraiths, fixating intently on the figure of Selah atop the platform. His data-driven vision whirred chaotically, attempting to analyze the structure of the chains and Selah's condition. Analysis: the energy chains manifest a corrupted symbiotic contract. Forcibly severing them may cause Selah's soul to shatter. Detected extreme conflict between the natural seal within Selah and the corrupted energy. External stimuli may trigger an energy annihilation explosion. Only viable solution: overlapping purification with homogeneous high-tier energy or guiding separation, with extremely high risk. Success rate below 10. Homogeneous high-tier energy, Thorn Battle Aura, or the waters of the Moonwell. Reno was in a state of frantic urgency. Whether he forced a rupture or attempted purification, both options harbored substantial peril. What was he to do? Just as the team's defenses hung by a thread, a cold, hoarse voice laced with endless mockery reverberated throughout the vaulted space. "What a touching reunion it is, my dear sister, Illustra, and these presumptuous little insects." The group turned toward the voice, and there, On the opposite side of the energy vortex stood a female elf clad in tight black leather armor, draped in a dark red cloak. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Selah, yet her gaze was cold and sinister, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Having appeared unnoticed, she toyed with a decaying crystal, oozing black viscous liquid, emanating a more substantial and perilous aura of depravity than those tormented souls. "Sharesa, it is you." The voice of Elder Estalio echoed in Renaud's mind through the communication crystal left behind by Liana, filled with shock and fury. "You have allied with the Pale Claw?" The fallen elf, known as Sharesa, let out a cold laugh. "Allied? No, it is a collaboration. Lord Saruman granted me power and an opportunity for vengeance. This foolish sister, along with you meddlesome fools, shall become offerings to the great source of corruption." She raised the corrupted crystal towards the core of the star nexus, chanting a twisted incantation. The pulsation of the star nexus intensified suddenly, and the chains binding Selah tightened violently. Selah emitted a piercing scream as the transformation of her body accelerated. "Stop her!" Renaud's eyes widened in desperation, but it was too late. Sharasa's incantation was completed. The core of the star nexus erupted, unleashing an all-consuming darkness that devoured all light. The entire domed space was plunged into absolute darkness and silence. Only Selah's anguished wails and Sharasa's maniacal laughter echoed through the void. Chapter 90. The Winds Rise. Rebellion in the Imperial Backyard and urgent orders from Black Furnace Fortress as Renaud's squad found themselves ensnared in the terrifying pressure of the Star Nexus and the sinister machinations of the fallen elf Sharesa. Engulfed by an all-consuming darkness, far beyond the chasm, the political landscape of the northern provinces of the Empire was undergoing a seismic shift. The tempest of change did not arise from the depths of corruption within the chasm, but from the Empire's seemingly stable yet tumultuous internal currents. Rewinding time to several days prior, in the capital city of Radiant Star, within the Imperial Council Chamber, the opulent hall was thick with tension as Empress Alicia, the Wing of Radiance, sat upon the celestial throne, her exquisite visage shrouded in frost. Though youthful, her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, radiating an undeniable authority. Below, several powerful noble ministers bowed, their voices tinged with barely concealed anxiety. "Your Majesty, the scale of the rebellion in the southern Emerald Territory far exceeds our expectations. Count Greenwood has allied with 3 baronial houses and several free city-states, claiming to purify the court and reduce taxes. The rebels have already captured Goldspike City, their forces advancing straight towards Iron Anvil Fortress. The Southern Legion is currently engaged at the border, contending with barbarian incursions, and cannot provide immediate reinforcements." The Minister of Finance wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he reported. "The Western Front is also in turmoil." The Minister of Military Affairs continued. "The dwarven clans of the Blackrock Mountains seem to be embroiled in constant friction with local lords over mining disputes. And there are signs they are amassing warriors on a large scale. What's worse, reliable intelligence indicates that remnants of the Pale Claw are frequently active in the western wastelands, seemingly plotting something. In the eastern seaboard, pirate activities ran rampant, disrupting trade routes and drastically reducing tax revenues. In the north, Baron Hawk of Black Furnace Fortress persistently demanded reinforcements, claiming that the disturbances in the chasm threatened the safety of the province. Yet his reports were vague while the costs were exorbitant. Bad news came one after another, as if the entire perimeter of the Empire was ablaze simultaneously. The Empress's slender fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the throne, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the hearts of the courtiers. "Enough," her cold voice echoed, tinged with a subtle weariness and anger. The Empire had enjoyed prolonged peace, and it seemed some had forgotten the brilliance of the Wings of Glory. Her gaze swept across the assembly before finally settling on the Minister of Military Affairs. "Convey my decree. First, order the Dragonflame Legion to march south immediately and quell the rebellion in the Emerald Territory. I demand the head of the Earl of Green Forest. Second, dispatch envoys to the Blackrock Mountains to appease the dwarves and ascertain the root of the dispute. Should it be necessary, concessions may be made to stabilize the western borders. Third, instruct the Navy to intensify patrols in the eastern region, eradicate piracy, and ensure the security of trade routes." She paused, her eyes narrowing as she directed her gaze northward. "As for the Baron Hawk of Black Furnace, inform him that the Empire currently lacks the resources to explore the rift. He is to hold his existing defenses and may not mobilize forces without my command, lest he squander the nation's strength. Should there be any unusual activity in the rift, let him present irrefutable evidence." "Your Majesty is wise," the courtiers echoed in unison, though each harbored their own clandestine thoughts. They understood all too well that this decree significantly diminished the priority of the rift in the northern territories, directly curtailing Baron Hawk's expansion plans. The edict swiftly spread across the empire through magical communication and swift messengers, returning to the present at the outskirts of Blackstone Fortress. In the encampment of the Black Furnace army, within the central tent, Baron Bruno von Hawk, Lord of Black Furnace, listened with great satisfaction to the latest battle reports from the front lines, deep within the rift, regarding the fierce clashes between the Pale Claw and unknown forces, as well as the potential existence of ancient treasures. His plump face was adorned with a greedy smile, as if he could already envision himself obtaining immense power and ascending in rank. Excellent. Very well. Let them tear each other apart. Relay orders to the front lines to maintain pressure, but refrain from launching an all-out assault on that fortress, Blackstone. We shall reap the benefits once they have exhausted each other. Moreover, urge the accompanying mages to swiftly decipher that damned force field and find a way to break it. However, no sooner had he spoken than a messenger burst into the tent in a state of panic, kneeling on one knee and presenting an urgent document sealed with the Imperial Royal Golden Eagle wax. Baron, a decree from the Imperial capital. Baron Hawk's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition washing over him. He snatched the document, breaking the wax seal and quickly scanning its contents. The more he read, the graver his expression became, shifting from a ruddy hue to a pallid one, before slamming the document onto the table and roaring, "What? Halt the advance. Hold our positions for reinforcements. And we need evidence. What do those fools in the capital know? If the heretics gain control of the rift, the entire northern region is doomed." The commanders and advisors within the tent fell into a stunned silence. "Baron, the Emperor's command must not be defied," one seasoned advisor cautiously urged. Moreover, news of the Southern Rebellion has spread, causing some unrest among the troops, as many soldiers fear for their homes. "Indeed, my lord," another commander chimed in. "Our supply lines are stretched too thin, and the logistical pressure is immense. If the capital were to sever the military supply lines," Baron Hawk would find his countenance shifting between various shades of dismay. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of defying imperial commands, particularly in a time when insurrection flared in the Empire's backyard. His meticulously crafted northern strategy, on the verge of fruition, now teetered on the brink of collapse due to the rebellion in the south. A fierce rage and profound frustration nearly drove him to the brink of apoplexy. Nevertheless, he was a seasoned politician, adept in the arts of subterfuge. Suppressing his fury, he inhaled deeply and intoned darkly, "Issue orders. The frontline troops are to gradually withdraw to the first line of defense at the gorge's entrance, maintaining vigilant surveillance and adopting a posture of delayed aggression. Furthermore, dispatch a reliable team under the guise of reconnaissance to continue monitoring the movements in the core area. Any unusual activity must be reported immediately." A glint of cold resolution flickered in his eyes. "I shall personally compose a letter to clarify the situation to the capital. The treasures hidden within the gorge must not fall into others' hands. If the overt approach proves futile, we shall resort to covert measures. Prepare the shadow guards." Thus, at the precipice of life and death for the Reno squad, the besieging forces of Black Furnace Fortress unexpectedly commenced a systematic retreat after days of encirclement around Blackstone Keep. The once tense front lines were left with only a few symbolic watchtowers and patrols. This abrupt change left the garrison atop Blackstone Keep in a state of stunned disbelief, which soon erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. "They are retreating. Long live the Empire. Long live the Queen. We have held our ground." Though Iron Pillar, Old John, and others were at a loss for understanding, the immense pressure that had burdened them suddenly dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. However, Astalio and Liana exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with concern. Through the channels of the elves, they had gleaned hints of turmoil brewing in the southern reaches of the Empire. And the retreat of Black Furnace was far from a simple matter. It likely signified a greater storm on the horizon, one that left the crisis within the gorge unresolved. Lord Reno and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances outside, while Liana gazed into the increasingly dense crimson mist that shrouded the depths of the gorge, murmuring softly. The immediate peril to the fortress may have subsided, yet the true tempest had shifted from the light into the shadows, its ramifications extending from a mere corner of the gorge to envelop the entirety of the Empire. Unbeknownst to Blackstone Keep and Reno, they had inadvertently been swept into a far grander maelstrom of imperial power and rebellion entangled together. Chapter 91, Dawn. The resonance of thorns and moonlight amidst the wrath of Sarasa and absolute darkness consumed all within the vaulted expanse. Vision failed, only the low, resonant hum of the stellar core energy vortex, Selah's anguished moans, and the deranged, triumphant laughter of the fallen elf Sarasa remained audible. This darkness was not a mere nocturnal shroud, but a manifestation of the corrupted essence of the stellar core, imbued with a chilling aura that eroded souls and distorted perceptions. Steady, back to back, do not scatter. Reno bellowed into the abyss, while the thorny aura surged to its utmost, casting a faint, flickering glow of grayish-red that scarcely illuminated a small radius of less than 3 meters around them. Yet this light too was swiftly devoured by the encroaching darkness, akin to pebbles sinking into a deep abyss. "Ah, my head!" Phineas shrieked in agony, the mental taint of darkness pushing her fragile mage's psyche to the brink of collapse. Nature's guardian. Ilya's voice trembled with a sob, as the verdant essence of nature enveloped the team like a gossamer veil, desperately resisting the encroachment of malevolent influence. Yet she herself shivered uncontrollably. Stone Fist and Viola, fortified by their indomitable will and instinct for battle, managed to maintain their positions. Yet the cold tendrils of darkness, bodies of corrupt energy, assaulted them relentlessly, accompanied by piercing wails targeting their very minds, leaving them weary and beleaguered. Futile insects. The voice of Sarasa echoed through the darkness, laced with a mocking tone reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Before the might of the great star core, your struggles merely serve to enhance my amusement. Soon, you shall become the nourishment for the core, and my beloved sister will be wholly absorbed into this grandeur, transforming into the perfect vessel for my master's descent. The dark red chains entwining Selah flared brilliantly, their extraction speed suddenly accelerating. Selah's screams dwindled, her life force flickering like a candle on the verge of extinguishment. Warning: Selah's life signs have plummeted to a critical point. The soul link is on the brink of complete severance. Warning: the concentration of environmental corruption continues to rise. Energy consumption of the force field shield is rapidly depleting. Emergency task modification, ultimate rescue. Objective: interrupt the star core's extraction from Selah within 60 seconds, or she shall be irrevocably obliterated. Hint: attempt to establish a profound soul resonance with the target, guiding her inner natural sealed power to combat the corruption. Risk extremely high. May trigger an uncontrollable energy explosion. 60 seconds. Profound soul resonance. Reno's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. This was an impossible task, yet he had no choice. Ilya. Reno grasped the girl's icy hand with precision in the darkness. Help me. Channel all your natural divine power into me. Do not question why. Ilya hesitated for a moment, but feeling the resolute trust emanating from Reno's grip, she nodded without hesitation. All right. Closing her eyes, she poured every ounce of her natural divine energy into Reno without reservation. In the instant their powers converged, Reno felt as if his body might explode. The ferocity of thorny combat energy clashed violently with the gentleness of the natural divine power. Yet at that moment, the dormant black notebook in his mind suddenly flipped open, emanating an icy, ethereal light. A force, balanced and serene yet imbued with absolute authority, intervened forcibly, akin to a precise scalpel, instantaneously separating and untangling the two energies, then intricately merging them in a mysterious fashion. System enforced intervention. Energy harmonization initiated. Based on the host's pain absorption characteristic, symbiotic guidance is underway. Temporary state. Thorny moonlight form. Extremely unstable. Boom. An unprecedented radiance erupted from Reno's being. No longer grayish-red, nor merely verdant, but a resplendent moonlight adorned with thorn-like dark red flames at the edges. This luminescence bore a paradoxical quality, embodying both the purifying and healing essence of moonlight and the tearing pain of thorns. It valiantly dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating a space of 10 meters around him. What? Sarasa's laughter abruptly ceased, transforming into a scream of astonishment and rage. This is impossible. What manner of power is this? The radiance illuminated the platform where Sarah stood, feeling a blend of both familiarity and strangeness, imbued with a powerful essence of Rainier and a hint of Elia's warmth. Sarah's tightly shut eyelids trembled violently. The natural seal within her, on the brink of collapse, seemed to respond to the call of a shared power, emitting a faint silver glow as if reflecting light back. Now is the moment. Rainier concentrated the fused power at his fingertips, transforming it into a beam of moonlight interwoven with thorns, aimed not at the chains, but directly at Sarah's forehead. He was about to attempt the most perilous soul connection. No, you dare. Shalasa realized Rainier's intent and frantically urged the power of the star core, unleashing countless dark tendrils that struck towards Raynor like venomous serpents. Block her! Viola and Stonefist roared, desperately intercepting. Arrows and battle axes traced decisive arcs through the darkness. The beam accurately penetrated Sarah's forehead. In that instant, Raynor's consciousness seemed to be thrust into a tempestuous realm of awareness. It was a chaotic scene, where silver moonlight and dark red corruption clashed like two ferocious dragons in a furious struggle. The remaining fragments of Sarah's consciousness drifted like leaves caught in the wind, swirling amidst the storm. Sarah, wake up! I am Raynor. Raynor's soul echoed in the space. With your will, guide the moonlight. Suppress the corruption. You can do it. As if hearing the call, amidst the storm, a faint silver light stubbornly flickered to life. It was Sarah's last vestige of clarity. She felt Raynor's unwavering protective intent, laden with anguish, as well as the pure natural essence of Elia emanating from the beam. Trust, protection, warmth. These long-forgotten emotions nourished her parched soul like a sweet spring. I do not wish to disappear. A faint yet clear thought responded to Raynor. Then, that flicker of silver erupted suddenly. The remaining primordial power of the moon priestess within Sarah, guided and stimulated by Raynor's thorny moonlight, broke free from the shackles of corruption, beginning to devour the surrounding dark red energy in reverse. No. Outside, Shalassa let out a heart-wrenching scream. She sensed the Star Core's control over Sarah being forcibly reversed. The light on the chains flickered erratically. In the realm of reality, the dark red chains entwining Sarah began to crack. The energy of the chains no longer flowed towards the Star Core. Instead, part of it was drawn back by the resurgent moonlight power within Sarah. The Star Core seemed enraged, its pulsations becoming wildly chaotic. The entire dome trembled violently, and the rock walls began to collapse extensively. We succeeded, but this place is going to cave in, Viola shouted. The chains are about to break. But Sister Sarah's condition? Elia anxiously observed Sarah, whose light flickered uncertainly on the platform. Raynor's soul consciousness withdrew from Sarah's mental space, returning to his own body, his complexion as pale as parchment, the recent resonance having nearly exhausted his spirit and strength. He glanced at the platform. The chains were disintegrating. But Sarah's body was being torn apart by two colossal forces in conflict, teetering on the brink of instability and risking self-destruction from energy overload at any moment. She must be taken away from here. Reynolds struggled to rise, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield and the crumbling dome above, finally settling upon the center of the unstable energy vortex, a manifestation of the Star Core gone awry. A mad plan began to form in his mind. Stonefist, Viola, cover me. Ilya, prepare to assist Selah. Reynolds roared, reigniting the dwindling power of his thorn moonlight, like a moth drawn to a flame. He charged headlong into the maelstrom of destructive energy. He intended to exploit the spatial turbulence generated by the vortex's eruption, taking a gamble that this chaos could carve a path to safety, a gamble that the system could conjure miracles once more. Madman! Sarasa gasped in horror at Reynolds' reckless act. To the astonishment of all, Reynolds' figure was engulfed by the violent energy vortex. In the next moment, the center of the vortex erupted with blinding light and a deafening roar. As the brilliance faded, the vortex abruptly contracted, and on the platform, Selah's figure vanished along with Reynolds. All that remained was the collapsing dome, the frenzied roaring of the Star Core, and the stunned expressions of Sarasa and the trembling team members. Where had they gone? Chapter 92, The Ruins. The secrets of the Elven Stone Tablet, and the anomaly of Thorn Chi amidst the furious roar of the fallen elf Sarasa and the violent tremors ignited by the Star Core's rampage. Reynolds' squad narrowly escaped the impending collapse of the core zone, thanks to Reynolds' almost suicidal, reckless maneuver through the energy vortex's turbulence. When they regained their senses from the brief disorientation of spatial distortion, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar elven passage, suffused with the scent of ancient dust. Silence enveloped them, broken only by their heavy breaths and the frantic pounding of their hearts. The harrowing scene they had just endured was etched into each mind like a nightmare. Are we still alive? Finest sank to the ground, her voice trembling, her face devoid of color. But what about Lord and Miss Selah? Stonefist bellowed anxiously, scanning their surroundings. Only the four of them remained: Viola, Stonefist, Ilya, and Finus. Reynolds and Selah had vanished in that final blinding flash. Ilya clutched the dimly glowing moonlight moss pendant at her chest. Her emerald eyes filled with worry and fear, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Sister Selah, Viola, displaying a semblance of calm, quickly assessed their surroundings and lowered her voice. Stay calm. The recent spatial fluctuations were extremely chaotic. They may have been transported to another part of the ruins, but they are certainly still within this area. Let us ensure our own safety first, then devise a plan to find them. Her words brought a measure of tranquility to the group. Indeed, the immediate priority was to comprehend their situation. This passage was unlike the maintenance corridors they had previously encountered. It was broader and more orderly, with walls adorned with luminescent moss, a type of lichen cultivated by elves that emitted a gentle white light, providing stable illumination. Although many of the moss patches had withered with age, they still illuminated the path ahead. The air was permeated with a musty scent. Yet the nauseating odor of decay had considerably diminished, replaced instead by a sense of antiquity and the solitude of passing time. This area was likely the heart of the ancient elven ruins, possibly near the living quarters or significant facilities. Phineas compelled herself to remain calm. Her scholarly instincts urged her to scrutinize the intricate reliefs and runes adorning the walls, their patterns far more elaborate and exquisite than those found in the outer regions, potentially chronicling the history of the elven race or important rituals. The expedition team advanced cautiously along the winding passage, which was not a straight path, but rather meandered downward. Along the way, they encountered several shattered doorways and toppled statues, clear evidence that this place had endured some calamity, albeit not as thoroughly corrupted as the core area. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a crossroads. The path ahead was completely obstructed by a fallen boulder. The left passage loomed dark and foreboding, exuding an ominous chill, while the right passage appeared relatively intact, leading towards a more spacious area where faint energy fluctuations could be sensed. "We shall proceed to the right," Viola declared, relying on her ranger instincts, sensing the energy emanation which suggested the presence of something significant. The group nodded in agreement. As they approached the end of the right passage, they discovered a circular hall. At its center stood an elven stele, meticulously carved from white jade, which remained relatively well preserved, inscribed with a dense array of ancient elvish script and celestial charts. Atop the stele was embedded a fist-sized, now dull and cracked, milky white crystal. The faint energy fluctuations emanated from this damaged crystal. "Is this a stargazing record stele?" Phineas exclaimed with excitement as she rushed to the monument, carefully using her tools to clear the dust from its surface, eagerly absorbing the inscriptions. "My goodness, this contains astronomical observations and preliminary analyses concerning the foreign star, the core of the falling star, prior to the calamity of the starfall. There are also records of preparations for the sealing ritual conducted by the moon goddess's priestesses." Her discovery invigorated the group. This could potentially lead to clues regarding the star core and the state of Syra. Elia, too, was drawn to the stele. She approached, instinctively reaching out to touch the cold inscriptions and patterns. As her fingertips brushed against a symbol representing the moon goddess's priestess, an elven woman holding a laurel branch, an unexpected event transpired. The moonlight moss pendant around her neck suddenly radiated warmth, emanating a brighter silvery red glow than before. This luminescence seemed to be drawn towards her fingertips, and, through them, infused itself into the stele. A humming sound resonated as the stele trembled gently. The once dull crystal at its apex flickered faintly. Although it did not reignite, portions of the text and imagery on the stele appeared revitalized, becoming clearer and even emanating a soft silver sheen. "Elia!" Phineas gasped in astonishment at this unfolding spectacle. Ilya found herself momentarily stunned, gazing at her own hands and the luminous pendant, perplexed. I do not know. I merely feel an inexplicable familiarity." Just then, a sudden transformation escalated once more, this time originating from afar. A resonating force, intense and familiar, yet imbued with a searing pain, surged forth like an invisible shockwave from the depths of the ruins, penetrating walls and space, violently colliding with the perceptions of all present, especially Ilya, endowed with the power of nature, and Viola, of elven lineage, felt it most acutely. It was the thorn battle energy. It was the Lord. Stone Fist was the first to roar out, far too familiar with this energy characterized by pain. This resonance was so ferocious. It seemed as though a battle was being waged, or perhaps he was enduring immense suffering. Viola's countenance grew grave as she keenly sensed the anomalies contained within the resonance. Ilya's heart tightened instantly. She could feel that the source of this resonance was filled with determination, fury, and a fervor akin to the burning of life itself. Compared to the thorn battle energy she had previously felt from Reno, it seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, in a secluded stone chamber, Reno knelt on one knee, gasping violently as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Before him lay several torn, putrid bodies of arachnid-like aberrations. Moments ago, he and Sarah had been randomly teleported to this chamber, rife with cobwebs and corpses, and were immediately assaulted by these monsters. To protect the still unconscious Sarah, whose bodily energy was alarmingly unstable, Reno was compelled to forcibly summon his power to fight. However, after the earlier confrontation with the Star Core and the spatial transfer, his Thorn battle energy had been nearly depleted, and he bore significant injuries. Now, forcibly activating it not only diminished its effectiveness, but also triggered an unstable energy conflict within him, remnants of the thorned moonlight form. Agonizing pain surged through his limbs and veins, as if countless searing needles were piercing his meridians. Yet, his gaze was remarkably sharp, even tinged with a hint of frenzied exhilaration. For in the harrowing struggle for survival moments ago, he had distinctly felt his thorned battle energy, born of suffering and accustomed to passive defense and counterattacks, begin to actively and greedily absorb the corrupt energy and painful emotions that emanated from the death of his enemies. Driven by an overwhelming anger and a will to protect, this absorption was no longer the gentle replenishment of before, but a domineering, efficient devouring. The influx of foreign energy, while intensifying his agony, was forcibly suppressed and purified by the chilling aura emanating from the mysterious black notebook within him, system power, then violently amalgamated into the exhausted source of his thorned battle energy. Detected that the host is in an extreme state, with heightened concentration of will, meeting the conditions for rebirth through destruction. In the midst of an evolution of the thorn chi characteristics, a new trait known as Pain Siphon, beginner level, has been comprehended. This ability allows the proactive absorption of the anguish energy from surrounding deceased entities, along with remnants of their life essence, thereby hastening the recovery of chi and healing of wounds. However, excessive absorption may lead to mental pollution or an explosive surge of energy. The quality of the thorn chi has been enhanced, resulting in a slight increase in its upper limit. An unprecedented sensation of power, mingled with a tearing pain, surged through his body. The color of his thorn chi seemed to deepen, with the dark red edges becoming more vibrant, reminiscent of congealed blood. Was this a blessing in disguise? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Raynor revealed a bitter and fierce smile. He glanced at Syra, carefully nestled in a corner and still enveloped in a faint silver-red energy, and his gaze grew resolute once more. Regardless of the changes he might undergo, as long as he could acquire strength to protect those he cherished, he clenched his fists, feeling the surging, potent new energy within him. This path, he vowed to tread. The resonance of chi he had unleashed earlier must have resonated outward. He hoped Viola and the others could sense it and would arrive swiftly. The immediate priority was to regain some strength and ensure the temporary safety of this stone chamber. Unbeknownst to Raynor, his desperate breakthrough and intense resonance not only caught the attention of his companions, but also awakened certain long-dormant entities within the ruins. In a nearby shadowy area of the ruins, several ancient elven bodies, covered in thick dust and cobwebs, stirred ever so slightly, akin to mummified remains. In their hollow eye sockets, two faint, icy flames of soul ignited slowly. These slumbering ancient elven guardians were roused from their prolonged silence by the intense waves of energy imbued with profound pain and the essence of the living. Simultaneously, far away in the Blackstone fortress, Liana, who was assisting Astalio in stabilizing the force field while anxiously awaiting news, faintly detected the violent and unfamiliar resonance of thorn chi emanating from the depths of the ruins through the special connection shared among elves. It carried with it a hint of dark energy that unsettled her. "Where is your power leading you, Lord Raynor?" A deep concern flickered in Liana's emerald eyes. Within the ruins, power awakens, concealing crises. Outside, the tides of the Empire shift and currents surge. The fates of all are intricately intertwined by the core of the fallen star, heading toward an unknown horizon. Chapter 93. The revelation of the twin seals and the sudden visit of the Imperial envoy in the circular hall. The air seemed to solidify. The scarlet-silver light flowing from Aaliyah's fingertips resembled a living stream, silently seeping into the ancient elven stone tablet. The once dim milky white crystal atop the tablet flickered with a glimmer after countless years of silence, illuminating portions of the previously obscured text and patterns on the stone's surface, albeit faintly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. The resonance of natural forces. The tablet responds to Miss Aaliyah's power. Finney's voice trembled with excitement. Her face nearly pressed against the stone tablet as her fingers quivered while tracing the intricate patterns that emerged in the dim light. "Look here. The markings of these stellar trajectories, along with this combination of symbols, constitute more than mere observational records. This is a fragment of a contingency plan or operational guide pertaining to the core of a fallen star. Her revelation ignited a surge of anticipation among the group. Viola and Stonefist immediately heightened their vigilance at the entrance, while Ilya held her breath, striving to maintain the connection between her fingertips and the tablet. She sensed a remarkable exchange of energy occurring between the moonlit moss pendant resting against her chest and the stone, as if they were awakening some long-buried memory together. "What does it say?" Viola urged softly, her gaze fixed warily on the shadowy passageway. Finney spoke with rapid fervor characteristic of a scholar. "This text indicates that the Twinborn seal does not merely refer to a single substance or individual, but rather denotes a state or a mechanism of balance. It describes the necessity of guiding a pure source of mutation as a buffer and bridge when the chaotic force of an external star, the fallen star core, violently clashes with the natural order of the world. This would construct a temporary Twinborn sealing field, directing the conflicting energy into a specific diversionary circuit to avert total annihilation or the spread of corruption." She lifted her gaze, her eyes alight with the spark of realization. "I understand. The condition within Miss Sarah may not be entirely disastrous, as the conflict between the natural seal and the corrupting energy could have been foreseen by the ancient elves. Their method was not to forcibly eradicate the corruption, but to guide and harness this conflict, transforming it into a temporary, controllable sealing engine. Miss Ilya's mutated moonlit moss, along with the unique fighting spirit of the Lord that resonates with it, may very well be the pure source of mutation and guiding medium at the heart of this solution." Such an interpretation was astonishing, leaving the others momentarily unable to absorb its implications. Not to destroy, but to guide and utilize, to transform a lethal conflict into a source of sealing power. However, this was perilous. Ilya could not restrain herself, concern etched upon her face. How can Sister Sarah endure this? Thus, we require a diversionary circuit and precise guidance. Phineas pointed to another section of the tablet, where complex geometric designs and symbols of energy flow had illuminated. "Look at this. This should be the schematic of the diversionary circuit." Yet, the most critical details regarding the energy node positions and activation sequence seem to be inscribed on the other side of the tablet, or may require a specific key to fully reveal. At that moment, the light at Ilya's fingertips flared violently, and she stifled a gasp, her complexion draining of color as the connection was abruptly severed. The faint glow of the tablet dimmed rapidly, and the clear patterns once more became indistinct. I lack the strength," Ilya murmured weakly, stepping back, supported by the quick reflexes of Stonefist. Maintaining such a profound resonance for an extended period had taken a considerable toll on her. Though they had not acquired the complete information, Phineas's interpretation undoubtedly illuminated a new, high-risk, yet potentially rewarding direction. This ignited a flicker of renewed hope within them for the salvation of Sarah and the resolution of the stellar core crisis. Yet, before they could meticulously ponder this audacious plan, unsettling noises once again echoed from the distant passage. This time, it was not the resonance of Raynor's fighting spirit, but rather a heavy, plodding sound, accompanied by the eerie creaking of bones, advancing from the depths of the left passage, which exuded an ominous chill. Moreover, it was not a solitary presence. Something was approaching. "Prepare for battle." Viola instantly drew her bow, her keen gaze fixating on the darkness of the left passage. Stonefist promptly positioned himself at the forefront, his massive shield emitting a dull thud. Phineas hastily stowed her tools, seeking refuge behind Stonefist. Ilya summoned her dwindling reservoir of divine natural energy, steeling herself. The footsteps grew nearer, clearer, accompanied by a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. At last, in the dim light of the passage, several figures staggered into view. What a sight it was! Several humanoid entities clad in tattered remnants of what appeared to be ancient elven armor. Their skin was shriveled and blackened, clinging to their bones like desiccated corpses, with two flickering blue flames of souls burning in their eye sockets, wielding rusted, yet still sharp elven scimitars. Their movements were stiff, yet they exuded an unmistakable intent to kill, charging directly towards the living within the hall. They were the reanimated guardians of the ancient elves, resurrected by some dark power. Viola gasped in horror, releasing her arrow, which sliced through the air towards the head of the foremost corpse. However, the arrow pierced the desiccated flesh but was deflected by the soul flame within the skull, leaving merely a shallow dent on its shoulder plate. The efficacy of physical attacks was lacking. Aim for their soul flames. Viola swiftly altered her strategy. Stonefist bellowed a challenge and surged forward, his battle axe slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The axe struck heavily against the chest of one corpse, sending it staggering back, bones cracking. Yet the creature merely swayed, its soul flame flickering briefly before it lunged once more. These resurrected ancient guardians possessed far superior defense and strength compared to the previous corrupted beings, exhibiting formidable resistance to ordinary physical attacks. Clenching her teeth, Ilya attempted to purify them with divine natural power, a verdant glow enveloping the corpse, accompanied by a sizzling sound as its movements noticeably slowed. Black smoke emanating from its surface, yet it persisted stubbornly. Their numbers continued to swell, pouring forth from the passage in an unending tide. Damn it! Why are there so many? Stonefist was besieged by 3 corpses, sparks flying from his shield as he was forced to retreat step by step. Viola's arrows accurately targeted the soul flames, inflicting damage, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow. Phineas incessantly hurled flash powder and soundburst scrolls in an attempt to disrupt them. With limited success, the confined space of the hall forced the team into a continual retreat, on the verge of being cornered. Meanwhile, at Blackstone Keep, the fortress, having just settled into a brief calm following the retreat of the forces from Blackforge, was immediately plunged into a new atmosphere of tension. A convoy bearing the Imperial Royal flag, escorted by 10 elite Royal Knights, arrived unexpectedly at the fortress's force field. At its forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in resplendent civil robes, his countenance grave and his gaze piercing, though he bore no weapon. The menacing aura radiating from the knights behind him, coupled with the Imperial Golden Eagle insignia on the carriage, heralded the extraordinary status of the visitor. Sir Calvin, the Imperial envoy and assistant to the Minister of Internal Affairs, had come at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress to inspect the northern defenses and to convey royal decrees. The Lord of Blackstone Fortress is requested to come forth and greet us at once, proclaimed a knight, his voice resonating clearly through the force field and reaching the walls of the fortress. Upon the battlements, the sentinels, Iron Pillar and Old John, exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with dread. The Lord had ventured into perilous territory and had yet to return, leaving Elder Estelio and Captain Liana in charge of the fortress. The arrival of the Imperial envoy was most inopportune indeed. Soon, Estelio and Liana ascended the walls, the latter adorned in relatively formal elven light armor, her demeanor calm. Estelio maintained his humble appearance as an elven elder. It is indeed an honor to receive Sir Calvin. Liana addressed him in fluent Imperial, her tone cold yet courteous. I am Captain Liana of the Silverwind Forest Rangers, temporarily stationed here. Lord Reynaud is presently occupied with urgent military matters and cannot personally extend his greetings. I beg your understanding. Might I inquire what urgent matters compel your visit, esteemed envoy? Sir Calvin raised his gaze, his keen eyes scanning Liana and Estelio. Lingering momentarily on the elder, a flicker of subtle surprise igniting within his gaze. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering a high elder of the elves in this place. His expression remained unchanged as he replied in a deep voice. Ah, Captain Liana, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Her Majesty is deeply concerned about the safety of the northern territories, particularly regarding the disturbances in the rift. My purpose here is twofold. First, to assess the defenses of Blackstone Fortress and evaluate the threat level posed by the rift. Second, to convey Her Majesty's latest decree. All fortresses in the north must bolster their defenses, yet refrain from escalating conflicts that would drain national resources. And third, he paused, his gaze growing contemplative. It has come to Her Majesty's attention that Blackstone Fortress possesses unique techniques to counter corruption, and she wishes to understand them in detail. Should they prove beneficial to the realm, the Empire shall not hesitate to offer rewards and support. While his words appeared grandiloquent, an undercurrent of scrutiny, inquiry, and even pressure seeped through. The pretense of a defensive inspection was merely a guise. The true intent was to probe the depths of Blackstone Fortress, particularly its extraordinary techniques capable of repelling the formidable Blackforge army. Moreover, the Empire clearly harbored reservations regarding the elves' involvement. Liana and Estelio exchanged knowing glances, their understanding evident. The arrival of the Imperial envoy signified that Blackstone Fortress had officially entered the purview of the Empire's higher echelons. Every subsequent step would henceforth be fraught with trepidation. Within the fortress, tumultuous currents surged anew. In the depths of the ruins, Reynaud's squad was locked in a fierce battle against the resurrected ancient guardians, desperately seeking the key to salvation and answers. Internal strife and external threats converged, assailing them from all sides. The battle within the hall grew increasingly fierce. The resurrected ancient guardians, impervious to pain and undaunted by death, moved with remarkable synergy and wielded their blades with lethal precision. Though their motions appeared rigid, each strike carried an immense weight, imbued with the aura of countless ages steeped in mortality. The colossal shield of Stone Fist was already marred with deep gashes, his palms split open, blood staining the axe handle, yet he continued to roar defiantly at the forefront, carving out space for his companions behind him. This could not continue. Their numbers were overwhelming. Beads of sweat formed on Viola's brow as her quiver rapidly depleted. She realized that even when aiming at the soul's fire, it required multiple consecutive shots to extinguish it, proving to be an inefficient endeavor. Illyria's complexion was as pale as parchment, her divine energy nearly exhausted. She observed her struggling comrades, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. Once more, she pressed her hand against the moonlit moss pendant resting on her chest, striving to extract the last vestiges of power. The pendant began to radiate warmth. The mutated moonlit moss was subtly intertwined with her very essence, and excessive extraction could jeopardize her foundation, yet at that moment, she could not afford such concerns. At that instant, Finus appeared to seize a glimmer of inspiration amidst the fierce battle, as she deftly evaded the flying debris and razor-sharp blades. She fixated intently on the movements of the guardian corpses and the tattered patterns of their armor. Wait, I believe I have seen their attack patterns and the runes on their armor before. Suddenly, she pulled out the previously sketched stone tablet design, rapidly comparing it. Yes, it is a segment of the bifurcation circuit's node symbol from the tablet. These guardians may have once been sentinels tasked with maintaining that bifurcation circuit node. Their actions seemed influenced by some residual command, vigilantly guarding the path to a crucial node. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Viola, Stone Fist, attempt to drive them towards the right passageway. Finus shouted, for the right passage may lead to an important node of the bifurcation circuit. Their instincts may be preventing us from approaching there. Though Viola and Stone Fist did not fully comprehend, they swiftly adjusted their tactics, trusting the scholar's judgment. Stone Fist let out a furious roar, launching a powerful shield bash that forced several corpses toward the entrance of the right passageway. Viola skillfully blocked other directions with precise arrows, guiding the movement of the corpses. Indeed, as the corpses were pushed toward the right passage, their attacks became increasingly frenzied and urgent, as if a fundamental line had been crossed. Curiously, their defenses towards the left passage weakened. We guessed correctly. The right passage is significant. A glint of determination shone in Viola's eyes, and we shall charge in. These wretched beings do not dare stray too far from their protective domain. Seizing the opportunity, the team fought and retreated, swiftly entering the right passage. True to their hopes, the ancient guardians hesitated at the threshold, emitting furious roars, but merely obstructed the entrance, failing to pursue further. For the moment, safety was secured. Though each member was breathless and wounded, the passage lay shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light visible in the distance. It seems we have ventured into yet another uncharted realm. Stone Fist gasped for breath, inspecting the cracks on his shield. Yet, they had at least liberated themselves from those indomitable skeletons. Viola sheathed her longbow and massaged her aching arms. Delia was nearly faint, leaning against the wall, while Finus hastily produced some spare moonlight moss essence for her to consume. After a brief respite, they cautiously advanced towards the source of light deep within the passage. Not long after, the path opened up before them, revealing a more magnificent underground expanse. It resembled an abandoned elven plaza, with a parched circular pool of white jade at its center, the bottom engraved with intricate runes. Surrounding the plaza stood several severely damaged statues of elven deities. The light emanated from a massive, tightly shut door at the far end of the plaza, crafted from some luminescent metal. The door was adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars, alongside the image of an elven priest wielding a staff, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. Was this a temple of ancient elves, or a significant site for rituals? Finus gazed in awe at the scene before her. What secrets lay beyond that grand door? Was it the control center for the tributary circuits, or was there an even greater mystery? Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, facing the subtly probing inquiries of Sir Calvin, the Imperial envoy, Liana, exchanged a swift glance with Astalio. Astalio stepped forward, speaking in a gentle yet unwavering tone. Sir Calvin, the threat of the rift is indeed real and far exceeds the ordinary. Under the leadership of Lord Reno, Blackstone Fortress has mobilized its forces to barely maintain its defenses. As for the so-called unique technology, it is merely a desperate measure adapted to local conditions, utilizing some special resources from the rift, and remains in its infancy. Unlikely to capture the Empire's attention. Our foremost priority is to stabilize the defenses and investigate the true dangers lurking deep within the rift. Upon the Lord's return, he shall provide a detailed report to the Empire. He skillfully redirected the conversation back to the threat of the rift itself, implying that the technology was not yet mature, thus preserving their trump card while underscoring the urgency of the crisis. Sir Calvin's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly skeptical of this reasoning, but faced with a high elven elder. He refrained from pressing too hard, merely responding with a faint smile. Your wisdom is duly noted, elder. In that case, I shall take residence in your fortress for a few days, both to observe the defenses firsthand and to await Lord Renaud's return, to personally convey His Majesty's rewards and expectations. He intended to linger, clearly planning to ascertain the true nature of Blackstone Fortress. Lyanna felt a surge of irritation within, yet maintained her composure. You are welcome, envoy. The fortress is modest. If hospitality falls short, I hope for your understanding. She signaled to the iron pillar to lower a section of the force field, allowing the envoy's entourage to enter, while discreetly instructing to heighten vigilance and closely monitor the movements of these imperial guests. Inside Blackstone Fortress, an external force of considerable influence had suddenly emerged, and the atmosphere turned increasingly delicate and tense. Everyone hoped for Renaud's swift and safe return to take charge of the situation. And at this moment, where was Renaud? Chapter 94. The Enigma of the Temple Door and the Envoy's Probe in the Abandoned Elven Plaza. A thick haze of dust from millennia and the stillness of time enveloped the surroundings. The four members of the party stood before the immense metallic door, which radiated a soft, ethereal glow, feeling the solemn and mysterious aura that enveloped it, momentarily holding their breath. The celestial carvings of sun, moon, and stars upon the door appeared vividly lifelike, as if they were gently in motion. The elven priestess, wielding a staff, possessed deep, penetrating eyes that seemed to scrutinize each visitor. The energy emanating from this door was peculiar. It was neither defensive nor aggressive, but rather akin to a form of authentication or sealing. Finus retrieved her crystal compass, meticulously scanning the door. The sequence of runes inscribed upon it was exceedingly intricate, embodying the encrypted wisdom of the higher elves. Forcing it open could likely result in unforeseen consequences. Viola circled the grand entrance, her keen gaze sweeping over every detail. There were no apparent keyholes or mechanical levers. It appeared that a specific key or the solution to a particular riddle was required to unlock it. Stonefist struck the edge of the door with his battle axe, producing a dull metallic resonance, and frowned, remarking, "This thing is remarkably sturdy. I doubt even a siege hammer could breach it." After a brief respite, Ilya felt somewhat rejuvenated. She approached the door, and the moonlight moss pendant resting against her chest resonated faintly, emanating a silvery glow. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently touched the tip of the staff held by the elven priestess statue, where a small, dull crystal was embedded. The instant her fingertip made contact with the crystal, a transformation occurred. A hum filled the air as the entire door trembled slightly, and the celestial patterns of sun, moon, and stars suddenly illuminated. A gentle veil of light projected from the door, revealing countless flowing, ancient elven inscriptions and shifting constellations reminiscent of stardust. Simultaneously, an ethereal, distant female voice echoed in their minds, transcending time and space, speaking in the ancient language of the high elves, seekers of the future. If you harbor the favor of nature and bear the token of the moon goddess, please unravel the mysteries of the celestial movements and the truths of life's cycles. As the voice faded, the inscriptions and images on the veil began to swiftly rearrange into three abstract queries, each imbued with profound philosophical significance. 1. When the silver moon obscures the crimson sun and shadows devour the stars, what serves as the guiding light for the lost? 2. Seeds buried deep in darkness, drawing sustenance from impurities to bloom in purity, what is the source of their strength? 3. Water flows endlessly, circumventing stones and gathering in pools. Its form may change, yet its essence remains unaltered. What is its nature? These three questions, seemingly philosophical riddles, conceal deeper meanings, each pointing towards the essence of hope, the roots of purification, and the balance between adaptation and steadfastness. Was this an ancient elven trial of wisdom? Finus widened her eyes, excitedly documenting the content of the veil. The answers to these questions were likely not singular, but rather valued the path adhered to by the responder. The party members exchanged glances. Stonefist scratched his head, bewildered. What is all this about moons, suns, and rivers? I only know that hammers and axes are the most straightforward. Viola furrowed her brow, skilled in tracking and hunting, grappling with these metaphysical dilemmas. The weight of the challenge fell upon Ilya and Finus. Ilya possesses a heart that is pure and attuned to nature, while Finis is profoundly knowledgeable. As Ilya gazed upon the first question, she felt the intertwining of despair and hope within it. She recalled the furnace ignited in the depths of Blackstone Fortress during dire times and envisioned Lord Raynor leading the people through the darkness. In a gentle whisper, she responded in Elvish, "The guiding light in the darkness is the indomitable hope within our hearts, coupled with the warmth of camaraderie and mutual support." The star map representing the first question flickered subtly, seemingly acknowledging this answer imbued with the brilliance of humanity. Turning to the second question, Finis, drawing from her extensive research on the mutated moonlight moss, carefully replied, "The power of the seed derives from its intrinsic life imprint and an unwavering yearning for the light. Even when ensnared in filth, it remains steadfast in its purpose." The light once again flickered, and the pattern of the second question stabilized. When the third question arose, concerning adaptability and essence, Ilya and Finis engaged in a hushed discussion. Ultimately, Ilya, synthesizing her insights from the natural path, articulated, "The essence of flowing water lies in its inherent vitality. It nourishes all living things, flows endlessly, takes on various forms, yet its benevolent nature endures." As the final answer resonated, the text and images upon the luminous screen melded abruptly, transforming into a radiant silver light that surged towards the center of the gate. The diminutive crystal held by the statue of the elven priest was instantly illuminated, emanating a brilliance akin to that of a crescent moon. "We have succeeded," Finis exclaimed joyfully. A deep, rumbling sound emanated from the heavy metal doors as they slowly creaked open, revealing a gap wide enough for passage. Beyond the threshold lay a broad staircase descending into the depths, adorned with glowing moss, leading to an ancient realm where the air was imbued with the pure essence of tomes and the fresh scent of verdant growth. "Let us proceed," Viola declared, leading the way with her bow at the ready, stepping through the gate first. The team followed in succession, vanishing into the shadows of the staircase. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within Blackstone Fortress grew subtly tense with the arrival of Sir Calvin, the Imperial envoy. Sir Calvin and his royal knights were accommodated in a relatively tidy row of stone houses within the fortress. These knights, disciplined yet possessing the distinctive pride and scrutiny of the imperial elite, appeared to move casually while subtly observing the fortifications, the state of the inhabitants, and the ever-burning furnace alongside the life-sustaining greenhouse. The envoy himself displayed remarkable patience, requesting daily companionship from Estelio or Liana to casually wander the fortress, under the pretense of understanding the hardships faced by the northern military and civilians. His seemingly casual inquiries often struck at the heart of matters. "This furnace of your esteemed fortress is peculiarly designed, seemingly not of imperial standard. I wonder about its efficiency and the source of its fuel?" Sir Calvin asked, standing not far from furnace number 1, feeling the heat waves emanating from it, seemingly unconcerned. Estelio replied with composure, "The chasm's harsh environment and scarcity of resources have compelled us to utilize geothermal heat combined with certain local minerals for combustion, barely sustaining the fortress's heating and basic forging needs. I apologize for the inefficiency that may amuse you, my lord." He skillfully steered the conversation towards the tribulations of survival, deftly sidestepping the crucial matter of the moonlight moss energy core. "Oh, local minerals?" Sir Calvin's eyes flickered as he glanced in the direction of the greenhouse. "I observed that the greenhouse thrived vibrantly, a rare sight in such a decayed land. Surely, it must be cultivating special crops?" Liana interjected. "It is merely some frost-resistant moss and fungi, barely sufficient to sustain us. In the chasm, merely surviving is fortunate. We dare not aspire for more." Her tone remained calm, downplaying the significance of the greenhouse. Sir Calvin smiled, no longer pressing the matter, and remarked, "It is commendable that the soldiers and civilians of your fortress can persevere in such dire straits. His Majesty would surely take comfort in this. However, with the current unrest in the Southern Empire and the substantial expenditures from the Treasury, support from the Northern Territories is unlikely to increase significantly in the short term. Your fortress must strive for self-sufficiency." His words served both as pressure and a test, seeking to ascertain the degree of Blackstone Fortress's reliance on the Empire. Asterio smiled slightly, stroking his beard, and reassured, "Rest assured, sir. Everyone at Blackstone Fortress is acutely aware of the Empire's difficulties and will exert every effort to be self-sufficient, ensuring we do not add to His Majesty's burdens. We only hope that the Empire can stabilize the situation, as that would be the greatest support for the North." His response was neither submissive nor arrogant, articulating understanding while subtly implying that the stability of the Empire was paramount, thereby redirecting the pressure. As days passed, although Sir Calvin gleaned some superficial information, He remained unable to penetrate the true core of Blackstone Fortress's energy field, the essence of moonlight moss, or the unique abilities of Reno. Liana and Asterio handled the situation adeptly, leaving no leaks, which left him both vexed and increasingly wary of this seemingly modest fortress and the elven power behind it. Nevertheless, Sir Calvin did not relent. He covertly commanded the accompanying court mage, disguised as a scribe, to employ clandestine detection spells in an attempt to analyze the fortress's energy composition and the source of life fluctuations emanating from the greenhouse. This action was soon detected by the energy-sensitive Liana and Asterio. The scribe sent by the envoy carries arcane vibrations. He is covertly probing our energy field and greenhouse. Liana stated coldly during a nighttime discussion with Asterio. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Asterio's eyes. The Empire is indeed relentless. In that case, let us surprise them. The following day, when the court mage once again secretly cast his detection spell, he suddenly felt a powerful and subtle surge of natural energy rebounding against his spell circuit. Simultaneously, the greenhouse deliberately released a trace of camouflaged, chaotic life energy, mingled with a faint aura of corruption, simulating an unstable and perilous facade. The court mage let out a muffled grunt, his face paling as his spell was forcibly interrupted, leaving him with a slight backlash. Frantically, he reported to Sir Calvin, "Sir, the energy composition of this fortress's field and the greenhouse is exceedingly complex and dangerous. It seems to have some connection with the source of corruption deep within the chasm. Forcing a probe may provoke uncontrollable consequences." Hearing this, Sir Calvin's expression darkened. He initially believed it to be merely a collection of novel technologies, unaware that it could potentially involve such perilous forces. This revelation prompted a re-evaluation of Blackstone Fortress, transforming it from a coveted treasure trove of technology into a significant danger that warranted caution. In an instant, the demeanor of the Imperial envoy softened considerably, shedding the previous air of aggression, although their covert observations persisted unabated. Both parties found themselves entrenched in a seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous stalemate. The Blackstone Fortress managed to stabilize the situation for the time being, yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The Imperial envoy was akin to a nail driven deep into the heart of the fortress. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, the discoveries and encounters of the Reno team would ultimately dictate the future fate of Blackstone Fortress. Two lines of progress unfolded, fraught with both crisis and opportunity. Would the ancient wisdom within the ruins be successfully deciphered? Could the fortress withstand the pressure exerted by the Empire? All awaited the developments to come. Chapter 95, The Temple. A repository of ancient knowledge and the crisis coveted by the Empire as the entrance to the Elven Temple slowly opened inward with a deep rumble. Following the unraveling of an ancient riddle of wisdom, it revealed not the anticipated dark passage, but a breathtaking scene that left even the seasoned members of the team breathless. A magnificent underground expanse unfolded before their eyes. A wide staircase of white jade, broad enough to accommodate several carriages side by side, extended downward. The steps were polished to a mirror-like sheen, and the walls on either side were not rough rock, but adorned with countless luminous pearls that emitted a soft and steady white light. These pearls were arranged in intricate patterns, resembling a suspended galaxy, illuminating the entire descending passage with a brightness akin to daylight, yet without any harshness. The air was refreshingly pure, infused with a blend of ancient sandalwood, aged parchment, and an ineffable energy that felt as pristine as freshly fallen snow. A deep breath alleviated the fatigue and oppressive feelings brought on by the corrupt environment of recent days. This place stood in stark contrast to the filth and chaos of other regions in the chasm, as if it were a sacred sanctuary shielded by a formidable force. The four descended the steps with utmost care, their footfalls echoing softly on the polished jade. Upon reaching the final step, they found themselves at the very edge of this underground hall, their vision expanding in a profound revelation. Before them lay an immense circular chamber, far beyond imagination, with a soaring dome that seemed to exist in its own realm. The ceiling was not of rock, but painted with unknown pigments and luminous minerals, depicting a vast, slowly rotating celestial map. Stars glittered, and the Milky Way coiled gracefully, its trajectories resonating with some profound cosmic law, emanating a tranquil and mysterious light that illuminated the entire hall. At the center of the chamber stood not an altar or statue, but a complex and exquisitely crafted three-dimensional astrolabe made of countless pure crystals. It spun silently, simulating the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, with a gentle, swirling milky halo visible at its core, radiating a refreshing wave of energy. Surrounding this central astrolabe were dozens of towering jade bookshelves arranged in a radial manner, reaching up to the dome. These shelves were themselves works of art, intricately carved with elaborate vines and starry patterns. The shelves are densely lined with a multitude of thick leather scrolls bound with golden and silver threads, weighty tomes adorned with gemstones, and numerous memory crystals suspended in miniature force fields, shimmering with ethereal light. The air is thick with the fragrance of books and the essence of wisdom, so rich it almost takes on a tangible form. Here lies a remarkably preserved, monumental library or sanctuary of knowledge belonging to the ancient elves. Is this truly the sacred domain of elven arcana? Revered in legends as the star-eyed repository of knowledge from the Golden Age? Finus' voice quivered with intense excitement, sharp and tremulous, akin to that of an explorer who has unearthed an unparalleled treasure. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly compelling her to disregard all caution and rush toward the shelves. For these tomes and this knowledge had been lost for millennia. Each scroll, if it were to wander into the outside world, would undoubtedly send ripples through the entire arcane community. They are priceless treasures, truly invaluable. Viola, equally awestruck by the spectacle before her, maintained her vigilance as a ranger, her keen gaze sweeping the sanctum like that of a hawk, scrutinizing every corner, including the shadows of the shelves and the dim recesses of the dome, ensuring no lurking guards or traps lay in wait. Stay calm, scholar. We must first ascertain that this place is absolutely secure. Given its significance, it cannot be unguarded, she whispered, knocking an arrow to her bowstring, poised for any eventuality. Stonefist exhibited little interest in the multitude of tattered tomes and brilliant stones. His practicality surfaced as he pondered aloud while surveying the surroundings. This place is rather bright and clean, far superior to those dismal, muddy hellholes outside. I wonder if there are any tangible treasures hidden here, perhaps elven brewed mead or something of the sort. As he spoke, he rapped the side of the bookshelf with the handle of his axe, gauging the solidity of the material. Ilya's experience was profoundly unique and resonant. Upon entering the sanctum, she felt enveloped by an overwhelming, pure, and vibrant essence of nature, as if cradled in her mother's embrace. The divine natural energy, which had been somewhat depleted from her continuous exertions, began to restore itself at a slow yet perceptible pace, washing away her mental fatigue. The moonlight moss pendant upon her chest radiated a joyful, more luminous silver-pink halo, harmonizing with the omnipresent pure energy of the hall, reminiscent of a wayfarer returning home. It feels so warm, so safe, as if a powerful and benevolent force guards this place, shielding it from all external filth and madness, she murmured softly, her emerald eyes brimming with wonder and tranquility. Just as the group reveled in this astonishing discovery and tentatively assessed the absence of immediate danger, the crystal astrolabe at the center of the hall, which had been operating silently, suddenly underwent a transformation. Its rotation accelerated noticeably, the milky white glow at its core flaring to life, and countless fine beams of light burst forth, intertwining above the astrolabe, coalescing into an exceptionally clear, intricately detailed, dynamic three-dimensional energy map of the rift. The map before them was vividly rendered, clearly delineating the contours of Blackstone Fortress. The core region of the stellar nucleus where fierce battles had previously occurred, the passages traversed, and the current position of the temple. Most astonishingly, the map displayed the real-time flow and interaction of several critical energy streams, illustrated with varying colors and thicknesses. A robust, murky, dark red energy flow, reminiscent of a decaying blood vessel, emanated from the pulsating red representing the stellar nucleus, spreading outwards like greedy tendrils, voraciously consuming vast areas of the map, leaving behind a pallid, sickly gray hue in its wake. In contrast, a relatively slender yet resilient silver-white energy stream, radiating a pure luminescence, originated from their temple location, steadfastly extending outward like a dam resisting the encroachment of the dark red energy, striving to establish a connection towards Blackstone Fortress, though its glow appeared to flicker uncertainly, indicating a waning strength. Additionally, a faint yet vibrant emerald green energy stream emerged from the greenhouse area of Blackstone Fortress, oscillating with the silver-white stream, as if yearning for fusion and support, yet too weak to truly merge. This was the visualization of the current energy dynamics within the rift. Finnis gasped in astonishment. Rushing to the astrolabe, her eyes fixated on the flowing light. Look, that source of silver-white energy is this very temple. It is actively combating the corruption emanating from the stellar nucleus. This temple is not merely a library. It is a purification node or a stabilizing anchor point left by the ancient elves to monitor and suppress the stellar nucleus. It is one of the core hubs of the entire Rift defense system. The strategic significance of this discovery was monumental. It implied that the existence of this temple was, in itself, a potent weapon against the corruption of the stellar nucleus. The light of the astrolabe continued to swirl alongside the map. More ancient elven texts and intricate runic formulas cascaded forth like a waterfall. Finnis eagerly read and translated, her words flowing rapidly. The records indicate that this Temple of the Star-Eye Watcher is a crucial component of the final defense system constructed by the ancient Elven High Council to monitor and suppress the pollution from foreign stars. The core mechanism of the temple is an apparatus known as the Heart of Pure Light, capable of absorbing and transforming pure astral energy to generate a vast purifying force field. However, her tone turned grave. Yet, the complete activation of the Heart of Pure Light and the realization of its maximum potential require immense energy guidance and a key, a resonance guide, held by the bearer of the Twinborn seal, as mentioned in the records. Moreover, the process of full activation would temporarily weaken the protective barrier surrounding the temple. If, during this period, the temple were to face a powerful external assault, the entire structure could collapse due to energy overload and the absence of protection. Opportunities coexist with immense risks. Activating the Heart of Pure Light could herald a transformative purification hope for Blackstone Fortress and the entire Rift region. But it would simultaneously place this invaluable repository of knowledge and themselves in extreme peril. In a moment of subconscious instinct, Ilya of the Twinborn grasped tightly the moonlit moss pendant resting against her chest, sensing its resonance with the energy of the sanctuary. A profound sense of responsibility swelling within her, as the members of her party became absorbed in this astonishing discovery. Engaged in a tense debate over whether to risk activating it or prioritize finding alternative routes, none noticed the inconspicuous, dust-laden wall relief on one side of the hall. There, cleverly disguised amidst the vine-like patterns, an exceedingly subtle and intricately designed surveillance rune glimmered with an almost imperceptible magical light. This rune was silently transmitting images, sounds, and that crucial energy map from within the sanctuary to a distant location beyond the chasm through some clandestine magical link. The scene shifted to the Blackstone Keep. Within the stone chamber, temporarily serving as the Lord's Council Hall, the atmosphere was as taut as the stillness preceding a storm. Sir Calvin, the Imperial envoy, sat leisurely in the chair that once belonged to Lord Reno, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the hard wooden table, producing a staccato sound. His face adorned with a smirk that mingled superiority with a cat-and-mouse playfulness. Asterio and Liana occupied the lower seats, their expressions as calm as a placid lake. Yet their eyes sparkled with vigilance and serenity. Standing nearby were the core stalwarts of the fortress, such as Iron Pillar and Old John, their faces betraying suppressed anger and anxiety, their fists clenched in silent frustration. After several days of meticulous observation, Sir Calvin finally shattered the suffocating silence, elongating his tone as he slowly began to speak. Indeed, Blackstone Keep is remarkable, leaving a lasting impression. To carve out such a vibrant stronghold amid dire circumstances. Your Lord Reno, forgive my memory, I should refer to him as the former Lord, clearly possesses extraordinary capabilities. He emphasized the term former with a chilling sharpness, as if it were an icy needle piercing the hearts of those present. Liana's emerald eyes flashed with a glint of cold resolve as she responded. What do you mean by that, sir? Lord Reno ventured into peril to investigate the source of the chasm and eliminate a grave threat. How can you speak of him in the past tense? A soft chuckle escaped Sir Calvin's lips, devoid of warmth. Unhurriedly, he produced a parchment scroll tied with a golden ribbon, adorned with the vibrant red seal of the Imperial Royal Family. Captain Liana, please remain calm. I have just received the latest decree, expedited by the Royal Griffin Knights. He unfurled the scroll, reading aloud in a clear and authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees investigation of Lord Reno of Blackstone Keep in the Northern Territories, whose lineage is in question, has led to unrest in the southern realm of the Empire. Neglecting his duties, he has absconded from his post, delving into danger, and has since gone missing, presumed dead, constituting a severe dereliction of duty and betrayal of imperial grace. To stabilize the northern defenses and prevent a power vacuum from inciting turmoil, effective immediately, the Imperial Northern Command shall assume full control of all defenses and civil affairs of Blackstone Keep. All personnel, supplies, and equipment within the fortress must be registered and accounted for, subject to the reorganization and dispatch of the appointed officers from the command. This is the decree. Upon concluding his reading, he delicately placed the edict upon the table, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the gathered individuals, whose expressions had turned ashen. He continued, his tone laced with a hint of condescension. Certainly, the Empire, recognizing your arduous perseverance, shall overlook past transgressions if you cooperate with the transition. As for everything within the fortress, unique assets and technologies, they are the property of the Empire and shall be managed uniformly by the Office of the Commander to bolster the overall defense of the North in the face of genuine threats. This is for your benefit. With the Empire's support, Blackstone Fortress can be rendered more secure. A blatant usurpation, a naked, unadorned seizure of power. The Empire finally stripped away the last vestiges of hypocritical politeness, seeking to forcibly annex Blackstone Fortress through a mere decree, plundering all that the Rainer and the citizens had painstakingly earned, the furnace technology, moonlight moss, and perhaps even ancient knowledge. To hell with this nonsense. Iron Pillar was the first to lose his composure, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, the Lord is acting to save us. To uncover the horrors lurking in the chasm. How dare you, hiding in the shadows, come to reap the rewards. This is our home. It is what we defended with our very lives. Old John trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Sir Calvin. You are nothing but thieves. Every brick and tile of Blackstone Fortress has been unearthed by our toil from the ruins. Why should it be surrendered to you? Sir Calvin's countenance darkened instantaneously, as though shrouded by a mantle of frost. Impudent! How dare you defy the Empire's sacred decree and speak such outrageous words? To resist the edict is akin to treason. Have you considered the consequences? Two royal knights standing behind him stepped forward, hands resting on their sword hilts, a chilling aura swiftly enveloping the room, causing the temperature within the stone dwelling to plummet. Sir Calvin, Asterios spoke at this moment, his voice remaining calm, yet imbued with an unwavering strength that momentarily eased the tense atmosphere. The existence of Blackstone Fortress signifies far more than the safety of a mere corner of the Empire's northern territories. It pertains to the suppression of the corrupting essence that dwells deep within the chasm, capable of eroding the entire world. Lord Rainer's audacious venture into the abyss aims to fundamentally address this grave threat. It is an act of foresight aligned with the Empire's long-term interests. The Empire's current actions of seizing control may not be wise. Should the transfer of power incite unrest within the fortress, leading to vulnerabilities in our defenses, allowing the malevolent forces of the chasm to emerge and wreak havoc, the responsibility may not rest solely on you, sir. Even the esteemed lords in the imperial capital may find it burdensome to bear. Asterios' words concealed sharp truths within their fabric, elevating the gravity of the matter to a level that concerns the safety of the Empire and the world at large, deftly exploiting the bureaucratic system's greatest fear, the issue of accountability. Sir Calvin narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof elven elder would prove to be so formidable, his rhetoric so incisive. He snorted dismissively, sidestepping the core issue. The elder speaks too harshly. Alarmist rhetoric cannot alter reality. The Empire's formal takeover is intended to consolidate resources, enhance defenses, and respond more effectively to any threats. As for Lord Reno, should fortune favor him and he returns safely, the Empire will undoubtedly reward his contributions according to the established laws, ensuring no merit is overlooked. However, the current military situation is dire, and the handover of defenses cannot be delayed for even a moment. His attitude is resolute, clearly determined to execute the power seizure order without hesitation. At this tense impasse, a fort sentinel rushed into the council hall, panic-stricken and disregarding etiquette, exclaiming, "Elders, Captain Liana, we are in grave danger. The energy fluctuations of the fortress's force field generator are alarmingly erratic. The intensity is fluctuating violently and is exceedingly unstable. The outer light membrane has begun to flicker ominously." This news struck like a bolt from the blue, causing the faces of everyone present in Blackstone Fortress to turn ashen. The force field is the fundamental safeguard that allows Blackstone Fortress to survive within the chasm. Should the force field collapse, the corrupting miasma and potential lurking monstrosities will surge in unabated. The fortress would instantaneously transform into a hell on earth. Asterio and Liana exchanged a knowing glance, their minds racing with the realization that this was no mere coincidence. It was highly probable that it was that court mage disguised as a secretary, brought by Sir Calvin, who was behind this. They were applying political pressure while covertly sabotaging the fortress's defensive core, seeking to compel immediate submission. With internal strife and external threats erupting simultaneously, Blackstone Fortress found itself at a critical juncture of survival. Asterio and Liana locked eyes once more, a flicker of resoluteness igniting within them. It appeared that the opportunity for peaceful negotiation had evaporated, compelling them to contemplate the use of unconventional methods that could potentially ignite even greater turmoil in order to buy time. Meanwhile, far within the depths of the ruins, oblivious to the fortress's crisis, Reno's explorations and discoveries would prove to be the singular variable that could determine the outcome of this turmoil. The storm has arrived. Chapter 96. Crisis and choice. The ill tidings brought by the Sentinel were like the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing the atmosphere in the council hall to freeze to a point of icy tension. The abnormal fluctuations of the force field signified that the last bastion upon which the fortress relied for survival was crumbling. Should the force field completely collapse, the thick, corrupting miasma and lurking monsters would flood in like a tide, subjecting all beings within the fortress to imminent annihilation. What has happened to the force field? Iron Pillar exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he seized the Sentinel by the collar and shouted, "I don't know. It just became unstable all of a sudden. The energy readings are erratic, and the light membrane is flashing violently." The Sentinel's face was ashen, his words tumbling over each other in disarray. Asterio and Liana instantly directed their piercing gazes towards Sir Calvin. The ancient elf elder's voice remained calm, yet bore the weight of impending storm. "Sir Calvin, the fortress's force field has been operating steadily until now. Its sudden anomaly seems too coincidental. Where is the secretary you brought?" A flicker of barely perceptible panic flashed in Sir Calvin's eyes, swiftly replaced by a veneer of defiance. He snorted coldly. "Elder, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect my people have meddled? The issues with the force field only underscore the significant technical vulnerabilities on your part. It further proves the necessity of imperial oversight. At this critical juncture, it is imperative that we collaborate to stabilize the situation rather than indulging in baseless suspicions." He is resolutely intent on seizing the opportunity amid chaos, even at the cost of the entire fortress's safety. "You." Tai Zhu, consumed by rage, nearly lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by old John. A glint of cold light flashed in Liana's emerald eyes. She ceased her words, and like a specter, vanished from her position in an instant. In the next moment, she appeared at the entrance of the council chamber, brandishing a delicate elven dagger that glimmered with a moonlit radiance, aimed directly at the court mage outside, who feigned organizing documents while his fingertips danced with faint arcane fluctuations. "Cease your petty maneuvers at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate one more secretary from the Empire." Liana's voice pierced the air, icy and resolute, embodying the lethal decisiveness typical of elven rangers. The court mage, terrified, faltered, his spell abruptly disrupted, and he cast a pallid glance towards Sir Calvin. Sir Calvin's countenance turned ashen. He had not anticipated Liana's unwavering resolve to tear away the facade. "Liana, do you intend to rebel?" he thundered, as the royal knights behind him unsheathed their swords, their blades poised menacingly towards Liana and Asterio. The atmosphere crackled with tension, a civil conflict on the verge of eruption. Just at that precarious moment, a deafening roar and the terrified cries of the guards erupted from outside the fortress. The force field flickered erratically like a malfunctioning bulb before abruptly extinguishing. The pale blue halo enveloping the fortress vanished. The force field had collapsed. In an instant, the thick, suffocating gray mist and the nauseating stench surged in like a torrent breaching a dam. The dim light of the simulated sky completely vanished, plunging the entire fortress into a suffocating darkness and cold. "The force field is gone. Monsters! Monsters are coming in. Quick, hide!" Panic seized the fortress, the cries of residents, the wails of children, the hurried footsteps of soldiers, and the clanging of weapons intermingling into a chaotic cacophony. Damn it! Sir Calvin had not anticipated the force field's collapse to occur so swiftly. His expression finally shifted. Without the protective barrier, they, the Empire's envoys, were equally exposed to peril. "Taiju, old John, immediately organize all who can fight. Establish a defensive line utilizing the inner walls and buildings. Prioritize the evacuation of residents into the main keep and underground storages." Asterio's commanding voice rang out, cutting through the chaos like a steadfast anchor. "Liana, please lead the Elven Rangers to eliminate the flying corrupted creatures invading from above." In this moment of crisis, personal grievances and power struggles were momentarily set aside. Survival became the sole objective. "Dwarven kin, follow me to the walls. Let those putrid flesh and rotten bones taste the wrath of the dwarven anvil." The roar of Chief Muradin reverberated from the direction of the walls, as the heavy footsteps and battle cries of the dwarven warriors thundered, swiftly joining the defensive ranks. Liana cast a frigid glance at Sir Calvin, sheathed her dagger, and with a swift motion akin to that of a spectral feline, ascended to a higher vantage point. Her longbow in hand, her piercing gaze sweeping the sky shrouded in gray mist. The elven rangers she had summoned swiftly took their positions, their arrows shimmering with the glow of natural energy. Sir Calvin and his knights exchanged apprehensive glances, finding themselves in a predicament that left them no choice but to temporarily set aside their pride and join the defense, albeit with a certain awkwardness and hesitation. The battle for the fortress's survival was abruptly ignited at the very moment the force field collapsed. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the sanctuary, as the Reno team was engrossed in deciphering the energy map on the astrolabe and deliberating whether to risk activating the Heart of Pure Light, a powerful and familiar spatial tremor surged forth from the distant direction of Blackstone Keep, accompanied by the agonizing sensation of a vital connection being violently severed. This force pierced through layers of spatial barriers, striking hard against Reno's consciousness. Reno stifled a groan, his complexion paling instantly, his heart gripped as if by an icy hand. The thorny energy within him surged uncontrollably. Warning: signal interruption detected from the force field generator at Blackstone Keep, with a deep energy link to the host. Link severed. Warning: the core defense system of the host's territory has collapsed. The territory is in extreme danger. Emergency mission triggered. Guardian of the Homeland. Objective: restore contact with the territory as swiftly as possible or discover a means to reverse the current crisis. Time limit: unknown. Consequences of failure: destruction of the territory, severe setback to the main quest. The force field has collapsed. Something has happened at Blackstone Keep. Reno exclaimed in disbelief, his voice laced with shock and seething fury. Instantly, he thought of the Imperial envoy and that court mage. It must be their doing. This revelation struck the team like a bolt from the blue, leaving the other members aghast. What? The fortress's force field is gone. Stonefist's eyes widened, his battle axe thudding heavily to the ground. Damn it. It must be those Imperial scoundrels. How could this happen? Ilia's face turned ashen, her body swayed, nearly losing her balance. Her eyes filled with profound concern for the safety of those in the fortress. Viola tightened her grip on her longbow, her knuckles whitening, her gaze fierce with murderous intent. Fineice also recognized the gravity of the situation. The fortress was their foundation, and should it fall, they would be left homeless, rendering all their explorations meaningless. The sense of crisis was unprecedentedly intense. They were trapped deep within the ruins, while their homeland faced annihilation. Reno forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing. Should they return now? Not only was traversing the treacherous rift post-collapse perilous, but time was also of the essence. The only glimmer of hope lay within the very sanctum before them, at the heart of pure light. His gaze fixated intently on the energy map projected by the astrolabe, particularly the silvery stream of energy emanating from the sanctuary, struggling to link with Blackstone Keep, but faltering. A wild and audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. We cannot turn back. Not now, at least. Reno's voice, tinged with excitement and a hint of hoarseness, resonated with unwavering determination. The sole path to survival lies here. We must activate the Heart of Purity. He gestured toward the energy map. Look, the purification energy from the temple has been striving to support Blackstone Fortress. However, it lacks sufficient power. If we can fully activate the Heart of Purity, allowing the purifying field to envelop the entire chasm, it could be even stronger. Not only could we dispel the corruption and save the fortress, but we may also fundamentally weaken the Star Core. This notion was both astonishing and perilous. Yet, the records indicated that activation would diminish the temple's defenses, a fact that Fineice worriedly reminded them of. There was no time for such concerns. Reno asserted firmly. The fortress could not afford to wait. We must take the gamble. Ilia. He turned to the young girl, his gaze intense. Your pendant, and the bond you share with Selah, you may be the key. Ilia met Reno's nearly frenzied determination, recalling the dire state of Blackstone Fortress and her loved ones. She bit her lip tightly, a flicker of fear flashing in her emerald eyes, yet beneath it lay a steely courage born of desperation. She nodded resolutely. What must I do? Attempt to harness your natural power and communicate with this temple. Guide its energy. Fineice, you will interpret the activation sequence. Viola, Stonefist. Hold the entrance and prepare for any disturbances that may arise. Whatever comes, we must hold our ground. Reno swiftly issued his commands. Without hesitation, the team sprang into action. Viola and Stonefist stood guard at the temple's only entrance, their eyes sharp with vigilance. Fineice rushed to the astrolabe, fervently deciphering the flowing ancient runes. Seeking the correct method to activate the Heart of Purity, Ilia approached the astrolabe, inhaling deeply, her hands gently resting on the icy surface of the crystal. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in her inner essence, guiding the dwindling natural divine power while simultaneously drawing forth the strength of the moonlit moss pendant resting against her chest. A scarlet-silver radiance ignited once more, resonating with the temple's pure energy. Reno knelt beside Selah, still unconscious and placed in a corner. He tenderly grasped her icy hand, channeling his thorns of fighting spirit, infused with pain, a will to protect, and the newly awakened siphoning properties, into her being with utmost gentleness. He aimed to awaken the primordial power within her subconscious, the essence belonging to the moon goddess's priestess, making her another fulcrum of the twin marks. Selah, awaken. We need you. Blackstone Fortress needs you, Reno whispered, his voice imbued with unprecedented earnestness. Miraculously, under the dual influence of Reno's fighting spirit and Ilya's resonant efforts, Selah's body responded once more. The dark red markings on her skin intertwined and flickered violently with the silver seals, her eyelashes fluttering fervently, her lips moving soundlessly as if engaged in a fierce struggle between the two forces within her. Inside the temple, the energy began to surge dramatically. The core of the astrolabe spun faster, its pearlescent glow intensifying. The entire hall began to tremble slightly, and the luminous pearls adorning the walls flickered with instability. Found it. Activating the core nodes of the sequence, Venus suddenly exclaimed. It was imperative to simultaneously inject a sufficiently potent natural energy, resonating with a specific frequency, along with a foreign energy imbued with a protective will into 3 energy nodes. Ilya, you are responsible for the natural energy node. Lord Raynor, you must unleash your fighting spirit upon the other 2 nodes. The frequency is. She swiftly recited a complex series of energy wave parameters. Success or failure hinged upon this critical moment. A wild gleam flashed in Raynor's eyes as he gathered all the power within him, preparing for this all-or-nothing assault. Chapter 97. Purifying Light. The sacrifice of the sanctuary and the frantic counterattack of Sarasa within the sanctuary, the energy surged to its zenith. The core of the astrolabe spun with a pearlescent halo, transforming into a blinding source of incandescent light that illuminated the entire hall as if the divine realm had descended. The luminous pearls on the walls emitted a strained hum, while the jade bookshelves rattled as if stirred by an invisible wind. A vast, pure energy, capable of cleansing all impurities from the world, was being violently extracted and gathered from the depths of the astrolabe. Now is the time. Ilya, infuse the natural power. Lord Raynor, strike the nodes. Venus's voice nearly drowned in the roar of energy. Gritting her teeth, Ilya poured the last vestiges of her natural divine power, along with all the vitality contained within the moonlight moss pendant, without reservation into the designated rune node of the astrolabe. The emerald light flowed like a stream, merging into the ocean. Simultaneously, Raynor's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a suppressed growl, forcing the thorny fighting spirit, infused with extreme agony, indomitable will, and the newly awakened siphoning properties of pain, into unprecedented precision. He compressed and adjusted the frequency, transforming it into 2 energy arrows of a grayish-red hue, sharpened like substance, their edges ablaze with dark red flames, which struck fiercely toward the other 2 energy nodes indicated by Venus. Buzz. At the moment when the 3 energies, each distinct yet resonating in harmony, were injected simultaneously, the astrolabe erupted with a sound akin to the birth of the universe. The pearlescent halo at its core collapsed abruptly, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. A dazzling pillar of pure white light, indescribably resplendent, surged forth from the astrolabe like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, effortlessly piercing through the sanctuary's dome and traversing the thick layers of earth, soaring straight towards the eternally mist-shrouded horizon of the chasm. Wherever the light passed, all was purified. The millennia-old dust that permeated the sanctuary instantaneously vaporized, the jade walls became crystalline, and the tomes on the shelves were revitalized. Even the minute corruptive factors in the air were utterly annihilated. This radiant pillar did not confine itself to the sanctuary. Centered around it, it transformed into a visible, expanding wave of pure white energy, akin to ripples on a tranquil lake stirred by a mighty stone, sweeping across the entire chasm region at an astonishing speed. Within the chasm, the Blackstone Fortress found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle, as the force field crumbled and the corrupted creatures surged forth like a relentless tide, threatening the very existence of the beleaguered defenders. A pure white beam of light connecting heaven and earth, followed closely by a wave of purification, descended upon them like a divine miracle. The radiant light instantly dispelled the dense gray mist and darkness that enveloped the fortress. It illuminated the grotesque forms of the corrupted beings, searing them as if branding hot iron upon fresh snow. The lower-tier corrupted hounds and winged bats shrieked in agony, their forms engulfed in thick black smoke, swiftly dissolving into nothingness. Even the more formidable aberrations found their movements suddenly sluggish and pained, large patches of corrupted flesh peeling away from their bodies. Light. It is light. The goddess has manifested. The monsters are vanishing. The soldiers and residents of the fortress were left in awe by this sudden miracle, erupting into euphoric cries of survival. The atmosphere of despair was swept away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Elder Estelio gazed up at the towering beam of light, feeling the pure, ancient elven power of purification that it harbored. His emerald eyes filled with shock and relief. They had succeeded. They had truly activated the heart of pure light. Liana also relaxed her taut bowstring, watching the monsters dissipate in the light, exhaling a long breath, her lips curling into a smile of relief. Even Sir Calvin and his knights stared in disbelief at this wondrous sight, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. The wave of purification continued to spread, cleansing the corrupted essence that pervaded the chasm, causing the filth and moss upon the ground to wither, as if the very stones had been washed anew. The crisis facing Blackstone Fortress had been significantly alleviated, if only momentarily. However, within the temple, the cost of activating the heart of pure light soon became apparent. At the very moment the beam shot skyward, the entire temple trembled violently. Cracks appeared in the celestial murals of the dome, and fragments began to cascade down. The luminescence of the night pearls embedded in the walls dimmed rapidly, some even shattering in succession. The protective barrier of the temple, which had remained invulnerable for millennia, was swiftly weakening as the energy was siphoned to activate the heart of pure light, as recorded. The temple was on the verge of collapse. Quickly, find a secure place to take cover, Viola shouted sharply, firing an arrow that pierced a falling stone aimed at Elia's head. Stonefist roared, shielding the exhausted Finus and the immobile Reynod and Elia, who was straining to maintain the flow of energy. Even worse, as the temple's barrier weakened, a wave of extreme malevolence and fury, akin to a tangible tsunami, surged towards the temple from the direction of the Star Core. Sarisa. Reynod felt a chill in his heart. He sensed the frenzied will of the fallen elf. Insects, how dare you steal and defile this power? I shall extract your souls and torment you for eternity. Sarasa's piercing roar echoed in the minds of all present. She was evidently incensed beyond measure by the activation of the heart of pure light. Immediately after, the massive metal door, the only entrance to the temple, which they had opened, was violently blasted apart by a surge of furious shadow energy. Dozens of fallen elven warriors, their eyes ablaze with a dark crimson fire and enveloped in a viscous black mist, surged forth under the command of Sharesa, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. In this moment, Sharesa appeared even more terrifying. Her skin was as pale as parchment, marred by writhing dark red veins. Her silver hair danced wildly, and her eyes radiated an insatiable desire for destruction. In her hand, she wielded a staff forged from twisted shards of stars and corrupted flesh, its apex adorned with a black crystal that voraciously siphoned the power of the Star Core. Kill them. Destroy that device. With a sweep of her staff, a ray of shadowy energy capable of corroding space shot directly towards the central astrolabe. Block her. Raynor's eyes widened in horror. The heart of pure light was at a critical juncture, and should it be interrupted or destroyed, all their efforts would be in vain. And the resulting energy turbulence could tear apart the entire sanctuary and everyone within it. Stonefist roared as he raised his massive shield to intercept the ray. Viola unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Sharesa, attempting to disrupt her incantation. Ilia, summoning her waning natural divine power, formed a protective barrier. However, Sharasa's strength, bolstered by the Star Core, was overwhelming. The corrosive ray easily penetrated Stonefist's shield and aura, sending him and his shield crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Viola's arrows were deflected by Sharasa's shadowy shield, and Ilia's barrier shattered instantaneously. The ray surged unimpeded towards the astrolabe, as tragedy loomed imminent. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure moved with a speed that transcended the limits of perception, leaping in front of the astrolabe. It was Raynor. In the final moment, he pushed his thorny aura to its utmost limit, even willing to sacrifice his vitality, executing a technique akin to a blink, and positioned his body in front of the heart of pure light. With a sickening thud, the corrosive ray struck his chest. An indescribable pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, engulfed him instantly. Raynor's chest visibly caved in, his skin and muscle eroded away, revealing stark white bones and charred innards. He violently coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his own organs, his body thrown backward like a severed kite, crashing against the astrolabe's base, consciousness slipping away. "No, my lord," Ilya cried out in heart-wrenching despair. "Lord." Viola and Stonefist's eyes burned with fury. Shirasa's maniacal laughter echoed. "Foolish. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You shall be next." Yet, before her laughter could fade, an unexpected transformation occurred. The astrolabe, shielded by Raynor's sacrifice, seemed to resonate with the will of its protector. The core's halo erupting once more with dazzling brilliance. A gentler yet more resilient purifying force radiated outward, not only repelling Sharesa and her minions, but also enveloping the gravely injured Raynor like the warmth of sunlight. Under the nurturing essence of this pure energy, Raynor's horrific wound began to heal at a visible pace. Though the pace was languid, it undeniably preserved his slender hope for survival. Simultaneously, the comatose Sarah appeared to be stirred by this formidable, purifying energy, and the call of Renaud's near-death will, suddenly awakening with a start. Her gaze, once hollow and tormented, now radiated a crystalline silver hue, with a faint yet resolute emerald glimmer flickering deep within her pupils. As she beheld the gravely injured Renaud, her eyes brimmed with a complex tapestry of emotions, sorrow, fury, and an unwavering resolve to protect. "In the name of the moon goddess." Sarah whispered an ancient incantation in a hoarse yet venerable dialect of the High Elves, her hands laboriously raised to channel the surging, purifying energy of the temple, transforming it into countless silver chains of moonlight that entwined around Saralasa and her fallen elves. The situation, teetering on the brink of despair, found a glimmer of reversal through Renaud's selfless act and Sarah's awakening. Yet, the temple continued to crumble, and Saralasa's frenzied counterattack showed no signs of abating. The true trial of life and death was only just beginning. Chapter 98, Moonlight. The fury of the awakened priestess and the calculations of the imperial envoy. Within the temple, the situation underwent a breathtaking reversal in an instant. Renaud, to safeguard the Heart of Radiance, bore the brunt of Saralasa's lethal strike, his chest pierced by the abyssal ray, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Yet, this sacrificial act seemed to activate some deep-seated mechanism within the temple, causing the overwhelming, purifying energy to surge forth, as if finding an outlet, sustaining his final breath. Even more astonishing was how this intense energy fluctuation, coupled with Renaud's near-death will, acted as a final hammer, shattering the shackles within Sarah's consciousness. When Sarah opened her eyes once more, they were no longer filled with the hollow pain of corruption or the fleeting weakness of temporary clarity. Instead, they shone with the clarity of ancient ice, sharp and ablaze with centuries of suppressed fury and an unassailable majesty. Deep within her silver pupils, a flicker of verdant natural light persisted, symbolizing the essence of the moon goddess priestess, eroded yet never truly extinguished. "In the name of the moon goddess, let the filth be cast away." Sarah's voice, though hoarse, resonated with an ancient cadence as she struggled to raise her hands, her fingers dancing as if playing upon invisible strings. In an instant, the temple's surging purifying energy seemed to find its true master, gathering obediently and efficiently, transforming into countless tangible silver chains of moonlight, each edge shimmering with sacred runes, emitting a melodious hum as they surged forth like living beings, enveloping Saralasa and her fallen elves. These chains of moonlight stood in stark contrast to the blood-red chains that had once bound Sarah. They were imbued with the powers of order, purification, and judgment. Where the chains passed, the lingering taint of corruption in the air dissipated like melting snow, and the shadowy shields of the fallen elves shattered under the weight of their burden. "What? Impossible. Your soul should have long been consumed by corruption." Saralasa's manic grin froze instantly, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. She could distinctly perceive the layers of power emanating from Syra at this moment, far surpassing the chaotic ferocity of her corruption, instead returning to a state reminiscent of the moon priestess in her prime, pure and restrained, exuding a divine pressure. Although she had not yet regained her peak, this qualitative transformation instilled within her a profound sense of mortal peril. The traitor, Saresa, fixed her icy gaze upon her former sister, or perhaps colleague, her cold voice laced with boundless hatred and sorrow, declaring, "You shall pay the price for your fall." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lunar chains moved with astonishing speed, instantly ensnaring several of the fallen elven warriors at the forefront. The corrupted elves let out piercing screams the moment they made contact with the chains, their bodies emanating billowing black smoke, as the potent shadow energy dissipated rapidly. As if it had encountered its nemesis, their movements became stiff and sluggish, the frenzied crimson in their eyes dimming. Stop them! Sarasa, both alarmed and enraged, wielded her staff, unleashing a vast expanse of corrupt stardust in an attempt to erode the lunar chains. The two opposing energies clashed violently in midair, annihilating one another with a hissing, jarring sound, sending the energy turbulence within the temple into a frenzy. Seizing this opportunity, Viola and the barely rising stone fist immediately shielded the severely injured Reno and the weakened Ilia, Finis. As they swiftly retreated toward the relatively intact bookshelf area of the temple, Viola drew her bow continuously, accurately targeting those fallen elves attempting to circumvent the chains to attack them, while Stone Fist swung his battle axe, repelling the approaching foes. Sister Syra has awakened. She truly has awakened. Ilia gazed at the figure suspended in midair, guiding the holy moonlight against the forces of evil, her emerald eyes brimming with tears of joy. Not only has she awakened, but it also seemed as if she were reclaiming her powers. While Finis urgently tended to Reno's wounds, she excitedly observed the shifts in Cyrus' energy. The energy of the heart of pure light was resonating deeply with her. She was harnessing the power of the temple to purify herself and combat the enemy. At that moment, Syra was indeed undergoing a profound metamorphosis from within. The pure energy provided by the heart of pure light washed over the corruption that had accumulated within her like a refreshing spring. And the manifestation of the lunar chains was not merely an attack, but a means of reorganizing and mastering her own power. Each formation and swing of the chains deepened her familiarity with the power of the Moon Priestess, further solidifying her suppression of the lingering corruption within. Her momentum was visibly surging. Sarasa grew increasingly alarmed as she realized she was struggling to suppress the recently awakened Syra, who was still far from restored. On one hand, the heart of pure light possessed a natural restraint against the forces of corruption, and on the other, Cyrus' terrifyingly resilient will and rapidly awakening battle instincts. This stalemate could not last. The temple was on the verge of collapse. A flash of malice and retreat flickered in Sarasa's eyes. With a fierce thrust of her staff, a surge of even more powerful corrosive energy erupted, momentarily forcing back the surrounding lunar chains, as she shrieked to her subordinates, "Retreat! We must leave this place!" With that, she transformed into a shadow, hastily retreating towards the entrance that had been blasted open. The other fallen elves swiftly extricated themselves from their entanglements, following suit. Sarah refrained from pursuing. Her current state barely supported the intensity of such combat, and her primary task was to stabilize herself and protect her companions. The moonlight chains slowly retracted, swirling around her to form a protective barrier. She gently descended from the air, her steps somewhat unsteady, yet her gaze remained sharp. Her first glance fell upon the unconscious Rainer, shielded by Viola and Stone Fist, and a fleeting, complex emotion flickered in her cold eyes, perhaps concern, gratitude, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. "How is he?" Sarah's voice remained frosty, yet bore a subtle rasp. "He is gravely injured, but the energy of the heart of pure light sustains his life," Ilia replied, her voice choked, pressing her hands tightly against Rainer's wounds, which oozed crimson, attempting to harness the force of nature to aid in healing. Sarah approached Rainer, crouching down, and extended her slender, now steady fingers to gently caress his pained, contorted visage. She felt the peculiar resonance of her own corruption power within him, intertwined with a protective will, manifesting as thorny fighting spirit. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "Thank you, and I am sorry." This apology bore profound meaning, acknowledging the troubles caused by her loss of control and the burden of his grievous injuries in this moment. At that instant, the tremors of the temple intensified. Large chunks of jade stone began to plummet from the dome, walls cracked, and the entire space seemed on the verge of complete collapse. "We cannot remain here. We must leave immediately," Viola exclaimed anxiously. But the Lord, Stonefist, gazed at the injured Rainer with a troubled expression. "I will carry him," Sarah asserted with undeniable authority. She gently pressed her hands, and the moonlight chains tenderly enveloped Rainer's body, lifting him steadily. "I know a relatively safe shortcut that leads to the upper levels of the rift near Blackstone Fortress. Follow me." In that moment, Sarah naturally assumed command, exhibiting the decisiveness once characteristic of a high-ranking priestess. Meanwhile, back at Blackstone Fortress, the purifying shockwave unleashed by the heart of pure light momentarily repelled the onslaught of corrupted monsters, dispelling the suffocating gray mist and granting the fortress a precious respite. The jubilant cries of survival echoed throughout the stronghold as residents and soldiers embraced one another, celebrating this miraculous victory. However, the tense atmosphere at the fortress's upper levels remained unrelieved. Astelio and Liana stood atop the mending walls, gazing at the distant beam of light that gradually dissipated yet still radiated immense energy, their brows knitted in worry. They sensed that the source of the light lay deep within the ruins, indicating that Raynor's team might have succeeded but could also have triggered a greater upheaval. Sir Calvin, accompanied by his knights, feigned celebration on the surface. Yet his eyes flickered with concern as he discreetly ordered the accompanying court mage, the scribe, to expedite the analysis of the properties and source direction of the purifying energy. Sir, this energy is extraordinarily pure and ancient, embodying the high elven laws of purification that we have never encountered before. Levels far surpassing the crude holy light spells of Blackforge. The source of this matter likely lies within the core region of the rift, its value immeasurable. The court mage reported in a hushed tone, his eyes glinting with avarice. Sir Calvin nodded slightly, his mind calculating deeper implications. Not only did Blackstone Keep possess that peculiar moonlit moss and force field technology, it now appeared to have a direct connection to the ancient elven treasure hidden within the depths of the ruins. This merit and profit must be firmly grasped for the Empire, or rather, for the faction behind him. Whether Reynold was alive or dead had become inconsequential. What mattered was how to legitimately bring this spoils under his control. He approached Asterio and Liana, donning an expression of patriotic concern. Elders, Captain, it seems Lord Reynold is indeed favored by fortune, having achieved such miraculous feats within the ruins. This is truly a blessing for the Empire. With this, the threat from the rift is significantly diminished, and it is imperative for the Empire to take over Blackstone Keep, consolidating resources for long-term strategies. Upon the Lord's return, I shall certainly commend him to His Majesty. His words, laced with hidden daggers, affirmed the accolades while emphasizing the legitimacy and necessity of the Empire's takeover. Liana scoffed, unreservedly retorting, Sir, the crisis is far from resolved. Though the purifying light is potent, it may not eradicate the corruption of the Star Core. The urgent priority is to fortify our defenses and prepare for Lord Reynold's return. As for other matters, we shall deliberate once the Lord has returned safely. Asterio added calmly, Captain Liana speaks wisely. The fortress has sustained considerable damage from this conflict and requires time to recuperate. Everything awaits Lord Reynold's return for resolution. He once again deferred the decision-making to the uncertain fate of Reynold, a tactic both delaying and indicative of his stance. A glint of cold light flashed in Sir Calvin's eyes, recognizing the impossibility of forceful action at this moment. He could only feign a smile, saying, Of course. I too shall dispatch personnel to assist in the repairs and jointly confront our enemies. Yet, internally, he had resolved to urgently request reinforcements from the military command, while simultaneously seeking to seize greater initiative and leverage before Reynold's return. Above Blackstone Keep, the corruption's shadow had temporarily lifted, yet a thicker cloud of political maneuvering loomed ominously. All of this would inevitably culminate in an explosive confrontation with the return of Reynold's team. Within the temple, Sela led the survivors on their journey home. Within Blackstone Keep, myriad factions harbored ulterior motives, currents of intrigue swirling beneath the surface. The final act was slowly unfurling. Chapter 99, Resurrection. The expansion of Moonlit Moss and the blueprint of Furnace No. It has been over half a month since the cathedral battle that shook the very foundations of the rift and the arrival of the purifying light. Blackstone Keep, standing as an isolated island on the edge of the corrupted lands, resembled a gravely wounded survivor, precariously clinging to life after a fever. Though still frail, each breath bore a heavy burden, yet the vitality of life, akin to streams thawing in early spring, was slowly yet resolutely nurturing every inch of land and every soul. Above the fortress, through the relentless efforts of Elder Asterio and Captain Liana, alongside the Elven Rangers tirelessly working day and night to recalibrate and reinforce. The heart of Obsidian Force Field Generator was no longer merely maintaining a fragile existence, but was now resonating with an unprecedented stability. The newly emerged force field light membrane exhibited an ethereal hue, a delicate interplay of pale blue and silvery white, effectively barring the suffocating gray mists and fetid odors from breaching its sanctuary. Its faint luminescence even prompted signs of wilting among the resilient decay lichens in the soil nearby. After a prolonged absence, the crystalline blue sky and gentle sunlight, meticulously simulated by the force field, though fundamentally mere projections of energy, greatly soothed the frayed nerves of the inhabitants. Children dared to frolic and chase one another in the relatively secure central clearing, a sight previously deemed unimaginable. Yet, the atmosphere within the fortress was far from one of mere relaxation. It resembled a pot of thick soup simmering slowly. Its surface calm while beneath roiled the complex emotions of survival, deep concern for the Lord's injuries, an unsettling uncertainty about the future, and a collective resolve ignited by crisis. A determination to grow stronger in order to endure. In the Lord's tower, within the topmost chamber, tranquility and steadfastness prevailed. Reno Blackthorn lay on a bed draped in thick snow-bear pelts, his complexion markedly improved from the ghastly gray of his initial state, though still lacking in color. The horrific wound inflicted by the darkened ray had begun to heal. Thanks to the exhaustive natural divine energy guided by Ilya and the periodic purification with pure moonlight conducted by Selah, now covered in a layer of tender, nascent granulation tissue. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a foreboding dark red hue beneath the skin, a stubborn remnant of corruptive energy. A testament to the fierce struggle between the thorny combat aura within him and the purifying energies of the heart of pure light. Ilya Chingleaf sat on a low stool at the bedside, her frame more frail than it had been a fortnight prior, the once well-fitting linen gown now appearing somewhat loose. She gently wiped Renaud's arm with a cloth soaked in high-purity moonlight moss essence, her movements imbued with focus and reverence. Beneath her verdant eyes lay heavy shadows, betraying long nights of inadequate sleep and drained vitality. Nevertheless, her gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute, as if safeguarding Renaud constituted her sole purpose for existing in that moment. On the nightstand, a bowl of nearly untouched meat broth and a few moonlight moss biscuits sat, forcibly delivered by old John's wife, but Ilya found herself lacking in appetite. Ilya, a voice as cool as a lunar spring echoed at the door, shattering the stillness of the room. Selah, Elistelra, entered silently. Having changed from her dusty travel attire into a simple, silvery white robe befitting an elven priestess, the cuffs and collar adorned with delicate golden star vine embroidery. Her long silver hair was gathered into a simple bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and elegantly pointed ears, exuding a serene aura refined by time and stripped of ostentation. However, her complexion still bore a pallor, and the lines of fatigue and a certain heavy relief lingered between her brows. "Your natural power cycle is nearing depletion," Selah remarked, approaching the bedside. Without meeting Ilya's gaze, her own fell upon Renaud's tranquil, perhaps comatose, countenance. She extended her slender fingers, their tips aglow with a soft, flowing light akin to moonlight, gently touching his brow. Excessively draining the essence of life to fuel divine power ultimately inflicts harm upon oneself, potentially jeopardizing the innate ability to resonate with nature. His body is undergoing a peculiar metamorphosis. The fighting spirit and purifying light born of suffering do not merely repel each other. Rather, they are striving to achieve a precarious balance under the guidance of a force we have yet to comprehend. She faintly senses an unusually harmonious neutralizing force within Raynor. This process requires time. An urgent infusion may shatter this fragile progression. Ilya rose, slightly bowing her head, filled with reverence and gratitude for the elven priestess whose demeanor had transformed so profoundly upon awakening. "Sister Selah, I merely wish for him to recover swiftly." Her voice quivered with emotion. The moonlit energy at Selah's fingertips flowed like a gentle stream, continuously infusing Raynor, and she could feel the stubborn dark red mark being somewhat subdued. "I understand." Her tone softened slightly, accompanied by a barely perceptible sigh. "It is through your guardianship and his that I have not succumbed entirely to darkness." This bond, etched in the heart of Alistria of the Silverwind Forest, marked the first occasion since her awakening that she explicitly mentioned her elven name, reaffirming her identity. Turning to Ilya, her silver eyes, clear as an icy lake, reflected a complex wave of emotions. "Rest for 2 hours. Let old John's wife prepare some warm soup for you. Leave this to me. If he awakens to find you in such a state, he may feel guilt once more." The last few words were spoken with a certain awkwardness, as if she were unaccustomed to expressing such human concern. Ilya gazed at Selah's focused profile, feeling the unwavering resolve emanating from her, and finally nodded gently. "Thank you, Sister Selah." She left the room, glancing back 3 times. As the door softly closed, Selah, Alistria, finally fixed her gaze entirely upon Raynor's face. She silently observed him for a long while, the moonlit glow from her fingertips unwavering. Fragments of memories spanning centuries crashed upon her like waves, the agony of betrayal, the torment of corruption, the prolonged darkness, and in the final moments, that figure, torn from the shadows, embodying a resolute protective will. Humanity is indeed a paradoxically resilient existence. She whispered in a voice audible only to herself, her cold gaze revealing a faint ripple of emotions, vague even to her own understanding. In the southeastern corner of the fortress, the expanding moonlight moss greenhouse thrived as a sanctuary of life and hope. It was undoubtedly the most bustling and vibrant area of Blackstone Fortress at present. Under the collaborative vision of Ilya, thanks to her innate affinity for moonlight moss, and Selah, drawing upon the revived ancient elven horticultural knowledge, the once modest greenhouse, transformed from natural rock crevices, had been expanded into a vast agricultural zone, partially submerged underground, its roof adorned with numerous joined transparent crystal panels. A modern marvel by otherworldly standards. The air was saturated with the earthy aroma and the sweet fragrance unique to moonlight moss. Old John energetically oversaw dozens of vassals as they completed the final touches, laying down the light-conducting crystal pipe system acquired from the Copperbeard clan. These crystal tubes, as thick as an arm and adorned with intricate grooves on their inner walls resembling the veins of a plant, are intricately arranged across the greenhouse's ceiling and walls. They adeptly channel simulated sunlight and moonlight from the force field, distributing it evenly and efficiently to every corner, even adjusting the intensity and spectrum of light according to the varying needs of different growth stages. The ground has transcended the simplicity of mere soil. It has been transformed into a specialized nutrient substrate crafted from meticulously selected pure river sand. Crushed specific minerals rich in trace elements that promote the energy accumulation of moonlight moss, decomposed plant remnants, and a modicum of ground old leaves from the moonlight moss, all in accordance with the secret elven formula provided by Sarah. In fields meticulously arranged in a checkerboard pattern, newly cultivated moonlight moss seedlings have broken through the soil, unfurling their delicate silvery leaves. From a distance, they resemble a flowing carpet of moonlight, exuding a refreshing vitality. Over here, the substrate thickness must remain consistent. Yes, use that scraper to level it. Old John's voice booms with vigor, as if he has been rejuvenated by a decade. He is now the project leader for the Moonlight Moss Cultivation Initiative, a task vital to the fortress that has instilled in him a newfound sense of purpose and energy. Uncle John, come quickly. The new variety of snow silk moss has grown its leaves almost a full circle larger than the parent plant in just 5 days. A young farmer with freckles exclaims excitedly. Excellent. Wonderful. Old John strides over, kneeling to examine the leaves closely, his rough fingers gently caressing them, a radiant smile illuminating his face. At this rate, as long as the fertilizer keeps up, in 2 months, we will not only resolve our food supply issues, but also have a surplus for essence extraction. The Lord will surely be delighted upon awakening. In one corner of the greenhouse, Scholar Finnis has constructed a temporary laboratory, with several makeshift wooden tables laden with crystal vials of various sizes, crucibles, balances, carving tools, and a few slabs of shimmering elven rune stones. She gazes intently at a specially isolated mutant moonlight moss with faint crimson streaks along the edges of its leaves. Her notebooks spread open beside her, filled with intricate diagrams of energy flow and chemical formulas. Strangely, according to the elven tomes, mutations of moonlight grass, the ancient elven term for moonlight moss, typically indicate enhanced purification or concealment traits. However, this crimson pattern seems to suggest an aggressive or perhaps even a predatory nature. She murmurs to herself, inadvertently knocking over a small crystal vial. A few drops of concentrated corrupted biological blood spill forth, hissing as they land on a nearby rune stone. Startled by the sound, she hurriedly cleans up the mess, drawing the attention of nearby workers, though they have long since grown accustomed to her bursts of inspiration and occasional clumsiness. Adjacent to the furnace area lies the newly designated industrial zone, characterized by blueprints and heated debates. The clanging of hammers and the howling of bellows form the steadfast backdrop of the fortress. Under the collaborative efforts of the stout artificer Stonefist and the human blacksmith Old Tao, Furnace Number 1 has undergone comprehensive repairs and reinforcements. The structure of the furnace has been optimized, resulting in an almost 20% increase in thermal efficiency, significantly enhancing both the quantity and quality of black iron ingots produced daily. However, true transformation unfolds in the recently leveled expanse beside the forge, a space as vast as half a football field. The dwarf chieftain, Muradin Copperbeard, personally leads a cadre of dwarven artisans and human apprentices encircling a massive blueprint spread upon a colossal wooden board, intricately illustrated with a mixture of beast blood and mineral pigments, its details so precise they border on the astonishing. At the top of the blueprint, In robust dwarven script alongside neatly written common tongue, it proclaims, Design proposal for the industrial core of Furnace No. 2. The anvil of the mountains and the heart of nature. No, absolutely not. Chieftain Muradin exclaimed, vigorously pointing at the complex lines representing the furnace structure, nearly prodding the blueprint itself. You humans delight in these ostentatious convolutions. The slope of this furnace is far too shallow. The slag will surely not flow. When the furnace clogs, we will all be left to eat ash. It must adhere to our Copperbeard family's traditional volcanic flow standards. Increase the angle by 5 degrees. Old Tautu, equally stubborn, countered by gesturing to a more intricate schematic of energy conduits and heat exchange circuits. Chieftain, look at this. While your angle ensures smooth thermal flow, it would severely compromise the efficiency of this new design's heat recovery. Fuel costs are exorbitant. Every ounce of heat must be extracted. Might we consider adding a diversion rune plate provided by the elves at the slag outlet? It would ensure proper slag flow while directing excess heat to the greenhouse or potentially a future hot water system. Stonefist, clutching a barrel of dwarven ale, watched with rapt attention, chuckling heartily. Argue. Keep arguing. My father always said, the finest designs between dwarves and humans emerge from brawls beneath tavern tables. The fiercer the quarrel, the more durable the creation. The aspirations for Furnace No. 2 are grand indeed. It is to become not merely a more efficient black iron smelting furnace, but a synthesis of dwarven sturdiness, human practicality, and the nascent elven technology for energy diversion and temperature regulation. The goal is to forge an industrial core capable of simultaneous metal smelting, precise forging, energy conversion, attempting to transform geothermal and moonlit algae energy into usable power, and potentially small-scale enchantment in the future. This represents a pivotal leap for Blackrock Fortress, transitioning from a mere workshop to nascent industrialization, where every detail reverberates through the neural pathways of future development. Guard towers and walls stand vigilant. Viola Windrunner, like a ghost seamlessly blending into the backdrop, stands quietly atop the highest watchtower. Following the purifying light, the chasm has indeed fallen into an unusual silence, with no further organized assaults occurring. Yet her keen elven intuition warns her that this calm resembles the stillness before a storm, akin to a wounded predator licking its wounds and biding its time. The whispers of corruption have not vanished. They have merely grown more insidious and cunning. She meticulously redrew the reconnaissance map surrounding the fortress, adjusting patrol routes and the density of sentry positions, and began to select gifted recruits from the garrison, imparting the elven arts of stealth, tracking, and precise marksmanship. The training is arduous, even ruthless, yet each chosen soldier cherishes this hard-won opportunity, for they understand that every skill acquired translates into a greater hope for survival amidst future crises. Occasionally, her gaze transcends the shimmering barrier of the force field, peering into the shadowy depths of the chasm, where the blood of fallen comrades and unsolved enigmas lie buried. Subsequently, her eyes involuntarily drift towards the Lord's Tower, a fleeting flicker of concern crossing her stern visage, swiftly replaced by a deeper resolve. To safeguard this precious oasis is to protect the fragile, flickering flame of hope ignited in despair. In a corner of the fortress, within the stone house, currents of patience and covetousness swirl. Sir Calvin, the imperial envoy, and his retinue find themselves graciously accommodated in several relatively secluded stone houses, their movements constrained by an invisible yet stringent limitation. Each day, Calvin maintains the demeanor befitting an imperial noble, insisting on routine discussions with Asterio or Liana regarding defense progress, subtly probing for various tidings. However, his tone and posture have shifted from an initial air of superiority to a cautious, almost egalitarian probing. At this moment, he sits across from Asterio in a modest meeting room, 2 steaming cups of tea brewed from the delicate leaves of moonlight moss placed before them. Elder, it is truly remarkable how your stronghold has developed the cultivation of moonlight moss to such an impressive scale in such a short time, Calvin muses, gently blowing away the tea leaves, savoring the unique sweetness and faint vitality of the brew. He feigns casual admiration, pondering aloud how beneficial this technology could be if disseminated throughout the empire, especially to those border provinces plagued by famine and monstrous incursions, potentially saving countless lives and accruing immeasurable merit. Might your stronghold consider collaborating with the Imperial Agricultural Institute? Elder Asterio savors the tea with deliberate grace, his verdant eyes betraying no emotion, as though he were observing a matter unrelated to himself. Your Grace, you overestimate us. The properties of moonlight moss are less a matter of technology than a serendipitous alignment of circumstances. Its viability is heavily reliant on the unique energetic environment and geological conditions of this chasm. It is a desperate measure for survival. Beyond this land, its prospects for survival remain uncertain, and even if it were to survive, whether its characteristics would endure is likewise unknown. At present, Blackstone Fortress seeks only to utilize this resource to eke out a precarious existence, sustaining the lives within, which is already a blessing from the goddess. We dare not dream of expansion or merit. He gently sets down his teacup, his tone gentle yet underscored by an undeniable firmness. The utmost priority now is to fortify our defenses and await the Lord's recovery. All external matters must await the Lord's decision. We appreciate your goodwill, sir. Calvin's smile remains intact, though a shadow flits across his eyes. He knows that any circumlocutory probing before this elven elder is unlikely to yield fruit. He must suppress his impatience and continue to play the role of the patient observer while discreetly instructing the accompanying court mage, his secretary, to intensify the analysis of the fortress's energy composition and the life fluctuations of the moonlight moss. In pursuit of any potential breakthrough, he firmly believes that as long as Reno remains in a state of unconsciousness, or as new crises emerge at Blackstone Fortress, his opportunity will inevitably arise. Blackstone Fortress, amidst a facade of stability while internally thriving and engaging in relentless covert maneuvers, has successfully navigated the first critical phase following the crisis. Each individual, from the comatose lord to the ordinary citizens, contributes to this fragile yet resilient community in their own unique manner, patiently awaiting the moment when dawn will completely dispel the darkness. Meanwhile, the dormant Reno is undergoing a transformative process within, which will become the most significant variable determining the future's trajectory. Chapter 100, Cultivation. The resonance of the rune loom and the undercurrents of diplomacy, the fleeting tranquility brought by the purifying light, is akin to a precious downpour, nurturing the war-torn land of Blackstone Fortress. A month has quietly slipped away amidst toil and anticipation. Inside and outside the fortress, a new theme of orderly busyness, distinct from wartime tension and the confusion of newfound respite, has emerged. Everyone is contributing to the edifice of their shared homeland, and a resilience known as hope is quietly blossoming. In the Lord's Tower, on the uppermost floor, a silent metamorphosis is taking place. Reno, still ensnared in slumber, is experiencing subtle yet positive changes. His once pallid complexion gradually reveals a hint of color, and his breathing has become long and steady, devoid of the previous heart-wrenching frailty. The wound on his chest has fully healed, leaving behind a grotesque yet sealed scar. Beneath the skin surrounding the scar, the stubborn dark red mark has not entirely vanished. Yet it no longer exhibits the previous restlessness. Rather, it seems to be confined and subdued by some force, achieving a peculiar balance with the new flesh that has formed around it. Even more astonishing is the faint, nearly transparent, reddish-gray halo that spontaneously envelopes his body during his slumber. This halo no longer carries the initial sharp sting of the thorn chi, nor does it possess the pure sanctity of the heart of purity. Instead, it emanates a restrained and profound aura, as if suffused with the weight of experiences endured. Occasionally, when Elia or Selah draw near, this halo quivers gently, as if imbued with consciousness, radiating a soothing warmth. Elia continues to care for him daily, yet her relentless devotion has softened over time. Under the repeated encouragement of Selah and Asterio, she has begun to adopt a more regular routine, redirecting her energies towards the expansion and management of the greenhouse. Observing Reno's improving complexion, the heavy burden in her heart has lightened somewhat, and her emerald eyes have regained the vibrant sparkle of youth. She often sits by his bedside, softly recounting the happenings, big and small, within the fortress, as if Reno is merely asleep and will awaken to respond to her. Selah, Alistria, has made a habit of infusing lunar essence into him each day. Her strength has markedly recovered, and her actions seem effortless now. Standing by the bedside, her silver gaze intently fixed on Reno. The moonlight flowing from her fingertips acts like a precise scalpel, delicately peeling away the last remnants of corrupt energy, while simultaneously sensing the extraordinary power within Reno that is undergoing a qualitative transformation. After breaking free, you appear to have embarked upon an unprecedented path, yet it subtly resonates with an ancient equilibrium, she murmured to herself, her icy visage occasionally flickering with a hint of curiosity reminiscent of an erudite scholar. In the southeastern corner of the fortress, the moonlit moss greenhouse flourishes, promising a bountiful harvest alongside new challenges. The initial phase of the greenhouse project is fully operational, revealing a shimmering expanse. The mature moonlit moss resembles a luxurious velvet carpet, emanating a gentle luminescence and an enchanting fragrance. Old John, accompanied by the farmers, is engaged in the first major harvest, meticulously employing specially crafted bone knives to sever the outermost thick leaves, allowing the core to continue its growth. The harvested leaves are swiftly dispatched for washing, drying, and grinding, transforming into easily storable moss powder and concentrated essence. The yield has far surpassed expectations. It has not only resolved the fortress's food and basic medicinal needs, but has also resulted in a significant surplus. Old John is beaming, striding with newfound vigor. However, new challenges have emerged: insufficient storage space and the quest to further develop the value of moonlit moss. The temporary laboratory of Scholar Phineas has evolved into a modest research institute. She has successfully extracted a viscous sap with faint activity, possessing remarkable adhesion and energy conduction properties from the variant moonlit moss adorned with crimson streaks. She has named it Crimson Moon Gel. Preliminary experiments indicate that this gel can serve as an excellent base for certain low-tier rune inks, even enhancing the energy-carrying efficiency of the runes. This discovery has filled her with exhilaration, leading her to immerse herself in the laboratory, striving to optimize the extraction process and explore further applications. Simultaneously, under Sarah's guidance, Ilya has begun to cultivate several medicinal plant seedlings with relatively low environmental requirements, as discovered in elven texts, within the perimeter of the greenhouse. These include the calming serenity flower and the wound-healing bloodscab grass. This marks the first step towards alleviating dependency on a single crop, moonlit moss, and enriching territorial resources. Though progress is gradual, it holds profound significance. In the furnace area, the forging of fire and iron undergoes transformation. The excavation for furnace number 2 has been completed, with the foundation being constructed from a mixture of black iron slag and quick-setting gel provided by the elves. The dwarven and human artisans continue their daily debates over the blueprints, yet their collaborative efficiency steadily improves amidst the discord. It is anticipated that within a month, the main structure will commence construction. The true breakthrough occurs within a newly erected spacious stone workshop adjacent to furnace number 1. Here, the sound is no longer a monotonous clang of hammering, but a rhythmic mechanical hum infused with the resonance of runes. With the theoretical support from Phineas, several foundational elven runes from Sarah, and the relentless experimentation led by Old Tao, the first rune loom powered by geothermal energy and simple gear mechanisms has finally been successfully prototyped. This loom appears somewhat crude, with its core being a metal drum continuously heated by residual heat from the furnace, its surface adorned with simplified runes of resilience and elemental affinity. As the moonlit moss fibers are spun into thread, they traverse this roller for a thermal rune treatment before being woven into fabric. The moonlight fabric produced through this method is not only more resilient and breathable than ordinary linen, but it also possesses a faint resistance to stains, maintains a constant temperature, keeping warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and emits an exceedingly subtle purifying aura. The first batch of trial-produced moonlight fabric was prioritized for crafting the undergarments of Night Watch soldiers and the bandages for the wounded, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Soldiers reported a significant increase in comfort while stationed in the damp and chilly outposts, and the rate of wound infections saw a notable decline. This news greatly uplifted everyone's spirits, signifying that Blackstone Fortress had finally developed an industrial product of unique value that could be produced consistently, aside from food and weapons. Although the output remains exceedingly low and the craftsmanship is far from mature, it undoubtedly opens a new avenue of possibilities. Old Tao looked at the roaring loom, tears streaming down his face in excitement. May our ancestors bless Blackstone Fortress, allowing us to weave such fine fabric. As the external threats temporarily subsided, Viola adjusted the defense strategy. She divided the garrison into 3 shifts, rotating between vigilance, participating in construction, such as assisting in building workshops or cultivating new underground farms, and engaging in high-intensity military training. This integration of labor and military duty ensured both the fortress's defense and construction progress, while preventing soldiers from becoming complacent due to prolonged inactivity. On the training grounds, battle cries reverberated through the air. The melee team, under the command of Stone Fist, practiced a shield axe formation he had refined by blending dwarven combat techniques with human physical characteristics, emphasizing defensive counterattacks and team coordination. Meanwhile, Viola led her archers in the newly established mock urban combat area, equipped with various obstacles, conducting rapid-fire and precision sniping drills. Iron Pillar, as the chief instructor, coordinated all efforts, and selected promising soldiers to begin rehearsing a multi-layered defense plan designed around the terrain of Blackstone Fortress, preparing for potential adversaries more cunning than the corrupted creatures, such as humans. The children of the fortress remained industrious, learning simple literacy and arithmetic under the guidance of a few literate elders. The sound of their cheerful reading occasionally drifted from the newly built stone schoolhouse, adorned with moonlight fabric curtains, infusing this steel fortress with a rare touch of civilization. In a corner of the fortress, currents of intrigue and distant news flowed within the stone house. Sir Calvin, the imperial envoy, found his situation quite dire. He felt akin to a noble under-house arrest, with limited mobility and information filtered through his stereo and liana. The court mage he brought attempted several times to employ more discreet scrying spells to probe the energy cores of the furnace area and greenhouse, only to trigger the natural warding runes set in advance by Liana, drawing polite yet firm warnings from the elven rangers. Sir, the technological barriers of Blackstone Fortress are more formidable than we anticipated, and the elven forces behind them are deeply entrenched, the court mage reported in a hushed tone, frustration evident on his face, especially regarding the awakened elven priestess, whose energy level was exceptionally high and highly sensitive to arcane detection. Calvin, agitated, drummed his fingers on the table. The latest command from the imperial capital arrived shrouded in ambiguity, simultaneously demanding the acquisition of core technologies at any cost, while emphasizing the necessity to avoid direct confrontations with the elven forces. This left him feeling constrained and apprehensive. More troubling was the information he gleaned through clandestine channels, revealing that the rebellion in the southern territories was not only unresolved but was indeed escalating, with well-equipped and strategically adept insurgents emerging, rumored to be backed by foreign powers. This suggested that the Empire's resources available for the Northern Front would be increasingly limited, necessitating a more economical approach to his actions. He gazed out at the flourishing scene beyond his window, a flicker of cold calculation crossing his features. If brute force was not an option, then infiltration, division, or waiting for their internal strife to manifest would be the only recourse. His gaze turned to the ordinary citizens toiling daily, yet facing an uncertain future, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, an unexpected diplomatic encounter was quietly approaching the periphery of Blackstone Fortress. A weary caravan of humans, clad in a blend of desert tribal and border imperial attire, appeared at the edge of the chasm, guided by several local scouts. They drove desert lizards laden with goods, waving banners of free trade and mutual exchange. Led by a middle-aged rotund man whose warm smile belied a cunning glint in his eyes, they claimed to hail from a distant southern oasis, having heard of a burgeoning settlement at the chasm's edge, and sought to test their fortune, hoping to trade their spices, textiles, and rare minerals for local specialties. Their arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. What ripples would it stir within Blackstone Fortress? Opportunity or new peril? The slumbering lord, the developing territory, and the undercurrents of various factions all pointed towards a future that was increasingly intricate and unpredictable. Chapter 101: Awakening. Uncontrolled power and moonlit probes. 3 days passed. Blackstone Fortress operated under a facade of calm, concealing a brewing tension within. The foundation of Furnace No. 2 had begun to take shape. The output of the rune looms slowly improving under the artisan's adjustments, and the moonlight moss in the greenhouse was ready for its second harvest. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet, the silence that enveloped the top floor of the Lord's Tower remained the heaviest burden on everyone's hearts. Until that afternoon, Elia sat carefully on a low stool beside Renaud's bed, delicately piercing a thick leaf of moonlight moss with a silver needle, collecting the concentrated essence that oozed from its veins, shimmering with a pearlescent glow. Sunlight, simulated by the force field, filtered through the crystalline panes, dancing upon her cascading silver hair and casting a soft halo around her. Her focused profile was serene and lovely, though a slight furrow of her brow betrayed a hidden concern. Suddenly, her hand holding the silver needle froze. A barely audible yet thunderous inhalation echoed from the bed, jolting her attention. Elia looked up, her emerald eyes widening in disbelief as she turned her gaze to the figure lying on the bed. Renaud's dark thorns of eyelashes trembled violently for a moment. His eyelids, which had been tightly shut for over a month, gradually and laboriously opened a narrow slit. The once sharp, hawk-like gray-blue eyes, often infused with weariness and determination, now appeared exceptionally hazy and bewildered, as if veiled by a thin mist. Instinctively, he attempted to move his eyes to survey his surroundings, but a flicker of discomfort and weakness caused him to furrow his brow slightly. "Master?" Elia's voice trembled, almost out of tune, as she abruptly rose to her feet, the small stool clattering to the ground unnoticed. She rushed to the bedside, her hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly, her knuckles paling from the strain. Tears instantly brimmed in her eyes. You're awake? Truly awake. Reynolds' gaze struggled to focus, ultimately settling on Elia's face, filled with a tumult of joy and concern. He opened his mouth, his throat parched like sandpaper, and managed to utter a few fragmented syllables. Water. Water. Yes, water. Elia, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly turned to fetch water. In her excitement, she nearly stumbled over her own skirt. With utmost care, she used a wooden spoon to feed Reynolds warm water, drop by drop, to his lips. The cool liquid soothed his parched throat, and he greedily swallowed several mouthfuls, his consciousness seeming to clear a fraction. He attempted to move his fingers, but a wave of intense, unfamiliar weakness washed over him, making even the act of raising his arm feel immensely laborious. Even more alarming was the sensation that the familiar thorny energy within him had transformed. No longer did it lie dormant like a coiled serpent, sharp with pain and instinct to retaliate. At this moment, it felt more akin to a heavy, viscous dark red magma, slowly coursing through his veins, harboring unfathomable power, yet difficult to control. He could even sense that within this force, a thread of pure, cold foreign energy, the remnants of the heart of pure light, intertwined, accompanied by an insatiable hunger that seemed capable of devouring pain. Warning. Post-consciousness awakened. Body functions restored 15 thorny energy, mutated, fusion degree 32 stability, low. Please exercise caution when utilizing energy. The cold tone of the system's prompt confirmed his sensations. How long have I been asleep? His voice remained hoarse, yet he was able to speak coherently now. Over a month, my lord, Elia replied. Her voice choked with emotion as she clumsily wiped her tears with her sleeve, only to find them spilling even more. You were gravely injured, we all thought. She shook her head vigorously, her face a canvas of immense joy at his return. At that moment, the door creaked open gently. Sarah, Alistera, entered, carrying a bowl of potion recently imbued with the power of moonlight. She had evidently heard the commotion. A fleeting, almost imperceptible wave of relief flickered in her silver eyes upon seeing Reynolds awake, quickly suppressed by a more complex emotion, restoring her customary icy demeanor. You are awake, she stated, her voice calm and devoid of emotion, as if declaring an unrelated fact. Approaching the bedside, she placed the bowl on the nightstand, her gaze scrutinizing Reynolds' face. How do you feel? Reynolds met her gaze. The elf before him bore little resemblance to the Sarah from his memories, who had been ravaged by corruption and despair, now standing resolute and composed. She stood tall, her demeanor aloof, exuding an air of detachment born from prolonged authority, accompanied by an ineffable weariness and a sense of having weathered countless storms. Could this truly be the moon goddess priestess, Saladria? She appeared as though she had been trampled by a horde of earthbound dragons before being submerged in magma for a bath. Reno attempted to muster a smile, yet his weakened muscles contorted his expression, and his voice, tinged with self-mockery, rasped, Thank you, Priestess Saladria. He hesitated momentarily, opting for a more formal address. Saladria offered a slight nod, acknowledging his gratitude, though she refrained from elaborating further. Her gaze shifted to Ilia. Ilia, please notify Elder Asterio and Captain Liana. Simply inform them that the Lord has awakened. Additionally, have the kitchen prepare some light, easily digestible broth. Ah yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Ilia finally grasped the situation, nodding vigorously before darting out like a startled fawn, casting a worried glance back at Reno. The chamber was left with only Reno and Saladria, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged with tension. Saladria did not depart. Instead, she drew the low stool Ilia had occupied earlier and settled gracefully by the bedside. She regarded Reno, remaining silent for a moment before speaking slowly, her tone still flat, yet imbued with an unmistakable sharpness. The power within you is tumultuous and perilous. The purifying force of the heart of pure light, your thorned fighting spirit, and a certain devouring characteristic born from profound suffering have been forcibly amalgamated, creating a precarious equilibrium. A moment's carelessness could lead to a backlash of energy, with dire consequences. Reno felt a chill within. Could she perceive so deeply? I sense it. Like a wild stallion unbridled, he candidly admitted, attempting to summon a thread of fighting spirit, only for his fingertips to ignite with an uncontrollable gray-red electricity, accompanied by a searing pain that made him grunt, hastily dispersing the energy. Not merely unbridled, Saladria's gaze was as sharp as a blade. It resembles a double-edged sword, capable of wounding both foe and self. Until you gain complete mastery over it, it is advisable to refrain from engaging in combat, especially during tumultuous emotional upheavals. Her words seemed to carry a veiled implication. Reno gazed into her icy silver eyes and suddenly inquired, "That day in the temple, at the last moment. I believe I heard you call me Reno." He recalled the blurred memory before his unconsciousness, laced with urgency and a tone unlike any he had previously encountered. Saladria's body stiffened imperceptibly before she returned to her usual composure, her voice chillingly cold. "You misheard. The situation was critical. I was merely cautioning you of impending danger." She averted her gaze, looking out the window. "Much has transpired at Blackstone Fortress during your unconsciousness. You must swiftly familiarize yourself with the circumstances and regain your strength. The envoy from the Empire, along with the unrest outside, requires your attention." She deftly shifted the subject, her tone laced with an intensified sense of detachment. As if drawing an invisible line between them, Reno observed the flawless contour of her profile. A whirlpool of complex emotions surged within him: gratitude, confusion, and an ineffable sense of loss. He no longer pressed for answers, simply nodding in understanding. "I comprehend. I appreciate your efforts." At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the slightly agitated voice of Elder Estalio. "My lord, you have finally awakened." Hearing this, Selah rose gracefully, smoothing non-existent creases, and resumed her lofty demeanor as a priestess. "Since the elder has arrived, I shall take my leave. Remember my words. Wield your power with caution." With a slight nod, she turned and exited the room, brushing past Estalio and Liana without casting another glance at Reno. Estalio and Liana hastened to the bedside, their faces alight with genuine joy. "By the gods, you have finally come to." Elder Estalio grasped Reno's hand, feeling the faint pulse within, his eyes filled with relief. "My lord, how do you feel?" "The fortress is well. Rest assured and recuperate." Liana, too, seldom allowed a smile to grace her lips, though it remained tinged with the poise of a ranger. Observing his devoted companions, a warm wave surged within Reno, momentarily suppressing the subtle unease stirred by Selah's demeanor. He inhaled deeply, striving to sit up straighter despite the overwhelming wave of weakness that threatened to engulf him. "Tell me, what transpired during my unconsciousness? How fares the fortress now? And what of the caravan that approached from outside?" His gaze sharpened, and though his body felt frail, the sense of responsibility and desire for control that belonged to a lord began to resurface rapidly. Chapter 102. The Burden. Weakened steps and silhouettes beneath the moonlight. Elder Estalio's voice trembled with barely contained excitement, yet he endeavored to maintain a steady tone, as if fearing that a raised pitch might disturb the fragile soul recently awakened from slumber. His emerald eyes meticulously scrutinized Reno's face, missing not a single subtle shift in expression, as though confirming a delicate miracle. "By the gods, your complexion is far better than we anticipated." The elder's voice flowed gently, like a spring stream on a sunny day, seeping into Reno's still somewhat muddled consciousness. "During your 37 days of unconsciousness, the fortress has undergone much." Reno focused intently, his steel blue eyes still clouded from recent injury, yet the sharpness that belonged to a lord began to coalesce once more. He nodded slightly, signaling Estalio to continue. Each breath drew forth a dull ache from deep within his chest, a constant reminder of his current frailty. Liana stood a short distance away, her posture as upright as a pine tree, the innate calm of her elven nature preventing her from revealing emotions as Estalio had. Yet the knuckles of her fingers gripping her bow turned pale, betraying a tumult of feelings within. She quietly supplemented Estalio's account, her voice clear and composed, akin to reporting a matter of utmost military significance. They began with the tale of how the purifying light dispelled the tide of corruption, detailing the successful expansion and harvest of the Moonlight Moss greenhouse, the blueprint designs for Forge No. 2, and the birth of the rune-weaving loom, alongside the unwavering support of their dwarven allies and innovations in daily military training. Each revelation sparked surprise, relief, and a barely perceptible urgency in Reno's eyes. During his slumber, his territory and subjects exhibited an astonishing resilience, thriving in his absence. Yet, when the conversation shifted to Sir Calvin, the imperial envoy, and his stranded caravan, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Sir Calvin appeared composed, merely inquiring about the progress of defense. However, Astario's tone bore a subtle chill. The mage he brought along exhibited suspicious movements, attempting several times to approach the core of the force field generator and the greenhouse housing the moonlight moss, only to be thwarted by the protective runes set by Liana. Taking the floor, Liana's silver-gray eyes glinted with sharpness akin to that of an eagle. They are cautious, leaving no tangible evidence. Yet, I sense they are waiting, like a leopard lurking in the shadows, poised for the moment we expose a vulnerability. The southern caravan was led by a rotund man named Hassan, whose amiable demeanor and the goods he carried were indeed appealing. However, the timing of their arrival seemed too coincidental, raising my suspicions of an undisclosed connection with the imperial envoy. Reynolds listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the soft animal hide blanket. A wave of weakness washed over him, threatening to erode his resolve, yet he compelled himself to remain alert. The Empire's covetous gaze and the infiltration of external forces loomed like a sword over his head, and he struggled even to maintain his stance. "I understand," he rasped, his voice hoarse and weary. "Thank you, elders and Liana. Until I regain my strength, all matters of the fortress will be decided by you and a few captains." He was acutely aware of his current condition. Usurping authority would only complicate matters. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Ilya entered, cradling a steaming wooden bowl filled with a finely cooked meat porridge, exuding a delicate fragrance of moonlight moss. Upon seeing Reynolds seated and conversing with Asterio, her emerald eyes sparkled with life, as if infused with starlight. "My lord, you must be hungry," she said. "This is freshly prepared moss-infused meat porridge, light and easy to digest." She hurried to his bedside, her voice soft, brimming with uncontained joy. She carefully blew on the steam, preparing to feed him as she had done before. Reynolds observed the lingering redness around her eyes, stirring a complex ripple of emotions within him: gratitude, guilt, and an inexplicable warmth he could not articulate. He managed to lift his heavy hand slightly, gently deflecting the spoon Ilya offered. "I can manage," he insisted softly, yet with undeniable resolve. He did not wish to appear so feeble, especially before Asterio and Liana, needing assistance even to eat. Ilya paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, quickly replaced by understanding and concern. Silently, she placed the bowl in Reynolds' hands, watching as his trembling fingers struggled to grip the wooden vessel. Each effort to raise the bowl to his lips appeared exceedingly arduous, the porridge nearly spilling several times. Her heart ached, yet she dared not approach, holding her breath and gazing intently. Asterion and Liana exchanged a glance, each perceiving the same concern reflected in the other's eyes. The awakening of the Lord was monumental news. However, the path to his recovery was evidently long and arduous. After consuming a simple porridge, beads of cold sweat began to form on Reynolds' forehead. He leaned against the headboard, resting his eyes for a moment before reopening them, directing his gaze towards the figure that stood quietly by the window. Sarah, Illustra, had returned to the room at some point, yet she did not approach. Instead, she stood there in silence, gazing out at the fortress beyond. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the crystal window, casting a delicate golden hue upon her silvery hair and priestly robes, rendering her an ethereal yet distant statue of moonlight. Although she could sense Reynolds' gaze upon her, she did not turn around. Her voice, cool and steady, shattered the silence. "Your body resembles land ravaged by a storm, appearing tranquil, yet riddled with cracks beneath the surface. Forcing growth will only deepen those fractures." Her tone was as neutral as a statement of objective fact, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a brief silence, Reynolds acknowledged the truth in Sarah's words. The unfamiliar force within him felt heavy, akin to a dormant beast lurking within. He could sense its power, yet was acutely aware of its restlessness and unruliness. Each feeble attempt to harness it was accompanied by a faint, piercing pain in his veins and a sense of mental fatigue. "I need time," he finally admitted, his voice low, "but I do not have much time to squander. The threats outside the fortress will not wait for my slow recovery. Time is the only remedy. Impatience is poison." Sarah finally turned to him, her silver eyes calm and unwavering. "Your thorns are now entwined with foreign energy. It must rediscover the balance necessary for growth. Until you have completely mastered it, any extreme emotional upheaval could ignite a powder keg." Her warning resonated once more, now more explicit than before. Reynolds gazed into her icy silver eyes, attempting to decipher their meaning. Was it purely a cautionary note, or did it harbor deeper significance? Yet those eyes were like two fathomless cold springs, blocking any probing. He nodded. "I will remember." In the following days, Reynolds spent his time in absolute repose. Ilya brought him meticulously prepared meals and potions daily, her companionship attentive yet quiet, as if fearing to disrupt his recovery. Sarah would visit periodically, using the pure power of moonlight to untangle his chaotic energy. Her movements were precise and efficient, each treatment resembling a solemn ritual. After each session, she would quietly depart, rarely uttering unnecessary words. The day Reynold could rise and walk slowly was an evening of warm, golden light. He declined Ilya's assistance, leaning against the wall as he shuffled to the balcony outside his room. The sunset painted the sky in warm hues of orange and red, and looking down upon the fortress, he felt a stirring in his heart. The once desolate landscape had been transformed into a thriving scene. The expanded greenhouse shimmered with silvery reflections, the newly built workshop resonated with rhythmic clattering, and the distant sounds of soldiers training echoed faintly from the training grounds. All of this transpired in his absence. A tumultuous blend of solace, guilt, and immense pressure surged within him. At that moment, he sensed a dormant force within him stirred by these complex emotions, an uncontrollable warmth suddenly rising from his core, coursing through his meridians. He let out a muffled groan, his fingers tightening around the railing, knuckles paling. A silvery figure appeared silently at his side. Sarah's hand gently rested on his back, a refreshing and tranquil lunar energy flowing into him, swiftly soothing that agitation like a spring of pure water. It seems that what you need to learn extends beyond merely controlling power. Her voice remained cool, yet felt closer than usual, encompassing the mastery of your heart as well. Reynold turned to meet her silver gaze, which was now alarmingly close. The fading sunlight danced within her eyes, as if the frozen surface of a lake had cracked, revealing a barely perceptible fissure. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a semblance of understanding, or perhaps a resonance shared by those who wield power. Yet, that feeling vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Sarah withdrew her hand and stepped back, restoring the customary distance between them. A breeze stirred. "My lord, you should return indoors to rest." After speaking, she turned and departed, her silvery garments billowing softly in the rising evening wind. Chapter 103, Authority. Undercurrents at the banquet and whispers beneath the moonlight. News of Reynold's awakening from the Blackthorns rippled through Blackstone Fortress like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves that stirred every corner. These ripples were not tumultuous, but rather deep and resolute, imbued with anticipation, scrutiny, and a subtle tension. The heart of the fortress began to beat anew, but would its rhythm remain as it once was? In the following days, Reynold refrained from hastily convening a council or issuing commands. He observed his domain with the silent caution of a wounded wolf licking its wounds. Under the concerned gaze of Ilya, he steadfastly traversed the fortress at a slow pace each day, from the Lord's Tower to the battlements, from the forge area to the newly constructed greenhouse. Each step was accompanied by muscle fatigue and labored breaths, yet he rejected any offer of assistance. He beheld the shimmering harvest scene in the moonlit moss fields, witnessed the fervent debates and collaborations between dwarven and human craftsmen at the construction site of Forge No. 2, saw the soldiers drenched in sweat on the training grounds under new tactics, and observed the long-awaited hope reflected on the faces of ordinary subjects. All of this brought him solace, yet it also weighed heavily upon him. His people had built their home even better than he had imagined during his absence. Now that he had returned, where could he lead them? He also acutely sensed the undercurrents hidden beneath the surface of prosperity. The timely encounters and compliments from Sir Calvin, the imperial envoy, were earnest yet accompanied by flickering eyes. The enthusiastic trade proposals from Hassan, the chubby leader of the southern merchant caravan, seemed perpetually shadowed by watchful gazes. Even amidst the respectful greetings from ordinary subjects, he could detect a hint of uncertainty regarding the future. His physique remained frail, yet the instincts and desires of a lord were rapidly rekindling within him. He understood that he must swiftly reclaim his authority, not through authoritarian commands, but by asserting his presence, establishing his dominance, and unifying the hearts of his people. An opportunity soon presented itself. On the 5th day after Raynor's awakening, it coincided with the naming day of the dwarf chieftain, Muradin Copperbeard, a festival of great significance to the dwarves. At the suggestion of Astalio and Liliana, Raynor resolved to host a modest dinner in the name of the Lord at the newly restored Great Hall of the fortress, both to celebrate Muradin's festival and to formally meet with the core members of the fortress and key guests for the first time since his awakening. The scale of the dinner was modest, yet it held profound significance. A long wooden table was adorned with newly woven moonlight cloth, bearing simple yet meticulously prepared dishes: golden roasted mountain goat legs, rich mushroom stew, a plethora of moonlight moss biscuits, and bread, alongside the strong ale brewed from subterranean barley brought by the dwarves. In attendance, besides Raynor, Astalio, Liliana, Iron Pillar, Old John, Viola, and Stonefist, were Chieftain Muradin and several esteemed dwarf artisans, as well as Sir Calvin and trade leader Hassan as guests. Raynor had deliberately donned a clean black leather armor. Though his complexion remained pale, he made an effort to sit upright in the main seat. As he raised a wooden cup filled with ale, which he could only replace with clear water, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Chieftain Muradin, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the hall, bore the raspy timbre of one recovering from severe injury, yet exuded an undeniable strength. May the power of the mountains forever bless you, and may your anvil resound eternally. He cast his gaze upon each attendee, slowly sweeping across the room, expressing gratitude for their guardianship over their homeland during his incapacitation. This cup is a toast to Blackstone Keep, to each of you present, and to the future. There were no lengthy speeches, no impassioned proclamations, only a simple and sincere tribute. However, when he drained the cup of clear water, the hall erupted in fervent applause. The dwarves pounded the table, unleashing boisterous cheers. The human soldiers and artisans clapped vigorously, their eyes brimming with excitement. Even Astalio and Liliana displayed glimmers of relief in their gazes. In that moment, Raynor heralded his return in the most unadorned manner. The atmosphere of the dinner gradually intensified. Chieftain Muradin, beaming with vitality, recounted the illustrious history of the Copperbeard clan. Iron Pillar and Old John engaged in a drinking contest with the dwarf artisans. Their laughter resonating like thunder, Viola and Stonefist exchanged hushed discussions regarding the fortifications. Raynor remained mostly silent, seated quietly, occasionally engaging in low conversations with Astalio beside him. Yet his keen gaze remained observant of the entire gathering. He noted Sir Calvin, holding a cup, engaging in polite conversation with several human artisans, seemingly inquiring casually about the furnace's output and the yield of moonlight moss. He observed trade leader Hassan, whose shrewd eyes frequently darted over the moonlight cloth tableware and the newly installed wall sconces adorned with simple rune lighting, a glint of avarice flickering within them. Jazz appears to harbor a keen interest in our handicrafts, remarked Reno with an apparent casualness, his voice calm, yet causing Calvin, who was engaged in conversation, to momentarily falter. Calvin swiftly turned around, a perfect smile gracing his face. My lord, you flatter me. I am merely astonished that your esteemed fortress can produce such ingenious creations even in such arduous circumstances. The Imperial Ministry of Works would be greatly impressed if they were to learn of this. Necessity breeds mere trivialities unworthy of grand admiration, Reno replied nonchalantly, his tone modest, yet his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through Calvin's insincere smile. In comparison to the vast expanse of the Empire and its abundant resources, Blackstone Keep was but dust at the edge of the chasm. Calvin chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words, creating an atmosphere fraught with subtle tension. At that moment, a cool voice shattered the impasse. Even the dust of the chasm can give birth to crystals that refract the light of the stars. All eyes turned to see Selah, Alizdra, had appeared at the entrance of the hall unbeknownst to the others. She had not attended the banquet, but had now arrived quietly, clad in a more formal robe of the moon goddess high priestess. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her expression was one of aloof indifference, as if untouched by the mortal realm. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the hall, quieting even the raucous dwarves. She approached Reno directly, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting, before her gaze shifted to Sir Calvin. Her silver eyes tranquil yet unwavering. The Empire's admiration is duly noted by Blackstone Keep. However, the elves have an ancient saying, excessive attention may sometimes become the golden chains that bind a bird in flight. What does the knight think? Her voice was soft yet imbued with an innate authority and an icy distance, rendering Sir Calvin's smile utterly frozen. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to force out a strained response. Your words, esteemed priestess, ring true. Selah turned her gaze away, returning it to Reno, her eyes lingering for a moment, filled with an inscrutable complexity that seemed to convey scrutiny, warning, and an ineffable depth. Then, without uttering another word, she silently departed, as abruptly as she had arrived. Her presence and words were like a cold wind, dispersing the veneer of insincere warmth that had enveloped the banquet and causing certain hidden thoughts to momentarily retreat. Reno watched her retreating figure, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him once more. Was she aiding him in extricating himself from a predicament? Or was she issuing a caution? Perhaps it was both. The banquet concluded amidst a facade of festivity, with each individual harboring their own thoughts beneath the surface. Reno felt a profound weariness settle in, not merely physical, but also spiritual. The game of power and the machinations of the heart demanded far more of his energy than confronting the corrupted monstrosities he faced. He did not immediately retire to his chambers. Instead, he strolled alone to the terrace outside the main keep. The night was as cool as water. The simulated starry sky dazzling yet illusory, while from the depths of the chasm, unsettling low growls echoed ominously. Leaning against the cold stone railing, he felt the restless energy within him, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free, yet carrying the scent of destruction. Selah's warning reverberated in his ears. How was he to tame it? How might one wield it to safeguard this hard-won tranquility? It seems even our Lord experiences moments of concern. A voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, emerged from behind him. Raynor did not turn, well aware that it was Viola. This elven ranger possessed an uncanny sharpness, akin to that of a shadow. Power is both a fine wine and a potent poison. Viola approached him, leaning against the railing, gazing into the distant darkness. Too much indulgence could lead to intoxication and demise, yet abstaining entirely in this world would render one unable to survive. Raynor offered a wry smile. You speak as if you possess great understanding. With age and experience, one inevitably acquires a semblance of wisdom, Viola replied with a shrug. That elven priestess, Elistria, regards you with particular interest. Raynor's heart tightened, though his expression remained impassive. She is a priestess of the moon goddess. Her gaze is likely similar towards all. Is that so? Viola elongated her tone, infused with the elven mischief. I have yet to see her regard that red-bearded dwarf, Muradin, in the same manner. Pausing, her tone grew serious. My lord, Blackstone Fortress resembles a small vessel amidst a tempest. You are the helmsman, yet the storm will not originate from a single direction. The Empire, merchant caravans, and the depths of the rift all require reliable allies. You must discern the true intentions of those around you. With that, she patted Raynor's shoulder and departed as silently as she arrived. Chapter 104. The Winds Rise. The southern beacon and the crossroads of the rift life at Blackstone Fortress flowed with a rhythm of superficial calm, yet beneath the surface lay a reservoir of latent energy. It had been half a month since Raynor's awakening. His body, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, greedily absorbed every bit of vitality bestowed upon him through rest. He had regained the ability to walk slowly within the fortress unaided, though each step still bore the echoes of fatigue, a delicate web of soreness coursing through his veins, coupled with the occasional dull ache from old injuries within his chest. Nevertheless, he persevered, undertaking daily inspections of his territory, utilizing his gradually sharpening gray-blue gaze to scrutinize the rejuvenated homeland that had flourished during his slumber. Ilya's concerns trailed him like a shadow. Each time she observed him furrow his brow in fatigue or discreetly tend to his aching shoulders when alone, her heart would clench. She devoted considerable attention to concocting potions and meals, striving to nourish his weakened foundations with the gentle power of nature. Under her meticulous care, the moonlight moss greenhouse expanded further, the newly cultivated snow silk moss thriving, its leaves plump and shimmering with silver, seemingly imbued with an abundance of energy. She even endeavored to blend the essence of moonlight moss with several calming herbs sourced from elven tomes, crafting a subtly fragrant sachet of tranquility, which she quietly placed by Raynor's pillow. This delicate tenderness, akin to spring rain, silently nurtured Raynor's gradually awakening spirit. Selah, Elistria, maintained a perfectly measured distance. She appeared punctually each day, employing the pure energy of moonlight to untangle the chaotic currents within Raynor's being. Her technique was both precise and efficient, the silvery light flowing from her fingertips reminiscent of the most dexterous of weaver's needles, mending the subtle fissures left by the clash of thorny energies in the heart of pure light. Yet, her gaze remained perpetually cool, her words so succinct they bordered on miserly. Apart from the necessary exchanges of healing, she rarely indulged in superfluous conversation. Once the treatment concluded, she departed gracefully, as if having completed a task of utmost necessity. Reno sensed that she was deliberately maintaining a certain boundary, an insurmountable chasm that ought to exist between a priestess of the moon goddess and a mortal lord. This left an indescribable pang of loss within him, as if the brief dissolution of distance they had shared at the brink of life and death in the temple had quietly returned, even more pronounced. The construction of the fortress was in full swing. The foundation of Furnace No. 2 had been solidified, and the bickering between the dwarven and human craftsmen had become the most familiar background sound on the site. Yet, paradoxically, the efficiency of their collaboration was strangely enhanced amidst the discord. Under the diligent efforts of Finnis and Old Tau, the rune loom finally achieved stable small-scale production. The resultant moonlight fabric was not only more resilient, but also possessed faint purifying and temperature-regulating properties, making it a coveted rarity, especially in Blackstone Fortress and among the dwarven trade routes. Old John spent his days cheerfully counting the ever-increasing stock of moss powder and cloth in the warehouse, as the creases on his face seemed to smooth out with joy. Viola and Stonefist, however, showed no signs of relaxing their military training. The newly formed reconnaissance and sniper teams were developing an increasingly harmonious synergy in simulated urban combat. Nevertheless, this tranquil focus on development was ultimately fragile. It rested upon the assumption that external pressures would not descend upon them in the immediate future. This assumption was shattered on a gloomy, rain-soaked afternoon, when the oppressive air made it difficult to breathe. A knight, or rather, a man who had once been a knight, shattered this serenity. He arrived at the boundary of the Blackstone Fortress's force field almost crawling. His steed, once a magnificent imperial warhorse, was now exhausted, foaming at the mouth. Collapsed in the mud, its life ebbing away. The knight himself was in a lamentable state. His ornate armor, a symbol of his station, was riddled with dents from sword strikes and stained with a strange, corrosive green residue, as if marred by strong acid. His tattered cloak was soaked through with rainwater and blood, clinging tightly to his back. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, hastily bandaged with filthy rags, from which dark blood oozed. His face was devoid of color, his lips cracked, yet within the depths of his sunken eyes burned the last flicker of near madness. With the strength he had left in his right hand, he clutched a broken scarlet token engraved with the imperial royal golden eagle and lightning emblem. And he summoned the last of his energy to issue a hoarse, inhuman cry toward the watchtower. Urgent military message. The southern Anvil fortress has fallen. The rebel monstrosities seek an audience with Sir Calvin. After uttering these fragmented words, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed into the mud, his chest barely rising and falling, the only testament to his continued existence. The news spread like thunder, instantly reaching the upper echelons of the fortress. A gap opened in the force field, and the guards swiftly carried the dying messenger inside. Reno, Asterio, Liana, and others rushed to the scene upon hearing the distressing news. Sir Calvin burst forth from his ornately adorned stone dwelling, his visage paling instantaneously upon witnessing the dire condition of the messenger and the shattered token. Even his typically composed demeanor faltered momentarily, his body trembling slightly. "Quick, carry him into my chamber. Fetch the finest healing salves and pure water." Calvin's voice quivered subtly as he directed his attendants, his eyes betraying an unprecedented dread. Reynold and the others hastened to follow, entering Sir Calvin's temporary abode. The messenger was laid upon a stone bed draped with animal hides, and Ilya was summoned urgently to assess the injuries. A mere glance at the eerie green stain and the putrid wound from the severed arm rendered her countenance grave. She shook her head and murmured, "The wound possesses formidable corrosive energy and a necromantic aura. Ordinary herbs will likely prove futile." Attempting to harness the forces of nature, she channeled a verdant light towards the wound, only to be met with a hissing sound, as if some malevolent force neutralized her efforts. The messenger oscillated between excruciating pain and unconsciousness. Amidst Sir Calvin's anxious inquiries and Ilya's desperate attempts to sustain his dwindling vitality, he intermittently divulged the chilling tidings. The Iron Anvil fortress has not merely fallen, it has been melted. A green rain fell from the heavens, turning stone and metal to liquid. The defenders have been reduced to heaps of charred bones emitting green smoke. The rebels are not solely led by the Greenwood Count. They are bolstered by a dark-robed sorcerer summoning skeletons and grotesque creatures ablaze with green fire, impervious to blades and bullets. The Dragonflame Legion lay in ambush in the roaring gorge, and Duke Anthony was pierced through the heart by a shadowy figure's arrow. The southern provinces are in chaos, teeming with monsters and traitors. To the east, the three-masted ships of Kul Tira's watch from the sea, while the dwarven Copperbeard clan to the west has sealed all mine entrances, declaring neutrality. There are also rumors of the Pale Claw spellbreakers conspiring with the rebels. Each word struck like a hammer, resounding heavily upon the hearts of all present. The southern expanse of the empire, once prosperous and formidable, had succumbed to such terrifying and complete disintegration in a mere span of time. This was no ordinary insurrection, but a meticulously orchestrated war, supported by potent malevolent forces, aimed at utterly dismantling the empire's very foundations. As Sir Calvin absorbed the unfolding horror, his countenance shifted from ashen to a deep shade of iron. Ultimately collapsing into a chair, his hands clenching the armrests so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, terror, and a despair akin to a crumbling edifice. The mission he once bore to seize the technology and resources of Blackstone Keep now appeared ludicrous and insignificant. The empire itself stood perilously on the precipice. After uttering his final word, the messenger's head drooped, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. He had returned not only with dire news, but also with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the patter of rain against the window, striking each person's taut nerves. After a long pause, Sir Calvin slowly lifted his gaze, surveying Reynold, Asterio, and Liana. The arrogance and cunning that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an almost humble plea and a frantic sense of desperation. The Lord, an elder captain, spoke with a voice that was dry and hoarse, declaring, "You have all heard it. The Empire is in dire need of assistance. The North cannot descend into chaos any longer. The expertise of Blackstone Fortress, your experience in combating such malevolent forces, is now more precious than any gold. I must return to the Imperial capital at once. I entrust this matter to you." His tone was nearly one of supplication. Reynold felt a tumult within. The Empire's collapse signified the disintegration of the old order, and the flames of war and chaos would inevitably spread northward. Blackstone Fortress could no longer remain aloof. Yet, concurrently, the Empire's weakening presented Blackstone Fortress with an unprecedented opportunity to shed its vassal status and truly seize its own fate. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turbulence in his heart, and regarded Calvin with a calm gaze, saying, "My lord, Blackstone Fortress has limited capabilities, and self-preservation is already a challenge. However, we are acutely aware that the threat from the abyss shares its roots with the malevolence from the south. Should the Empire require it, we are willing to provide assistance to the best of our abilities, based on information sharing and a limited, equitable exchange. The specifics of our collaboration will necessitate careful deliberation." He refrained from promising concrete military support or technological transfer, leaving an open disposition and room for negotiation until the circumstances clarified. Maintaining flexibility and autonomy was the wisest course of action. Sir Calvin evidently understood this. He had no bargaining power at present. He nodded emphatically, expressing, "Thank you, my lord. I shall depart immediately." Lowering his voice, he cast a glance outside, warning, "The merchant caravan led by Hassan has a complex background and may have ties to the southern rebels. Everyone, please exercise extreme caution." This farewell carried a weight of sincerity. Sir Calvin departed Blackstone Fortress in haste, vanishing into the midst of the relentless rain, leaving behind a faltering empire with an uncertain future and a fortress standing at the crossroads of destiny, compelled to make a choice. That night, the Lord's Council chamber was ablaze with light. Core members gathered, the atmosphere heavy enough to draw water from the air. With the Empire in disarray, the North was destined to become a coveted prize for competing factions. Liana broke the silence first, her silver-gray eyes sharp as an eagle's. Pondering how Baron Hawk of Blackforge would choose, would he seize the opportunity to establish independence or align himself with another? What of the other lords of the North? We must quickly ascertain the surrounding situation. Elder Asterion stroked his long beard, his gaze profound. The malevolent forces from the south, capable of colluding with the Pale Claw and the Breakers, pose a threat far beyond our imagination. The star core deep within the abyss may merely be a cog in their grand conspiracy. We must expedite our own fortification. Old John expressed his concerns. If trade routes are severed, essential goods like salt, iron, and cloth will become scarce. We cannot rely solely on moonlight moss for sustenance for long. Iron Pillar chimed in with a booming voice. What is there to fear? We'll meet force with force and water with earth. We now have our dwarven friends, the aid of elves, and our lord leading us. If it comes to it, we shall fight. Viola calmly analyzed. A direct confrontation should be our last resort. The pressing task is to enhance reconnaissance and fortify defenses, while perhaps also proactively engaging with the Copperbeard clan and the Silverwind Forest to establish a more robust alliance. In times of chaos, one cannot stand alone. As opinions were voiced, all gazes ultimately converged upon Raynor. He remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rough surface of the wooden table. Outside the window, the sound of rain began to subside, and a hazy crescent moon, a simulated manifestation of the force field, emerged from the clouds, casting a pale light. The collapse of the Empire was akin to the first domino falling, triggering a chain reaction that threatened to engulf the entire continent. Would the recently repaired Blackstone Fortress, this small vessel, be swallowed by the colossal waves of the era, or could it brave the storm and carve out a new destiny? His gaze slowly swept across each face filled with trust and anticipation, finally resting on the moonlight-scented pouch of moss that Ilya had quietly placed on the table. A weighty sense of responsibility and an unprecedented resolve surged within him. The Empire may be in disarray, but we must maintain our composure. Raynor's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority in the silent council chamber. First, effective immediately, the fortress shall enter a state of heightened readiness. Expand reconnaissance efforts, with particular focus on Blackforge and the Northern Territories, while dispatching elite teams southward to infiltrate and obtain credible intelligence. Second, concentrate all resources to prioritize the completion and production of Furnace Number 2 and the rune-weaving machine. We must achieve self-sufficiency in critical supplies in the shortest possible time and arm ourselves with a capable fighting force. Third, diplomacy will be paramount to our survival. Elders Astalio and Captain Liana will formally initiate contact with the Copperbeard clan and the Silverwind Forest, seeking to establish a closer alliance based on mutual interests. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. As for that Mr. Hassan, considering Sir Calvin has issued a warning and he happens to be here at this juncture, we ought to invite him for a thorough discussion regarding this tumultuous situation. In chaotic times, information is power, and sometimes a guest can transform into a valuable bargaining chip. Chapter 105. Interrogation. The Slime Merchant and the Cold Moonlight. Sir Calvin hastily retreated under the cover of darkness, his meager possessions in tow, as if pursued by hounds. The moment the gates of Blackstone Fortress closed, the council chamber erupted into chaos. Damn it! Is the South truly in such disarray? Iron Pillar was the first to lose his composure, his fist striking the table, causing wooden cups to rattle. Iron Anvil Keep. Can that massive hunk of metal even be melted down? Are they rebels or monsters? Old John S. face twisted into a bitter frown. It's over. Our trade routes are surely severed. Salt and the blue copper are needed for forging. We have none. How are we to survive on nothing but moss cakes? Liana crossed her arms, her expression cold. This is not the time for lamentation. That old fox, Baron Hawk, without the Empire's backing, who knows what he might do? Stealing food? Seizing territory? We must be cautious. Elder Astalio, more composed, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fortune and misfortune coexist. With the Empire preoccupied, we have a chance to strengthen ourselves. Yet, the malevolence outside stirs unease in the heart. Viola had remained silent, but suddenly interjected, her gaze darting toward the window. That rotund fellow named Hassan has been quite active these past few days, frequently loitering around the warehouse and the newly constructed workshop with a shifty demeanor. Her words immediately captured the attention of the group. Reynaud, who had been silent, rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. His mind was as clear as day. Chaos had descended, and fear was futile. He needed to devise a means of survival, and to thrive amidst the turmoil. Raising his head, he surveyed the others. Do not panic. If the sky were to fall, we have someone tall to bear it. We are that support now. His voice was not loud, yet it exuded a comforting strength. Taiju, enhance the patrols around the walls, 3 shifts, and keep your eyes sharp. Old John, take stock of the warehouse, food, medicine. Or, how long can we sustain ourselves? Provide me with a precise estimate. Liana, send your most astute subordinate out. Not only to keep an eye on Black Furnace Fortress, but also to scout southward, to ascertain the true nature of this rebellion. He paused, then turned to Viola and Stone Fist. As for Hassan, whether he is a mule or a horse, let us bring him forth for a stroll. Invite him over for a cup of tea. We shall have a proper chat. Half an hour later, in the Lord's Council chamber, the atmosphere was starkly different from the earlier meeting among allies. Hassan was ushered in, his face adorned with his signature jovial smile, clad in a satin robe, adorned with several gemstone rings that seemed out of place against the stone fortress. 2 formidable bodyguards followed him, their eyes sharp as knives, clearly not mere commoners. Ah, my lord, esteemed guests, I truly apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Hassan exclaimed upon entering, bowing with exaggerated courtesy, his smile sweet enough to draw honey. I've heard that things are unsettled in the south. Alas, the world today makes business exceedingly difficult. Reynaud wasted no time with pleasantries, pointing to an empty chair across from him. Sit. Hassan's smile faltered momentarily before re-emerging, cautiously taking a seat, only half occupying it. You are indeed a straightforward man, my lord. Hassan, my friend. Reynaud leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Your caravan has traveled from the south. What is the situation there? Hassan rubbed his hands together, a look of distress crossing his face. Oh, do not mention it. It is chaos, utterly chaotic. All around, there are soldiers and bandits, murder and arson. We barely escaped with our lives. What exactly is happening? We small merchants have no clear understanding. Unclear? Viola scoffed from the side, her voice as sharp as ice shards. Your caravan's men walk with purpose, and their calloused hands do not resemble those of ordinary camel drivers. Hassan's eyelids flickered, forcing a laugh. This esteemed lady jests. In perilous times, it is only natural to hire a few capable guards. Natural? Stone Fist interjected with a deep voice, slamming his axe onto the ground. I see those bags of spices you've brought, yet beneath them lie bundles of exquisitely crafted crossbow bolts. This is precisely the kind used by the Southern rebels. The smile on Hassan's face finally began to wane as he fished out a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. This is also for self-defense, he stammered. Reno disregarded his feeble justification and abruptly threw out a bombshell. Before Sir Calvin departed, he warned me to be cautious. He mentioned that some individuals, who appear to be mere merchants, might be secretly allied with the Greenfire beasts and the black-robed sorcerers from the south. Upon hearing this, Hassan's complexion drained of color, and he leaped to his feet. My lord, such words cannot be spoken lightly. It could cost us our heads. I, Hassan, am engaged in legitimate business. Legitimate business? Reno rose, stepping closer with deliberate strides. Though his body had not fully recovered, the imposing aura of his lordship emanated from him. In the midst of such chaos in the south, you, a so-called legitimate merchant, chose to abandon safety and venture into this desolate place, right beside the cannibalistic Blackstone Castle? Your business acumen seems rather dubious. Elia stood anxiously at Reno's side, clutching the hem of her garment. At some point, Sailor had silently positioned herself in the shadows of the doorway, arms crossed, observing coldly like a statue bathed in moonlight. Hassan, pressed by Reno, took a step back. His eyes flickering, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The two bodyguards he had brought attempted to advance, but found themselves immobilized by the watchful gazes of Iron Pillar and Viola. I. Hassan stuttered. Hassan. Reno's voice rose sharply, startling everyone. I have no time for games. The filth from the south is about to spill into the north. If Blackstone Castle falls, neither you nor your companions will survive. Now speak the truth. On which side do you truly stand? What are your intentions here? Reno's almost brutal directness shattered Hassan's mental defenses. He slumped back into his chair, gasping for breath, the flesh on his face trembling. He realized that if he continued to feign innocence, he might never escape this stone chamber. My lord, please calm your wrath. Hassan's voice cracked, laced with a whimper. I will speak the truth. He licked his parched lips and lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. I am indeed not merely a merchant. In the south, it is not the Greenwood Count who holds sway. It is a figure known as the Benefactor. The Benefactor? Reno furrowed his brow. No one has seen his true face. Hassan replied, fear evident in his eyes. But he commands genuine sorcerers, those who can summon storms, and those fearsome monsters that are immune to blades. The Greenwood Count is merely a puppet on display. He gasped for air and continued to divulge. I serve the Benefactor, responsible for gathering intelligence from the north and transporting certain special materials. I came to Blackstone Castle because I heard you possess items that can counteract the corruption of the rift, moonlight moss, and that peculiar force field. So you intend to steal technology? Liana's voice was as cold as ice. And no, not entirely. Hassan hastily gestured. Primarily, I wanted to assess the situation. The Benefactor is also very interested in the rift and the Starfall core. He said that thing is a key. As for what kind of key, someone of my insignificant status could hardly know. A key? Reno felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the records within the temple. He pressed on, inquiring about the connection between the Revered One and the Pale Claw, the breaker of laws. Hassan shrank back. It seems there is some collaboration. I am not entirely sure. But once I saw a black-robed sorcerer speaking with a ghastly figure, whose face was ashen and nails long. His aura was terrifying. The implications are vast. A mysterious Revered One stands behind the rebels, commanding monstrous dark arts, and colluding with the Pale Claw, aiming straight for the Starfall core. Reynolds fixed his gaze on Hassan. You find yourself in my grasp now. Do you wish for life or death? Hassan fell to his knees. I wish to live, my lord. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Very well. Reynolds continued. First, write down everything you know concerning the Revered One, the rebels, and the situation in the south. Every detail. Miss a single word, and I shall sever one of your fingers. Second, send word to your Revered One that Blackstone Fortress is open to negotiations, but the terms must be substantial. Viola will instruct you on how to convey this. Third, you and your companions shall reside in the fortress for the time being, with provisions provided. Just do not wander about. This was to treat Hassan as a pawn and a source of intelligence. Hassan repeatedly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you. After dealing with Hassan and confining him to a holding cell, the atmosphere in the council chamber grew even more tense. Damn it, the waters are murkier than anticipated. Iron Pillar cursed. That Revered One sounds more sinister than the corrupted beasts, old John remarked anxiously. Liana turned to Reynolds. My lord, what shall we do next? Shall we truly negotiate with that revered one? Reynold did not respond immediately. He approached the window and gazed into the inky darkness of the night. At some point, Syra had come to stand nearby, the moonlight illuminating her profile with a chilling coolness. Negotiate? Reynold scoffed. Bargaining with a devil leaves nothing but shards of bone. Hassan serves as bait. If we can extract some intelligence, it suffices. Our true path is singular. He turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone, resolute. We must seize the initiative and become more formidable than they are. Strong fists, sturdy weapons, and most importantly, an unyielding heart. Let the South wage war as they please. The lands of the North, Blackstone Fortress shall claim. He looked to Estalio and Liana. Elder, Captain, expedite the alliance with the dwarves and elves. Time is of the essence. Then he turned to Old John and Iron Pillar. Produce as much food and weaponry as you can. Lastly, he addressed Viola and Stonefist. Drill the troops. Train them relentlessly. In chaotic times, when reason fails, we must rely on this. He patted the hilt of his sword, as everyone observed the wolfish intensity and resolve in Reynold's eyes. Their previously frantic hearts inexplicably settled. Indeed, what is there to fear? Even if the sky were to fall, we must rise to meet it. The meeting dispersed, and everyone returned to their tasks. Reynold stepped onto the terrace alone, the night breeze caressing his still fragile form, bringing a hint of chill. That revered one still possesses the key, he murmured to himself, sensing a vast net descending from the south. Fear and recklessness are the swiftest paths to failure. A cool voice echoed from behind. Sarah, having followed him unbeknownst to him, stood beneath the moonlight, her silver eyes gazing at him with a cool detachment. Your decision is not foolish, she stated, yet your strength is insufficient to uphold your ambitions. Renard turned to her, inquiring, Then what do you suggest I do to tame the rebellious beast within me? After a brief silence, Sarah extended her hand, and the moonlight coalesced into a gentle beam in her palm. Pain is your origin, she replied. However, merely resisting pain will only incite it further. Attempt to guide it, like one would redirect a flood, rather than attempting to block its path. The meditation techniques of the Moon Priestess may prove beneficial to you, but the process will be more excruciating than death itself. Her tone remained unvarying, yet Renard sensed that this might be the greatest assistance and counsel she could offer. More agonizing than death. Renard chuckled, revealing his white teeth. I have already died once when I crawled out of the chasm. What is there to fear in facing it again? He looked at Sarah, his gaze resolute. Teach me. Sarah regarded his eyes, which blazed with fervor in the night, and within the depths of her icy silver gaze, a minute ripple seemed to emerge. She gently nodded, as you wish. As the night deepened, Blackstone Fortress accumulated power in the stillness. The young lord was on the verge of commencing a struggle far more perilous than confronting a myriad of foes, a battle against the force within himself. The collapse of the empire signified an apocalypse for some, yet for others, it heralded the finest opportunity to unveil their ambitions. Chapter 106, Refinement. Mastery amidst pain and the serpent in shadows. Following the interrogation of the wily Hassan, the atmosphere within Blackstone Fortress resembled a taut bowstring. Everyone understood that the troubles brewing in the south would inevitably splash mud upon them. Renard issued a resolute command. Train relentlessly, forge with intensity. The entire fortress resonated like a colossal anvil, clanging day and night. However, Renard temporarily set aside the various political affairs and immersed himself in a far more pressing matter, learning from Sarah how to tame the ferocious beast ready to rebel within him. The training location was chosen in the innermost depths of the fortress, an old storage room near the force field generator, typically deserted. This place was tranquil, and even if it collapsed, it posed no danger to others. The room was barren, save for a thick layer of beast hide laid upon the ground. On the first night, as Renard followed Sarah into the chamber, he felt a twinge of skepticism. How could this possibly be worse than the agony of being gnawed upon by corruption in the chasm? Sarah closed the door, turned around, and the glow of the moonstone illuminated her face, cold as an ice sculpture. Removing her upper garments, her voice held no fluctuation, as if commenting on the weather. Renard hesitated momentarily, but swiftly shed his leather armor and undergarments, revealing a sturdy torso adorned with numerous scars. The scar on his chest, inflicted by a dark energy beam, resembled a twisted centipede, with tender new flesh that appeared rather unsettling. Sarah approached, her icy fingers pressing directly against the scar on his chest. A shiver coursed through Renard's body, not from pain, but from the chilling touch of her fingers, akin to ice blocks. Close your eyes, Sarah commanded, and feel the power within you. Do not resist it, nor try to control it. Observe it as one would watch a river flow, taking note of its winding path. its swirling eddies and roaring rapids. Rayner complied. He focused his mind and immediately perceived that this was no mere river. It was akin to molten magma coursing through the depths of the earth, a torrent of dark crimson energy, laced with silver threads and black mist, surged violently through his veins, burning and numbing all in its wake, imbued with a ferocity that threatened to tear everything apart. Sweat sprang forth on his brow, and his teeth ground together audibly. "Calm your mind." Sarah's voice cut through the chaos, her fingers pressing firmly against his chest, emanating a soothing and tranquil lunar energy. Like a delicate needle, cautiously probing within. As the lunar energy penetrated, it was akin to a droplet of water hitting a pot of boiling oil. The dark crimson energy erupted violently. Ugh! Rayner could not suppress a groan of pain, feeling as though his very insides were being rearranged, his vision dimming. The sensation was more excruciating than a knife wound. "Guide it." Sarah's tone remained cold, yet her fingers steadied against his chest like iron clamps. "With your will, follow my lunar energy and lead it into that narrower meridian. Do not confront it head-on. Move with the flow." Rayner gritted his teeth, relying solely on sheer determination. He concentrated fiercely, attempting to reach out and manipulate the tumultuous energy. This task proved to be exceedingly intricate, far more challenging than embroidering with a heavy sword. Time and again, as his will brushed against the force, it would shatter his resolve, the backlash inflicting agonizing pain that nearly caused him to faint. Sweat poured down him like a stream, saturating the animal hide mat beneath him. Sarah maintained an impassive demeanor throughout, only intervening with her lunar energy to stabilize the situation when he teetered on the brink of losing control or offering a faint acknowledgement when he made slight progress. "You're beginning to show promise." After what felt like an eternity, Rayner sensed his strength waning, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Only then did Sarah withdraw her hand. "That will suffice for today. We shall continue tomorrow." Rayner collapsed onto the mat, gasping for breath, utterly unwilling to move even a finger. He watched as Sarah turned to open the door, unable to suppress a weak inquiry. "Is this method of yours a legitimate path of elven training? It feels more ruthless than a cult." Sarah paused momentarily in her actions, not turning back, her voice drifting back to him. "The meditation technique of the moon goddess priestess is not intended for mortals. The path you tread is unprecedented. Ruthless? Survive it, and then we shall see." With that, she departed, leaving Rayner alone, grimacing as he pondered the sensation of suffering that felt worse than death. Thus, by day, Rayner dealt with pressing matters, and by night, he endured the trials of beast taming under Sarah's tutelage. After several days, he visibly appeared haggard, his eyes sunken. Yet the restless fire within his gaze had begun to subdue somewhat. His awareness of the power within him had clarified considerably, though mastery remained a distant goal. At least it no longer detonated at the slightest contact. During this period, the fortress was not idle. Iron Pillar, accompanied by his men, raised the walls by an additional 3 feet and excavated numerous pits, punctuated with sharpened wooden stakes. Old John and the dwarven craftsman finally ignited furnace number 2. Although it occasionally experienced minor malfunctions, the quality of the iron ingots produced was visibly superior to that of furnace number 1. Viola and Stonefist relocated the training grounds to an abandoned mine near the edge of the Rift's energy field, simulating various ambush scenarios, their battle cries echoing from afar. Elia watched as Reno grew thinner by the day, her heart aching for him. She tirelessly prepared delectable dishes, ensuring that he was never without soothing herbal soups. Several times she contemplated inquiring about Sila's training, yet upon seeing Sila's expressionless face, the words lodged in her throat. She sensed an inexplicable atmosphere between her lord and the elven priestess, a vague tension that left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Hassan was not truly idle either. A seasoned survivor, he understood that his life was in another's hands. He feigned cooperation, answering questions readily, and even penned a letter to the esteemed one, crafted under Viola's guidance, using a form of elven magic and moonlight moss as a medium. The letter extolled the virtues of Blackstone Fortress, boasting of its impregnable defenses, Lord Reno's prowess, and the support of elves and dwarves, subtly suggesting that the esteemed one might consider a more diplomatic approach. However, secretly, Hassan was far from compliant. Among the 2 bodyguards he had brought, one, a tall and slender figure known as Viper, was a master of stealth and poison, seizing opportunities during guard shifts or the dead of night. He would slip away like a shadow, discreetly exploring the fortress. He mapped out the general layout of the Moonlight Moss greenhouse, noted the locations of the newly constructed workshops, and even stealthily approached the periphery of the energy field generator to gauge its power. He also observed that the young girl named Elia seemed particularly attentive to Lord Reno, exuding a pure natural aura. One night, Viper returned silently to their stone prison and quietly reported his findings to Hassan. Hassan squinted, stroking his chin. It appears that Blackstone Fortress has indeed gained some stature. Yet where there are people, there are vulnerabilities. A sinister smile crept across his face. The elven priestess was as cold as ice, and it seemed that her relationship with Reno was merely one of mutual exploitation. That girl, Elia, could serve as a potential leverage point. Viper sees an opportunity to present her with small gifts. Remember, subtlety is key. She must remain unaware. Viper nodded, his form melding back into the shadows. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Hassan wore an expression of cunning calculation. He had no intention of truly serving Blackstone Fortress. He was waiting for news from the esteemed one or for Blackstone Fortress to falter. In chaotic times, the one who laughs last will be the one who is more scheming and ruthless. Thus, Blackstone Fortress endured a seemingly tranquil fortnight, existing in a state of external ease and internal tension. Reno, amid his anguish, diligently honed his mastery over power, while the construction of the fortress progressed steadily. Meanwhile, clandestine conspiracies, akin to lurking serpents, began to subtly reveal their intentions. One fateful afternoon, an urgent tolling of bells suddenly echoed from the watchtower. Dong, dong, dong. The alarm signified the discovery of an unidentified troop approaching. Everyone abandoned their tasks, seizing weapons and rushing toward the walls. Reno grasped his long sword and leaped onto the battlements. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a sizable contingent advanced slowly towards Blackstone Fortress. The leading banner was indistinct, but it was undoubtedly not the Empire's Golden Eagle. Damn! They arrived with remarkable swiftness. Iron Pillar spat in frustration. Liana squinted, observing the formation. It resembled not an army, but rather a migrating horde. Viola, with her bow drawn, noted, there are elders and children among them, yet a significant number of guards, adequately equipped. Reno pressed his hand against the battlement, feeling the surge of tension within him, his gaze sharp. He understood that the days of tranquility had come to an end. The first wave of chaos had reached their doorstep. Chapter 107, Refugees. The collapse of Black Furnace Fortress and the storms of the north, the urgent ringing of the bells from the watchtower struck every heart like a whip. Blackstone Fortress was abruptly roused from its daily bustle, transforming into a tense hedgehog. The clanging of the blacksmith's hammer ceased, the hum of the looms quieted, replaced by disordered footsteps, the clash of weapons, and muffled shouts. What the hell is happening? Iron Pillar had just returned, covered in soot, and upon hearing the bells, he snatched up a battle axe propped against the wall and dashed outside, shouting as he ran. Don't just stand there. Grab your weapons. To the walls. Old John was in the greenhouse, sorting newly harvested moonlight moss with several farm women. Startled by the noise, he nearly dropped a basket of shimmering moss. His face turned pale as he shouted to those nearby. Quickly, gather the supplies. Women and children, take refuge in the cellar. Trembling, he picked up a pruning knife and joined the throng heading outside. Reno was in the Lord's Tower, in what could barely be called a study, discussing the details of an upcoming trade with the dwarves with Estelio and Liana. Upon hearing the bells, he sprang to his feet, his eyes sharpening instantly. He seized the long sword hanging from the chair's backrest and quickly instructed the two. Elder, go and maintain order within. Ensure everything is in place. Liana, join me on the walls. Without waiting for a response, he dashed through the door. Although his body had yet to fully recover, his decisiveness and speed had improved significantly since his awakening. Estelio and Liana exchanged a grave glance, immediately splitting up to act. On the battlements, soldiers and militia stood tense and vigilant. Crossbows were drawn, and spears stood like a forest. Viola, like a nimble cat, crouched at the edge of the highest arrow tower, her longbow ready, her keen gaze fixed intently on the rising dust in the distance. Stone Fist, accompanied by a contingent of dwarven warriors, guarded the inner side of the fortress gates, their deep battle cries poised and ready. Reno swiftly ascended the wall, with Iron Pillar and Liana closely trailing behind. He shielded his eyes from the sun, squinting into the distance. Before him lay a serpentine, seemingly chaotic procession, laboriously making its way towards Blackstone Fortress. Leading the throng were a few dilapidated carts, their compartments crammed with anxious faces, while others clung precariously to the rooftops. Following them was a dense mass of refugees, men, women, and children alike, each clad in tattered garments, faces smeared with dust, many leaning on one another, their steps faltering. Flanking the procession were a handful of mounted soldiers. Yet their armor was battered, their banners askew, and their spirits visibly diminished, presenting a picture of a defeated army. Is this truly a flight from disaster? Where could such a multitude have emerged from? Iron Pillar stared in disbelief. Lyanna scrutinized the scene. Her brow furrowed. Their attire and the remnants of insignia indicate they are from Blackforge, the domain of Baron Hawk. Blackforge. Old John, panting from exertion, climbed up beside them. And upon hearing this, nearly leapt in shock. Impossible. Blackforge is a formidable bastion in the north, strong and well-equipped. That wily old man Hawk would never. Look at that banner. Viola shouted from the Arrow Tower, her voice imbued with certainty. Though tattered, it is unmistakably the black iron anvil flag of Blackforge. Indeed, it is them. A weight settled heavily in Reno's heart. He understood the might of Blackforge, far surpassing that of Blackstone. To have reduced them to this state, driving them from their homeland, how ruthless must the enemy be? The flames from the south have spread so swiftly into the heart of the north. My lord, what shall we do? Should we let them in? Iron Pillar inquired urgently, his grip on the axe tightening, veins standing out on his hands. With so many people, who knows if spies have infiltrated? Moreover, our food supplies. Lyanna's gaze shifted to Reno, her expression calm yet rife with concern. To deny them entry is tantamount to condemning them to death. Our future in the north would be jeopardized. However, opening the gates carries immense risk. Given this scale, at least 1,000 people, our reserves will not last long, and the pursuers may be right behind them. All eyes converged upon Reno. This decision bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Reno inhaled deeply, forcing himself to attain composure. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons. His gaze swept across the wall, meeting the desperate yet hopeful eyes of the refugees, catching sight of crying children and injured soldiers. He clenched his teeth. Open a passage in the energy field. Reno's voice rang out decisively, echoing across the ramparts. Allow their leaders to enter. No more than 5 persons. Weapons must remain outside. The rest shall remain in place. All crossbows on the walls. Aim outward. Under no circumstances shall anyone release an arrow without my command. Iron Pillar. Take a squad to guard the entrance, just in case. With the orders given, the fortress sprang into action. The shimmering membrane of the energy field emitted a faint hum as it opened a gap barely wide enough for a few to pass through. The crossbowmen on the walls trained their sights on the area beyond the breach, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Before long, several individuals, thoroughly disheveled and in dire straits, were permitted entry. At the forefront stood a middle-aged knight, his armor marred by countless sword and knife marks, stained with dried blood. His left arm hung limply, bound by a tattered cloth, and his face, a grim amalgamation of blood, sweat, and dirt, rendered his features almost unrecognizable. Yet, Reynaud recognized him as Sir Barton, the cavalry commander of Blackforge. Beside him stood a noble woman, her once resplendent gown now tattered and caked with mud. Her pallid complexion resembled that of parchment, her eyes vacant, as she clutched tightly to a small boy of about 5 or 6. Trembling in fear, this was the wife and sole heir of Baron Hawk. An elderly priest, clad in a robe sullied with mud, leaned heavily on a wooden staff, barely able to stand. Upon spotting Reynaud, Sir Barton staggered forward, as if he had found salvation. He fell to one knee with a thud, his voice hoarse and tinged with desperation. My lord Reynaud, please, save us. Blackstone Castle implores your aid. Blackforge is finished. All is lost. The noblewoman collapsed beside him, weeping uncontrollably, while the little boy wailed in terror. The priest, standing nearby, crossed himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. In the council chamber, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily, suffocating all within. The few remaining key figures of Blackforge, along with Reynaud's essential allies, crowded the room. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and despair. After receiving a few sips of water, Sir Barton regained a semblance of composure and began to recount the nightmarish events with trembling words. Filled with fear and incredulity, it was 3 nights ago, without warning. They did not attack from the outside. They emerged suddenly from within the fortress, from the depths, the sewers. Even within our own encampment, some turned against us. His eyes widened in terror, as if he were reliving that bloody night. Those beings, no, they were not human. They were monsters, clad in ragged armor akin to ours, yet utterly fearless. Blades struck them as though upon stone. Their eyes glowed with a sickly green light. Their strength was terrifying, and there were sorcerers in black robes, who unleashed clouds of green poison with a mere wave of their hands. Anyone touched would rot away. My lord Hawk, leading his guards to seal off the breach in the inner city, encountered a towering monstrosity engulfed in green flames. Sir Barton continued, his voice breaking. That creature cleaved him and his horse in twain with a single stroke. Unable to contain his anguish any longer, he buried his face in his hands, weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing the harrowing details of her husband's demise, Lady Hawk emitted a piercing wail, nearly fainting, only to be swiftly supported and comforted by Ilya and another woman. The priest, trembling, added, "They are demons, devils from hell." The church was burned, the holy icons shattered. They slaughtered everyone they encountered in the fortress, plundering all that could be taken. Sir Barton lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon Reno. "My lord, we fought valiantly to protect the lady and the young master, and a portion of us managed to escape. Behind us, all we heard was fire and the cries of the dying. Blackforge has surely been razed. Those monsters are still pursuing us. We implore you, take us in. Grant us a chance to survive. We are willing to serve you like beasts of burden." A profound silence enveloped the council chamber, broken only by the muffled sobs of Lady Hawk and the labored breaths of Sir Barton. The fall of Black Furnace Fortress was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying manner, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Internal infiltration, monstrous soldiers, and malevolent sorcerers. This was no ordinary war. Iron Pillar, having stewed in frustration, muttered with a heavy voice, "How on earth are we supposed to fight this battle?" Lyanna's complexion was extremely grim. This is exactly the same method as the southern rebels Hassan revealed. They have not merely attacked, they have already infiltrated. It seems that the North may not have just Black Furnace Fortress compromised. Elder Asterio sighed deeply. It appears that this esteemed individual has grand ambitions and has been plotting for quite some time. The North has now become a target on his chessboard. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Raynor. To offer refuge meant bearing a tremendous burden and unpredictable risks. To refuse would be unreasonable and might dishearten any potential supporters. Raynor remained silent, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the tabletop. He looked out the window, where a dark mass of people awaited their fates. He saw an old man curled up on the cold ground, a mother shielding her child from the biting wind, and the glimmer of survival in the eyes of the wounded. He also noticed that among the remnants of Black Furnace Fortress, there lay not only fear, but also a flicker of unquenchable hatred and fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, his gaze sweeping over his comrades, ultimately resting on Sir Barton and Lady Hawk. "We shall take in the people from Blackstone Fortress." Raynor's voice rang clear and resolute, echoing in the silent chamber. Sir Barton and Lady Hawk suddenly looked up, their eyes alight with disbelief, joy, and gratitude. However, Raynor's tone shifted as he grew serious and stern. "There are several conditions that must be made explicit. First, all individuals entering Blackstone Fortress must abide by its rules. All weapons must be surrendered and will be uniformly managed and distributed by us. We will do our utmost to treat the wounded, but our medicinal supplies are limited. Priority will be given to those severely injured. Those capable of labor, regardless of gender, must participate in work, repairing walls, constructing dwellings, assisting in the greenhouse and workshops, without exception. We are in a state of food scarcity and will not support idleness. Second, Sir Barton, you will be responsible for reorganizing the remaining combat-capable personnel from Black Furnace Fortress, integrating them into our defensive system under unified command. I will dispatch individuals to assist you. Should anyone be found harboring ill intentions or have any connections to the external enemy, they will be dealt with mercilessly. Third, he turned his gaze towards Lady Hawk, his tone softening slightly but remaining resolute. Madam, you and the young master are our esteemed guests and will be properly accommodated. But please remember, the enmity of Black Furnace Fortress is the enmity of all of us in the North. How and when to exact revenge must be considered carefully. For now, survival is paramount, and you must adhere to my arrangements." Sir Barton immediately knelt on one knee, pounding his chest in an oath. "My lord, your kindness shall never be forgotten. From this day forth, my life and that of the remaining brethren of Black Furnace Fortress belong to you. You point east. We shall never venture west. Should there be any treachery, may heaven and earth punish us." Lady Hawk, stifling her tears, wiped her eyes and endeavored to maintain her noble dignity, bowing to Raynor. "Lord Raynor, we are grateful for your mercy and refuge. We shall heed your every command." "Very well." Reno nodded, ceasing any further trivialities, and promptly commenced the deployment. "Old John, take your men and conduct an inventory of all food and supplies, formulating a rationing plan immediately. Taiju, oversee the reception of weapons and maintain order at the borders, while delineating the resettlement zones. Lyanna, dispatch all available scouts to expand the reconnaissance area, particularly towards the southeast. Ensure we maintain vigilant surveillance. Viola, the watchtower is entrusted to you. Any unusual movements must be reported without delay. Elder Asterio, I kindly request your assistance in soothing the citizens and refugees. Each command was articulated with clarity and precision, prompting an immediate and fervent response from the assembled individuals who sprang into action. The force field membrane fully opened, and the refugees who had long awaited outside surged in like a torrent unleashed, bringing with them a fleeting chaos and cries. However, under the organized guidance and management of the citizens of Blackstone Fortress, the throng was swiftly directed to the pre-designated temporary resettlement areas. Reno stood atop the wall, gazing down at the tumultuous yet vibrant scene below, his spirits far from relaxed. He understood that from this moment forth, Blackstone Fortress was no longer merely a secluded territory. It had been compelled to bear the banner of resistance against the calamities afflicting the North. The weight of pressure, danger, and opportunity would escalate exponentially. Instinctively, he touched his chest, where the power, a fusion of thorns, purification, and the essence of consuming pain, seemed to resonate with his heavy resolve and immense burden, stirring slightly. Akin to a ferocious beast roused from slumber, awaiting its master's command to confront the impending, more violent tempest. Chapter 108, Undercurrents. The shadow of the Viper and the awakening of Thorn's Blackstone Fortress was suddenly inundated with nearly 1,000 individuals, a scene reminiscent of disturbing a hornet's nest. The once spacious interior of the fortress was now crammed with hastily constructed shelters, the air thick with the mingling scents of sweat, medicine, and the cries of children. Old John tirelessly executed the inventory and distribution of rations, his voice hoarse from shouting. Tai Zhu and his band of brothers kept their eyes peeled, ensuring order was maintained, fearful that a desperate soul might incite unrest. The entire fortress operated like an overburdened machine, creaking under pressure, yet somehow remained intact. Reno was overwhelmed, his heels colliding with the back of his head as he attempted to manage the resettlement of refugees, allocate resources, bolster security, and calm the anxieties of the original inhabitants, all while a multitude of pressing matters assailed him, draining his recently restored vigor. He felt akin to a fire chief, dashing to extinguish flames wherever they flared. That evening, after finally catching a moment to breathe, he leaned against the window of the Lord's Tower corridor. Observing the chaotic yet resilient scene below, the familiar sense of suffocation in his chest returned, not in pain, but as that entity within him stirred restlessly once more. Under the weight of pressure, the dark red energy surged through his veins like a venomous snake agitated by provocation. Ah, what impeccable timing, he muttered under his breath, massaging his throbbing temples. Your river seems to run even more tumultuously than in recent days. A cool voice emanated from behind him. Sarah had approached silently, her silver eyes calmly observing his slightly pallid visage. Reynold did not look back, managing a bitter smile. Needless to say, with over 1,000 mouths to feed at home and countless monsters lurking outside, you'd be anxious too. Emotions serve as fuel, Sarah remarked calmly, stepping beside him and gazing out the window. Anger, anxiety, and pressure could intensify that force. The more one attempts to suppress it, the more violently it rebounds. So what should we do? We can't just abandon our responsibilities, can we? Reynold expressed his agitation. Controlling a river does not rely on blocking it, but rather on guiding its flow. Sarah turned to him, her gaze steady. Your previous practice merely acquainted you with its current. Now, you must attempt to direct it, even if just a fraction, for your own use rather than being driven by it. Reynold frowned. Easier said than done. That thing is like a wild horse. One touch, and it goes berserk. Thus, you require a more precise rein. Sarah extended her hand, her fingertips shimmering with moonlight. Tonight's training is advanced. You must discover the sensation of control under real pressure. Reynolds sighed, knowing he could not evade this. All right then. I shall accompany the priest to the brink. As night fell within the old storage room, this training felt more arduous than any previous attempt. As Reynolds endeavored to concentrate, the sounds of children crying in the refugee camp, the muffled groans of the wounded, and even the footsteps of patrolling soldiers pierced his mind like needles, rendering it impossible for him to find tranquility. The energy within him became agitated, crashing against itself with greater fury. He stifled a groan, feeling as if his very organs were about to shift. Shut out the distractions. Sarah's voice remained cold, yet her hand on his back steadily channeled the lunar energy, serving as a stabilizing anchor. Perceive the core of your power, find that point, and gently nudge it with your will. Reynolds gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He desperately ignored the cacophony outside, immersing his consciousness into the tumultuous sea of energy within. Amidst a chaotic swirl of dark red and silvery threads, he faintly sensed a relatively solid, pulsating core, akin to the eye of a storm. He attempted to muster all his mental strength, cautiously reaching out to touch that core. Boom. A far more intense, searing pain and ferocious backlash surged within him, nearly causing him to faint. Sarah's lunar energy immediately intensified, forcefully repressing the rampaging energy. The direction is wrong. A hint of barely detectable fatigue tinged Sarah's voice. It is not about resistance. It is about yielding. Imagine you are a leaf, falling into a torrent, rising and falling with the water's flow while maintaining your own direction. A leaf? A torrent? Reynolds' mind became a tangled mess. The clamor outside escalated, as if a shelter had collapsed, stirring a commotion. Frustration and helplessness surged within him like a tide, nearly compelling him to surrender. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed on the storage room door. "My lord, are you inside?" It was Ilya's soft, concerned voice. "I brewed some calming soup. I noticed you scarcely ate anything this evening." Reynolds jolted at her words. Ilya's voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring, instantly quenching some of his anxiety. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. He could not yield. There were so many relying on him outside, including Ilya and the others. He once again sank into a meditative state, this time not attempting to forcefully control or resist the overwhelming power, but rather allowing himself to relax and feel its flow. As Selah had advised, he endeavored to go with the current while maintaining a flicker of awareness, akin to driftwood in water. Gradually, the excruciating pain that had been tearing at him seemed to diminish slightly. Although the energy remained wild, he sensed its rhythm more distinctly. Selah perceptively detected the subtle shift in his aura, a faint glimmer of surprise flashing in her silver eyes. She slowly withdrew a portion of her lunar energy. Reno's body wavered momentarily, yet he steadied himself. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as if he had run for miles, but his expression brightened a touch. "I can feel it," he rasped. Selah nodded, affirming, "It is a beginning. Remember this sensation. The fluctuations of emotion can be a double-edged sword, wielded wisely. They can expedite your adaptation to power." She paused, glancing towards the doorway. Concern from others is a good thing, but do not let it become a burden. Reno grasped her meaning. He approached the door and opened it. Elia stood outside, holding a wooden bowl, her small face etched with worry. "Sir, are you all right? You look unwell." She extended the bowl towards him, which contained a fragrant, light green broth. Reno accepted the bowl and drank it in one go, a warm current flowing down his throat, soothing the tumult within him considerably. "I am fine. I appreciate your effort," he said, his tone softening as he regarded Elia. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. "It's no trouble. You must take care of yourself." After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly. "The mutated crimson moon moss in the greenhouse has been thriving recently. The edges of its leaves are deepening in red. I feel it is quite content." Reno's heart stirred, recalling Phineas's research. He nodded, understood. "You should also rest early." Watching Elia's retreating figure, he closed the door and leaned against it. The power within him seemed to have been temporarily subdued by the brief control he had exercised and the tranquility Elia had brought. Yet, he knew this was merely a fleeting respite. The true trial lay ahead. Meanwhile, in another corner of the fortress, within the closely guarded quarters of Hassan, oil lamps flickered dimly as Hassan and the tall, gaunt bodyguard nicknamed Viper spoke in hushed tones. "Is everything arranged?" Viper inquired ominously. Hassan's small eyes sparkled with cunning. "Rest assured, the substance has been mixed into the calming herbs distributed to that young girl. The dosage is minimal, and its effects are slow to manifest, appearing merely as exhaustion. When she is fatigued and prone to mistakes, that will be our moment to strike." "Can it truly affect her innate power?" Viper confirmed. "I procured heart-eating pollen at great expense from the alchemist of the esteemed one, specifically designed to disrupt mental acuity and energy perception. It is the most effective means against someone like her, who relies on her senses." Hassan rubbed his hands together with a sense of smug anticipation, eagerly awaiting a minor mishap as she tended to the moonlight moss or treated that barely alive lord. If chaos erupted within the fortress, it would present an opportunity for us to seize. The Viper nodded, merging with the shadows. "I shall keep watch." Hassan gazed out into the oppressive darkness of the night, a greedy and sinister smile gracing his face. It was in tumultuous times that someone of his ilk truly flourished. He had set his sights firmly on the succulent prize of Blackstone Fortress. The following day, the situation indeed began to unravel. First, in the greenhouse, a meticulously nurtured specimen of snow silk moss unexpectedly withered for unknown reasons. Although Ilya managed to stabilize it with her natural powers, a significant number of leaves were lost. Subsequently, while changing the bandages for a severely wounded soldier from Blackforge, the healing salve Ilya concocted proved far less effective than before, nearly resulting in infection. Fortunately, Sela happened to notice the anomaly and intervened just in time. Ilya herself sensed something amiss. An unsettling feeling plagued her, rendering her unable to focus. And she experienced a sluggishness when channeling her natural abilities. Thinking it was merely fatigue, she worked even harder, only to see her complexion deteriorate further. Reynard noticed her distress and inquired, but Ilya merely attributed it to a lack of rest. Yet, Reynard instinctively felt that the matter was not so straightforward. He discreetly had old John inspect the supplies allocated to Ilya, but no obvious issues were discovered at that moment. Meanwhile, pressure from external threats intensified. Scouts dispatched by Liana reported the presence of unidentified cavalry in the southeast, their movements shrouded in mystery as they appeared to be surveilling the defenses of Blackstone Fortress. To make matters worse, troubling news emerged from the northwest. A sizable orc tribe, seemingly driven by the turmoil of southern warfare, was migrating towards the rift, with their route likely passing near Blackstone Fortress. With internal strife unresolved and external threats looming, Blackstone Fortress resembled a fragile vessel tossed about in a storm, poised to capsize with the next wave. Reynard stood atop the fortress walls, gazing at the churning clouds on the horizon, feeling the latent power within him stir as the crisis approached, and clenched his fists. There was no time to delay. He needed to seize control of this power swiftly, for without it, not only would he fail to protect others, but even his own safety would be in jeopardy. He turned and strode purposefully towards the old storeroom. Tonight, he must breach that critical threshold. Chapter 109, Night Raid. The detoxifying moonlight and the orc-s smoke signals in the old storeroom. The air was as heavy as lead. The flickering flames of the oil lamps danced uneasily, casting wavering shadows upon the walls. Reynard sat cross-legged upon a hide mat, his eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, pooling at his chin before dropping to the ground. Every muscle in his body tensed, as if he were bearing the weight of an invisible, immense pressure. Sela stood behind him, one hand gently pressing against his back. The moonlight energy coursing from her fingertips more potent than ever before, flowing into Reynard like a tangible stream of silver. Her complexion appeared paler than usual, fine beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, clearly indicating that sustaining such intensity of guidance exacted a tremendous toll on her. Steady your mind. Cyrus' voice bore an unusual urgency, reminiscent of a startled bison. Sheer force would only incite further chaos. Feel the rhythm. Discover that resonance. Reno gritted his teeth, a suppressed growl emanating from his throat. The energy within him surged to a boiling point. Dark crimson, thorns of fighting spirit. The silvery afterglow of the heart of pure light, and that newly awakened, devouring essence of darkness intertwined, forming a cataclysmic torrent that surged through his veins, leaving trails of agony in its wake. He felt akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. No, he could not yield. Countless souls awaited his return. The weary visage of Ilya, the trusting gaze of Iron Pillar, the anxious countenance of Old John, images flashed through his mind. A resolute will to protect, as unyielding as rock. Steadfastly held firm amidst the tempest of chaotic energy. Just as he felt on the brink of his limits, a peculiar clarity washed over him. He ceased his struggle to control or direct this force, instead surrendering completely, allowing himself to embrace every ounce of its ferocity, every pang of anguish, every flicker of desire, much like truly understanding the rage and fear of a cornered beast. Miraculously, in that moment of shifting his will from resistance to acceptance, the violent energy's impact seemed to wane. No, it was not a diminishment, but rather his own vessel appeared to expand, growing more resilient. The pain persisted, yet it no longer bore that soul-rending sense of devastation. He could even faintly discern the various threads of different attributes within the flow of energy. Though he could not yet manipulate them with precision, he could at least influence their direction. Now was the moment. Cyrus keenly sensed the subtle shift in his aura, letting out a low growl as the power of moonlight suddenly intensified, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, slicing into critical junctures of the energy vortex. Buzz. Reno's body jolted violently, as if some shackles had been shattered. An unprecedented sensation of power, both familiar and foreign, flooded through him. It was no longer the previous uncontrollable fury, but a heavy, commanding force, tinged with a stinging heat, yet undeniably solid. He abruptly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, a fleeting glimmer of intertwined dark red and silver flashed. He had succeeded. Reno exhaled a long breath, tinged with the metallic taste of blood. His voice hoarse, yet filled with the exhilaration that follows exhaustion. He had initially tamed this ferocious beast. However, before he could fully savor this newfound strength, The storeroom door was flung open with a resounding crash. "My lord, it's bad. Miss Ilya, she has fainted. Something is terribly wrong." A young woman responsible for caring for the refugees rushed in, her face ashen with panic. Reno and Cyrus' expressions shifted simultaneously. The two immediately dashed out of the storeroom, racing towards Ilya's usual resting place. Surrounding the small cottage were several familiar farm women, all in a flurry of distress. Old John also arrived, his face etched with worry. Rushing inside, Reno beheld Ilya lying on a humble wooden bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion not merely pale, but an unnatural ashen hue. Her lips faintly tinged with purple. Her breathing was weak and rapid, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, and her body occasionally twitched slightly. Most alarming were the faint, dark green lines, reminiscent of spider webs, that could be seen on the back of her hand, exposed beyond the covers. What was happening? Reno rushed to the bedside, grasping Ilya's icy hand, his heart tightening with dread. He immediately summoned the nascent power he had just begun to master, an energy tinged with the sting of thorns and a subtle purifying essence, probing into Ilya's body. Upon this intrusion, Reno's countenance darkened as if shrouded in shadows. He sensed a chilling, viscous, and highly corrosive foreign energy coiling near Ilya's heart, relentlessly eroding her vitality and innate divine power. This was no mere exhaustion. She was poisoned, insidiously afflicted by a chronic toxin. Poison. Reno spat the word through clenched teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. He turned sharply towards old John, demanding to know what special substances Ilya had encountered that day. What had she eaten or drunk? Startled by the murderous intent in Reno's gaze, old John hurriedly recalled. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual. Busy in the greenhouse, had some water, made soothing soup upon returning, and even brought me a bowl of it. Where did the herbs for the soothing soup come from? Reno pressed, his voice sharp. They were from the warehouse. All standard supplies, dried moonlight moss and a few common calming herbs, old John replied, only to suddenly remember, wait. This afternoon, one of Hassan's portly subordinates entered the warehouse under the pretense of helping to tally supplies. Hassan. A glint of cold fury flashed in Reno's eyes. Indeed, that old fox. Sarah. Reno turned to the elven priestess beside him, his tone imbued with unprecedented urgency. Can you save her? Sarah had already leaned down to assess Ilya's condition, her slender fingers resting on her wrist, a grave look passing through her silver eyes. It is a nerve toxin, a vile concoction of dark magic and alchemy, eroding her very essence and affinity for nature. She lifted her gaze to Reno. It is quite troublesome, but it can be attempted. We will need an exceptionally pure force of moonlight and your purifying power to forcibly expel the toxin. The process will be excruciating, for her, for me, and for you. It's a significant drain and risk. No matter what, save her. Reno replied without hesitation, his voice resolute. We require an utterly silent environment, free from any disturbances. Sarah added. Iron pillar. Reno bellowed outside, commanding, surround this place. Not a single fly is to enter. Old John, bring me Hassan and all his subordinates. No one is to approach the warehouse or this area without my command. The orders were swiftly executed. The cabin was tightly secured. Reno and Sarah exchanged a glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. Sarah instructed Reno to help Ilya into a seated position, while she positioned herself behind her, hands supporting Ilya's back. The pure and vast energy of moonlight surged forth like a tide, beginning to gently yet resolutely envelop and penetrate the dark green toxins. Reno sat opposite Ilya, gently clasping her icy hands, carefully channeling his newly tamed, yet still unstable powers into delicate streams of energy imbued with a faint purifying effect. Combined with Selah's lunar grace, it was akin to the finest pair of tweezers, meticulously peeling away and neutralizing the toxins clinging to Elia's heart. This was an exceedingly taxing endeavor, both mentally and energetically. Selah's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her breaths becoming more rapid. Reno felt his recently subdued power stir once again, the strain of such intricate manipulation causing sharp pangs in his meridians and cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Even in her unconscious state, Ilya emitted involuntary moans of anguish, her body trembling uncontrollably. Time slipped away, each second stretching painfully as the energy fluctuations within the small room resembled a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, intense and perilous. Just at this critical juncture, a sudden clamor of hurried footsteps and a thunderous roar from the iron pillar outside suggested unrest. Almost immediately, the sounds of clashing weapons and a brief, harrowing scream pierced the air. Reno's heart jolted, nearly losing control of the energy he was wielding. Selah's voice cut through the chaos. Focus. Let them handle what lies outside. He forcibly suppressed his rising anxiety, centering his mind. He understood that distraction was not an option at this moment. The turmoil outside quickly subsided. After a brief interval, the voice of the iron pillar resonated at the door, laden with restrained fury. "My lord, we have captured him." The lanky one from Hassan's crew attempted to slip through the chaos, but we caught him red-handed. He was found with empty vials for poison and a peculiar blow dart. Indeed, it was them. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Reno's eyes, yet he knew now was not the time for reckoning. An eternity seemed to pass before the dark green veins on Elia's hand began to slowly fade and recede. Her pallid complexion regained a hint of color, and her breathing gradually steadied. Sayla slowly withdrew her hand, her body swaying slightly, nearly spent. Reno felt as if he had just fought an arduous battle, his entire being feeling on the verge of collapse. The toxin had been temporarily subdued, most of it expelled. Selah's voice was faint, her vitality was severely depleted, and the natural forces she wielded had suffered greatly, necessitating a lengthy period of rest for recovery. Seeing Elia, though still unconscious, showing signs of improvement, Reno breathed a deep sigh of relief, an overwhelming weariness and dread washing over him. He gently laid Elia back down and covered her with a blanket. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door, and Liana's anxious voice reached them. "My lord, Priest Sayla, are you both well? There is an urgent military matter." Reno and Sayla steadied their breaths and stepped outside the small room. Before them stood Liana and a bloodied, armor-clad scout, both bearing grim expressions. "My lord, to the northwest. Orcs, a vast horde of orc cavalry, less than 50 miles from the fortress. Their trajectory indicates they are heading straight for our chasm. They could arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest." The scout gasped, panic etched across his face. "There are simply too many of them. At least 1,000. And wolves." As if the heavens conspired against them, misfortune struck anew. The internal venomous snakes have just been unearthed, and now the external wolf pack is at the gates. Reno inhaled deeply, suppressing his fatigue and the anger simmering within him, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He glanced at Sayla, frail yet resolute, then at his comrades who looked at him with unwavering trust. "Tie up Hassan and the snakes in the dungeon, and keep a close watch on them. We will settle the score after we repel the orcs. Old John, immediately inventory all usable weapons and armor. Distribute them at once. Liana, Viola, all capable fighters. Ascend the walls immediately. Prepare for battle. Stonefist, head to the forge area and rouse our dwarven brethren. We require their hammers and shield wall. Elder Asterio, I entrust you with maintaining order within the fortress and soothing the refugees." Commands were swiftly issued, and the war machine of Blackstone Fortress, having endured internal poison and the breach of the Lord's power, roared back to life to confront the surging external threat. Reno clenched his fists, sensing within him a new vitality that, though weary, was immensely solid. This time, he would no longer be the injured party reliant on his comrades for protection. "Come forth, beasts," he proclaimed, gazing at the distant billowing dust in the northwest, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Let us see whose fangs are sharper, yours or my thorns." Chapter 110, Blood Battle. The burning walls and the roar of thorns. The orcs arrived sooner than anticipated. The following afternoon, as the sun hung low in the overcast sky of the chasm, the lookout tower sounded a piercing alarm. "Enemy attack. Northwest direction. A dark mass approaches. It is the wolf cavalry." Instantly, Blackstone Fortress erupted into chaos. Everyone abandoned their tasks, seizing their weapons and rushing towards the walls. Iron Pillar's thunderous voice echoed throughout the fortress. "On the walls. Everyone, get on the walls. Dwarven brothers, hold the gate. Archers, find your positions." Reno dashed up the wall with his sword in hand, peering out to see a daunting sight that made his heart skip a beat. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed, a vast shadow rapidly advancing, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Leading the charge were dozens of massive wolves, fierce as small calves, bearing their fangs and drooling, ridden by orc cavalry clad in tattered leather armor, brandishing rusted cleavers. Following closely was a throng of infantry orcs, armed with a hodgepodge of weaponry, howling wildly, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty glint. The sheer ferocity of their formation sent chills down the spine. "Damn, there really are a lot of them." Iron Pillar spat, tightening his grip on his battle axe. "They must be starving, thinking of us as their next feast." Old John turned pale, trembling as he directed the militia to haul bundles of arrows and catapult stones up the walls. "We must hold them back." Liana and Viola had already positioned the elven rangers and human archers in a line behind the arrow towers and wall parapets, bows drawn tight, the arrowheads glinting ominously in the dim light. Stonefist, alongside the dwarven warriors, formed a solid shield wall inside the gate, their hammers and axes poised, awaiting the orc assault. Syra did not ascend the wall. She remained at the relatively safe heights of the inner fortress, her silver eyes calmly surveying the battlefield. With her hands poised, she was ever ready to unleash the power of the moonlight for extensive support or healing. Reno took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain his composure. He could feel the new surge of power within him stirring restlessly, akin to a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood. Clenching the hilt of his sword, he bellowed to the messenger beside him. Inform everyone to heed my command. Engage only when they are close. Conserve our arrows. The Orcish wolf riders advanced with remarkable speed, swirling dust around them like a gray tide crashing against the walls. The wolves, remarkably agile, even attempted to scale the rough stone surfaces directly. Archers, aim for the wolves' eyes and the riders. Fire. At the opportune moment, Reno commanded, and a dense rain of arrows cascaded down like a swarm of locusts. The foremost Orcish wolf riders were immediately thrown into disarray, their anguished cries mingling with the howls of the wolves. The elven rangers' arrows were particularly precise, each shot finding its mark, targeting those orcs that bore the semblance of leaders. However, the Orcish hordes were overwhelming in number and exhibited no fear of death. Those who fell were trampled by their comrades, relentlessly surging forward. Some formidable orcs even braved the storm of arrows, casting grappling ropes with hooks over the walls. Their teeth clenched around their cleavers as they began their ascent. Boulders, logs, strike, iron pillar roared. The defenders atop the walls exerted themselves, pushing down prepared stones and stout timbers, smashing the orcs below, causing their brains to splatter and bones to shatter. Yet, there were too many orcs, like ants. They soon found ways to scale the walls. Kill. Iron Pillar was the first to charge forward, his battle axe slicing through the air with a howling wind, cleaving through an orc and its wolf that had just emerged. The close-quarters combat erupted. The top of the wall transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse in an instant, with human soldiers, dwarven warriors, and Orcish wolf riders entangled in a brutal melee, the clashing of blades, roars, and screams resonating deafeningly. Blood rapidly stained the rocky surface of the wall. Reno too swung his sword, joining the fray. He deliberately restrained his power, refraining from unleashing that dangerous energy at the outset, instead relying on his solid swordsmanship and regained stamina to combat the orcs. His strikes were fierce and precise, deftly identifying gaps in the Orcish defenses, toppling 2 or 3 with just a few encounters. Yet he quickly realized that standard slashes were of limited efficacy against these thick-skinned, robust orcs. Unless he struck a vital point, it was challenging to deliver a fatal blow. A particularly towering orc centurion, wielding a colossal two-handed axe, howled as he broke through the dwarven shield wall, charging directly at Reno. The sheer momentum was akin to a humanoid bear. "My lord, watch out," a nearby soldier exclaimed. Reno's gaze sharpened. He understood he could no longer hold back. Resolutely, he summoned that power within him. A surge of scorching intensity shot up from his core, coursing through his arm and into the blade. His long sword was instantly enveloped in a strange, dark crimson aura, its edges flickering with delicate silver lightning. Die! With a low growl, Raynor stood his ground, confronting the orc centurion's massive axe head-on. The clash reverberated with a piercing metallic shriek, as a staggering spectacle unfolded before all. The orc's sturdy two-handed axe, upon colliding with Raynor's sword, which glimmered with a dark crimson radiance, was unexpectedly cleaved open, as if corroded by a potent acid. Dark red energy surged along the axe, eliciting a chilling scream from the orc centurion, as his arm holding the axe turned blackened and shriveled. With a flick of his wrist, Raynor swiftly drew his sword across, severing the orc's throat. The orc, with eyes wide in disbelief, collapsed heavily to the ground. A momentary silence enveloped the surroundings. Both the defenders and the orcs were stunned by this eerie and terrifying scene. "Long live the Lord," someone shouted, invigorating the morale of the defenders. Panting heavily, Raynor felt a wave of fatigue in his arm. That last maneuver had taken a toll. Yet, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. This power was indeed formidable. However, the orc assault did not wane with the death of one centurion. Instead, it intensified. More orcs surged onto the walls, increasing the strain on the defenders. Liana and Viola's arrows were depleting rapidly, and ordinary soldiers began to suffer casualties. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed from the fortress gates. Boom, boom, boom. The orc infantry, wielding a massive battering ram, commenced their assault on the reinforced gates. Stonefist and the dwarves braced themselves firmly, yet the gates began to crack under the relentless impact. The gates cannot hold much longer. Stonefist bellowed, urgency palpable in his voice. In this critical moment, from the heights of the inner fortress, Syra clasped her hands before her chest and began to chant an ancient and melodious elven incantation. A resplendent silver light erupted around her, akin to a luminous moon rising in the night. Moonlight's embrace. As her chant resonated, a gentle yet resilient silver barrier rapidly expanded from her, enveloping the entire top of the walls and the gate area like an inverted bowl. Under this protective veil, the defenders felt a surge of spirit, their fatigue alleviated, and their wounds began to mend slowly. Conversely, the orcs, upon contact with the barrier, emitted agonized howls. Their movements sluggish, as if restrained by an invisible force. It is the priestess's divine magic. Blessings from the goddess. The defenders cheered, seizing the moment to counterattack, pushing the orcs back down from the walls. The pressure at the gates also suddenly lessened. However, the exertion required for Syra to cast such an extensive spell was immense. Her complexion turned pale, and her body swayed slightly as she struggled to remain upright. Reno, witnessing this, felt a pang of urgency within him. He understood that Syra could not sustain this for long. They must repel the orc onslaught swiftly. Resolutely, he called out to Iron Pillar, take a team and charge out with me. Disperse their forces at the gate. My lord, it's too dangerous. Iron Pillar gasped in shock. There is no time. Open the gate. Reno commanded authoritatively. Within the confines of the gate, the stout dwarf warriors, under the command of Stonefist, suddenly withdrew the massive wooden door. With a creak, the heavy gate opened a narrow gap. Charge! Reno led the charge, accompanied by Iron Pillar and dozens of the most elite soldiers and dwarves, bursting forth like a ferocious tiger from the opening. The orc assault troops outside were utterly unprepared for the defenders' audacious counterattack, resulting in immediate chaos. Reno, at the forefront, unleashed the dark red power within him with full force. He became a blazing, dark red whirlwind, leaving a trail of death and injury among the orcs. His sword became extraordinarily sharp, the power it wielded not only corroding weapons and armor, but also directly eroding the very life force of the orcs. The orcs he felled bore wounds that exhibited a strange, charred withering. Iron Pillar and the other warriors closely followed, seizing the opportunity amidst the orcs' turmoil to fight fiercely. In no time, they began to push the orc attackers back. However, the orcs' numbers were overwhelming. Soon, more orcs encircled Reno's assault team from all sides. My lord, we are surrounded. Iron Pillar shouted anxiously while toppling an orc with his battle axe. Reno felt the mounting pressure. The orcs surrounding him seemed endless, and his strength was rapidly waning, leaving him increasingly weak. The defenders on the walls desperately rained arrows for cover, but their efforts bore limited fruit. At this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the arrow tower on the walls, Viola took a deep breath and withdrew a special arrowhead entwined with tender green sprouts from her quiver. It had been soaked in the essence of the mutated moonlight moss, meticulously cultivated by Ilia. She drew her bowstring taut, aiming for a shaman's rear, who was frantically directing the orc forces. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the battlefield like a green meteor, striking the orc shaman with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the arrow did not inflict a significant wound, but the essence of the moonlight moss erupted instantaneously, enveloping the shaman and several surrounding orcs in a mist of delicate green, imbued with an unusual fragrance. The orcs shrouded in the mist did not perish immediately. Instead, they emitted a chilling, eerie wail, unlike that of a wounded creature. They dropped their weapons, frantically clawing at their skin, as if countless insects were gnawing at them. Their eyes turned wild and fearful, even turning against their comrades. It works, Viola exclaimed with delight. This sudden chaos greatly disrupted the orc formation, alleviating the pressure on Reno and his companions. Seizing the moment, Reno roared, channeling his strength once more, leading his team in a fierce assault, and finally tore through a gap, retreating back inside the gate. The dwarf warriors swiftly barricaded the door once more. The first wave of the orc onslaught was finally repelled by the defenders' desperate resistance and the unexpected tactics of Sarah and Viola. The walls were littered with the corpses of orcs and wargs, the scent of blood rising to the heavens. Yet, the defenders also suffered significant losses, each one utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse. Reinhold leaned on his sword, gasping for breath as he gazed at the temporarily retreating, yet still menacing orc horde outside. His heart bore no semblance of relief. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The orcs had tasted defeat, and when they returned, their fury would undoubtedly be more ferocious. With Selah heavily drained and Ilia still grievously injured, The fortress's defensive strength had already revealed its vulnerabilities. The true trial lay ahead. Chapter 111. Desperation. The fury of thorns and the dwindling of moonlight, the first wave of the orc assault had receded like a tide, yet within Blackstone Fortress, no one dared to exhale in relief. On the ramparts and at the base of the walls, the air was thick with the stench of blood, a nauseating miasma that suffocated the senses. The brothers defending the city appeared as though they had been pulled from a pool of blood, collapsed behind the battlements, their breaths ragged as if blown through a broken bellows. Old John, trembling as he carried the stretcher, turned pale at the sight of the maimed and wounded. Reinhold, sword still at his side, felt a constriction in his chest. The countercharge he had led was fierce, yet his body felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 needles, his head buzzing incessantly. He raised his gaze to the heights of the inner fortress, only to find Selah's figure had vanished, a sinking feeling in his heart. Without her moonlit protection, how would they withstand the next wave of orcs, who would come charging like rabid dogs? Hurry! Those who are still alive, move. Count the numbers, reinforce the gates. Now, he shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. Iron Pillar wiped the blood crust from his eyes, cursing, we're running low on arrows. The boulders and logs are nearly exhausted. Damn it! When will these green-skinned beasts cease their relentless assault? Liana slid down from the arrow tower, her face ashen. They haven't gone far. They're regrouping just a mile away. I saw shamans performing their dark rituals, surely brewing something sinister. Her words fell like a bucket of ice water, chilling the hearts of all present. The orc shaman's bloodthirsty incantations were no trifling matter. Indeed, within half an hour, the ominous sound of war drums echoed from afar, throbbing like a heartbeat of dread. The dark mass of orcs surged forth once more, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red fury, howling as they charged faster than ever, resembling a pack of maddened beasts. It's bloodlust. They've gone berserk. Viola shrieked, her bowstring creaking ominously. There was no time for words. The second wave of bloodshed erupted instantaneously. The orcs, fueled by their frenzy, felt no pain, using their bodies as ladders, desperately climbing over one another. The pressure on the defenders atop the walls intensified. For every orc felled, 2 more surged forward, threatening to tear through their lines. Bang, bang, bang. The assault on the gates grew fiercer, the reinforced wooden door groaning under the strain, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Hold the line. Give it everything you've got. The stone-fisted warriors and dwarves grimaced, pressing their shoulders against the door supports, sweat mingling with blood as they struggled to maintain their footing. Reinhold darted along the ramparts, extinguishing fires of crisis wherever the enemy threatened to breach. His sword, imbued with a sinister red glow, remained sharp. It corroded the Orcish weapons it touched and withered flesh it struck. Yet with every swing, the pain within his own body intensified, darkness clouding his vision, a sign that both his strength and spirit were nearing their limits. As despair clung to him like a venomous serpent, he realized that if things continued this way, ruin was inevitable. The fear he dreaded had manifested itself. A section of the wall at the northwest corner had been breached by a group of particularly ferocious orcs. A dozen green-skinned lunatics howled as they leaped into the fortress. Disaster had struck. The orcs had invaded. Panic spread like wildfire throughout the stronghold. Inside, the refugees cried out for their parents, running in all directions, while the militia tasked with maintaining order could not contain the frenzied beasts. Iron Pillar, take your men down. Block the breach. Raynor shouted, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Iron Pillar let out a roar and charged down with his men, but chaos had already erupted within. The orcs swung their weapons at anyone in sight, and the sounds of flames and agonized screams echoed from the fortress, sending chills down the spines of those outside. Just when things could not seem worse, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the main gate was smashed open, creating a gaping hole. Several orcs, shielded by battered armor, desperately forced their way inside. The gate was breached. It was all over. The despair spread like a plague among the defenders. Raynor, caught between the encroaching enemy and the cries of his brothers, felt an overwhelming surge of rage and frustration erupt within him, akin to a volcano ready to explode. With a primal scream that seemed beyond human capacity, his eyes transformed into a bloody hue. The dark, malevolent force that had been suppressed within him, a mixture of pain, fury, and insatiable hunger, broke free. An explosive wave of dark red energy erupted from him, incinerating the nearby orcs before they could even react. Stones from the wall crumbled under the shockwave. His sword shattered into fragments in his hand, but he paid it no mind, enveloped in a dense shroud of dark red energy, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Seizing a hefty axe dropped by an orc, The moment it touched his hand, it transformed into a dark red hue, emitting a low, ominous hum. Die! All of you die! Rayner was utterly unhinged. Like a rabid beast, he leapt through the gaping hole in the gate, plunging headlong into the heart of the orc horde. Wherever he passed, it became a veritable meat grinder. The dark red energy corroded and consumed, rendering the orc's armor and weapons as fragile as parchment, their bodies wilting upon contact. He employed no technique, only the most primal and brutal slaughter. The axe swung in a whirlwind of death. The orcs, taken aback by his sudden madness and terrifying power, found their assault faltering. The defenders on the wall stared in disbelief. Their lord had become an unfamiliar terror. "Lord, come back. You're losing control," Lyanna cried from the arrow tower. Frantic and agitated, but her arrows could not even approach the energy field surrounding Rayner. Inside, the orcs fought valiantly to block the entrance, yet Rayner, charging into their ranks alone, was essentially marching to his demise. His power burned through him like kindling, rapidly consuming his very life. At this critical juncture, a faint yet unyielding silvery glow flickered to life, reminiscent of a candle's flame in the wind, emanating from the inner fortress. Syra, her frail body on the verge of collapse, staggered out. Her face was as pale as parchment, with blood staining the corners of her mouth. Yet her silver eyes burned with the fierce determination to fight. Trembling, she formed her final seal, channeling the last remnants of her lunar essence into a slender yet remarkably resilient arrow of light, which she shot towards Rayner's back, where he was furiously engaged in battle among the orcs. In the name of the moon goddess, awaken! The arrow, as if guided by some unseen force, deftly navigated the chaotic energy field and struck true at Rayner's heart. In that moment of rage, Rayner froze, his actions halted. Syra's urgent voice echoed in his mind like thunder. "Rayner, regain control. Otherwise, you will become more terrifying than the orcs." This admonition struck him like a bucket of icy water, rousing his muddled soul. His bloodshot eyes regained a flicker of clarity as he confronted the havoc he had wrought, feeling the vitality drain away alongside the sinister power that coursed through him. With gritted teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his lucidity, desperately pulling the rampant energy back into himself. This struggle was more excruciating than releasing it, akin to forcing a searing iron back into his very core. Seizing the moment of his brief clarity and the orc's momentary fear, Iron Pillar and Stone Fist, accompanied by a cadre of the toughest brethren, charged through the gaping entrance, risking everything to retrieve the unsteady Rayner. The orcs seemed genuinely intimidated by Rayner's earlier display of power, compounded by their considerable losses and the fact that the shaman had been injured by Viola's precise arrow. Their assault finally slackened, retreating like a receding tide, regrouping at a distance, seemingly too intimidated to launch another ferocious attack for the time being. The fortress had held, albeit temporarily, yet the cost was staggering. The ground was littered with corpses, and the defenders had suffered grievous losses. By the time they carried Rayner back, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath faint and feverish. Although the dark red energy had receded, a glow still pulsed beneath his skin, signaling a perilous condition. As for Syra, after unleashing that life-saving arrow, she could no longer endure. Blood erupted from her mouth, and she collapsed to the ground, her once lustrous silver hair now dulled, her life force flickering tenuously, no better off than Rayner. Elia remained unconscious. The two most capable defenders of the fortress were either gravely injured or on the brink of death. Blackstone Fortress had repelled the orcs but had suffered severe losses, teetering on the edge of collapse. The dying sun poured down like blood, illuminating this hellish landscape. The survivors gazed upon the battered fortress and their uncertain leaders, their faces devoid of joy, only reflecting a profound confusion and an abyss of sorrow for having salvaged their lives. The orcs had merely retreated temporarily. They would undoubtedly return. Without Rayner and Syra, would Blackstone Fortress ever see the light of day again? The true ordeal had only just begun. Chapter 112, Embers. The fortress's breath and silent vigil on the night following the orcs' retreat. Blackrock Fortress lay in an eerie silence. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only the stifled sounds of weeping, the groans of the wounded, and the mournful wails of the cold wind sweeping through the battered walls. The air was thick with the acrid sense of blood and charred remains, a haunting reminder of the nightmare they had just endured. Reynold and Silo were placed side by side in the quietest chamber of the Lord's Tower, both in a state of unconsciousness, their breaths faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Illyria, though severely weakened, steadfastly remained by their bedside, alternating her gaze between Reynold's feverish brow, where an ominous red glow pulsed beneath his skin, and Sila's pallid face, fragile as parchment, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Old John summoned all those within the fortress who possessed any knowledge of herbal remedies. But faced with the backlash of such immense power and the exhaustion of their very essence, ordinary herbs proved utterly ineffective. Illyria wiped her tears, applying a cool, damp cloth repeatedly to Reynolds' forehead and neck, his temperature alarmingly high. In haste, she draped a fur blanket over Scylla, whose body felt like ice. Elder Astalio visited. His verdant eyes filled with concern. He attempted to gently nurture their bodies with the power of nature, but the effects were negligible. Lord Reynolds' strength was ferociously consuming him from within, while Priestess Scylla had exhausted her essence, akin to a lamp running out of oil. They could only rely on their own willpower to endure. The old elf sighed heavily, the burden of the fortress now resting squarely on the shoulders of the remaining inhabitants. Iron Pillar and Stone Fist, along with those still able to move, worked tirelessly through the night to clear the battlefield. They carefully gathered the bodies of fallen comrades and disposed of the orc corpses deep within the chasm for incineration to prevent the spread of disease. Watching comrades, with whom he had shared laughter and drink just the day before, transformed into cold corpses, this rugged man's eyes reddened, his jaw clenched in silence, his axe swinging with renewed ferocity as he repaired the shattered gates. Liana and Viola dared not relent, accompanying the dwindling number of elven rangers and archers, their eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the orcs had retreated. In the night, distant flickers of orc campfires glimmered like the eyes of lurking beasts. None could predict whether they would surge forth again at dawn. Old John became the de facto overseer, suppressing his grief and fatigue, his voice hoarse as he directed the remaining inhabitants, assessing the remaining supplies of food and arrows, compiling casualty lists, calming the terrified refugees, especially those from Blackforge Hold, and distributing the scant medicines, all while moving with frantic urgency. It was as if he had aged a decade overnight, his back stooping further under the weight of despair. Rationing the food could last for another fortnight. Their arrows were nearly depleted, and the medical supplies were woefully insufficient. As he reported to Astalio and Liana, who were temporarily in charge, his voice trembled with fear. If the orcs attacked again, they would be unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. A pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped the fortress, with the Lord and the most powerful priestess fallen, their defensive capabilities severely diminished and resources dwindling. Many wondered, would Blackrock Fortress truly meet its end? Yet, in this moment of profound darkness, subtle changes began to quietly unfold. Perhaps it was the shared experience of life and death, or perhaps it was witnessing Reynod and Sela exhaust their very beings to protect the fortress, that led to the dissolution of the invisible barrier between the longtime residents of Blackstone Fortress and the refugees from Blackforge. Among the survivors of Blackforge, some lightly wounded soldiers voluntarily joined the patrols. Women assisted in caring for the injured, boiling water, and preparing meals. Even the children grew remarkably quieter, their cries fading into silence. Sir Barton, the cavalry commander of Blackforge, with his injured arm in a sling, approached Captain Ironpost and, with a hoarse voice, implored, "Captain Ironpost, please arm us. Blackstone Fortress saved our lives. Now that the fortress is in peril, we of Blackforge are not cowards. Let us stand with you in defense." Ironpost regarded this once haughty knight of the Empire, now bearing only the fatigue of battle and a flicker of indomitable spirit in his eyes, and firmly patted his uninjured shoulder, exclaiming, "Good brother, from now on we are family. We have plenty of provisions. Follow me." This atmosphere of solidarity flickered like a fragile flame, struggling to ignite amidst the chilling despair. Meanwhile, in a quiet room of the Lord's Tower, an unseen exchange was occurring on a different plane. Reynod felt ensnared in an endless nightmare. Surrounding him were swirling dark red lava and the excruciating agony that tore at his very soul. He was like a leaf, at the mercy of a tempest that could shred him at any moment. Yet, occasionally, an extremely faint yet remarkably cool and pure breath would seep into this searing hell, momentarily soothing his suffering, reminiscent of a hidden oasis in the desert. Was it moonlight? Was it Sela? Similarly, Sela, in her unconscious state, was submerged in an abyss of cold and nothingness, a silence that approached death as her essence waned. Yet, intermittently, a surge of warmth, even a somewhat violent vitality, would intrude like a wildfire in the darkness, brazenly dispelling some of the chill, granting her nearly frozen consciousness a flicker of warmth. Was it Reynod? Neither could awaken nor truly communicate, yet their life forces, on some profound level, were influencing one another in an exceedingly slow and subtle manner, akin to dying vines instinctively entwining in the darkness, drawing on each other's unique energy to combat oblivion. As dawn broke the next day, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. Outside the fortress, silence prevailed, with no signs of renewed Orcish assault. Scouts who had dared to approach reported back that the Orc army had retreated to camp in a hilly area 10 miles away, seemingly nursing their wounds, and were unlikely to launch a large-scale offensive in the immediate future. This news brought a momentary sigh of relief to all who had been on edge. Yet the atmosphere remained tense. The crisis was merely a temporary reprieve, far from resolved. Ilya lay drowsily at the edge of the bed when she suddenly felt a gentle touch on her hand. She jolted awake to discover that Renaud's hand had unconsciously moved. She hurriedly leaned closer, noticing that Reynolds' furrowed brow seemed to relax ever so slightly, and his feverish body temperature appeared to decrease marginally. Although he remained unconscious, the violent aura of death surrounding him seemed to have eased a bit. She quickly turned her attention to Selah, whose pallid complexion persisted. Yet her breathing seemed steadier than the previous night, no longer so faint as to induce panic. Elder, they seem to be improving a little. Ilya burst out of the room, her voice tinged with tears. Asterio and Liana soon arrived, and after a thorough examination, they too confirmed this glimmer of hope. Despite the painfully slow recovery, at the very least, the worst had not come to pass. Both had valiantly endured the most perilous juncture. Perhaps it was their indomitable will, or some unfathomable force at play. Asterio murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. This news wafted through the fortress like a warm breeze, gently dispersing a portion of the gloom within. As long as the Lord and the priestess still breathed, hope remained. Liana stood atop the ramparts, gazing at the curling smoke rising from the distant Orc encampment, and spoke to Viola beside her. They have not departed. They are waiting for us to falter, or for more reinforcements. Viola nodded, her gaze sharp. We too require time and hope. In that moment, hope lay quietly within that still room, guarded by a frail yet resilient girl in a battered fortress whose spirit had not yet waned. As dawn broke, the survivors of Blackstone Fortress commenced a new day of struggle and silence. They repaired the walls, gathered every usable resource, tended to the wounded, and remained vigilant. Knowing that life must continue, as long as breath remained, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Chapter 113, Turning Point. The miracle of moon moss and the transformation of thorns. The subsequent days unfolded within a suffocating, tense silence at Blackstone Fortress. The Orc encampment lay a distance of 10 miles away, resembling a satiated beast dozing in the sun, seemingly in no hurry to pounce. However, the intangible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Work within the fortress was unrelenting, reinforcing the walls, strengthening the gates, and taking stock of their meager resources. Each person labored in silence, words scarce, the air filled only with the sounds of clanging tools and the occasional muffled groans of the wounded. The Lord's Tower had become the most heart-wrenching place in the entire fortress. Ilya almost lived there, never straying far. Reynold and Selah lay side by side, one burning hot, the glow beneath his skin flickering like smoldering coals, the other as cold as stone, her breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Ilya exhausted every means at her disposal, wiping their bodies with warm water, feeding them broths, but neither showed signs of awakening. Their breaths grew weaker by the day. Old John had visited several times, shaking his head in dismay. Alas, I fear they may not endure. But his words were cut short by Ilya's red-rimmed eyes glaring at him. Ilya herself was far from well, though Selah had expelled much of the poison from her system. It had damaged her foundation. She looked pale, often dizzy, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, her mind consumed with a singular thought. They must not die. That night, Ilya was utterly exhausted, succumbing to slumber by the edge of her bed. In a disordered dream, she envisioned the moonlit moss in the greenhouse withering away, her sister Selah transforming into a scattering of silvery light, and the Lord being engulfed by dark crimson flames. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing in terror. Instinctively, she glanced at the two figures on the bed. Reno's face was alarmingly flushed, and Selah's lips had taken on a purplish hue. A wave of profound dread seized her. There was no time to delay. If she tarried any longer, they would truly be lost. She stumbled out of the room, rushing to the adjacent small storeroom designated for herbs and moonlit moss essence, her hands trembling so violently that she nearly toppled the shelves. As she surveyed the array of vials and jars, she realized that while the moonlit moss essence could soothe and replenish vitality, its efficacy against such fundamental injuries was negligible. What to do? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small flower pot, meticulously preserved in a special crystal case, tucked away in a corner. It was the parent plant of the mutated moonlit moss, the scarlet moon moss. Due to the previous poisoning incident involving Hassan, Phineas had taken precautions to care for it separately, fearing it might be affected. In that dim light, the edges of the leaves, adorned with scarlet patterns, appeared vibrantly alive, as if breathing on their own, emanating an energetic and vibrant aura. A bold, almost reckless thought surged into Elia's mind. This scarlet moon moss could absorb and even transform energy, adapting to even the faintest decay with its inherent vitality. Could it possibly save them? Desperate times call for desperate measures. With a steely resolve, Elia carefully snipped 2 of the plumpest leaves, the deepest in scarlet veins, and took a small vial of the highest purity moonlit moss essence. Returning to the room, she crushed one of the scarlet moon moss leaves, combining it with the essence, and gently pried open Reno's tightly clenched jaw with a spoon, administering the mixture. She prepared the other leaf similarly for Selah. As she fed Reno the concoction, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The essence, infused with the juice of the scarlet moon moss, triggered a sudden tremor in his body. The restless dark red glow beneath his skin flared brightly, yet it was no longer the wild chaos of before. Rather, it seemed to be drawn in, calmed by an unseen force. Remarkably, his feverish temperature began to drop at a visibly rapid pace. Elia's heart soared with joy. It was working. She hurriedly administered the same mixture to Selah. Though Selah's cold form did not warm immediately, the lifeless aura around her seemed to dissipate slightly, her breathing gaining a touch of strength. She dared not pause. She raced back to the greenhouse, disregarding her own frailty, summoning the scant remnants of her natural divine power to carefully communicate with the parent plant of the scarlet moon moss, guiding it to release even more vitality. She collected this vibrant energy, mixing it with the moonlit moss essence, continuously feeding it to both of them. Miraculously, amidst this relentless endeavor, a quiet miracle began to unfold. On the dawn of the 3rd day, Elia, nearly spent, had once again succumbed to sleep by the edge of the bed. In her hazy state, she sensed a rough yet warm hand gently resting upon her head. She jolted awake, and upon raising her gaze, her heart nearly ceased to beat. Reno had opened his eyes. Though his stare remained weak and dazed, bloodshot and unfocused, he was undeniably awake. He was looking at her, his lips struggling to form a smile, yet the effort twisted his expression due to his frailty. "Water," he rasped, uttering the word with great difficulty. In an instant, tears streamed down Ilya's face. As she hurriedly poured water and brought it to his lips, her voice choked with emotion. "My lord, you are awake. How wonderful." After taking a few sips, Reno appeared to regain a semblance of vitality. He assessed his physical condition, his brow furrowing slightly. The tumultuous energy within him had quieted considerably. Though it still resided in his meridians, causing a sharp pain, it was no longer like a runaway stallion, but had transformed into a heavy force, one that could be sensed and perhaps even guided. Moreover, he faintly perceived that deep within this power, there was a trace of an exceedingly subtle, life-affirming coolness. It was this essence that seemed to play a crucial role in harmonizing and soothing his turmoil. Was it Ilya and that peculiar moonlight moss? His gaze shifted to the still unconscious Sarah beside him, his expression complex. He sensed that the waning source of moonlight within her had received a minuscule replenishment. Though far from restored, it had at least stabilized and ceased to deteriorate further. "How is she?" Reno inquired softly. Ilya wiped her tears. "Sister Sarah has yet to awaken, but her breath is somewhat better than yesterday. I tried using the newly cultivated moonlight moss, and it seems to have had some effect." Reno gazed deeply at Ilya. This girl had saved him once again. He struggled to sit up, but found himself utterly weak. "Do not move. Rest well." Ilya quickly pressed him back down. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Elder Asterio entered, carrying a bowl of thin porridge. Upon seeing Reno with his eyes open, his emerald gaze instantly brightened, and he exclaimed, "By the goddess's grace, my lord, you have finally awakened." The news spread through the fortress like wildfire. Iron Pillar, Liana, Old John, and others rushed to the doorway, their eyes red with excitement as they beheld the awakened Reno. "He is awake. The Lord has awakened. Thank the heavens. He has finally pulled through." The oppressive gloom that had lingered in the fortress for days seemed to be torn apart by this news, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. Reno weakly leaned against the headboard, listening to the cacophony of voices reporting the recent developments. The orcs remained inactive, yet the threat persisted. The fortress defenses had been barely repaired, but supplies were dwindling. Casualties were severe, each detail weighing heavily on the hearts of those present. Hassan and his underling, the Viper, are still locked in the dungeon, Liana stated coldly. "What shall we do with them?" A flash of icy determination crossed Reno's eyes. "This debt must be settled. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the new power within him, though still weak. It had become much more manageable, instilling him with an unprecedented sense of control. Bring them to me. His voice, still hoarse, carried an undeniable chill. It was time for certain individuals to pay the price. The awakened lord, akin to a slumbering lion opening its eyes, bore the scars of battle, yet retained its formidable fangs. The vengeance and counterattack of Blackstone Fortress would commence with the eradication of the treacherous serpents within. Chapter 114, Reckoning. The cold winds of the dungeon and the cost of deceit. The news of Rainer's awakening surged through the cold, oppressive halls of Blackstone Fortress like a wave of warmth. Though his body was still frail, each movement sending pain coursing through him, the confusion and fury that once clouded his gaze had dissipated, replaced by a chilling calmness. Steeped in resolve, he did not hasten to rise, instead leaning against the headboard, attentively listening as Iron Pillar, Liana, and others recounted the dire circumstances of the past few days. With each word, his expression darkened. The orcs remained camped outside, their food supplies dwindled, arrows exhausted, and the toll on his comrades was far worse than he had anticipated. When Liana mentioned Hassan and the serpents still imprisoned in the dungeon, the last flicker of warmth vanished from Rainer's eyes. Bring them up, he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an unyielding authority. Now, Iron Pillar hesitated, observing Rainer's pallid visage. My lord, perhaps you should rest a while longer? Rest? Rainer's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, devoid of mirth. If I delay, who knows how many more hidden arrows await? Drag them here. Iron Pillar dared not protest further, acquiescing with a nod before leading two burly soldiers toward the dungeon. The dungeon lay at the fortress's lowest level, shrouded in darkness and dampness, the air thick with the scent of mildew and faint traces of blood. Hassan and the serpent were confined separately in adjacent iron cages. Hassan had lost his previous cunning demeanor, resembling a frightened, plump rat, huddled in a corner, trembling at the sound of approaching footsteps. The serpent, however, sat against the wall with a sullen expression, his gaze as sharp as a poisoned blade. With a clang, the iron bars were drawn open. Iron Pillar yanked Hassan out as if he were a mere chick, while another soldier roughly dragged the serpent from his cage. Move. The Lord wishes to see you. Iron Pillar shoved Hassan impatiently. Hassan's legs trembled, his face contorted in despair. Captain Iron Pillar, what is this about? I have been nothing but compliant. Less chatter. Iron Pillar shot him a glare. You will have your turn to speak before the Lord. The two were half dragged, half led to the temporary interrogation chamber within the Lord's tower. The room, devoid of warmth, felt frigid without a fire. Rainer, draped in a thick fur coat, sat upon a chair, his complexion appearing unusually pale in the dim light, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. Liana stood beside him, arms crossed, while Viola lurked in the shadows of the doorway, her fingers unconsciously caressing the bowstring. Elder Estelio was also present, standing silently nearby, his emerald eyes tranquil yet exuding an inherent pressure. As Hassan entered, the sight of this assembly caused him to drop to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly. My lord, you have awakened. Truly, it is the goddess's blessing. I am innocent wronged. The venomous snake stood rigidly, its hands bound behind its back, yet its gaze remained fierce, with a hint of disdainful smirk at the corner of its mouth. Rainer disregarded Hassan's desperate wails, his attention fixed squarely on the snake. The poison you administered? The snake scoffed, turning its head away, refusing to respond. Iron Pillar, incensed, moved forward to strike, but Rainer raised a hand to stop him. He then turned to Hassan, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Mr. Hassan, I offer you a chance. Speak candidly about what you know regarding the Honored One, the Southern rebels, and how you infiltrated the Blackstone Fortress. If you are forthcoming, perhaps you may be spared a gruesome fate. Hassan trembled, tears and snot mingling on his face. My lord, this is a miscarriage of justice. I am merely a humble merchant. I know nothing of the Honored One or the rebels. It was all the snake's doing. He acted behind my back. I swear I was oblivious. He desperately attempted to shift the blame. Oh, Rainer raised an eyebrow, signaling to Iron Pillar. Understanding, Iron Pillar seized the snake by its hair, forcing it to lift its head. Speak. Who directed your actions? The snake spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, sneering. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Enough with the rhetoric. Rainer nodded, seemingly unfazed. He slowly rose to his feet, though his steps wavered, each laden with palpable weight. Approaching the snake, he extended his right hand, revealing a faint yet unsettlingly painful dark red energy, slithering like a tiny serpent. I detest superfluous dialogue, he stated, his voice as cold as the stones of a dungeon. I ask you one last time, who commanded you to poison? What was the objective? The snake sensed the eerie aura emanating from Raynor's energy, its expression flickering, yet it gritted its teeth defiantly. Who do you think you're scaring? Before the words had fully escaped its lips, Raynor's palm gently pressed against the snake's bound arm. A harrowing scream, more unearthly than human, erupted through the room. The snake convulsed violently, the skin where Raynor made contact visibly charred and withering, as if consumed by an invisible flame. The agony caused its eyes to bulge, saliva uncontrollably cascading from its mouth, stripping away any remnants of its earlier bravado. Hassan, witnessing the torment, was paralyzed with terror, his trousers suddenly damp. A foul stench permeating the air. He collapsed to the ground, incoherently shrieking, "I'll talk. I'll talk." It was the Honored One. The Honored One sent us. The goal was to incite chaos, to seize the cultivation method for moonlight moss, and that stone capable of generating a force field. Raynor withdrew his hand, leaving the snake slumped like a lifeless mass on the floor, exhaling its last breath. "Continue," he commanded, his gaze shifting to Hassan, instilling a chill deep within him. Hassan, utterly broken, spilled forth everything he knew like a torrent. No one has seen the true visage of the Honored One, but he commands many capable and extraordinary individuals. The Southern Rebellion was orchestrated entirely by him. Those monstrous soldiers and the dark-robed sorcerers are all his minions. He expressed a profound interest in the core of the fallen stars within the rift, declaring it to be the key to unlocking some great door. "We have been dispatched to the Northern Realm for two primary purposes, to gather intelligence and to seize control of several strongholds, with Blackstone Fortress being one of our targets. This is due to the presence of resources here that can combat corruption." He gasped for breath and continued. "The influence of the Esteemed One is far greater than you realize. Many nobles and military officers within the Empire have secretly allied with him. Several fortresses in the north, such as Blackforge Fortress, have already been infiltrated. The sudden incursion of the orcs may very well be linked to him." This final statement plunged the hearts of all present in the room into despair. If the invasion of the orcs was indeed orchestrated by the Esteemed One, then Blackstone Fortress would face not merely a horde of savage marauders, but rather a vast, organized conspiracy with sinister intent. Reynolds fell silent for a moment, grappling with the horrifying information. He gestured for Iron Pillar to remove the incapacitated Hassan and keep him under strict surveillance. With only allies remaining in the room, the atmosphere thickened with tension. "The situation is worse than we imagined." Liana broke the silence, her voice low. "If the orcs are merely pawns, then the true enemy lurks in the shadows." Elder Estalio interjected, his brow furrowed. "This Esteemed One harbors grand ambitions. The rift and the star core are likely only fragments of his overarching scheme." Reynolds returned to his chair, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The exhaustion from both his drained energy and the onslaught of information left him weary. Yet, he understood that he could not falter now. Hassan's words must be taken with caution, yet they could not be dismissed entirely. He rubbed his aching temples, recognizing that the immediate priority was to restore his strength and fortify their defenses. The orcs had suffered losses and would not launch an immediate assault. But they would not relent easily. They must utilize this respite wisely. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, and a scout rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "My lord, esteemed sirs, this is dire news. A vast cloud of dust has been spotted in the southwest. It is not the orcs. It is a human army, bearing the banner of the Empire. They are heading our way." The mention of the Imperial army left everyone in stunned silence. How could an army suddenly emerge in the northern realm while the Empire in the south was preoccupied? Were they friend or foe? Having just eliminated the internal threat, the external fog had thickened even further. The fate of Blackstone Fortress was once again thrust into an abyss of uncertainty. Chapter 115, The Eagle Banner, Shadows of the Empire and the Dilemma of the Rift. The news brought by the scout struck like an icy boulder, crashing into the fortress that had just begun to warm. An Imperial army? At this critical juncture? Approaching from the south? Damn it, could things get any worse? In the council chamber, Reynolds, now able to move about with some effort, enveloped in thick furs, appeared scarcely more alive than a corpse, as he listened to the scout's stammering report. "It is clear now. It is the Golden Eagle Banner. Leading the charge are cavalry, their armor gleaming, numbering at least 500 or 600. Behind them, infantry formations are hauling supplies. They are less than 20 miles from the fortress." Iron Pillar slammed his fist onto the table, sending splinters flying. Damn the Empire. The southern front is ablaze. And yet there remains the leisure to dispatch troops to wander the northern borders? Surely something is amiss. Liana crossed her arms, her face stoic. How long has it been since Sir Calvin departed? The The appearance of this battalion is too fortuitous. Are they here to aid him, or to plunder? Old John wrung his hands in worry. Our food supplies are nearly depleted. How are we to manage with a few hundred more mouths to feed? Elder Asterian's emerald gaze was profound as he spoke slowly. The Imperial Eagle standard has not been so brazenly displayed in the north for a considerable time. The intentions of this army will determine the fate of Blackstone Fortress and indeed the entire northern realm. All eyes turned to Reno. He bowed his head, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the makeshift armrest, cobbled together from a broken door. The power within him felt like a slumbering hedgehog, sharp and painful with the slightest movement. Yet his mind was remarkably clear, even somewhat cold. Hassan's testimony coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Reverence, infiltration, key. The Imperial Army's emergence at this juncture, in such a manner, cannot possibly be a mere farce of reinforcements. Viola, he lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet steady. Take your keenest eyes, draw near, and ascertain their equipment, morale, and whether there are any accompanying mages or unusual figures. Do not reveal yourself. Understood. Viola slipped away like a shadow. Iron Pillar, gather all who can still move to the battlements. Ready the crossbows, but no one shall release an arrow without my command. Assume a posture of steadfast defense. Reynaud continued issuing orders. Liana, reassure those within, particularly those from Black Furnace Fortress. We must not allow them to panic. Elder. He turned to Asterian. If a negotiation is to transpire, it will likely fall to you to mediate. Asterian nodded slightly. It is my duty. Commands were relayed one after another, and the fortress curled up like a startled hedgehog, revealing its bristles. On the ramparts, soldiers anxiously gazed at the dust cloud growing clearer on the horizon, their palms slick with sweat. Before long, the Imperial Army majestically approached the field of force. The leading cavalry indeed bore gleaming armor, riding sleek black steeds, armed with long swords and lances, their expressions haughty as they surveyed the dilapidated yet formidable fortress before them. The center of the formation was adorned with a massive golden eagle banner, beneath which a middle-aged general clad in ornate plate armor and draped in a deep crimson cloak squinted critically at the defenses of Blackstone Fortress. Viola returned stealthily to the ramparts, lowering her voice to report to Reynaud. My lord, I have discerned their identity. It is the banner of the Imperial Northwind Legion, not the ragtag forces from the south. They are well equipped, their formation is disciplined, and there are many seasoned veterans among them. I also observed at least 2 individuals clad in arcane robes, distinctly unlike the half-hearted mages Calvin brought. They appear to be legitimate court sorcerers. The Northwind Legion? The elite stationed at the northern frontier to guard against barbarians and the beasts of the ice plains? How could they have strayed from their defense to venture this far into the ravine? Reynaud's heart sank. This display is certainly not a mere passing occurrence. At that moment, a standard-bearer burst forth from the Imperial ranks and approached the shimmering energy barrier, proclaiming loudly, by the command of the Imperial Northern Commander, Count August Ironthorn, the second banner of the Northwind Legion is here to inspect the defenses. The fortress commander is to open the barrier at once and greet Baron Fergus. His voice rang out with an undeniable air of superiority. Iron Pillar spat in disdain. Pa? Open the gates for a greeting? What a foolish dream. Reynaud, maintaining a stoic expression, spoke to the messenger by his side. Relay this message. Lord Reynaud of Blackstone Fortress, still recovering from serious injuries, is unable to make an appearance. The front lines of the rift are fraught with peril to prevent unforeseen circumstances. The energy barrier cannot be opened lightly. I ask for the Baroness' understanding. Should there be matters to discuss, we may converse through the barrier. The messenger echoed the message loudly. A stir rippled through the Imperial ranks, and the red-caped Baron Fergus's expression darkened immediately. He urged his horse forward a few steps, his sharp gaze piercing through the pale blue energy veil, finally settling on the fur-clad, pallid figure of Reynaud. Lord Reynaud? Fergus's voice dripped with mockery. I have heard you recently repelled the orcs. It seems you have sustained quite a few injuries. The Empire, recognizing your merits in defending your territory, has specially dispatched me, the Baron, to offer condolences and assist in your defense. What rationale do you have for shutting your doors? Is there something shameful hidden within this fortress? His words were laced with veiled threats and malice. Elder Estelio stepped forward, standing beside Reynaud, his voice resonating with the unique clarity of the elves. Baron Fergus. The corruption of the rift ravages on. Though the orcs have retreated, the threat remains. The energy field is the foundation of the fortress's survival. Caution is a necessity. The loyalty of Blackstone Fortress to the Empire is beyond question. Should the Baron harbor doubts, he is welcome to voice them. Fergus scrutinized Estelio. a glimmer of surprise crossing his features, seemingly taken aback by the presence of a high elf elder in this remote fortress. An elf? How rare. He brandished a scroll of parchment, his tone resolute. I have been sent here to assess the defense status of Blackstone Fortress and to assume control of its defenses, consolidating resources to address the crisis in the Southern Empire. This is the directive of the Northern Commander. He raised the parchment, his voice firm. Lord Reynold. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Open the gates for the handover. You shall still be regarded as a benefactor of the Empire. If you defy this command. He let out a cold laugh, leaving the threat implied. Assume control? Indeed. They are sending troops to forcibly seize what Calvin could not accomplish. Blood surged to the heads of all on the wall. Iron Pillar's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly cursing aloud, while old John trembled with fear. A surge of rage boiled within Reynold, yet he restrained it fiercely. To confront them head-on? In the current situation, a single charge from the Northwind Legion could easily obliterate Blackstone Fortress. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. My Lord Baron, Reynold's voice, though soft, carried clearly. The fate of Blackstone Fortress hinges upon this energy field. The matter of opening the gates concerns the lives of all within. I cannot comply. As for the assumption of defense, I am honored by the Emperor's grace and shall certainly serve the Empire until death. However, the fortress has recently suffered grave injuries. It is in dire need of restoration and lacks sufficient resources to bear such a heavy responsibility. If the commander urgently requires assistance, Blackstone Fortress is willing to exert every effort to provide intelligence regarding the corrupted creatures of the Rift and the Orcs. We can also open a limited trade route, exchanging food and medicinal herbs for essential defense supplies. However, I must candidly state that the deployment of troops would likely incite unnecessary panic and conflict, which would be detrimental to the overall situation. His words, though soft, bore an underlying firmness. He simultaneously rejected the surrender of military authority while expressing a willingness for limited cooperation, subtly shifting the potential blame for conflict onto the other party. Baron Fergus furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the tenacity of this seemingly half-dead border lord. He scrutinized Reynold, then glanced at the vigilant walls and the fierce-eyed guards, particularly the dwarves and elves, as he rapidly calculated his options. A forceful assault? Capturing this fortress should pose no problem, but it would undoubtedly come at a cost. Moreover, the involvement of elves and dwarves complicated matters significantly. The command given to him was to secure a peaceful takeover and acquire the technology capable of combating the corruption. Intelligence? Trade? Fergus scoffed. Lord Reynold, are you negotiating with the Empire? Unthinkable. Reynold bowed slightly, lowering his stance, yet his words remained unwavering, simply stating the facts. Considering the Empire and the thousands of lives at Blackstone Fortress, the atmosphere became tense. Within and outside the force field, both sides were on edge, the air seemingly solidified. At that moment, in the ranks of the Imperial Army, a corner of the curtain of a closed carriage was gently lifted, revealing a pair of calm, profound eyes that appeared to peer into the depths of one's soul. They swiftly scanned Reynold and Estelio atop the walls, lingering for a brief moment on Reynold before the curtain fell once more. Baron Fergus seemed to have received some unspoken cue. His expression shifted several times before he abruptly changed his tone, softening slightly. Since the Lord is in a difficult position, this Baron is not devoid of understanding. Let us proceed thus. My forces shall camp here for a day. I request the Lord to send a detailed defense report and a list of supplies. As for the subsequent discussions, we can deliberate further. He paused, adding with significant weight, I hope the Lord will contemplate the Empire's goodwill. After all, although the Orcs have retreated, it does not mean they will not return. How long can you sustain yourselves with just this fortress? After stating this, he turned his horse around and ordered the army to withdraw a mile, choosing a site to camp. The Imperial forces slowly retreated. Yet the invisible pressure they exerted was more suffocating than during the siege by the Orcs. They resembled a pack of patient wolves, lurking nearby, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to reveal itself. The guards atop the walls exhaled in relief, but their spirits were even heavier. Damn it. This is worse than facing swords and guns. Cursed Iron Pillar. Liana frowned deeply. They are waiting for our food supplies to dwindle or for the Orcs to return. Elder Estelio turned to Reynold. My lord, this step is perilous. Reynold gazed toward the Imperial camp being erected in the distance, feeling the throbbing tension within him, and slowly exhaled a breath of frustration. There was no choice. His voice was low. He could only gamble. He bet on their desire for viable technology rather than a shattered ruin. He wagered that they could carve out a sliver of hope amidst this precarious situation. He turned around, casting a worried glance at the troubled souls within the fortress, and his gaze sharpened once more. Stop dawdling. Those who are to repair the walls, get to work. Those who are to cultivate the moss, do so. Old John, tally our resources and prepare 2 sets of accounts. One true, the other presentable. Iron Pillar. The training cannot cease. From this day forth, keep one eye open even while you sleep. The game of survival has altered its rules, yet the stakes remain the lives of us all. Chapter 116, Confrontation. The chessboard of iron thorns and the echoes of the abyss. The encampment of the Empire's Northern Wind Legion resembled an unyielding mass of iron, firmly entrenched in the open ground a mile from the energy barrier of Blackstone Fortress. Trenches, palisades, and watchtowers sprang up overnight with alarming efficiency. The golden eagle flag fluttered ominously in the unique chilling winds of the gorge, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. They did not launch an assault, but instead dispatched small cavalry units daily to patrol along the perimeter of the fortress's energy field, the sound of their hooves echoing like a persistent drumbeat against the hearts of the defenders. Life within the fortress grew increasingly arduous. Outside, hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers from the Empire lay in wait, while inside, provisions dwindled with each passing day, and the sounds of agony from the infirmary never ceased. The air, thick with the stench of blood and medicine, also carried an oppressive tension that made breathing difficult. Reynolds' constitution remained frail. Even a few steps would leave him sweating profusely, yet his eyes grew increasingly calm each day, even unsettlingly so. He spent most of his time in the Arrow Tower, watching intently through the energy membrane at the movements of the Imperial camp. Since their first encounter had ended with a setback, Baron Fergus had not sent anyone to challenge them again, and the 2 sides found themselves staring across a thin veil of energy, engaged in a silent contest to see who would blink first. Damn it, what do these bastards want? They prance around here every day without attacking, just to annoy us. Is it? Iron Pillar, seated beside Reynolds in the Arrow Tower, clenched his teeth in frustration as he observed the Imperial cavalry flaunting their prowess. They were waiting. Reynolds' voice was flat as he unconsciously rubbed a warm moonlight moss biscuit in his hand, an unyielding morsel forced upon him by Ilya. We await either starvation, internal discord, or the return of the orcs. Lyanna ascended from below, her expression grim. My lord, old John has accounted for our supplies. We can last at most 10 days. And that S on the barest rations. Our medical supplies are nearly depleted, and several of the severely wounded may not survive the night. Reynolds fell silent for a moment, applying pressure with his fingertips until the biscuit nearly crumbled. Let the Imperial camp know about our dwindling supplies, he suddenly declared. Both Iron Pillar and Lyanna were taken aback. What? Inform them that we are running low on provisions? Isn't that inviting the wolf into the fold? Iron Pillar exclaimed in alarm. Reynolds curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. Precisely. Fergus desires a living fortress capable of producing moonlight moss and harnessing energy field technology, not a mere ruin. He is aware that we are on the brink of collapse, which will make him more cautious. He is weighing the costs of a direct assault now against waiting a few more days until we are too starved to lift a blade. What we lack is merely this span of time. Lyanna pondered thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that they place greater value on technology, thus hesitating to force us into a corner, instead allowing us a moment to breathe? By the way, Reno added, observe their reactions. If they prepare for an immediate assault, it indicates their desperation for a swift victory, or perhaps they possess some hidden advantage. Conversely, if they remain passive and even feign a proposal to exchange grain for some samples, the situation becomes even more precarious. Indeed, within a couple of days, movement was observed at the Imperial camp. It was not the arrival of soldiers, but rather a clerk resembling a civil servant, accompanied by a few attendants, who halted outside the force field with a small cart laden with grain and medicine. The Honorable Baron Fergus, sympathizing with the difficulties of the fortress, has graciously allocated a portion of military supplies to signify the Empire's benevolence. The clerk spoke in an overly formal manner, his face adorned with a standard insincere smile, expressing the Baron's hope that the fortress, in the spirit of neighborly assistance, would open trade and exchange resources. For instance, the Imperial Agricultural Bureau was particularly interested in acquiring samples of the peculiar moss that can dispel decay, offering a handsome price for a few specimens for research purposes. The fox's tail has been revealed. They seek not the fortress but the technology. Reno chose to remain out of sight, delegating the matter to Elder Asterio. The Elder, with unwavering composure, expressed gratitude for the Empire's generosity, accepting the meager supplies that barely filled the gaps. Yet regarding the request for moonlight moss samples, he merely hinted at the challenges of cultivation and limited yield, suggesting a long-term consideration, thereby gently deflecting the request. The Empire displayed no urgency, departing with polite courtesy. In the ensuing days, similar probes occurred intermittently. Sometimes they offered trivial supplies, at other times inquiring about the construction of defensive fortifications, attempting to extract technological intelligence through indirect means. The inhabitants of the fortress remained on high alert, acutely aware that these were sugar-coated projectiles, and consuming them could spell their doom. Amidst this stifling stalemate, differing voices began to emerge from within the fortress, primarily from the refugees of Black Forge. Having witnessed the horrific slaughter of their homeland, they harbored an instinctive fear of overwhelming military power. Observing the disciplined ranks of the Imperial Army outside, juxtaposed with the dire conditions within the fortress, some began to waver. Perhaps surrendering to the Empire would be a viable option? At night, whispers circulated in the refugee camp, speculating about the prospect of survival. Indeed, Lord Reno is a good man, but can we withstand this? If the Empire truly breaches our defenses, we shall all perish. I have heard that the Empire desires only technology. Perhaps if we yield, we might live comfortably. Inevitably, these murmurs reached Reno's ears. He did not react with anger, but summoned Sir Barton, the cavalry commander from Black Forge. Sir Barton, do you remember the grievances of Black Forge? Reno asked directly. Gazing at him, with his one arm hanging at his side, Barton's body trembled at the words, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. His fists clenched with a creaking sound. I remember it as if it were ash. Lord Hawk and so many of our brethren met a tragic end. Do you truly believe that those Imperial lords outside will sincerely seek vengeance for us? Reno's voice was calm, yet there lingered a sense of being discarded like a used rag once they had obtained what they desired, perhaps even offering us as a gift to that esteemed figure. Sir Barton's expression shifted, and he bowed his head, acknowledging, My lord, I understand. It is my failure to manage those beneath me. Rest assured, the remaining individuals in Black Forge Castle, those with any semblance of courage, know whom they should follow. I shall promptly deal with those spineless weaklings. Meanwhile, unrest brewed in the dungeon. That rotund figure, Hassan, had heard whispers of the Imperial Army's advance and began to stir once more. From behind the iron bars, he attempted to ingratiate himself with the guard delivering food, proclaiming that the Empire's momentum was undeniable and those who recognized the times were wise, subtly suggesting he could act as an intermediary to connect Blackstone Fortress with the Imperial forces. The soldier in charge of the watch reported this to Reno, who coldly replied, Tell him to silence himself. If he continues, cut off his rations for 3 days. As for the individual known as the Viper, ever since Reno had dealt with him in a peculiar manner, he had languished in a corner, half alive, his gaze vacant, yet occasionally, when he glanced toward the dungeon door, there remained a chilling coldness reminiscent of a serpent. The true turning point emerged from an unexpected source. On a deep, moonless night a few days later, the sentry atop the watchtower suddenly emitted a rhythmic bird call, the emergency signal set by Viola. Reno and Liana rushed up to the arrow tower. Viola emerged from the shadows like a nocturnal creature, lowering her voice with a hint of excitement. My lord, to the southwest, deep within the chasm, there is something happening. It is neither orcs nor Imperial troops. It is a rather peculiar group. Not many, perhaps 20 or 30 individuals, moving with great stealth, utilizing the terrain of the chasm and the cover of night, making their way toward the rear flank of the Imperial camp. A peculiar group? What manner of individuals? Reno's heart quickened. Though their specific attire remained unclear, their movements were incredibly agile, demonstrating an intimate familiarity with the chasm's geography, as if they had long operated within its confines. Their weapons were also unusual, not resembling standard issue. Viola elaborated, most critically, I sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from them, neither arcane nor natural, and certainly not corruptive. It was a subtle resonance, akin to the energy frequency of our force field generators. Were these the indigenous inhabitants of the chasm? Or perhaps another mysterious force intrigued by the core of the fallen star? Reno's heart raced. Could there be a third power, aside from the Empire and the esteemed figures, that had set their sights upon this place? Moreover, did they harbor hostility toward the Empire? Can we follow them to discern their objective? Reno inquired urgently. Viola shook her head. It is far too perilous. Their counter-surveillance capabilities are formidable, and I nearly got discovered. Furthermore, the patrols around the Imperial camp are quite dense. At that moment, an abrupt commotion arose from the direction of the Imperial camp. Faint sounds of clashing weapons and muffled cries echoed briefly, only to be swiftly quelled, returning the area to silence. Reno and Liana exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Had that mysterious group launched an attack on the Imperial camp? Though the scale is diminutive, it signifies that the Empire is not devoid of adversaries here. It appears that this murky water is deeper than we had anticipated. Renard gazed at the lifeless lights of the Empire's encampment in the distance, a frosty smile slowly curving his lips. The stalemate, it seems, is beginning to waver. The roles of hunter and prey are never fixed. Chapter 117, Chaos. The aftermath of the night raid and the thorny dilemma. The disturbances at the Empire's camp during the night resembled a stone cast into stagnant waters, subtle, yet rippling far and wide. As dawn broke, the guards atop the walls of Blackstone Fortress noticed that the patrols of the Empire outside had evidently increased in number. Their formation taut and their gazes sharp as knives, scanning the shadows of the ravine with a newfound vigilance, devoid of the previous day's nonchalance. Surely. That group of mysterious individuals has struck gold. Iron Pillar clung to the parapet, grinning broadly, reveling in the Empire's discomfort. Look at them still swaggering. Yet Renard's expression bore little joy. His brow was furrowed in thought. He perceived a deeper truth. The interference of a third party has further complicated the situation. Who are these individuals? Are they friend or foe? Their ambush on the Empire's encampment. Are they aiding Blackstone Fortress, or do they harbor ulterior motives? What if the Empire attributes the attack to Blackstone Fortress and uses it as a pretext for a strong assault? Viola, he summoned the Elven Ranger, wondering if it were possible to approach more closely to assess the situation within the Empire's camp, particularly to ascertain if any captives had been taken or if any traces had been left behind. Viola's expression turned troubled. My lord, the Empire is currently on high alert. As prickly as a hedgehog. Moreover, that group of mysterious individuals operated with remarkable cleanliness. The site of last night's attack bore no trace of blood, as if handled by seasoned professionals. Just then, new commotion arose from the Empire's camp. A squadron of cavalry escorted the civil secretary back to the barrier of the force field. This time, the secretary wore no facade of a false smile, but rather an expression of indignation, ready to demand accountability. Lord Renard. The secretary's voice was sharp and frigid. Last night, unidentified bandits assaulted our military encampment, resulting in several casualties. What explanation do you provide for this matter? Indeed, the blame shifting has begun. Renard scoffed inwardly, feigning surprise. Is that so? Everything within the fortress was as usual last night. I heard no disturbances from outside. The depths of the ravine have never been tranquil, with corrupted creatures and roving bandits frequently appearing. The Baroness troops stationed outside must exercise even greater caution. He deftly deflected the responsibility back, implying clearly, your camp's failure to maintain security is not my concern. The secretary was momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening further. Eloquent, are we? Our forces have reason to suspect that this attack is inextricably linked to your fortress. The Baron has ordered me to deliver an ultimatum. Immediately open the fortress for an imperial investigation. Otherwise, you shall be deemed a traitor. The plot thickens. They are intent on pressing the issue. The guards atop the walls tensed, their bows drawn tight, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Renard felt a sinking sensation in his heart, aware that the worst-case scenario might soon unfold. He inhaled deeply, preparing to respond with firmness, even if it meant a battle to the bitter end. Suddenly, a frail yet clear voice emerged from behind him. Since when has the Empire become so unreasonable? The crowd turned in astonishment, witnessing Elder Estalio assisting a figure slowly ascending the wall. Sarah. She had awakened. Although her complexion was as pale as snow and her steps were unsteady, relying on Estalio for support, her once lustrous silver hair had lost its sheen. Yet, her silver eyes, though weary, still emanated the characteristic coldness and authority of a priestess of the moon goddess. She donned a clean, simple white priestly robe, accentuating her fragile appearance. However, an intangible aura enveloped her, silencing all present. Sister Sarah, exclaimed Ilya in delight, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Reno was also taken aback, a tumult of emotions surging within him, surprise, concern, and an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Sarah's gaze traversed the barrier of force, calmly fixing upon the Imperial Secretary. Her voice was not loud, yet it possessed a remarkable penetrative quality. The chasm is a forbidden ground for all living beings, fraught with peril. Your army, under attack, chooses not to pursue the true culprits, but instead misdirects its wrath towards the beleaguered bastion that stands firm against disaster? Is this the imperial way of honoring its benefactors? She paused, taking a slight breath before continuing. I, Priestess Illustra of the Moon Temple in the Silverwind Forest, can attest to this. Last night, Lord Reno and the others within the fortress were wholly engaged in treating the wounded and fortifying our defenses. with no signs of disturbance. Should your forces recklessly resort to aggression, it may chill the hearts of all who continue to fight against the calamities of the chasm. At that time, the Silverwind Forest will not remain indifferent. Her words, a blend of gentleness and firmness, not only clarified the facts but also invoked the background of the elven forces, subtly laced with a warning. The secretary, evidently caught off guard by the sudden emergence of an elven priestess of apparent stature, found himself momentarily flustered, his authority diminished. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He could only glare at Reno with frustration, muttering, "I will report this to the Baron accurately," before retreating with his entourage in disarray. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet all understood this was merely a stalling tactic. The Empire would not relent easily. The atmosphere atop the wall eased slightly as the crowd gathered, expressing their concern for Sarah. "How do you feel?" Reno approached her, instinctively lowering his voice. Sarah nodded slightly, her silver gaze sweeping over his still pallid face. "I won't perish just yet. Thank you for your thorns." Her words were somewhat fragmented, clearly indicating her frailty. However, her eyes held a complex expression at the mention of thorns. In her unconsciousness, she had vaguely sensed the fierce and tenacious vitality that formed a delicate balance with the power of moonlight, aiding her in stabilizing her crumbling essence. Reno paused, then comprehended she referred to the unique trait within his power. He awkwardly averted his gaze. "You saved me as well." At that moment, Elder Estalio interjected. "It is fortuitous that Priestess Sarah has awakened, yet her body is far from restored and requires rest. The current situation is treacherous. We must swiftly devise a strategy against the Empire, the mysterious forces, and the potential resurgence of the orcs." Liana nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Empire, having suffered a surprise attack and sustained losses, is hesitant to act rashly for now, but it will undoubtedly intensify its pressures. Our time is limited. Viola, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Perhaps we should proactively reach out to that mysterious group." This audacious suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. Reach out? How could we? We cannot even discern whether they are foes or allies. Taiju shook his head. "It is precisely because we cannot tell that we must engage," Viola reasoned. "Their attack on the Empire indicates they are not aligned with it. If they are familiar with the rift, they may possess the crucial intelligence we desperately need, potentially even becoming allies against the Empire. This is certainly preferable to facing the Empire and the orcs alone." Renaud remained pensive and silent. The risks were immense, yet the rewards could be extraordinary. Blackstone Fortress was akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Any external force could extinguish it, or conversely, cause it to blaze even brighter. "It is too perilous," Old John expressed his concern. "What if we invite danger into our midst? We can establish conditions for contact." Liana suggested thoughtfully, outside the fortress's force field, at a designated location, with a limited number of individuals. "I, along with Viola, who are adept at stealth and reconnaissance, will venture to test the waters." "Indeed," Sela weakly interjected, her voice soft yet weighty. "Deep within the rift, there are indeed ancient remnants. They are reclusive and safeguard certain secrets. If it is indeed them, communication may not be impossible." Renaud gazed at the distant smoke rising from the Empire's camp, then turned to his battered yet resolute companions, finally resting his gaze on Selah's frail yet steadfast visage. The dormant power of thorns within him seemed to resonate with his decisive will, stirring slightly. A gamble. He inhaled deeply and made his decision. "Viola, Liana, prepare yourselves. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, make your way out of the fortress and leave a mark near the abandoned elven watchtower in the southwest using powdered moonlight moss, drawing a moon symbol. Let us see if there is any response." He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, "Taiju, bring out that viper from the dungeon and clean it up. Tomorrow, if the Empire makes another ruckus, we shall present them with this gift." The group was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Renaud's intent. This was a calculated show of strength, demonstrating that Blackstone Fortress was not a soft target to be toyed with, while subtly hinting to the Empire that there were significant individuals tied to the respected ones still confined within the fortress, compelling them to tread carefully. "Yes, my lord," Taiju replied with a wicked grin, eagerly heading towards the dungeon. As night fell once more, Blackstone Fortress quietly laid down two perilous strategies amid the pervasive silence of impending crisis. One step outward, seeking unknown allies. One step inward, revealing sharp fangs. The dice of fate had already been cast. Chapter 118, Dawn. The fusion of Thorn Moonlight and the Orcs' grand assault under the cloak of night. Viola and Liana slipped from the fortress like phantoms, marking a secret moon symbol with powdered moonlight moss at the abandoned watchtower ruins in the southwest. Throughout the latter half of the night, no one in the core of the fortress found solace in sleep, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this daring gamble. Uncertain whether it would summon reinforcements or calamity. In the darkest hour before dawn, Viola returned alone, bearing a vague yet crucial message. A reverse moon symbol, marked by subtle cracks, appeared beside the sign, accompanied by 3 small stones arranged in a triangular formation. They have responded, Liana murmured excitedly, her voice barely contained. The cracked moon may well signify the remnants of the broken moon. The 3 stones could indicate 3 days hence, or perhaps the 3rd sunrise. A meeting at the mark? Elder Astalio pondered, recalling the ancient lore of the broken moon, which spoke of an elven faction that survived the Starfall catastrophe, retreating deep into the rift. If they indeed exist and harbor animosity towards the Empire, this could be a turning point. Reynold decisively commanded, prepare yourselves, in 3 days. Elder Astalio and I shall meet with them. Liana and Viola would provide covert support. However, fate allotted them no such luxury of time. The very next day at noon, calamity struck. The watchtower blared a chilling alarm. On the horizon, a cloud of dust obscured the sun. It was no longer a mere scattering of wolf riders, but a vast horde of orcs, surging forth like a green tide. Within their ranks were colossal war mammoths, clad in heavy pelts and bearing catapults, alongside dozens of orc shamans draped in bone armor, wielding totemic staffs. The air thickened with the palpable aura of bloodthirsty spells. This was a full-scale assault. Iron Pillar roared in fury. They had brought forth all their might. The Imperial camp erupted into chaos. For the scale of the orc forces far exceeded their estimates. Baron Fergus urgently mobilized troops to form a defensive formation, seemingly opting to adopt a passive stance, akin to watching a tiger fight against a wolf. Damn it. The Empire intends to let us and the orcs weaken each other. Stone Fist spat in contempt. Blackstone Fortress found itself in an unprecedented predicament. Before them loomed the overwhelming orc forces, while to their flanks, the Imperial army lay in wait, eyes glinting with predatory intent. And within, their supplies dwindled, and the wounded piled up. Abandon the fortress. Retreat through the secret passage. Old John cried in despair. No, Reynold replied resolutely. The exit of the passage lies along the orcs' advance. Abandoning the fortress would be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. We must hold our ground. His gaze swept across the faces filled with terror or determination, finally resting upon Selah. Selah, despite her illness, had made her way to the ramparts. Her silver eyes fixed upon the encroaching tide of orcs, her pale fingers clutching a crescent moon pendant tightly against her chest. There is no retreat. Reynolds' voice was unervingly calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Iron Pillar, guard the gate. Stone Fist, hold the breach with our dwarven brethren. Liana, Viola, prioritize eliminating the shamans and the war mammoths with all ranged firepower. Old John, organize the civilians into the inner fortress basement. He inhaled deeply, turning to Selah and Astalio. Elder, Selah, I require your strength. Not for healing, but for attack. Lend me your most potent lunar power. Both were taken aback. Astalio furrowed his brow. My lord, my body currently harbors a ravenous beast. Reynold forced a grim smile. Mere thorns shall not suffice to stem this tide. But what if thorns could entwine the moonlight? Sarah's silver eyes narrowed sharply, instantly grasping Reno's mad scheme. He intended to deliberately channel the pure lunar energy from her and Astalio into his own unstable thorn energy, forcibly merging them to unleash a power that transcended all limits. This was akin to playing with fire, with a success rate of less than 10%. You will perish, Sarah exclaimed, her voice trembling. If we do not try, we all shall perish, Reno replied, his gaze intense. Trust me just this once, as you did in the temple. Sarah, recalling the image of him shielding her from a lethal blow, bit her silver teeth in determination. Very well, but you must fully relinquish your body and mind, guiding our power without the slightest resistance. Otherwise, come on. Reno closed his eyes and opened his arms, completely releasing his suppression of the chaotic energy within him. Astalio and Sarah exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They formed hand seals, their bodies radiating a brilliant silver-white light, resembling 2 miniature moons. The pure and vast lunar energy transformed into 2 torrents, slowly flowing into the center of Reno's back. An unimaginable agony instantly engulfed Reno. The pure healing properties of the lunar energy clashed violently with the tumultuous, pain-ridden, and devouring thorn energy within him, akin to water meeting fire, resulting in a fierce conflict and annihilation. His veins felt as though they were being torn apart inch by inch, fine beads of blood oozing from his skin, his entire being resembling an energy furnace on the brink of explosion. The soldiers on the walls were stunned. Watching the Lord enveloped in a storm of intertwined silver and crimson energy, their hearts filled with both fear and hope. The Orc vanguard had breached the force field's luminous barrier, and the massive war mammoths began to batter against it, while the shaman's bloodthirsty spell turned the warriors' eyes crimson with rage. "Hold the line," Iron Pillar bellowed, leading the soldiers to thrust their spears through the gaps. At that critical moment, Reno suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils, the left silver like the moon, the right dark red like blood, emanated an unprecedented energy, a blend of sacred purification from the moonlight and the torturous characteristics of thorns, erupting from him like an awakened ancient behemoth. He let out a skyward roar that resonated across the land. With hands outstretched, a colossal energy sword formed from silver moonlight, and entwined dark red thorns materialized before him. "Release." He swung the sword forward. A crescent-shaped wave of intertwined silver and crimson energy surged forth, akin to the scythe of death, piercing through the luminous barrier and directly sweeping towards the densest area of the orcs. Boom. Those orcs caught in the wave, be they ordinary warriors or war mammoths, found half their bodies instantly purified to ash, while the other half was torn to shreds. Even the shaman's magical shield shattered as if it were made of paper. In one devastating strike, the orc vanguard was decimated. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Both the fortress defenders and the distant Imperial army were left in shock by this terrifying blow. Thorn moonlight, Sarah gazed at Reno's silhouette, murmuring to herself. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She sensed that in that fleeting moment, Raynor had indeed forcefully merged two utterly opposing forces, resulting in a volatile yet devastating surge of power. Breathing heavily, his body swayed precariously, as this strike had nearly drained him of all his strength, the backlash inflicting excruciating pain that threatened to render him unconscious. Nevertheless, he steadied himself, directing the colossal energy sword toward the orc horde, issuing a hoarse roar. "Blackstone Fortress. To the death! To the death! To the death! To the death!" The morale of the defenders was ignited, unleashing a thunderous battle cry. The orc onslaught faltered, evidently intimidated by this sudden and terrifying counterattack. In the Imperial camp, Baron Fergus's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Raynor atop the walls, his grip on the riding whip tightening to the point of near fracture. He realized that this border lord was far more dangerous and uncontrollable than he had anticipated. Yet, Raynor understood that this state could not be sustained for long. He cast his gaze toward the southwest, silently contemplating. The time of the shattered moon is running short, and our time is even less. Chapter 119, Moonscar. The emergence of the Elven legacy and the Empire's chessboard. Raynor's ferocious strike, infused with the power of thorns and moonlight, was akin to casting a boulder into the surging tide of orcs. After a brief silence, a more violent counterattack ensued. Raynor knelt on one knee by the parapet, the coalesced silver-red energy sword having dissipated. Clutching the rough stone crevice with his hand, he prevented himself from collapsing. His entire body felt as if it were being seared repeatedly by a branding iron, each breath eliciting a tearing agony, his vision fading to black. The horrific backlash from the forced fusion of two primal energies was ravenously consuming the remnants of his life force. His left eye dimmed with a silvery glow, while the right one flickered with a chaotic crimson light. An ominous red aura flickered beneath his skin like dying embers. "Lord!" Alia's voice echoed with despair as she attempted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Elder Astarlio. "Do not approach. The chaotic energy surrounding him will tear you apart." The Elder's voice was laced with unprecedented dread, he and Syra both pale from energy depletion, their forms wavering. They could sense that Raynor was akin to a powder keg, on the brink of explosion. Below, the roars of the orcs resounded thunderously once more. The shaman's bloodlust surged. The remaining orc warriors' eyes glowing crimson, completely descending into madness, trampling over the corpses of their comrades like a true tidal wave crashing against the faltering energy barrier. The heavy impacts of war mammoths caused the entire fortress to groan, spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the walls. "Hold fast, for our fallen brothers." For Blackstone Fortress. The roar of Iron Pillar had grown hoarse. He was drenched in blood, his battle axe dulled, resorting to smashing with his shield and body. Resembling a battered yet unyielding war deity, fiercely defending a section of the wall on the verge of breach. Yet, the defense was riddled with holes. As orcs howled and climbed over the walls, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat, with casualties occurring every moment. Old John organized the last of the militia and lightly wounded, hurling stones, logs, and even disassembled door panels downward in a final stand. Desperation and bloodshot eyes filled every face, as the fall of the fortress seemed imminent. The Imperial encampment stood silently in the distance, while Baron Fergus gazed down from the watchtower, his expression cold yet subtly curved at the corners of his mouth. His aide, unable to contain himself, implored once more, "My lord, the orcs are nearing their limits. If we launch an assault, we can decisively crush them and subsequently seize Blackstone Fortress." Fergus slowly shook his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "What is the rush? Let them exhaust each other a while longer. Once the fortress is breached, the orcs will be significantly weakened, and that will be our optimal moment to strike. Relay my orders. Without my command, no one is to act. What I desire is a fortress devoid of resistance and a weary remnant of orc warriors." His mind calculated meticulously. Should Raynor fortuitously claim a Pyrrhic victory, he could leverage the triumph to assume control under the guise of assistance. If the fortress fell, he could present himself as a righteous force reclaiming lost grounds by driving out the orcs, achieving his aims regardless. In any scenario, the Empire would remain invulnerable. At that critical juncture determining the fate of Blackstone Fortress, an anomaly emerged, not from within the fortress, nor from the direction of the Empire, but from the depths of a chasm, shrouded in a thick, corrupting fog, at the rear flank of the orc horde. Without any forewarning, a silent yet chilling volley of luminous arrows, akin to meteors tearing through the night sky, erupted from the mist. These arrows were not of solid form, but rather pure, highly concentrated moonlight energy, so precise they were suffocating, bypassing all ordinary orcs as if guided by an unseen hand, instantly piercing the throats and vital areas of dozens of orc shamans who were chanting blood rituals and brandishing totems. The incantations abruptly ceased. The shamans fell to the ground, clutching their gushing wounds in terror, as the aura of the blood rituals dissipated abruptly. The once rampant orc horde, as if deprived of its backbone, suddenly faltered, plunging into chaos. Enemy attack. Behind us. There's an ambush. The cries of alarm echoed from the rear of the orc ranks. In the ensuing turmoil caused by the shaman's sudden demise, dozens of figures emerged like phantoms from the shadows of the rocks and the fog of the fissures, clad in specialized camouflage woven from a unique moss and fibers that seamlessly blended with the gloomy environment of the chasm. They moved with the swiftness of leopards, silent and deadly. Their weapons were equally peculiar. One was a longbow, elegantly archaic, its limbs entwined with living, luminous moss, while the other was a crescent-shaped blade, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Their tactics were terrifyingly efficient. Operating in groups of 3, they coordinated flawlessly. One would target commanders or spellcasters from a distance, while the other 2, like shadows, would engage in close combat, their moon blades dancing, striking at joints and vital points, often dispatching a formidable orc warrior in a single encounter. Their mastery of the terrain was unparalleled. They navigated the rugged surface of the chasm with ease, utilizing rocks and mist to conceal their presence, each appearance heralded by the demise of an orc. It was reinforcements. Reinforcements summoned by our signal. Atop the highest arrow tower, Viola, with the keen eyesight of an elf, was the first to discern the silhouettes and combat techniques of those figures, her voice trembling with excitement. They were elves, yet not of the Silverwind Forest. They were the Broken Moon, the fabled guardians of the ancient meteorite lands. The appearance of this reinforcements was akin to a searing dagger, piercing precisely and lethally into the soft underbelly of the orc army. With the front lines faltering and the rear being met with precise decapitations and enigmatic ambushes, the orc formation crumbled entirely. An opportunity. The moment for a counterattack had arrived. For Blackstone Fortress. Charge. Although Iron Pillar was bewildered, his battlefield instincts were remarkably sharp, and he seized this rare chance with all his might, letting out a mighty roar. The remnants of the defending forces, witnessing this sudden turn of events, erupted with their last vestiges of courage, joining in the roar as they launched a counteroffensive against the disoriented orcs. In the Imperial camp, the composure on Baron Fergus's face vanished in an instant, replaced by astonishment and gloom. He fixed his gaze intently on the mysterious warriors stirring up a storm of bloodshed within the orc ranks. Who are they? How could such an elite force exist in the rift? His aides stood agape, stunned. Their combat style resembled that of elves, yet he had never encountered them before. Their equipment and tactics were entirely tailored for survival and slaughter in the harsh conditions of the rift. Fergus's heart sank. The emergence of this enigmatic force had completely disrupted his plans. Blackstone Fortress not only remained unfallen as anticipated, but could potentially gain a formidable external ally. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, gritting his teeth. Relay the command. The entire army must remain on guard. Maintain formation. Without my order, no one is to engage. We must first ascertain the origins of these individuals. On the battlefield, with the Broken Moon's surgical precision and the desperate counterattacks of the remaining defenders of Blackstone Fortress, the numerically superior Orc army ultimately lost its will to fight. The remnants scattered like headless flies, abandoning a sea of corpses and the wounded, fleeing in disarray toward the depths of the rift. The brutal siege concluded with a bittersweet victory for Blackstone Fortress. Yet, both within and outside the fortress lay a morass of corpses and blood, shattered walls, and every survivor bore wounds. The air thick with an inescapable stench of blood and sorrow. Amidst the battlefield, the warriors of the Broken Moon silently began to clear the area. They moved swiftly, primarily gathering the totems of the Orc shamans, some fragments of rare minerals, and the belongings of their fallen comrades, maintaining a clear vigilance and distance from both the nearby Blackstone Fortress and the distant Imperial forces. At that moment, a high elf male, bearing a deep scar upon his face that in no way diminished his dignity and sharpness, approached the force field membrane of Blackstone Fortress alone. He bore no weapon, instead raising his right hand to cradle an amulet, neither gold nor jade, its edges irregularly fractured, yet emanating a gentle and pure moonlight. Ancient patterns on the amulet faintly formed a fragmented moon design. Elder Astalio inhaled deeply, forcing his weary body to endure as he addressed the nearly exhausted Syra and the barely conscious Raynor, who had just been desperately administered a potion by Ilia. He approaches alone, bearing a token, signaling his identity and requesting a dialogue. It appears that our markings have been received, and they have chosen to respond. Syra's silver eyes fixated on the jade pendant, her body trembling slightly as she whispered, "The Moonshadow pendant truly represents the ancient oath keepers of the Starfall Watchers. They still exist." Raynor struggled to lift his head, his blurred vision honing in on the moonlit jade pendant that momentarily quelled the tumultuous energy within him. With all his strength, he rasped, "Open the gate, and let them send a representative." He was acutely aware that the crisis was far from over. The threat from the Empire loomed large, and the sudden appearance of this elven remnant would ultimately determine the fate of Blackstone Keep. In the distance, the Imperial camp remained silent, Baron Fergus's gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, coldly observing the unfolding events as new calculations began to take shape. Chapter 120, The Covenant. The revival of ancient oaths and the coronation of the Thorned Throne under Elder Astalio's guidance. A shimmering force field parted, creating a narrow opening for a single individual to pass through. A scarred elven male, cradling the softly glowing Moonshadow pendant, strode in with measured steps. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the devastation surrounding the walls and the vigilant, hopeful expressions of the guarding soldiers, finally settling on Raynor, Syra, and Astalio. He halted approximately 10 paces from Raynor, inclining his head slightly, his voice deep and imbued with an ancient rhythm. Speaking in pure High Elven, "I am Celeborn of the Starfall Watchers, bearer of the mark of the Broken Moon. Sensing the pure resonance of the moonlight moss and the ancient call for aid, I have come to fulfill my guardianship in accordance with the ancient oath." His gaze lingered on Syra for a brief moment, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Elder Astalio stepped forward, responding fluently in Elven, his tone respectful and cautious. "In the name of the Silverwind Forest and the Moon Goddess, we express our gratitude for your timely assistance, Lord Celeborn. I am Astalio Whisperwind, and this is Priestess Illustra of the Moon Goddess, while this is Reno Blackthorn, the Lord of Blackstone Keep." Celeborn's attention shifted to Raynor, who could barely stand with Ilia's support. Noticing his heterochromatic eyes and the chaotic yet potent remnants of energy surrounding him, Celeborn's brow furrowed imperceptibly, though he displayed no hostility. "Lord Blackthorn, your courage and unique power are commendable. You have repelled the corrupted minions, safeguarding one of the last sanctuaries." Raynor, battling dizziness and excruciating pain, responded in a hoarse voice, mingling common tongue with a few clumsy elven phrases. "Thank you. Without you, we could not hold our ground." He pressed directly. "Why do you assist us? What is it that you seek?" Celeborn seemed to appreciate the forthrightness, raising the Moonshadow pendant in his hand. "For the sake of the ancient oath. In the time of the Starfall catastrophe, my ancestors vowed to safeguard this land, where the star core had plummeted, preventing its power from being misused until the true balancer emerged. For generations, we have hidden deep within the chasms, vigilantly observing the spread of corruption and the dark hands that covet the star core. He cast a glance towards the distant Imperial camp, his meaning clear. The Empire and that elder? Raynor inquired. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of Elder Calebor, a descendant of the ancient traitor who betrayed the moon goddess and embraced shadows, his true name long forgotten. He was obsessed with harnessing the power of the Star Core, seeking to unlock the gateway to forbidden realms. The Southern Rebellion and the Northern Orc invasions all bore his shadow. The Empire, he scoffed, is but a puppet of power and greed. Some have already been corrupted by the Elder. His words confirmed Hassan's testimony and unveiled a more terrifying backdrop, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. What assistance can you provide? And what do you seek in return? Astalio posed the pivotal question. Calebor solemnly replied. We can offer intelligence regarding the chasms, the corrupted creatures, and the Elder's forces, share our knowledge of survival and combat within the chasms, and, if necessary, provide limited military support. In return, we require Blackstone Fortress as our foothold and eyes in the outside world, sharing information about the outer realms, especially concerning the Empire and the Elder's movements. More importantly, he turned his gaze towards Raynor and Selah. We need allies to jointly thwart the Elder's mad schemes. Should he gain complete control of the Star Core, the entire continent shall be plunged into eternal night. This was a pact based on mutual survival and the fight against a common foe, sounding both fair and urgent. The Imperial forces remain poised outside, Liana reminded, gesturing towards the distant Imperial encampment. Calebor's face betrayed a hint of disdain. Fergus Ironthorn? An arrogant and short-sighted soldier. He dares not attack recklessly. He fears our presence and is terrified that a strong assault would obliterate the very technology he desires. He is now biding his time, waiting for either our departure or a rift to form between us and the fortress. He turned to Raynor. My lord, you must decide swiftly. Our time is limited. The Elder will not relinquish his ambitions due to a single failure, and the Empire's patience wears thin. All eyes fell upon Raynor. His body remained frail, each breath a sharp reminder of his weakness, yet his mind was remarkably lucid. He glanced at his battered yet resolute companions, at the weakened but supportive Ilya and Selah, and finally at the silent yet formidable elven sentinels in the distance. To join the alliance meant entangling Blackstone Fortress in a colossal whirlpool that threatened the entire continent. With an uncertain future fraught with peril, to decline could mean facing immediate pressure from the Empire and the dire consequences of isolation. He did not hesitate long. The instinct for survival and the faith in guardianship had already made the choice for him. Blackstone Fortress agreed to ally. Raynor's voice, though hoarse, bore an undeniable strength. United against the Elder, we shall protect the balance of the chasm. Celebor's serious countenance finally revealed a faint smile. He placed his right hand over his heart and performed an ancient elven gesture. By the shattered moon, the Starfall Watcher and Blackstone Fortress hereby establish an alliance. He then produced a small pouch woven from moonlight moss and a peculiar metal. Presenting it to Astalio, within this pouch lie specially crafted moonlight moss seeds and samples of slightly corrupted or we discovered in the chasm, which may assist in your restoration and defense. He turned to Selah, saying, your divine bloodline seems to resonate with a peculiar force. Perhaps some fragmented records we possess regarding the ancient moon goddess and the balance with thorns. He cast a meaningful glance at Raynor. Could be of assistance to you and your lord. This was undoubtedly a timely boon. Not only did it provide urgently needed resources, but it also indicated potential directions for the fusion of Raynor's and Selah's powers. With the preliminary agreement reached, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Celeborn expressed his intention to lead a contingent of warriors to discreetly encamp around the fortress, both to provide support and to avoid provoking the Empire excessively. He promised to send more detailed intelligence at the earliest opportunity. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, an elven sentinel hurried over and whispered a few words into Celeborn's ear. Celeborn's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Raynor and the others. We have just received a reconnaissance report indicating unusual activity in the Imperial camp. A light cavalry squad has departed the main encampment, seemingly heading towards the Imperial capital. Additionally, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected deep within the chasm. The minions of the Esteemed One may be plotting new actions. Each piece of news was more urgent than the last. Raynor took a deep breath, feeling the restless yet somewhat pacified mixed power within him due to the alliance, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Old John, collaborate fully with our elven allies to study the new seeds and ore. Iron Pillar, Liana, expedite the reorganization of our forces and repair our defenses. Elder Astalio, Selah, we must swiftly master the means to control this power. He issued commands one after another. Though weakened, he regained a sense of authority. He gazed into the distance. The Imperial camp remained silent, yet undercurrents surged ominously. Deeper within the chasm lay a greater threat. But at this moment, Blackstone Fortress was no longer isolated. Survive, Raynor declared to everyone, and to himself, and let those who wish to treat us as pawns pay the price. Chapter 121, The Showdown. The final ultimatum of Ironthorn and the declaration of Thorns the alliance with the shattered moon elves surged like a hidden stream within Blackstone Fortress, bringing a glimmer of hope, yet also a heavier burden. Celeborn and his elven sentinels stealthily took position in the crevices and mists surrounding the fortress, blending seamlessly into the chasm's backdrop. Had one not been forewarned, their presence would have been nearly undetectable. The specially crafted moonlight moss seeds and the faintly purifying samples of the purelight stone they delivered were treasured by old John and Ilya, who immediately set to work on research and cultivation. However, the external pressures surrounding the fortress showed no signs of alleviating, even with the Alliance's establishment. The encampment of the Imperial Northwind Legion remained as unyielding as a frigid anvil, firmly pressing upon the throat of Blackstone Fortress. Following the dispatch of a messenger to the Imperial capital, Baron Fergus evidently intensified the camp's defenses, augmenting both the frequency and scale of patrols, with an ever-growing sense of oppressive vigilance. With the assistance of Selah and Estalio, Reynard's body slowly recuperated. Relying on the special moss provided by the elves and his own indomitable will, the tempestuous power within him, a volatile blend of thorns and moonlight, was akin to a wild stallion restrained by a bridle. Though still untamed, it occasionally surged through his veins, causing sharp pangs. Yet the danger of catastrophic loss of control had abated. He even began to attempt, under extreme concentration, to channel wisps of this mixed energy into his arrows or weapons, yielding formidable power, albeit with tremendous consumption and extreme difficulty in control. This was a perilous path untrodden by any, each step akin to walking on thin ice. Selah fared slightly better. The Moon Priestess's deep reserves allowed her to recover more swiftly than Reynard after exhausting her essence, drawing upon the pure power of moonlight and the arcane methods provided by the elves. However, she remained far from her prime. Much of her time was spent in quiet contemplation and studying the fragmented records shared by Celeborn regarding the ancient ways of balance, seeking a means to stabilize Reynard's power. Her brow often furrowed in thought and worry. The uneasy calm, if such a tense atmosphere could be deemed calm, was shattered on the 5th day following the alliance. At dawn, the Imperial camp resounded with the thunderous beat of drums. A detachment of approximately 100 elite cavalry, clad in resplendent armor, surrounded Baron Fergus and his distinctive golden eagle banner, marched imposing and resolute to the perimeter of Blackstone Fortress, forming a standard battle array. Unlike previous tentative encounters, this Imperial contingent emanated a palpable aura of menace, clearly indicating ill intentions. Reno Blackthorn, Baron Fergus, mounted upon his magnificent steed, called out, his voice penetrating through the force field with unmasked coldness and authority. Come forth to respond. Instantly, the fortress walls entered a state of maximum readiness. All able defenders surged to the parapets, drawing bows and unsheathing swords. Corps members such as Iron Pillar, Liana, and Viola rushed to Reynard's side, closely followed by Elder Estalio and the still pale Selah. Taking a deep breath, Reynard forced himself to stand upright and approach the parapet. Though he still needed to lean against the stone for support, his gaze had regained its sharpness and composure. Baron Fergus, what brings such a grand display of force? Reynard's voice, though not loud, carried clearly. Baron Fergus's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the defenders on the wall, lingering momentarily on Reynard and the elves by his side, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lord Reynard, my patience is limited. The Empire's tolerance and waiting for Blackstone Fortress have yielded nothing but your audacious encroachments and even collusion with unknown foreign forces. He paused, his tone suddenly turning stern. I ask you one last time. Immediately lower the barrier, relinquish control of the fortress, and surrender all elves operating within your stronghold for Imperial review. Otherwise, he drew his sword from his waist with a sudden force, the blade aimed directly at Blackstone Fortress. In the name of the Imperial Northern Commander, I, Fergus Ironthorn, shall regard Blackstone Fortress as a traitor. I will raze this place to the ground, leaving no trace behind. This is your final ultimatum. A chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the atmosphere, pressing down on the hearts of all present. The Empire had finally shed its last semblance of pretense and was prepared to act decisively. Silence engulfed the battlements, broken only by heavy breaths and the creaking of tightly gripped weapons. Every gaze was fixed upon Raynor, He observed the unyielding determination in Baron Fergus's eyes, then glanced at the tense and resolute faces of his comrades, before finally taking in the frightened refugees and weary defenders within the fortress. He understood that any compromise would lead to their demise. The Empire would never spare the core technology of Blackstone Fortress, nor the elves who might oppose the revered ones. Resistance was nearly tantamount to certain death. However, some paths, once chosen, could not be retraced. He slowly straightened. Even as darkness threatened to engulf him and cold sweat drenched his back, he forced himself to stand firm, meeting Fergus's gaze with unwavering resolve. "My Lord Baron." Raynor's voice emerged surprisingly calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "Blackstone Fortress has never betrayed the Empire. We fight here, bloodied and resolute, resisting corruption, safeguarding not only the Empire's northern gateway, but also the very chance of survival for all living beings on this land. The so-called foreign races you speak of are our allies, benefactors who extended their hands in our most dire moments. Should the Empire choose to judge its loyal servants and slaughter its allies, such an empire is unworthy of our loyalty." He paused, raising his voice not only to Fergus, but as a declaration to all the defenders on the walls and the inhabitants within the fortress. "Blackstone Fortress shall never kneel and beg for survival. Our fate is ours to command. If you desire the fortress, so be it. Come and claim it with your lives. If you covet our elven allies, you shall have to step over our corpses first." Roar. Iron Pillar was the first to erupt with a battle cry, his axe thudding heavily against the ground. "We vow to share the fate of the fortress." Liana's cold voice rang with determination. "For our fallen brothers." The defenders surged with fervor, suppressed rage and humiliation exploding forth in that moment. Baron Fergus's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Raynor's staunch resistance, nor the soaring morale of Blackstone Fortress. Murderous intent gleamed in his eyes as he raised his sword, prepared to issue the command for a full assault. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! An arrow, entwined with emerald energy vines and tipped with a glimmering silver moonlight, shot forth like a bolt of lightning from the shadow of seemingly empty rocks at the fortress's flank. This arrow did not target the Imperial forces, but instead struck the ground less than 10 paces in front of Baron Fergus's steed. Upon impact, the arrow embedded itself in the earth, instantly sprouting countless resilient thorny vines that wove together to form a barrier exuding the essence of nature and moonlight. Though not tall, it carried a strong warning. Following this, the figure of Celeborn materialized atop the rocks like a specter. He wielded a longbow, and behind him, dozens of elven warriors from the shattered moon emerged silently, their bows and moon blades glinting with a cold radiance in the morning light. They did not attack, they merely stood there in silence. Yet the palpable aura of lethal intent and their masterful command of the terrain stirred unease among the Imperial cavalry. "Elves!" Baron Fergus exclaimed, both startled and furious. He had not anticipated that these elves lurked so close, while the Empire's scouts remained oblivious. Celeborn's chilling voice resonated, articulated in fluent common tongue, imbued with an ancient cadence and undeniable authority. "Heir of the Ironthorn family, sheath your sword. Blackstone Fortress is protected by the ancient oath of the Starfall Watchers. Should the Empire persist in its obstinacy, it shall face the wrath of the Moon Goddess and the vengeance of the Rift. Withdraw, or this ground shall become your grave." Baron Fergus's expression fluctuated as he surveyed the fortified Blackstone Fortress and the menacing, enigmatic elves on his flanks. The whispers of horrific, corrupted creatures dwelling deep within the rift echoed in his mind, instilling a sense of hesitation for the first time. A direct assault, even if successful, would undoubtedly incur heavy losses upon the Northwind Legion and irreparably offend the Elven faction, with uncertain repercussions. More crucially, the military directive emphasized the acquisition of technology intact, rather than the annihilation of all. He glared intently at Reno atop the wall, and then at Celeborn upon the rock, weighing the pros and cons as the veins on his temples throbbed. Ultimately, he abruptly sheathed his sword and forced out a terse declaration through gritted teeth. "Very well. Reno Blackthorn, and you elusive elves. This Baron shall remember this day. We shall depart." With that, he turned his steed around, filled with fury and resentment, leading the Imperial forces in a slow retreat, yet not straying far, re-establishing camp within sight, clearly not relinquishing their ambitions. The immediate crisis may have abated, but all understood that this was merely a harrowing calm before the tempest. The Empire would not relent, and Blackstone Fortress had irrevocably positioned itself in opposition to the Empire. Raynaud watched the dust of the Imperial retreat, his body swaying as if to falter, nearly collapsing until he was swiftly steadied by Liana and Ilya beside him. "My lord." The concerned voices encircled him. Reno waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unharmed. He glanced towards Celeborn, offering a slight nod of gratitude. The elven leader reciprocated with a nod before leading his followers back into the shadows of the rift. "We have no path of retreat," Reno declared, gazing at the weary yet resolute faces surrounding him. His voice was hoarse yet unwavering. "From this day forth, Blackstone Fortress shall fight solely for itself, for survival." Above the fortress, dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding an impending storm. Yet, within this desolate wasteland, a banner representing resilience, defiance, and the tenacious spirit of Thorns had already been raised. Chapter 122. A shocking turn. Shadows over the imperial capital and movements in the rift. The retreat of Baron Fergus did not bring any semblance of peace. Rather, it plunged the atmosphere surrounding Blackstone Fortress into a suffocating stillness, akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters. The imperial encampment did not retreat far. It merely withdrew to the fringes of visibility, akin to a wounded beast licking its wounds, yet becoming even more perilous, its cold gaze fixated upon the fortress. The fortifications of the encampment were being reinforced, and the presence of patrols grew increasingly dense, instilling a weighty sense of foreboding akin to the oppressive atmosphere before a mountain storm. Within the fortress, the tension reached a peak. Everyone understood the grave implications of a complete rupture with the Empire. After a brief surge of exhilaration, a profound anxiety and uncertainty about the future set in. The shadow of resource scarcity loomed like a relentless parasite, with food, medicine, and arrows serving as constant reminders of the harshness of reality. The clanging sounds of repairing walls and fortifications could not mask the pervasive panic that hung in the air. Reynolds' body, supported by a nearly brutal will, gradually began to recover. Together with Sarah, under the protection of Elder Asterio, they embarked on a perilous exploration of the dangerous fusion of powers in the fortress's innermost humble quiet chamber. The process was exceedingly treacherous, as the tumult of thorns and the purity of moonlight intertwined like fire and water, where even the slightest misstep could ignite calamity. Yet, with each return from the brink of chaos, Reynolds' mastery over that power seemed to advance a fraction, and within his silver-red eyes, a disquieting calm began to flourish. Sarah fared somewhat better. Her lunar essence was slowly reviving, seemingly attempting to guide and soothe the restless thorn power within Reynolds in a gentler manner. Between them, a subtle synergy transcending words quietly blossomed amidst the repeated peril of their entwined energies. The Broken Moon Elves, led by Kerbal, had seemingly melded into the shadows of the chasm, rarely making public appearances, yet maintaining close contact with the fortress through Viola and Liana. They shared invaluable intelligence regarding the geography of the chasm's depths, the habits of corrupted creatures, and the patterns of the Elders' activities. Simultaneously, they bore grim news. The fluctuations of corrupt energy deep within the chasm had recently grown alarmingly active, as if something was brewing. However, true storms often arise from the most unexpected directions. On the third day after Fergus's withdrawal, at dusk, a swift horse burst forth like an arrow, breaking through the Imperial patrol's blockade, or perhaps with their tacit approval, racing frantically toward the outer barrier of Blackstone Fortress. The knight upon the steed was drenched in blood, his armor marred by the marks of blades, and the Imperial messenger's banner behind him lay in tatters. He nearly tumbled from the saddle, expending his last ounce of strength to shout, "Urgent report. The capital is in turmoil. The regent has been assassinated. The palace is ablaze. The second prince has declared martial law, accusing the first prince of colluding with the remnants of the north to conspire against us. Civil war has erupted." This news struck like a bolt from the blue, shocking all who heard. The empire was engulfed in internal strife. The collapse of the power center signified an instantaneous disintegration of the entire imperial order. Baron Fergus's Northwind Legion, once a formidable force representing the will of the empire, had now transformed into a solitary army bereft of clear orders and an uncertain future. Almost simultaneously, the elven messenger dispatched by Kerbal brought forth another piece of dire news. A massive, organized assembly of corrupted beings had been detected deep within the chasm, heading directly towards Blackstone Fortress. This time, among the corrupted entities, there were individuals of even more bizarre forms, emanating a potent aura of shadow energy, suspected to be elite spellbreakers directly under the command of the sovereign. Internal turmoil and external threats erupted simultaneously with a ferocity unparalleled. Within the fortress's council chamber, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost wring water from it. Fergus, embroiled in the imperial civil war, was now preoccupied with his own survival and was likely unable to attend to our plight in the near future. Lyanna analyzed, her expression devoid of joy. The power vacuum resulting from the Empire's collapse often heralded a more brutal conflict among warlords and lawlessness. Yet, the threat of the Sovereign loomed ever closer. Iron Pillar slammed his fist on the table. Those ruffians are surely seizing the opportunity of the Empire's chaos to strike us and the chasm in one fell swoop. Elder Astalio's visage was grave. With the Empire in disarray, the North would become a lawless land, and various factions would undoubtedly swarm in. The Sovereign awaits this very opportunity. We must make a decision post-haste. All eyes once again turned to Raynor. At this moment, after a brief respite and shared training with Syra, although his complexion remained pale, the weariness in his gaze had mostly dissipated, replaced by a sharpness and resolve forged through adversity. The fusion of power within him seemed to have become more subdued due to the immense external pressure, akin to a blade honed by the whetstone. The chaos within the Empire represents both our crisis and our opportunity. Raynor's voice was steady, imbued with a chilling quality. Fergus was no longer our primary threat. However, the Sovereign's army approached, with Blackstone Fortress at the forefront. He rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. We cannot sit idly by. Nor can we rely on any external aid. Our only path to survival lies in taking the initiative and disrupting the Sovereign's plans. Take the initiative? Old John gasped. My lord, our forces are insufficient. Simply holding our ground is already a challenge. To strike first would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone, not a head-on clash. The glimmer of calculation sparkled in Raynor's eyes. Calber, the chasm is your domain. Let us collaborate, utilizing the terrain to lay an ambush along their inevitable route. Complete annihilation is unnecessary. Inflicting severe damage on their vanguard to delay their advance and diminish their morale will suffice. Calber's figure materialized at the entrance of the council chamber like a specter. He always found the most concealed paths. He nodded. Feasible. We are familiar with several secret paths that can guide your small elite forces to their flank or rear. However, the risks are considerable. Risks are ever present. Raynor turned to Iron Pillar, Lyanna, and Viola, selecting the most elite, fearless brethren to form a strike team. I shall lead the charge personally. No. Syra immediately interjected, concern filling her silver eyes. Your body has yet to fully recover. It is too perilous. Precisely because I have not fully recovered, I must act while I still can. Raynor gazed at her, his expression complex. To remain is to await death. To gamble offers a chance at life. The fortress's defense is entrusted to you and Elder Astalio. His tone brooked no dissent. Sarah wished to articulate further thoughts. Yet upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Raynor's eyes, she ultimately bit her lip and fell silent. She understood that this was the only feasible method to break the deadlock. We require a detailed plan, and swiftly, Kellerbull reminded. The corrupted army will encroach upon the ambush zone by tomorrow evening at the latest. Just as the assembly was preparing for meticulous strategizing, an elven sentinel hastily entered and whispered a few words into Kellerbull's ear. Instantly, Kellerbull's countenance darkened significantly. What new calamity had arisen? A sense of foreboding stirred within Raynor. Kellerbull lifted his gaze, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Our concealed sentry near the Imperial Army has reported that Fergus's camp received several enigmatic visitors an hour ago. They were cloaked, their faces obscured. Yet the sentry sensed a potent surge of shadow magic, akin to the presence of the Enforcer's spellbreakers. What? The council chamber fell into a profound silence. Baron Fergus was in contact with the Enforcer's people. This revelation was far more terrifying than the turmoil within the Empire or the encroaching corrupted army. If Fergus conspired with the Enforcer, then Blackstone Fortress would be ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged from all sides. All plans lay in disarray. The foundation of trust was crumbling. Raynor's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The thorn power within him seemed to resonate with its master's overwhelming fury and sense of impending doom, stirring restlessly. With silver-red glimmers flickering intensely in the depths of his eyes, the already intricate situation plunged into an even darker, more unpredictable abyss with the mysterious visit of the Imperial envoy. The fate of Blackstone Fortress dangled precariously like a spider's web in a tempest. Chapter 123, Desperation. Shadows of betrayal and the howl of thorns. The news brought by the elven sentry struck like a bone-chilling wind, instantly freezing the blood of everyone in the council chamber. Baron Fergus, commander of the Northern Wind Legion, had clandestinely met with individuals bearing the aura of the Enforcer's spellbreakers at such a precarious moment of impending civil war within the Empire. This was inconceivable. Iron Pillar was the first to roar, veins bulging on his forehead. For all his faults, Fergus was still a baron sanctioned by the Empire. Did he dare to conspire with the Enforcer? Did he not fear annihilation and the obliteration of his lineage? Lyanna's expression darkened to the point of despair. In a civil war, with imperial power struggles, what is truly impossible? Perhaps Fergus had received some form of directive. Or perhaps he sought an escape route for himself. Let us not forget that his initial mission was to seize the Moonlight Moss technology in the Force Core. Elder Estalio's emerald eyes brimmed with concern. If Fergus truly colludes with the Enforcer, even if merely for mutual exploitation, our situation would not merely be one of being besieged, but rather we would find ourselves ensnared in a deadly trap with no avenue of escape. Sarah clutched the crescent pendant at her chest tightly, her fingertips whitening from the pressure, and she glanced at Raynor, her silver eyes filled with unprecedented alarm. Raynor, if the Imperial Army and the Enforcer's forces unite, we have no alternatives. The voice of Reno resonated coldly, interrupting the collective panic that had engulfed the room. He stood firm, his physique seemingly frail. Yet an unsettling aura emanated from him, gradually spreading like a chilling mist. The peculiar silver-red glimmer in his eyes flickered with unprecedented intensity, and the power within him, a fusion of thorns and moonlight, appeared incensed by the ultimate betrayal and crisis, resembling a ferocious beast awakening from slumber, issuing a silent roar. The air around them seemed to warp and seethe with this unrest, becoming almost unbearable. He slowly lifted his gaze, scanning each terrified face. Finally resting his eyes on Celeborn, as the dark sentinel of the elves. Can you ascertain the content of Fergus and his associates' discourse? Or, post their encounter, has there been any unusual activity within the Imperial camp? Celeborn shook his head, the scar on his face appearing particularly sinister in the flickering firelight. I cannot discern the specifics. They possess a counter-reconnaissance barrier. However, following their interaction, the defensive level of the Imperial camp has escalated once more, and the patrols have consciously restricted their movements towards the rift, the direction from which the forces of the Esteemed One approach. This is most unusual. A contraction of the defense lines? Old John exclaimed in astonishment. What are they plotting? To allow the forces of the Esteemed One to advance? Or are they preparing to encircle us? Two possibilities. Reno's voice remained devoid of fluctuation, as if he were merely recounting an indifferent fact. Firstly, Fergus intends to observe the conflict from a distance, waiting for us and the Esteemed One to exhaust each other, then emerge to claim the spoils, thus earning favor with the Empire, irrespective of which side prevails. Secondly, he paused, a glimmer of ruthless coldness flashing in his eyes. He has forged some form of accord with the Esteemed One. For instance, the forces of the Esteemed One may launch the primary assault while his Northwind Legion secures our retreat, or at a critical juncture, deliver a lethal blow. Regardless of the scenario, it spelled catastrophe for Blackstone Fortress. Despair surged like an icy tide, swiftly engulfing the entire council chamber. The fleeting hope that had sparked due to the internal strife within the Empire was now utterly shattered. They not only faced the corrupt army surging from the depths of the rift, but also had to remain vigilant against the potentially treacherous Imperial dagger poised to strike from behind. Damn it, let us fight these bastards. Iron Pillar's eyes blazed crimson as he yanked out his war axe, striking it fiercely against the ground, sending sparks flying. If it's death, then let us take a few down with us. Yes, we shall not allow them to prevail. The military leaders, consumed by desperation, found their fighting spirit ignited. Calm down. Elder Estalio's voice thundered. Desperation will not resolve our predicament. We must devise a strategy. Strategy? Lyanna replied with a bitter smile. Elder, we are trapped on all sides. What strategy can there be? All eyes once again turned to Reno. At this moment, he was the sole pillar of hope for Blackstone Fortress. Reno closed his eyes, seemingly striving to suppress the tumultuous power within him that threatened to spiral out of control. As if engaged in the most intense and brutal internal struggle, the council chamber fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of the torches and the heavy breaths of the assembled crowd. After a few moments, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In those silver and crimson eyes, all hesitation, fear, and confusion had vanished, replaced by an almost frenzied calmness and a resolute determination to embrace the direst of fates. Time is of the essence. Reno's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it carried a strange, compelling resonance. The forces of the revered would arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest. Fergus's stance remained ambiguous, yet we must prepare for the worst. He approached the course tactical map, his finger pointing towards the chasm. The plan for an active ambush remains unchanged. However, our objective must be adjusted. No longer shall we seek mere delay or crippling blows, but rather to shatter their vanguard, to assert our might. And then, with a swift motion, his finger swept toward the Imperial encampment. We shall take the initiative and strike at the Northwind Legion. What? Attack the Imperial camp? My lord, are you mad? How can we possibly fight on two fronts simultaneously? Even the most valiant Iron Pillar gasped in shock. This is sheer suicide. I am not mad. Reno roared, the suppressed power around him causing the air to hum. It is precisely because we are in dire straits that we must take risks. Fergus is currently indecisive, desiring advantages while fearing losses, and most importantly, dreading the stigma of collusion with the revered. The more we show weakness, the more likely he is to strike us when we falter. But if we can, before the revered's army arrives, with overwhelming force, to first diminish the Northwind Legion's vigor, we might even compel Fergus to take a stand. A manic glimmer flickered in his eyes. He wishes to watch the tigers fight? Let us drag him into the fray first. He wants to conspire with the revered? Let the world witness how an imperial baron consorts with demons. The civil war within the empire is being observed by all factions in the north. Fergus cannot afford, nor dare, to openly oppose the heroic bastion guarding the chasm at this juncture, unless he truly wishes to ruin himself. This plan is audacious, mad, and bordering on the fantastical. Yet, like a bolt of lightning ripping through the darkness, it revealed a faint glimmer of hope, a hope forged from countless sacrifices. However, our forces, old John's voice trembled. Quality is paramount, not quantity. Reno asserted firmly, the assault plan remains unchanged, and I shall personally lead the charge, alongside our elven allies from the Shattered Moon, to ambush the revered's vanguard and achieve a swift resolution to bolster our morale. Simultaneously, within the bastion, Elder Asterio, along with Sarah and Liana, will hold the fort, creating an illusion of steadfast defense awaiting reinforcements. Once we secure our victory, we shall immediately regroup, uniting all who can move within the bastion to launch a nighttime assault on the Imperial camp, catching them off guard. He turned to Celeborn. My lord, we require your utmost assistance, particularly during the ambush and subsequent raid, leveraging your familiarity with the terrain for infiltration and decapitation operations. Target Fergus. Celeborn gazed deeply at Reno, a flicker of admiration and determination crossing his eyes. A wildly reckless plan, yet perhaps it is our only opportunity. The Shattered Moon vows to protect this land. We stand with you, my lord. We shall follow you. Iron Pillar, Stone Fist, and other commanders felt their blood surge, shouting in unison. Syra approached Reno, gently grasping his trembling hand, which quivered slightly from the surge of power coursing through him. The icy touch oddly soothed the restless energy within. She raised her silver eyes, steadfastly gazing at him. My moonlight, I shall pave the way through your thorns. Reno reciprocated by tightly clasping her cold hand, feeling the faint yet unwavering support. He surveyed the assembled warriors, his voice resonating like a drawn sword. Send the order. Prepare immediately. At the midnight hour, the strike team shall accompany me from the fortress. Our target is the ambush point in the chasm. In this battle, there is no retreat, only life or death. The fate of Blackstone Fortress hinges upon this moment. Chapter 124, Blood Moon. The ambush of death and the blooming of thorns as midnight approached. The night over the chasm was thick as ink, filled only with the sorrowful whispers of the wind and the distant, haunting howls of corrupted creatures. The force field of Blackstone Fortress silently opened a narrow gap, through which a spectral line of figures emerged, swiftly melding into the darkness. At the forefront was Reno, clad in tight black leather armor, draped with a tattered cloak. His face remained pale under the moonlight, yet his silver-red, mismatched eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity in the obscurity. The power within him flowed like a dormant volcano through his veins, bringing waves of sharp pain, yet also endowing him with an extraordinary sensitivity and instinct for danger. The pure essence of moonlight that Syra had imparted to him before parting lingered within him like a slender thread, tenuously maintaining the balance of his power and a faint connection between them. Behind him stood 30 of the most elite and fearless warriors, led by Iron Pillar and Stone Fist, each bearing fierce expressions and an unyielding resolve to face death. Celeborn and 20 elven sentinels of the Shattered Moon flitted like shadows to their flanks, their presence almost indistinguishable from the rocks and shadows of the chasm. According to the elves' intelligence, they silently navigated through a hidden rock crevice, maneuvering to a narrow passage where the vanguard of the corrupted army was anticipated to pass. The steep rock walls flanked this narrow corridor, making it an ideal ambush site. The air thickened with the noxious stench of decay and sulfur, heralding the enemy's approach. The warriors held their breath, concealed behind the rocks and within the crevice, weapons tightly gripped, bowstrings half drawn. Time dragged on, each second a torment. Suddenly, the ground quivered with a subtle yet intense vibration, accompanied by the sickening sound of crawling and a deep, resonant growl. They were here, through the rocky fissures. The warriors beheld a moving shadow. Leading the charge were several massive, grotesque burrowing worms, their shells gleaming with a sickly green sheen, their mandibles dripping corrosive slime. Tasked with clearing the path and ravaging the terrain. Following closely behind was a horde of orc infantry, their eyes glowing crimson, muscles bulging, wielding rusted blades and axes. The aura of bloodlust flickering around them. Among them, a few orc shamans clad in tattered black robes, wielding bone staffs and surrounded by an ominous green glow. Intermingled within the ranks. More startlingly, at the rear of the squad, several towering figures emerged, their skin a pallid gray, clad in bone armor adorned with black crystals. Their hollow gazes exuded an overwhelming aura of shadowy energy, unmistakably the enforcers under the command of the esteemed one. The scale and elite nature of this vanguard far surpassed expectations. Damn it, tough nuts. Iron Pillar cursed in a hushed tone, licking his cracked lips. Yet his eyes burned with the fire of battle. Raynor took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure. He cast a glance at Kael'bor, the elven leader, who gave a slight nod, signaling readiness. As the vanguard of the corrupted army fully entered the narrow pass, elongating the rear ranks due to the constricted terrain, a glint of icy determination flashed in Raynor's eyes. He abruptly waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the assault. Strike! The first to act were the elven sentinels. Their moonlight longbows emitted nearly imperceptible vibrations, releasing arrows entwined with verdant natural energy, the tips imbued with the chilling essence of lunar ice. Like specters of death, they soared with unparalleled accuracy towards the orc shamans and enforcers. The arrows bypassed ordinary physical defenses, piercing through energy shields, abruptly silencing the shamans' incantations and eliciting anguished roars from the enforcers. Simultaneously, Iron Pillar and Stone Fist erupted from behind the rocks, akin to two rampaging mammoths, crashing into the ranks of the orc infantry with ferocity. Battle axes swung, shields bashed, instantly shattering the enemy formation into disarray. For Blackstone Fortress, the conflict rapidly escalated to a fever pitch. The narrow terrain constricted the orcs' numerical advantage, allowing the elite forces of Blackstone Fortress to shine. The warriors fought with reckless abandon, trading lives for lives, while the elves, hidden in the shadows, executed precise kills. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. Raynor did not immediately plunge into the fray. His gaze was fixated on the enforcer, wounded by elven arrows and desperately attempting to reconstitute shadow energy. He understood that this elite unit posed the greatest threat. He moved. His form darted like a wraith across the chaotic battlefield. Dark red thorns of combat energy erupting beneath his feet, granting him an uncanny burst of speed. Several orcs attempting to impede his advance were effortlessly torn apart by his short sword, imbued with faint silver-red energy. The enforcer sensed impending danger. Its hollow eye sockets turning towards Raynor, raising its bone staff, unleashing a twisted beam of light, a shadow arrow that devoured life. Raynor did not flinch or evade. With a low growl, he clenched his left hand, instantly coalescing a restless sphere of silver-red energy, advancing towards the shadow arrow. Boom! The two contrasting energies collided violently, producing a deep, thunderous roar. The shadow arrow was forcibly obliterated, yet the energy sphere trembled violently, the backlash causing Raynor to taste blood in his throat. But he swallowed hard, pressing forward. Die! He surged forward to the enforcer's front, his right hand short sword slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aiming directly for its chest, the blade, entwined with silver and red energies as if alive, spiraled fiercely. The enforcer raised its bone staff to block. Crack! The hybrid energy, infused with the traits of thorny rending and lunar purification, possessed astonishing destructive power against shadowy matter. The bone staff shattered with a resounding snap. The dagger's momentum remained unabated, piercing fiercely into the chest of the spellbreaker. Ack! The spellbreaker emitted a horrific, inhuman wail, as if ignited like withered wood, rapidly blackening, shriveling, and ultimately transforming into a puddle of ash. A single strike had felled the enemy, yet Reno felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. That last blow had extracted a tremendous toll. At that moment, another spellbreaker and several orc warriors lunged forward simultaneously. In this dire moment, a volley of elven arrows struck true, disrupting the foe's advance. Iron Pillar roared as he charged in, cleaving an orc in two with a single swing of his axe. My lord, be cautious. Reno gritted his teeth, summoning his strength once more to fight alongside Iron Pillar. No longer did he seek a decisive blow. Instead, he infused his energy into the blade, each swing imbued with corrosive and purifying effects, inflicting sustained and lethal damage upon the corrupted beings. His combat style grew increasingly bizarre and ruthless, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, with each attack accompanied by excruciating pain coursing through his veins. Yet, the madness and calm within his gaze interwove more intensely. The battle raged for nearly half an hour, the narrow pass strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing freely. The forces of Blackstone Fortress, leveraging the advantageous terrain, surprise tactics, and the precise support of the elves, alongside Reno's enigmatic and potent mixed powers, miraculously fended off foes that outnumbered them several times over, inflicting tremendous casualties. The vanguard of the corrupted army suffered grievous losses, their formation utterly shattered, remnants beginning to flee. Chase them. We cannot allow them to return and relay their message. Iron Pillar, consumed by fury, prepared to pursue. Come back. Reno's voice rang sharp with authority. Leaning on his sword as he gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead. Our objective has been achieved. Retreat immediately. Back to the fortress. A foreboding sense of dread intensified within him. Fergus would undoubtedly not remain idle. The group swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting valuable spoils, primarily the shaman's totems and shards of the spellbreaker's black crystals. Guided by the elves, they hastened along a hidden path toward Blackstone Fortress. However, just as they were about to reach the protective barrier of the fortress, the worst of their fears materialized. From the direction of Blackstone Fortress, flames surged into the sky. The cacophony of battle cries and explosions deafened them. The banner of the Northern Wind Legion of the Empire prominently displayed atop the fortress walls. Baron Fergus had indeed launched a surprise attack, while the fortress's main force was away. Damn it! Iron Pillar's eyes widened with fury. Reno's heart plummeted to the depths. Yet the imminent crisis paradoxically instilled a profound calm within him. He cast a glance at his weary yet resolute warriors, then at the silent but menacingly determined Calber. The fortress has not yet fallen. Reno's hoarse voice bore an undeniable strength. Elder Estalio and Syra are still inside. Follow me back to fight. We shall coordinate from within and slay that traitor Fergus. Fight back. Slay Fergus. In the face of despair, the surviving warriors unleashed their final ferocity. Reno surged forward. The fusion power within him, ignited by the struggles and fury of battle, roared forth like a ferocious beast breaking free from its shackles, enveloping him in a faint silver-red aura. His gaze fixed intently upon the silhouettes of the Imperial soldiers on the distant fortress wall, he bellowed with deliberate intensity. Fergus, this is your own doing. The thorns of Blackstone Fortress shall today be nourished by the blood of Imperial traitors. Chapter 125, Reversal. The roar of the moonlit thorns and the end of the traitors. For the Blackstone Fortress. Kill. Reno's roar shattered the dawn's tranquility. Akin to a beast unleashed from its cage, propelled by a billowing silver-red aura as he charged headlong into the chaotic fortress. Behind him followed the bloodthirsty Iron Pillar, Stone Fist, the surviving warriors of the ambush team, and the elven sentinels, who spread like shadows, their arrows finding their marks without fail. The vicinity of the fortress's main gate had devolved into a hellish melee. The Imperial soldiers, leveraging their numerical superiority and the element of surprise, had momentarily seized the walls, engaging the defenders in a brutal clash of blades. Elder Asterio wielded his staff, conjuring sharp, verdant vines of nature's divine power, continuously toppling the encroaching Imperial soldiers. Though his pallid complexion betrayed his immense exertion, Liana and Viola, atop the arrow tower, fought with reckless abandon, each arrow aimed at officers and standard-bearers, striving to stem the tide of the enemy's advance. The most critical and perilous battleground lay within the inner fortress tower, where a squad of elite Imperial troops, under the direct command of Baron Fergus, relentlessly assaulted the tower's entrance. Should the field generator be destroyed, the fortress's defenses would collapse instantaneously. At the tower's entrance, a pure moonlit barrier struggled to hold firm, teetering on the brink of collapse. Behind this shimmering veil stood Selah, her frail form defiant despite her pallid visage and the blood trickling from her lips. With hands forming intricate seals, she poured the remaining essence of the moon goddess into the barrier, steadfastly resisting the frenzied assaults of the Imperial soldiers. Beside her, Ilia conjured thorny vines with her meager natural power, disrupting the enemies, her small face resolute. Old John, alongside a few militia, braced against the battered door, making a final stand. Break it down. Capture the elven priestess alive. Baron Fergus, mounted on his steed, barked commands from a short distance away. His face twisted in a cruel smirk of confidence. He recognized Selah's worth. both as a priestess of the moon goddess and for the potential knowledge she possessed, a significant prize. At that moment, Reno led his reinforcements like a dagger, plunging fiercely into the flank of the Imperial army. What is happening? How are they back? Fergus, startled by the commotion and cries of despair from behind, turned in horror, only to behold the figure of Reno advancing like a harbinger of death. The silver-red energy swirling around him cut through the Imperial soldiers as if they were mere wheat, their weapons and armor corroded, their bodies torn asunder, utterly incapable of resistance. Stop him! Quickly halt him! Fergus shouted in a mix of fear and fury. But it was too late. Reno paid no heed to the foot soldiers along his path, his aim unwavering as he charged directly toward Fergus. The flames of vengeance and the unwavering belief in guardianship ignited a perilous power within him to an extreme degree, moving with such speed that it left behind a series of afterimages. Protect the Baron. The Royal Guard fought valiantly to form a protective line. Get back! Reno bellowed, his hands forming an intricate grip as a sphere of highly compressed, unstable silver-red energy manifested in an instant, emitting a piercing shriek as it was hurled towards the Royal Guard. The explosion was fierce, shattering several heavily armored guards into fragments, while the chaotic energy surge sent surrounding soldiers flying. Amidst the smoke and debris, Reno's figure surged forward like a specter, closing in on Baron Fergus. The seasoned warrior, unfazed despite the chaos, roared with determination as his enchanted knightly sword blazed with fervent light, cleaving towards Reno. Rebel, die! The clash of metal echoed sharply as Reno's ordinary longsword, upon meeting Fergus's enchanted blade, flared with an intense silver-red glow. The knight's aura dissipated like snow under the spring sun, and the sword itself emitted a pained groan, fracturing under the strain of Reno's enigmatic, tearing energy. What? Fergus's grip faltered. The sword nearly slipped from his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. What manner of power is this? Reno, seizing the advantage, lunged into Fergus's embrace, his left hand morphing into a claw, dark red thorns of energy entwining as he struck towards Fergus's chest. Fergus, in a desperate attempt, raised his sword to block while pulling back on the reins, but Reno's speed was overwhelming. His fingers pierced through the hastily conjured aura armor, digging into the knight's breastplate. Fergus let out a chilling scream, feeling a searing, agonizing energy surge into his body, mercilessly ravaging his veins and vitality. You shall pay for your treachery. Reno's eyes burned crimson, his murderous intent soaring as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Fergus. Just then, a warning shriek pierced the air. My lord, be careful! From the distant chaos, Lyanna's voice echoed. A shadowy arrow, as dark as ink and exuding an aura of death, shot forth like a viper from the battlefield's obscured corners, silently aimed at Reno's vulnerable back. It was an assassin under the command of the esteemed one, lurking within the Imperial army. Fergus indeed had colluded with them. The arrow was expertly timed and swift, and Reno, exhausted from his previous exertion, seemed destined to be struck. At the entrance of the tower, Sarah, who had been vigilantly observing Reno, felt her silver eyes widen in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she spat forth a mouthful of vital blood, splattering it upon the crescent pendant at her chest. The pendant erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent lunar radiance. In the name of the moon goddess, protect! In an instant, she forcibly redirected most of the energy sustaining the protective barrier into a solid shield of moonlight, placing it behind Reno. The shadow arrow collided forcefully with the moonlight shield, and both were annihilated. However, Sarah was struck hard, blood gushing forth as her body crumpled, the moonlight barrier flickering violently, on the brink of collapse. Sarah! Reno's heart was shattered, and as he turned abruptly, the sight of Sarah's fallen form engulfed him in a tide of excruciating anguish and unbridled fury. Seizing the moment, the gravely wounded Fergus broke free from Reno's grasp, tumbling from his steed in a pitiful manner, and bellowed, Retreat! The entire army must retreat. Upon witnessing their commander in dire straits, the Imperial soldiers, beset on their flanks by the elves and reinforcements from Blackstone Fortress, saw their morale collapse instantaneously, prompting a chaotic flight towards the fortress. Reno did not pursue them. Instead, he charged to the entrance of the tower like a frenzied lion, cradling the unconscious Sarah, whose fading life force he could feel, his heart racked with torment. Elia, save her! Quickly! He roared at Elia, who was weeping uncontrollably. Elder Asterio stumbled forth, channeling pure natural vitality into Sarah's body, barely sustaining her last breath, his expression grave as he shook his head. The source is depleted, and with the backlash of shadow energy, it is likely. At that moment, Celebor appeared like a specter, assessing Sarah's condition. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial exuding a cool, silvery luminescence from within his robes, pouring a drop of crystalline dew, akin to liquid moonlight, into Sarah's mouth. This is the essence of the moon well, which can temporarily stabilize her heartbeat. Whether she awakens depends on her will and fate, Celeborn intoned solemnly. Reno held Sarah's cold body tightly, feeling the faint vitality brought forth by the moonwell essence, his overwhelming rage and intent to kill gradually transforming into a chilling, bone-deep hatred. He gently entrusted Sarah to Elia and Asterio, instructing, "Take good care of her." Rising, he surveyed the devastation, the fortress strewn with corpses, and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the fleeing Imperial soldiers and the remnants of enemies being pursued by iron pillars and stone fists. Then, he strode towards the Baron Fergus, who was attempting to escape with the aid of his guards. Upon seeing the emotionless, icy gaze of Reno, Fergus was gripped by terror. "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" he cried, as several loyal guards rushed forward. Reno hardly glanced at them, with a mere wave of his hand. A ripple of silver-red energy spread forth, striking the advancing guards as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer, instantly breaking their bones and sending them lifeless to the ground. He approached the crumpled Fergus, gazing down upon the once noble Baron, now a traitor. "Please, don't kill me. I am an Imperial Baron. You cannot." Fergus stammered, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Reno remained silent, raising his hand. A strand of dark red energy coalescing at his fingertips, akin to the tongue of a venomous snake, lightly touching Fergus's forehead. In an instant, Fergus's body stiffened, his eyes wide with excruciating pain and terror, as the veins beneath his skin turned a deep crimson. He withered rapidly, as if all moisture had been drained from him, becoming charred and ultimately transforming into a grotesque, desiccated corpse. The traitor received his just deserts. Reno did not spare a glance at Fergus's lifeless body. He turned and made his way towards the inner fortress. The battle had concluded, the Imperial army had fled, but the fortress had paid a grievous price. And Sarah's fate remained uncertain. More importantly, the main force of the venerable army has yet to arrive. Chapter 126. The End. The gruesome sight of Baron Fergus transformed into a charred corpse utterly shattered the morale of the Imperial remnants. The remnants of the Northwind Legion fled like frightened dogs, discarding their armor and hastily retreating into the mists of the chasm, no longer posing a threat. Blackstone Fortress, having paid a heavy price, achieved a Pyrrhic victory. However, the joy of victory was but a fleeting moment, soon overshadowed by a deeper gloom. The fortress was strewn with corpses, the wounded filled the camps, and the air was thick with sorrowful wails. Old John, accompanied by the survivors, silently cleared the battlefield, burying their comrades, as the acrid scent of blood and despair hung heavily in the atmosphere. Iron Pillar, Stone Fist, and others bore their injuries, wearily leaning against the crumbling battlements, gazing into the depths of the chasm with no joy of victory in their eyes, only the numbness of survival and anxiety for the future. Most heart-wrenching was Selah. She was carefully placed in the Lord's Tower, closely attended by Elia and Elder Astalio. The moonwell essence provided by Celeborn preserved her final spark of life. Yet she flickered like a candle in the wind, her vitality so faint it was nearly imperceptible, having exhausted her essence and forcibly withstood the backlash of the shadow arrow. Her body grew cold, her once silver hair lost all luster, resembling a moonlit statue on the brink of shattering. Reynaud sat silently by her bedside, tightly grasping her icy hand, feeling the faint pulse as the turbulent power within him, momentarily quelled by the bloodshed, stirred restlessly once more due to this silent agony. An unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness threatened to engulf him. He would rather be the one injured. Was there truly no hope left? Reynaud's voice was hoarse, laced with barely detectable tremors. Elder Astalio's verdant eyes brimmed with sorrow as he slowly shook his head. The moonwell essence is indeed a divine substance, yet it can only sustain life. Her soul seems to have been dragged into the endless abyss of moonlit nights, closed off from itself. Unless a miracle occurs, or we uncover the long-lost soul resonance rite of the Moon Temple, which exists only in legend at that moment. Celeborn silently entered the room, his expression graver than ever, even tinged with a hint of reverence and fear. He glanced at the unconscious Selah and, in a solemn tone, addressed Reynaud and Astalio. "There is no time for sorrow. The protective array we set at the deepest part of the chasm has been triggered. An indescribably vast, dark, and ancient presence is awakening, heading towards Blackstone Fortress at great speed." Everyone was taken aback. "Is it the Venerable One?" Iron Pillar questioned, his voice faltering. "No." Celeborn's voice bore an unprecedented weight. This presence is 100 million times more terrifying than any breaker or corrupted creation we have previously encountered. It is more akin to the very will of the chasm itself, a fusion of corruption and the core essence of falling stars. If we must assign a name, it is the true form of the Venerable One, or rather, the terrifying entity from the depths of the star core that has occupied the Venerable shell. The true apocalypse has come. As if to validate Celebor's words, the entire Blackstone fortress suddenly trembled. It was not an earthquake, but rather a profound and thunderous pulsation emanating from the depths of the earth, akin to the awakening of a slumbering, malevolent heart. Immediately, an ineffable terror, infused with the sorrow of extinguished stars, the stench of decay, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness, surged forth like a tangible tsunami from the abyss of the rift. The force field shimmered, groaning under the strain, distorting violently. Every survivor within the fortress, whether human, elf, or dwarf, felt a visceral shudder of dread emanating from their very souls. The moans of the injured suddenly ceased, as though their throats were constricted. It has come. Celebor's countenance turned ashen. As an ancient watcher of the falling stars, he understood the implications of this presence more than anyone else. Suddenly, Raynor leapt to his feet, his eyes flashing with a frantic silver-red light, the merging power within him boiling with an eerie fervor under the extreme external pressure. He sensed that the force within his chest resonated dangerously with the terrifying pulsation from the depths below. Prepared to confront the enemy, Raynor's voice was cold and piercing, imbued with a resolute determination. He cast one last, lingering glance at the silent Sarah upon the bed before striding purposefully from the room. With each step, his aura solidified, the silver-red halo calming from its previous fury into a more contained, profound presence, as if brewing for a final eruption. Upon the ramparts, the survivors bore their fears and grasped their weapons. Though many struggled to stand, their instinct for survival and the will to protect their homeland sustained them. The mist of the rift began to churn violently, resembling boiling water. From the depths of the mist, an indescribably immense shadow slowly emerged. It lacked a definitive form, sometimes resembling a writhing mass of flesh adorned with twisted star patterns and the agonized faces of the tormented. At other times, it transformed into an all-consuming storm of darkness, within which pulsated a fragmented star, radiating a sinister crimson glow, the corrupted essence of the core of the falling stars. A chilling, ancient consciousness filled with malevolent intent towards life itself locked onto Blackstone Fortress. The struggles of mere mortals were utterly futile. A raspy whisper, neither male nor female, as if the amalgamation of 1,000 souls, resonated directly within the minds of all, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold and maddening murmurs. Is this the revered one? No. This is the very essence of the corrupted star core, manifesting as an evil will. Activate all defenses. Elven archers readied their purification arrows. Channel all energy into the force field generators. Elder Estelio, suppressing the discomfort at a soul level, issued the command with a commanding voice. However, when that shadow of the star core extended a massive tentacle composed of pure shadow and corrupted stellar energy, seemingly slow yet defying the distance of space as it struck toward the force field, despair gripped everyone. The power behind this strike surpassed the cumulative force of all previous attacks. Just at that critical juncture, a miraculous transformation occurred. Sarah, who had been in a deep slumber, felt the crescent moon pendant upon her chest erupt with an unprecedented brilliance of silver light. The radiance pierced through the roof, soaring towards the heavens. Simultaneously, the shattered moonlit jade pendant, held tightly in her grasp as a token by Celebor, resonated intensely, emanating a gentle lunar radiance. The two streams of moonlight intertwined in the air, subtly forming a fragmented yet profoundly ancient lunar rune. Was that the complete mark of the moon goddess's protective covenant? Celebor gasped in disbelief. She was not merely the moon goddess's priestess. She was the covenant guardian left by the ancient moon goddess in the mortal realm, the sole key to awakening the purifying power of the stellar core. As if responding to the call of this rune, a pulsating shadow of the stellar core deep within the earth suddenly let out a roar of anguish and rage. From its dark red core, a faint yet remarkably pure energy, radiating silver starlight, was unexpectedly extracted. This was the original purifying essence of the stellar core, suppressed for millennia in the depths of corruption. The emergence of this purifying essence triggered a chain reaction, akin to cold water dropped into boiling oil. The fusion power within Raynor, which had been subtly resonating with the shadow of the stellar core, seemed irresistibly drawn to this purifying essence, boiling over uncontrollably. The sting of thorns, the chill of moonlight, and an ancient call from the core's essence erupted deep within his soul. Ah! Raynor clutched his head, emitting a pained howl, as his body inexplicably levitated. A column of silver-red energy surged from him, soaring into the sky, connecting with the moonlight beam emitted from Sela and the silver starlight extracted from the shadow of the stellar core, bridging the spatial divide. An unstable vortex of energy, forcefully amalgamated from thorns, moonlight, and starlight, spiraled wildly around Raynor at its center. The sky darkened with gathering clouds, thunder crashed, and the earth trembled violently. He was absorbing the purifying power of the stellar core. Elder Astalio was aghast. No, the purifying essence of the stellar core was attempting to break free from corruption through his body and the covenant with Priestess Sela. A spark of brilliance ignited in Celebor's eyes. This was their singular opportunity. Yet the process was fraught with peril. The shadow of the stellar core erupted in fury, sensing a dire threat, as all its tendrils abandoned their assault on the fortress and surged madly toward the uncontrollable Raynor in the air. Protect the Lord. Iron Pillar, Liana, and the others gritted their teeth, desperately attacking the tendrils, but to little effect. It was then that no one noticed Sela, still unconscious, her eyelashes twitching slightly, as a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The pendant of the moon goddess upon her chest shone ever brighter, as a gentle yet resolute will flowed through the beam of moonlight, merging into the violent vortex of energy within Raynor. The balance, which had been on the verge of collapse, miraculously stabilized with the infusion of this familiar will. In the midst of excruciating pain, Raynor suddenly opened his eyes wide. At that moment, his gaze was no longer the silver red of before, but transformed into a profound chaos, as if reflecting the birth and demise of stars. He looked toward the frenzied shadow of the stellar core, and then at the faintly breathing Sela on the bed, a flash of resolve, pain, and a glimmer of enlightenment crossing his eyes. He understood. Syra is the key, while he is the vessel, the bridge, the ultimate weapon that will bring an end to it all. Come forth, Raynor declared in a deep, hoarse challenge to the malevolent core of the stars. Let us settle this once and for all. Suspended in midair, Raynor became the eye of the storm, the fury of thorns, the chill of moonlight, and the ancient summons of the star core's essence. Three vastly different forces clashed violently within him, tearing, merging, their pain surpassing any he had ever endured, as if every cell in his body was ablaze, ripping apart and reconstituting. His consciousness wavered amid the boundless agony, on the brink of complete dissolution. Yet, a gentle yet unyielding will, akin to the most tenacious vine, tightly entwined around his faltering soul. It was Syra, even in her unconscious state. Her residual awareness and the lunar pact forged at the cost of her life continued to guide and protect him. At that moment, he seemed to hear the roar of iron columns from the fortress below, the whistling of Liana's arrows, and the chants of Elder Astalio. As the desperate cries of all survivors resisting the tendrils of the malevolent star core converged into a singular force, pulling him back from the brink of annihilation. For Syra, for Blackstone Fortress, for survival. An unprecedented clarity and determination exploded within him, cleaving through the chaos like a razor-sharp sword, resonating deep within Raynor's soul. He no longer resisted nor suppressed. Instead, with a near self-destructive resolution, he fully embraced the three surging powers within him. He relinquished the shackles binding him to the source of thorny pain, accepted the guidance of the moonlight's purification, and, in a near-predatory stance, fervently drew forth the pure starlight, forcibly stripped from the malevolent core. An even more intense pain erupted, yet his gaze was sharper and colder than ever before. He felt as if his body had transformed into a colossal furnace, where the tricolored energies roared, annihilated, and ultimately forged into an unprecedented, chaotic, and majestic new power. This power transcended mere addition. It was a qualitative transformation. It bore the sharpness and torment of the thorns that rend all things, encapsulated the sanctity and healing of the moonlight's purification, and integrated fragments of the star core's ancient laws of creation and destruction. A force that transcended simple corruption and purification, drawing closer to the very essence of the world's balance. Buzz, centered around Raynor, a swirling vortex of energy, several meters in diameter, formed, radiating chaotic silver, red, and gray light. The terrifying suction generated by the vortex not only voraciously extracted the corrupt energies permeating the surrounding air, but also began to forcibly tear at the very essence of the malevolent star core. No, insect, how dare you steal the power of the divine? The malevolent core roared with deafening fury, a cacophony mingled with the wails of countless souls. filled with terror and rage. It sensed a mortal threat. This was not merely a purifying force. It was a higher level of devouring and encompassing, sharing the same origin. It abandoned all attacks, all tendrils, all shadow energies, as if all rivers returned to the sea, frantically converging and coalescing into a colossal, pulsating dark red star. Its surface etched with agonized faces, the corrupted essence of the star core. It must exert all its strength to completely obliterate this threat. Now is the moment. Within the vortex of energy, Reno's consciousness was clearer than ever. He sensed the desperate strike of the star core's malevolent shadow, felt the precious time that the people within the fortress were vying for him, and perceived the faint yet resolute will of Selah guiding him. He poured the chaotic and immense newly birthed power within him unreservedly into his hands. A weapon, indescribable in its form, began to coalesce. It was not a tangible entity, but rather a chaotic energy beam that continuously shifted between tearing apart and mending, destruction and rebirth, its edges lined with dark red thorny serrations. Its core radiating a silver-gray lunar light that emitted terrifying waves capable of distorting space. This strike was for all the lives lost because of you, for the land you have poisoned, for the future. With every ounce of his remaining strength, Reno unleashed a silent cry, thrusting forth the chaotic energy that embodied all his pain, guardianship, sacrifice, and will for rebirth, towards the encroaching, corrupted star core. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light. The moment the two forces collided, time seemed to stand still. Following that, a profound and resonant hum, reminiscent of the universe's inception, reverberated. The surface of the corrupted star core, with countless tormented and distorted faces, froze in an instant, then began to dissipate silently, like weathered sand sculptures, peeling away. The dark red malevolence was swiftly neutralized and consumed by the chaotic energy. The pure starlight, suppressed for millennia within the core, surged forth like a flood bursting through a dam. No, the shadow of the star core emitted one last shriek, filled with unwillingness and dread. As its massive form melted away under the onslaught of chaotic energy, like snow and ice under the sun, swiftly dissolving and collapsing. Ultimately, amidst a gentle yet irresistible energy storm that swept through the entire chasm, the colossal corrupted star core completely disintegrated, transforming into countless pure silver specks of light, akin to a rain of stars, showering the entire chasm and Blackstone fortress. After the storm, silence enveloped the land. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the long-lost clear starry sky. The corrupted mists that had lingered in the chasm for countless years thinned considerably, and the nauseating stench in the air faded. The sunlight, simulated by a force field, filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow upon the battered Blackstone fortress, bringing a sense of warmth after the calamity. Reno plummeted from the sky, caught by the quick-witted Celeborn and Elder Asterio. He lay unconscious, his breath faint to the utmost, his body marred by fine cracks. Resembling fragile porcelain that could shatter at a touch, yet a faint and pure chaotic energy, like a tender sprout, tenaciously safeguarded his life force. He had paid an unimaginable price, but ultimately, he survived. Is it over? Iron Pillar leaned on his broken axe, gazing blankly at the restored sky, murmuring to himself. The surviving soldiers embraced each other in tears, a mixture of joy for their survival and sorrow for their lost comrades. All eyes turned toward the Lord's Tower in unison. Within the confines of the room, Ilya was pleasantly astonished to discover that Sarah's once frigid body had begun to emanate a faint warmth. Her silver hair, reminiscent of withered moonlight moss, was rejuvenated with a subtle luster. The gentle light rain, imbued with the purifying essence of the star core, cascaded through the window, tenderly integrating into her being and mending her depleted essence. Days later, Sarah's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Though still frail, her silver irises shimmered with renewed vitality and spirit. At that moment, she beheld Reno, who stood vigil by her bedside, weary yet illuminated by a bright gaze. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken words resonated between them. Months passed, and Blackstone Fortress began the arduous process of reconstruction amidst the ruins. With the purified remnants of the star core's energy, a gentle radiation, and the ancient knowledge bestowed by the shattered moon elves, the fortress was restored at an astonishing pace. The new moonlight moss fields flourished brilliantly, even giving rise to peculiar new variants. The forge was rekindled, as dwarven artisans and humans collaborated harmoniously. Under the attentive care of Sarah and Astalio, Reno's body gradually healed, though the chaotic balance of power within him remained precarious, fluctuating between strength and weakness, necessitating long-term adjustment. The bond forged between him and Sarah, having weathered life and death together, blossomed into a profound emotion that transcended words, quiet yet resolute. News of the civil war within the empire poured in, leaving various factions too preoccupied to focus on the north. Under the joint leadership of Reno, Sarah, Astalio, and Calber, Blackstone Fortress emerged as a de facto independent city-state on the edge of the Northern Rift, dedicated to the guardianship and study of the fallen stars. Committed to combating the lingering corruption, it no longer belonged to any empire. It belonged solely to the land and its inhabitants. One evening, Reno and Sarah stood side by side atop the restored fortress walls, gazing out over the star-speckled rift. In the distance, the elves' camp flickered with faint light, and the rhythmic clang of the dwarven forge echoed. The corruption of the rift had not been entirely eradicated. Though the elders had perished, shadows still lingered. Sarah spoke softly. "I know." Reno tightened his grip on her hand, feeling the coolness emanating from her palm and the dormant power within him that required a lifetime to master. Yet, this land had finally found hope, and we shall stand guard here until the last vestige of shadow dissipates, or until the end of our days. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two figures, illuminating the land now adorned with new life and promise. Though thorns may still bear their sting, they had begun to coexist with the moonlight, safeguarding this reborn land and welcoming each dawn filled with uncertainty and possibility. The end.